Lu Yuan has lived for 4.6 billion years, witnessing the birth of Earth and the decline of ancient myths. 3 years ago he awakened the Yuan particle system and fled to the vast underground of Africa, effortlessly establishing a godlike technological empire in preparation for a quiet retirement. Until one day Lu Yao, a little-known live streamer with only tens of thousands of followers, feeling compassion for her brother's hard labor in Africa, secretly embarked on an outdoor home visit live broadcast. She braced herself for a dismal sight of her brother emaciated and gnawing on bark, but when the live stream went live it sent the world into a frenzy. Good morning, family. Can you hear me clearly? Amidst the bustling hall of Magic City International Airport, Lu Yao lifted her selfie stick, donning a sun hat, as she waved cheerfully at her phone. The live stream's popularity counter positioned at the top right lagged at a mere 3,000 viewers. For a relatively unknown outdoor streamer on Dosha, this marked her weekly. Today I won't be taking you on a shopping tour, instead I'm embarking on a grand mission. Lu Yao leaned toward the camera, her voice dropping to a mysterious whisper. A few scattered bullet comments floated by. What grand mission? Is Yao Yao about to free sample at a failing shop? And judging by that outfit, is a Maldives vacation on her agenda? Housekeeper meow. Yao Yao, be careful and don't get lost again. Lu Yao smirked as she redirected the camera towards the enormous international flight board behind her. Wrong. I'm going abroad. To Africa. With that declaration, the tepid bullet comments sprang to life, scrolling twice as fast. What? Africa? Has the broadcaster lost her mind? Why venture to such a forsaken land? Perhaps she intends to livestream a survival adventure in the wild. Observing the onslaught of comments, Lu Yao sighed, cleared her throat, and stated, everyone stop speculating. I'm here for a home visit. My brother Lu Yuan 3 years ago quietly left for Africa under the pretext of entrepreneurship, a comment read. And I recently peeked at his bank statements. Lu Yao raised a finger, glaring fiercely. Good grief, not a single extra penny. Not even enough to cover the cost of a bag of salt. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as she recounted, I spoke with a friend who said he is toiling at a construction site, living in utter misery. Every day he gnaws on tree bark, residing in a dilapidated mud house, until he becomes gaunt. At this the amused audience in the live chat burst into laughter. Moving bricks in Africa. Brother is really tough. Who willingly opts for such hardship in this era? Isn't delivering food in China far more appealing? Surely Yao Yao, you're not planning to risk your life. I bet 10 packs of spicy snacks he won't last 3 days without caving and buying a ticket home. As the taunt streamed, Lu Yao's competitive fire was ignited. Don't underestimate me, she declared dramatically, flinging open her 2 large suitcases as the camera closed in. Look carefully, I'm fully prepared. As the camera panned over her suitcases, the audience burst into laughter. The left one, filled with Leagama hot pot base and preserved. Even 2 vacuum-packed flattened dried ducks were present. The right suitcase was even more astonishing. Aside from a large bottle of sunscreen and cologne, the standout item was a dark self-defense electric baton. Lu Yao grasped the electric baton and pressed its button midair. Crackle! A dazzling blue electric arc shot forth, startling a nearby elderly woman who hurriedly altered her path. Did you see that? 1000 volts. Lu Yao announced triumphantly, raising her chin and clenching her fist. If Africa's wild beasts or unscrupulous contractors dare to bully my brother, I'll shock them into submission. No matter how arduous, I will certainly bring my brother back home. Instantly, digital comments of 666 and praises for her filial spirit flooded the screen. Just for my bold spirit, I threw in this gift. The screen burst with animated inexpensive glow sticks and heart effects. Attention passengers boarding for the flight to Cairo will commence soon. As the announcement rang out, Lu Yao hurriedly snapped her suitcases shut in a flurry. Family, I'm boarding now. Once I reach Africa, the live stream continues. 30 hours later, after enduring 2 transfers and countless delays, Lu Yao finally set foot on African soil. Yet the true test had only just begun. To save money and venture deep inland in search of coordinates so elusive that even navigation systems failed, she clambered onto a dilapidated airless bus reeking of decay. Outside, the scenery shifted from bustling city structures to a desolate yellowed savanna. The rough, uneven dirt roads churned Lu Yao's stomach. Wearing a double mask and clutching her backpack tightly, her face turned as pale as paper. The bus was crowded with local dark-skinned passengers, and even a few clucking old hens scurried about. Intermittent mobile signals reduced the live stream to a slideshow of frames, yet the audience was thoroughly entertained, perhaps due to the raw authenticity of the hardships. Suddenly the live room's online count surged past 8,000. Look, Yao Yao's face has turned green. I can practically smell mutton through the screen, the comments exclaimed. Bet 3 days. I take back my words, I bet she'll collapse and log off tonight, one comment quipped. Housekeeper meow. Yao Yao, if you can't endure, quickly seek the embassy. Lu Yao weakly smiled at the barrage of comments, murmuring, family, I'm alright, I can do this. She unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and gulped deeply to quell the burning in her throat. My brother has endured 3 years in this miserable place, leaving me to wonder how I can manage. As she imagined Lu Yuan perhaps shirtless under the scorching sun, laboring with hundreds of pounds of stone, her heart ached. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, brother, you stubborn fool, why must you prove your strength? The bus continued to jolt violently for over 2 hours. Just when Lu Yao felt her body might give way, the bus finally braked. The driver, speaking in a thick local accent, shouted and gestured toward the door to signal arrival. Lu Yao struggled down the steps with her 2 heavy suitcases. The bus door slammed with a resounding clang as a cloud of choking yellow dust rose while the bus pulled away. Blinded by the blowing sand, Lu Yao began to cough violently. She set down her luggage, hastily wiped her sweat-streaked face, and raised her selfie stick once more. The base station signal appeared to recover, slightly stabilizing the live feed. "Family, it seems I've arrived," she announced. Breathless and fatigued, Lu Yao spoke softly as the camera slowly panned, revealing an utterly desolate Gobi desert. In the distance, a few withered baobab trees stood, while 2 or 3 unsightly vultures circled in the sky. Less than 100 meters ahead, a tiny settlement came into view. No, it could hardly be termed a settlement. A cluster of dilapidated thatched mud huts encircled by a crooked yellow wall appeared forlornly. The wooden door, riddled with wide cracks and gaps large enough to admit a fist, looked as if it might collapse at the merest gust of wind. There were no roads, no utility poles, not even a trace of modern detritus. Desolate and backward, as if completely forsaken by modern civilization, the live stream fell silent for a few seconds before a flurry of comments cascaded like, "Wow, is this really where your brother lives? This is practically a primitive tribe. Your brother is truly formidable. Who could possibly survive here for 3 years? Even Belle would starve here. Yao Yao, run quickly, this place might not have Wi-Fi, let alone clean water." Lu Yao gazed at the scene, her heart breaking. Sniffling, tears finally streaming down her face, leaving 2 muddy streaks, she said, "My brother is so pitiful." Pointing toward the isolated ramshackle mud village in front of her, her voice trembled. "Family, according to the coordinates, my brother lives right here." She wiped away her tears, clenching the electric baton tightly, and took a deep, resolute breath. "Watch closely on the live stream. Today, I am determined to bring him back home." Lu Yao began striding toward the dilapidated wooden door. Just then, a faint yet piercing metallic scraping sound emerged from behind the mud wall. Buzz. Though soft, the sound pierced the dead silence of the Gobi Desert. Viewers in the live stream also caught the sound. "What is that? Is there a beast inside? It sounds like a chainsaw. Could it be cannibals?" Lu Yao froze, clutching the electric baton tightly, as sweat beaded on her palms. She swallowed hard, staring intently at the dilapidated wooden door. "Is anyone there? Brother, is that you?" Lu Yao called out boldly into the darkness, but the wooden doorway offered no reply. Then an emotionless metallic synthetic tone suddenly resonated from the air above the mud wall. "Warning, unauthorized carbon-based life form detected. Perimeter defense matrix preparing to engage." "Warning, unauthorized carbon-based life form detected," intoned a cold electronic voice. "Perimeter defense matrix prepare to neutralize." The synthesized tones echoed over the Gobi Desert, imbued with an inexplicable aura of ruthless menace. Lu Yao's hand, clutching a selfie stick, suddenly trembled. Instinctively, she stepped back. Her heel struck a suitcase, nearly toppling her into a fall. What on earth was that noise? As she wondered, scanning her surroundings with unmistakable tension. A dilapidated yellowish earthen wall lay silently, offering no hint of it. In the live stream, the barrage of comments paused for a moment before erupting into frantic scrolls. "Damn, what was that sound? Terminator," they exclaimed. "Neutralize. Yao, run quickly. This village feels off," one message warned. Everyone upstairs remained calm. "It's probably just the burglar alarm," another quipped. "These days you can get an infrared sensor speaker for a few dozen yuan," joked a third. "Ha, this damn peripheral defense matrix. And this crumbling wall has quite the cyberpunk vibe," echoed the playful banter online. Amid these jibes, Lu Yao patted her chest in quiet relief. Her heart, which had been pounding wildly, began to settle. Mustering her courage, she thought, "Perhaps my brother rigged this burglar alarm as a prank against wild beasts." Just as she hesitated to knock on the dilapidated wooden door, a lazy male voice drifted out from the courtyard. "Zero, stand down, the alert." "Don't scare her, open the door." The voice continued, its tone nonchalant and laced with a sleep-worn rasp. At these words, Lu Yao's eyes welled abruptly with warmth. It was her brother. After 3 years apart, that irreverent scoundrel's voice had not changed one bit, still as infuriating and nonchalant as ever. As Lu Yuan's words faded, the cold electronic tone sounded once again. Yet this time the tone softened considerably. "Command confirmed. Target bio-DNA scan complete. Match confirmed with top-tier whitelist. Welcome, miss." Lu Yao proclaimed the system. Then, accompanied by a creaking, grating sound, the decrepit wooden door, seemingly one gust away from collapse, slowly swung inward on its own. Lu Yao stood frozen. "What is this? Even this broken door comes with automatic sensing," she murmured as she reluctantly dragged 2 heavy suitcases along. Taking a deep breath, she strode boldly into the courtyard. Yet the moment her foot crossed the threshold, a sudden shiver ran through her. "It's so cool," she exclaimed. Outside, the African Gobi blazed near 40°C, where heat waves warped the air as if melting all in their path. Yet inside this courtyard, the temperature held steady at a comfortable 24°C. A gentle breeze caressed her face, carrying the fresh fragrance of rain-washed greenery. Lu Yao squinted contentedly, wondering, is this courtyard equipped with central air conditioning? The online audience was skeptical. "Streamer, stop acting. Who installs air conditioning in an open courtyard? One comment scoffed while another added, even a tycoon wouldn't keep a rig running outside. Maybe it's cooler in the shadowed areas, one message suggested, followed by, please, Yao, show us your brother's daily hardships. And, I want to see him gnaw and bark. Lu Yao turned her camera toward the interior of the courtyard. In the very next moment, not only she but thousands of live viewers were left utterly astonished. Could this really be called an African village? From the outside, the courtyard appeared as dilapidated as an abandoned pigpen, yet once inside, the floor material was entirely transformed. There was no mud, no yellow sand, nor withered grass. Only an impeccably smooth silver-gray surface that covered the entire courtyard. Spotless and immaculate, the floor even shimmered gently under the harsh sunlight. Lu Yao looked down and stepped on it twice. The surface was firm, yet surprisingly pleasant underfoot. Her pristine white sneakers left not a speck of dust on the smooth surface. Family, my brother's construction site is surprisingly well-equipped, she remarked. This floor polish gleams brilliantly, cleaner than even the grand malls of Modu, she noted, nervously swallowing as she continued forward with her selfie stick. Her gaze shifted to the left side of the courtyard where a vast lush vegetable garden unexpectedly unfurled. Lu Yao rubbed her eyes, wondering if the heat had conjured a mirage. Clusters of tomatoes hung like red lanterns from their vines, while the dewy baby bok choy shimmered with crystalline droplets on its leaves. Thick, long cucumbers sported tiny, delicate yellow blossoms at their tips, an astonishing sight in the arid African interior where even the baobabs withered. This vegetable garden defied the laws of physics, a veritable miracle. The live chat exploded with question marks. What about that promised tree bark gnawing? These organic vegetables grow even better than those in my hometown's greenhouse, one comment exclaimed, while another queried, this is unscientific. How does one water them? Is my brother clearing land for farming in Africa? One message wondered, followed by, the vegetable-growing genes of the Huaxia have truly awakened. Lu Yao was left a bit. She had prepared a torrent of heartache for her brother, words that might have brought her to tears, but now the emotion stuck in her throat, leaving her speechless. Turning her gaze to the right of the courtyard, she noticed a makeshift thatched shed. Beneath it sat a dusty, clunky iron contraption. It resembled a haphazardly assembled, dilapidated tractor, its tread smeared with hardened mud, and the front adorned with a few withered yellow weeds. The exhaust pipe was pitch black, and a few bent rusty shovels lay haphazardly in its bed. Seeing this, Lu Yao's tense nerves finally began to relax. Phew, that scared me. I really thought my brother had struck it rich here, she said, patting her chest and exhaling deeply. Look, this dilapidated tractor is probably the workhorse he uses every day. Approaching the machine, she extended her leg and gently kicked the track. Thud. The dull impact reverberated, even making her toes tingle. This scrap metal wouldn't fetch a dime, the live chat quipped, immediately followed by, truly pitiful. This tractor looks older than my grandfather. Another comment remarked, my brother is too determined using this contraption for work on the site, followed by, if he drives it, won't it shatter someone's bones? Lu Yao shook her head in gentle dismay as a breeze rustled the seemingly dead old trees lining the courtyard wall, though she remained unaware of something amiss. In the very moment the breeze swept through the tree crowns, deep within the withered branches a silent flash of cold blue metallic light flickered by. It was an all-weather high-frequency microwave scanner concealed beneath biomimetic bark, indeed the core node of a miniaturized plasma defense matrix. Had that prior electronic alert not been silenced, this device could within a second vaporize Lu Yao along with her luggage into a cloud of atomic particles. Not a trace would remain. Yet at this moment it merely served as a silent dead tree, and Lu Yao remained completely oblivious. She only felt the gentle breeze sweeping over her, leaving her refreshingly invigorated. Could it be that even the wind in this rundown place was so considerate? Neither too cold nor too warm. It felt even better than home air conditioning. Shaking her head to refocus, Lu Yao turned her gaze to the center of the courtyard, where the largest thatched hut stood imposing. The hut's wooden door stood ajar, emitting a faint mechanical whir from within. Lu Yao dropped her suitcase onto the silver-gray floor. Clenching her small fist, she marched forward in clear indignation. Brother, I traveled all this way just to see you, and you're hiding inside sleeping. As she shouted, she unceremoniously pushed open the ajar door. Family, didn't you want to see my brother suffer? She declared with playful defiance. She aimed her phone camera at the narrow gap of the door, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I'm about to take you inside and show you around, she teased. Let's take a look together at the miserable doghouse, where my brother usually lives, she declared enthusiastically. The door creaked open violently. The interior was not dim or damp, nor did it carry the faintest trace of mildew. Lu Yao froze, her selfie stick suspended midair. Thousands of eyes in the live stream watched the scene unfold through her lens. At the center of the room stood an exquisitely crafted bamboo lounge chair upon which a young man, handsome and refined, dressed in a loose white t-shirt, lay, reclined, eyes closed in serene repose. Beside him rested a small wooden table on which sat a glass of chilled fruit juice, the transparent vessel beaded with glistening droplets of condensation. The image radiated utter tranquility, more idyllic than sunbathing on a Maldivian beach. Instantly the comment feed erupted, flooding the screen in dense, overlapping waves. What the hell? This is called enduring hardships. Living in climate-controlled comfort while sipping iced juice. Brother, your life is more luxurious than mine. Lu Yao, are you sure he's hauling bricks? This is clearly a vacation. Give me back my tears. I actually felt sorry for you for half a second when you cried earlier. Lu Yao stared at the torrent of mockery, her cheeks puffing with indignation. Fine. She had endured 30 grueling hours aboard a rickety bus across China, driven by dread and devotion all the way to Africa to rescue him. Yet here he was, indulging in leisure. Lu Yuan, she bellowed, summoning every ounce of chi into her voice. The man on the lounge chair stirred, slightly frowning before slowly opening his eyes. Seeing Lu Yao's flushed fury, he showed no real surprise. Only a languid stretch. What's all the shouting about? I was just dreaming of cultivating potatoes on Mars, and you shattered it with one shout. Lu Yuan rubbed his ears, his tone laced with weary resignation. Potatoes? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tears welled in Lu Yao's eyes as she stormed forward, slamming her suitcase onto the floor. You said you were hauling bricks. You said you were gnawing bark every day. She jabbed a trembling finger toward the glass of chilled juice on the table. What is this? Where did the ice come from? In the heart of the African desert. How do you even have chilled juice? Viewers flooded the comment feed in furious agreement. Exactly. Interrogate him relentlessly. He's clearly been taken under a wealthy patron's wing. Lu Yuan yawned, then calmly lifted the glass and took a sip. I squeezed it myself. It came straight from the fridge, nothing extraordinary. Still lying. This village doesn't even have electricity. How on earth do you power a refrigerator? Lu Yao choked on her rage, raising the camera to confront Lu Yuan face-to-face, when suddenly a piercing guttural shriek tore through the air. Cree. The cry was deafening, unnervingly sharp, a sound that pierced straight into the live stream. Lu Yao flinched violently. Her selfie stick nearly slipped from her grasp. The camera angled through the open wooden door inadvertently swept upward, revealing in the courtyard's midair a colossal African vulture, its wingspan exceeding 2 meters, diving like a bomber. Its razor-sharp talons locked onto a plump hen pecking lazily near the vegetable patch. Watch out. Lu Yao cried out, her face draining of color. Viewers witnessed the horrifying descent in real time. Whoa, massive bird. Is that an eagle? African vulture. When starving they'll snatch children. Get away. It's over, brother's free-range chicken is doomed. With the vulture now less than 10 meters above ground, its barbed beak visible in chilling detail, Lu Yao's heart leapt into her throat, and she instinctively squeezed, but no squawk, no frantic flapping followed. Instead, just a faint sizzling whisper hiss, like hot oil meeting cold water. Tentatively Lu Yao cracked one eye open, and froze. Her breath ceased entirely. The sky was utterly empty. The vulture, weighing dozens of gene, had vanished without a trace. Only a slender wisp of pale blue smoke spiraled downward, carrying a few charred feathers in its slow, silent descent. High-definition footage captured something profoundly uncanny in that fleeting instant. Just as the vulture lunged for the hen, a nondescript, dusty stone sculpture nestled in the courtyard's corner shimmered, its surface rippling like water. A hair-thin beam of crimson light erupted from the fissure, silent, sudden, and utterly unforeseen. Its velocity defied perception, faster than sight could follow, striking the vulture with surgical precision, leaving not a single drop of blood. The fierce predator never registered the strike. In midair it vaporized instantly, reduced to ash by temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees. Then as silently as it had parted, the stone sculpture sealed itself, leaving no mark, no evidence. The hen, unperturbed, continued pecking at insects in the soil. The live stream fell into absolute silence. For 2 full seconds the comment feed went blank, a vacuum where 3,000 voices had roared moments before, as if collectively strangled. Then, like a long-suppressed volcano, the feed exploded. Holy, holy, holy shit. What did I just see? Red light. A flash of red light. Where's the bird? That huge bird. Gone. Magic act. I replayed it at 0.5x speed. The stone statue fired the beam. Incinerated it on contact. What kind of anti-air system is that? Is this Tony Stark's compound? Are we watching sci-fi? Host, come clean, is this CGI or real? The comments dissolved into a frenzied storm of question marks and exclamation points. Are we watching sci-fi? Host, come clean, is this CGI or real? The comments dissolved into a frenzied storm of question marks and exclamation points. She whirled around and found Lu Yuan still reclining on the bamboo chair, eyes still closed, casually brushing dust from his sleeve. That pest keeps stealing my hens. Luckily the mosquito defense system was still active. He muttered offhandedly. Lu Yao's mind reeled, her throat tightened as she prepared to demand an explanation. But her gaze snagged on the battered wooden table beside him, something she'd overlooked before. One leg was missing, propped up by an object beneath it. Now that fist-sized translucent glass orb, wedged beneath the table leg, glowed with a soft inner luminescence. Not ordinary light. Within its crystalline sphere swirled a miniature nebula, azure energy coiling and pulsing, radiating a profound, awe-inspiring depth. Brother. Lu Yao pointed shakily beneath the table leg, her voice trembling. What is that glowing orb you're using as a leg leveler? The vulture, torn limb from limb, had already vanished from Lu Yao's mind. Her full attention was now captivated by a glowing object beneath the splintered wood. Curious, Lu Yao crouched down, lowered her selfie stick, and aimed her phone's lens directly at the table leg. There, nestled in the gloom, rested a translucent sphere roughly the size of a clenched fist. Its surface resembled an exquisitely pure sapphire glass. Yet in the dim recesses beneath the table it emitted a soft, ethereal azure luminescence. More unsettling still was the fact that the sphere's interior was not static. Within it swirled a miniature nebula, delicate ribbons of deep blue light, drifting with slow, hypnotic grace. It was as though an entire resplendent galaxy had been compressed, shattered, and sealed into this tiny orb, so breathtakingly beautiful that one could not tear one's gaze. The livestream chat, previously ablaze with debate over anti-aircraft lasers, instantly pivoted toward this radiant sphere. Wow, this little thing is stunning. The lighting effect is incredible. It looks like liquid light flowing inside. Dude's got taste. Even while laboring across Africa, he keeps an ambience lamp on hand. Looks like a glass art piece, probably bulk sourced from Yiwu's small commodity market. Same starry globe sold online for 9 yuan 90 cents free shipping. I bought one last week for my niece. Wait, can a 9 yuan toy really possess such extraordinary clarity? This craftsmanship doesn't look cheap. Lu Yao glanced at the comments, intrigued by the objects. Bro, this thing's gorgeous. Let me hold it for a sec. As she spoke, she extended her slender pale hand and seized the luminous blue sphere without hesitation. The instant her fingertips made contact, she sensed a faint, delicate warmth. With a firm tug, she pulled the sphere free from beneath the table leg. Oops. Deprived of its makeshift support, the rickety table lurched violently downward. The chilled fruit juice perched precariously on its corner sloshed alarmingly, nearly spilling over. The commotion finally roused Lu Yuan, who had been sitting quietly with eyes closed, gathering his strength. He opened them slowly, brows furrowing as he gazed upon his sister crouched on the floor. Yao, what on earth are you fiddling with? She waved the glowing orb before his eyes. What treasure is this, brother? Hidden under the table to prop up your feet. So stingy. You won't even let me take a proper look. Lu Yuan sighed wearily, rubbing his temples. I'm not being stingy. It's for your own good. That isn't some precious relic. It's merely a spent power cell long since decommissioned. A power cell? Lu Yao's eyes widened, staring at her brother as if he'd lost. Lu Yuan, don't try to fool spirits. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Whose power cell looks like this? Is it an AA battery? Or a AAA? Which remote did you crank? Viewers burst into laughter. The chat scrolled in waves of mirth. Bro's lie is hilariously thin. Nanfu battery would weep hearing that claim. He's just scared she'll confiscate it. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan sat upright on his bamboo chair, his voice laced with languid weariness. I'm telling the truth. It is a spent energy core, utterly inert and He paused, then added softly, put it down. There's residual radiation. You wouldn't want to lose your hair tonight. At the word radiation, Lu Yao curled her lip skeptically. Scare tactics. If it's radioactive, why not call it a nuclear bomb? Not only did she refuse to set it down, she lifted it higher, bringing it flush against the... Folks, judge for yourselves, my brothers, just miserly. A simple glass orb, yet he fabricates excuses to keep me from playing with it. As the sphere neared the lens, its intricate interior details were captured flawlessly by the smartphone's high-definition macro camera. Under extreme magnification, those swirling currents were no mere optical illusion, no fluid glass, but rather a minuscule incandescent singularity, suspended at the sphere's absolute center, blazing with blinding white light. And encircling it, deep blue light bands spiraled in astonishing complexity, tracing orbits of flawless geometric precision, obeying immutable physical law. It resembled a colossal energy field forcibly confined within microscopic space. A few scientifically literate viewers felt a sudden wave of dizziness while, whoa, this toy's internal architecture is absurdly sophisticated. Looks like a magnetic confinement model. Have toy factories reached this level of rigor? Seriously, bro claimed radiation, and yeah, this does look like a microscale fusion reactor. You've read too much sci-fi. It's just a fancy LED. Lu Yao smirked, tilting her chin upward in triumph. It's just a toy. I'm confiscating it, effective immediately. At that very moment. Thousands of miles away, in the highest security physics laboratory of the National Academy of Sciences, in Longwa's capital city, Qian Lao, the Academy's venerable chief physicist, his hair snow-white, slumped wearily onto a sofa in the rest area, cradling a freshly prepared bowl of braised beef noodles. He had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters wrestling with a national-level enigma, cold nuclear fusion via magnetic confinement. Grandpa, check out this hilarious female streamer. She's gone all the way to Africa to find her brother. Beside him, his university student grandson held a tablet. Qian Lao slurped a mouthful of noodles, then shot his grandson an exasperated glare. You brat, when I tell you to study you ignore me, yet waste hours on these nutritionless streams. What's wrong with today's youth? All they do is chase attention-grabbing nonsense. His grandson chuckled, tapping the screen. No, Grandpa. This stream's genuinely Look at that glowing orb she's holding. It's crafted with uncanny realism. And her brother claims it's a spent battery, with radiation. Qian Lao had no intention of indulging such trivial internet banter. Yet as he raised his chopsticks for a second bite, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of the tablet. Just one glance. His motion froze midair. The noodle dangling from his chopsticks dropped back into the bowl, with a soft wet plop splattering crimson broth. He slammed the bowl aside, hot broth splashing across his lab coat unnoticed. In a single desperate lunge, he lunged forward and snatched the tablet from his grandson. "Grandpa, why'd you grab my tablet?" His grandson recoiled in shock, but Qian Lao heard nothing. He pressed the tablet close to his face, his bloodshot eyes locked unblinkingly onto the azure sphere glowing on screen. His breath came in ragged, shallow gasps, his chest heaved violently. Cold sweat erupted across his forehead. To others, the deep blue light bands swirling within the sphere were merely beautiful. But to Qian Lao Long was preeminent physicist, their significance was unmistakable. They embodied the perfect ambient temperature magnetic confinement field, a theoretical construct he had pursued relentlessly for 30 years, yet never even glimpsed in nascent form. A theoretical absolute barrier, designed to encapsulate stellar-scale energy within microscopic space. Crack! His trembling wrist betrayed him, the noodle bowl slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Impossible, utterly impossible. His entire body shook uncontrollably. With a gnarled, trembling finger he pointed, unblinking, at the sphere casually clutched in Lu Yao's palm. "Quick, register a livestream account now. If that girl drops it, the entire African continent will be vaporized." Old Qian gripped the edge of the tablet with both hands. His knuckles had gone a deathly white from the strained veins standing out on the backs of his hands. His normally cloudy old eyes were now streaked with terrifying red veins. He leaned nearly against the screen. On the display, Lu Yao's fair fingers pinched the translucent orb that glowed with a blue light. To an ordinary onlooker, it was merely a well-crafted glowing toy. But to old Qian, who had spent a lifetime studying nuclear physics, that object spelled imminent catastrophe. Inside the sphere, deep blue bands of light traced uncanny trajectories as they slowly flowed, clearly a form of advanced energy field. This is a perfect ambient temperature magnetic confinement model, a flawless geometric, closed loop. Old Qian trembled, all over his lips quivering as he murmured. The grandson beside him was stupefied by his grandfather's frenzied appearance. "Grandpa, calm down. Your blood pressure," the boy blurted, daringly reaching out to take the tablet. "Isn't that just an influencer's prop? You can buy them for 10 kwai a pound on some shopping site. Get away." Old Qian shoved his grandson aside, glaring like a wolf guarding its prey. "Quick, use my real name ID. Log into that livestream platform right now." "Grandpa, that's entertainment software. You're the chief expert of the Academy of Sciences. Isn't that inappropriate?" "Enough nonsense. Quick, use my real name ID. Log into that livestream platform right now." "Grandpa, that's entertainment software. You're the chief expert of the Academy of Sciences. Isn't that inappropriate?" "Enough nonsense. Get me logged in now." Old Qian's voice was hoarse and teary as he roared. "If we lose even 1 second, if that girl smashes it, the unleashed energy could flatten half of the African continent." At those words, the grandson went pale. He dared not delay. Fumbling for his phone with trembling fingers, he used old Qian's special ID code to complete the highest level real name verification. In less than a minute, an account bearing a blinding golden halo and an official verification badge materialized on the Dosha platform. Meanwhile, in the African desert, Lu Yao was still arguing with the viewers in the chat. "Don't let my brother fool you. He's stingy, he won't let me play with it." Lu Yao pouted, lifting the blue orb to catch the sunlight outside. Lu Yuan lay in a bamboo chair, his eyelids lifted slightly as he spoke with weary resignation. Yao, don't point it at the sun. The energy inside will become active. It could get hot to the touch." "I don't buy it. It feels ice cold." Before Lu Yao had finished her sentence, the livestream screen was suddenly overlaid with a blinding golden special effect that filled the entire display. Such top-tier full-channel broadcast effects could only be triggered by the platform's most elite verified accounts. The viewers who had been joking and spamming moments before were stunned into silence by the spectacle. A giant bullet comment bearing an official title drifted slowly across the center of the screen in arresting crimson letters: ID Qian Shuling, verification chief physicist of the Longwar Academy of Sciences, academician of both academies. The message was not only huge in font, but was sent 3 times. Even through the screen, one could sense the speaker's hair-raising desperation and urgency. "Streamer, whatever you do, don't let it fall. I beg you, put it down. Steady your hand. That's a miniaturized cold fusion reactor. It's the embryonic concept of a Dyson sphere. For heaven's sake, don't wave it around." A 5-second deathly silence fell over the chat. Over 3,000 viewers stared at a name that normally appeared only in physics textbooks. Their brains collectively short-circuited. Seconds later, the chat exploded like a heavy bomb. The comments went utterly berserk. "Holy, old Qian. Is that really old Qian? Am I seeing things? An official academy verification. Can that be forged? Dusha's official verifications are linked to the national database. They can't be faked. What did old Qian call it? Cold fusion. Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere? Are you kidding? Isn't that the gigantic shell from sci-fi used to envelop a star and harvest its energy? Isn't this the guy doing construction in Africa? Is he propping up his table with a Dyson sphere? The barrage of comments scrolled so fast they were unreadable. In a Longwa laboratory far away, old Qian jabbed frantically at his phone screen, sweat pouring from his brow, his fingertips slipping. He wished he could crawl along the network cable and cradle the glowing little orb with his own hands. If the energy within loses its magnetic confinement and leaks out its force, would be more terrifying than 10,000 hydrogen bombs. Old Qian muttered wildly while continuing to post in the chat. Streamer, squat down slowly and place it gently on the ground. Do not let it bump. Lu Yao watched the screen filled with frantic scrolling of old Qian Dyson's sphere and fusion. Her big pretty eyes were full of bewilderment. She didn't understand physics at all and had no idea how prominent Qian Shuling truly was. She simply felt the live stream's atmosphere had grown strangely ominous. It seemed as if everyone were playing along for a gilded patron with a golden halo. What Dyson sphere? Are you all conspiring to trick me again? Lu Yao puffed her cheeks and unconcerned poked the blue orb with a finger. Isn't this just a glass marble? To prove her suspicion, Lu Yao casually tossed the object that old Qian treated like a deity, the so-called mini-cold fusion reactor, upward a couple of times, and the sphere left her palm, traced an arc through the air, and settled back into her hand with a soft plop. The sound came through the phone's microphone and registered clearly in the Longwa lab. Old Qian watched the blue sphere tumble in midair, and his eyes rolled back. He nearly had a heart attack on the spot. Grandpa, hang on. The grandson, terrified out of his wits, shoved an emergency cardiac pill into old Qian's mouth. Quick! Contact the Special Security Bureau, now. Old Qian clutched his grandson's collar and shouted hoarsely. As Lu Yao tossed the little orb casually, the academician's verified account had suddenly appeared, fully triggering Dush's top-tier recommendation algorithm. A deluge of curious onlookers poured into Lu Yao's livestream via the homepage banners. The live audience count rocketed from 3,000 to 50,000, 100,000, 300,000 in an instant. I heard an academician popped in. Where is he? I heard a female streamer is building an atomic bomb live. The influx of new viewers spammed the chat with excitement. Amid this tidal wave of traffic, a renowned professional anti-fraud influencer with 5 million followers attracted by the buzz made a punctual entrance. ID anti-fraud Vanguard Li Chang. The account entered and immediately adopted a mocking tone. Oh, a bold comment pushed aside the others. Oh, streamers really have no bottom when it comes to chasing views. Cold fusion. Dyson sphere. A 50-cent special effects glass bead. Probably hired bots to stage a sci-fi scene here. Once Li Chang spoke, his die-hard fans followed suit, steering the conversation and instantly crowding out old Qian's messages. Lee's right. This is definitely a script written by a shady guild. And faking a National Academy verification. This streamer is asking to be banned across the entire... Lu Yao watched the sudden surge of hateful comments and bit her lip in grievance. She turned to her brother, still unmoved on the lounge chair, and stamped her foot in fury. Lu Yuan, what junk did you buy online? Look, they're all insulting me. Several conspicuous super rockets suddenly slammed onto the livestream screen. Immediately, an on-screen comment with dazzling entrance effects seized the exact center of the display. ID anti-fraud Vanguard Li Chang. What academy certification? She must have bought a fake credential, that scheming streamer. Cold nuclear fusion. Using cheap special effect trinkets to stage a sci-fi show. Streamers these days will do anything for views, even forge the titles of national institutions. Watch out. The National Cyber Police will trace the line and haul people off to jail. Li Chang was a professional anti-fraud influencer on the Douxia platform with 5 million followers. His few words were like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pan of boiling oil. The live stream instantly erupted. The viewers, already dazed by the avalanche of information, immediately found an outlet for their anger. I told you, what high tech on the African savannah? It's obviously scripted. I nearly believed it a moment ago and almost knelt down calling him bro. Take it off the net. Ban this fraudulent streamer. Brotherly is awesome. Today we must strip this scam ring bare. Using a glowing glass orb to mimic a Dyson sphere. What kind of idiocy is that? A dense tide of vitriol and abuse surged across the public chat like a black flood. Those who had earlier gawked at Qian Lao's certified title were now all transformed into denunciatory keyboard warriors. Lu Yao stared at the unsightly words on the phone and felt her head buzz. She had never experienced such a full-scale online assault in her life. The young woman's eyes quickly misted over, and she sniffled, overwhelmed with indignation. You are lying. I'm not acting from a script. She clenched her fists and shouted into the camera, her voice trembling slightly. There isn't even a decent road here. I took a 30-hour bus to get here. Who in their right mind would come here to perform and deceive you? Alas, her pale explanations were useless before the fervent haters. The chat intensified, the screen filling with words like liar and fraud. Some even began to egg each other on to report the live stream en masse. It's so noisy. A lazy, slightly impatient voice suddenly sounded nearby. Lu Yuan frowned and sat up from the green bamboo recliner. He didn't even glance at the phone screen where Li Chang had stirred the crowd. He only tilted his head a fraction. Then unhurried he strode over to Lu Yao's side. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of netizens, Lu Yuan reached out and plucked the faintly blue glowing orb from far away in a laboratory in the capital of Longhua. Qian Lao watched Lu Yuan's movement on the screen and felt his heart clench. What is he doing? Don't meddle with that magnetic confinement field. Qian Lao leaned over his tablet, eyes bulging, his voice strained to breaking. The next second, Lu Yuan, as if tossing aside a moldy potato, casually swung his right arm. He hurled the blue orb, an object Qian Lao treated like a relic, toward the pile of junk in the corner. With a clack, the orb bounced twice and rolled into a heap of dust-covered scrap metal, finally becoming trapped beneath a rusted basin. Its blue light was suddenly more than half obscured. Gasp! Qian Lao let out a sharp intake of breath and felt his vision go dark as he toppled backward. Grandpa! Grandpa, breathe! His grandson, terrified, panicked and rushed to pinch his philtrum to revive him. Meanwhile, Li Chang's comments in the livestream continued to spew relentlessly. See? Guilty conscience. You got exposed, so you throw the prop away to destroy evidence. If you've got the nerve, pull it out again and let everyone do a scientific appraisal. Stop pretending to be profound. Lu Yuan paid no heed to the agitated shouts on the screen. He turned to his sister, her eyes rimmed red and on the verge of breaking into tears. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly and ruffled her soft hair. Enough! Why bother arguing with a swarm of keyboard trolls staring through a screen? He withdrew his hand and pointed to the earthen stove plastered with yellow clay in the corner of the yard. After such a long ride, you're hungry, right? Lu Yao hiccuped twice. Her stomach obligingly let out a loud gurgle of protest. She rubbed her hollow belly, looking aggrieved, and nodded. Go light that stove. Lu Yuan returned to the bamboo chair and lay back, yawning lazily. I dug up a few sweet potatoes in the garden. They'll roast them for you in a bit. Roast sweet potatoes? Lu Yao blinked. She glanced at the stream of insults on the screen, and then at the utterly rustic earthen stove beside her. A stubborn streak flared within the girl. Fine, they'll light the fire then. She bit her lip, yanked the phone stand from the ground, and strode to the stove. You said I'm acting in a studio, that this is green screen effects. Lu Yao shoved the camera up close to the yellow clay stove, its surface blackened with smoke and scorch. The coarse texture and granularity of the clay were captured in minute detail by the high-definition camera. One could even see ants scuttling in the crevices. I'm going to live stream authentic fire making and sweet potato roasting. Watch closely and see whether this smoky lived-in air can be produced by special effects. She crouched and stuffed a handful of dry grass into the soot-blackened hearth. Then she fished a windproof lighter from her pocket, and with a sharp click the flames sprang to life. The pale blue flame licked at the grass, but the straw seemed damp, exhaling a choking plume of smoke and stubbornly refusing to catch into a proper blaze. Cough, cough. Lu Yao coughed as the thick smoke stung her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her freshly manicured nails were smudged with soot, leaving her looking. The chat erupted again with merciless mockery. Hilarious. The heiress went to Africa to experience life. Can't even make a fire, and still claim you're not putting on. Stop acting. Go offline and ask the director for your paycheck. Lu Yao hurriedly wiped the soot from her face with the back of her hand, ending up looking like a small tabby cat. She frantically rummaged around the stove, but couldn't find a single dry scrap of paper to kindle the fire. Those few damp straws were hopeless against the kill's stacked logs. She stamped her foot in frustration and turned to the man reclining on the bamboo chair. Brother. Lu Yao called to Lu Yuan, her tone edged with urgency and exact. How do you not even have a newspaper here? Without something to light the fire, the wood won't catch. Lu Yuan closed his eyes, breathing evenly as if nearly asleep. Hearing his sister's complaint, he didn't so much as move his body. He lazily raised his right hand and made a casual swiping motion in the air. His long fingers pointed to a shabby woven bamboo basket 2 meters from the stove. Who bothers reading newspapers in a dump like this? Lu Yuan yawned, his voice thick with sleepy languor. There are some scrap papers in that basket. Use them to start the fire. Lu Yao followed the direction Lu Yuan pointed and walked to the shabby bamboo wastebasket. Holding her phone, she bent over and rummaged inside. There was little trash in the basket. Atop it lay several crumpled wads of paper. Lu Yao grabbed 2 at random and unfolded them before the camera, intending to use them as the moment the sheet smoothed out, an aged yet profound scent of ink rose. This was not ordinary white paper, but a slightly yellowed stiff sheet with a distinct silken. Across it, several lines of vigorous brushwork stood out in black ink, strokes that sank deep, as if in a bone, flowing with effortless grace. The blank spaces were densely covered with a dozen or so red seals of varying sizes. At the sight of this, the trolls in the live stream, who had quieted for a moment, immediately swarmed back like flies drawn to blood. Li Chang, the anti-fraud crusader, flooded the chat with flashy golden effect messages that swept the screen. Hey everyone, look. This scam troupe has upgraded its script. Others jeered. Just now, they did a hardcore sci-fi glowing orb. Now, they're putting on an antique appraisal drama. They're burning a few shabby wholesale Iwu knockoff calligraphy sheets as waste paper. Talk about cutting costs. Li Chang's staunch fans joined the ridicule, and the screen filled with mockery and performative outrage. Burn it, streamer. If you don't, you're guilty. The props team worked hard. They even stamped a few silly radish seals. Ha. Lu Yao watched the snide comments and felt her jaw itch with anger. Her short temper flared. Believe it if you want. She snapped. I'm here to light a fire and roast sweet potatoes. Who has time to put on a show for you? She glared hard at the screen and did not bother to read what had been written on the paper. She pressed down hard with her thumb on the windproof lighter. With a crisp click, a ghostly blue flame leapt out. Without hesitation, Lu Yao brought the flame to the edge of this age-worn Xian paper was highly combustible. The moment the flame touched it, it snapped up with a whoosh. The paper's edge curled and began to carbonize. The bright orange blaze lit Lu Yao's face, smudged with a few streaks of ash. She carefully pinched a corner of the paper and shoved it deeper into the earthen stove. To prove to her viewers that she was truly lighting a fire, Lu Yao jammed her phone's lens against the stove mouth. The high-definition camera's autofocus was exquisitely sensitive. As the flames danced, the camera automatically locked onto the piece of paper struggling within the blaze. In the final 2 seconds before it turned to ash, millions of eyes in the live stream saw with absolute clarity a few large characters at the paper's center that had not yet burned. The brushwork raced like dragons and snakes, iron-strong, silver-hooked, imbued with an indescribable elegance and aloofness. Kuai Shui Shi Qing Tai Jiaxiang and Shan. Beside those characters lay an extraordinarily square, immense vermilion seal. Carved in an archaic seal script, the imprint bore several familiar traditional characters, Qianlong, Yulan, Jibao. The image lingered only for an instant. The next second the orange flame surged and devoured the last fragments. The yellowed sheet covered in brushwork instantly became a smear of black ash that scattered. The ignition had succeeded. The dry straw in the stove caught and began to crackle. Lu Yao dusted her hands and exhaled in relief. See, the fire's lit. I'm going to roast your sweet potatoes now, she said with a smiling crescente look toward the screen, expecting to see the troll's defeat. Instead, the entire livestream fell into an eerie silence that lasted 10 seconds. No one spoke, no gifs flooded the screen. Even Li Chang, usually so loud, seemed to have evaporated. The screen was unnaturally clean, making her skin prickle. Lu Yao froze. She poked the screen twice with an ash-stained finger. Hello. Did it freeze? Did I crash the server? Before she finished speaking, the livestream image juddered. Immediately, deafening special effect sounds detonated from the back end. Whoosh boom. Whoosh boom. 10 super rockets, each costing a fortune, erupted with a shower of luminance and shot skyward. The platform's banner ads were entirely usurped by the sudden wealthy tips. Then a VIP account bearing the certification mark of Longhua's highest academic institution landed at the top of the public chat. ID History Titan Professor Chun. Certified President of the Longhua Historical Society, Chief Appraisal Expert of the National Museum. Riding the afterglow of the super rockets, a bold, blood-red message, thickened and dripping with effect, locked itself at the center of the screen. The despair and heartbreak threaded through those words could choke a viewer across the internet. You, that thing you burned just now. That was the original manuscript of the calligraphy sage Wang Shiji's Kuai Shui Shi Qing Tai. The comment was followed by a long string of frantic sobbing emojis and even self-harm icons. That single message was like tossing a nuclear bomb into a calm lake. The live stream, once silent, burst into unprecedented frenzy. The screen filled with exclamations that masked everything. Kuai Shui Shi Qing Tai. Isn't the one enshrined in the Taipei Gugong supposed to be unique? Holy, Professor Chen personally stamped it. He is the foremost authority in the nation on calligraphy appraisal. How could this possibly be fake? I took a screenshot and enlarged that Qianlong Yulan Jibao seal. The paper's texture, the seal pastes color, the aged patina at the edges, identical to genuine pieces through the ages. She burned it. She simply set the sage's last authentic work on fire like that. With one match, she just incinerated dozens of small fortunes, didn't she? This isn't lighting a stove. That's burning a cash truck. Everyone lost their minds. History students in front of their screens clutched their chests, while others spammed screenshots for amusement. Some knowledgeable collectors even posted an offer in the chat. 1 billion just to sweep up any remaining ashes. Lu Yao stared dumbly at Professor Chen's blood-red message on the screen. Her mind went blank as if struck by a sledgehammer. She could no longer hold the windproof lighter. It slipped from her fingers with a clack and fell onto the yellow earth. Wang Shiji. An original. A priceless treasure. The words spun wildly through her head. She turned her stiff neck mechanically. Her terrified gaze fixed on the clump of black ash still smoldering in the stove. Lu Yao swallowed with great difficulty, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to her knees beside the stove. She had brought down calamity. This was truly a catastrophe. She turned, voice thick with tears, toward the man, lounging on the recliner, who remained leisurely unfazed. Brother, she began, choking. This person called Professor Chen says, the scrap I used to light the fire was the authentic Wang Shiji original. Professor Chen. Which obscure university appointed him? A few quick-fingered viewers instantly checked the background information in the live streaming interface. Within 5 seconds, several official authentication screenshots bearing golden seals appeared on the public chat screen. President of the Longhua Historical Society, Chief Expert in Calligraphy and Painting Authentication at the National Museum. Chun Jianya, the undisputed pillar of Longhua's archaeological community. The moment these staggering titles surfaced, the torrent of mocking comments froze midair as though every viewer had been abruptly strangled. An eerie, profound silence descended upon the entire stream. In a live room teeming with tens of thousands, not a single character scrolled across the screen for 3 full seconds. Who then was Elder Chun? If he declared an artifact authentic, no one in the world would dare label it a forgery. Seizing this brief lull in the chat flow, Professor Chin's anguished statement surged to the top of the screen once more, highlighted in crimson. Young lady, that paper's distinctive silkworm fiber texture is unique to the Jin Dynasty's Yen-Tung paper. Even the most sophisticated modern aging techniques cannot replicate its naturally weathered brittleness. And that imperial seal, Qianlong's imperial inspection seal, was stamped with ultra-rare tributary cinnabar extinct for over a century, its hue deep, yet unobtrusive, sinking 3 layers into the fiber. Most crucially, the deliberate pause and razor-sharp flourish at the brush's initial stroke. Professor Chin's fingers trembled as he typed, each exclamation mark more emphatic than the last. That is the divine essence engraved in the bones of the sage of calligraphy, unimitable by any hand. With that single flame, you have incinerated half the monumental legacy of Longhua's calligraphic history. This rapid-fire exposition dripped with anguish. Even through the screen one could hear the elder's chest-thumping despair. Lu Yao stared at those lines, her entire being plunged into glacial numbness. Her legs buckled as she collapsed beside the earthen kiln, its surface thick with soot. Her face paled to the shade of bleached rice paper. Her lips quivered uncontrollably. I burned half the nation's cultural heritage. She gazed down at her soot-stained hands, and tears fell heavy and silent. This will land me in prison for life. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. At that very moment, the debunking influencer Li Chang's comment reappeared. Ghost-like and clearly unwilling to accept his humiliation, he rallied his diehard followers, clinging tenaciously to his stance. Don't let yourselves be brainwashed. Today's forgery technology is astonishingly advanced. Faking paper or seals is child's play. Professor Chin must be suffering from age-related vision decline. How could he possibly discern authenticity through a smartphone screen? This is clearly scripted. The host bought high-end props from some black market dealer. Pure clickbait to hijack traffic. Li Chang's loyalists immediately flooded the public chat, whitewashing furiously. Lu Yao seized upon Li Chang's words like a drowning woman grasping a lifeline. Reedied and desperate, she turned pleadingly toward Lu Yuan reclining on the bamboo. Brother, is it really a forgery? Tell everyone right now, where did you pick up this craftwork? Was it from a street vendor at Panjiayuan Antique Market? Otherwise real police officers will cross borders just to arrest me. Only then did Lu Yuan slowly rise from his bamboo lounge chair. He didn't glance once at the phone screen. Wearing dusty flip-flops, he ambled over to his sister. Seeing her tear-filled, terrified expression, he sighed helplessly. He extended his broad palm and vigorously ruffled her tousled hair twice. Silly girl, so what if you burned it? It's no great calamity. Look how frightened you've... Lu Yao, near hysteria, seized his arm and shook it desperately. It's Wang Shiji's original masterpiece, an irreplaceable treasure. And you still say it's no big deal. Lu Yuan curled his lip, his tone dripping with nonchalant disdain. What irreplaceable treasure? Just discarded drafts from his calligraphy practice. He insisted on giving them to me, so I used them as coasters and kindling. Nothing worth lamenting. The moment those words left his lips, the stream's fragile resurgence dissolved into a maelstrom of question marks. What on earth is this elder babbling about? Wang Shiji gifted them to him. Ha ha ha, he's lost himself in character. Does he imagine he's lived over 1,000 years? This is hilarious. The sheer audacity of this lie would force Wang Shiji to claw his way out of his coffin tonight to deliver a beating. Lu Yuan paid no mind to the mockery. He turned and walked straight to the wooden bed beside the bamboo chair. Beneath it sat several battered old wooden chests, their corners draped in dusty cobwebs. If you fancy such scribbles, stop crying. I've got stacks of his doodles he gave me back then. Later I'll hand them all over for you to play with. As he spoke, he casually lifted his right foot. A dull thud echoed. The flip-flop slammed squarely into one of the dilapidated chests. The frail chest toppled over instantly. Its lid cracked open with a splintering groan, and the planks disintegrated outright. A choking cloud of century-old dust billowed forth. Dozens of yellowed scroll paintings and ancient texts tumbled out, rolling across the floor in chaos. Some scrolls unfurled halfway, revealing glimpses of ink-washed landscapes and vivid crimson imperial seals from dynasties past. Others, bound in traditional thread stitching, lay open, pages faded to the honeyed amber of deep time. Lu Yao stood frozen, phone trembling in hand, instinctively angling the lens toward the scattered relics. As the high-definition camera zoomed in, viewers collectively held their breath. Holy, those are Wu Daozi's signature seals from the Tang dynasty. And that inscription beside the scroll, it's Emperor Huizong's famed slender gold script. Damn, this isn't a junk pile. It's the National Museum's underground. Every sheet, every stroke of ink radiated palpable historical weight, a craftsmanship no factory in Yiwu could ever mass-produce. Then the lens drifted slowly across a thick, ancient tome buried deepest beneath the heap. Its deep blue cover had split open upon impact. Inside lay dense columns of minute regular script and exquisitely rendered color illustrations. Along the page's edge, 4 bold, traditional Chinese characters gleamed unmistakably. Yongle Encyclopedia. Most critically, the volume's thickness and binding style confirmed that this was no fragmentary remnant surviving in scattered pieces. This was the complete, intact legendary edition, lost for centuries. In his office at the Longhua Historical Society, Professor Chun had just swallowed a fast-acting heart pill, his hands still trembling. His gaze locked onto the sliver of the Yongle Encyclopedia visible on the massive monitor. His eyes rolled sharply upward. White flashed across his pupils. A guttural choking sound rose from his throat. His hands flailed wildly in midair. Then he slumped backward onto his office chair unconscious. At that instant, a crimson comment painfully scrolled across the public chat. The complete edition. It's the full Yongle Encyclopedia. Quick, call an ambulance for this old man. Immediately after posting, the golden VIP avatar beside his name dimmed, permanently grayed out. He'd been unplugged mid-emergency, rushed to intensive care. When even the titan of historiography collapsed into critical condition, no amount of spin from debunker Li Chang could contain the million-strong audience's surging fervor. If Elder Chen fainted, this is unquestionably genuine. The complete Yongle Encyclopedia, the cultural route line our ancestors sought for centuries. Brothers, summon the Palace Museum's expert team immediately. The stream's popularity exploded. Gift effects cascaded across the screen like monsoon rain, obscuring text entirely. Concurrent viewers rocketed upward, 1 million, 3 million. Surpassing 5 million. The Dosha platform's servers groaned under the load, emitting a strained hum. Frames stuttered faintly. Lu Yao stared at the priceless national treasure strewn across. Then she glanced at her brother beside her, utterly indifferent, even pinching his nose against the dust. She dug her fingernails deep into her thigh. Sharp, searing pain made her grimace. Brother, don't lie to me. She raised her head, locking eyes with Lu Yuan, her voice a ragged, wind-scoured wheeze. Tell me the truth. What did you do in Africa these past 3 years? Did you excavate Emperor Qin Shi Huang's ancestral tomb? As Professor Chun was whisked away in the ambulance, the online world had already erupted into chaos. Excerpts from various short video platforms spread like wildfire soaring through the digital sky. The top 10 trending topics were brutally dominated by 5 spots directly hijacked from Lu Yao's livestream. Cold fusion Dyson sphere discovered in Africa. Ignorant female streamer burns Wangshi's original complete Yongle Encyclopedia found. Professor Chen rushed to ICU. Each shocking headline was followed by a glaring, blood-red, explosive tag. Countless netizens originally watching dancing beauties or gaming commentary were drawn in by these terrifying titles. Inside the backend data monitoring room of Dosha platform, programmers frantically hammered keyboards, urgently mobilizing backup servers as the cooling fans in the server room spun so hard they nearly smoked. Breaking 8 million. Still climbing. 9 million. The data director bellowed at the top of his lungs, his suit jacket soaked through with sweat. When the online viewer count on the screen shattered the 10 million mark, a roar of triumph that could lift the roof erupted throughout the entire Dosha headquarters. And at the very epicenter of this storm of traffic, Lu Yao stared at the absurdly long string of numbers on the top left corner of her phone screen, her mind buzzing. 10 million viewers. The largest crowd she had ever seen in her life was the morning rush at the Shanghai metro station. Now it was as if an entire megacity was watching her every move through the screen. Bro, don't mess with me. Lu Yao swallowed hard, her voice trembling like a withered leaf in the winter wind. Did you do something illegal? Cross-border trafficking of cultural relics is a capital offense. Her mind was filled with the bleak image of herself wearing silver handcuffs, gnawing on cornbread in an African prison. Lu Yuan was amused by her pathetic reaction. He stepped on those dusty flip-flops and casually nudged the priceless calligraphy scrolls scattered on the floor with his toes. Trafficking relics. Why would I bother earning money that way? Then where did these come from? How could Wang Shiji gift you his paintings? Lu Yao stomped her foot in panic, tears welling in her eyes. What's the big deal about a few pieces of paper? Lu Yuan bent down and picked up the Yongle Encyclopedia that had sent Professor Chun into the ICU. He flipped through it casually like a cheap old magazine, then curled his lips in extreme disdain. Back then Zhu Di insisted on showing off this lousy book he compiled, forced a set on me, and begged for my guidance. I found it too heavy and cumbersome, so I tossed it under the bed. Probably full of bugs by now. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the priceless treasure back into the shabby wooden crate. A dull thud sent up a cloud of dust. Millions of viewers in the live stream felt their hearts. Holy crap. Easy, you idiot. Don't drop it like that. Zhu Di forced it on him. This guy's bragging has transcended earthly limits. Throwing the Yongle Encyclopedia in the trash like garbage. This level of flex is the universe's strongest. If this is scripted, I'll chew my phone screen and swallow it right now. The notorious debunker Li Chang sat in front of his computer screen, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his shirt soaked through. He had prepared a mountain of dirt to crush this fraudulent stream, but now seeing the screen flooded with real-name academic elites begging for mercy, he was completely cowed. True or false no longer mattered. This terrifying traffic of millions along with the official figures implicated was far beyond what a debunking influencer could touch. Boss, should we keep stirring the pot? The assistant whispered. Stir my ass. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Li Chong gritted his teeth, slinked out of the stream, and didn't dare utter a single word. He even deleted several burner accounts overnight. On screen, Lu Yuan faced the camera. His deep, dark eyes held no emotion. Only the ultimate indifference that comes with millennia of experience. Just some scrap metal and waste paper, and you're all making such a fuss. He yawned and casually brushed the dust off his hands. Alright, forget about this junk. The stove is lit. They'll go wash a few sweet potatoes in the backyard. We'll be hungry soon. This ultimate contrast of a max-level boss overlooking a noob village stunned millions of viewers. One moment, they were mourning the national treasures, the next, they were utterly captivated by this aura of treating everything as beneath notice. Respect, bro. Using originals to start a fire, using national treasures as bed legs. This is true contempt for wealth. We mere mortals can't comprehend. Bro, do you need a leg pendant? I'm college educated and can cook. He'll buy a ticket to Africa right. Lu Yao watched the comments that had completely shifted in tone and let out a long sigh of relief. Her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. It seemed these antiques were indeed her brother's private property, and she wouldn't be going to prison in Africa for now. She crouched down and straightened the phone stand, just as she leaned in to interact with the viewers and calm everyone down. The silver-gray ground beneath her feet suddenly trembled without warning. Boom! Boom! At first the sound was muffled, like distant thunder rolling on the horizon. But within seconds it swelled into a deafening, ear-splitting roar that tore through the air. The coarse rumble of diesel engines mixed with the harsh screech of off-road tires grinding against gravel rolled in from the wilderness beyond the broken wooden door. Lu Yao's smile froze instantly. She spun around and looked out the open door. The African savanna, which had been clear moments ago, was now shrouded in a yellow sandstorm that blotted out the sky. Through the swirling sand, a dozen blinding headlights cut through the dust like swords, resembling a pack of bloodthirsty, one-eyed beasts charging at breakneck speed toward this nameless mud village. The viewers in the live stream also heard the terrifying noise through the microphone. What's happening? An earthquake? The engine sounds wrong, like a convoy is coming. Look outside. That huge sandstorm is kicked up by wheels. A convoy in the African savanna. Could it be coming for the bro? The convoy moved with breakneck speed, an undisguised killing intent, reaching the village outskirts, and a cacophony of screeching brakes filled the air. A modified pickup truck riddled with bullet holes and caked with mud was the first to stop outside the courtyard wall. In its bed stood a vintage heavy machine gun gleaming with cold metallic light. As the sand settled, dozens of shirtless, scar-faced, burly black men jumped out of the vehicles brandishing AK-47 assault rifles. They cursed loudly in the local dialect and brutally kicked open the already crumbling courtyard gate. Several pitch-black muzzles were aimed directly at Lu Yao, and Lu Yao, a girl raised in peacetime, had never seen such a terrifying real-life armed force. She was so frightened that she dropped her phone, which landed on the ground. Luckily, the phone got stuck in a crack in the mud, the lens tilted upward, clearly capturing the ferocious, bloodthirsty, armed men. Lu Yao's legs gave way, her face pale as death. She stumbled back and grabbed the corner of Lu Yuan's shirt as he walked out from the backyard, holding freshly washed. Bro, look outside. Lu Yao's voice quivered uncontrollably, tears streaming down instantly. Who are those people with guns? Are we running into an armed African warlord? The smartphone lodged in a crack of the muddy ground, its lens angled upward, capturing the splintered wooden door that had been kicked clean off its hinges. A whirlwind of ochre dust rose into the air, whipped aloft by the spinning tires of an off-road vehicle. The engine's savage roar thundered like rolling thunder, making the phone's microphone shriek with static. Dozens of rust-eaten armed pickup trucks encircled the village perimeter like a pack of hyenas scenting blood, blocking every possible escape route. Heavy machine guns welded onto the truck beds loomed with gaping muzzles, long serpentine belts of ammunition dangled ominously from the edges of the cargo beds. Dozens of bare-chested black men in shoddy camouflage uniforms surged down from the vehicles like a relentless tide. They brandished chipped AK-47s, roaring with feral, feverish cries as they charged violently into the courtyard. Bang! A soldier with a slab of meat for a face fired a single shot into the sky. The piercing report instantly plunged the live stream into absolute silence. Millions of viewers moments earlier feverishly debating the Yonla encyclopedia were jolted, brutally, back into grim reality by that deafening blast. Holy hell, that's a real gun, not some staged stunt. I can practically smell the gunpowder through my screen. Their eyes, they're terrifying. The once bustling chat feed was now flooded with panicked pleas for help. Someone's going to die. Who's got contacts? Call the embassy now. Local warlords have raided the place. Out here in the wilderness, by the time police arrive, even the vegetables will be cold. Even at this critical moment, trolls couldn't resist their snide commentary. Obviously paid actors hired by this scam crew to distract us from exposing their fraud. But that comment vanished beneath hundreds of thousands of furious replies. No one could possibly mistake such raw, lethal intensity for rehearsal. The crowd parted like water, and a black man strode in, broad as an iron tower. A cheap cigar dangled from his lips, a thick gold chain swung heavily around his neck, dazzling the eye. while his gaze burned with undisguised avarice and cruelty. This was General Bawa, infamous across hundreds of miles as a brutal tyrant. He exhaled a dense plume of smoke, then stomped his heavy boot onto the silvery gray ground with a dull, resonant thud. He sensed the unnaturally cool breeze swirling within the courtyard. His coarse eyebrows lifted slightly, yet his hunger only deepened. Heard from informants this ruin housed a wealthy Chinese man. Today I finally caught him. General Bawa grinned, his Mandarin grotesquely broken, his face a mass of jowls. His calloused hand slapped the holster at his waist, his eyes sweeping the courtyard with brazen predatory arrogance. His gaze locked, unblinking, onto Lu Yao, who sat crumpled on the ground. Load everything valuable onto the trucks, and keep that delicate little girl alive. She'll serve wine for me back at camp. A sharp hollow ring exploded inside Lu Yao's skull. Her already weak legs gave out entirely. She collapsed onto the mud like a sack of wet flour. Her face bleached bone white, her breath strangled by an invisible crushing hand. She was a pampered girl raised in peacetime, utterly unprepared for the visceral life-shattering terror of live firearms. Yet when Bawa's men advanced cocking rifles, her body reacted with primal instinct. She bit her lip until it bled, then scrambled, crawling, toward Lu Yuan behind her. Trembling fingers clutched his sleeve, and she gritted her teeth, planting herself squarely before her brother. Don't come any closer. We'll give you money. Just don't touch my brother. Her voice shattered into tremors, tears fell like unstrung pearls, but she refused to retreat. One thought consumed her: even if she died here in Africa, she would not let these beasts lay a hand on Lu Yuan. Millions watching the stream watched her, and their eyes burned with shared anguish. Yao, don't be afraid. Chinese authorities have pinpointed your location. Rescue is en route. No, these killers won't hesitate. Why? Over a dozen rifle barrels swiveled in unison, aiming dead center at the brother and sister standing before the thatched hut. Soldiers began racking their bolts. The metallic click-clack echoed with chilling clarity across the deathly still courtyard. A few unscrupulous mercenaries had already begun overturning chests and rummaging wildly. When they kicked open the battered wooden crate, overflowing with priceless classical scrolls, the livestream chat shattered. Sacrilege. That's the Yongla Encyclopedia. Don't trample it with filthy boots. These ignorant brutes treat hundreds of billions in heritage like trash. Yet facing imminent execution, Lu Yuan's response was eerily, profoundly unnatural. He didn't so much as lift his eyelids. Not a flicker of acknowledgement toward the murderous warlords, nor a flinch at the fatal rhythmic click-click-click of cocking weapons. Steadily he held a stainless steel basin, filled with freshly washed sweet potatoes. Droplets slid down their russet skins, falling silently onto the silvery ground. Kneel now. General Bawa, affronted by the Chinese man's utter indifference, felt a humiliating fury rise within him. He yanked his pistol from its holster and strode forward, pressing the barrel hard against Lu Yuan's temple. Have you gone mad with fear? Hand over the gold bars, or I'll blow your skull apart right now. His gruff, booming voice made Lu Yao clamp her hands tightly over her ears. Lu Yao shut her eyes in despair. She could already envision her brother collapsing in a pool of blood, yet no gunshot followed. Lu Yuan tilted his head just slightly, evading the acrid smoke-tainted muzzle. His gaze drifted to the trampled tomato patch, and his formerly languid eyes hardened. Cold, absolute, final. It was the gaze of something sovereign over all life, a detached, transcendent indifference, as though observing mere ants scurrying beneath his feet. He ignored Bawa's furious bluster and offered no comfort to his terrified sister. Instead, Lu Yuan slowly turned, set the stainless steel basin down upon the lopsided wooden table, and let his gaze drift light as ash toward the far right corner of. There stood a dust-caked, rusted tractor, its frame sagging, its integrity barely holding. Lu Yuan rubbed his ear irritably, his tone flat and mundane, as if commenting on lunch plans. Long E too loud. Clean up the trash. Who on earth are you talking to? A pile of rusted scrap metal. General Bawa felt profoundly insulted. His bloodshot eyes bulged wide like bronze bells. He first glanced toward the grimy tractor huddled in the corner, then turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, expressionless, not even deigning to meet his eyes. Suddenly, General Bawa burst into unrestrained, mocking laughter. This Longwa native must have lost his mind from terror. He actually believes a broken-down farm machine can save him. Ha ha ha. His black mercenary troops roared with laughter behind him. Some whistled lewdly, others raised their automatic rifles and fired wildly into the night sky. Lu Yao clutched Lu Yuan's sleeve with trembling fingers. Tears still glistened on her cheeks as she shook her head, desperately drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the livestream chat scrolled in frantic despair. The screen overflowed with words of utter hopelessness and anguish. It's over. It's over. Bros clearly snapped. At a time like this, who cares about a tractor? What could this junk tractor possibly do? Ram them to death. Don't watch, folks. The next scene will surely be gruesome. I've already called the police, even though I know it won't help. Just as everyone assumed Lu Yuan had lost his senses and braced for tragedy. Vum! A deep, resonant mechanical roar erupted from within the heap of scrap, so low it vibrated in their chests. General Bawa's laughter choked off instantly. He whirled around, staring at the corner, as if witnessing a specter. Thick dried mud coating the tractor cracked visibly, inch by inch, like aging porcelain. With an ear-splitting screech of grinding metal, the facade of corroded iron peeled away like shed skin. Beneath its silvery, liquid metal surged and churned violently. It raced along intricate internal frameworks, reassembling and extending with impossible speed, a spectacle defying every law of modern physics. Viewers pressed their faces against screens. Click, click, click. A dense chorus of interlocking gears filled the air. Massive treads fractured and elongated in a blink, reshaping instantly into two thick, powerful metallic legs radiating raw coiled strength. In barely 3 seconds, the decrepit farm machine, so dilapidated it wouldn't fetch scrap value, vanished entirely from the courtyard. In its place stood a 3-meter combat mecha gleaming with frigid silver light, a harbinger of death summoned from a futuristic battlefield. Its crimson optical sensors flared to life, locking coldly onto every armed man present. Beep. Warm-up sequence initiated. A toneless, synthetic voice echoed icily across the yard. General Bawa's cigar dropped from his lips with a soft plop, rolling to his feet. His jowls clenched tight, with abject terror. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his voice cracked into a strangled shriek. Fire! Fire now! Shatter that hunk of metal! Dozens of mercenaries snapped awake, and squeezed triggers frantically, unleashing torrents of bullets at the mecha. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Blinding muzzle flashes lit half the courtyard. Deafening gunfire pierced eardrums, the air thickened with acrid gunpowder. Yet rifle rounds, capable of shredding human flesh, struck the mecha's thin nanocomposite armor, and failed even to spark. Each bullet struck an invisible absolute barrier, crushed flat into twisted shrapnel that clattered lifelessly onto the ground. Long rotated his heavy metallic neck with a grating, teeth-rattling screech. Attack assessment invalid. Countermeasure protocol engaged. Before the last syllable faded, the 3-meter colossus moved. Twin blinding blue exhaust plumes erupted from its back. It accelerated beyond perception, leaving only a silver afterimage too swift for the eye to track. Chill. Long drew his uni-and-a-half-meter high-frequency plasma blade. Its edge shimmered with eerie cobalt plasma, radiating heat potent enough to cleave through any substance. Like a guided missile, it plunged headlong into the convoy outside the village. No flourish, only brutal, sublime mechanical artistry. SSSSHHRRK. An ear-rending shriek of tearing metal split the night. The armored pickup, mounted with a heavy machine gun, its hull thickest of all, parted like warm butter beneath a red-hot knife. Vehicle and weapon alike sliced cleanly in two. The cut was mirror-smooth, dripping molten iron onto the sand, sizzling white steam rising from each drop. Mercenaries stood frozen, forgetting even how to This is insane. What kind of monster is this? Screams, sobs, and cascading fuel tank explosions wove a ghastly symphony of hell. Longy tore through them like a tiger among sheep. Each swing of his cobalt blade reduced another armed pickup to smoldering wreckage. Devil. A steel demon. Mercy. I surrender, don't kill me. In under a minute. A dozen pickups became blazing heaps of twisted scrap, reeking of burnt rubber and charred metal. Moments earlier these men had swaggered with lethal confidence. Now they dropped their weapons, urinating uncontrollably, hundreds collapsing to their knees in the mud, banging foreheads, bloody, begging for their lives. General Bawa's legs trembled violently. He couldn't stand. Yellow urine soaked his camo trousers, spreading a foul stench. This tyrannical warlord had been utterly shattered. Meanwhile, millions watching the live stream, after riding waves of sheer disbelief, fell into absolute silence. All stared dumbfounded at the carnage on screen, breath held, pulse suspended. After a full half-minute of stillness, the chat exploded like a breached dam. Holy, 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 SHD. A real combat mecha. Sliced up a whole convoy in 60 seconds. That's divine-level dimensional warfare. Who is this bro really? On-screen, Long calmly sheathed his high-frequency blade, flicked dust from its edge, and strode back into the courtyard. Its massive metal feet struck the silvery ground with dull, resonant thuds. It halted before Lu Yuan, and knelt a single knee, crashing down with size. Master debris cleared. The crimson glow in its optical sensors dimmed. Long Yi's voice softened into quiet composure. Lu Yao slumped onto the ground, mouth agape, wide enough to swallow an egg. She stared blankly at the towering hyper-futuristic machine before her, feeling her entire worldview crumble into dust. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, remained perfectly. He picked up a freshly washed sweet potato, crunched into it, crisp raw flesh yielding between his teeth, and mumbled indistinctly. Why the days? Stoke the fire higher. Are we roasting this tuber, or not? Only then did Lu Yao snap back to reality upon hearing her brother's voice. She pinched her thigh hard, gasping at the sharp sting. Whirling around, she locked eyes with her older brother, jaw trembling, then forced out a breathless, stammering sentence with every ounce of her being. Bro, you call that a rusty old farming tractor? 10 seconds. An entire 10 seconds. Not a single punctuation mark drifted across the livestream, watched by 10 million viewers. The colossal data stream seemed in that instant frozen solid by some unfathomable force. Then, like magma long suppressed beneath the Earth's crust finally erupting through a volcanic vent, the barrage of comments exploded with apocalyptic fury flooding the entire smartphone screen. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this Transformers or Pacific Rim? I didn't even blink, and a pile of scrap metal assembled itself into a mecha before my eyes. 1 minute, slicing through over a dozen pickup trucks. Is that blade cutting tofu? I peed. A 6'3" Shandong giant hiding under his blanket, peeing while watching. Lee? Brother Lee. Before the computer screen, Lee Chong, a professional debunker and influential online personality, trembled violently, his legs shaking uncontrollably, his teeth chattering audibly. He stared fixedly at the towering mechanical executioner gleaming with cold metallic luster only to feel a warm involuntary trickle seep from between his legs. Debunk. Debunk what? You call this scripted props? Which film studio on Earth could possibly fabricate something capable of tearing automobiles apart barehanded, without hydraulic rigs or CGI? Lee? Brother Lee. His assistant swallowed hard, voice quivering like grain shaken through a sieve. Do we still report her for forging national certification? Report my ass. Do you want us both dead? Lee Chong shot upright from his chair like a dog whose tail had just been stepped on. He shoved his assistant aside and slammed both hands onto the keyboard in frantic haste. 3 clicks, 5 keystrokes, and not only exited the livestream instantly, but also permanently deleted his 6-year-old account boasting 5 million followers. Then he kicked out the computer's power cord, collapsed onto the floor, and gasped raggedly for breath. Casual onlookers merely cheered the spectacle, shouting awesome. Yet those hidden within the livestream, veteran military enthusiasts and technical staff from top-tier defense research institutes, had already lost all composure. Several verified accounts bearing official credentials from China's premier arms academies began flooding the public chat with frenzied commentary. This is not visual effects. Observe the tread marks left on the ground, and the liquid metal flow during the mecha's transformation. Liquid memory reconfiguration technology. High-frequency plasma oscillation blades. Anti-gravity posture stabilization. Lu, a retired chief engineer who went by the handle state heavy industry veteran Lu, typed so shakily his fingers trembled. When it accelerated just now, its azure exhaust trail emitted zero smoke or particulate pollution. An engine of this miniaturized power output defies the very laws of energy conservation as we know them. Even if we pooled all of Eagle Nation's most advanced technologies, not one screw of this machine could be replicated in our laboratories. I stake my head on it, this technology surpasses contemporary Earth by no less than 5 centuries. The chat erupted anew, ignited by this unflinching hardcore exposition. 5 centuries beyond Earth. What does that mean? It is akin to arming a modern soldier with a Gatling gun, and sending him alone to duel Qin dynasty warriors brandishing bronze swords. A full-level dimensional downgrade assault. In the courtyard, the air still hung thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and scorched gasoline. General Bawa and his battered remnants remained kneeling in the mud, foreheads pressed raw against the earth, blood pooling vividly around them, while the 3-turtle mecha Long E held its single-knee stance without wavering. Like a perfectly faithful mechanical devotee, it knelt silently beside Lu Yuan, motionless, reverent, unwavering. Lu Yao's phone had long tumbled into the muck. She did not even think to retrieve it. Her mouth hung agape, eyes locked upon the killing instrument straight out of science fiction. Though its sapphire optical sensors had dimmed, and their crimson glow extinguished, the icy, suffocating pressure radiating from it remained unbearable. Lu Yao struggled to swallow, dry-throated, gulping repeatedly. She glanced first at the shattered scrap metal shell lying on the ground, then at her brother standing calmly, eating a sweet potato. Her worldview, shattered, pieced back together, then shattered again, lay in ruins. Brother. With a trembling porcelain-white finger she pointed upward, to the mecha's metallic cranium hovering midair. You said just now, you use this thing as a tractor? Lu Yuan took a crisp, audible bite of his raw sweet potato, the sound unnervingly sharp in the courtyard's profound silence. He cast a mildly disdainful glance at the stray weeds clinging to the mecha's leg. Yeah, so what's wrong with that? Lu Yao sucked in a sharp, dizzying breath. Who plows fields with a 3-turtle combat mecha? That blade just sliced through a car. Lu Yuan shrugged, utterly nonchalant. The village soil's too hard. Ordinary hose can't turn it. It's got high torque and a sharp blade. Makes tilling faster. Saves me effort. That tone, so matter-of-fact, so utterly unimpressed, nearly made millions of netizens spew blood onto their screens. Deploying a starfighter-class weapon 5 centuries beyond Earth's technological horizon to plow farmland. The phrase wasting divine treasures fell woefully short of describing such outrageously prodigal behavior, as the entire internet drowned in this grotesquely sublime display of humble bragging. At that very moment, deep beneath the Pentagon in Eagle Nation, within a classified subterranean command bunker, the previously silent surveillance chamber blazed with piercing red light. Woo woo woo. A shrill highest-level air defense alarm tore through the midnight stillness. The entire operations center descended into chaos. Intelligence officers sprinted down corridors clutching coffee mugs. Bang! 2 heavy alloy doors were flung open with brute force. General MacArthur, 5-star general of Eagle Nation, charged in his uniform jacket, unbuttoned, eyes bloodshot and wild. What's happening? Did Bear Nation launch nukes? MacArthur seized the duty radar operator by the collar, spraying spittle across his face. Terrified, the radar operator paled and frantically hammered keys, pulling up satellite-captured imagery on the main screen. Their crystal-clear long, wielding its azure energy blade, cleaving an armed pickup truck cleanly in two. Even as static frames, the sheer terrifying aesthetic of mechanical violence made every general present inhale sharply. Sir. The operator swallowed hard, voice trembling with unmistakable dread. 3 minutes ago, our military spy satellite detected an incomprehensible energy surge, an unprecedented terror signature, in an uninhabited region of East Africa. An unregistered mecha unleashed an unknown power source, reaching peak output beyond any known classification. MacArthur shoved the operator aside and braced both palms on the control console. His gaze locked onto the minuscule national emblem of Longwa, etched onto the mecha's shoulder, his eye muscles spasming violently. His expression fused ravenous greed with primal terror. Fuck, what the hell has Longwa secretly built? MacArthur whirled about, roaring like a wounded lion across the entire surveillance chamber. Maximize that satellite's resolution, now. Lock onto that godforsaken village. I demand to see exactly what kind of monster this is. Deep within the Pentagon, 200 meters beneath the earth, lay the top-secret strategic command center of Injian country. The piercing wail of air raid sirens stabbed into everyone's eardrums like red-hot steel needles. General MacArthur, with his golden hair, clutched a freshly brewed cup of black coffee. He hadn't even had time to put on his military coat, his tie hanging askew around his neck. Bang! He kicked open the heavy alloy door of the command center. What's happening? MacArthur roared like a mad white bear, his voice shaking the massive circular control console. Did Maoxiong country press the nuclear button? Or did those lunatics in the Middle East hijack our aircraft carrier? Dozens of technicians in white lab coats were in chaos before the console. Chief radar analyst Smith slumped in his swivel chair, his face paler than a corpse in the morgue. Hearing the general's roar, he sprang up as if electrocuted and scrambled to the main screen. No, not a nuclear strike, sir. Smith swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing painfully. He pointed a trembling hand, shaking like Parkinson's, at the enlarged satellite infrared image on the big screen. 1 minute ago, our military spy satellite detected an inexplicable, terrifying energy burst. The coordinates were not in an enemy capital, but in an uninhabited area in eastern Africa. MacArthur strode over and grabbed Smith by the collar. The African savannah. He laughed in fury, spittle flying into Smith's face. Are you joking with me? Do a few elephants fighting trigger the Pentagon's red alert? Sir, just watch the playback on the screen. Smith struggled and tapped the keyboard. The main screen's image instantly switched. It was a top-secret video captured by optical satellites at tens of thousands of meters and sharpened by supercomputers. The image showed a dilapidated yard of yellow earth. In the center of the yard, an old tractor originally covered in mud was undergoing an extremely bizarre transformation. Liquid metal surged like quicksilver. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, it reconfigured into a 3-meter turtle battle mecha, glinting with cold metallic. Then a blue flame erupted from the mecha's back. It drew a plasma blade, becoming a blur as it charged into an armed convoy. It sliced through pickup trucks as smoothly as cutting hot butter. In a mere minute, all the dozen heavy machine gun-mounted vehicles were reduced to burning scrap. The ground was covered with local warlords kneeling and begging for mercy. A deathly silence fell over the command center. Only the hum of machines and the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. This. MacArthur's deep blue eyes locked onto the frozen mecha on the screen. His eyes bulged as if he had seen a demon in person. Clang. His thick arm holding the coffee cup trembled violently. The fine white porcelain cup crashed straight onto the hard marble floor, shattering into pieces. Scalding black coffee splashed out, staining his leather shoes, but he was oblivious. Is this a special effects blockbuster from some Hollywood studio? MacArthur muttered, his voice dry as if he had been thirsting in the desert for 3 days. Sir, this is not a movie. This is real physical destruction. Smith rapidly tapped on the keyboard, pulling up a dense stream of band data. At the moment of its acceleration, the satellite captured an extremely terrifying power peak. That kind of pure energy conversion rate completely violates our existing laws of physics. MacArthur gripped the edge of the console, his knuckles white. Find out which power's secret weapon this is. Is it the old aristocrats of Europe? Smith took a deep breath, his tone filled with deep despair. Neither. He circled a young man in the yard who was eating a sweet potato from a stainless steel bowl. We found this mecha in a Longwa man's yard. Longwa people. MacArthur repeated the 3 words, the muscles in his face beginning to twitch uncontrollably. As the commander of Injian country's military, he knew all too well what this meant. Their proud global hegemony was nothing but a laughable cold weapon toy before this mecha. Fuck. How many years have they been secretly developing behind our backs? MacArthur gritted his teeth, a flash of extreme terror in his eyes. But that terror lasted only a dozen seconds. It was replaced by an uncontrollable mad greed, like a starving wolf seeing fresh meat. If they could get their hands on this mecha, if they could crack its liquid memory metal and that unknown energy core, Xinjiang country would forever trample the world underfoot. Have you found out the background of this Longwa man? MacArthur demanded harshly. The technician wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his voice weak. Sir, we couldn't find any valuable archives on him in the global network. The technician wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his voice weak. Sir, we couldn't find any valuable archives on him in the global network. MacArthur's breathing grew as heavy as a broken bellows. He suddenly straightened up and kicked the broken porcelain shards away. His ambitious eyes locked onto the African yard on the big screen. Even our spy satellites can't see through it. There must be a bigger secret underneath. MacArthur took a deep breath, then spun around and issued a death order to the entire command room. Immediately activate the highest level reconnaissance procedure. But sir, forcing the power increase will cause this billion-dollar satellite to overload and be destroyed. I don't care what cost you pay. MacArthur cut off the technician without hesitation, his gaze chillingly sinister. Push the satellite's optical resolution to the limit. I want to keep a dead eye on those coordinates. I want to see what else this Longwa man is hiding. The African savanna, which had been seething with murderous intent moments ago, fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop would have been audible. Several pickup trucks cleaved in half were still belching thick charred smoke beyond the courtyard wall. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and motor oil. Yet none of this disturbed the serene tranquility within the yard. General Bawa, bare-chested, and with a head covered in swollen lumps from his prostration, stood there. This local tyrant who had once terrorized the region was now more docile than a newly weaned husky. Leading his terror-stricken subordinates, he stood in a rigid line against the earth wall outside, like schoolchildren being punished. Run. They wouldn't dare, even if you lent them tenfold courage. That terrifying mech named Long E stood silently in the corner of the yard. Though its crimson electronic eyes were dark, the chilling, killing intent still pressed heavily upon everyone's backs. Lu Yao crouched down, carefully prying her phone from the muddy crevice. The young girl's legs were still trembling, but seeing the barrage of comments still scrolling wildly on the screen, she gritted her teeth and forced out a smile. Even more, family, I'm fine. That was just a minor hiccup. The bullet comments ignored her explanation entirely. Minor hiccup, my ass. That was a real warlord with real guns. Bro, what godly being descended to Earth using a mech like a tractor? Yao, cling to that leg. Your brother is definitely an alien overlord hiding on Earth. Lu Yao wiped the cold sweat from her face and aimed the camera at the center of the yard. Lu Yuan's expression was as calm as if he had merely swatted a fly, though not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. He rose leisurely from the bamboo chair, walked to the corner, and picked up an old rust-speckled iron kettle. Since there's nothing else to do, might as well water the vegetables, he muttered, stepping over to the lush vegetable patch. Tilting the kettle slightly, he poured a stream of clear water, faintly tinged with an ethereal blue, onto the leaves of the tomatoes and bok choy. The moment the droplets touched the plants, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The already thriving tomatoes turned a brilliant translucent red, as if about to drip with. The bok choy was even more astonishing. Several tender leaves unfurled at a visible pace, actually shooting up 2 centimeters higher. Ordinary viewers in the livestream room found it merely curious. But the hidden experts among the millions of netizens were losing their minds. An account verified as senior researcher Dragon Country Academy of Agricultural Sciences suddenly posted 3 lines of red bold text. Oh my god. That is definitely not ordinary water. The rate of plant cell division has been catalyzed by at least 1,000-fold. That kettle contains an ultra-high concentration of bioactive substances. Even a single drop would suffice to turn an entire desert into an oasis. This explanation sent another wave of gasps across the entire internet. The eyes of countless pharmaceutical tycoons turned bloodshot in an instant. An active substance that could make plants grow instantly, if applied to human cell repair, would undoubtedly be a panacea for all ills. Lu Yao stared dumbfounded, stuttering. Bro, what kind of divine elixir do you have in that kettle? Lu Yuan didn't even look up, continuing to swing the battered kettle. Divine elixir? It's just ordinary well water. I casually poured in some leftover nutrient solution dregs. Leftover dregs casually poured. Biologists from every nation felt their hearts bleeding with anguish. After watering the last patch, Lu Yuan shook the moisture from his right hand. He fished a crumpled gray-black handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his hands carelessly. Afterward, he turned his head and glanced beyond the courtyard wall. General Bawa stood there trembling. Cold sweat, mud, and blood mingled on his face, nearly sealing his eyes shut, yet he dared not move a muscle. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He directly tossed the crumpled handkerchief over. Wipe that filthy face of yours. It's an eyesore. The handkerchief arced through the air and landed squarely on General Bawa's chest. Bawa flinched, then quickly caught the cloth from heaven with both hands. He wiped his face as if receiving a treasure. The blood and grime were instantly cleaned off. But bizarrely, the gray-black handkerchief showed not a single trace of blood. Water droplets rolled off the fabric's weave with extreme smoothness, falling to the ground. The handkerchief remained dry as new. At the same time, in the monitoring room of the Pentagon across the ocean in Eagle Country, Technician Smith zoomed the satellite image to maximum resolution, locking onto that handkerchief. His fingers flew across the keyboard running rapid spectrum and material comparison analyses. Beep. A glaring red warning box popped up on the system. Smith's face turned pale. He spun around to look at Admiral MacArthur behind him. "Yes, sir. That fabric has no fiber gaps." MacArthur grabbed him by the collar, his eyes nearly popping out. "Speak in plain English." "It's a high molecular nanofiber weave." Smith swallowed, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. "The molecular arrangement is extremely dense, completely impervious to water and fire, and moreover, its toughness can withstand armor-piercing rounds at zero range." MacArthur released his grip and stumbled back 2 steps, using nanomaterial at the highest ballistic protection level for a handkerchief, and casually tossing it to a low-level African warlord to wipe his face. What other cards did this Dragon Country man hold that could overturn human civilization? At this moment, it wasn't just Eagle Country. The Special Security Bureau of Dragon Country, the Intelligence Directorate of Bear Country, the major secret financial magnates of Europe, all the world's leading powers and top intelligence agencies had already infiltrated Lu Yao's livestream through various encrypted channels. No one dared send a bullet comment, no one dared make a move. They all stared at the man on the screen, clad in a white t-shirt with a mixture of reverence and terror. This barren African land had on this day become the absolute center of global politics and technology. In the yard, a gentle breeze blew, dispersing the last trace of blood in the air. Lu Yuan dropped the old kettle by his feet and stretched lazily, his joints emitting a series of crisp pops. Seemingly oblivious to the global elites spying on him, he turned to his sister, who was still sprawled on the ground. "The sun's about to set. Hungry?" Lu Yao nodded numbly, her stomach letting out a timely growl. "Want some barbecue for dinner?" As he spoke, Lu Yuan strode toward another corner of the yard. "For barbecue, I need to chop some firewood." Lu Yao scrambled to her feet and followed with her phone. "Bro, there's not even a tree around. What will you chop?" Lu Yuan didn't answer. He walked over to a pile of messy hay, casually pushed aside the concealing straw, and pulled out an object pitch black in color resembling a short iron rod. "He'll use this chopper." Lu Yao stared wide-eyed at the pitch-black iron rod in her brother's hand. It was only the size of a sword hilt, its surface pitted and scarred, utterly devoid of a blade, looking more like a rusted short water pipe. "Bro, did the heat fry your brain?" Lu Yao leaned in closer with her phone camera, her face full of disdain. "This rusty stick doesn't even have an edge. You're gonna chop firewood with this? But it can't even crack a walnut." The livestream viewers chimed in with mockery. "Old bro's probably trying to give us a live demo of grinding an iron rod into a needle. Looks like a busted old flashlight to me." "Yao, stop your brother before he tries to show off with that junk and hurts himself." Lu Yuan ignored his sister and the barrage of teasing comments. He weighed the black iron rod in his hand, then casually pressed his thumb into the groove at the center of the hilt. A crisp ringing hum, wong, erupted. The sound was pure, like a swarm of furious wasps suddenly detonating right next to the ear. In the next instant, the tip of the otherwise inert iron rod blasted forth a blinding beam of light. It was a meter-long, high-purity, deep blue plasma blade. The edge of the beam was razor-sharp, with no stray sparks leaking out, as solid as a physical object. The terrifying heat was released in an instant. Within a 3-meter radius of Lu Yuan, the air was severely warped and distorted by the heat. Even the tips of Lu Yao's hair gave off a faint scent of burnt protein. So hot. Lu Yao screamed in fright, stumbling backward more than a dozen steps until she was under the eaves. Her mouth hung open, her eyes glued to the weapon that belonged only in sci-fi movies. After a brief, dead silence, the entire livestream room exploded into frenzied chaos. "Holy crap. A lightsaber. It's really a lightsaber. Star Wars didn't lie. A Jedi Knight is right here among us. This is plasma confinement technology. The core temperature of this beam must be at least 10,000 degrees. What kind of monster is this guy? Not only does he have a mech, but he's also built a personal lightsaber." At the same time, in the Pentagon's monitoring room across the ocean, Admiral MacArthur gasped sharply as he stared at the deep blue beam on the big screen. Beside him, Technician Smith's teeth chattered as his fingers flew frantically across. "Sir, the energy consumption of this weapon is equivalent to the output of a miniature reactor from one of our nuclear submarines." He managed to compress that much energy into a 30-centimeter hilt without it exploding. MacArthur's face turned ashen as he collapsed heavily into his chair. "My God, this is technology beyond anything humanity can achieve at this stage. Who the In a secret underground military research institute in Dragon Country, a group of white-haired weapons experts stared at the projection screen, weeping and hugging each other in excitement. "Quick, capture the plasma wavelength of this lightsaber frame by frame. If our Dragon Country soldiers can equip this weapon, those Western armored vehicles will be nothing but brittle crackers." Intelligence agents across the globe had their worldviews shattered by this casually pulled-out lightsaber. Yet the protagonist of the video, Lu Yuan, remained oblivious to the He strolled lazily to the corner of the yard, holding the plasma lightsaber, capable of slicing through main battle tanks, in one hand. There was no dried wood there. Only a massive granite boulder taller than a man used as a foundation waterproofing block. "Bro, you're going the wrong way." Lu Yao stomped her foot anxiously from a distance. There's only rock over there, no wood. Don't you dare damage that treasure. Without even turning his head, Lu Yuan lazily waved the blue light in his hand. There's not a decent tree in this dump. Where would I find firewood? They'll just make do cutting some stone. It'll cook fine with a big enough fire. As he spoke, he raised the lightsaber and casually slashed at the massive granite. Wong Ryup. No clashing sparks of metal, no deafening shatter. The deep blue beam sliced into the hard granite like a hot knife through soft tofu. Smooth as silk without the slightest resistance. Lu Yuan flicked his wrist and swung a few more times in rapid succession. The azure blade light wove into a dazzling net in the air. Rumble. A dull sound of stone collapsing. The man-sized granite boulder had been neatly sliced into dozens of evenly sized firewood pieces. The cuts were smooth as mirrors. Due to the plasma's high temperature, the cross-sections had instantly melted, and now dark red magma droplets were flowing down, dripping onto the ground, sending up puffs of white smoke. Lu Yao, phone in hand, was completely petrified, using stone as firewood, and cutting it with a 10,000 degree high-frequency lightsaber. Was this roasting sweet potatoes or smelting steel? Outside the yard, General Bawa, who had been standing in punishment, saw the flowing magma, and his legs gave way, dropping him to his knees in the sand. He no longer had the strength to beg for mercy. He could only wildly thank the Dragon Country Big Shot for sparing his life earlier. If that blade had struck him, there wouldn't even be a bone fragment left. The viewers in the livestream room were completely numb. Today's relentless cascade of dimension-shattering revelations had pushed everyone's nerves to the breaking point. With the overwhelming visual impact and the frenzied traffic from global social media platforms, the online viewer count in the top right corner of Lu Yao's stream was skyrocketing at a rate defying server logic. 12 million, 15 million, 20 million, 20 million real-time viewers. This was a terrifying number that would go down in human internet history. In the server room of the DoShark streaming platform, all red warning lights flashed frantically simultaneously. The massive cooling fans let out a tortured beep. Server 1 overloaded. Broadband channel 3 crashed. Traffic is still flooding in. Technical director Zhang Wei stared at the screen full of error codes, yanking at his hair in desperation. He grabbed the phone on his desk and shouted hoarsely to the CEO's office. President Wang, we can't hold on. We really can't. The traffic on Lu Yao's stream has surpassed 20 million. It's like the entire country's netizens are squeezing in here. On the other end, President Wang was also sweating profusely, but his voice was brimming with crazy excitement. Zhang Wei, listen to me. This is our platform's chance to go down in history. Immediately cut off the live signals from all other sections. Free up the entire site's resources for Lu Yao. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the console. President Wang, even if we divert all resources, the data growth rate won't last 10 minutes. Look at the real-time barrage count. 80000 messages per second. With this level of data interaction, we're definitely going down today. Just as Zhang Wei in despair was about to pull the plug and restart, the stream screen suddenly erupted with a blinding dark golden VIP entry effect. A massive dragon standard banner defiantly overriding the lag from 20 million viewers arrogantly filled the entire screen. Even director Zhang Wei gasped in the back. President Wang, things are worse. The top spender on our platform, the so-called trillion-dollar consortium Air Wang Siming, just dropped into the stream. Zhang Wei stared at the arrogant dark golden effect on the screen and shouted into the phone. He loves picking fights and stirring trouble. If he starts causing chaos at this critical moment, our servers will completely collapse. What the hell do we do now? At the headquarters of Dosha Live platform in Modu, the piercing red alarm lights in the tech department's server room on the 27th floor flashed frantically. Dozens of large central air conditioning units had already been cranked to their maximum capacity. Yet the temperature in the server room continued to surge, and a scorched smell of overloaded electronic components hung in the air. Bang! Technical director Zhang Wei slammed his hand heavily onto the console. His palms were drenched with cold sweat as he glared at the massive data monitoring screen before him. On the large screen, the red curve representing Lu Yao's livestream traffic wasn't just climbing but shot up like an out-of-control firecracker, piercing the chart's upper limit at a near-vertical angle. Director Zhang, we can't hold it. A programmer with thick-rimmed glasses tore off his headset and turned around shouting hysterically. Server 1's motherboard is smoking and completely down. Server 2's memory usage is at 99%. It'll crash any second. Zhang Wei paced frantically like a cat on a hot tin roof. What about the backup lines? Connect all the backup broadband. They've all been connected. The programmer on the verge of tears hammered his keyboard with a furious clatter. Director Zhang, this isn't just domestic viewers. Back-end data shows at least 5 million overseas IPs are forcing their way in through various proxy lines. From North America, Europe, the Bear Country. Even military IPs from the Middle East. Zhang Wei gasped, his mind buzzing. This wasn't a live stream. It was a United Nations assembly. Just how many international big shots had that plasma lightsaber, which could cut through stone like tofu, attracted? Beep, beep, beep. The jarring system error alarm sounded again as the main screen flickered wildly, covered in massive pixelated blocks. Director Zhang, the bandwidth is completely... We can hold for 30 more seconds at most before the entire Dosha platform crashes. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wei grabbed the desk phone and dialed the executive office on President Wang. We have to make a decision. Zhang Wei's voice turned shrill from extreme tension. Lu Yao's livestream traffic has become a black hole. If we don't cut it off, the whole company will go down with it. On the other end of the line, President Wang's breathing was equally heavy like an old ox. He remained silent for a full 2 seconds, which felt like an eternity to Zhang Wei. We can't cut it. President Wang slammed the table, his voice jarring Zhang Wei's ear through the receiver. Zhang Wei, have you lost your mind? This is the chance for our platform to go down in history. If you cut off Lu Yao's stream, now global netizens will tear down our headquarters tomorrow. Zhang Wei, on the verge of tears, clutched his thinning hair and shouted, but President Wang, the server's computational power is really insufficient. Then shut down everything else. President Wang's tone carried a desperate, crazy resolve. Pass on my direct order. Immediately close all other streams on the platform. Gaming talent outdoor. Not a single one left. Divert all the site's computing power, all server clusters, and all bandwidth resources to Lu Yao's room. Zhang Wei drew a sharp breath. This was a suicidal, sacrificial maneuver. It was prime time with thousands of major streamers working hard. This cut would incur massive penalty fees and lose users from other sections. President Wang, the loss is too great. Enough. They'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Go execute it now. Yes. Zhang Wei was fully committed. He slammed the phone down and turned to roar at the entire server room of programmers. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear the president? Cut off all channels except Lu Yao's. I want the entire site's computing power focused on that live stream in 3 seconds. The entire tech department instantly sprang into action like a wind-up machine. Slap, 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 with a series of heavy keystrokes. Dosha Live platform experienced the most surreal moment since its founding. In the gaming section, a professional streamer with millions of fans was about to secure a pentakill. The screen suddenly went black, showing a network connection error. In the talent section, a wildly popular female streamer was dancing energetically with gifs flooding the footage froze instantly, and the live stream was forcibly closed. Within seconds, thousands of lively streams across Dosha were brutally disconnected by an invisible. Massive server computing power and bandwidth channels were cleared in an instant, then surged like 100 rivers returning to the sea, pouring into the only remaining live stream. The servers on the verge of exploding finally caught their breath. The live stream, which had been reduced to a slideshow of pixelated blocks, paused briefly. Then it became as smooth as silk. Even the tiny plasma sparks jumping along the edge of Lu Yuan's lightsaber were vividly clear. We're back. Director Zhang, the servers are barely stable. The programmer slumped in his chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. Zhang Wei wiped the cold sweat from his face, looking at the online count, still jumping wildly around 25 million, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, in the sandy courtyard in Africa, Lu Yuan was listlessly kicking the granite blocks he had just cut beside the furnace, holding the blue glowing high frequency. He bent down to pick up a still warm stone and stuffed it into the furnace. Lu Yao held her phone still in a daze. Thanks to the server resource allocation, the livestream's barrage was no longer lagging and began scrolling rapidly. Bro, which sci-fi movie did you crawl out of? I was watching Borderline dancing just now and got kicked here by the admin. What Borderline? Is a lightsaber cutting stone not better to watch? My mom's asking why I'm kneeling to watch this. I've truly seen a god. Amid the frenzied worship of tens of millions of viewers. A bizarrely arrogant dark gold special effect barrage appeared abruptly in the center of the screen. It was so eye-catching that it overshadowed the academic big shots like Elder Qian. It belonged to Wang Siming, the top spender on Dusha's wealth leaderboard, and a leading rich second generation from Longhua. This famously hot-tempered young master who loved to troll online clearly couldn't stand the scene. Stop being sycophants. Are you all brain dead? The dark gold text pierced everyone's eyes with heavy mockery and disdain. The mecha earlier was somewhat realistic, but this lightsaber is too ridiculous. Wang Siming's barrage continued to pour out. I've invested in Hollywood's top special effects teams. I've seen plenty of this AR real-time rendering tech. And cutting stone with a lightsaber. Do you really think physics is for fooling kids? Fabricating a lightsaber in a dump like Africa, there's definitely a team behind it. Today I must expose you all. With these words, the live storm erupted into chaos. Some thought Wang Siming was being unreasonable, while others began to doubt again. After all, a lightsaber was something that pushed the boundaries of human understanding. Lu Yao gritted her teeth at the arrogant barrage, her anger overpowering her earlier fear. What do you know? I saw my brother cut the stone with my own eyes. How can you claim it's special effects? The young girl countered loudly at the screen, her eyes red. Lu Yuan had just stuffed the last stone into the furnace and was dusting off his hands. Hearing his sister's argument, he glanced sideways at the screen. Looking at the dancing dark gold text, Lu Yuan wasn't angry. He found it amusing. You think it's special effects? Lu Yuan casually deactivated the lightsaber, tossing the black metal rod onto the table. He pulled a shabby stool over and sat down, his tone as casual as asking what's for dinner. Alright then, what do you want to see that isn't special effects? Lu Yuan's casual question had barely faded. The entire livestream room hadn't even time to start ruckus when a series of dazzling dark gold sparks exploded violently in the center of the screen. Immediately after, the reward effects of a full 20 spaceships swept across the entire screen without any mercy. This level of exclusive gift on the Dosha platform costs 10,000 real yuan per click. 20 ships meant a full 200,000. Accompanied by the deafening sound of money clearing the way, Wang Ximing's bold and enlarged scarlet bullet comment plastered itself arrogantly across everyone's faces. Don't pretend to be mysterious here. I've invested in countless tech companies. The experiences I've had are more than the salt you bunch of bumpkins have eaten. What junk turns into mechas, what burning sticks turn into lightsabers. All Hollywood-level AR real-time rendering effects. This bullet comment lingered for an extremely long time, as if carrying an air of lofty arrogance, brutally lashing at the nerves of over 20 million netizens. Wang Ximing sat in a top-level penthouse in Modu, swirling half a glass of Romani Conti. He stared at the calm-faced Lu Yuan on the screen, and a nameless fury surged within him. As the top second-generation rich kid in Longhua, he hated it when people showed off in front of him, especially when it was such an extraordinary, overwhelming show-off. He put down his glass, his hands frantically typing on his customized high-end mechanical keyboard, continuing his attack. Forging a lightsaber in that godforsaken place like, do you take physics for a joke? It's just fooling you bunch of ignorant netizens. This kind of visual capture plus holographic projection trick, as long as you're willing to throw money at it, I could rent the entire Hungyan to put on a show for you for a whole year. Wang Ximing's series of rapid-fire comments instantly stirred up a huge uproar in the livestream room. Human psychology works like this: once an authority or a top rich person steps forward to question, the seeds of doubt immediately take root and germinate. The school director has spoken. Could it really be top-notch effects? I knew it. Just now that lightsaber cutting through the stone looked too fake. Not even a single spark. But Professor Chen just got so excited he fainted. Could even the national treasure be fake? Rich people see things differently. President Wang has invested in special effects companies. He must have spotted some flaw. The tide began to waver slightly. Lu Yao, squatting on the muddy ground, trembled with rage as she watched these bullet comments. Her already pale little face turned crimson with anger. The young girl suddenly stood up, grabbing her mud-stained phone. So what if you're rich? Does being rich mean you can spew nonsense at will? Lu Yao shouted loudly at the camera, her voice thick with grievance. I was standing right here just now. The high temperature of that lightsaber almost scorched my hair. And that rock over there, it still has lava flowing from it. Can your special effects melt a rock? In the face of Lu Yao's angry rebuttal, Wang Ximing's mockery only grew more unabashed. Little girl, your tongue is pretty sharp. Dry ice a few red LED tubes, and some chemical combustion agent to mimic lava. Is that so hard? I'm laying down the law today. Wang Ximing threw another 10 spaceships to boost his bullet comment high. If you've got the guts, test something else. Stop those flashy light tricks. If you can produce genuine evidence that this isn't special effects, he'll immediately gift you 100 million worth of presents and call you grandpa in front of the entire internet. 100 million bet. And calling him grandpa in public. The entire livestream room erupted. Everyone drew a sharp breath in front of their screens. Over 20 million people stared intently at Lu Yuan on the screen. Everyone was waiting to see how this divine bro would respond. Lu Yuan still sat on that worn-out bench. He tilted his head slightly, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through the screen directly at Wang Ximing, who was frantically typing. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he found the whole thing rather interesting. Like a lion that had slept for countless centuries suddenly spotting an ant strutting arrogantly on its paw. Lu Yuan glanced lightly at the 3 golden characters, Wang Ximing, on the screen. Don't believe it. Lu Yuan's tone was as calm as dead water, betraying not a hint of emotion. He didn't refute the remarks about chemical reagents and special effects. Instead, he naturally shifted his gaze to his sister, who was on the verge of tears from anger. Yao, ignore that gibberish. Lu Yuan reached out and gently patted the dusty hem of Lu Yao's clothes. You've been tossing and turning since the morning on that leaky old bus. You must be starving by now, right? Lu Yao was taken aback. She was about to engage in a fierce battle with that arrogant top donor. She never expected her brother to casually ask about her hunger at this critical moment. I am hungry. Lu Yao rubbed her stomach pitifully. But out here in this wilderness, apart from that raw sweet potato you washed just now, what else is there to eat? I can't even get a hot meal. I wish ID brought a few more cups of instant noodles. Hearing his sister's complaint, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. That smile exuded an absolute confidence that dismissed the whole world. You came all this way to see me, how could I let you gnaw on a sweet potato? Lu Yuan leaned back, arms crossed, and asked casually. Want something good to eat? How about the famous roast duck from the capital of Longhua? At this, Lu Yao was completely dumbfounded. She even suspected that the lightsaber had fried her brother's brain. Bro, have you gone mad? Lu Yao waved her hand in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. This is Africa. The African savannah without even a proper road. Where are you going to get roast duck from the capital of Longhua? Is there a Quanjude hidden underground? Not just Lu Yao. The over 20 million netizens in the livestream room were also stunned. They were waiting for a big shot to unleash a powerful counterattack, but instead the big shot was inviting everyone to eat roast duck. On the other side of the screen, Wang Ximing couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed so hard, he doubled over, almost losing his grip on his wine glass. Haha, that kills me. Roast duck from the capital. Wang Ximing's red bullet comment dominated the screen again, filled with venomous mockery and contempt. There's a limit to showing off. I think you've been in Africa so long you've forgotten basic geography. The straight line distance from the capital of Longwa to East Africa is several thousand kilometers. Even with the best civilian airliner, it would take at least over 10 hours. By the time you deliver the roast duck, the duck's bones will have mold on them. Let's see how you deliver it. Wang Ximing's words were logical. This was an objective physical distance, a chasm that couldn't be crossed by just bragging. The netizens also shook their heads, feeling that this guy had really overdone it this time. This time the bro really jumped the shark. The distance is right there. Unless there's a teleport, there's no way to deliver it. This is awkward. The top donor is probably going to jump even higher. Facing Wang Ximing's merciless ridicule and the whole internet's doubt, Lu Yuan didn't even glance at the screen, completely ignoring the bouncing rich kid. He just slowly stood up. Amid a sea of incredulous stares, Lu Yuan lazily raised his right hand. He snapped his fingers lightly against the empty air. Snap! The sound of the snap echoed in the quiet courtyard. Lu Yuan parted his lips slightly and said calmly to the air, "Zero distance delivery." Snap! The crisp sound of a finger snap echoed distinctly across the quiet earth-walled courtyard. With Lu Yuan's casual gesture, a faint blue glimmer suddenly flickered across the extremely inconspicuous black band on his wrist. Immediately after, an electronic female voice utterly devoid of emotion, yet flawlessly perfect, resounded abruptly in the air. Command receive. Target locked, Quanjude Head Store, Longwa Capital. Estimated round-trip time, 15 minutes. As the voice spoke, Lu Yao flinched in surprise. She looked around, but couldn't even spot a speaker. Brother, who are you talking to? A voice assistant. Even the viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. What the hell, 15 minutes? Isn't this guy laying it on a bit too thick? It takes over 2 hours to fly from Modu to the capital, and Africa is over 10,000 kilometers away. 15 minutes across half the globe. Even rockets aren't that fast. Wang Ximing's barrage comments were dripping with mockery. Playing tricks with ghosts. I thought you were going to pull out a Doraemon's Anywhere door. Just a crappy voice assistant counting down. Do you think everyone's a fool, eh? Without even bothering to glance at the screen, Lu Yuan simply tilted his chin slightly. Relax, the delivery guy is on his way. No sooner had he spoken than a low mechanical hum emerged from an unremarkable patch of ground behind the courtyard. The dust-covered earth split open smoothly to each side, revealing a narrow gap. A silver-gray metal panel slid away, exposing a miniature launch shaft that seemed bottomless. Whoosh! A flat silver aircraft no larger than a wash basin shot up from underground in an instant. How fast was it? Lu Yao couldn't even make out what it was. She only saw a flash of silver lightning before her eyes. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in midair. Within less than a second, the aircraft broke the sound barrier. Against the pristine cloudless sky of Africa, a massive visible ring of condensation ripped open. A terrifying shockwave rolled back down from the sky, rattling the thatched roof of the courtyard. The livestream frame shuddered violently, then fell completely silent. Everyone's scalp tingled from the ear-splitting sonic boom. Holy crap, what the hell just flew out? A sonic boom cloud. I swear with my 20-year-old virgin eyesight that was definitely the ring from breaking the sound barrier. Is that a drone? Its initial speed is even more brutal than a hypersonic missile. Wang Ximing sat on his luxury sofa, his face darkening. But soon he typed another line. Building a model aircraft that can break the speed of sound is indeed something. But a model plane can't fly to Longwa. Even if it did at that speed, the airframe would be burned to ash by air friction. They'll start the timer right now. If there's no roast duck in 15 minutes, both of you kneel and apologize immediately. Wang Ximing arrogantly displayed a countdown on the barrage. The entire audience grew tense. Such a delivery across half the planet was nothing short of fantasy. Lu Yao swallowed hard and muttered under her breath. Brother, the delivery fee for this takeout could buy 10,000 ducks. Lu Yuan ignored her, casually sweeping the clutter off the rickety wooden table. Go wash your hands. Get ready to eat. Time ticked by. The barrage was full of viewers counting down along with Wang Ximing. 30 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Wang Ximing leaned back on the sofa, a smug smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Time's up. Where's the duck? Let's see how you get out of this. The very moment his message left his fingers, a tiny silver dot appeared at the edge of the sky in the live. Whoosh! No sonic boom, no airflow. The flat silver aircraft seemed to defy immense physical inertia, transitioning from supersonic speed to an instant hover above the courtyard. Then like a feather, it landed with a soft clatter onto the broken wooden table. Over 20 million viewers in the livestream didn't dare blink. The metal hatch of the silver craft silently slid open like petals unfurling. A rich, tantalizing aroma of roast duck instantly filled the entire. Lu Yao leaned in for a look and was completely stunned. Inside the cabin lay a tightly wrapped oil paper package. Printed on it were the most familiar words to people in Longhua Quanju's century-old store. With trembling hands, Lu Yao lifted the bag out. Through the greaseproof paper, she could still feel the searing heat of it just out of the oven. Tearing open the wrapping, a golden, glistening whole roast duck was perfectly revealed under the HD camera. Even the accompanying shredded scallions, cucumber strips, and sweet bean paste were neatly arranged, not a drop spilled. Beep. That flawless electronic female voice. Intercontinental Express delivery completed. Elapsed time 14 minutes 56 seconds. Dish temperature maintained at the optimal taste point of 65 degrees. Dead silence. The live stream fell into a suffocating stillness once more. Then came an absolute frenzy of madness. 15 minutes. Across half the globe. What kind of fairy tale delivery is this? That's at least 10 times the speed of sound. The scariest part, no thermal friction damage. Even the duck's packaging isn't singed. Materials science is dead. Aerodynamics has been ground into... Inside the luxurious penthouse in Modu, Wang Siming stared blankly at the steaming roast duck on the screen. Clink. The glass of Romanicani worth hundreds of thousands slipped from his hand, smashing onto the carpet, spilling wine everywhere. This arrogant top-tier rich kid of Longhua collapsed into the sofa like a deflated balloon. He was completely silenced, not daring to post even a single punctuation mark. But just as the internet descended into revelry, inside a deeply buried top-secret headquarters of the Longhua Special Security Bureau in the capital, Director Lei Zhan stared grimly at the massive strategic radar screen. On it, a glaring red line that had spanned the globe had just vanished completely. Lei Zhan's back was drenched in cold sweat. He spun around, his voice hoarse. That ghostly aircraft that broke through all our air defense networks and came and went freely. Have we figured out what the hell it is yet? In the capital of Dragon Kingdom, beneath 100 meters of Earth within the Special Security Bureau's Strategic Command Center, on the vast semicircular holographic radar screen, a glaring red trajectory had just vanished completely. The entire command hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Only the faint hum of the central air conditioning and the heavy breaths of dozens of communicators could be heard. Lei Zhan, director of the Special Security Bureau, stood like a statue before the control console. He stared fixedly at the flight trajectory that had disappeared at the edge of the radar, his face dark enough to drip water. As the top leader of the highest security department in Dragon Kingdom, Lei Zhan had weathered countless storms. But at this moment his broad back was already drenched in cold sweat. Report, Director. The radar operator removed his headphones, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The target has been confirmed to have left Dragon Kingdom's airspace, and the final landing coordinates perfectly match the location of that live broadcast in Africa. We deployed 12 layers of the highest level air defense networks along the coast, but we didn't even catch a whiff of the target's exhaust. Lei Zhan slammed his fist onto the metal tabletop, making the coffee cup clatter loudly. Coming and going with ease, like entering an unguarded territory. He gritted his teeth, deep fear and lingering dread flickering in his eyes. That drone not only broke through speeds of over 10 Mach, but it also possesses perfect radar stealth and heat friction resistance technology. Lei Zhan swept his gaze across the pale-faced senior officers in the command hall. Use your brains. What if that metal plate had carried not a whole roast duck from Quanju, but a large-yield nuclear warhead? The consequences would be unimaginable. We wouldn't even have time to sound the air raid siren. The officers shuddered in unison, none daring to respond. This was a technological confrontation on an entirely different scale. It was like using spears and shields to defend against the impact of a meteor from outer space. Director, we must take immediate action. The intelligence chief wiped the sweat from his forehead and tentatively suggested. That man named Lu Yuan is too dangerous. Should we immediately activate the top-level emergency plan and send overseas agents too? Nonsense. Lei Zhan's eyes widened, and he cut him off ruthlessly. Do you want to drag the entire Dragon Kingdom into this? Haven't you seen that even the Eagle Nation's carrier fleet is nearly being dismantled into scrap metal by that tractor of his? Lei Zhan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned and walked toward the main console, picking up the red direct line telephone that represented the highest authority. Pass my ironclad order. From this moment on, the Special Security Bureau shall immediately establish a top-level Lu Yuan task force with me personally serving. Immediately retrieve all domestic databases. Within 24 hours, I want to see the complete social background information of the siblings Lu Yao and Lu Yuan. Lei Zhan's voice was low and severe, carrying an authority that brooked no defiance. Also issue a strict rule to all overseas agents. No person, no department, is allowed to take even the slightest hostile action against Lu Yuan. Anyone who disobeys will be executed directly for treason. Having said that, Lei Zhan decisively dialed the red telephone. Give me the Foreign Ministry's top-secret line. We must at the fastest possible speed before those madmen in the West make a move. Express Dragon Kingdom's utmost goodwill to Mr. Lu. On the African wilderness at this moment the sunset was slowly sinking. The crimson clouds painted the dilapidated yellow mud courtyard in a warm golden hue. In stark contrast to the tense, sword-drawn atmosphere of the Special Security Bureau, the scene here was so warm it bordered on the surreal. The air was thick with the rich, domineering aroma of roast duck. Lu Yao crouched in front of a broken wooden table, missing a leg, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the golden crispy duck inside the oiled paper bag. This was takeout that had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, delivered at the risk of being mistaken for a nuclear bomb. So fragrant. Lu Yao couldn't help swallowing a big mouthful of saliva, her cravings fully awakened. She reached out and touched the skin of the duck. It was still warm, the fat on the skin glistening under the sunset. The livestream chat started scrolling wildly again, with countless foodies drooling in envy before their screens. Damn, watching an outdoor livestream made me hungry. This roast duck is a miracle in human aviation history. Cross-continental takeout delivered in 15 minutes. Even ancient emperors never enjoyed such treatment, did they? Lu Yuan still maintained that lazy posture, leaning back in his bamboo chair with his eyes closed. He listened to his sister swallowing saliva, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't just stare at it, eat it while it's hot. Lu Yuan casually tossed the short water pipe he had used to cut the granite onto the table. If it gets cold, the skin won't be crispy anymore. This kind of thing tastes best fresh out of the oven. Lu Yao rubbed her hands together, eager to dig in. But just as she reached out to pull off a drumstick, her movement suddenly froze. This takeout delivery was truly hardcore. Apart from the duck and the accompanying shredded scallions, cucumber strips, and sweet bean sauce, there wasn't even a single utensil. The whole duck lay there round and plump with no way to start. Bro, how do we eat this duck? Lu Yao turned her head, looking helplessly at Lu Yuan. We don't even have a kitchen knife here. I can't just pick it up and bite into it, can I? The viewers also noticed the problem. Right, Quanjud's roast duck is usually sliced by the chef right in front of you. Old bro overlooked one thing. Forgot to order the slicing service. Maybe Yao Yao should use that lightsaber to cut it. It can heat it up at the same time. The comment above is really mischievous. If the lightsaber touches it, that duck will sublime directly into gas. Lu Yao glanced at the teasing comments in the chat, pursed her lips in annoyance. She looked around the courtyard, which didn't even have a full set of pots and pans. The kitchen didn't exist, the stove was just a yellow mud lump that burned dry grass. Lu Yao scratched her head, then turned to look at her big brother, lounging on the bamboo chair. She cleared her throat and tentatively asked, Bro, how do you usually manage meals? Is there a kitchen auntie in our courtyard to help cut the vegetables? A gentle breeze passed by, and the aroma of roast duck in the courtyard grew even stronger. Lu Yao held the golden, crispy Quanjud roast duck on the verge of tears. No knife, no plate. We can't just tear into it with our teeth, like cavemen, can we? Bro, you don't even have a kitchen knife here. How are we supposed to eat? Lu Yao turned around, looking helplessly at her elder brother, lounging in the bamboo chair. Lu Yuan kept his eyes closed, not even lifting an eyelid. He leisurely shifted to a more comfortable position and responded casually. Of course there is. We have a kitchen aunt to help. Lu Yao was stunned. This shabby mud courtyard actually had a hired maid. Before she could ask, Lu Yuan lazily called out to a corner. Suehua, come out and cut the duck. At his command, the inconspicuous side door of the courtyard was pushed open. A slightly plump figure slowly emerged. The viewers all widened their eyes, eager to see what the Divine Brothers' hired maid looked like. What came out was a middle-aged black woman with an extremely honest face. She wore a faded African local floral dress. On her feet were cheap red plastic sandals. Her head was even wrapped in a brightly colored floral cloth headscarf. From every angle, she was just an ordinary African village woman. The live-streaming bullet comments immediately became lively. Ha ha, Suehua. That name is way too down to earth. Bro, your naming taste. I'm impressed. I thought it would be something like Mary or Lucy. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Hiring a local auntie to do rough work is fine. Wait, this auntie's hands are empty. She didn't even bring a knife. Is she going to tear the roast duck with her hands? Lu Yao was also bewildered. She watched this African auntie, wearing a simple smile, walk step by step to the wooden table. Auntie Tsuehua, sorry to trouble you, but the knife is... Lu Yao's words were abruptly stuck in her throat. Her pupils suddenly contracted, staring at Quihua's right arm as if she had seen a ghost. Not only Lu Yao. The over 20 million viewers in the live stream instantly felt a chill shoot from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Quihua's dark, sturdy right arm suddenly underwent a horrifying transformation. It weirdly softened like an ice cream melting under the scorching sun. Gulu gulu, accompanied by a faint viscous sound of fluid flowing. The originally plump skin instantly lost its black color. A dazzling silver-white metallic luster surged wildly from her wrist. What is this? The bullet comments exploded the screen, filled with horrified exclamation marks. The liquid metal was like mercury with a life of its own. On Quihua's right arm, it crazily stretched, twisted, and shaped. No bones, no muscle texture. In less than 2 seconds, that originally rough human arm, under the gaze of tens of millions of eyes, forcibly melted and deformed. It stretched into a gleaming, broad-backed kitchen. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, exuding a terrifying sharpness that could cut through iron like mud. This completely crushed the common-sense limits of carbon-based life. Inside the Pentagon of the United States, General MacArthur had just been watching the slow-motion replay of the mecha. Now he was so startled that he jumped up, his forehead smashing heavily against the edge of the console. FK, T-1000. Liquid Metal Terminator. MacArthur clutching his bleeding forehead, his voice trembling like a leaf in the cold wind. They're mass-producing even this kind of liquid metal robot, which only existed in sci-fi concepts as maids. In the courtyard, Suehua didn't care what others thought. Her honest black face showed no emotional fluctuation. She simply raised the arm that had turned into a cleaver and chopped down onto the roast duck on the table. Shwa shwa shwa. A dazzling silver afterimage flashed the blade light like snow. No unnecessary preparatory moves, each cut was as precise as if measured by an industrial laser ruler. The whole Quanjued roast duck was rapidly disassembled under the extremely dense flashes of the blade. The skin and meat were sliced uniformly in thickness and size almost as translucent as paper. Even the executive chef of a five-star hotel in Shanghai would have to kneel and kowtow on the spot upon seeing this knife work. The tip of the blade gently lifted. The sliced duck meat was perfectly stacked on the white porcelain plate into a blooming peony flower. The entire process was smooth and fluid, taking less than 10 seconds. Slicing complete. Please enjoy, Suehua said in a slightly stiff synthetic voice. She stopped her motion, and the gleaming cleaver suddenly wriggled again. The liquid metal rapidly flowed back and contracted. In the blink of an eye, the silver metallic luster completely faded. Black simulated skin recovered and wrapped the internal structure. The cleaver that could cut a hair by blowing on it turned back into that rough, dark human arm. Even the large pores on the back of the hand and the calluses on the palm were clearly visible. Suehua took a coarse cloth rag with that restored hand and carefully wiped the grease stains off the table. Then she bowed respectfully to Lu Yuan and turned back into the side room. The wooden door closed. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Only the faint rustling sound of the wind passing over the mud wall. The packaging bag in Lu Yao's hand had long fallen to the ground. She stood frozen like a plaster statue, not daring to move. The over 20 million people in the live stream were also as if paralyzed. The scene just now had delivered an incredibly insane impact on their vision and nerves. Was I just hallucinating? Finally, a trembling bullet comment broke the silence. Liquid metal. This is King, the villain robot from Terminator. Kneeling firmly to the big shot. I thought bro just ordered takeout, but he casually showed me a wave of Resident Evil. If this auntie became a professional assassin, which president in the world could defend against her? This knife work, this seamless transformation. Even Hollywood special effects directors would have to bash their heads against a block of tofu. The viewers frantically vented their shock. Various gift effects once again flooded the screen like a waterfall. Lu Yao finally came to her senses and swallowed a large gulp of dry saliva. Trembling, she extended her finger pointing at the closed, broken wooden door of the side room and stammered, Bro, is she human or a ghost? Lu Yao's eyes were full of horror, her voice floating. This isn't that kind of liquid metal robot from the movies, is it, eh? Lu Yuan picked up chopsticks, took a slice of duck arranged as a peony petal, and dipped it in some sweet bean sauce. He casually popped it into his mouth and chewed with relish. Liquid metal? That thing's physical strength is too low, brittle as paper. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, casually picked up his iced juice, and took a sip. This is a body made of tens of billions of nanobots. Much more useful than mercury. Judging by your expression, it seems you haven't seen enough. Want me to have her turn into a little animal for you to play with? A soft thud echoed as Lu Yao dropped a piece of golden duck meat she had just picked up with her chopsticks onto the muddy ground. She couldn't care less about the precious delicacy that had traveled halfway across the globe. The little girl was so frightened that she stumbled backward, landing squarely against the leg of a bamboo chair. Bro, Fythus. She stammered, pointing at the broken wooden door of the side room, her tongue tied, as though it were caught in a knot, struggling to form a complete sentence. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments had turned into a carnival reminiscent of a sci-fi movie. Terminator. It's definitely a T-1000 model Terminator. Oh my gosh. My brother actually has a liquid robot at home in Africa. When that hand turned into a kitchen knife, I was covered in goosebumps. This is outrageous. If the nanny suddenly melted in the middle of the night, it would definitely give someone a heart attack. What kind of person is my brother that even Hollywood sci-fi villains are working for him, cutting and roasting duck? Watching the screen filled with frantically bouncing exclamation marks, Lu Yuan merely scoffed, uninterested. He picked up a thin pancake and filled it with a few strands of green onions and cucumber strips. He added 2 slices of sizzling roasted duck, smeared on some sweet sauce, and rolled it up leisurely. I already said that wasn't liquid metal. Lu Yuan stuffed the rolled duck into his mouth, savoring the delightful flavor. Liquid metal is too low and its physical defenses are as fragile as paper, easily destroyed by heat or liquid nitrogen. He swallowed his food and took a sip of chilled juice, his tone calm, as if he were explaining elementary science. Huihua's body is made up of a billion-level swarm of... These nanomachines can not only mimic the skin texture and temperature of carbon-based life forms, but also quickly reorganize at the atomic level according to my commands. Lu Yao was taken aback, her mind feeling like a broken windbag leaking air. Nah, nanomachines. She glanced at her own hand, and then at the door of the side. So the black lady from earlier was actually a swarm of machines smaller than dust. That doesn't make sense. How can bugs understand human speech and cut duck? Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. Explaining this to someone completely unfamiliar with next-generation technology was indeed a bit challenging. Seeing is believing. Lu Yuan grabbed a towel to wipe his hands and shouted towards the side room. Suihua, stop washing dishes inside, and come out to show them something different. Let them broaden their horizons, and stop being so surprised every day online. As Lu Yuan issued this command, the wooden door creaked open once more. A black woman in a flowery dress and a patterned headscarf slowly walked out. She maintained her honest demeanor, standing respectfully in the center of the yard. Millions of viewers held their breath staring at the screen, afraid to miss even a single detail. Command received. Qihua's mouth opened, emitting a slightly mechanical electronic voice. In the next moment, an incredibly shocking yet aesthetically technological scene unfolded. Qihua's faded clothing and her dark rough skin began to disintegrate in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. A series of unsettling dense friction sounds echoed throughout the yard. Suihua transformed into a swirling storm of pitch-black metallic sand. This storm of sand twisted and turned in midair, blocking out the sun. Each tiny grain of black sand reflected a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. This was no mere sand, it was an unseen tide of miniature machines. The black sandstorm circled above the yard twice, creating a powerful gust of wind. The wind whipped Lu Yao's hair around, causing her to cover her head in fright. Just then the sandstorm suddenly collapsed into the center of the yard. Accompanied by a series of metallic restructuring sounds, a mechanical lion over 4 meters long, covered in streamlined black armor, crashed to the ground. Its heavy metallic paws left deep white marks on the silver-gray ground as the lion lifted its imposing steel head. A pair of crimson electronic eyes locked onto Lu Yao's phone camera. Roar! It opened its massive maw lined with interlocking metallic teeth. With a deafening roar that mixed with crackling electricity, the sound penetrated the phone's microphone and exploded in the ears of over 20 million viewers. The live broadcast room descended into complete madness. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Transformers. The robotic dog has evolved into a mechanic. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling on the ground watching the live broadcast, because I really saw divine technology. A billion-level nano-reconfiguration. Is this technology even something humans can control? I didn't even blink, and in just a few seconds a person turned into a mechanical lion. Bro. Big guy. Living god. Please accept my knee. The global military tycoons and top scientists hidden in the live room had lost all ability to. They slumped in front of their computer screens, trembling uncontrollably. If such a swarm of nanomachines were used for assassination or infiltration, it could transform into a bird, turn into a puddle of water, or even become the person closest to the target. The entire world's security systems would be as fragile as a paper window in the face of this incomprehensible technology. Alright, enough showing off. Turn back now. Lu Yuan scratched his ear, which had been somewhat tickled by the shock, and waved his hand with some disdain. You've damaged the ground in my yard. Oh, I still have to find someone to fix it. The mechanical lion immediately closed its mouth. It obediently lowered its terrifying steel head, and its form disintegrated back into a storm of black sand. 2 seconds later, the black woman in the flowery dress and red plastic slippers, Suihua, stood unharmed in the same spot once more. Even the floral pattern on her headscarf was exactly the same as before, without a hint of deviation. She smiled amiably at the camera and turned to re-enter the side room. Lu Yao stood in the wind, feeling disoriented. She glanced at the roasted duck on the ground, and then at the wooden door of the side room, realizing just how insane this world really was. What rich people, what luxury cars and villas. In front of her brother's billion-level nanobot nanny, they weren't even worthy of carrying her shoes. This is... Lu Yao's heartbeat raced like a drum, the fear she felt earlier replaced by sheer shock and excitement. Her face flushed as she eagerly grabbed a pancake from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. Bro, are you selling this nanny? I'd go bankrupt to buy one and show it off back home. Lu Yuan shot her a glance. What do you mean sell? The cost to create this body could buy half of Magic City. Just hurry up and eat your duck, it'll get cold and smell bad. Just as the viewers were wildly praising the big guy and showering him with gifts, Lu Yao was about to show off to the live audience, when suddenly her phone, which she had been holding, vibrated violently. An ear-piercing ringtone abruptly interrupted the brief moment of relaxation. The live broadcast screen was forcibly minimized to the upper right corner. In the center of the phone screen, an extremely peculiar caller ID page popped up. There was no area code, nor a normal 11-digit number. The screen displayed only a string of wildly jumping red garbled text, as if forcibly implanted by some powerful force. Lu Yao swallowed hard, feeling as if the phone in her hand were a hot potato. She had never seen a phone number that looked like a hacker invasion. Bro. Lu Yao turned her head, looking at Lu Yuan with the vibrating phone, her voice trembling. This shows a top-secret encrypted line. Should we answer it? The smartphone screen flickered violently with crimson glitches like a time bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Lu Yao swallowed hard, her throat parched. Her fingers trembled as if electrified, tremblingly pressing the call accept and speakerphone buttons. Hello. May I ask who's calling? Her breathing grew shallow, each inhalation deliberate and restrained. Silence lingered on the line for a beat. Then a rich, solemn, yet subtly warm voice belonging to a middle-aged man emerged with crystalline clarity. Ms. Lu Yao, greetings. I am Lin Feng's special envoy of the Longhua Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At those 4 words, millions of viewers watching live erupted in collective shock. What the hell, Longhua authorities? The national team has officially entered the arena. This level of prestige is unreal. Of course they did. The elder brother casually constructs mechs and crafts lightsabers. He's essentially a walking nuclear arsenal. Do you think headquarters could possibly remain idle? Chat scrolled frenetically across the screen awash, with jubilant exclamations. There is no greater comfort than hearing the voice of one's homeland when stranded in perilous foreign wilderness. Lu Yao's eyes welled with tears, nearly breaking into sobs. Director Lin, we're here. Just moments ago, warlords were pointing guns at us. Rest assured we have observed the entire incident in real time via satellite surveillance, and witnessed Mr. Lu's extraordinary capabilities. Director Lin's voice carried unmistakable awe and caution. He paused, then spoke with ceremonial gravity, as though reciting a classified state edict. Ms. Lu Yao, please convey Longhua's highest respect to Mr. Lu. Our delegation has already reached a secure zone 10 kilometers from your village, and stands ready at your command. The state pledges, unequivocally, not to interfere in any form with Mr. Lu's autonomy, nor to compel him to undertake any action whatsoever. Lin Feng chose every word with meticulous care, fearful of provoking even the slightest displeasure from that enigmatic sovereign. We have come solely as emissaries of our motherland. Our sole purpose is to meet Mr. Lu, to confirm the safety of both citizens. Such deference bordered on humility itself. A senior envoy of a great nation stood obediently 10 kilometers away, awaiting permission merely to request an Lu Yao lowered the phone and turned, staring blankly at her elder brother, who continued calmly devouring roasted duck. Lu Yuan rolled a lotus leaf pancake, popped it into his mouth, and chewed with quiet relish. He dabbed his hands with a napkin, without glancing at the phone. Tell him he may see me, if he wishes. Lifting a chilled fruit juice, he took a sip, his tone so casual it resembled dismissing a door-to-door salesman. Let him walk here himself. No smoking, clattering vehicles. Their exhaust is stunting the vegetables in my courtyard. Lu Yao hastily repeated the message verbatim and understood. Please rest assured, Mr. Lu. We will proceed on foot immediately without disturbance. The call ended. 10 kilometers from the nameless hamlet behind a concealed dune. Lin Feng set down the specially hardened military-grade encrypted satellite phone and exhaled deeply. A seasoned diplomat famed for commanding international negotiations with unshakable poise. Yet now his shirt clung damp and cold to his back, soaked through with sweat. A gust of wind sent chills racing down his spine. Director Lin, what are the instructions from 2 elite operatives from the Special Security Bureau drew near, weapons drawn, expressions taut with tension. Lin Feng wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow and shook his head with a wry, weary smile. Mr. Lu has granted us an audience, but insists we approach on foot. Both of you remove all heavy ordnance. Strip off your ballistic vests. Carry only basic utility knives. The operatives froze, disbelief etched across their faces. Sir, the area ahead is a lawless war zone. You expect us to go in without body armor. Body armor won't save you from him. Lin Feng shot them a sharp glance, gesturing toward the deceptively serene expanse of the Gobi Desert beyond. That man can cleave stealth fighters and main battle tanks barehanded. If we arrive bristling like porcupines, we'll only provoke his disdain. Remember, we go not as soldiers, but as pilgrims. Hold yourselves with reverence, not readiness for combat. The operatives gasped audibly, then swiftly shed tactical vests and assault rifles. The trio adjusted their attire and strode forward beneath the scorching African sunset, marching steadily toward a coordinate absent from any official map. Meanwhile, back in the courtyard, Lu Yao finally felt solid ground beneath her feet. With the national team standing guard outside, she had never felt safer in her life. Brother, do you think the state wants to award you some grand medal? Her spirits lifted, appetite returning with full force. She happily picked up a second thin pancake and loaded it generously with golden crisp roasted duck. Just as she raised it toward her lips, an abrupt, raucous clamor erupted beyond the crumbling courtyard wall. Beep beep. Honk honk. A cacophony of car horns mingled with the chaotic babble of dozens shouting at once. The commotion dwarfed even the earlier warlord incursion, so loud the ground trembled faintly beneath their feet. Viewers' nerves barely relaxed, snapped, top. What's happening? Didn't they say the national team would walk? That horn barrage sounds like an entire convoy. Could it be reinforcements for the warlords? It's over. This cursed place never grants a moment's peace. Lu Yao's hand jerked. The carefully rolled duck tumbled straight onto the plate. She swallowed, nervously, eyes locked rigidly on the open, weathered wooden gate. Brother, how did Director Lin and his team arrive so quickly? Her voice quavered as she instinctively shrank behind Lu Yuan's bamboo chair. And judging by that racket, they've brought hundreds, haven't they? Lu Yuan held half a cucumber strip, not even turning his head. His gaze drifted indifferently toward the dust cloud rising beyond the gate, and a faint, enigmatic smile curved his lips. Those aren't Longhua personnel. They're local opportunists, drawn here like flies to honey. The piercing honk and screech of brakes came to an abrupt halt just outside the door. Before the swirling dust had even settled, the people outside eagerly pushed open the battered wooden door. The spectacle was overwhelming. A fleet of heavy-duty armored off-road vehicles, all uniformly black, stretched for dozens of cars, clogging the dirt road outside to a standstill. Lu Yao was so startled that even the thin pancake in her hand dropped to the ground. She shrank her neck and retreated repeatedly. The shadow of the warlord pointing a gun at her head just moments ago still lingered, and she feared this time a gang of bandits armed with rocket launchers would burst in. Yet the one leading the way was a plump old black man. He was dressed in a vibrant, gaudy African traditional robe, yet around his neck hung a solid gold chain thicker than his 10 fingers were adorned with colorful gemstone rings, a typical nouveau riche appearance. Who is this? Walking with a golden shimmer, some African tycoon. In the livestream chat someone wondered. Behind the old man followed dozens of sturdy black bodyguards, not holding guns, but each carrying exquisitely wrapped wooden boxes. As soon as the old man stepped into the courtyard, he didn't even glance at the warlord Bawa kneeling in a row nearby, nor did he pay attention to the oppressive Mecca in the corner. He walked straight to 3 meters in front of Lu Yuan's bamboo chair. Under the gaze of over 20 million viewers across the network, this bejeweled old black man suddenly sank to his knees. With a heavy thud, he knelt on the silver-gray ground. He pressed his hands to the floor and reverently kissed the ground just before Lu Yuan's toes. "Respected Mr. Lu, your humble servant Musa extends his highest regards." The old man looked up, speaking in heavily accented, but still fluent English, tears of joy streaming down his weathered face. In the live stream, some knowledgeable viewers instantly recognized the old man. Holy crap! Isn't that the great Chief Musa who controls 7 large gold and diamond mines in Africa? He's a true African land baron, wealthier than many countries, a big shot who sits in the front row at UN meetings. And he's kneeling and kowtowing to our bro. And kissing the ground. Lu Yao was dumbfounded. She stammered and turned to ask, "Bro, you know him?" Lu Yuan wiped his hands with a tissue and replied casually, "6 months ago a plague broke out in his tribe, killing over half of them. He came to my courtyard crying. I was annoyed by the noise and couldn't sleep, so I had to mix some herbicide with water and spray them." Lu Yuan shrugged, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Who knew that after spraying they recovered? The old man insisted, "I'm some reincarnation of the sun god, and keeps pestering me every few days." The live stream chat exploded. Herbicide mixed with water. Bro, you casually cure a terminal disease like a village elder scattering pesticide. Chief Musa knelt on the ground, beaming at Lu Yao. Hearing that the esteemed princess has arrived, Musa has prepared some local specialties. I hope Her Highness won't find them too humble. He waved his hand. 4 burly bodyguards, strong as oxen, stepped forward, grunting and carrying 2 extremely rough. With a heavy thud, they dropped the sacks in front of Lu Yao. The sacks hit the ground, producing a dull, heavy sound. Lu Yao stared blankly at the 2 shabby sacks that looked like fertilizer bags, wondering about the rustic packaging of African local products. What's this? Sweet potatoes or potatoes? Curiously, she leaned over and untied the coarse rope at the opening of the sack. The moment the sack gaped open, the orange-eared glow of the setting sun slanted through the crack of the door, spilling into the sack. There were no potatoes or sweet potatoes. A blinding brilliance, dazzling enough to cause temporary blindness, burst from the sack, like an exploding supernova. Crash! Lu Yao's hand trembled, and the sack tore open, spilling its contents, rolling across the ground. They were uncut raw diamonds in their most primitive natural form. Each one was as large as an adult's fist. Crystal clear, flawless, refracting the sunlight with an extreme luxury that shattered the soul. Lu Yao screamed and collapsed to the ground. Even with her limited experience, she recognized these blinding stones. Diamonds. 2 full burlap sacks, at least 100 pounds of raw diamonds. The entire live stream fell into a stupor in that instant. Over 20 million people stared at the pile of diamonds scattered like rubble on the screen, drooling uncontrollably. Soon several internationally renowned jewelry appraisal accounts with Blue V certification frantically spammed the public chat. "Oh my god, those are extremely rare grade flawless raw diamonds. Even the smallest one, if taken to Sotheby's, would have a starting price no lower than 300. There must be 100 pounds here. The value is incalculable, hundreds of billions, or even trillions." The chat went insane. Everyone's worldview was shattered by these stones. Assets worth hundreds of billions carried in 2 shabby fertilizer sacks, dumped like trash at Lu Yao's feet. Such a display would make even a billionaire's heart tremble, let alone a rich second generation. Lu Yao was trembling all over. She swallowed hard and picked up a diamond larger than a goose egg from the ground. "Bro, this is too precious." Lu Yao felt the diamond was hotter than a red-hot iron, neither holding it nor putting it down. But Lu Yuan didn't even spare a glance. He frowned with extreme disdain, even raised his dusty flip-flops. And without ceremony, he kicked away several priceless raw diamonds that had rolled to his feet, like kicking pebbles. Just a few pieces of rock, nothing precious about them. Lu Yuan shrugged, his tone so casual it made one want to spit blood. "Weren't you just complaining that this dump has no toys? Take them to the corner and play marbles with them. Don't be in the way here." In the opulent penthouse of the Magic City, a deathly silence reigned. Wang Siming lay sprawled on the Italian handcrafted pure leather sofa, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the phone screen. His expression was more ghastly than if he had swallowed a fly, shifting from pale to livid, his breath caught in his throat. Minutes ago he had been arrogantly boasting in the public chat about his billions, mocking others for their lack of worldliness. Now those two shabby fertilizer sacks filled with top-grade rough diamonds felt like two resounding slaps that had brutally shattered his pitiful sense of superiority. The valuation of over 100 billion from the International Jewelry Appraisal Institute had turned into a string of cold numbers, grinding his pride into the dirt. His entire family's assets, which he had always prided himself on, paled in comparison to 2 bags of African local specialties in Lu Yuan's presence. The live stream's sentiment instantly turned, and the viewers mercilessly unleashed a wave of mockery. Where's young Master Wang? Why the sudden silence? Didn't you just say you would drop 100 million? Go ahead and buy that stone by Big Brother's feet. Hilarious. Showing off wealth in front of a true creator, like brandishing a broadsword before Guan Yu. The barrage of sarcastic words pierced his eyes like knives. Wang Siming, his hands and feet icy cold, silently exited the live stream. He was completely shattered, feeling like he had been nothing but a buffoon for over 20 years. Meanwhile, in a nameless African courtyard, Chief Musa was still kneeling devoutly. Esteemed Mr. Lu, this is but a trifling token of my regard. Musa smiled obsequiously, afraid that Lu Yuan might turn up his nose at these stones. If they don't please you, I have 3 large gold mines in South Africa. I can transfer the deeds to your name tomorrow. Lu Yuan rubbed his brow in mild irritation, utterly unimpressed by these glittering rocks. In the depths of the cosmos, he had once seen a beautiful planet composed entirely of liquid diamond. These rough carbon crystals before him were not even worthy of a... Keep them for yourself. Lu Yuan looked down at Lu Yao, who was still sitting dazed on the ground, and casually kicked a rough diamond larger than a goose egg toward her. The enormous diamond rolled through the muddy ground to Lu Yao's feet, gathering a layer of dust and thudding dully. Don't just sit there. Didn't you complain the other day that Africa has no internet, no phone, and is boring? Lu Yuan pointed at the 2 sacks of priceless gems, his tone utterly casual. Take them to the corner and play marbles. Don't pile them in the middle of the yard. They're in. Lu Yao snapped back to reality, clutching the heavy giant diamond, her hands trembling violently. Bro, are you crazy? This is priceless. Priceless. A stone is a stone. Lu Yuan yawned and called out toward the side room. Suihua, come out, and keep Yao Yao company. The wooden door creaked open, and the burly black woman composed of hundreds of billions of nanobots stepped out. She walked respectfully to Lu Yao's side, casually pulled 2 fist-sized diamonds from the sack, and weighed them in her hand. This utterly absurd scene was broadcast live worldwide via high-definition cameras. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers held their breath watching this surreal spectacle. At first Lu Yao was a bit restrained, but the young girl's playful nature quickly surfaced. She crouched at the edge of the silver-gray courtyard, drew a circle in a patch of mud, and placed several diamonds worth billions inside. Suihua followed suit, squatting opposite her, holding a dazzling giant diamond. Auntie Suihua, watch closely. I'm going to knock yours out of the circle. Lu Yao giggled, squinting one eye to aim, and gave a mighty flick with her thumb. Ding! The 2 natural rough diamonds slammed into each other, producing a crisp melodic. In that instant of hard impact, fiery sparks burst forth, dazzling light, blinding the eyes. That crisp collision shattered the hearts of global tycoons. The comment section erupted in wails and lamentations. Dear heavens. Go easy. That one is a rare pink diamond. Oh no, just that knock chipped off a corner. 50 million gone just like that. Are they playing marbles? This is like sandpaper on my heart. How outrageously wealthy must that guy be to spoil his sisters so recklessly? Lu Yao, however, was having a blast. Although Suihua was a nanobot under Lu Yuan's underlying instructions, she deliberately held back and played along with the little girl's aunt. Dozens of enormous diamonds that could have sparked a frenzy at international auctions were now rolling around in the African mud, covered in dust indistinguishable from ordinary glass marbles. Yay, I want another one. Lu Yao jumped up excitedly, her face flushed, hugging her armful of loot and hopping around. Absorbed in her diamonds, she didn't watch her step as she backed up. Her heel inadvertently landed on a protruding, abandoned metal part at the edge of the courtyard wall. Her ankle twisted violently, and the young girl lost her balance. Crack! A sickening sound rang out, jarringly distinct in the noisy yard. That was definitely not the sound of stones colliding, but the unmistakable snap of a bone breaking. Lu Yao let out a piercing scream, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. The diamonds rolled away as she clutched her right shin, breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. Her rosy cheeks turned deathly pale, her features contorted in agony. The jubilant atmosphere in the live stream was abruptly cut short. Tens of millions of viewers' hearts leaped into their throats. What happened? Yao Yao fell. That sound, definitely a fracture. And a severe one. In Africa with such poor medical conditions, if it gets infected, she might need amputation. Call a helicopter. Call emergency services. 10 kilometers away on the Gobi Desert, Commissioner Lin Feng, who was hiking, oversaw the scene via satellite feed and yelled into his communicator in panic. Medical team. Contact the national medical team in Africa immediately. Bring the best orthopedic specialists in the country and launch a military medical helicopter. Get there within 10 minutes. In the courtyard, Lu Yao writhed on the ground in agony, tears and cold sweat streaming down her face. The excruciating pain of the broken bone left her unable to utter a single coherent word. Hearing the commotion, Yuan immediately rose from his bamboo chair. He strode over to his sister in 3 quick steps and crouched down. Seeing her right calf bent at an unnatural angle, Yuan's brows knitted tightly into a knot. In his usually indifferent deep eyes, a rare glint of gravity and coldness flickered. Whoa, bro, it hurts so much. Is my leg broken? Lu Yao sobbed, gasping for breath, clutching Yuan's arm tightly, crying uncontrollably. There's not even a hospital here. Am I going to be a cripple? Yuan ignored her cries, gently cradling her swollen and deformed ankle. He raised his head, wiped the tears from his sister's face with his sleeve, and spoke in a steady tone laced with undeniable authority. What's all the crying? Just a minor injury. Stay still, and he'll show you a magic trick. The camera shook violently twice. After a chaotic tumble, the phone landed askew on the muddy ground. The image was tilted at a sharp angle, yet the lens happened to be aimed precisely at the spot where Lu Yao had fallen. The little girl was writhing in agony on the ground, clutching her right leg with both hands. A dense layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her once fair forehead. Oh, my leg. It hurts so much. She bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down like a burst dam. Tears mingled with the dust on her face, carving 2 muddy streaks. Following the direction of the lens, the over 20 million viewers in the live stream collectively gasped. Lu Yao's right calf was now bent outward at a horrifyingly unnatural angle. Her white sportswear pant leg was bulging tightly, and the joint revealed a terrifying outline of dislocated bones. This was clearly a complete fracture. Holy crap, it's really broken. That angle makes my skin crawl. This is definitely a compound fracture. The bone fragments are almost piercing through the skin. The barrage of comments, which had been joking moments before, was instantly engulfed in a wave of panic. The screen was flooded with frantic pleas for help and glaring exclamations. Call an ambulance. What are you waiting for? Forget the ambulance, wake up. This is the African savannah. There isn't even a paved road. An ambulance would take forever to get here. It's over. The local medical facilities are terrible. They can't handle major surgeries. If this injury isn't set quickly, it could get infected with tetanus, and she might lose her entire leg. The word amputation sent the atmosphere in the live stream plunging to freezing point. Seeing these comments flashing by, Lu Yao's heart sank even deeper into an ice cellar. Amputation. She was barely 20, a pretty young girl. If she had to spend the rest of her life as a cripple with a prosthetic leg, she'd rather die. Brother, I don't want to lose my leg. Lu Yao's voice was hoarse from crying as she reached out and grabbed Yuan's sleeve tightly. Her fingers were pale from the extreme pain. Call 120, no, call the international rescue number. At the same time, on a gravel plain 7 or 8 kilometers from the village, Lin Feng, the special envoy from Longguo, was trudging along with 2 agents one step. As he walked, he held a military-grade, encrypted phone, watching the live stream. When he saw the terrifying angle of Lu Yao's calf on the screen, Lin Feng's face turned paler than paper. Hurry! Contact the peacekeeping forces in Africa immediately. He shouted at the agents beside him, veins bulging on his forehead from urgency. Tell the medical team to bring the best orthopedic surgeon from home and take off now. No matter how much fuel it costs, and whether there's a landing pad or not. Within 10 minutes, I need that medical helicopter to land in Mr. Lu's yard. Lin Feng was pacing like a cat on hot bricks. This was the beloved younger sister of the creator. If she ended up permanently disabled in Africa due to delayed medical care, who knew what earth-shattering consequences that unfathomable man might unleash in his fury? The agent pressed the communicator, frantically calling for headquarters support while wiping cold sweat. But in that muddy yard, the atmosphere was split into 2 starkly contrasting extremes. On one side was Lu Yao wailing heartbreakingly along with millions of viewers jumping in panic. On the other side was Lu Yuan, who was eerily calm, almost to the point of being excessive. Lu Yuan crouched on the muddy ground, gently holding his sister's twisted ankle. His brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of concern passed through his eyes, but there was no trace of panic on his face. He didn't reach for his phone to call for help, nor did he summon the men under General Bawa's command waiting outside the door. Stop that racket. Your crying is giving me a headache. Lu Yuan used his free hand to gently flick Lu Yao's mud-stained forehead. It's just a broken bone. A small matter. Look at how scared you are. His tone was so casual and relaxed that it made people want to reach through the screen and yell at him. The viewers in the live stream were nearly frantic, the screen filled with Bro, are you out of your mind? This is an open fracture. Don't touch her. A secondary dislocation could damage the nerves in her leg. Big shot, you're amazing with tech, but you can't mess around with medical treatment. Different fields are like separate mountains. Let the professional team handle it. Lu Yao was also aggrieved, gasping between sobs as she complained loudly. You're speaking from a position of comfort. It's not your leg that's broken. I came all this way to see you, and you can't even find me a hospital. If you really care about me, find a way to send me back home. I'd rather die than have surgery in Africa. Hearing his sister's complaints, Lu Yuan let out a helpless sigh. What's the point of sending you back? By the time you endure the flight home, the wound would have already healed crooked. He slowly released his grip and reached into the pocket of his loose white t-shirt, fumbling for a moment. Then, under the gaze of over 20 million anxious eyes, Lu Yuan pulled out an object barely half the size of a palm. It was a small metallic canister shimmering in silver blue. At the top of the canister was a fine spray nozzle similar to those on perfume bottles. The thing looked like a high-end portable misting spray, or the pepper spray often carried by women. What was he pulling that out for? To use as disinfectant? Lu Yao, her face streaked with tears, stared blankly at the unknown little bottle. For a moment, even the intense pain in her leg was briefly forgotten in her surprise. Bro, why are you pulling out a cheap perfume bottle? Lu Yuan didn't bother to explain. He held the silver blue spray canister in one hand, shook it casually a couple of times, and then aimed the nozzle steadily at the swollen, deformed, and bulging fractured section of Lu Yao's calf. His thumb rested lightly on the pressure valve. Hold your breath. This might itch a bit. Bear with it. Lu Yuan looked up at his bewildered sister, who still hadn't grasped what was happening, and raised his chin with a faint smile. Close your eyes. Count down from 3 in your mind. Your brother will give you back a perfectly good leg. Lu Yuan exerted a slight force with his thumb pressing down on the metal valve. With a soft hiss, a dreamlike, pale blue mist burst forth from the unremarkable little spray bottle. The mist did not drift away with the wind, instead it seemed to possess a will of its own. It precisely snaked through the torn fabric of Lu Yao's pant leg, and clung tightly to her deformed calf. Lu Yao had her eyes tightly shut, biting down hard on her back teeth. She had braced herself for the excruciating, heart-wrenching pain of having her bones reset. But the anticipated agony never came. Instead, a cool, refreshing sensation penetrated through her skin pores and seeped directly into her flesh. It was like guzzling an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. Every crevice of her bones felt soothed. Her face, previously twisted in pain, instantly relaxed. Her tightly knitted brow slowly unfurled. The high-definition phone camera faithfully recorded this scene, which defied all common knowledge of modern medicine. Under the unwavering gaze of millions of netizens and top experts from around the world, a miracle unfolded. Where the blue mist had enveloped her leg, the grotesque purple-black swelling was fading at a visible rate. The burst capillaries beneath her skin were rapidly healing. A series of faint yet dense crisp sounds emanated from deep within the flesh. The horrifyingly bent leg bone, as if pulled by an invisible microsurgical hand, forcibly retracted back into its proper place. The shattered fragments of bone perfectly reconnected. Torn muscle fibers and nerve endings instantaneously interwove and regenerated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It truly took only the count of 3. The pale blue mist dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. Lu Yao hesitantly opened her eyes, her long lashes still glistening with tears from the earlier pain. She reached down and touched her right shin. Smooth and straight. Not only was there no fracture, but there wasn't even a red mark from the scrape. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Yao stared at Lu Yuan and she squeezed the spot that had been broken a moment ago but felt firm and strong. Lu Yuan casually shoved the little spray bottle back into his pocket and rolled his eyes at her. You wanted to hurt longer. Saving it for New Year's. Stand up and try walking a couple of steps. Don't just lie there on the ground. Lu Yao gingerly pushed herself up from. She tentatively placed her right foot on the silver-gray ground and applied a little pressure. Nothing at all. Not only could she stand steady, but she even dared to bounce up and down in place twice. It's really healed. Not a bit of pain. Even more nimble than before I fell. The girl's tears turned to laughter as she clapped her hands in delight. In the live stream, over 20 million viewers experienced a collective mental short circuit. The screen was flooded with dense question marks like a swarm of ants before a storm. Am I blind, or has the world gone mad? Healed a comminuted fracture in 3 seconds. Are you kidding me? Just spray some perfume, and it's fixed. Yunan Bai Yao would want to punch him. Black Jade Continuation Ointment would weep. Bro, is that spray bottle filled with the water from Guanin's vase of pure nectar? Lu Yao also found it incredible and leaned in curiously to ask. Bro, what exactly did you spray on me? A super potent anesthetic. But then how can I move my leg? Lu Yuan brushed the dust off his hands. Anesthetic. That stuff damages nerves. It's just a gene recombination spray I whipped up. Repairs a few necrotic cells and carbon-based organisms. He glanced disdainfully at his own pocket. I originally mixed it to sterilize the bugs on the tomato plants in my vegetable patch. Just used you for a trial run. Using insecticide to fix a fracture. The viewers nearly coughed up blood on their screens upon hearing that. Was that even a human thing to do? 10 kilometers away on the Gobi Desert. Special Commissioner Lin Feng stared at his phone screen. His legs went weak, and he nearly sank into the sandpit. The agent who had just been frantically calling for a medical helicopter stood, with his mouth hanging open. See, Commander, do we still call in doctors from the mainland? The agent gulped, his voice trembling. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave a bitter shake. Call nothing. With this kind of miracle medicine that can revive the dead and regrow flesh, even the top experts from our country would only be fit to carry his shoes. At that moment, outside the special care ward of the First People's Hospital in the Dragon Kingdom's capital, the revered medical master, Hua Feng, a nonagenarian titan in the field, was watching the live stream on his grandson's phone. The old man had practiced medicine for 70 years and performed countless major orthopedic surgeries. He had seen every kind of difficult and complicated case. But right now he was like a child who had spotted a UFO. His hands trembled so much he could barely hold the phone. No incision, no steel pins, not even a bone callus growth period. Huafeng stared fixedly at the screen, his lips quivering as he muttered to himself. This is a perfect genetic restructuring at the cellular level. The hospital director happened to be walking over with a cup of hot water. Seeing the old man shaking like a leaf, he thought Hua was having a heart attack and rushed to fetch some quick-acting pills. But Huafeng shoved him away roughly. The old man's face flushed with excitement as he snatched the phone from his grandson. With his reading glasses on, he clumsily tapped around on the donation page. In the next instant, the live stream erupted with a dazzling display of fireworks. A full barrage of 100 super rockets blasted across the screen, with the most ostentatious special effects nearly crashing the server that had just stabilized again. An account with a two-dimensional anime avatar unleashed a torrent of red scrolling text. No one would ever guess that behind the keyboard was a 90-year-old medical sage. This old man, Huafeng, has practiced medicine for 70 years and prided himself on his skill. But today my eyes have been truly opened. This kind of cellular-level restructuring fluid makes modern medicine look like garbage. Mr. Lu, I beg you to bestow the formula. This old man kowtowed to you. The glaring red barrage from Elder Hua firmly occupied the central position of the live stream. Over 20 million viewers froze for a few seconds before someone quickly unearthed the old man's resume. Honorary president of the Longhua Medical Association. A national-class imperial physician. Any single one of his titles could trigger an earthquake across the entire medical. Now this 90-year-old towering figure who stood as a mountain of authority was actually using a secondary anime avatar in the stream, humbly kowtowing and begging. At this, the screen exploded into chaos. Even Elder Hua has stepped in. This spray is absolutely a divine medicine that will change human history. 3 seconds to regenerate flesh and bone. This is like forcibly erasing names from the King of Hell's register. Bro, how many more black technologies are you hiding? Even the Nobel Prize in medicine isn't fit to tie your shoes. It wasn't just ordinary netizens who were boiling over. Hidden within the live stream, the global pharmaceutical oligarchs had now completely descended into madness. Across the ocean in the top-floor conference room of the Pfizer consortium, dozens of board members in suits had eyes bloodshot from staring. At all costs, we must obtain a sample of that potion's composition. With it, every orthopedic hospital and trauma center in the world will have to shut down. In front of him, his voice hoarse, as if sandpaper were scraping the... At all costs, we must obtain a sample of that potion's composition. With it, every orthopedic hospital and trauma center in the world will have to shut down. Just one drop cracked, and we can completely monopolize the lifeline of all humanity. At the same time, Novartis in Europe and Longwo's top-tier biological laboratories were also in action. Countless international calls bombarded the back-office area of the Dosha platform, all with a strikingly identical goal: contact Lu Yuan and buy that spray. The public chat of the live stream suddenly flooded with a large number of corporate accounts bearing Blue V certifications from major enterprises. They abandoned all stream etiquette and began bidding wildly, throwing out conditions. Swiss Roche Pharmaceuticals offers $50 billion asking only for a single drop of the potion specimen from Mr. Lu. Johnson & Johnson is willing to exchange 30% of its original shares plus $200 billion in cash for the exclusive agency rights to the spray. Longhua Chang'e Biotech pledges all its assets, just hoping for a few pointers from Mr. Lu. A long string of suffocating astronomical figures danced wildly across the screen. Lu Yao, holding her fully healed right leg, stared blankly at those dazzling barges. Hundreds of billions of dollars. Thousands of billions in cash. All that just to buy a single spritz of the tomato insecticide she had sprayed on her leg earlier. The little girl felt her brain capacity had completely overloaded. She swallowed a dry gulp, carefully turned her head, and looked at her brothers standing beside her. Lu Yuan didn't even glance at the frantic bidders. He patted his trouser pocket with some disdain, as if the small metal spray bottle felt uncomfortable to carry. The next second, he casually tossed aside the silver-blue bottle that was worth trillions in the eyes of all humanity. Take it. The small spray bottle traced a careless parabola through the air, floating lightly down toward Lu Yao's arms. That indifferent toss sent the hearts of global pharmaceutical magnates straight into their throats. My God, catch it. For heaven's sake, catch it. The Pfizer CEO let out a shrill scream in front of the screen, wishing he could reach into the computer to grab it. Lu Yao was even more flustered. She scrambled over both hands, clutching the small bottle tightly. Her posture was like holding a grenade with the pin pulled. She didn't even dare to breathe. Brother, are you crazy? Lu Yao's voice cracked, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. This thing is worth thousands of billions. If I break it, I can't even sell myself to pay it off. Lu Yuan strolled back to the old bamboo chair and lay down. Thousands of billions. What's that? A pile of worthless paper. He casually pulled a thin blanket over his stomach, his tone as dismissive as if he were ordering tomorrow's breakfast. Take it for self-defense. If you get bumped or scratched when you're out, just give it a quick spray. Using $1 trillion genetic recombination fluid as a Niniyuan Ninigio band-aid. This brutal waste of a heavenly treasure made countless medical experts in the stream break down on the spot. Using a divine medicine like this for a scratch. Bro, have some humanity. Some die of thirst, others drown. I even want to cut my finger right now and borrow some medicine from Yao Yao. Who can understand? A salaryman like me earning $3,000 a month is actually heartbroken over a deal worth trillions. Lu Yao clutched the spray bottle. The icy touch of the metal casing gradually stimulated her tense nerves. She ignored the uproar in the barges and didn't cheer mindlessly as she had before. The shock and laughter on the little girl's face quietly faded away. She slowly lifted her head and surveyed the seemingly dilapidated yellow mud courtyard. The silver-gray flat ground upon stepping on it didn't even pick up a speck of dust. In the corner, the terrifying mecha that had shredded a convoy in a minute still gleamed with metallic cold light. In the side room, the nano-black woman who could turn her arm into a liquid cleaver was quietly washing dishes. Not far away, dozens of priceless natural rough diamonds were scattered on the muddy ground. Finally, her gaze rested on the man lounging lazily on the bamboo chair. That face was exactly the same as the brother she remembered who had always protected her since childhood. But the indifferent aura of control over everything emanating from him made her feel both familiar and strange. Was this the poor guy who went to Africa to carry bread? This was clearly a monster who treated Earth as his backyard to stroll around. Lu Yao took a deep breath. She pushed herself up with both hands and slowly stood up. Straightening her back, her eyes became unprecedentedly serious and solemn. She stared directly into Lu Yuan's deep, unfathomable eyes. Then she asked a question that had been bottled up inside her for a long time. The very question that 20 million people across the entire network were most eager to know the answer to. Brother. Lu Yao bit her lip, her voice very soft, but each word clear. Be straight with me. What exactly have you been doing in Africa for these 3 years? Lu Yao's voice was not particularly loud. Yet in the tranquil yellow mud courtyard, it was heard with exceptional clarity. A gentle breeze swept across the vegetable patch, lifting a few verdant leaves of Chinese cabbage. The live streaming room with over 20 million viewers fell into complete stillness at that moment. The gift effects that had been flashing across the screen vanished. The frenzied bidding bullet comments from the tycoons also disappeared. The entire screen was as clean as a blackboard freshly wiped with water. Before a computer screen, the intelligence chief of the Eagle Country stared intently at the scene. The director of the Dragon Country's Special Security Bureau clenched his fists, soaked with cold sweat. Even the old monsters from those secretive European families all paused in the midst of smoking their cigars. Everyone was holding their breath. They were waiting for this celestial big shot who treated the Earth like his own backyard to stroll through to give the ultimate answer. Lu Yao clutched the small watering can worth trillions tightly in her hand. She bit her lower lip, stubbornly meeting Lu Yuan's gaze. Brother, don't try to fool me with the same words you use to deceive your online fans. What kind of laborer who carries bricks can park a 3-turtle battle mech in the courtyard? Lu Yao's voice trembled more as she spoke and her eyes began to redden again. What kind of ordinary nanny can turn her hand into a liquid chef's knife with just a stretch? And this water that can mend bones in 3 seconds. She pointed at her perfectly healed calf, her voice choked with tears. You tricked me into coming to Africa to suffer, but you've been building these terrifying things here. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? Faced with his sister's barrage of questions, Lu Yuan did not complain about her being noisy as he usually did. He leaned back in a slightly worn-out green bamboo lounge chair, quietly watching Lu Yao. In those deep eyes that usually looked at everything as if they were lifeless objects, there was a rare, almost imperceptible flicker of tenderness. He reached out and lightly tapped Lu Yao's forehead twice in the air. Carrying bricks. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his voice low and languid. I suppose so. I do handle quite a bit of dirt and rocks every day. Hearing this, the online buddies almost spat blood on their screens. Cutting granite with a plasma lightsaber. Is that what they call handling dirt? Then what do ordinary people like them do at work? Play with mud. Lu Yuan shifted his posture, propping his chin on one hand. The surface of this planet is just too noisy. Every day people fight over scraps of resources. It's tiresome to watch. He casually made up a reason that sounded utterly absurd. I'm a person who hates noise and am too lazy to move to outer space. So I just dug a little basement under this uninhabited wasteland. Grow some vegetables, keep some pets, and spend my old age in peace. Just dug a little basement. Retire. As soon as these words came out, the public screen of the live streaming room was once again filled with countless question marks. Bro, do you have a different understanding of the word basement? Building a planet killer mech underground. That's what you call just dug. What decent person in their 20s goes to Africa to retire in a basement? The military experts around the world were tearing their hair out, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Building a base deep underground in Africa undetected by global satellites, the scale of this project was more absurd than constructing a city on the moon. Lu Yao was also choked by this answer, unable to speak for a long time. Basement. She repeated the word dazedly, her mind buzzing. Is there something hidden under our shabby yard? Lu Yuan did not answer directly. He stood up from the bamboo chair and casually patted a few wrinkles off his white t-shirt. Then with his feet in flip-flops, he leisurely walked toward the back of the thatched cottage. Since you're so curious, it's no use just guessing up here. Without looking back, Lu Yuan waved his hand. The meal isn't ready yet, so come on. They'll take you down to see what my basement looks like. Lu Yao swallowed a big gulp of saliva. The gulp sound was clearly audible in the quiet courtyard. She looked down at her now strong and sturdy calf, then at the small watering can in her hand. Overwhelming curiosity eventually triumphed over her fear of the unknown. Final go look. But don't you dare fool me with just a big cellar. Lu Yao grabbed the selfie stick that had fallen on the ground and clipped her phone back on. She followed closely behind Lu Yuan, stepping on the silver-gray floor and walking around the dilapidated thatched cottage. The scene in the backyard was completely different from the front. There was no high-tech floor, only an ordinary wasteland overgrown with weeds and low shrubs. A breeze blew, causing the weeds to sway wildly. There was no gate, not even a dog hole to be found. Lu Yao held up her phone and looked around, her face full of confusion. Bro, are you messing with me? There's nothing here but weeds and mud. Where's the basement? The online buddies in the live streaming room also craned their necks. Tens of millions of eyes tried to find a hidden door through the screen. Is it a trapdoor disguised as a cellar? Probably under that pile of grass. You need to pull an iron ring to open it. Bro must have buried a mechanism in the ground. Look for a raised stone. Lu Yuan walked to the center of the wasteland and stopped. He did not pull up any weeds or feel around for any hidden pull-ring mechanisms. He simply kept his hands in his pockets, turned his head to look at his sister, and a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Of course there's a door, but it needs to be opened in a special way. Lu Yao felt a chill from his smile, so she stepped forward with the selfie stick and looked around. There's not even a crack. How are you planning to take me down? Are we going to dig a hole like groundhogs and crawl in? Weeds swayed weakly in the evening breeze. Lu Yao, holding a selfie stick, trudged unevenly across the muddy backyard wasteland. The desolation here was the complete opposite of the high-tech temperature-controlled comfort of the front yard. There wasn't even a single stone slab to step on. Bro, can you really pull this off? Lu Yao looked around. Apart from a few nearly withered shrubs, there wasn't even a mouse hole in sight. She pouted and couldn't help but launch into her daily complaint mode. This lousy place. Forget building a basement, even digging a cellar here would be embarrassing. You're not just finding some random wasteland to fool me and the netizens for face, are you? The over 20 million viewers in the live stream also started chiming in. I think so too. Bro's bragging is finally about to backfire. I said it before. Digging a base underground in Africa, even if all the tunnel boring machines on Earth came, it'd take 10 years. Forget it. Bro's probably just taking us to the backyard to watch wilderness survival. Facing his sister's doubts and the mocking barrage, Lu Yuan didn't even bother to explain. He stopped and stood steadily in the very center of this wasteland. Lu Yuan, hands in his loose pants pockets, looked down at the patch of yellow earth covered in weeds. But who told you that you have to dig and drill into the ground to enter a basement? A casual smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Under the intense gaze of tens of millions of eyes across the internet, Lu Yuan lifted his right foot and tapped 3 times, neither hard nor soft, with the toe of his shoe on the seemingly ordinary muddy ground beneath him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was very light, like casually kicking aside a few small stones in the way. Lu Yao was completely baffled. Bro, are you doing a rain dance here? Tapping the ground 3 times makes a door appear. You think this is open sesame? Before she could finish, the ground beneath her feet suddenly trembled without warning. Then an extremely deep, muffled roar, as if from the very core of the earth, came booming from under their feet. Rumble. The entire backyard began to shake violently. Lu Yao staggered, screamed, and fell onto the muddy ground. Clutching her phone and selfie stick tightly, she stared in horror at the scene before her. The patch of weedy mud beneath Lu Yuan's feet suddenly seemed to come alive. An invisible yet immense force surged up from deep underground. The thick yellow earth, rocks, and withered weeds. It was as if a pair of enormous invisible hands had forcibly parted them from the middle. The soil rolled back like water waves, smooth and defying gravity, rushing away to both sides rapidly. There was no noise of mechanical friction, nor even a single speck of dust raised. In just 5 seconds, the camouflage covering the wasteland was utterly torn away. A breathtaking behemoth was exposed without reservation under the African sunset. It was a massive metal hatch. Over 10 meters in diameter, its entire body was a deep silver gray. Under the refraction of sunlight, a faint, ethereal blue halo rippled across its metallic surface, exuding a cold, otherworldly quality not of this era. The hatch had no common keyholes or handles. Instead, it was densely engraved with extremely complex geometric patterns like some mysterious star chart. This raw, extreme, heavy metal mechanical aesthetic intertwined with those mysterious patterns, forming a terrifying pressure that could shatter human optic nerves in an... It was as if a dormant, abyssal giant beast beneath the earth had suddenly opened its eyes to mortals. Lu Yao slumped on the muddy ground at the edge of the metal giant door, utterly dumbfounded. Her mouth hung wide open. She could even clearly feel the chilling cold emanating from the metal door. The bullet comments in the livestream froze in terrifying silence. Then the scalps of 20 million people collectively exploded. Holy crap. What the hell is this thing? Basement. You call this a basement? The texture of this metal, the scale. Even the doomsday hive bases in sci-fi movies are just little brothers. Good heavens, tap 3 feet and conjure a door to a futuristic world. Is bro a god who speaks reality into existence? This door looks 10,000 times thicker than a nuclear bunker blast door. A missile would probably not even leave a scratch. Far across the ocean at the Pentagon in Eagle Country, General MacArthur gripped the edge of the console, his eyes nearly popping out. What the FCK? Why didn't our ground-penetrating radar detect this metal behemoth before? Beside him, radar analyst Smith was drenched in cold sweat, his fingers frantically flying across the keyboard. Sir, the patterns on the metal surface have a strong magnetic field shielding effect. It completely absorbs all detection bands. If he hadn't actively opened this door, it would just show as ordinary dirt on our radar. MacArthur gasped, feeling his heart gripped by an invisible hand. In the Dragon Country Special Security Bureau Command Center Director Lu Yao stared at the giant metal door on the screen, equally stunned, unable to speak for a long time. A subterranean fortress of this level. Even with the combined efforts of the entire world, it couldn't be dug out in decades. Lu Yao's voice was parched. How did he accomplish this alone in 3 years? What other terrifying things are hidden down there? Just as global high-level officials and 20 million viewers were plunged into extreme panic and shock, Lu Yuan, standing at the center of the giant door, remained extreme. His hands were still in his pockets, head slightly bowed as he looked at the complex patterns beneath his feet. Suddenly change occurred. A sharp, faint whirring sound came from deep within the silver-gray metal door. Then the Star Trek-like complex patterns on the door instantly lit up. An intensely glaring crimson beam shot out from the very center of the hatch. This red light rapidly interwove and expanded in the air, forming a huge three-dimensional scanning grid. With a hair-raising precision, the red light net instantly enveloped Lu Yuan. Beep. A cold, mechanical yet utterly obedient electronic voice boomed from deep underground, so loud it seemed to make the entire Gobi Desert resonate. Biological signature field locked. Initiating absolute identity verification protocol for the creator. Lu Yao shuddered at the enormous electronic voice. She scrambled backward on her hands and feet, staring in terror at the frightening red light, scanning her brother. Bro, this door scans people. She shouted frantically, afraid the red light would reduce Lu Yuan to ashes like the previous anti-air laser. What is it doing? Are you in danger? Lu Yuan, bathed in the red scanning light, didn't even blink. He looked down at his terrified sister, whose beauty was marred by fear. Looking into the livestream camera at those 20 million eyes filled with fear, shock, and curiosity, the casual smirk on Lu Yuan's lips slowly widened. Danger. He turned around, facing the future door about to open, leaving the entire internet with a silhouette brimming with overwhelming presence. On this planet, nothing capable of endangering me has been made yet. Lu Yuan's voice echoed across the empty wasteland. Ready, Yao Yao? Let me show you what a real basement is. The piercing deep red light transformed into a dense three-dimensional scanning net. It enveloped Lu Yuan entirely, descending from top to bottom. Within the crimson glow danced countless minuscule streams of data, invisible to the naked eye, like a swarm of jubilant red fireflies frantically weaving through Lu Yuan's pupils, skin, and even his bones. Lu Yao was so terrified she dared not breathe. She clutched the selfie stick, tightly shrinking into the muddy ground at the edge of the massive metal door. She feared that if the eerie red light shifted slightly, it might slice her into sashimi like an intruder. Warning. Unauthorized carbon-based life form too close. The cold, emotionless, yet perfectly modulated electronic female voice boomed again from deep underground. Lu Yao shuddered, nearly dropping her phone. Bro, this giant door is glaring at me. Is it about to shoot? Lu Yuan cast a helpless glance at her and casually spoke into the air. Ling, don't scare her. Add her to the temporary whitelist. Command received. The electronic female voice softened slightly for an instant before returning to its utterly rational coldness. Initiating highest level biometric verification. Retina and iris deep scan. Passed. Bone density and three-dimensional structure validation. Blood particle extraction, DNA hidden code, sequence matching. Perfect alignment. As the chilling string of detection terms finished broadcasting, the red scanning net instantly transformed into an extremely soft azure glow. Defense matrix deactivated. Welcome back, creator Lu Yuan. The word creator struck like a heavy hammer on the skulls of over 20 million viewers. The livestream chat, after a brief pause, exploded like an avalanche. Creator. Isn't that the most Chinibu and badass divine title ever? Holy crap, bone density and DNA code scanning. How the hell does this broken metal door verify DNA remotely? Without even drawing blood, a red scan read the gene sequence. This security level is insane, not even clones from Hollywood movies could get in. On the other side of the ocean. Inside the top-secret strategic command center of the Pentagon, in Yingjiang country, silence reigned so deep that one could hear sweat dripping on the floor. Admiral MacArthur sat like a stiff statue, staring at the giant screen. Chief Technician Smith's hands pounded the keyboard frantically, a waterfall of gibberish flashing across the monitor. After a few seconds, Smith released his hands in despair, slumping back into his swivel chair. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, his voice hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. Sir, we just tried to intercept the scanning light beam's frequency. And oi. MacArthur clenched his teeth, bloodshot eyes. As soon as our supercomputer touched that encryption algorithm, 3 motherboards burned out directly. Smith swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his gaze filled with extreme fear of the unknown technology. This isn't any existing cryptography on Earth. He trembled, pointing at the frozen image of the metal giant door. Iris bone structure plus DNA hidden code. This Trinity biometric lock. Probability of cracking absolutely 0. Even if you combined all the computational power on Earth for 10,000 years, you wouldn't decode a single character. MacArthur sucked in a cold breath, feeling his legs more complex than our nuclear button system. Sir, the Pentagon's nuclear button system compared to this is like a child's wooden puzzle. Smith nearly shouted. Its complexity surpasses ours by at least 10,000 times. At that moment, in the muddy backyard of the African savannah, the twilight glow had gradually been swallowed by the night. With the identity verification fully cleared, the massive metal door beneath Lu Yuan's feet finally stirred. Click boom, accompanied by an extremely heavy metallic mechanical friction sound, as if from an ancient behemoth. The perfectly fitted silver-gray metal hatch split open, a crack down the center. Then the entire giant door, like blooming steel petals, slowly retracted and folded into the earth around it. Without a single hitch, the brutal beauty of mechanical transmission was displayed in full glory. A stream of chilly, refreshing air blew up from the open passage below, instantly dispelling the heat in the yard. Lu Yao crouched by the edge, craning her neck to peek. That one glance nearly made the young girl lose her soul. Bottomless. Below the door was no dark pit or staircase. It was an immensely wide vertical passage entirely constructed from an unknown metal. Embedded on the inner walls were rings of energy strips emitting a faint blue. The blue light stretched downward, seeming to reach the very core of the earth, exuding a deep mystery not of this world. Viewers in the live stream saw the unfathomable passage through the lens and gasped. Is this a basement? It's clearly an entrance to the center of the earth. Bro, did you really build an umbrella base from Resident Evil Underground? This depth, even a direct nuclear strike wouldn't make a sound. Lu Yao knelt on the muddy ground, gripping the selfie stick with both hands. She looked up at her brother standing at the edge of the Azure Channel, as if beholding an utterly unfamiliar deity. Bro, this below. Lu Yao stammered, her voice drifting on the cold wind rising from the passage. Where does this lead to? Won't we suffocate from lack of oxygen down there? Lu Yuan didn't bother answering those tedious technical questions. He kept his hands in his loose trouser pockets, standing tall on the brink of the abyss. The blue glow painted his youthful, yet weathered profile, tracing a stark cold. He slowly turned his head, looking down at his stunned sister, a casual smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lack of oxygen. Are you underestimating this planet's oxygen circulation system? Lu Yuan lifted his foot and stepped casually into the bottomless blue passage. Let's go. Welcome to Zero Dimension. The night breeze was cool, carrying the distinct dry scent of the African wilderness. 3 dark figures concealed by the cloak of night crept silently toward the broken mud wall that surrounded the nameless village. Leading them was Lin Feng, the special envoy from the Dragon Country. Behind him followed 2 elite agents handpicked from the Special Security Bureau, codenamed Feng, and the night breeze was cool, carrying the distinct dry scent of the African wilderness. 3 dark figures concealed by the cloak of night crept silently toward the... Now a strong blue light is emanating from inside, which suggests the basement door has been fully opened. Lin Feng took a deep breath and wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Though he had received a strict order from Director Lei Zhan to avoid any hostile actions toward Lu Yuan as a top diplomat and a seasoned agent himself, his professional instincts fueled an irrepressible curiosity about the underground base that had alarmed global satellites. We'll just take a look. Lin Feng gritted his molars and flashed a tactical hand signal to his 2 subordinates. No one enters. We'll only record the terrain from atop the wall and map the perimeter security layout. Be extremely careful, don't make a sound. We're trespassing into a deity's dwelling. Feng and Li Bao nodded firmly. With practiced coordination, one crouched, and the other provided a boost, forming a human ladder. Stepping on his subordinates' shoulders, Lin Feng vaulted silently onto the tumter-high broken wall, as light as a nocturnal cat. The 3 men moved with agility, landing in the courtyard almost simultaneously. Their feet touched the silver-gray smooth floor without stirring even a speck of dust. The courtyard was eerily quiet. Lu Yuan and Lu Yao had already walked to the far end near the enormous metal hatch, their backs turned to this side. Lin Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief and reached for the miniature camera in his pocket, when suddenly Li Bao's entire body tensed up. He grabbed Lin Feng's shoulder and silently pointed toward a dark corner of the yard. Sir, there's something at 10 o'clock. Lin Feng followed his gaze. Under the pale moonlight, beside a broken vegetable basket, lay a round dark shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was a robotic dog roughly the size of a corgi with a metallic shell. The robot dog had an extremely cute and clumsy design. It had no sharp claws or teeth, and not even a weapon mount was visible. Its round mechanical head rested motionless on the ground, looking like a child's toy cobbled together from scrap iron. Phew, you scared me. I thought it was a hidden sentry. Fei Ying let out a long breath and pulled a high-powered tactical taser from his belt. This thing is probably just a janitor or guard dog, mister. Lu made. He lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with the pride and confidence of a top-tier agent. So you two take cover and record. I'll go over and short-circuit its chip. That way it won't suddenly bark and disturb the big shot inside. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at the harmless-looking robot dog, he gave a slight nod. Be quick. Get it done fast. Fei Ying sneered. He was the annual champion of the Special Security Bureau in close-quarters combat and infiltration. Dealing with a scrap metal toy wouldn't even count. Like a phantom, he slid forward in one smooth motion, closing in on the robot dog's back. The taser in his hand mercilessly jabbed at the connection joint on ZZZT. A blue high-voltage arc burst forth, striking the robot dog's shell squarely. Fei Ying's lips had already curled into a triumphant smirk. But in the next second his smile froze completely. The high-voltage current powerful enough to instantly electrocute a full-grown African buffalo vanished like a stone thrown into the sea, without a trace. Not only did it fail to spark, but the robot dog even stretched its metal limbs with evident comfort. It slowly rose from the ground, shaking off non-existent. With a soft click its round mechanical head slowly turned. The two originally dim electronic eyes suddenly blazed with a piercing blood-red malevolence. Beep. Detected low-level energy weapon physical attack. Threat level assessment negligible. Behavior assessment extreme provocation. A cute synthesized child's voice emanated from the robot dog's belly. But that adorable tone carried a bone-chilling aura of death. Fei Ying was horrified and instinctively reached for the triangular bayonet strapped to his thigh. But it was too late. The robot dog didn't even bother with such primitive act. Its red electronic eyes flashed violently. A terrifying magnetic field beyond words erupted from it, as the epicenter exploding outward in an bang. Fei Ying didn't even have time to scream. He was flung as if hit by a heavy truck at full speed. He slammed onto the silver-gray floor in a grotesque face-down sprawl. Fei Ying, Li Bao and Lin Feng from a distance instinctively moved to charge forward and rescue him. But the magnetic field spread far faster than the human neural reflex limit. Thud, thud. Two dull impacts followed in succession. The esteemed special envoy of the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs along with a top agent of the Special Security Bureau were pinned to the ground by the invisible magnetic force like flies swatted down. The immense pressure crushed their chests, squeezing all the air from their lungs. They couldn't even move a little finger, let alone draw a weapon to fight back. Lin Feng's face was pressed tightly against the cold floor, his features distorted by the pressure. His heart was filled with despair and humiliation. Wasn't this supposed to be a state visit to a deity? Now they couldn't even defeat the watchdog in the yard. The robot dog trotted over with cheerful little steps, clack, 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 stopping in front of the three men. It tilted its metal head, as if pondering how to deal with the three sneaky intruders. After a moment, it opened its metal mouth. Without hesitation, it clamped its jaws onto the collar of Lin Feng's high-end suit. Then a surge of mechanical power, utterly disproportionate to its small body, erupted from within. ZZZHH. The expensive suit fabric scraped violently against the ground, producing a grating sound. The robot dog dragged Lin Feng by the collar like a dead dog, pulling along Fei Ying and Lu Yao, who were still locked together by the magnetic field, all the way toward the depths of the backyard. At that moment in the backyard, Lu Yao stood at the edge of the deep blue metal passageway, her legs trembling. Bro, how about you go down first to scout the way? Holding her selfie stick, she peered down nervously. The wind blowing up from below feels chilly and creepy. She was about to playfully stall for time with the livestream viewers when a strange scraping sound came from behind her. Lu Yao instinctively turned around. The phone's high-definition camera swung in a wide arc. The eyes of over 20 million viewers instantly shifted past Lu Yao's shoulder and focused on the entrance to the backyard. Their acute short-legged metal robot dog was backing up with effort, huffing and puffing. Its mouth firmly clamped onto the collar of a middle-aged man in a suit. Beneath that man, like a stack of pancakes, were two burly men in tactical vests. The three of them were strung together like locusts on a skewer. This absurd scene, the short-legged robot dog hauling them all the way to the edge of the giant metal door, instantly set the live stream ablaze. Holy crap, what's that? Does the big guy keep a pet dog in his yard? This dog's torque is insane, dragging three grown men like it's nothing. Wait, everyone forget the dog for a sec. Look at the guy in the suit on the ground. Doesn't he look familiar? Holy moly, isn't that the very Mr. Lin Feng who called? Some sharp-eyed viewers in the comments quickly recognized Lin Feng. This made over 20 million netizens across the internet nearly split their sides laughing. Huh, the dignified special envoy pinned down by a pet dog. The elite agents got dragged like dead dogs. This is the most embarrassing moment of the year. No, the national team's face is thoroughly lost on the African savannah today. Lu Yao was also utterly dumbfounded. She stood there dazedly holding the selfie stick, staring at Lin Feng, whose face was flushed red with embarrassment, wishing he could crawl into a hole. MMR. Lin. Lu Yao stammered, her expression a mix of shock and amusement. Didn't you say on the phone that you'd walk over here yourself? Then why were you dragged in by my dog? Lin Feng, lying on the ground, heard this soul-searing question and wanted to die. He lifted his head with effort, forcing a smile 100 times uglier than crying. Just as he was about to say something to save face, Lu Yuan, who had been standing at the edge of the passage, slowly turned around. He glanced down at the three men lying motionless on the floor, then at the robot dog that was wagging its metal tail, frantically seeking praise. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Once I let go?" He gave the order calmly. Looking at the ashen-faced Lin Feng on the ground, a playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he asked lazily. He glanced down at the three men lying motionless on the floor, then at the robot dog that was wagging its The barrage of comments in the livestream rolled fiercely like snowflakes as over 20 million eyes witnessed Lin Feng's miserable plight clearly. The once arrogant top agent of Longhua now looked like a poor sod caught in a mousetrap. Derision filled every inch of the screen, overwhelming the visuals as the viewers' keyboards nearly smoked from furious typing. How utterly humiliating. Longhua's official dignity has shattered into pieces. What happened to the ace agent? Instead, he got pinned down by a tin corgi. Lin Feng lay on the silver-gray metal floor, his face flushed like a ripe tomato, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. He struggled to lift his head, but the invisible magnetic field pressing on his back felt like a mountain, crushing him so hard he could barely breathe. He could only twist his neck with difficulty, forcing a fawning smile toward the tall figure standing at the edge of the passage. "MMR. Lu, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." Lin Feng's voice, distorted by the magnetic field, sounded pathetic. "I am Lin Feng, Special Commissioner of Longhua's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I just spoke with your sister out." Lu Yuan lowered his eyes, looked at the three people piled on the ground like a pyramid, and let out a casual, "Oh." Without deliberately making things difficult, he simply waved dismissively at the short-legged robot dog. "All right, Wangsai, withdraw your magnetic field. Don't actually suffocate them." Hearing his master's order, Wang Kai's glowing red electronic eyes instantly dimmed. The terrifying gravity pressing on the three vanished without a trace. The two top agents, Flying Eagle and Cheeto, were pardoned, as if by an amnesty, greedily gulping down fresh air. They scrambled up from the ground, hurriedly reaching out to support the weak-legged Lin Feng. When they looked again at that seemingly harmless robot dog, their eyes were filled with undisguised terror, and they lost even the courage to draw their blades. Lin Feng awkwardly patted the dust off his custom suit and straightened his disheveled tie. Sweating profusely, he walked up to Lu Yuan, bending his waist nearly 90 degrees. "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. My subordinates don't know the rules and have offended your divine sanctuary." Watching Lin Feng's humble demeanor, the viewers in the livestream erupted with their trollish nature once again. Not daring to mock Lu Yuan, they shifted all their attention to the short-legged metal dog. "This tin dog looks cute, but it's pretty bad-tempered. Probably just a high-tech sweeping robot with a powerful electromagnet designed to catch thieves. Besides using magnets to attract people, what else can this little stumpy do? It would probably break its teeth if it tried to bite." Lu Yao held up her phone, watching the screen filled with jokes about Wang Sai, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Brother, your pet dog is quite unique, like a round little potato." As if understanding the disdain in the barrage or feeling very displeased with being called little potato, Wang Kai's round mechanical head suddenly lifted, its metal ears perking up. With its under a flick of its metal tail, it suddenly turned around and trotted to the corner of the... There still lay a large piece of hard granite left from Lu Yuan's lightsaber slicing. All the viewers were stunned. What is this tin dog up to? Meditating in the corner. Just as everyone was utterly confused, Wang Kai suddenly opened its utterly non-threatening metal mouth wide. Its belly emitted a strange mechanical roar like a fan running wild. Then the robot dog, very human-like, let out a huge sneeze. Achoo! Accompanied by this comical sneeze, a dazzling white plasma flame blinding to the eyes suddenly erupted from its mouth, without warning. The terrifying high-temperature pillar of fire was over 2 meters long, like an angry fire dragon, slamming violently into the huge granite block. The air was sucked dry in an instant, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, and a heat wave burned people's cheeks. It took less than 3 seconds. That extremely hard granite, like a piece of low-quality butter, dropped into boiling water, rapidly melted, and collapsed in the blinding firelight, finally becoming a pool of dark red magma, emitting thick smoke. The magma flowed along the edges of the floor tiles, emitting harsh, sizzling sounds. After sneezing, Wang Kai closed its mouth nonchalantly. It even lifted its metal hind leg and scratched the ground a couple of times in a showy manner, then triumphantly ran back to Lu Yuan's feet. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. The barrage in the livestream experienced an eerie discontinuity. 20 million viewers stared at that still bubbling pool of magma, feeling chills down their spines. I take back what I said. Who said it was a sweeping robot? A sneeze that can melt granite. This dog must have a plasma jet in its mouth. Scared to tears. If that blasted on a person, even their ashes would be scattered. What kind of freak is this guy? Even his dog is on the level of a demolition director. Standing nearby, the two agents, Flying Eagle and Cheetah, had faces as green as moldy cucumbers. They gritted their teeth tightly, their legs trembling. Earlier Flying Eagle had even thought of poking its neck with a stun gun that was practically dancing on death's grave. Lin Feng, even more, was scared out of his wits. He tremblingly pulled out a handkerchief and desperately wiped the cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. All those diplomatic niceties and great power pretenses turned into pale, worthless paper in the face of absolutely overwhelming force. He was now complete. If Mr. Lu really lost his temper, let alone the three of them. Even if the most elite armored division of Longwo were brought in, it probably wouldn't be enough to fill the teeth of the cat and dog in this yard. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng took a deep breath, lowering his posture to the ground. I have conveyed the nation's intentions. We absolutely have no malice. Since you are taking your sister to tour the base, may we have the honor of learning from your livestream camera? Lin Feng's tone was utterly humble. He didn't even dare to ask to follow in person, only to watch through the screen. Lu Yuan didn't even look at him, his gaze still fixed on the deep blue passage beneath his feet. Watch freely. You won't learn anything anyway. Lu Yuan's voice was light and airy, tinged with undisguised arrogance. He turned his head about to call out to the still dazed Lu Yao to follow. Just then the silently operating underground base suddenly erupted with an extremely piercing siren. Woo woo woo. The crimson warning lights instantly replaced the soft blue in the passage. Then the light in the midair of the yard twisted. A perfect-bodied virtual female avatar in a tight combat suit flashed before everyone without warning. Her face was stern, and her eyes flickered with cold streams of data. Warning: the perimeter firewall of the main server is under ultra-high-frequency data stream attack. Zero's voice was devoid of any warmth, echoing in the red alarm. Detection: a global hacker alliance has launched a coordinated cyber attack attempting to cut off the livestream signal. A shrill alarm siren echoed back and forth in the air. Blood-red light flickered wildly, casting intermittent flashes of illumination over the entire yellow mud. Zero's face in the half-air virtual projection was as cold as ice. Her eyes, shimmering with streams of data, stared fixedly at a certain node in the void. Report creator. We have intercepted a massive-scale malicious data torrent. Zero's voice, though devoid of emotional fluctuation, carried a chilling, murderous intent that made one feel as if falling into an icy abyss. They call themselves the K Alliance, the most elite dark web hacking organization globally. The source of this attack is extremely decentralized, hidden in shadowy corners all over the world. These network rats hiding in the sewers had clearly received a huge sum of dirty money from Western intelligence agencies. In a dim basement somewhere in North America, the hackers of the K Alliance stared at the rapidly climbing intrusion progress bar on their screens, their lips curling into greedy smirks. They thought they had already touched the edge of that divine treasure vault. But they had no idea that their fingers tapping on the keyboard were pushing open the gates of hell. The purpose of this group was extremely insidious and clear. First step: forcibly hack into the streaming platform Douyu's servers to completely cut off the live broadcast signal to the world. Second step: exploiting the signal chaos to violently crack the underlying system permissions of Lu Yao's phone. The ultimate goal: to steal the precise three-dimensional coordinates of this underground base. Under this data onslaught comparable to a tsunami, Lu Yao's ordinary smartphone was the first to break down. The originally high-definition smooth live stream abruptly began to tremble violently. Large patches of colorful snowflake blocks jumped and flickered crazily across the screen. From the speaker at the bottom of the phone came an extremely piercing static noise. The crackling sound made one's eardrums ache and scalp tingle. The live room with 20 million online viewers instantly exploded. What's going on? Why is the screen frozen? Did a dog bite my network cable? It's not the network. My screen is all shattered too, full of snowflake spots. The sound is gone too, just crackling static. It's dizzying. Oh no, my screen is all black, I can only hear static. Those mechas and lightsabers earlier were too flashy, must have been targeted by foreign hackers. Where are the network security experts of Dragon Nation? Come to the rescue. Don't let foreign hackers mess with our treasure, bro. Those Western bandits are desperate, they want to cut off the stream and gag us. The viewers cursed furiously in the bullet comments, the screen flooded with anxious question marks and exclamation points. But even the refresh speed of the bullet comments grew slower and slower, as if sinking into sticky mud. Lu Yao stared at her phone screen, frozen like a slideshow, stomping her feet in anxiety. She slapped the back of her phone hard, then raised her hand high, trying to find a signal in the yard. Brother, what should we do? The live room is about to disconnect. The little girl was sweating profusely, her voice thick with panic. The picture is all blurry, netizens can't see anything, and bullet comments can't be sent. Will they trace my account through the network and steal all the money in our cards? Even at this moment, the girl was still thinking about the huge tips she had just received. Lin Feng, standing not far away, his face instantly darkened upon hearing the name K Alliance. As a special commissioner of the Special Security Bureau, he knew all too well the terrifying destructive power of this dark web cancer. A few years ago, this organization had made a move during a global joint counterterrorism exercise. They had paralyzed the entire military power grid of a medium-sized European country in just 10 minutes. This directly caused traffic paralysis and hospital power outages, sparking 3 days of social panic. Mr. Lu, the situation is extremely urgent. Lin Feng didn't bother to wipe the cold sweat off his face, rushed forward a big step, his expression extremely. The K Alliance possesses supercomputing power decommissioned by multiple countries' militaries. These people are by no means ordinary rogue hackers who just write code in internet cafes. He urgently pulled out the military encrypted communicator from his waist, his tone sincere to the extreme. The cyber world is an invisible war. Please allow me to immediately contact the domestic network security headquarters. With just one word from you, the Red Hacker Alliance of Dragon Nation and the military's Tianhe supercomputer can be networked to fight at any time. With the strength of our whole nation, we can absolutely block this wave of cyber attacks beyond our borders. Lin Feng's words were forceful and resonant, carrying the confidence and determination of a top agent of a great power. As long as Lu Yuan nodded, Dragon Nation's network defenses would instantly transform into the strongest shield. Even if it meant burning out hundreds of top domestic servers, they would protect this divine streamer's live room. Yet Lu Yuan didn't even glance at Lin Feng. He maintained his lazy posture with hands in pockets, standing steadily at the edge of that deep, bottomless metal channel, emitting a faint blue light. With the strength of our whole nation, Lu Yuan let out a light laugh, the corner of his mouth curling into an undisguised sneer. The night wind ruffled his white t-shirt, exuding a calm that viewed all things as insignificant. Just to deal with a few bugs hiding in the gutter, tapping keyboards. And you need to bring out a supercomputer? Such a big fuss. He turned his head to look at the virtual, made flickering with red alerts in midair. His deep eyes were as cold as if they were watching a pile of dying ashes. Truly ignorant of death, daring to crawl along my network cable. Lu Yuan's tone was casual, as if shooing away a few flies crawling on the dining table. Zero, stop messing around with these clowns. Directly activate the active defense counterattack protocol and teach them a lesson. These words were spoken lightly, but made Lin Feng's heart clench. Active counterattack. The opponent was thousands of dynamic IPs hidden all over the world, masked by countless layers of proxy jumpers. Even the Tianhe supercomputer would struggle to reverse track them in a short time. How could they counterattack without a supercomputer? Upon hearing the creator's command, Zero's virtual projection underwent an extremely horrifying transformation. The black combat suit on her body instantly dissolved into countless flowing silver codes. Her originally gentle and cold face was seamlessly covered by an icy, emotionless digital mask. Command confirmed. Active defense counterattack protocol activated. The very moment her voice fell, the air above the entire yellow mud courtyard seemed to freeze. The data streams around Zero began to spin furiously at a speed defying physical laws. They rapidly compressed, reconfigured, and converged in midair, emitting a sharp, piercing ring like that of a blade. Amid the interplay of light and shadow, those vast, incalculable data streams coalesced into form in the void. They transformed into a giant holographic sword radiating azure light. Violent, garbled characters leaped on the blade, a terrifying high-dimensional virus capable of destroying any modern human firewall. The viewers, who could barely see the image in the live room, were all stunned by this scene of cyberpunk oppression. No one sent bullet comments, everyone stared fixedly at the data sword on the screen. Warning: underlying firewall restrictions lifted. Reverse analyzing opponent data nodes preparing to cut into dark web core. Zero's voice became hollow and majestic like a deity pronouncing the death sentence in a court. Analysis progress 10%, 50%, 100%. In less than 2 seconds, the K Alliance's proud, supposedly untraceable multi-layer encrypted proxy network was torn apart like paper window pane before Zero's terrifying computing power. Layer after layer of fake IPs were brutally peeled away, revealing their true faces hidden in the darkness. Zero abruptly raised the holographic sword in her hand. This was not just a cyber counterattack, it was absolute suppression of lower dimensions by higher ones. Her icy face bore not a trace of human warmth. Without hesitation, she swung the sword fiercely toward the void. An invisible blue shockwave spread madly along invisible network cables toward every corner of the globe. Reverse tracking fully completed. Locked 3400 real attack source IP addresses worldwide. Zero turned her head, her emotionless electronic eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. The tense, charged atmosphere of imminent battle filled the courtyard. May I ask, creator, should the physical overload program be activated immediately? Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He looked at the virtual Zero in midair and faintly uttered 2 words. Start. These simple words directly pronounced the death sentence for thousands of top hackers worldwide. In North America, within an underground fortress converted from an abandoned subway station, various dazzling RGB light strips flickered and hundreds of large display screens formed a massive matrix wall. The hacker godfather K wore a floral shirt and shook a glass of chilled champagne in his hand. He stared at the progress bar on the screen, which had reached 99%, and a grin stretched from his lips to his ears. These Dragon Nation people are just a bunch of stupid pigs. Their firewalls are as flimsy as paper. K proudly sipped his champagne and turned to raise his glass toward the large group of hackers under him. Boys, once we collect this exorbitant commission, it'll treat everyone to a private half-month vacation in Hawaii. The basement instantly erupted with excited whistles and cheers. Just as this group of cyber rats was about to press the last enter key to completely cut off the live broadcast signal, a sudden change occurred. The hundreds of screens on the matrix wall froze for a second. Then the densely packed green code was instantly cleared. The entire large screen turned a blinding blood red. A massive Dragon Nation character for death, with a dripping blood effect stuck firmly to everyone's retinas. What happened? Who tampered with the server? KS smile instantly froze, and the high-footed glass in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Boss, it wasn't us. Someone has reverse invaded our underlying system. A hacker with black-rimmed glasses was sweating profusely, wildly hammering away at the— Damn it! The other side took our highest administrative privileges without even taking 10 seconds. Before he could finish, the lights in the server room suddenly began to flash. The harsh sound of electrical buzzing surged from all directions, stabbing at people's eardrums. Sir, the other party has hacked into the power grid hub of our street and is forcibly modifying the input voltage. Another technician, terrified, pointed at the wildly rising gauge with a voice that had changed pitch. 300 volts. 500 volts. 800 volts. It's still rising. KS' eyes widened as he stumbled back 2 steps in horror. Adjusting physical voltage through the network cable. What kind of devilish technique is that? Just as the thought of escape flashed through his mind, doomsday descended. Bang! A dazzling fireball suddenly erupted from the main server's chassis. Immediately afterward, the entire underground fortress erupted with a series of violent explosions like firecrackers. Those top-tier computer motherboards worth hundreds of thousands instantly overloaded and burned out under the surge of ultra-high voltage. Sparks flew and thick smoke billowed. In just a few seconds, K Alliance's super server, painstakingly managed for 10 years, was completely turned into a sea of flames. The room was filled with the acrid smell of burnt plastic and the desperate screams of hackers. K sat helplessly on the ground, shaking like a leaf as he stared at the ruin. It's all over. We've provoked a real deity. He closed his eyes and screamed in despair. K Alliance disband from today. Meanwhile, in a small yellow mud courtyard in Africa, the breeze continued to blow. Lu Yao was still anxiously stamping her feet, but the colorful snowflakes filling her phone screen suddenly vanished. Accompanied by a crisp notification sound, the live broadcast screen not only returned to normal, but even had its clarity inexplicably boosted to 8K ultra clear. Even the tiny specks of dust in Lu Yuan's hair were clearly visible. Lin Feng, who had been anxious, stared at the undamaged live broadcast equipment, his eyes nearly— This was a joint attack by over 3,000 top hackers worldwide. Before the Dragon Nation cybersecurity experts could even warm up, the opposing side was completely— He secretly wiped his sweat, feeling a deeper sense of awe for Mr. Lu. The viewers also noticed the change in the screen, and the barrage of comments surged in like a— Amazing. How is the picture quality even clearer than before? I can even see the pores on Yao Yao's face. Did the old brother make a move just now? Did those foreign hackers get taken care of? Holy Father. This saying about hitting people through the network cable has finally been clarified today. Lu Yao, holding her phone with sparkling eyes, leaned closer to Lu Yuan. The little girl was beaming with admiration, her voice sweet as honey. Bro, you're just too awesome. Did you just tap a few keys on the keyboard and scare all the bad guys away? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless, as he pushed her. What keyboard did I tap? Tapping a keyboard is such a dirty job. He pointed at Zero, who had already resumed her gentle maid outfit, and casually explained. Zero crawled along the network cable and added some pressure to their computer motherboards, just letting off some fireworks for fun. Just as the siblings were bickering, the backend system of the DoShark platform suddenly triggered an activity mechanism that had been set up long ago. Due to the overwhelming traffic, the system determined to automatically match the highest trending PK opponent. The programmers in the technical department had been too busy saving the server and hadn't had time to turn off this site-wide live connection switch. Lu Yao's phone screen suddenly split in two, popping up a forced live PK request. On the right side of the screen appeared a muscular man with a scarred face, shirtless, and wearing a thick gold chain. He was sitting on a luxurious yacht in Dubai, surrounded by women looking like a nouveau riche. This was Lu Yao, the outdoor king of the DoShark platform, with millions of followers. He looked at the yellow mud courtyard on the screen and scoffed, then started provoking in a shrill voice. "Oh, so this is the scam gang that stole the spotlight today." He spat into the sea, his tone exceedingly arrogant. "Acting like Transformers in a green screen studio, thinking everyone is a fool, huh?" Lu Yao pointed at the camera, disdainfully shouting. "Hurry up and apologize to your brother Biao, or today I'll smash you poor losers with gifts." Boss Wong. The system has automatically matched the entire site for PK. At the Magic City Dosha headquarters, technical director Zhang Wei stared at the big screen, his soul nearly fleeing in terror. "I was so busy fending off hackers just now that I forgot to turn off the scheduled event switch." The programmer was sweating profusely as he hammered the keyboard, and a massive red warning box popped up on the screen. "It's too late to intercept. The channel is completely locked down." In the livestream room at that moment, the high-definition screen with 8 million pixels was forcibly split into two halves. On the left was Lu Yao and the underground metal hatch that emitted a faint blue glow. On the right, it abruptly switched to an extravagantly opulent super yacht. The yacht deck was covered in Persian carpets with the sunny backdrop of the Burj Al Arab in Dubai. A scar-faced, burly man with a tiger tattoo on his bare chest wearing a gold chain as thick as a finger was lounging crookedly on a deck chair. He had a gold necklace as thick as a finger around his neck, and he was flanked by two blonde bikini-clad models. This man was the top streamer of Dosha's outdoor section. He was Lu Yao, a premier big-name streamer with millions of diehard fans. Lu Yao pushed away the model who was peeling grapes for him, leaned into the camera, and let out a hoarse, raucous laugh. "Oh, the system actually matched me with your scam crew." He spat into the sea, his face dripping with contempt. "You've drained all the traffic from the entire site today, and not a single living soul can get into my stream. I thought some celestial being had descended, but it's just a little girl acting in a green screen studio." Lu Yao was still shaken from the hacker attack just moments ago. Suddenly subjected to a torrent of abuse from this thuggish brute, her temper flared instantly. "Watch your mouth. Who's acting in a green screen studio?" She raised her selfie stick, her face flushed with anger. "We're on the African savannah. We just fought off local armed warlords." Lu Yao laughed so hard, he doubled over his fat, jiggling. "Huh, everyone hear that? This little liar is still reading her lines." He slapped his thigh and pointed at Lu Yao on the left side of the screen, frenziedly stirring up drama. "Do you really take all the netizens for idiots? First the mecha transformation, then the lightsaber cutting rocks, even brought out the 100 billion nanobots. Spielberg couldn't dream up this sci-fi nonsense." Lu Biao's fans, accustomed to bullying others alongside him, flocked into the stream to hurl insults. Biao is right. This is definitely an AR effect paid for by the guild. That woman is clearly a plastic surgery face, and the guy is probably a day player hired for $200 from Hungyan. Biao exposed them on the spot. Teach these fakes a lesson. Watching the screen fill with toxic comments, Lu Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Stop slandering me." She turned the camera toward the massive metal hatch in the backyard. "Open your eyes wide. This iron door was just scanning with red light. How could that—" Lu Yao stroked the scar on his chin, laughing even more arrogantly. "Stop shaking that crappy camera. It's just a 3D model. If you're willing to throw enough money, I can have my team build Mars itself." He casually grabbed a stack of $US from the table beside him and scattered them arrogantly on the deck. "Little girl, either you bow your head and admit you're a traffic scamming fake, or I'll drown you in money and show everyone how pathetic you really are." As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, his several wealthy patrons began spamming gifts. The effects of sports cars and yachts flew across the right half of the screen. Lu Yao stood alone on the muddy ground, biting her lip tightly, her eyes filled with grievance and defiance. "So what if you're rich? My brother doesn't care about your dirt." "So noisy." A slightly lazy yet impatient voice suddenly rang out from the backyard. Yuan had been standing at the edge of the deep blue underground passage about to take his sister down. The sudden cross-stream argument buzzed in his ears like annoying green flies. He stopped, turned around, and frowned slightly. A flicker of icy coldness gleamed in his pitch-black, deep eyes. Lin Feng and the two agents still lying on the ground saw the big shot's expression and dared. They knew all too well that angering this living deity would be worse than death. Yuan strode over slowly to Lu Yao's side. He didn't even glance at the blustering Lu Yao on the screen, as if he were just an annoying speck of air. "Brother, that jerk called you a day player from Hungyan and said everything here is green screen effects." Lu Yao tugged at her brother's sleeve, stomping her feet in fury. "And he's throwing money around. It's just too much." Lu Yao, seeing Yuan approach, only grew more cocky instead of backing down. "Oh, the male lead extra has arrived." He downed a glass of champagne and pointed at the screen, brazenly provoking. "Come on, you can make a lightsaber, right? Show me another one. If you can't pack up and get out of the streaming world." Yuan, however, did not erupt in fury as the netizens expected. He simply gazed calmly at the phone screen, as if watching a ridiculous monkey at the zoo. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh, his tone filled with resignation. "These days, why do people always like to flaunt their ignorance as if it's something to be proud of?" He reached out and gently flicked Lu Yao's forehead. "Enough, don't waste your breath on a frog at the bottom of a well. It lowers your status." Lu Yao held her forehead, her face full of reluctance. "But brother," he insists, "this is a fake background. I can't swallow this." Yuan's lips curled into a mocking arc that made one's scalp tingle. He patted the back of Lu Yao's hand, holding the selfie stick, his voice casual. "Since he thinks you're acting in a green screen studio, then let's be generous and show him what the real background looks like." Yuan pointed at the entrance of the passage beneath their feet, which was bottomless and emitted a faint turn the camera downward. Although Lu Yao had no confidence in her heart, she had always obeyed her elder brother. She took a deep breath and pressed her wrist slightly downward. The selfie stick followed her movement, tilting slowly. The high-definition rear camera of her phone directly crossed the edge of the heavy metal hatch. On the other end of the voice call, Lu Yao was still laughing loudly with his rap. "Turn it down. What can you see by turning it down? Can you see the edge of the green screen or the boxed lunches from your crew?" The two blonde models beside him giggled coquettishly as well. On the right half of the screen, gifts from the wealthy audience, yachts and sports cars, were still flying across the screen. However, in the next second, when Lu Yao's lens pierced through that layer of ethereal blue radiance and fully probed into the underground space, Lu Biao's laughter was abruptly cut off, as if struck by a heavy blow to the chest. It came to a halt. Not only him, but the 25 million viewers in the livestream room, who were all tapping on their keyboards at that moment, simultaneously lost the ability. An eerie vacuum appeared in the barrage. On the left half of the screen, the scene opened up. It was absolutely not the dark, damp cellar they had imagined. Nor was it the shoddy green screen studio Lu Biao had claimed. This was a subterranean cavern so vast it could trigger megalophobia. It sprawled like an entire mountain hollowed out. In this deep, boundless space, there was not a single pillar supporting the dome. Only an extreme grandeur beyond human cognition spread in the darkness. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Everyone's gaze was locked onto the very center of it. There, a colossal metal pyramid so massive that words could not describe it lay quietly suspended in midair. Yes, midair. It was entirely forged from that deep silver-gray, unknown metal. Its surface was engraved with countless intricate patterns that flowed with a blue glow like luminous veins. This behemoth had no hanging cables, no supporting base. It simply floated in the void hundreds of meters above the abyss. The surrounding air was distorted by a powerful anti-gravity field, creating visible ripples. It resembled a deity slumbering deep within the earth. With a defiant posture that shattered Newton's laws, it silently looked down upon the mortal world. Clang! Lu Biao's expensive crystal goblet fell straight onto the yacht's deck. Scarlet wine splashed onto his pants, but he didn't even frown. His face, covered in coarse flesh, turned as pale as white paper. His triangular eyes bulged, as if about to tear at the corners. His mouth was wide open, drool trickling down his chin unnoticed. The contrast was stark. That luxury yacht he had been so proud of moments ago. In front of the floating metal pyramid on the left side of the screen, it looked no better than a cheap plastic kiddie pool from the supermarket. Not only shabby, but utterly ridiculous. This can't be. Lu Biao's entire body trembled with fat collapsing into the beach chair like a deflated. The agent Lin Feng, lying on the muddy ground of the yard, twisted his head with difficulty. He could just catch a glimpse of Lu Yao's phone screen from the corner of his eye. This seasoned special agent sucked in a sharp breath, nearly biting his tongue. Anti-gravity construction technology. Lin Feng's voice trembled like a sieve, his shirt soaked through. And a super anti-gravity field capable of suspending an entire city. How is that possible? After a full half-minute of dead silence, the livestream room, with over 20 million viewers, finally erupted into a cataclysmic barrage. The entire Dough Shark platform servers groaned under the strain once again. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What am I seeing? A pyramid floating in the air. Whose green screen could create such a sense of oppression? The lighting, the material reflections. If a VFX artist could pull off this real-time rendering, Marvel directors would beg him to be their ancestor. Newton. Bring Newton out. Physics is completely dead today. The left half of the screen showed the grand, mysterious underground future city. The right half showed the greasy nouveau riche man on the verge of losing control of his bladder. A hilarious, stark visual contrast, the comedy of the year. Viewers turned their mockery toward Lu Biao. Brother Biao, check out your tongue. Keep throwing money. Weren't you going to expose them? Your yacht looks like a broken bathtub. I'm dying of laughter. That slap was so hard, even his mom wouldn't recognize him. Lu Biao, seeing the flood of taunts, felt a surge of blood in his chest. He wanted to refute, to shout that it was a hologram. But his mouth opened, and his throat felt stuffed with cotton. This must be an illusion. He stammered, unable to form a complete syllable. Lu Yao, watching Lu Biao's horrified expression on the right screen, felt immense satisfaction. All the grievances she had just suffered vanished in an instant. The girl proudly raised her chin and deliberately pushed the camera closer. Hey, Mr. Outdoor Streamer. Lu Yao's voice rang out crisply, dripping with mockery. Didn't you say we were acting in a studio? If you think this is a green screen, why don't you catch a flight and come touch it yourself? Lu Yuan maintained his languid stance. One hand in his pocket, his deep gaze pierced through the camera and gave Lu Biao a cold glance. There was no killing intent, yet Lu Biao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, every hair on end. Alright, stop messing with this fool. Lu Yuan turned his head, looked at Lu Yao beside him, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His little brain can't comprehend things beyond three-dimensional cognition. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his gray flip-flops shuffling. He was the first to step onto the invisible force field staircase suspended above the abyss. Come on, I'll take you for a tour inside that pyramid. Without looking back, his tone was as casual as if he were strolling through a market. Let's see how many of my antiques for cracking walnuts are still left. On the public screen of the live stream, scornful comments rained down like a blizzard, overwhelming him. The terrifying force of over 20 million viewers, each with a single spittle, could drown Lu Biao. Bro Biao, why so quiet now? Where's that arrogance from before? Go ahead, throw your money around. Your paltry wealth isn't even enough to buy a single brick for this. Stunned, aren't you? This is what it feels like to kick a pure titanium alloy plate. In the right half of the screen, Lu Biao's face was deathly pale, streams of cold sweat trickling down his pockmarked, brutish face. He shoved aside the terrified blonde model beside him. His obese frame trembled on the beach chair, but he still blustered stubbornly. Fake. It's all an illusion. Lu Yao pointed at the screen, his voice cracking like a chicken with its neck wrung. That stone background is definitely a green screen just some physics engine-generated fake stuff fooling none but you brainless losers. Lu Yuan, who had walked to the edge of the abyss, couldn't be bothered with such a contempt, yet at those words he halted. Turning to face the camera, a scornful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if looking at an imbecile. Physics engine. Lu Yuan bent down and casually picked up a fist-sized chunk of granite from the ground. Fine then, today, they'll give you a free physics lesson. He weighed the stone in his hand a couple of times, then hurled it toward the floating metal pyramid hundreds of meters away, just like throwing a baseball. Whoosh. The stone shot through the air, heading straight for the center of the abyss. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on that flying stone. According to normal gravitational laws, after traveling a certain distance, it would fall straight into the bottomless abyss. Yet a horrifying scene unfolded. As the stone approached roughly 50 meters from the pyramid, its speed inexplicably slowed. It didn't fall. Instead, it was as if some invisible colossal gravitational field had forcibly captured it. The stone curved in an extremely smooth. It began to orbit the massive metal pyramid at a uniform speed, like a loyal microsatellite silently circling its central star. Not only that, but as the stone revolved, even visible ripples of transparency rippled through the air. These were force field undulations generated when the gravitational field was cut by a physical object. This flawless physical interaction, the light refraction so real, it made one's scalp tingle, could never be rendered in real time. Not by today's AR technology, nor even if all the supercomputers in the world were combined. Bang! On the right side of the screen, Lu Yao completely collapsed. Scared out of his wits, he scrambled off the beach chair and slammed his head into the yacht's monster. It's a monster. He screamed hysterically, crawling frantically toward the live-streaming phone set up in front of him. Trembling fingers pressed the forced broadcast off button. The right half of the screen went black instantly, leaving only a disconnection prompt. This arrogant, overbearing megastreamer had been scared out of his pants by a mere piece of stone orbiting in the air. At that moment, in the headquarters of DoShark Platform, in Modu Technical Director Zhang Wei slapped his thigh in excitement, staring at the backend data. Running away? Offending the platform's living deity, and thinking you can escape? Shh. Zhang Wei grabbed the internal communicator and roared at the supervisory department. Permanently ban Lu Biao's livestream room this instant. Not just the room. His account withdrawal channel's identity info blacklist him across the entire web. If he dares show his face anywhere else, our platform will send a lawyer's letter and bury him. After dealing with this clown, Zhang Wei let out a long breath. This was a pledge of allegiance. They had to make sure the mysterious Mr. Lu saw their platform's sincerity. Meanwhile, in an underground nameless courtyard in Africa, Lu Yao, watching the completely blackened connection screen, nearly jumped with joy. Serves you right. Laugh now with that nasty mouth. She waved her little fist, feeling immense satisfaction. Bro, you're so awesome. That stone actually floated in the sky. Lu Yao, holding the selfie stick, stepped onto the invisible force field steps and hurried excitedly toward the underground space. Beneath her feet was empty air, yet it felt like stepping on extremely solid ground. This sensation of treading on emptiness made the little girl's eyes sparkle with excitement. She trotted along the invisible staircase and soon reached the circular corridor outside the pyramid. The corridor was wide enough for 4 large trucks to drive side by side. Both sides were lined with metal panels emitting a soft radiance. This is even more spectacular than the space fortresses in sci-fi blockbusters. Walking along, Lu Yao gasped in awe, her camera sweeping wildly. The water friends also feasted their eyes, frantically taking screenshots in the comments to use as wallpaper. At the end of the corridor appeared a neat row of rooms. Each door bore intricate, incomprehensible symbols exuding a mysterious aura. Curious, Lu Yao approached the first door. Above the lintel hung a small, inconspicuous sign bearing down-to-earth Longwa characters. It read, 3-word storage room. A storage room in such an impressive place. Lu Yao was taken aback. She tentatively reached out, and before her hand touched the metal door, it silently slid open to both sides. A faint smell of mold and rotting wood wafted out. Lu Yao, holding her phone, poked her head inside cautiously. The room was large, cluttered with messy wooden crates and rusty iron shelves. It looked indeed like a long-abandoned warehouse. Bro, are you in there? Lu Yao called out, walking along a row of shelves. After passing several piles of sacks stacked like small hills, an open space appeared before her. Lu Yuan was sitting majestically on a carved mahogany armchair. In front of him was an extremely precious red sandalwood square table piled with a small heap of dried walnuts. Lu Yao was about to go closer to see what he was doing. Then she saw Lu Yuan raise his right hand. In it he held a square stone, emitting a faint green glow all over. The stone was crystal clear, with a missing corner crudely repaired with gold. At the bottom of the stone, several traditional characters were engraved. Crack. With an indifferent expression, Lu Yuan slammed that glowing green stone hard onto the walnuts on the table. The walnut cracked instantly, kernels flying. Lu Yao stared at the glowing stone used as a hammer, her eyes nearly popping out. Bro. She swallowed dryly, her voice trembling like ice breaking. That green stone you're using to crack walnuts. The characters on the bottom, are they Shou Ming Yu Tian Ji Shou Yong Chong? Lu Yao's voice trembled. She moved forward step by step, her selfie stick nearly thrusting into that green stone. The camera instantly focused. As the high-definition lens zoomed in, every detail of that special walnut-cracking hammer was fully exposed to the entire internet. Its entire body was lustrous and translucent, a green, so vibrant it seemed to drip with moisture. Most striking was that one corner of the square jade piece was clearly damaged. The missing part had been exquisitely mended with pure gold. Lu Yuan had just cracked a walnut. He casually flipped the stone over, ready to pick up the nuts on the table. The 8 large seal script characters on the bottom of the seal crashed into the frame. By the mandate of heaven, may everlasting peace and prosperity be granted. The moment these 8 characters appeared, the livestream room, with over 20 million viewers, fell as silent as a morgue. The barrage comments underwent an eerily sudden gap. Then like a frenzy, they crammed the screen into a blank white. Holy shit. Gold inlaid jade. By the mandate of heaven. This is the heirloom seal of the realm. The one carved from He Shi Bai. During the end of Western Han Wang Mang usurped the throne, the Empress Dowager threw the seal, chipping a corner, later repaired with gold. All the historical characteristics match. This is the divine artifact lost for 2,000 years. This guy is cracking walnuts with the heirloom seal of the realm. This is an absolute critical hit, like an ancestor rising from the dead. If Qin Shi Huang knew his seal was being used for this, he would definitely have to tear down the Great Wall and rebuild it. Lu Yao stared at the barrage, feeling dizzy and light. Her legs went weak. She reached out and grabbed the nearby rosewood square table to steady herself. Brother, is this really Qin Shi Huang's seal? Lu Yao swallowed, pointing at the green stone, her voice shaking like a sieve. Lu Yuan casually picked out a walnut kernel, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed a couple of times. He didn't even look up, answering nonchalantly. Back then little Ingzheng insisted on carving a seal to show off, so I took He Shi Bai and cut a piece for him. Later I don't know which idiot broke the corner and tackily patched it with gold. Lu Yuan curled his lips in disdain. Ugly but hard enough, just right for cracking these thick-shelled walnuts. Cracking walnuts with the heirloom seal, just right. The viewers frantically pinched their philtrums, afraid they would suffocate from breathlessness in front of the screen. Holy crap, little Ingzheng. This guy's seniority is practically riding on the first emperor's neck. If this is fake, the prop department is definitely top-notch. But what if it's real? My god, I don't even dare think about it. Lu Yao felt she was about to have a heart attack. She instinctively turned to look at the vast warehouse that Lu Yuan. Not looking was fine. The moment she did, she nearly fainted. She had been so focused on finding her brother that she hadn't carefully examined the junk filling the room. Next to the rosewood table, several ancient bronze incense burners were casually tossed on the floor. They were filled with ashes, melon seed shells, and even a few pieces of waste paper used for wiping hands. They looked like extremely cheap trash bins. Antique experts in the live stream instantly let out piercing screams. That's a Ming Dynasty Xuanda incense burner. Look at the patina and skin color. Definitely a genuine artifact from the Imperial Palace. This guy uses a Xuanda burner as a trash bin. My heart is failing. Lu Yao's camera continued, tremblingly sweeping to the side. Looking toward the corner, a pile of dust-covered bronze animal head statues lay haphazardly. Some were upside down, some tilted. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit. Exactly 12 of them. The 12 zodiac bronze heads from the old summer palace. The entire set is actually here. These national treasures that sell for hundreds of millions overseas are piled in a corner like junk. Weren't several of them lost? They're all here collecting dust. The camera swept further into the corner. A few mud-caked broken jars were scattered in the shadows. Sharpied netizens immediately recognized them. Yuan blue and white. That's the peerless Ghost Valley master descending the mountain jar. What's inside that Yuan blue and white worth over 200 million? Are those chicken bones? The entire historical and collecting world went into a frenzy. This unremarkable storage room was an ultimate treasure trove that dwarfed any museum on the planet. Any one of these items would be enshrined as a national treasure by a country. But here they didn't even merit a glass display case. They had to stay with burlap sacks. Brother, you're crazy. These are all national treasures. Lu Yao jumped up in panic. She reached out to grab the heirloom seal from Lu Yuan's hand. Put it down. If you accidentally break it, selling me 1,000 times wouldn't cover the cost. Lu Yuan dodged lightly, effortlessly avoiding his sister's hand. He still held that priceless object steadily. What's the rush? His tone was indifferent, like scolding a spoiled child who made a fuss over nothing. I made it myself back then. It's not going to break easily. As he spoke, he picked up another wild walnut from the table. This kind of walnut shell was extremely hard. Even a hammer would need effort. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate. He pressed the walnut against the table. Then he raised high the heirloom seal of the realm, the symbol of Chinese orthodoxy. Tens of millions of viewers' hearts leapt into their throats. The barrage became a cacophony of cries. No bro. Spare it. That's He Shi Bai. If it breaks, half of Dragon Kingdom's history will collapse. Please, I'll have 100 hammers airlifted to you right now. Let the seal go. My blood pressure is already at 180. Someone save me. Lu Yuan ignored the barge's wails. His eyes were utterly indifferent. His wrist snapped downward with an irresistible force, smashing hard. A crisp crack echoed abruptly in the empty warehouse. To the ears of netizens worldwide, it sounded like the sky falling and the earth shattering. Countless experts' hearts shattered with that sound. The hard walnut was smashed into pieces, broken shells, and plump kernels scattered everywhere. A piece of shell even flew onto Lu Yao's face. She closed her eyes in terror, too afraid to look at the devastation on the table. Lu Yuan moved his hand away and blew lightly at the debris. The camera clearly captured the tabletop. That emerald heirloom seal was completely intact. The patina on its surface was still warm and smooth, not even a faint white scratch remained. The hardness of He Bai was fully displayed in that moment. Lu Yao opened her eyes and let out a long, relieved breath. Scared me to death, it didn't break. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his fingers twirling that priceless treasure. The green jade danced between his fingers, making everyone's heart race. See, I told you this stone is tough. As he spoke, he extended his large, well-knuckled hand, reaching for another pile of walnuts on the table. These walnuts taste pretty good. I didn't eat enough. He'll crack a few more as a snack. He grabbed another walnut, deftly placed it at the edge of the rosewood table. The heirloom seal was raised high once again. Its dark green light traced a chilling arc. The livestream viewers were utterly broken. Their hearts, which had just settled, were once again suspended. Far away in Dragon Kingdom's capital, inside the office of the Palace Museum's president, the highly respected old curator Tang Guiqiang was clutching his chest, gasping heavily. His eyes, which had examined antiques for a lifetime, were bloodshot with terror. Every collision between the seal and the walnut on the screen was like a heavy hammer slamming into his heart. The roots left by our ancestors. Old curator Tang trembled all over. Even his hand holding the mouse refused to obey. Several assistants, pale with fright, said, "Director, calm down, maybe it's a fake." "Bullshit," Old Tang roared, tears bursting forth. "The golden lay craftsmanship, the natural grain of He Bai. I can smell the authentic essence even through the screen. Quick, switch me into that live stream." He shoved his assistant aside and slammed the keyboard's enter key with all his might. At that moment, in the African storage room, Lu Yuan was about to smash another walnut with the seal. "Brother, don't do it." Lu Yao's voice was choked with tears. At this critical moment, the public screen was abruptly overwhelmed by a blinding blood-red special effect. The entire screen trembled violently, as if the highest level alarm had been triggered. A golden VIP account bearing the verified title of Honorary Curator of the Palace Museum descended upon the top of the live stream with suffocating pressure. This account had supreme authority, instantly locking out all other barrage comments. Then a bold-line sentence with a dripping blood effect in a tone of near-hysterical, heart-wrenching pleading was pinned dead center on the screen. "Stop. Tell him to stop." The characters were glaringly red, as if written in the old curator's blood. Lu Yao stared at the screen, frozen in shock. "Brother, the Palace Museum's old curator seems to have been sent to the ICU because of you." "Bro." Lu Yao held up her phone, her hand trembling like she had Parkinson's. That blood-red bullet comment, full of gushing crimson, was truly terrifying. The former director of the Palace Museum seemed to have gone straight into the ICU after posting that. The public screen of the live stream had fallen into an eerie... Lu Yuan paused, holding the heirloom seal of the realm midair, his brow slightly furrowed. "A scam," he muttered somewhat exasperatedly. "This old man's mental fortitude is too weak." Thousands of miles away, in the office building of the Gugong Museum in the capital of Longwa, chaos had already arrived. "Ambulance, clear the way." Several medical staff in white coats sprinted down the corridor, pushing a stretcher. The stretcher's wheels screeched sharply against the non... President Tang's face was blue and purple, his hands clutching his chest tightly. The oxygen mask was covered in rapid, misty breaths. His hand weakly grasped at the air, murmuring incoherently, "The seal? My seal. Tell him not to smash it." This venerable scholar, who had spent a lifetime guarding national treasures, had his acute myocardial infarction triggered by Lu Yuan's walnut-cracking motion. The red light of the emergency room flashed instantly, its piercing glare chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, after a brief dead silence in the live stream, the bullet comments finally erupted like a volcano. The grandmasters of Longwo's entire historical academia had completely abandoned their usual restraint and decorum. Various verified Yellow V accounts from top-tier universities and national museums flooded the screen like mad. "Mr. Lu, your humble servant kowtows to you. That is the orthodox symbol of Huaxia. I beg you, put down that stone. Can you use a hammer instead? I'll airlift a pure gold hammer to you immediately. That is the He Bai inscribed with receiving the mandate from heaven. One strike from you would sever the dragon vein." The bullet comments were filled with wails and despair, every line oozing hopelessness. The knowledgeable experts were heartbroken, wishing they could crawl through the internet to take the blow for the seal. The uninformed viewers, eager to watch the drama unfold, typed furiously on their keyboards. "Too brutal, forcing a bunch of old scholars to cyber kowtow. This guy single-handedly broke the entire nation's archaeological community. Is this a dimensionality reduction attack? In the eyes of immortals, even the heirloom seal is just a tool to crack walnuts." Just as Lu Yao was at a loss, a series of extremely urgent footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the storeroom. Specialist Lin Feng, who had just had his magnetic restraint lifted by the robot dog Yuan, rushed in, dripping with sweat. He hadn't even had time to straighten his crumpled suit. In his hand, he still clutched the military encrypted tablet, its screen streaming the tragic scene of President Tang being wheeled into the emergency room. The moment he entered, Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the rosewood table fixed on the golden-laid jade in Lu Yuan's hand, glowing with an eerie green light, its base engraved with 8 large characters. Thump. A dull sound in the quiet storeroom was exceptionally jarring. The elite agent of the Special Security Bureau and a national diplomatic specialist. His legs gave way, and he knelt straight down beside the rosewood table. The hard floor bruised his knees, but he seemed oblivious. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's voice was thick with tears, his eyes bloodshot. The higher-ups just called my communicator directly. The top command has issued a strict order at all costs. We must beg you to preserve this national treasure. He clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, his posture humbled to the dust, like a devout worshipper before an impending divine punishment. Even if you want my life, I'll give it, or just spare that seal, I beg you. Lin Feng knocked his head heavily on the ground. Director Tang is already in resuscitation. If you smash it further, the nation's historians will all be buried with it. Lu Yao, seeing Lin Feng kneeling, flinched and stepped back. Specialist Lin, what are you doing? Get up. She reached out to pull him, but found his body stiff as a rock. Lu Yuan looked at the wailing bullet comments, then at Lin Feng kneeling and weeping. His calm, unfathomable eyes flickered with a hint of resigned irritation. Eating walnuts these days is so troublesome. Lu Yuan shook his head, full of disdain. He slowly withdrew the arm he had raised midair. Alright, I won't smash it. A bunch of old bones crying online is hurting my ears. Hearing this, over 20 million viewers in the livestream simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if an asteroid strike about to destroy Earth had been averted at the last 3 seconds. The bullet comments instantly flooded with "Long live the Emperor's grace," and "The Great One shows mercy." Lin Feng, as if pardoned, slumped to the ground, frantically wiping the waterfall of cold sweat with his suit sleeve. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you for your understanding. Just when everyone thought this peerless national treasure was finally safe, Lu Yuan's next move shattered their hearts once more. He pinched the heirloom seal between 2 fingers like a dirty rag. Without even a glance, he casually tossed it into a sack full of junk. The action was outrageously carefree. Clang. The finest he sure by hit a pile of dust-covered bronze artifacts with a dull thud. It even bumped against the sack's edge and rolled into the darkest corner, ending up with a pile of rusty scrap iron. Just a piece of worthless stone. Young Xiao Ingzheng forced it on me back then. Lu Yuan patted the dust from his hands and shrugged indifferently. Since you're all heartbroken and scared he'll smash it, then let it gather dust in the sack. The entire online populace fell silent. Lin Feng stared blankly at the sack, his mouth forming an O. Old President Tang, barely revived from the ICU, watched the crude parabola on screen and nearly choked again. A large burst of white mist shot from his oxygen mask. Bro, are you treating it like garbage sorting? That's the heirloom seal. Throwing it with the bronzes, hey? Aren't you afraid of chipping off a golden corner? Nonsense, even the trash can in this storage room is probably a Lu Yao from the Song Dynasty. Nothing gets damaged. Lu Yao was now completely numb. Watching her brother casually discard a national treasure, she felt her worldview shatter into pieces. Pieces that couldn't be glued back together. Bro, how many more things like this enough to give people heart attacks are you hiding? Lu Yao swallowed nervously and ventured. Lu Yuan stretched and let out a huge yawn, his bones cracking. Who can remember? 46 billion years is too long. Ooh, I've collected too much junk. Alright, this tour ends here. The lower floors are too dim. I'm too lazy to take you there. Lu Yuan turned hands in pockets and headed for the door. Let's go wash up. The barbecue should be ready by now. Lu Yao, helpless, held up the selfie stick and obediently followed. Lin Feng scrambled to his feet and doggedly followed like a diligent bodyguard. Before leaving the storage room, he looked back repeatedly at the sack of national treasures. The longing and pain in his eyes were more intense than watching his own son go home. The exploration of the underground base was temporarily over. The phone screen's view via the invisible force field staircase returned to the mud-walled courtyard above ground. On the African continent, at that moment, the last rays of sunset had fully sunk below the horizon. A dark blue night sky covered the vast wilderness. Stars twinkled, and the night breeze brought coolness. The earth and fire in the yard burned brightly, dry firewood crackling. The greasy aroma of roast duck mixed with the sweet scent of baked sweet potatoes drifted slowly in the cool night air. If one ignored the terrifying 3-meter mecha long E in the corner and the nanobot made in the side room that could transform into liquid, this place really looked like an ordinary farmhouse courtyard. Yet beneath this seemingly peaceful surface lurked deadly danger. In the outskirts of the village, not captured by the camera, about a kilometer from the dilapidated wooden door, in a waist-high thicket of withered grass, several ghostly shadows moved silently under the absolute cover of night. They did not use any vehicles that might expose their presence. Even the slightest rustle of clothing and the sound of breathing were perfectly suppressed. These were definitely not like General Bawa's warlords who could only spray AK-47s randomly. This was a group of deadliest operatives trained in the harshest inferno and seasoned in blood. They were equipped with the most advanced Western single-soldier optical camouflage combat suits. The leading shadow suddenly raised his right hand, making a fist. All team members instantly halted in the grass, motionless like lifeless statues. He lifted his right eye, fitted with a high-tech night vision device. A cold, sinister gleam flashed from the greenish lens. The target is in that courtyard with the fire. The shadow lowered his voice, issuing orders to the team members behind him through a microphone pressed against his throat. His voice was extremely low and hoarse with a thick Western. Repeat the core mission directive. Use optical camouflage to bypass that damned Longwa Mecha and infiltrate the main house directly. Kill any resistance without mercy. In the darkness, several shadows nodded in unison, drawing silenced pistols from their thigh holsters. The cold gun barrels exuded a deadly aura in the night. Boss. A shadow carrying a tactical crossbow sidled over. His eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement and cruelty. According to intel, that low-profile sister of the immortal is also inside. Should we grab her as a hostage to make him hand over the technology willingly? The leading shadow let out a cold laugh, a cruel curl forming at the corner of his mouth. He drew a serrated tactical dagger coated with a fast-acting lethal poison from it. The employer wants that man's life and all the tech codes of this underground base. The blade gleamed with a bluish toxic light in the moonlight. As for that chattering, extremely noisy female streamer, he licked his dry lips, his gaze fixed on the wooden door ahead, faintly glowing with warm firelight. Slit her throat. Let her be silenced forever in this live stream of tens of millions. The night was thick. The evening wind on the African savanna carried a biting chill, rustling the bushes. Less than 500 meters from that nameless yellow mud courtyard, several transparent, distorted outlines lay in the grass like ghosts, staring intently at the faint firelight ahead. They were the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, one of the top 3 international assassin organizations. The reason they had mobilized their entire force, crossing half the globe to this wasteland, was that the bounty on the Western dark web had skyrocketed to an astronomical figure that drove people insane. $5 billion US. All they had to do was capture alive that Dragon Country female streamer named Lu Yao. Then they could take the money and buy a private island in the Caribbean to live like a king for the rest of their lives. Set your night vision to the highest frequency and avoid thermal imaging scans. The Blood Wolf captain lowered his raspy voice, staring intently at the heat source feedback in his tactical goggles. He wore the latest optical camouflage suit, still being tested by the U.S. military in their labs. This equipment, costing tens of millions of dollars, allowed them to blend perfectly into the environment like chameleons in the dark. Even the most advanced infrared detection radar couldn't pick up their body heat. Boss, I've watched all the live stream clips online. The vice captain lying beside him held a poison-tipped repeating crossbow equipped with a high-powered silencer and couldn't help swallowing. That courtyard has a star-destroying mech and an energy shield that can block missiles. Are we just going to sneak in with these few guns? Wouldn't that be throwing our lives away? Hearing his subordinates doubt the Blood Wolf captain, sneered, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You idiot, you actually believe that magic show online? What mech, what lightsaber? It's all holographic projection and physical trickery to fool the netizens. He patted a few high-explosive EMP electromagnetic pulse grenades hanging at his waist, his eyes full of disdain. Even if by some stretch he really has a high-tech security system. In front of my military-grade EMP, those electronic components will instantly turn into scrap metal. The Blood Wolf captain pulled back the slide of his pistol, producing an extremely faint metallic click. Once we're inside, be quick and agile. When you encounter that man surnamed Lu, gun him down directly. Knock the woman unconscious and take her away. Yes. The team members responded in unison over the comms channel, their eyes gleaming with extreme fanaticism for money. The Blood Wolf squad quickly dispersed. They moved like several silent venomous snakes, using the absolute cover of night to quickly approach the earthen wall. Their specially designed tactical boots trod on the sandy ground without making a single sound of friction. These murderous desperados had long ingrained the skills of infiltration and assassination into their bones. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, until they placed their hands on the dilapidated yellow mud wall. The anticipated piercing air defense laser alarm did not sound. Not even a trace of an infrared scan for heartbeat detection was visible. The Blood Wolf captain made a tactical hand signal. 2 burly team members immediately crouched and supported each other to form a human ladder. The captain stepped on their shoulders and, like a light night cat, silently climbed over the tumter-high wall. He flipped over and landed inside the courtyard, his feet steadily touching the silver-gray flooring. The entire process went so smoothly that even he found it hard to believe. Boss, what's the situation? The vice captain followed, climbing into the courtyard and raising his night vision goggles to scan the silent surroundings. Not even a guard dog. This defense is too lax. The Blood Wolf captain smirked triumphantly, the caution in his eyes completely gone. I told you those netizens were brainwashed, blowing a Dragon Country kid out of proportion. This shabby place doesn't even have a basic surveillance camera, or probably that fake system. They had no idea. The truth was absurd to the extreme. Just a few minutes ago, Lu Yuan had finished eating roast duck in the courtyard and found the red light of the outer defense matrix too glaring. Moreover, the continuous low-frequency radar sound could easily keep him awake. He casually told Zero to turn off the entire base's night security system. The defense of a majestic god-level base had been reduced to a completely unguarded vegetable patch just because the big shot was afraid of noise. The Bloodwolf squad completely abandoned their last shred of wariness. These top-tier mercenaries in the world had their confidence inflated to the maximum. They carried silenced weapons loaded with deadly poison bullets and swaggered toward the main. The courtyard still wafted a mixed aroma of roast duck and burning wood. From inside the house, one could vaguely hear Lu Yao burping because she had eaten too much. There was even the sound of that specialist named Lin Feng flattering and fawning. This $5 billion is 100 times easier to earn than robbing a slum. The Bloodwolf captain's eyes glinted with greedy green light. He slowly raised his silenced pistol, the pitch-black muzzle already aimed squarely at the partially closed wooden door of the thatched cottage. Just 2 more steps forward. Kick open that shabby door, and they could take the money that would last several lifetimes and enjoy life. An evening breeze blew, sweeping up a few fallen leaves. Just at the moment when they were leering and about to kick the door open, a sudden extremely abrupt shadow flashed in the Bloodwolf captain's tactical goggles. He stopped abruptly, every muscle in his body instantly tensing. Cold sweat burst out on his back, and his breath halted for a second. By the cold moonlight, he finally made out the dark figure standing in the corner of the courtyard. It was not a high-tech mech, nor was it some divine being holding a lightsaber. It was an old African man dressed in a worn gray cloth gown with a ragged cloth strip casually wrapped around his head. This old man looked at least 70 or 80 years old. His figure was somewhat hunched, so thin that a strong wind could blow him over. He held an extremely ordinary dry grass broom in his hand, slowly sweeping the dust on the ground stroke after stroke. Swish, swish, swish. The sweeping sound was not loud, but in the dead silence of the night it seemed especially eerie and piercing. The Bloodwolf captain stared fixedly at this suddenly appearing old man, his heart pounding. When had this old man been standing there? They had brought the most advanced thermal imaging night vision goggles, and when they climbed over the wall, they hadn't seen a single ghost of a shadow. Could it be that this old man had no body heat? Boss, should we take him out? The vice captain quietly sidled up, reporting in an extremely low voice, the poison-tipped crossbow in his hand, already in firing position. This old codger is sweeping the floor in the middle of the night. Looks really creepy. Don't let him ruin our good fortune. The Bloodwolf captain gritted his teeth, the ferocity in his eyes completely masking his earlier panic. No matter whether he was human or ghost, since he was blocking their path to earning $5 billion, he had only one way out: death. He raised his silenced pistol. He steadily placed the crosshairs right on the sweeping old man's forehead. An icy killing intent instantly locked onto that hunched back that was still slowly. No need to keep him alive, obviously. The Bloodwolf captain's finger rested on the trigger, slowly tightening, and he let out an extremely cruel sneer. Send this meddling old bastard to meet your god. The night wind swept through the dilapidated earthen walls, carrying a biting chill that stirred a few dry leaves on the ground. The gaze of the Bloodwolf brigade leader was as cold as a venomous snake, with its tongue flicking. He crouched on the wall, staring intently at the hunched figure in the courtyard. An old fool thinks he can block my path to fortune. He lowered his voice and let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. Slowly he raised his right hand, aiming the pistol equipped with the most advanced silencer steadily at the old man's skull. Without hesitation, his finger pressed down on the trigger. Puff! A barely audible muffled sound. The specially designed armor-piercing poison bullet tore through the air, carrying the shadow of death straight to its target. In the eyes of the Bloodwolf leader, the old man would soon have his brain splattered, becoming a corpse. However, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying apart didn't. The old man, with his back to them, continued sweeping the ground slowly, without even turning his head. He merely raised his withered arm casually. He simply used the tattered broom in his hand to block behind his head. Ding! A crisp metallic clash echoed in the quiet courtyard. Sparks flew. The poisoned bullet, capable of penetrating light armor, was actually deflected by a broom. The twisted bullet head rolled on the silver-gray floor, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. The Bloodwolf leader's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He gasped, feeling his entire scalp tingle. What the hell? What material is that broom made of? The vice captain also jumped in fright, nearly dropping the crossbow in his hands. Boss, this old thing is not right. He didn't even look. How could he possibly block a bullet? Several concealed mercenaries quickly dispersed their dark gun muzzles, all locking onto the old man. The old man stopped sweeping. Leaning on the broom, he slowly turned around. It was a face weathered by time, filled with creases and grooves. There was no panic or anger at being ambushed, only a deep sense of helplessness at being interrupted while working. The Lord cherishes peace. The old man sighed heavily, his voice as hoarse as if it were scraping against a windbox. He just went inside to rest, and still has to talk to the young master. He shook his head, a hint of displeasure flashing in his murky eyes. You noisy little thieves are simply too much. As soon as the words fell, the old man's previously dull eyes suddenly ignited with 2 piercing blue beams of light. That was the energy overflow produced when a cybernetic body was supercharged in an instant. A wave of overwhelming killing intent instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Open fire. Turn him into a sieve. The Blood Wolf leader roared hoarsely, his finger pressing hard on the trigger. Tat 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 tat. Dozens of automatic weapons erupted simultaneously with frenzied tongues of fire. The dense rain of bullets instantly covered the area where the old man stood. However, this devastating strike hit nothing but air. As the gunfire ceased, only a fading shadow of light remained. Where is he? Where did he go? The vice captain frantically turned the gun, cold sweat dripping from his forehead down his chin. Above, a team member let out a high-pitched scream. In midair, the old man's figure descended like a hawk, swooping down on its prey, crashing into the crowd with terrifying. There was no deafening gunfire in response, only the most primal and brutal bloodshed. Crack. The sound of bones breaking became the sole melody of this battle. The old man's seemingly withered arms contained tons of hydraulic power. His figure moved like lightning, executing a swift and decisive close-quarters attack. He slammed directly into the vice captain's chest. Boom. 200-plus-pound men flew backward like a kite, with a severed string landing over a dozen. He crashed heavily into the earthen wall, his chest caving in as he spewed blood and fainted. Devil. This guy is not human. How could he be so fast? The remaining mercenaries were completely panicked, wildly sweeping their guns. The old man snorted coldly, his hands darting out like swimming dragons. This was an ancient grappling technique lost in Huaxia for over 2,000 years. Combined with this tireless cybernetic body, this cross-era violent aesthetic was simply a dimensional slaughter against a few modern mercenaries. Ah, my hand. A team member screamed in agony. The steel rifle in his hands was effortlessly snatched away by the old man. The old man twisted the rifle with strength, as if kneading dough. The barrel, as thick as an infant's arm, was directly twisted into a spiral and tossed to the ground with a "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" The Blood Wolf leader frantically retreated while pulling out a high-explosive electromagnetic grenade from his waist. Before he could, a fierce wind rushed at him, the old man's face pressed directly against his nose. The old man raised his knee and forcefully drove it into the Blood Wolf leader's ass. The tremendous impact felt as if it was going to shatter all of his internal organs. Ugh! The Blood Wolf leader bent over in pain, tears and snot uncontrollably pouring from his face. Then his legs were swept away by a tremendous force. His knees made a crisp cracking sound, and he collapsed heavily onto the hard floor. In less than 10 seconds, this assassination operation, deemed a sure win, came to an end. The courtyard was littered with this group of top international assassins. All of them had lost their combat ability, rolling on the ground in pain, clutching their severed limbs, and screaming. Not one could rise again. The night wind blew once more, carrying a heavy scent of blood. The old man slowly straightened up. He bent down to pick up the tattered broom that had fallen to the ground earlier. Dusting off the dirt from his gray robe, he seemed as if he had merely completed a trivial warm-up exercise. The Blood Wolf leader knelt on the ground, his body convulsing. His chest heaved like a bellows. Puff! He suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a large mouthful of crimson blood that stained his high-tech stealth suit. That million-dollar gear had become a joke in front of this old man sweeping the floor. The Blood Wolf leader gasped for breath, struggling to lift his head. His usually ruthless inverted triangle eyes were now filled with undeniable terror and despair. This was the Blood Wolf Brigade, ranked among the top 3 international. He hadn't even touched the door of the main house. He hadn't even seen what the man named Lu Yuan looked like. Yet he was wiped out by an old man sweeping the streets. What the hell is this godforsaken place? The Blood Wolf leader stared at the withered figure before him, resembling an ancient war god. His entire body trembled violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. You? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, his voice hoarse like a dying. What kind of monster are you? Monster. The old man scoffed dismissively at the Blood Wolf captain's howl, his withered lips curling into a contemptuous sneer. He casually tossed aside the broken broom he had used to deflect bullets, letting it clatter to the ground. His desiccated fingers slowly rose before abruptly clamping onto the edges of his own face. Rip! A spine-chilling sound of tearing flesh echoed through the night breeze. Under the Blood Wolf captain's horrified gaze, the old man forcibly peeled off the entire human skin mask from his face. There was no gory spectacle, only the cold, piercing glint of metal. Hidden beneath that incredibly lifelike bionic silicone skin was a sharply angular steel face. Moving downward, his tattered gray cloth robe was also shredded into fragments by the brutal tearing. A suit of dark matte pitch-black metal-heavy armor was fully exposed under the chilly moonlight. The overlapping armor plates, like the inverted scales of a ferocious beast, exuded a savage aura born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The old man, know this steel battle lord, looked down imperiously at the mercenary on the ground. He slowly spoke, his voice a metallic synthesized sound like a resonant bell, carrying a heavy archaic tone. I am Meng Tian, Grand General of the Great Qin. These 8 words erupted with a soul-piercing, murderous aura, making even the leaves rustle violently. At that moment, behind the crack in the main house's door, Lu Yao was fiercely clamping her hand over her mouth, afraid to make a sound. She held her phone in night mode, its camera lens capturing every detail of the yard clearly. After a brief dead silence, the livestream chat exploded with a frenzy of laughing comments. Holy crap, Meng Tian. Old man, your Chinibu is terminal. I'm dying laughing. This old guy should have been a martial arts stunt double at Hungyan. Such a waste of his acting skills. Bro, where did you hire this cosplaying grandpa? That silicone mask peel was pretty realistic, borrowed from a film crew. A grand general of the Great Qin sweeping trash in Africa. Did Qin Shi Huang? Did you ask the terracotta warriors about it? The viewers didn't take it seriously at all, assuming it was another prank show by Lu Yuan. After all, the impact of the mecha and lightsaber earlier was so overwhelming that seeing an ancient man now instinctively felt like entertainment. Yet this merriment did not last long. Several bullet comments with yellow verified badges from major historical research institutes suddenly barged into the screen with urgent tones. Stop laughing. Everyone shut up. Listen to his pronunciation just now. That was not modern Chinese. It was extremely pure archaic court speech. A linguistic titan typed frantically with a string of exclamation marks. Immediately after, the chief researcher of the Terracotta Warriors Museum also descended into the livestream. And that suit of dark iron armor he's wearing. The perforation lines of the armor plates and the beast head decorations on the shoulders perfectly matched the high-ranking general armor excavated from the Terracotta Warrior pits. Even if modern people comb through all ancient texts, they could never replicate such battle-ready details with this level of precision. The historian's frantic endorsements were like a bucket of ice-cold water with slush, unceremoniously dumped over the heads of 20 million viewers. The laughter in the bullet comments ceased abruptly, replaced by an instant chill that crawled all over their bodies. Holy shit. Is he really Meng Tian? An ancient man from over 2,000 years ago, turned into a cyborg and lived until now. How is this possible? Do we have to rewrite all our history books? My worldview is completely shattered. Bro, how many more historical bombshells are you hiding? Inside the house, Lu Yuan sat at the table wiping grease stains from the roast duck he had just eaten. He glanced at the wildly scrolling bullet comments and shook his head helplessly. This old guy was supposed to sweep the floor, but he had to make such a big scene. Lu Yuan stood up and walked behind Lu Yao, muttering casually. I should never have installed that amplifier module for him back then. In the yard, the Bloodwolf captain couldn't understand the text on the screen, but he could truly feel the tangible, terrifying killing intent. Clutching his broken legs, he desperately pushed himself backward with his elbows, despair filling his eyes. Don't come closer. He'll pay. Whatever the employer gave you, will double it. This former mercenary king who had killed without blinking amidst gunfire was now crying like a 3-year-old child. Whatever kind of augmented human you are, just let me go. I swear I'll never set foot in Africa again. Meng Tian didn't even acknowledge such pitiful pleas. In the eyes of the Great Qin Iron Army, there were only severed enemy heads, not surrendered captives. He slowly raised his thick mechanical right arm and drew the broad bronze ancient sword from his waist. The blade flashed with a terrifying blue electric arc under the moonlight, and the inscriptions on the sword seemed, "You barbarians dare trespass on my master's courtyard." Meng Tian gripped the sword with both hands, pointing the tip downward. Like a 1,000-June giant hammer, he thrust it heavily onto the silver-gray floor. Clang! A deafening explosion shook the entire mud-walled yard violently. A visible ring of blue energy ripples spread outward from the sword tip. Let me show you what it means to be a Great Qin elite. With Meng Tian's roar, the barren land in front of his feet suddenly trembled violently. The soil churned and the earth cracked. A colossal fissure, dozens of meters long, slowly opened in the night. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic, earth-shattering sound of mechanical footsteps. With suffocating pressure, it rumbled from the deep underground. A terrifying military might, cold to the extreme, instantly swept across the entire African wilderness. The Bloodwolf captain lay paralyzed on the ground, his eyes bulging as he stared at the colossal shapes rising from the fissure. It was a phalanx made entirely of pure hundreds of mechanical terracotta warriors, each 2 meters tall, clad in armor and holding weapons. They gripped plasma-glowing long halberds, and the power cores on their chests emitted a faint blue light. Their emotionless electronic eyes glowed with bloodthirsty red light, like an undying legion returning from the netherworld. The clanking of metal armor plates converged into a spine-tingling symphony of death. Even the best Hollywood special effects could never capture this soul-striking, icy sense of slaughter. Over 20 million people in the livestream, even through their screens, were so oppressed by the invincible army formation that they forgot to breathe. Meng Tian held the sword in one hand, his metallic face exuding an icy arrogance that looked down on the world. He gazed at the soiled Bloodwolf captain below. The Great Qin Iron Cavalry is here. You insects, have you decided how you want to die? The rumbling sound of mechanical friction echoed like war drums from the depths of hell. 1,000-meter-tall metal terracotta warriors marched in unison out of the underground fissure. Their heavy metal boots simultaneously struck the mud ground. The earth trembled violently, raising clouds of dust. This was not some lifeless cultural relic sculpture, but a steel torrent born for slaughter. They were covered in black-gray dark iron lamellar armor. The dim blue miniature reactors embedded in their chests pulsed violently in a rhythmic pattern. Like the heart of a metal beast, each surge sent out a tangible ripple of energy. The 3-meter-long bronze halberds in their hands emitted dim blue plasma arcs. In the night they wove into a chilling net of death light. 20 million eyes in the live stream were all brutally pierced by this magical, yet violent visual impact. The barrage comments completely stopped, not even a punctuation mark could float out. Everyone had their throats tightly choked by this murderous aura that spanned 2 millennia. The solemn formation of the cold weapon era combined with the cyberpunk destructive energy core. This perfect fusion of classical and futuristic technology ground humanity's imagination into the dirt. After holding their breath for a full half-minute, the historian's barrage comments burst out like crazy. Qin Army Elite Warriors. This formation is the long-lost, invincible Qin Army Square Formation. Oh my god, I can actually see living glowing terracotta warriors in my lifetime. This sense of oppression is suffocating. No wonder the Great Qin swept through the 6 kingdoms back then. With this kind of unreasonable technological modification, this is simply a universe-level super weapon. Outside the courtyard, the terrifying energy field formed by 1,000 miniature reactors weighed down like an invisible mountain, crushing down on everyone's heads. The remaining remnants of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps could no longer even hold their guns steady. A pungent smell of urine filled the air. The killers who had just been boasting about buying private islands with $5 billion were now all soiling themselves in fear. The deputy commander, clutching his collapsed sternum, stared at the electronic eyes glowing with bloodthirsty red light, and his spirit completely collapsed. He let out a blood-curdling scream, not human, and scrambled to escape, crawling away with bleeding fingers digging into the muddy ground. Monsters. All monsters. I quit. But before he could crawl 3 meters, an invisible gravitational field flipped him over. He crashed heavily back at the feet of the Bloodwolf captain, dizzy and disoriented. Sitting nearby, the Special Commissioner Lin Feng had his mouth wide open, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The 2 ace agents from the Special Security Bureau dared not even blink, afraid of missing any scene. Commissioner. Lin. Fei Ying swallowed a mouthful of earthy saliva, his voice trembling like a sieve. Can our Dragon Kingdom's ancestors really crawl out of the ground to fight for us? Lin Feng did not answer. He stared at the black Xian bird metal battle flag fluttering in the wind, and his eyes unconsciously reddened. The invincible army of the Dragon Kingdom from 2,000 years ago had actually revived in this ultra sci-fi way on the distant African continent. The shock this scene brought to the people of the Dragon Kingdom was beyond words. What kind of celestial being is Mr. Lu exactly? Lin Feng murmured, his cold sweat soaking his pant leg where his hand clutched. Lin Feng murmured to himself, the cold sweat in his palm already soaking his trouser leg. Just as the atmosphere reached its freezing point. With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door of the main house was slowly pushed open. Lu Yuan, wearing a loose white t-shirt and dusty flip-flops, came out yawning wide. He still held half a glass of iced juice. Frowning slightly, he looked at the dense array of steel terracotta warriors in the courtyard, then glanced at the stinking mercenaries on. Meng Tian, when will you fix this bad habit? Lu Yuan waved his hand impatiently, his tone filled with strong disdain. I just asked you to sweep the floor, and you make such a big fuss. How can I go back to sleep? The steel general Meng Tian, standing at the front of the formation, immediately knelt on one knee upon hearing this. The 2-meter-tall heavy armor crashed onto the bricks with a loud clang. General, disturbed masters rest. 1,000,000 deaths cannot atone for this crime. Meng Tian's synthesized metal voice carried a note of panic. Lu Yuan shook his head, walked over to the dazed Lu Yao, and casually pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth. He looked down at the Bloodwolf captain lying in a pool of blood, his gaze like that on a pile of stinking rotten meat. These reckless fools making a racket in the middle of the night. Lu Yuan took a sip of juice and casually waved his finger. Kill them, make it quick, and don't dirty the newly repaired yard. These light words fell on the ears of the top mercenaries like the death sentence from the King of Hell. Meng Tian suddenly stood up, his electronic eyes glowing bright red. He drew the bronze greatsword entwined with blue electric arcs from his waist and strode toward the Bloodwolf captain. The heavy metallic footsteps beat down on watching the high-raised lightsaber with lethal high temperature. The last shred of psychological defense of the Bloodwolf captain completely crumbled into dust. Ignoring the excruciating pain from his broken legs, he flipped over and like a mangy dog frantically knocked his head on the hard floor. His forehead bled profusely, but he felt no pain, screaming hoarsely, "Don't kill me. Spare me, immortal grandpa." The Bloodwolf captain cried, his face a mess of blood and tears. He scrambled desperately toward Lu Yuan's feet, but Meng Tian stomped his shoulder firmly. Ignoring the blood gushing from his mouth, he yelled with his hoarse voice, "As long as you don't kill me, you'll do anything. They'll be your beast of burden, clean toilets, scrub latrine." The bronze greatsword, shimmering with azure electrical arcs, halted just a hair's breadth above the Bloodwolf captain's neck. 1 millimeter less, and his priceless head would have been severed. The sword's searing heat had even singed the captain's chin stubble, emitting a foul, burnt odor. "Wait!" Lu Yuan, holding a glass of juice, casually raised. Meng Tian's devastating strike, as heavy as Mount Tai, was instantly arrested, the greatsword hanging steadily in midair without the slightest tremor. Lu Yuan in his flip-flops sauntered slowly to the Blood Wolf captain. He looked down at the top-tier assassin whose face was a mess of snot and tears, seemingly seriously considering the proposal. The underground base has dozens of floors and the area is indeed too large. So Hua has to cook and do laundry for me every day? Those rough chores like cleaning toilets and disposing of household waste do require a few laborers. Upon hearing this, the Blood Wolf captain's eyes, previously dead gray, instantly blazed with a fierce will to survive. Ignoring the excruciating pain of his broken leg, he desperately kowtowed on the floor, his head thumping against the silver-gray tiles. He'll do it. He'll do anything. My whole team are the strongest laborers. As long as you spare my worthless life, I swear I'll lick your toilet cleaner than a mirror. Lu Yuan took a half-step back in disgust, afraid this man's snot might smear on his flip-flops. He turned to look at the virtual image in midair. Zero, spray them with diluted repair fluid, so they don't end up crippled and unable to work. And go to the warehouse to find some work uniforms for them. Replace those pitch-black clothes. They look like they're in mourning, so unlucky. Zero's electronic eye flickered. Command confirmed. 12 prisoners have been fitted with macho-exclusive janitor uniforms. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight over the African wilderness just bathed the small courtyard. Lu Yao yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and habitually opened her phone livestream. Because the previous night's Cyber Qin Dynasty Iron Cavalry was so awe-inspiring, over 10 million viewers who had pulled an all-nighter immediately flooded in. Everyone thought the stream would open to a bloody battlefield littered with severed limbs, or that the brother would be showcasing some world-destroying interstellar weapon. Instead, Lu Yao turned the camera to a corner of the yard. Tens of millions of viewers spat out their food in unison, and the bullet comments instantly turned into a sea of joy. There was the ferocious Blood Wolf captain, who yesterday had threatened to kill everyone, now squatting pitifully in front of a newly built public restroom. His multi-million-dollar personal stealth suit had been stripped clean, replaced by an extremely eye-searing Barbie pink lasso-trimmed ruffled apron. The scar-faced giant one, 9 meters tall, wearing a pink apron and holding a long-handled toilet brush, was sobbing and wiping his tears while aggressively scrubbing the grime off the toilet rim, but sticking out. His pitiful expression was just like a wronged young wife. Not only him, but the entire row of Blood Wolf mercenaries who had once terrorized the international dark web. Now they were all wearing identical pink-made aprons, holding rags and mops, scrubbing the floor with their butts in the air. The scene was too beautiful, the contrast so strong it was unbearable to look at. Meng Tian had shed his heavy black iron armor and changed into a neat black short-sleeved outfit. This Grand General of Great Qin now held an energy whip crackling with blue electrical arcs, pacing behind them like an impartial warden. Haven't you eaten? Scrub harder. Meng Tian's tiger eyes glared, and he lashed the energy whip against the empty ground next to him, exploding into a dazzling. If there's even a trace of odor in the master's latrine, he'll skin you and make you into doormats. The Blood Wolf captain trembled in fear, his tears flowing even more. He swung the toilet brush so fast it left afterimages, as if he wished he could scrape off a layer of ceramic from the toilet bowl. The livestream audience was in hysterics. I can't take it. That pink apron is a stroke of genius. Weren't you so arrogant yesterday? Weren't you going to kidnap Yao Yao? How come you're washing toilets here today? Blood Wolf squad turns into Pink Maid squad. The humiliation is extreme and the damage is off the charts. Screenshot. Screenshot quickly and post it on foreign sites. Let those foreigners see what their so-called top-tier killers really look like. Netizen speed was within less than half an hour. Animated GIFs of the Blood Wolf captain scrubbing a toilet in a pink lace apron had been turned into all sorts of hilarious memes. They spread like a virus across global social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook. The forums of the Western dark web crashed directly. All mercenaries and assassins, seeing their former idol humiliated like this, lost their nerve and even deactivated their accounts overnight. No one wanted to earn that $50 billion anymore. This was 100 times more shameful than death. Across the ocean, in the top-secret meeting room of the Pentagon, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could be wrung out. Bang! A crystal-clear glass ashtray was smashed viciously against the wall, shattering into pieces. Admiral MacArthur's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving like a bellows. He stared fixedly at the picture on the big screen, the pink stud scrubbing toilet, meme being reposted wildly by netizens worldwide, his knuckles cracking. Disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation for the Western world. MacArthur's teeth-gritting roar made the water glasses on the conference table tremble. The stealth equipment on Blood Wolf was secretly provided by our military. This Dragon Country man not only didn't kill them, but used such despicable means to rub the face of the West in the cesspool. The several four-star generals around exchanged glances, not daring to breathe. They knew clearly that this was an unbridled display of military force by the East against the entire Western society. General conventional assassinations and special forces infiltration have completely failed against that base. A chief of staff stood up reluctantly, his forehead covered in cold sweat. That mechanical guard named Meng Tian plus the unknown magnetic field shield cannot be dealt with by rifles. MacArthur took a deep breath. He turned abruptly, walked to the top-secret electronic safe by the wall, his eyes becoming incredibly sinister and manic. Since ordinary bullets can't penetrate his turtle shell, let's bury him with nature's fury. He entered a long string of complex authorization codes, took out a document stamped with a Red Skull top-secret seal, and slammed it onto the center of the conference table. MacArthur leaned forward, hands on the table, a vicious sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Get me the weather weapon base in Alaska immediately. Let that dragon countryman taste what true divine punishment is. Bang! MacArthur's palm slammed heavily against the solid hardwood conference table, jolting the coffee cup so violently that it leaped into the air, spilling a pool of brown liquid across the surface. His bloodshot eyes bulged with fury as he fixed his glare on the president of the Eagle country, seated at the head of the table. Mr. President, we cannot wait any longer. That is no magic show staged by some civilian streamer. It is a top-secret weapon testing ground of the Dragon Country in Africa. MacArthur paced the room like a maddened polar bear, his voice trembling with agitation. That mechanical guard named Meng Tian, that tractor that transforms into a mecha, and the liquid nanotechnology. If we don't destroy that village and seize the technology, right now our Eagle country will degenerate into a third-rate nation by tomorrow. The president furrowed his brows, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, his face so dark it seemed to drip. General, calm down. Over 20 million people worldwide are watching the live stream right now. What do you intend to do? Launch a cruise missile in front of the entire globe. Once evidence of military strikes is left behind, that is an act of war. MacArthur halted his pacing and let out a cold sneer. He shoved the top-secret document stamped with a Red Skull seal directly in front of the president. Who said we need to use conventional military force? We can harness the power of nature to turn it into a tragically inevitable natural disaster. The president's pupils contracted as he stared at the code name on the file. Weather weapons. The HARP project. Exactly. A wild, greedy gleam flickered in MacArthur's eyes. Give me 10 minutes, and I will create an unprecedented super sandstorm over that godforsaken wasteland. He braced his hands on the table, his expression twisted. Gale force winds exceeding level 10 combined with a sky full of yellow sand will be enough to erase that pathetic mud village from the map. Once the storm buries everyone alive, we will dispatch the SEALs under the guise of international humanitarian rescue to sweep in and collect the spoils. Then those mechas and nanotech will all be our trophies. A dead silence fell over the room. Several four-star generals exchanged glances, the barely restrained fervor in their eyes unmistakable. The president took a deep drag of his cigar, then crushed it viciously into the ashtray. Get it done. Make it clean. Leave no artificial electromagnetic fingerprints. Having received the highest authorization, MacArthur snatched the red secure phone from the table. Patch me through to the HARP Weather Control Center in Alaska immediately. Push the electromagnetic matrix to maximum power. Target the East African savanna. Crush them. On the other side of the planet, in the frozen wilderness of Alaska, a colossal array of steel antennas spanning hundreds of acres suddenly erupted with a deafening low-frequency roar. Countless arcs of azure electricity danced and converged atop the towering structures. Energy overload warning. Ionospheric feedback anomaly. Shut up, keep pressurizing. Fire. An imperceptible, yet terrifying electromagnetic pulse shot straight into the sky. It pierced the Earth's ionosphere with brutal force, then through exquisitely precise physical refraction hurtled at the speed of light toward the African continent. Meanwhile, in a nameless African courtyard, Lu Yao was holding up her phone, cheerfully live-streaming for her viewers. In the frame, the formidable captain of the Blood Wolf mercenaries, clad in a pink lace apron, was scrubbing a toilet with a pitiful expression. Folks, look how shiny this bowl is. You could use it as a mirror. The comments section erupted in laughter, jokes flying everywhere, the atmosphere light and carefree. But just then the once cloudless blue sky suddenly changed. The air pressure plummeted to freezing point, making every breath feel tight and suffocating. An eerie, icy gale rose from the ground. What's happening? Why is it getting dark all of a sudden? Lu Yao looked up, puzzled. The sight made her drop her phone in terror, a chill racing through her veins. On the distant horizon, a black wall of air hundreds of meters high had inexplicably risen. That was no ordinary storm cloud. It was a swirling mass of yellow sand whipped into the sky by 10-level winds. Like an ancient beast with a gaping maw, it roared toward the village, ready to devour everything. Woo woo. The howling wind sounded like the wailing of 1,000 demons, piercing eardrums. The withered baobab trees outside the yard were ripped from the ground by the gale, torn apart midair, and slammed violently against the distant mud. A sandstorm. A super sandstorm. On the outskirts of the village, the warlord soldiers, who had already been terrified by Dragon 1, completely lost their minds. They scrambled in all directions, their screams instantly swallowed by the wind and sand. Run! The apocalypse is here. The gods are angry. Everyone flee. The overwhelming black wall of sand advanced with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed in to less than 500 meters from the village. The blinding dust completely blocked the sunlight, plunging the world into a pitch blackness akin to perpetual night. The live stream shook violently, flying rocks and sand battered the screen with crackling sounds. Over 20 million viewers' hearts leaped into their throats. Holy crap! Is this a sandstorm? It looks like the end of the world. Get inside. A storm of this magnitude can tear people apart midair. The weather changed way too fast. This defies all meteorological laws. Lu Yao couldn't keep her footing against the fierce wind. She clung desperately to a thick wooden post in the yard, her legs wobbling. The sand stung her face like knives cutting into her skin. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed hoarsely toward the center of the yard. Brother, get inside. We're going to be blown away by the tornado. Agent Lin Feng, panic-stricken, as well struggled against the gale to crawl over and pull Lu Yao into the underground shelter. But the wind was too strong. The moment he lifted his head, his mouth was filled with sand. Amid the howling tempest, Lu Yuan lay on his bamboo chair. One hand holding down the thin blanket that was about to fly away, he narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the black wall of sand that defied all natural laws above him. A trace of icy disgust flickered in his deep eyes. Such a fine day, and yet they insist on these petty, underhanded tricks. Lu Yuan rose slowly. Facing the 10-level gale that could blow a person away, he casually brushed the dust off his white t-shirt with disdain. He turned to look at his little sister, trembling and clutching the post in terror. A careless smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he asked in a flat, gentle tone, "This wretched wind is too dirty. Yao, would you like to see some snow?" The wind and sand tore against her face like coarse sandpaper, causing sharp pain. Lu Yao clung to the thick wooden pillar, her fingernails embedded with yellow mud, the veins on the back of her hands bulging. She was just about to respond to her brother when a mouthful of earthy flavor rushed into her throat. Cough. Cough. Brother, please stop joking. The little girl spat several times, her mixed saliva and mud blown away by the wind, tears streaming down her face. We're almost turned into mummies. What are we looking at snow for? A few meters away, Lin Feng lay flat on the muddy ground, crawling forward with hands and feet. His suit, already torn, flapped in the wind, making a loud noise. Mr. Lu, get inside quickly. This wind pressure isn't right. He wiped the mud from his eyes, his voice hoarse as he shouted, swallowing a mouthful of sand. This is clearly aimed at taking us down. Quickly take your sister to the basement for shelter. Lu Yuan, however, plopped back into the broken bamboo chair, as if he had no... He slowly crossed his legs, his dusty slippers dangling from his toes. The raging wind that swirled 3 feet in front of him felt like crashing against a Not even the tuft of hair on his forehead was disturbed. He tilted his head back, gazing at the dense, oppressive storm clouds above. He smacked his lips. Annoying. Lu Yuan scratched his ear, and knot forming between his brows. I just had Suahua wash the blankets yesterday, and now they're all covered in dust. Lin Feng lay on the ground, his mouth wide open enough to fit an ostrich egg. With the family on the brink of ruin, this man actually cared about the blankets. Lu Yuan, too lazy to pay attention to the crawling Lin Feng, raised his left wrist. He casually tapped the black bracelet twice. Zero, get to work. With a crackle, a blue light flickered in the air, the image of a virtual maid appearing, albeit flickering, due to the strong magnetic field interference. Creator detecting non-natural electromagnetic pulse interference. Zero's electronic voice carried a distinctly cold tone. Interference source located in the North American Alaska region. Oh, those bastards are still at it. Lu Yuan yawned, a couple of drops of saline tears squeezing out from the corners of his eyes. Activate the climate countermeasure device to cool them down. Command confirmed. Just half a second after Zero's voice fell, a deep resonance sound echoed from the depths of the huge metal passage in the backyard. The sound was not loud, but it made everyone's feet tingle and their jaws ache as if their hearts skipped a beat. Following that, a massive pillar of eerie blue light as thick as a bucket suddenly erupted from the ground. The pillar of light, carrying a high temperature and static electricity that tore through the air, shot straight into the sky, piercing through the thick black sand wall. There was no earth-shattering explosion or deafening roar. It felt like a drop of scalding concentrated sulfuric acid falling into a thin sheet of window paper. The roaring sandstorm beast in the sky froze in an instant. The originally violent gale, as if pressed by a pause button, abruptly halted. The gravel in midair lost its buoyancy and fell like rain. Lu Yao kept her eyes closed, waiting for the sensation of weightlessness, but it never came. Instead, a handful of sand fell into the collar of her neck, causing her to shrink her neck. She cautiously opened a narrow slit of her eyes. The scene before her caused her brain. The filthy black clouds above had been completely dispersed by the blue light pillar. In their place was a blanket of white rolling low-pressure clouds heavy with moisture. The heat and earthy smell in the air vanished. The temperature plummeted dramatically in just a few seconds. Lu Yao let out a loud sneeze, goosebumps erupting on her arms. A cool, damp substance wobbled and fell onto her nose. In an instant, it melted into a droplet of water. She dazedly reached out her hand. A hexagonal white ice crystal floated down into her muddy palm. Snow. Lu Yao blankly uttered a single word. This broken place is actually snowing. Not just snowing. In a mere 2 or 3 minutes, the snowflakes in the sky transformed from scattered to a heavy snow. Palm-sized snowflakes carrying a bone-chilling cold current poured down madly onto this tropical wasteland. The ground of the African desert, usually over 40 degrees, was still scalding hot. The snowflakes landing produced hissing white smoke. But the snowfall was so heavy that it completely defied the laws of science. Soon a thick layer of snow pressed down the remaining warmth of the ground. Lin Feng lay in the snow shivering uncontrollably. He watched the white fog he exhaled, and then looked down to pinch a handful of snow on the ground. The damp cold pierced through him, reddening his palms. It's really snow. The usually composed diplomat couldn't help but curse, his eyes twitching. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room had exploded into a boiling mess. The snowflakes on screen were not signal interference, they were a real blizzard. Am I blind? It was a sandstorm a moment ago, and now it's turned into heavy snow. Heavy snow near the equator? The geography teacher's coffin lid is what did the old man just say? Climate countermeasure device. Can this thing really change the weather? This is unscientific. Where's Newton when you need him? It wasn't just the viewers who found it unscientific. Weather stations around the world monitoring the sandstorm had turned into disaster sites. In the command hall of the Dragon Country Meteorological Bureau, the massive electronic weather map screen flashed wildly, alternating between red, yellow, and blue colors. Beep, beep, beep. A line of monitoring alarms emitted sharp cries. Several bald, old experts gathered around the data table, their thermos cups shaking in their hands. The cyclone disappeared, vanished into thin air. The cold front airflow over East Africa has exceeded the instrument's limits. This is man-made artificial snowfall. This coverage area is at least half of Africa. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Eagle Sauce country, the HARP Weather Control Center in Alaska was in total chaos. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted deep within the machine room. High-voltage transformers exploded in succession, emitting orange sparks. Thick smoke billowed out through the exhaust ducts, choking several technicians who started coughing violently. Ionospheric backlash. Energy has been forcibly returned. A freckled operator scrambled out of the machine room, losing one of his shoes in the process. The main antenna array has melted down by 60%. The system is completely scrapped. MacArthur sat before the screen in the Pentagon, watching the surveillance footage of the snowfall. The thick cigar in his hand fell with a thud onto his lap. Scalding hot, he jumped up in shock, frantically swatting at the sparks on his pants. Fuck, he complained while hopping around his old face, turning a pig liver. Can anyone tell me why it's snowing on a tropical grassland? We invested hundreds of billions in this plan, and it's all buried by a snowfall. The scene cut back to the yellow mud courtyard. The snow kept falling heavily, quickly covering her ankles. Lu Yao, wearing a thin sun protection jacket, was shivering, her lips turning purple as her teeth chattered. Achoo! She tightly hugged her arms, shrinking under the thatched roof, her nose running. Brother. I'm cold. Lu Yuan stood up from the bamboo chair, his slippers crunching in the snow. He seemed oblivious to the cold, his white t-shirt's collar wide open. He walked over to Lu Yao and casually tossed the thin blanket meant to cover her stomach over her head. Where more, it looks like this snow will last a while. Lu Yuan yawned, looking up at the gray sky, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Lin Feng finally managed to get up from the snow, his suit jacket covered in ice shards. He was shivering, rubbing his red hands together as he approached. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng spoke with a tremor in his voice, stuttering. Is this snow because of you? Lu Yuan cut him off before he could finish. Just washing the air, changing the flavor after eating too much sand. In the live broadcast room, those with meteorologist certifications completely abandoned their scholarly reserve. The barrage of comments flew faster than the snowfall. Mr. Lu, this level of climate intervention could disrupt global ocean currents. Changing the equatorial temperature would require the energy equivalent of tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. Please, for the love of God, stop this. If it continues, the northern hemisphere will face a mini ice age. Lu Yao, wrapped in a blanket, poked her fuzzy head out, sniffing her red nose. She glanced at the experts on her phone screen who were lamenting, then looked at the heavy goose feather snow cover. Brother. Lu Yao tugged at Lu Yuan's shirt, shivering. How long do you plan to make it snow? I saw those experts online saying that if it continues, it'll be the end of the world. Lu Yuan, hands in pockets, stared at the snow-covered African wasteland outside. A grin spread across his face, revealing white teeth. When those scheming bastards are frozen and kneeling begging me. He flicked the water droplets from his fingertips and casually hummed. Then the snow will naturally stop. Lin Feng beside him felt his scalp tingle, instinctively glancing at the encrypted terminal in his hand. He gasped sharply, nearly losing his eyeballs, pointing at the screen and shouting. Mr. Lu, look at this satellite cloud map. This snow seems to be falling beyond just our area. Lu Yao leaned in for a glance, turning into a frozen statue. Brother, did you press the wrong button? She swallowed nervously, her voice trembling like sifted grain. The satellite map shows that in North America, that Eagle Sauce country, how is the temperature directly dropping to minus 80 degrees? On the military terminal in Lin Feng's hand, the North American weather map had turned a glaring shade of deep purple. Lu Yao trembled as she pointed at the screen, her teeth chattering audibly. Brother, don't scare me. At minus 80 degrees, wouldn't people freeze into popsicles? Lu Yuan's flip-flops crunched on the snow, his toes touching a few sparklings. He kicked away a chunk of frozen mud and grimaced. Did you press the button wrong from shivering? What are you thinking? He turned his head to glance at the distant snowstorm snorting through his nose. What I'm doing is targeted cooling to freeze the water in the minds of my old acquaintances across the ocean. This way they won't keep shooting arrows in the dark after gorging themselves. In the live broadcast room, those accounts with yellow V certification from various national meteorological agencies looked like cats whose tails had been stepped on. The barrage of comments was so rapid it seemed to have double images. Impossible. This must be a scam. Interfering with the equatorial airflow is one thing, but to precisely create a winter cyclone across half the globe. Just now I adjusted the satellite data and the peak energy conversion. An old meteorological expert from the Dragon Nation posted a bold red message, his words trembling, equivalent to the energy control of hundreds of 10 million ton hydrogen bombs detonating simultaneously. This has already transcended the realm of meteorological weapons. This is fundamentally reshaping the Earth's ecosystem. Common viewers didn't care about any physical principles. Everyone was bundled in blankets curled up on warm kangs, watching goose feather snowflakes fall on the African. They excitedly pounded on their keyboards. The edifice of physics has collapsed. Newton's coffin lid has finally been pushed down today. Hundreds of hydrogen bombs. Is the old brother treating the sun like a power bank? North America has turned into a frozen wasteland. Serves them right. Let them taste the flavor of ice sculptures after sanctioning others every day. Old brother incredible. In the future, whoever disrespects them, just let a snowstorm hit their hometown. While the viewers were joyfully hammering their keyboards. Deep within the icy plains of Alaska, the HARP weather control base covering hundreds of acres was now in chaos like a pot of boiling porridge. The blue light flashing from the antenna array turned into a strange dark red. The burnt smell wafted through the ventilation ducts into the control room, making people alarm. Energy backlash countdown. The operator rolled and crawled outside, dropping the walkie-talkie from his hands. The main capacitor can't hold on any longer. Retreat quickly. His words had barely left his mouth. A tremendous roar tore through the tranquility of the icy plains. The expensive steel antennas were crushed as if by an invisible giant hand. A blinding fireball shot into the sky. The shockwave carrying shattered metal parts instantly smashed the bulletproof glass of the control room into pieces. Thick smoke billowed straight into the clouds. At the Pentagon in Eagle Sauce Nation, MacArthur slumped in his leather swivel chair. The large screen flickered, showing the Alaskan base, turned into a sea of fire, then it fizzled into a flurry of snowflakes. He felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped down onto his collar. "Sir, our meteorological ace." The chief of staff beside him swallowed hard, struggling to piece together a complete sentence. All destroyed, it didn't hold for even a second. MacArthur's shoulders drooped, as if his marrow had been drained. The previous arrogance and fervor in his bloodshot blue eyes had vanished without a trace. Only a dead gray remained. He covered his face with his hand, fingers tangling in his golden hair, as he painfully tugged at it. "Stop. Notify all overseas troops to cease all operations." MacArthur's voice was hoarse like a dying old man on the brink of death. "We've messed with the wrong people, damn it. That is not some scientist from the Dragon Nation who has mastered black technology. That man sitting in the African courtyard is a god who controls nature." The perspective shifted back to the nameless village in Africa. Snowflakes drifted down like torn cotton. The yellow clay courtyard had long turned into a white expanse of snow. The earthy smell was covered by the heavy snow, leaving a cool and clean scent in the air. Lu Yao, who had just been shivering from the cold, now felt her southern girl attributes awaken as she looked at the thick snow on the ground. She pulled off the thin blanket on her head. "Wow, it's snowing so heavily." Lu Yao cheered, stepping into the snow in her sneakers, her footsteps crunching. She bent down to scoop up a handful of snow and clumsily shaped it into a snowball. "Commissioner Lin, catch." With a whoosh, the snowball hit Lin Feng's suit shoulder, bursting into a flurry of white shreds. Lin Feng wiped the ice water from his face, smiling wryly and shaking his head, not daring to retaliate. "Brother, you should join me in a snowball fight too." Lu Yao, in a frenzy of playfulness, turned and ran backwards, still clutching a handful of snow. "Snow in Africa, I've never seen it in my life." Her words were not yet finished. Her heel happened to trip over a frozen, thick cucumber vine. "Oh my God!" Lu Yao exclaimed, her hands flailing in the air. Losing her balance, she fell straight into the snow pile ahead, landing in a perfect faceplant. The selfie stick fell beside her. The camera angled towards the door of the thatched cottage. Yuan had just gone back inside to rummage for a warm coat. Hearing the noise in the yard, he emerged with a patched military coat in hand. He slowly walked out from the shadow of the eaves. The drone's camera automatically focused and locked onto the tall figure at the door. The light after the snow was surprisingly bright. With the snowflakes swirling around, over 20 million pairs of eyes in the live broadcast room finally saw clearly the full figure of this celestial being from this angle. Gone was the laziness of earlier on the lounge chair and the blur of backlighting. It was a face that could make time stand still. Fair-skinned, sharp brow bones. In his deep black eyes lay the weight of 4.6 billion years of vicissitudes, yet it also held a hint of nonchalance and vitality. The loose white t-shirt clung slightly to his muscular lines in the cold wind. Standing there, even the snowflakes drifting around seemed to deliberately avoid his shoulders. This ethereal, otherworldly coolness pierced through the screen. The barrage of comments abruptly stopped scrolling at this moment. Netizens, tycoons, and high-ranking officials from around the world were all left dumbfounded. Lu Yuan looked down at his sister who was floundering in the snow pit like a turtle. He sighed deeply. White mist escaped from his thin lips, blurring half of his cheek. He walked over the snow and casually draped the tattered military coat over Lu. How can you engage in a snowball fight when you can't even stand properly? Lu Yuan grabbed the back of her collar, lifting her up like a chick. He raised his eyelids to glance at the stormy wasteland beyond the courtyard wall, the corners of his mouth curving into a grin that was neither a smile nor a frown. Hurry up and get up, dust yourself off. There are a few wild dogs frozen stiff about to crawl over here and get a beating. The drone's high-definition camera locked onto that slender silhouette. Snow pellets struck the lens glass, blooming into cold, white refractive halos. Lu Yuan shuffled in his gray flip-flops, crunching through the snow, carelessly exposing himself to the gaze of millions. Before he would curl up in a bamboo chair, either dozing with half-closed eyes or covering his face with a tattered palm leaf fan. The viewers only felt that this guy had a strange, unfathomable aura like a hidden master. This time the camera was right in his face. Against the snowy backdrop, his face was so clear it made one's breath catch. His features were well-defined and regular, the shadow of his jawline sharp as a paper cutter. Yet his eyes drooped at the corners, exuding a languid impatience with the whole world. He was tainted by not a trace of worldly mundane fire and smoke. He was exactly like a banished immortal who had just stepped out of a 1,000-year-old ink wash painting covered in cold frost and snow. The livestream chat froze. There was a second of blank screen, so clean it was unsettling. Then the style took a shocking turn. The hardcore academic discussions about hydrogen bomb yields and weather control instruments vanished in an instant, replaced by a pink tsunami of screams mercilessly crushing the dignity of all science and engineering guys. Ewa. This face. This jawline. Am ovulating on the spot. What god of nature? This is clearly my long-lost husband. The one above, tone it down. Your abacus beads are flying onto my keyboard. The husband is clearly mine. Bro. Big shot. You need someone to warm your bed? He'll bring 2 suites in Thompson Riviera in Shanghai and pay you. Oh my, this young man is so handsome. Ani has 5 demolition houses. Can I introduce my daughter to you? Get lost. They'll offer 10. Bro, look at me. In the server room of Douyu Platform headquarters, the temperature shot up another 3 degrees. Technical Director Zhang Wei scratched his thinning hair, staring at the backend data and swallowing hard. Director Zhang. The servers are about to alarm again. The programmer's hands were cramping as he typed, his voice tearful. This time it's not a hacker attack, it's regular barrage data interaction overload. Traffic skyrocketed. Those who flooded in this time were all beauty fans who didn't care about technology, just faces along with all kinds of crazy matchmaking mothersome. Dense, husband marry me texts plastered the screen into a pink mosaic wall. In the courtyard, Lu Yao was still lying in the snow pit. Her nose was red from cold, and a snot bubble wobbled in the cold wind. This girl had no idea that the women online were already fighting fiercely over the position. She only felt her collar tighten. Lu Yuan grabbed her by the back of the neck with one hand, like pulling a carrot, and yanked her out of the snow pile. Hey, ouch. Bro, easy. You're choking me. The little girl flailed her arms and legs a couple of times, bumping into Lu Yuan's chest. A faint scent of soap came from the white t-shirt, mixed with the cold smell of snow water. Lu Yuan let go and shook off the icy water from his fingertips with this. You're a grown-up, how can you trip over your own feet? He casually patted Lu Yao's head, brushing off a few pieces of ice shards. Achoo. Lu Yao let out an uncontrollable thunderous sneeze, almost spraying saliva onto Lu Yuan's chin. She quickly shrank her neck, sniffled, and stepped. She hugged her arms tightly to her chest, rubbing the layers of goosebumps on her arms. Her teeth chattered, making a clacking sound. I'm freezing. Achoo. This damn weather is really hellish. Lin Feng beside her was also freezing, his suit jacket covered in a layer of frost. He tucked his hands in his sleeves, shuffled over, shivering, his teeth chattering. Mr. Lu, your sister is dressed too lightly. This temperature drop is eerie. Be careful she doesn't catch a serious illness. Who told her to wear a flimsy sun protection jacket and dive into the snow? Lu Yuan's eyelids drooped, his brows furrowed. Seeing the girl's lips turning purple from cold, even frost on her eyelashes, he let out a long sigh. What a troublemaker, he muttered, reaching into the pocket of his grayish sweatpants. After fumbling a couple of times, he pulled out a small object. It was a black metal plate, just a bit larger than a fingernail. Its surface was engraved with a bunch of intricate winding runes. From the crevices of faint blue light, Lu Yuan pinched the hanging cord and casually looped it around Lu Yao's neck. The cool metal chain just touched her collarbone. Lu Yao shivered from the cold and instinctively reached to pull it off. But her movement suddenly froze. A warm current surged from the little pendant on her chest, rushing through her limbs and bones. It was like soaking in a hot spring at 40 degrees Celsius in the middle of winter, so comfortable, she hummed. Even more absurdly, the biting cold wind and icy snowflakes around her within 3 inches of her body actually seemed to hit an invisible wall of fire, instantly melting into white steam. Not even a corner of her clothes got wet. Lu Yao's almond eyes widened, staring down at the glowing metal plate on her chest. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit a walnut. Bro. What is this thing? A portable little sun. Lin Feng beside her stared with eyes wide. He reached out to feel the heat source, but as his fingertips approached half a foot, they were gently pushed away by a soft force. What kind of black tech shield is this? Can it maintain a constant temperature? Lu Yuan yawned, shoving his frozen hands back into his pockets. A worthless little trinket, just wear it for fun. He half lowered his eyes, his gaze passing over Lu Yao's shoulder, penetrating the courtyard wall straight into the dark depths of the stormy snow outside. Amid the sound of wind and snow, there was a faint, barely perceptible rustle of grass blades. A corner of Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a cold, emotionless smile. Keep it on, don't take it off. His tone was lazy yet carried a chill that made one's spine cold. After all, those wild dogs about to crawl in from outside have toys that are— Lu Yao lowered her head, her chin pressed against her collarbone. The small pitch-black metal plate felt not at all cold against her skin. Instead, it was like a blazing little stove, ceaselessly emitting warm, comforting heat. The stream of warmth slipped through her collar and seeped into her pores, instantly thawing her frozen limbs and joints. She squinted in contentment and let out a snowflake the size of a palm was swept by the cold wind, heading straight for the tip of her nose. Lu Yao flinched, shrinking her neck and closing her eyes. Plop! A faint collision sound echoed in her ears. She cracked open an eye, and her eyes nearly popped out. That snowflake hadn't landed on her face at all. 3 inches from the tip of her nose, the air dimpled into a transparent arc, as if the snowflake had struck an invisible glass wall. It instantly melted into a puff of white mist, sliding down the transparent dome-shaped barrier, without even dampening a corner of her clothes. Brother, look. Lu Yao extended her index finger and poked the air in front of her. Her fingertip felt nothing, encountered no resistance, yet the snowflakes simply couldn't enter. This pendant even has an invisible umbrella function. Even the wind can't blow in around me. She cried out in delight, spinning around on the spot. Lin Feng, standing half a step away, was shivering as he inhaled the cold air. Hesitantly, he stretched out his right hand, red from the cold, and slowly reached toward Lu Yao. The moment his palm approached that transparent outline, a gentle, yet forceful repulsive force instantly bounced his wrist away. Lin Feng stumbled half a step, his atoms, apple bobbing violently. MMR. Lu. This force field. He rubbed his sore wrist, his voice trembling. Can it even forcibly repel solid matter? Lu Yuan twisted his neck, and his bones emitted 2 crisp cracks. Don't touch randomly. He glanced at Lin Feng, and thrust his hands back into his trouser pocket. It's crash-proof, so I don't have to waste time spraying medicine on this clumsy girl every time she trips. At that moment, in the intensive care unit of the first hospital of Dragon Kingdom's capital, the ECG monitor emitted rhythmic beeps. Qian Lao lay half reclined on the hospital bed, a transparent oxygen tube inserted into his nostrils. His chest rose and fell with each breath. His grandson had pulled up a stool and sat by the bed, holding a tablet that was streaming Lu Yao's live broadcast. The old man had been resting with his eyes half closed. His gaze inadvertently swept across the screen and instantly froze on the twisted halo of light surrounding Lu Yao's body. Qian Lao abruptly sat up straight. He ripped off the oxygen tube from his nose, gasping heavily. Grandpa, the doctor said you can't get excited. The terrified grandson dropped the tablet and fumbled frantically for the call bell. Get out of my way. Don't be a nuisance. Qian Lao slapped his grandson's hand away, a fit of violent coughs erupting from his throat. Bring me my keyboard. Quick. He snatched the tablet, his withered fingers hovering over the screen, trembling so much that he kept tapping the wrong pinion. On the snowy scene of the live stream, a bullet comment with a golden VIP border slowly scrolled across the public chat. That's an antimatter energy deflection shield. I'm absolutely certain. Qian Lao typed slowly, but every sentence was like a bomb thrown onto the nerves of the viewers. I've seen that light refraction angle in the simulation models of the top secret lab. That transparent film can rearrange the atomic order of matter upon contact. Let alone snow. Even if a 10 megaton nuclear warhead detonates right under that girl's feet, this shield can deflect all nuclear radiation and shockwaves into another dimension. She's wearing that little iron plate and remains unscathed. As soon as these words appeared, the bullet comments went absolutely insane, scrolling so fast they blurred in. Freaking crash-proof. Used to block nuclear impacts, is it? This guy calls it a little stove? What kind of stove can withstand a hydrogen bomb? Yao's wearing an invincible cheat around her neck. I'm jealous, so jealous. Bro, do you still need a little sister? One who can cook and comes with a dowry. Lu Yao stared at the frenzy on the screen, her jaw nearly dropping into the snow. She clutched both hands tightly over the glowing metal plate on her chest, terrified that someone might crawl through the internet and snatch it away. Can it really block nukes? She swallowed hard, looking down at the pitch-black scrap of metal. Bro, how much would this thing sell for? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and kicked a pile of snow into the air. You're obsessed with money. It's just a little trinket made from leftover material to warm your hands and winter pockets. He reached out and flicked Lu Yao's forehead. Keep it on, don't take it off. Losing it would be a hassle to find. Across the ocean at the Pentagon Strategic Command Center, MacArthur slumped in his chair, the cigar between his fingers dropping onto the carpet, burning a black hole. The smell of burnt wool filled the air, but he remained as if he had lost his sense of smell. On the big screen, the transparent outline that blocked the wind and snow became the last straw that broke him. The weather weapon backfired and exploded. The formation of mechanical terracotta warriors was impervious to blades and bullets. And now even that defenseless little girl carried an antimatter shield capable of withstanding nukes. Sir, a major general approached, wiping sweat from his chin with a handkerchief. Should the special forces team we sent to encircle the perimeter still proceed with the operation? Proceed, my ass. MacArthur roared like a steppadon cat, his voice hoarse and cracking. Are we going to assault an antimatter shield with assault rifles? Tickle them. He slammed his fist onto the console, a plastic panel, cracking with a snap. Pull them out immediately. Everyone withdraw. Not even an ant should stay in Africa. Cancel all armed intervention plans. Prepare the plane now. In the snowy, windswept yard of Africa, Lin Feng's satellite phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently, buzzing against his thigh. He fumbled to pull it out, answered, and pressed it to his ear. The howling wind and snow flooded the earpiece, drowning out the voice on the other end. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened. He turned to glance at Lu Yuan and swallowed a huge gulp of saliva. He hung up the phone, took half a step forward, and exhaled a puff of white steam. MMR. Lin Feng's voice stammered, filled with an unreal daze. Just received top secret intelligence. The highest leader of the Eagle Country and the leaders of Bear Country and several European nations. They chartered private planes overnight, barely bringing any guards, and they're all flying toward us in Africa. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and thrust his frozen hands back into his pockets. What are they coming here for? A group snowwatching trip? Lin Feng shook his head, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. No. They sent a diplomatic letter saying they want to come and kowtow to you and wish you an early new year. Wishing an early new year. Lu Yao, wrapped in that patched old military coat, sniffled the clear mucus frozen by the cold. She lowered her head to glance at the yellow mud clinging to her shoes, then looked around at the crumbling earthen walls. These past few days felt like a dream. From a glowing Dyson sphere, used to prop up a table leg, to a three-turtle mecca for farming. From Wang Zitzi's genuine calligraphy, burned as wastepaper, to the antimatter shield hanging around her neck. In just these few short days, this mud-walled compound in Africa, which couldn't even be found on a map navigation app, had stubbornly transformed into the beating. Across the ocean, the radar control center had long descended into chaos. A dozen red high-level flight signals completely ignored international air route regulations. The president of the Eagle Country, at his advanced age, even buttoned his suit crookedly. Clutching pills in his hand, he shivered on the genuine leather sofa of his private jet. Hurry. Tell the pilot to push the engines to full throttle. The old man slapped his thigh in urgency, spittle flying everywhere. If we're late, and that man from Dragon Country doesn't even leave us a drop of soup, we're all doomed. Beside him, the Bear Country's Grand Duke was even more ruthless. He directly used a supersonic strategic bomber as his personal ride to race toward Africa. At this critical juncture, whoever got a familiar face in front of that man first would secure the entry ticket to the next century's Earth. The blizzard still raged across the African savannah. Lin Feng clutched the scorching military satellite phone, his throat parched, as if smoke were rising. Mr. Lu, the leaders from Eagle Country, Bear Country, and a few from Europe will land in 2 or 3 hours. He rubbed his frozen fingers and cautiously approached. Should we prepare a reception hall, or something? Or brew a pot of hot tea? Lu Yuan trudged through the snow ahead, without turning back. His flip-flops left a crooked trail of footprints in the snowdrifts, producing a rhythmic crunch. Reception hall. He snorted through his nose, a tone of undisguised disdain and reluctance. This shabby yard of mine only has a few broken bamboo chairs. If they want, they can squat in the corner or lie in the snow. If they want water, they can draw it from the well themselves. Am I supposed to serve them? Lin Feng was stunned, then quickly nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, you're right. Have them wait outside, eating snow. Lu Yao followed behind the small metal plate on her chest, radiating a warm heat. She felt no cold at all. In fact, her back was starting to sweat from walking. Ahead lay the deep passage, glowing with blue light. A ring of light bordered the edges of the metal passage. The cold mechanical texture mingled with the damp, earthy smell rising from underground. Brother, are we just leaving those big shots outside? Lu Yao leaned forward and peeked down. The passage's depths were pitch black, like a gaping abyss. Lu Yuan kept his hands in his pockets and stepped onto the translucent anti-gravity force field staircase. Forget about them. They're just a bunch of beggars. He turned and gestured to his sister. What are you dawdling for? Weren't you clamoring to see the basement? Get your ass over here and follow. Lu Yao let out an "oh" and quickly trotted onto the staircase. Her feet sank slightly, then a steady lifting force supported her. It felt like stepping on a huge pile of freshly fluffed cotton. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the passage, watching the siblings descend with eager eyes. He wanted to follow, but without the big shot say-so, even 10 times his courage wouldn't make him dare to take a step. All he could do was stand obediently like a door god, inhaling cold air in the snow. As the two entered the passage, the 10-meter diameter metal gate above them emitted a heavy grinding sound. Rumbling. The thick metal petals closed from all sides, fitting seamlessly together. The raging snowstorm and the noisy human world were completely sealed off by this. The azure light strips lit up section by section as they walked. They stood on a circular metal platform. There were no steel cables or any mechanical sliding shafts. The platform simply floated in midair, beginning to descend at a dizzying speed. No wind sound reached their ears, only a slight tinnitus from the weightlessness. Lu Yao clutched Lu Yuan's arm tightly, her eyes closed, afraid to look around. Brother, why doesn't this crappy elevator have any handrails? If it falls, will we be smashed into meat paste? She stammered, her palms covered in slippery cold sweat. Lu Yuan's white t-shirt was wrinkled from her grip. Such a coward. He irritably pried his sister's fingers off and pointed his chin forward. There a string of red holographic numbers flickered so fast they became a blur. Floor 10, floor 50, floor 100. The descending speed was like directly jumping off a cliff. Yet strangely the body felt no pressure, only a constant churning of acid in the stomach. Just as Lu Yao was about to lose it and throw up. Ding! A crisp and pleasant electronic chime echoed in the empty shaft. The weightlessness vanished instantly. The platform stopped steadily without even a hint of wobble. Before them was a bluish-gray stone door carved with mottled totems. A faint, ancient, and desolate smell of aged wood seeped through the door crack. Lu Yuan raised a hand to straighten his tugged collar and casually yawned. He turned to look at his sister, still gasping for breath with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Get ready. Open your eyes wide. He pressed his index finger lightly against the heavy stone door, his voice carrying a lazy, seductive charm. Next I'll show you what the river of time really looks like. As Lu Yuan's fingertip touched the mottled stone door, a low rumbling sound rolled beneath their feet, sending dust drifting down in a steady drizzle. The two green stone doors of unknown thickness grudgingly slid apart. What first seeped through the gap was not the musty odor expected from underground. Lu Yao twitched her nose. A warm breeze fragrant with grass and wood rushed onto her face, carrying a dazzling white light. The livestream lens in her hand had just aligned with the crack. On the screen, the barrage of comments burst forth like snowflakes, flooding the entire display. Hurry! Take a step. How did you tie sandbags on your legs? I'm dying to see. Go out quick. What treasure is it? Not a room full of terracotta warriors and dried meat, right? Stop dawdling. Let big bro lead. Lu Yao squinted against the warm wind. She swallowed her dry throat, emitting a soft gulp. The palm holding the selfie stick was slick with sweat. Bro. Behind this door. She shuffled forward half a step, her soles scraping against the metal platform with a screech. There aren't any. You know those man-eating old mummies, right? Lu Yuan had already stepped out. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his track pants, his flip-flops landing outside with a dull thud. You want to see zombies? Later I'll dig a pit and bury one for you. His lazy voice drifted from the brightness. Get out here, stop making a fool of yourself in the elevator. Lu Yao puffed out her cheeks, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and plunged into the halo of light beyond the stone door. The moment she crossed the threshold, the light was so dazzling it almost made her shed tears. She raised her free hand to shield her forehead, and only after a long pause could she barely open her eyes. When she took in the scene before her, she stood frozen like a wooden post rooted to the spot, even her lips trembling slightly. No rusty gears, no experimental instruments, flashing red lights. Nor was there any pitch-black air raid shelter. Warm sunlight fell on her pants, which she had just dirted on the ground. Lu Yao lifted her head in a daze. Above her was a clear blue sky without a trace of impurity. A few fluffy white clouds hung there, and even a couple of birds glided past, their tail feathers stretched. A breeze brushed against her skin, carrying the fresh scent of dew and fermented soil. This. Lu Yao opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a complete word for a long. Bro, aren't we in the 100th floor underground? She whirled around, glaring at Lu Yuan, who was yawning beside her. Did the elevator go through a wall? Are we back on the surface? Lu Yuan pulled one hand out of his pocket and scratched his ear. Back on the surface. He pointed at the bright sun above. This lousy lamp took me half a month to calibrate. Holographic simulated natural spectrum. He pursed his lips with a frown. The UV parameters are a bit off, but ITLL do. I don't like sunbathing anyway. Holographic simulated sky dome. The big shots with credentials from top research institutes in the live stream were practically pounding their keyboards to pieces, creating a sun underground. Crazy. Look at Yao's feet. That plant. That's a lepidodendron. The king of ferns that went extinct in the Carboniferous 300 million years ago. My heart. Quick, give me a heart pill. Did Big Bro pack the entire Cretaceous period and bring it back to the basement? Lu Yao also looked down at the prompts from the barrage. Around her feet grew a ring of strange plants, half a person tall, with serrated leaves. On the undersides of the leaves hung fist-sized purplish red spore sacs, exuding a wild aura of a primordial age. Looking further away, giant fern trees, dozens of meters tall, formed a forest, see their trunks so thick that 3 people couldn't embrace them. A crystal-clear stream wound through the woods, its water babbling noisily. Several giant dragonflies with wingspans larger than washbasins skimmed the water, fluttering their transparent wings and kicking up fine sprays. This was no basement. It was clearly an ancient folded world forcibly sealed deep underground. Lu Yao felt her legs go weak like boiled noodles. His flip-flops went slap-slap. The grass grows too fast, he'll have Ming Tian come down and pull some tomorrow. He muttered as he walked like a retired old man fussed. She swallowed and muttered, other people keep a bird as a pet, but you just built a Jurassic Park. Lu Yuan didn't reply, stepping onto a patch of ancient moss that was practically a living fossil as he walked on. His flip-flops went slap-slap. The grass grows too fast, he'll have Ming Tian come down and pull some tomorrow. He muttered as he walked like a retired old man fussing over his farmland. These damn bugs fly around every day, giving me a headache. Just after passing through this ancient forest that blocked out the sky, Lu Yao's view suddenly opened up. In the very center of the forest, a large expanse of flat land had been cleared. On the land was no thatched hut, but a streamlined metal building rising from the ground. Its entire body had a silvery white shell, without a single seam, like a giant drop of mercury, perfectly frozen in the midst of the primeval jungle. A faint blue light shimmered on the building's surface, reflecting the surrounding giant trees. Primitive savagery and cold science fiction collided here, producing a dizzying sense of disconnection. Lu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. The innate spirit of adventure in a girl was fully aroused. She hoisted the selfie stick onto her shoulder. Forgetting about old mummies or no mummies, she dashed toward the silver building. Wow, such a cool house, her soles squelching on the damp soil. As she ran, she turned back to wave at Lu Yuan, grinning from ear to ear. Bro, do you usually live here? Lu Yao pointed at the streamlined door, glowing blue, panting. Quick, open the door. I want to see if your bed is floating. Lu Yuan stopped, standing under a giant lepidodendron. He watched his sister scampering away like a rabbit, and a twitch crossed his brow. He reached up to rub the back of his head, his eyelids drooping. That's not where I sleep. Lu Yuan yawned lazily, adding, that's the hangar full of broken vehicles I left over from before. Lu Yao ran, panting heavily. The hem of her sun-protective jacket caught on a thorny broadleaf. She yanked it hard, and it tore with a crisp rip, leaving a small "Oh, my clothes." The little girl winced in distress. The miniature tracking drone buzzed, its lens sweeping past her shoulder to scan the wild jungle. The air thick with moisture, and the sweet rotten scent of mud invaded her nostrils. A giant dragonfly as large as a washbasin landed with a soft thud on a nearby fern trunk. Its wings quivered, shaking off a few dewdrops. The livestream chat was instantly flooded by accounts with scientific institution badges. Meganura, that's a living fossil from the Carboniferous. An ID labeled as a professor of biology at an agricultural university typed frantically, look at her feet. Don't step on that. It's a seedling of the extinct lepidodendron. Oh my god, this isn't just a basement. It's an intact, ancient Noah's Ark of Earth. Regular viewers were stunned. The barrage could only spit out expletives. Lu Yao had no time to check the comments. She stumbled through the thick undergrowth toward the sleek, silver-white structure. The metallic building had no door handle, its surface so smooth that not even a fly could land. As she approached within half a meter, a faint hiss of air escaped. The silver wall, as if melted by intense heat, silently receded in both directions. Lu Yao poked her head in and froze. The air carried a faint scent of ozone and anti-rust oil. The spacious, bright silver hall was empty. Not a single wheel of the promised hangar bay was in sight. In the center of the floor lay a few pods like shelled boiled eggs, carelessly discarded. Beside them, a heap of black-gray half-helmets were scattered haphazardly. Bro, did your hangar get robbed? Lu Yao pouted, bending down to pick up a dusty helmet. The metal shell was cold to the touch with a rough, frosted glass texture. The inner lining was a soft, spongy gel that sprang back when pressed. This crappy helmet doesn't even have a windshield. Did you use it for your electric scooter? She weighed it in her hand. It was surprisingly light. Lu Yuan shuffled through the entrance, his eyes catching her movement. His mouth twitched. Don't put that on your head. He raised a hand to stop her. That's not a toy. Lu Yao's impulsive habit kicked in, and she had already clamped the helmet onto her head. Click. The gel inside instantly contracted, gripping her temples and the back of her skull tightly. A faint numbness spread across her scalp. Her vision was instantly stolen. The surrounding air, the chirping of insects, even Lu Yuan's voice, all were sucked away in a millisecond. Silence. Absolute silence. Then a blinding white light exploded before her eyes, searing into her optic nerves. Lu Yao forgot to breathe. She couldn't feel her limbs. Her body was like a weightless leaf swept into the abyss by an invisible storm. As the light faded, what lay before her eyes was a vast, maddening black universe. Countless metal starships, trailing long wakes, densely filled. The beams from the main cannons interwove into a net of death, strangling everything. In the distant dark abyss, an aging star was violently collapsing. Its surface churned with dark red magma and storms. Suddenly, the star collapsed inward to its limit, then erupted in a cataclysmic supernova explosion. A silent shockwave carrying plasma tens of thousands of degrees hot swept across dozens of planetary systems like a tsunami. The seemingly indestructible starships were like paper toys before the wave. They melted and vaporized instantly. The devastating aftershock was about to crash into Lu Yao's consciousness. She could feel her soul being torn apart. Every nerve frantically sent death warnings to her brain. In the silent metal hall, a piercing scream erupted. Lu Yao clawed at the black-gray helmet on her head like a madwoman, her nails scraping against the metal with a grating screech. She yanked it off. The helmet flew out of her hands, rolled across the floor, and hit the wall with a dull thud. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cold metal floor with cold sweat instantly soaked through the fabric on her back, clinging to her spine. She pressed her hands against the floor, her chest heaving like a bellows. Gasping hoarsely, she sucked in air desperately. Her heart pounded in her chest, as if it would shatter her ribs and burst out at any moment. Huh. Lu Yao trembled like a leaf, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. The vision had been too real. So real that she thought she had already died in that cosmic explosion. The livestream viewers were completely dumbfounded. How had she gone from fine to kneeling and shaking after— Yao, what's wrong? Did she have a seizure? The helmet must be leaking electricity. Call an ambulance. Yuan shuffled over in his slippers. He bent down, picked up the helmet that had rolled to the corner, and wiped the dust off with his sleeve. He glanced at his sister, who was still on the floor, dry heaving, and rolled his eyes dramatic. Why are your hands so restless? He nudged her shoe with his foot, his tone carrying a mix of exasperation and helplessness. I told you that's an accessory for a vehicle. Lu Yao looked up shakily, her face streaked with tears and cold sweat. She stared at the unremarkable helmet in her brother's hand, her teeth grinding audibly. Bro, you call that a vehicle? She swallowed bitterly, her voice hoarse. I just saw the entire galaxy explode. Lu Yao pointed at the helmet, her hand trembling so hard it blurred. What the hell do you usually drive with this piece of junk? Yuan tucked the helmet under his armpit, scratched his brow, and looked away. Nothing much. He cleared his throat, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. Just got bored and casually passed the license for a Starship Destroyer back in the day. Lu Yao collapsed onto the silver-gray metal floor. Her chest heaved like a broken bellows, dragging in cold air with each ragged breath. She swallowed hard, her cold sweat dripped from her forehead, splattering against her chin. A starship, she stammered, her tongue tied as she pointed at the battered helmet tucked under Lu Yuan's arm. Her fingers were cramping. Bro, don't joke around. That piece of junk almost roasted me alive. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, his eyelids drooping lazily. He tossed the gray-black helmet from hand to hand, its plastic casing clicking sharply. So sheltered, he muttered, leaning against the metal doorframe as he picked dirt from under his nails. This thing's a quantum-level brain-computer interface directly linked to your basal neurons. That little supernova blast. I didn't even turn on 1,000th of your pain receptor. He chuckled. If I'd cranked up the pain, your brain would be soup by now. Lu Yao shrank back, instinctively clamping both hands over the crown of her head. The stream viewers didn't care about brain soup. A bunch of gaming geeks had their eyes gleaming green. Bullet comments flooded the screen, leaving trails as they zipped past. Holy crap. A physics-simulated VR headset. If I played Elden Ring with this ID, ascend to godhood. Name your price, bro. They'll sell my kidney if I have to. Don't stop me. I'm wearing this to the anime world to find my waifu. Lu Yao rubbed her sore calves, slowly pulling herself. She eyed the bizarre devices in the hall, swallowing hard. Those egg-shaped pods. Are they for gaming too? She pointed at the row of white hibernation pods, her eyes sparkling. Lu Yuan yawned, his flip-flops scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. Holographic simulation playground. Just something I whipped up to kill time back then. Lie down inside, pick whatever you want to play. He waved a hand and turned to leave. Don't bother me. I'm going outside to pull up a couple weeds. Lu Yao's eyes lit up at that. She dashed over to the nearest white pod. She fumbled with a metal button on the side. The lid hissed open, revealing a soft silver cushion inside, looking like a giant cotton ball. She climbed in, lying down, and the lid closed automatically. Within half a minute, the stream feed flickered and switched to her first-person perspective. Whoosh! Wind howled in her ears. Lu Yao was riding a white-winged dragon, diving through thick clouds at breakneck speed. The weightlessness tugged at her stomach. Cold wind bit her cheeks like blades. Even the texture of the dragon's scales and the salty ocean smell in her nostrils felt— whoa! Thighs is insane, she screamed, gripping the dragon's horns tight, her laughter echoing through the hall. The viewers were drooling on the other side of the screen. That wind speed. That immersion. Disney's a coin-operated kiddie ride compared to this. This is the real metaverse. Ma Huadeng would quit the internet on the spot if he saw this. Lu Yao was completely wild. She dashed into the deep sea to grab a great white shark's fin, feeling the suffocating water crash over her head. Then she jumped off a cliff without a rope, hearing the wind explode in her ears. She even drove a beat-up race car through a crater, crashing and splitting her head open only to revive instantly. She went at it for a good half hour. With a soft beep, the lid slid open again. Ouch. No more, no more. I'm a bit motion sick. She rubbed her throbbing temples, slowly climbing out of the cushion. Holding her sore lower back, she shuffled unsteadily toward the lounge area deeper inside the hall. As she turned a metal corner, the smell of anti-rust oil faded. Instead, a pungent, spicy aroma of fermented liquor hit her nostrils. Lu Yao sniffed, sneezing like a hiccup. Who's that? Drinking underground in broad daylight. She held up her selfie stick and followed the boozy scent around another bend. The scene before her shifted instantly. Amid the cold metallic wall, an ancient-style redwood pavilion had materialized. Bronze wind chimes hung from the four corners, tinkling in the air. Above the pavilion hovered a holographic moon the size of a washbasin. It cast a faint pale halo. Gulp, gulp. The sound of liquid being swallowed came from the shadows beneath the pavilion. Lu Yao crept closer, poking her phone camera through the gap between the pavilion's pillars. A slender backlit figure stood facing away from her. The man staggered against the wooden railing, swaying. He wore a wide-sleeved Tang Dynasty robe, its fabric faded from washing. His long hair disheveled hung over his shoulders, fluttering in an unseen night breeze. He clutched a Celadon wine flask, tilting his head back for a long gulp. Liquor trickled down his chin, staining his lapel with dark streaks. He paid no heed, letting it flow. Lu Yao's eyes were wide, as she barely dared to breathe. The stream viewers were baffled too. There's a living person in this basement. With that outfit, did the guy set up a Hanfu drama troupe down here? That boozy smell is intense. I can almost taste it through the screen. Must be aged cellar liquor. The gaunt old man let out a loud belch, spraying a thick cloud of... He swayed, his foot slipping, nearly tumbling out of the pavilion with his flask. Oof. He scrambled to grab the redwood railing, his wrist jerking sharply. His wide sleeves flapped noisily in the wind. The old man wobbled, raising a withered finger toward the fake moon overhead. A hoarse, wild laugh rumbled from his throat. Ha ha ha. Fine wine. What a joy. He slapped the wooden railing, making the liquor slosh out of the flask. He leaned back, veins bulging on his neck. With a cracked voice, he bellowed hysterically at the holographic moon. My dappled horse. My fur's worth 1,000 gold. Call my boy out. Let him trade them for fine wine. The old man took another gulp, choking and coughing violently. His voice dripped with drunken madness. Together well drowned the sorrow of 10,000 ages. The roar was so stirring it made the pavilion's pillars tremble. Lu Yao flinched, losing her grip on the selfie stick. It clattered against the wooden pillar. Who's sneaking around spying on me drinking? The old man spun around, his drunken eyes glaring at Lu Yao hiding behind the pillar. Though murky, his eyes burned with a defiant wildness. Lu Yao met his gaze, her scalp tingling. Grandpa. She swallowed, backing away half a step, holding the selfie stick like a shield. Are you having a drunken freakout here in broad daylight? Are you? A janitor my bro hired from somewhere. Security guard. The old man's half-squinted drunken eyes suddenly flew wide open. The Celadon wine jug in his hand swayed, twice splashing liquor onto his tattered sleeve. Impudent brat. Nonsense. He staggered forward half a step, leaning half his body over the redwood railing. Lu Yao instinctively recoiled, her back slamming hard against the stone pillar of the pavilion. Her spine ached from the impact, she gasped in pain. But the next second she froze. Around the edges of the old man's body, a faint ring of blue pixels was A breeze passed, and his clothes occasionally flickered with streaks of data glitches. TT. Transparent. Lu Yao rubbed her eyes, her nails digging into her palms. A hologram. The livestream viewers also saw it clearly now. The chat, which had been startled by the old man's shout, instantly flooded with all kinds of funny emojis. So it's just an NPC. Scared me. This holographic tech is amazing. It even simulates the wine on his beard. Bro, did you set up a Tang Dynasty script kill game in the basement? And reciting invitation to wine. The NPC's lines are pretty cliché. The old man completely ignored the drone camera hovering in the air. He tilted his head back, roughly wiped his wine-stained beard with his hand. His bleary eyes exuded a stubborn arrogance that defied even the heavens. Listen up. He slammed the wine jug heavily against the railing, making the copper bells jingle and clang. I, your old man, never changed my name. I am the sword immortal Li Tai Bai. Li Tai Bai. Li Bai. Lu Yao's mouth hung open, her jaw nearly dropping. Sir, you're really deep in character. She forced a dry smile, her legs still trembling. How much does my brother pay you per month? Wage? Vulgar. The old man huffed and fumed, slapping his thigh in anger. Why waste words on a string of digits? Suddenly the sound of slippers shuffling on the ground came from behind. Lu Yuan strolled out from the corner, hands in his pockets. He had just washed his face, the wet strands of his bangs were still dripping water droplets. Bro, what kind of high-tech haunted house is this? Lu Yao hurried over and grabbed the hem of Lu Yuan's white t-shirt. This NPC even has smart dye. It looks too real. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out a bit of physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. He glanced at the fuming old man in the pavilion and curled. NPC. That's the genuine article, 100% real. The viewers heard this and started typing furiously. Here we go, here we go. Brother's about to start bragging again. Everyone sit tight and listen to bro make up a story. Lu Yuan, not looking at the camera, walked over to the steps of the pavilion. When he was gravely ill and near death back, then I happened to pass by Don too. Seeing how he had spent his whole life writing poetry, I used source particles to extract his soul. Lu Yuan scratched the tip of his nose, his tone as casual, as if he were saying he had caught a grasshopper yesterday. After digitizing him, I just tossed him into this server, and kept him as a projection. When I'm bored, I can listen to him recite a few old poems to pass the time. The words were said lightly, but they fell into the ears of over 20 million viewers like a myth. Capture souls. Digitize them. Bro, your sci-fi setting has crossed over into metaphysics. I don't believe it. If you can have him recite a poem that Li Bai never wrote, The old man in the pavilion paid no attention to their talk of technology and metaphysics. He patted the empty wine jug. He turned it upside down and shook it. Not a single drop came out. You brat, stop making up stories about me. Li Bai pointed at Lu Yuan's nose, angrily huffing. You locked me in this damn place, fine. But this virtual wine, what's the difference between drinking it and plain water? Enraged, he kicked the redwood pillar, causing the projection to flicker twice. Bland. Tasteless. It's an insult to my tongue. Bring me real wine. I want liquor that burns my throat. Lu Yao watched dumbfounded. Bro, can a hologram even get drunk and throw a tantrum? Lu Yuan picked his ear, frowning in disgust. This old drunkard makes a fuss every time he wakes up. He reached back into the rear pocket of his sweatpants. He pulled out a white porcelain bottle. A red ribbon sealed the mouth, and the body bore 2 prominent red characters, Mao Dai. It was a vintage-aged liquor with a special... Here, take it, so you'll stop yapping all day. Lu Yuan casually tossed the white porcelain bottle, which arced through the air straight toward the virtual pavilion. A strange scene unfolded. The moment the physical bottle of Mao Tai touched the edge of the hologram, a layer of deep blue data glitches rippled across its surface. It was directly transformed into a data entity within the virtual world. With a snap, Li Bai caught the bottle in his hand. He stared suspiciously at the strange white porcelain bottle, then used his teeth to bite open the red seal. With a crisp pop, a strong, pungent, and spicy aroma of aged soy sauce-flavored liquor seeped through the virtual boundary, forcing its way into the real air. Lu Yao sniffled, sneezing twice from the overwhelming smell. Li Bei's eyes instantly lit up like 2 light bulbs. He eagerly tilted his head back and gulped down from the bottle. The glug-glug sound echoed in the pavilion. Cough. What a delight. Li Bai wiped the wine stains from his mouth with a sweep, his old face flushed red. The pleasure of the liquor burning his throat made his eyes go completely wild. Excellent wine. This is truly the nectar of the immortals. He casually threw the empty bottle out of the pavilion. The sound of shattering porcelain was crisp and pleasant. Riding the rush of the wine, the old man drew the bronze longsword that had hung at his waist. The blade sang as it left the scabbard, a clear ring like a dragon's roar. He staggered in the center of the pavilion, shuffling his feet, twisting his wrist. The longsword traced several sharp sword flowers in the moonlight. The sword cheese swept through the air, actually cutting down a patch of virtual peach blossoms by the pavilion. The viewers were all stunned. This swordplay, this drunken madness, really has the flavor of Li Tai Bai. Physical wine transformed into virtual data. This is even more absurd than him claiming to be Li Bai. Lu Yao hugged the selfie stick, shrinking beside Lu Yuan. She watched the mad old man's sword dancing in the pavilion and swallowed dryly. Bro. She tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, her voice shaky. Is he really Li Bai? If he gets drunk and goes berserk, will he chop us down with one sword? Lu Yuan stared at the elegant and wild sword shadow in the pavilion. A smirk of amusement curled his lips. What's there to be afraid of? He reached out and flicked Lu Yao's forehead. After he finishes this sword dance, ask him to compose a poem on the spot. Lu Yuan paused, his eyes turning playful. Ask him who taught him that most famous poetic I in the timeless couplet back then. The tip of the bronze sword sliced through the night wind of the holographic projection. A faint sharp hiss sounded in the air. Li Bei's foot slipped, and his body lurched abruptly to the left. Just as he was about to fall out of the pavilion, the heavy longsword in his hand seemed to have grown eyes. The blade's edge flicked toward the ground, and using the recoil, he forcibly pulled his old bones back upright. A burp thick with a rich aroma of strong liquor rolled out from his withered lips. The old man twisted his wrist. The bronze sword under the moonlight traced a chilling cold sword blossom, sweeping down a few virtual peach blossom petals. He tilted his head back, his disheveled long hair wildly fluttering in the wind. With a hoarse, cracked voice, he opened his throat and bellowed, "The Milky Way stretches far, hanging upside down the 9 heavens. Draw your sword to cut the water. Better to cleave apart this rotten world." He roared in a cracked voice like a broken gong, staggering drunkenly within the pavilion. The sword light writhed like a silver serpent, darting wildly around his body. Pour out the rivers and seas to wash the sun and moon. One drunkenness can swallow 80,000 frosts. These lines were roared out. The copper wind chimes at the 4 corners of the pavilion were struck by the sword energy, clattering noisily like a chaotic mess. In the livestream room, over 20 million viewers were all stunned. Those high school students who were holding notebooks ready to take notes paused their pens on the paper. What is this? It's not in the Chinese textbook. I just searched it on Baidu, and there's no trace of this poem anywhere on the internet. Did this NPC switch channels? The scriptwriter's lines are pretty wild, but they don't. And swallowing 80,000 frosts. That's a bigger boast than my bro. The barrage was filled with giggling taunts. Until a bold gold VI-bordered bullet comment crashed into the public screen like a depth charge. ID Chun Lao, literary titan of Jing University. Shut up all of you. A bunch of ignorant fools. This is a lost, unique manuscript. It's definitely the authentic last work of Li Bei's later years. In the capital city, inside an old study filled with thread-bound ancient books, Chun Lao, a literary titan in his 70s, smashed his mouse with trembling hands. The enamel tea mug on the desk was knocked over. Scalding tea dregs splashed onto his cotton trousers, burning his thigh red. He didn't even bother to wipe it. His two withered hands gripped the frame of his reading glasses tightly, his whole body nearly diving into the computer screen. This wild, unrestrained power in the choice of words and sentence structure. This intrinsic essence that regards all things as dust. The old man's eyes were red as a rabbit's, murky tears mixed with rheum dripping down pathetically. Those modern pedantic literati, even if they racked their brains to pieces, couldn't imitate even a shred of its charm. As he wept, he grabbed the wolf hair brush from the table. Not even bothering to find paper, he frantically recorded on the back of his own hand. The brush tip pierced his age spots, smudging ink into a blotch. Pour out the rivers and seas to wash the sun and moon. Such grand ambition. Such wild brushwork. Chen Lao sobbed as he wrote. Heaven has opened its eyes. This old man, before entering his coffin, can still hear the immortal poet reciting his masterpiece. In the livestream room, several other professors from literary circles also descended. A group of VIP bigwigs, tears streaming down their faces on the public screen, lined up to kowtow to the holographic old man inside the screen. Ordinary viewers were completely baffled now. Damn. Even the literary titan of the college is kneeling. Could it be that this holographic projection actually contains the very soul of Li Bai himself? What did that bro say just now? Extracted his brainwaves. Physics doesn't exist, and now even metaphysics is under his control. On the open space of the bay, Lu Yao crouched on the ground, cupping her cheeks in her hands, watching the old man in the pavilion making a drunken spectacle. The sharp wind from the sword blade blew her back. Schwa. Li Bei's wrist suddenly dropped. The tip of the bronze sword with a clang drove firmly into the blue stone slab of the pavilion. The old man's chest heaved violently, his breath like a worn-out bellows. He casually tossed aside the sword and fumbled around for the white porcelain wine bottle from earlier. He picked up the bottle and shook it, not a drop left. All gone. He smacked his dry, cracked lips, savoring the aftertaste. Then he leaned on the pillar and plopped down onto the bench. Tilting his head back, he let out another loud belch into the air. Lu Yao rubbed her ears, which were numb from the noise. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Yuan, who was leaning against the corner wall, picking his nails. Suddenly she remembered her brother's instructions from earlier. The little girl swallowed and bravely shuffled a couple of steps forward. Gripping the redwood railing, she poked out half her head. Well. She stammered, her voice a bit weak. Grandpa Li Bai. The old man in the pavilion lifted half an eyelid and gave her a drunken glance. Little girl, don't try to cozy up to me. He waved his wide sleeve and exhaled a breath of wine. This old man has no money to tip you. Lu Yao coughed twice from the fumes. She gripped her selfie stick tightly, her eyes darting around. I don't lack money. She extended a finger to point at the white t-shirt man behind her who was yawning. I'm just a bit curious. Lu Yao lowered her voice as if afraid of waking something. My brother just said that in that timeless couplet there's a poetic key line. He taught it to you. She bit her lower lip, her eyes fixed on the old man's reaction without blinking. You are the poetry immortal. Why would you know someone like my brother? A rough guy who farms in Africa every day. The pavilion fell silent for a second. The old man's bleary, drunken eyes slid past Lu Yao's shoulder and landed lazily on Lu Yuan, who stood behind her. He suddenly slapped his thigh, threw back his head, and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Farming. The laughter shook the holographic fake moon atop the pavilion, sending ripples of light scattering. Li Bei's finger trembled as he pointed at Lu Yuan, who was leaning against the wall, picking at his nails. Little girl, you call him a rough, farming man. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids, just flicked the dirt from his fingertips. Don't drag me into this. I was just a passerby mooching a drink back then. Mooching a drink. The old man slammed his hand on the stone table, his wide sleeve sweeping off a few virtual peach blossoms. The peach petals landed on the stone steps, flickering into a string of garbled code. During the Tianbao era in Chang'an City at the Qinxiang Pavilion, we were admiring peonies. That old rascal Tang Ming Huang insisted I write a new poem to praise his wife. He belched, then wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. That day I was dead drunk, my mind was a complete mess, and I couldn't squeeze out a single damn thing for ages. Sweat pouring down my face, I couldn't even hold the brush. That eunuch Gao Lisher kept urging me on like a death sentence. The old man pointed a finger vaguely at Lu Yuan, his eyes glistening. If it weren't for this lad. He was squatting by the flower bed, gnawing on a lamb leg, his mouth greasy, and he looked up at Yang Yuan. He muttered a flowery phrase. I quickly copied it down with my brush and finally completed the task. Lu Yao listened dumbfounded. The information overload was too much to handle. Stuffing her head, what did he mumble? She swallowed, dryly, carefully picking up the thread. The selfie stick in her hand was slick with sweat. Li Bai stroked his beard, half closing his eyes, and recited unsteadily, clouds yearn for her dress, flowers for her face. Thud. Lu Yao's selfie stick slipped from her grip, clattering directly onto the stone steps. On the phone screen, the live stream with over 20 million viewers was frozen as if under a spell. There was a 10-second gap in the barrage comments. Not a single living person sent a message. Then fonts of every color erupted like a volcanic explosion, plastering the entire screen. Clouds yearn for her dress, flowers for her face. Chingping tune. This is the greatest flattery poem of all time. Li Bai copied it. Holy crap. The immortal poet just admitted he's a plagiarist. Childhood ruined. I've been memorizing this classic poem for 3 years, and it was just some random muttering from this guy. Where's Elder Chun from the literature department? Come and get the scoop. Your textbooks are wrong. In the old study in the capital of Dragon Nation, Elder Chun had just taken a quick-acting heart pill, and it nearly got stuck. His hands trembling, his reading glasses askew on the bridge of his nose, he typed a line of red characters on the keyboard. I've studied Li Bai all my life. And now he's been cancelled. So that effortless divine aura was actually the greasy smoke from Mr. Lu gnawing on a lamb leg. The barrage continued to scroll wildly. What kind of immortal is this guy? Offhandedly uttering a timeless masterpiece. Even Li Bai gets writer's block and needs this guy's help. Who would believe that? Li Bai's ghostwriter is this guy? Case closed, bros. Lu Yuan picked his ears, shuffled his flip-flops, and walked forward 2 steps. The sound of plastic slippers slapping the floor echoed through the spacious metal hall. Don't slap labels on me. He tugged at the collar of his white t-shirt, his face full. That day I was just choking on the lamb leg. I saw that Yang Hua, her name, wearing a cloud-patterned dress with a big red flower in her hair. I casually complained that she was dressed too flashy. Who knew this old drunkard had sharp ears and remembered every word? He rolled his eyes and let out a long sigh. He took my words to claim a reward, exchanging them for 3 cartloads of fine wine from Tang Ming Huang. In the end, he didn't even give me a single drop. Lu Yuan pointed at Li Bai and snorted in frustration. Later the whole street was singing that flowery phrase, and I got sick of hearing it. I bought a standing ticket and fled Chang'an City that very night. Exposed Li Bai's face flushed bright red. He hugged the Matai bottle and turned away, pretending not to hear. Lu Yao's mouth fell open. Cold air rushed down her throat, making her cough. Cough, cough. She clutched her chest, and the chaotic clues in her mind began to tangle wildly. Tianbao era. Chang'an City. Yang Yuan. Tang Ming Huang. These printed words, which only existed in history textbooks, now smacked her in the face, alive and real. She slowly turned around. Her movements were stiff like a rusty, broken puppet. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yuan. This man before her. He wore a pilled short-sleeve shirt and for 3 pair plastic flip-flops on his feet. From a yawn, a glistening tear still hung at the corner of his eye. His hair was disheveled, and he looked at most 25 or 26. But he had just said he fled Chang'an City overnight. Lu Yao felt her calves cramp and her knees go weak. She swallowed hard. Bro. She shuffled half a step forward, extending a trembling finger. You just said you were gnawing on a lamb leg in the Tang dynasty. Lu Yuan glanced down at her and grunted. The lamb in the Tang dynasty had a strong, gamey smell, no cumin, not tasty. He smacked his lips as if savoring the gamey taste. Not even chili powder, and it came out all burnt. Lu Yao's mind completely crashed. Cold sweat trickled down the stray hairs at her temples, dripping onto her eyelashes and blurring her vision. She gasped for breath, her eyes wide as copper bells. The central air conditioning in the hall blew cold air, raising goosebumps on her arms. She bit her pale lower lip hard. The Tang dynasty over 1,000 years ago. Watching Yang Yuan admire peonies at the Qinxiang Pavilion. And this man before her, who roasted sweet potatoes in the yard every day and constantly complained about her. Was he even human? The tens of millions of viewers in the live stream finally reacted too, and the barrage exploded again. The screen was crammed with exclamation marks, dizzying to the eyes. Wait, my mind is a mess. This guy gnawed lamb leg in the Tang dynasty. He looks younger than me now. That means he's lived at least 1,500 years. Immortal. Is this guy a cultivator? Did he steal the elixir of immortality that Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu to find? Those national treasures earlier, they aren't all his secondhand stuff, are they, eh? Lu Yao couldn't see what the barrage was saying. Her mind was full of the phrase, fled Chang'an City overnight. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, like a little hammer. From the pavilion came the sound of Li Bai gulping wine mixed with the crisp tinkle of copper wind chimes echoing back and forth in the empty metal hall. She felt she could barely breathe. Her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes dug into her palms until they hurt. Bro. Her voice trembled with a desperate, almost staring at Lu Yuan's face, which had not a single wrinkle. Her mind buzzed. The Tang dynasty is over 1,000 years from now. You? How old are you exactly? Lu Yao tilted her head back. The small black metal tag at her collar radiated warmth. Comfortable. Sweat stuck the collar to her collarbone, damp and sticky. The itch made her shrink her neck. The dense rows of text on the screen had all vanished as clean as if freshly washed. 20 million pairs of eyes were fixed on the camera. They were all waiting for a single sentence. Over 1,000 years. Lu Yao's throat felt stuffed with coarse sand, her voice dry and cracking. Brother, isn't the Tang dynasty about 1,400 years away from now? Just how long have you lived? Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He was squatting by the rosewood table picking at walnut kernels. His fingers were covered in dark fragments, shards dug out with his fingernails. He stuffed the broken pieces into his mouth and crunched them loudly. I don't remember. Lu Yuan patted his white t-shirt. The hem had smeared a large black stain. Why bother counting that? It's a waste of brain power. How could you not remember? Lu Yao stomped her foot in frustration, the sole slapping against the floor. Everyone alive keeps track of their age. That's for mortals. Lu Yuan picked up another wild walnut and weighed it in his hand. You're not mortal. Obviously. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, his flip-flops scraping noisily against the ground. What mortal eats this lousy sweet potato every day? He took a sip of his cold drink. The rim of the plastic cup had a ring of stubborn yellowish tea stains. He scraped at it with his thumbnail. TCH, this cup leaks. Lin Feng bought the cheap stuff. Lu Yao's face flushed red. Don't change the subject. Come clean. Are you some ancient monster? A vampire? Or a zombie crawling out of the ground? Lu Yuan reached out and flicked her forehead not too hard, but not too gently. What are you thinking? You're the zombie, your face full of mud. He casually wiped the mud from his fingertips onto Lu Yao's military coat. Lu Yao quickly waved her hand to block him. Don't touch me. Doesn't your ID say 25? Who believes that? Lu Yuan pursed his lips. Lin Feng just wrote some random number to get it done. You really don't remember. Lu Yao tilted her head, staring hard at his evasive eyes. Why would I lie? No point. Lu Yuan rubbed his neck bones, cracking. Counting all those zeros at the end is a headache. Alright, stop nagging. He'll take you somewhere. Lu Yao gripped the selfie stick and followed with small steps. Where? Don't try to avoid the topic. Were you already around in the Qin dynasty? Meng Tian called you master. What secrets do you two have? Lu Yuan didn't reply, striding forward lazily. What secrets? I just saved him on a whim back then because I liked him. On a whim. That's Meng Tian. Enough with the chatter. No barbecue tonight, if you keep it up. The two passed through a rest area piled with discarded pipes. The iron racks were covered in dust. In the corners sat a broken basin with half a basin of dirty water. Lu Yuan walked over, bent down, and washed his hands in it. His sleeve rubbed against the rusty basin rim, leaving a black streak. Unfazed, he wiped his wet hands dry on the side of his pants. We're here. Lu Yuan stopped and pointed straight ahead. Lu Yao raised her phone. Before them stood an unusually tall, bluish-gray blast-proof door. The door was at least 5 meters high. Its surface was pitted and scarred, covered in white marks left by sharp weapons. The most conspicuous part was above the door. Carved there slightly crooked were several Dragon Kingdom characters: Top Secret, Earth, Evolution Archive. The strokes were deep, filled with red paint that was peeling and these characters are so ugly. Lu Yao leaned in for a look. Like chicken scratches. Did you write them? Lu Yuan touched his nose and coughed dryly. Shut up. Ingzheng wrote that. He insisted on carving it with his sword, said my place needed a sign. Lu Yao's eye twitched, turning red. A plaque carved by the first emperor. And you filled it with red paint. Red paint stands out, so I don't get lost. Lu Yuan reached out and slapped the heavy metal door. Thud. Zero opened the door. Command acknowledged. From deep within the door came the dull grinding of metal gears. Creak, creak. Ear-piercingly shrill. Red rust and dust piled in the cracks fell in a shower. A pinch landed right on Lu Yao's nose tip. Achoo. Lu Yao sneezed violently, tears nearly spraying out. Accompanied by a stale, musty smell, the 5-meter blast door slowly retracted to both. The sight inside froze Lu Yao in place. It stretched endlessly. Her vision was filled with row after row of rusty iron shelf bookcases. The shelves were piled with thick, leather-bound books. Some pages had completely weathered away, leaving debris scattered on the floor. In the gaps between the iron shelves floated holographic storage crystals emitting a cold blue glow. The crystals were polygonal, slowly rotating, their halos flickering. Lu Yao swallowed and carefully extended her phone. Brother, what is all this? An encyclopedia of the world. Lu Yuan shuffled forward in his flip-flops. Not an encyclopedia. He walked to the nearest iron shelf. He reached out and tapped the spine of a moldy parchment book. This is the Heavenly Lord's diary. Lu Yao's eyes went wide. Diary? Whose diary? Did you write it? Has anyone else lived here besides me? Lu Yuan opened the heavy book, its pages crackling with dryness. Here, this one is the meteorological observation data from the year of the dinosaur extinction. I sketched it casually. The handwriting is a bit messy. You wouldn't understand. Lu Yao leaned in, staring at the moldy parchment. On it were black charcoal sketches of impact crater diagrams and a line of symbols that looked like ghost scribbles. The bullet comments had fallen silent like a graveyard. Dinosaur extinction. Observation data. Bro really lived for 6 billion years. Bro witnessed the dinosaurs go extinct. Lu Yao's fingers rubbed the pendant, the touch warm. Her mind was a fog. Bro, how many such diaries did you write? Lu Yuan pointed at the rows of iron shelves. This half of the room is from before the Cretaceous. The Archean stuff is in the back. There was no paper back then, so it's carved on stone. But a lot got soaked and rotted the script unreadable. Lu Yao stared at the blue glowing crystals. And these glowing beads. Also diaries. Lu Yuan reached out and gently poked a crystal. The crystal lit up. A holographic projection shot into the air. It was a fiery red planet, its surface covered in blazing magma. This is the panoramic footage from the year Aqua Blue Star first formed. Lu Yuan yawned and picked his ear. Back then the surface temperature was so high there wasn't even a place to sit. Boring as hell. So I just hung a recorder on a rock and recorded for fun. Lu Yao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the desolate world flowing with magma. A hoarse sound came from her throat as she couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Yao's hand trembled, the picture in her lens shaking along with it. Bro, what does the first page say? Lu Yuan strode toward the black stone slab at the far end. He blew the dust off the slab, and casually said nothing much, just noted how to install the first gravity regulation engine on the newborn aqua blue star. Lu Yao raised her aching wrist, the selfie stick weighing heavily in her hand. Her palm was slick with cold sweat, making the titanium alloy rod slip. A musty, dry odor seeped from the gap in the door. The stench made her throat itch as she couldn't help but turn her head and spit a glob of white saliva. Brother, how long has it been since you opened a window in this place? It smells like rotten leaves, really strong. She rubbed the tip of her nose with the sleeve of her coat, smearing off a layer of black dust, leaving a dark streak across her cheek. Lu Yuan walked ahead, both hands shoved into his white shorts pockets. His flip-flops slapped against the concrete floor with a rhythmic clatter. This place is hundreds of meters underground. Where do you expect me to open a window? Zero, turn on the backup lights, save this girl from stumbling around like a blind bat. A hum sounded. Several dim yellow explosion-proof lights flickered on in the tracks overhead. The light was faint, the lampshades coated in a thick layer of dead insects and dust. Lu Yao rubbed her stinging eyes. She slowly swept the camera along the base of iron shelves rose to the ceiling piled high with tattered file bags. Many paper bags were damp and moldy, covered in green fuzz. Folks, take a look at this place. It's no different from a junkyard. My brother might have been a scrap collector back then, hoarding even moldy paper bags like treasures. Viewers in the live stream stared at the dim lighting. A few sparse comments scrolled by. The set looks realistic, even the mold spots are disgustingly well made. Bro, you're too deep in character. Even collecting scrap has such ceremony. Yao, don't just look at the bags. Go dig through those boxes. Lu Yao took a breath and walked to the nearest iron shelf. A corner of the shelf was rusted red, crumbling into dust at the slightest touch. She reached out and pulled out the thickest hardcover notebook. The cardboard cover was covered in a thick layer of dust. She leaned and puffed out her cheeks and blew a hard. She reached out and pulled out the thickest hardcover notebook. The cardboard cover was covered in a thick layer of dust. She leaned and puffed. Cough. My God, this dust must be half an inch thick. Brother, you really don't like cleanliness. The black handwritten text on the cover was revealed. The characters were crooked, rough, like chicken scratches. It read, Investigation Report on the Actual Cause of Dinosaur Extinction. Lu Yao stared at the line and grinned. Brother, you've really gone all out. Even the script is ready. Were you planning to write a sci-fi novel back then? The name of this prop is quite hardcore. Lu Yuan stopped and leaned against a pile of rusty iron shelves. He scratched the back of his itchy neck with his fingers, digging out a layer of gray grime from under his neck. Why would I write that? Boring. If you didn't write it, why make this fake book? Lu Yuan curled her lip and pried open the pages with her nails. The paper was brittle, rustling with a dry crackle. Let me see what fun stuff you wrote inside. She opened the first page. There was no blank paper. The pages were densely covered in black handwriting. There were also some strange hand-drawn formulas. The characters were written in charcoal, some places smudged into large blurs by elbows. Lu Yao read the first line aloud. Large angle. 43. 2 degrees, landing point Yucatan Peninsula, Gulf of Mexico. Impact energy equivalent to approximately 10 billion tons of TNT, triggering a global tsunami. Initial wave height 1500 meters, crust cracking, magma erupting, if atmospheric sulfur content exceeds standards. Judgment, surface dwelling large reptiles cannot survive. Lu Yao smacked her lips and turned to look at Lu Yuan. Brother, you've really gone into detail. Even the wave height is to the single digit. Were you spacing out in class, wasting time on this useless stuff? Lu Yuan slipped his right flip-flop off his toes and stood barefoot on the cold metal floor. He scraped his thigh hard with his thumbnail, leaving a white mark. I didn't make it up. That wave was really high, or it washed away a fishing pavilion I had built by the seaside. I was planning to grill fish there. YD just started the fire when the wave hit. Such a bummer. He pursed his lips, his cheek muscles twitching. Lu Yao's temples throbbed. You were fishing? 60 million years ago you were fishing in the Gulf of Mexico. What else? There was no TV back then, not even anyone to talk to. I was bored to death. Cut the nonsense. I don't believe a word. Lu Yao rolled her eyes, pinched the brittle page hard with her fingers, and flipped with a rustle to the second page. This page had no text. It was a charcoal sketch. In the background was an enormous crater surrounded by charred black soil and several broken giant bones. In the center of the picture stood a young man. He wore a loose short gown, a bamboo fishing rod slung over his shoulder. His right hand was raised in an absurd victory sign. The face was identical to that of Lu Yuan, who was now standing there scratching his thigh. Lu Yao's fingers trembled, the corner of the book snapped off, and a scrap of paper fell onto her sneakers. Is this you? You're standing in front of a meteor crater for a photo. No, a drawing. Yeah, Zero took a photo with a bionic camera, and later I drew it from the picture. Lu Yuan walked over, rubbed the drawing with his thumb, leaving a layer of charcoal powder on his fingertip. That crater was pretty deep. I squatted by the edge for 3 days to write that report, and my legs went numb. Lu Yao felt her mind reeling. Zero was already around back then. Duh, who else would take the photo? Electricity was hard to come by back then. Zero kept crashing, drove me crazy. In the live stream, viewers stared at the yellow drawing. The comments began to shift. The drawing skill is impressive, doesn't look like modern sketching. The yellowing texture of the paper and the mold spots look like something that's been around for a long time. Bro, you've gone all out with the cosplay. Even forged an old painting. Lu Yao shoved the heavy book back onto the iron shelf. Her palm was slick with cold sweat, and she wiped it hard on her coat. She crouched down and looked at the lowest metal. There lay a scroll of bamboo slips tied with a black rope. The rope had long since rotted, shedding black with bits at the slightest touch. The bamboo slips were covered in grimy black grease and carried a stale, smoky smell. Lu Yao bent down and pried the scroll out. The bamboo slips were heavy, thudding in her hand, jarring her wrist. The characters were carved with a knife deep and filled with dry mud. What does this say? She scraped off the mud with her nail and brought the phone camera close. Pan. Gu. Opening heaven. Splitting earth. She read the crooked seal script lines. Pangu creates the world. A true record. Lu Yao whipped her head around, eyes as wide as copper bells. Brother, you've really outdone yourself. You even made Pangu's diary. What story are you going to spin this time? Did you hand him the axe? Lu Yuan glanced at the scroll and curled his lip. What diary? That's Xiao Pan's experiment report. Actually a self-criticism letter. Lu Yuan pointed at the ragged bamboo scroll. The characters look like chicken scratches. I was so annoyed at how slow he wrote that I slapped him twice. Balance chamber. The result. He shattered the hatch, the pressure lost balance, and the entire continent split apart. I made him write that self-criticism. He wrote slowly. It took him half a month to carve it on bamboo with a knife. Lu Yuan pointed at the ragged bamboo scroll. The characters look like chicken scratches. I was so annoyed at how slow he wrote that I slapped him twice. Balance chamber. Lu Yao felt her head dizzy and her knees weak. You slapped Panga twice. Why not? He broke my chamber door. Didn't he deserve a slap? Lu Yuan spread his hands with righteous indignation. Lu Yao felt the floor sway beneath her feet, gasping for breath. Brother, be honest with me. Which antique market did you buy this fake bamboo scroll from? Lu Yuan ignored her, shuffling his flip-flops as he walked deeper into the iron. Want to know if it's real, eh? He beckoned without turning back. Untie that scroll. Inside there's a mud handprint from Xiao Pan. It's as big as a wash basin. You can compare it yourself. Lu Yao hesitated and untied the black rope, her palm smeared with black mud. The bamboo scroll slowly unrolled in the dust. A large semi-dried red mud handprint was pressed on the innermost side. The print was astonishingly large, covering almost half a table. Lu Yao swallowed, staring at the palm print larger than her own head, and asked dryly, Brother, are you sure? This is a self-criticism letter, not a suicide note left before Xiao Pan tried to slap you to death. Lu Yao pulled open the frayed rope. The bamboo scrolls unrolled into the dust. Her palms were coated in black grime. She wiped them vigorously on her clothes. The grease stuck to her skin. The characters were deeply carved. They were filled with dry, hardened black mud. She rubbed it with the corner of her coat. Pan. Gu. He split open a giant lump. Lu Yao murmured, her brow furrowed tightly. Brother, what in the world is written on this scroll? What do you mean by violent continental drift? What's a gravitational field generator short circuit? Lu Yuan lounged against a rusty iron rack. He wiped the rim of a dirty water glass with his shirt. He took a sip from the grimy cup. Half a tea leaf from last night floated in the water. Just a trivial matter. Never expected it to become a myth passed down by later generations. He spat out the tea leaf residue. Back then it was merely crustal movement. Magma erupted and volcanic ash filled the sky. Everything was pitch black, as if the heavens were collapsing. The primitive humans back then were dim-witted. They wailed all day, clutching their heads. I found it annoying. So I made up a story about some big oaf splitting heaven and earth. That way they stopped pestering me day and night, howling about life and death. Lu Yao's eyes bulged wide. She pinched the bamboo scroll hard with her finger. Another layer of black mud lodged under her nail. You made it up. Pangu splitting heaven. That was a lie you invented. Yeah, who else would have? Lu Yuan scratched the rough skin on his neck. Could I have told them about plate tectonics and continental drift? They couldn't even count. What would they have understood? I just pointed at that big oaf who smashed my hatch. Said his name was Pangu, and he was the one who split it. Those primitives actually believed it, and knelt down bowing. Then they insisted I stay and cook meat over a fire for them. On the screen a comment scrolled by abruptly, Prof. Zhang, Department of Ancient History, Jingda University. My worldview shattered. Lu Yao's head throbbed. Her temples ached with sharp spasms. Her palms were slick with sweat, and she gripped the selfie stick unsteadily. Brother, you really have the... If Pangu came back to life, he'd slap you at the very least. He won't come back. I buried him under the East Sea as fertilizer back then. Lu Yuan spat on the ground. That spot now has lots of seaweed. Looks quite nice. Unbelievable. Lu Yao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Bragging isn't illegal. Keep making stuff up. Alright, if you don't believe me, fine. Lu Yuan patted the dirt off his hands. The scrolls are here. Read them yourself if you... Lu Yao stared at the mud-caked bamboo scroll. Sweat from her palms soaked the bamboo strips. They felt sticky to the touch. Suddenly, the drone's camera tilted. Its red autofocus indicator flickered in the air. The lens swept across the gaps in the iron rack. At the far end of the hall stood a tall metal wall. It was unpainted, densely plastered with all sorts of items. Lu Yao raised her selfie stick and stepped forward, curious. Brother, what are those things stuck on the wall? Flyers. Lu Yuan remained silent, his flip-flops scraping harshly on the floor. She approached and brought her phone camera close. Now she could see clearly. They were all yellowed paper slips. Some were parchment, others silk, and some were modern photo paper. They were covered with dense photos and hand-drawn portraits. Due to age, the edges of many photos were curled and stained by moisture. A thick layer of dust clung to them. Lu Yao reached out her fingertip, touching a faded black and white photo on the edge. It showed two men. One wore Tang-style robes, his long hair messy. He held a battered wine flask. The other was Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was dressed in a coarse linen gown, hands tucked into his sleeves. A lazy, mischievous grin hung on his face. Beneath the photo, a few ink characters were "Tie by dead drunk, won't pay his tab." Lu Yao's eyes twitched. "Brother, a photo with Li Bai? You two took a black and white photo." "It's not a black and white photo." Lu Yuan rubbed his nose. "Cameras didn't exist back then. That was a sketch drawn by that brat Wu Dozi on the side. He found us too noisy and dashed off a few strokes with charcoal. Later I copied it with a photocopier." Lu Yao moved her phone camera to the side. Another parchment. Dozens of official seals of various sizes were stamped on it in red ink paste. In the center was a line of cursive calligraphy. The characters were wildly written. "I hereby borrow 10,000 taels of gold from Brother Lu. When I crush the Xiongnu, I shall surely repay." At the lower right corner, the signature read, Han Huitsubing. The edges of the paper were slightly moldy, exuding an old muddiny smell. "Huitsubing." Lu Yao's voice rose as she pointed at the line. "He owes you 10,000 taels of gold." "Yeah, and he hasn't paid up." Lu Yuan pursed his lips. "Back then when he led his troops out, he had no money for horse fodder, so he borrowed from me. But that kid died young, and the debt's been outstanding till now. 10,000 taels of gold and interest." Lu Yao winced, feeling a sour ache in her teeth. "This is like high-end loan sharking." "Loan sharking? It's not like I didn't ask for collateral." Lu Yuan spat and wiped his hand with his shirt. "What if he keeps defaulting? Then one day when I'm in a bad mood, I'll dig him up and make him scrub the floor to pay off the debt. You really are something." Lu Yao sighed and gave him a thumbs up. "Even General Hua, you dare to torment him like this?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "A debt must be repaid, it's only right. Even if he fled to the frontier, I'd make him cough up the principal." Lu Yao felt her throat go dry, her legs trembling like the camera continued moving. There were far too many items on the wall. There was a painting of Emperor Yingzheng in black robes scowling as he fought with Lu Yuan over roasted. There was a wildly scribbled mechanical design drawing by Leonardo da Vinci, with Lu Yuan's ballpoint pen critique garbage redo scrawled beneath. There was even a photo of Lu Yuan in a modern suit standing with a few old men in Republic-era long gowns on a dilapidated boat. The photo had severely faded faces blurred, yet the heavy sense of history piercing through the screen was undeniable. The entire wall, from prehistoric rock paintings to medieval oil paintings to modern old photos, every single one featured Lu Yuan in a white t-shirt and flip-flops. His appearance hadn't changed in the slightest over millennia. Still that lazy, annoyingly smug demeanor. The camera slowly panned down. It stopped at the largest, most conspicuous photo at the very center of the wall, a group photo spanning the entire history of humankind. Lu Yao stood dumbfounded, holding the selfie stick. Cold sweat had soaked through the back of her sun-protective jacket. She turned around, her voice trembling, almost tearful. "Brother, tell me the truth. Are you playing house with the entire history of humanity?" Lu Yao's hands trembled. Her palms were sticky with sweat, dampening the handle of the selfie stick. She sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand, leaving a streak of black grime on her face. The camera began to shake as it zoomed in. The drone's aperture slightly closed, and the red focus light turned on. At the top of the frame was a small mud-gold mural. The lines were crude. The painting depicted a group of primitive people kneeling on the ground, without clothes. In front of them stood a tall shadow, its face painted black. "Brother." Lu Yao's throat was dry, her voice cracking like dry leaves. "Why do the people in this painting look so much like you?" Lu Yuan was busy picking dirt. "Don't talk nonsense." He flicked his fingernail. "Back then I wasn't this skinny. I ate roasted meat every day, and my face was round." Lu Yao swallowed nervously. She pressed the selfie stick down. The second image was a yellowed ink wash painting. The rice paper had become brittle with the edges chewed up by insects. The painting depicted a young man in a black dragon robe frowning as he played chess against Lu Yuan at a broken stone table. "Who is this again?" Lu Yao touched the painting with her finger, leaving a thick layer of white dust on her fingertip. "Yingzheng." Lu Yuan yawned and casually patted the blanket under him. "This kid had terrible chess manners. When he lost, he wanted to flip the table. Once he even tried to stab me with a sword, but I slapped him into a corner." Lu Yao's eyes twitched madly. She gasped for air. "The first emperor? You played chess with him and slapped him?" Of course he wanted to take back his move. Lu Yuan spat on the ground. "If you lose and don't admit it, you deserve a slap." The barrage from the audience was now completely in. The acting skills of this older brother are truly remarkable. Even the ink wash painting is rendered. This script is well written. The first emperor regrets his move. This plot twist was boundless. Lu Yao ignored the barrage and continued to move the camera down. The third image turned out to be a faded black and white photo. The background showed a dilapidated laboratory filled with copper wires and coils. Two unwashed coffee cups lay on the floor, their rims covered with black tea stains. Lu Yuan was wearing a coarse cloth long gown, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Beside him stood an old man in a tailcoat with disheveled long hair and a slightly Lu Yao rubbed her eyes and pressed her face against the screen. Who is this man, brother? Why does he look like the person from the physics textbook? Lu Yuan leaned over to take a look. Oh, Nicola. Back then he couldn't even afford a meal and borrowed money from me to buy coils. I took him out for a meal of noodles and sent him away with 2 copper coins. Nikola Tesla. Lu Yao's hand shook, nearly dropping the selfie stick. You even treated him to noodles. Of course he ate all the meat in the noodles and left not a drop of soup. Brother, don't change the subject. Lu Yao bit her pale lower lip. What about this one? She pointed to a severely faded color photo next to it. The background was a wasteland filled with broken walls and smoke. Lu Yuan squatted on a crumbling brick holding a rusty tin can and shoving cold noodles into his mouth with chopsticks. Next to him was a tank with a broken track covered in a large bullet hole. That was during World War II. Lu Yuan casually tossed the leftover sweet potato peel into the trash can at his feet. That place was bombed daily, it gave me a headache. I scavenged 2 cans of beef-flavored food from the ruins. They were quite salty. Lu Yao felt utterly drained. World War II. She gasped for breath. You ate canned beef in the ruins? Of course, if I didn't eat, I'd be starving. Lu Yuan wiped the dirt off his hands. At that moment, a golden message suddenly lit up on the livestream screen. Internationally recognized image appraiser James, I swear on my career and my family's reputation. These photos and paintings show no signs of forgery. The refracted light paper fiber oxidation levels are completely consistent with the historical era. The man's face has remained flawless throughout every era, not a trace of aging. As the barrage passed, the entire live stream fell into a dead silence. Even the effects of gifting had abruptly stopped. The viewers stared at the screen, their eyes nearly popping out. Really? An image appraisal expert has come out to confirm it. Does that mean all these photos are real? Then has he really lived for thousands of years? At that moment, the brains of 20 million people collectively crashed, their heads buzzing. An immortal. There truly existed someone who had lived for thousands of years. The evidence was overwhelming. That face identical in every historical period. It was like a searing red iron block violently searing into everyone's worldview. Lin Feng beside him was also stunned. He rubbed his hands on his pant legs, desperately wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Director. 2,000 kilometers away in the command center, Lei Zhan stared with bloodshot eyes, oblivious to the fact that his big shoes were ruining the carpet. He has really lived this long. We must not provoke him. The cold wind rustled the crumbling earthen walls in the yard. The wood in the stove crackled. Sparks flew chaotically in the night. Yet Lu Yuan appeared completely unfazed. He stretched his bones, cracking noisily. Alright, are you done watching? He slouched in his flip-flops and turned to walk outside. This wall is covered in dirt and falling apart. He spat into his palm and casually wiped the mud from his nails with the edge of his clothing. Brother. Lu Yao's voice trembled, laced with a sense of exhaustion that threatened to bring her to tears. How old are you? Lu Yuan paused, turned slightly to look at her. The bluish glow illuminated his smooth, ageless face, exuding a coldness that felt eternal. I don't remember. Lu Yuan scratched his messy hair. When I was born, the crust had yet to solidify, the surface was all lava. It was scorching. I melted several pairs of flip-flops. The little girl's calves cramped. She plopped back down onto the tattered mat. The crust hadn't even solidified. She swallowed, her fingertips turning white. Were you born when the earth was just formed? Oomph. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, slightly annoyed. What do you think? Am I joking with you? He stepped on the tiles and walked deeper, his silhouette stretching under the bluish light. Enough with the shock. The mud on your face is going to make you cry. Lin Feng has been waiting outside for a long time. Go open the door. He yawned. Tell him if he wants to come begging, he should just walk in and don't lie outside like a turtle. Lu Yao was completely stunned. She held the rapidly shaking camera, her lips trembling. Brother, are you sure you want to let them in? They have helicopters and real weapons. Lu Yuan didn't even turn around, his tone indifferent, as if shooing away 2 flies. Let them in, but if they misbehave, let Longy chop them up for fertilizer. Just right, the vegetable field is lacking fertilizer, the tomatoes won't ripen. Lu Yao stood frozen, listening to her brother's casual words, which made her scalp tingle. Suddenly, a loud whirring of a helicopter echoed from outside. The wind gusted, causing the thatched roof of the dilapidated hut to rattle. Brother. She gasped for the cold air, her eyes wide like copper bells. The helicopter outside has the flag of the Eagle Sauce country on it. They seem to be trying to force their way in. Lu Yuan stopped. The sound of his flip-flops scratching against the ground was extremely unpleasant. He slowly turned his head. A cold, cruel smile surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. Force their way in. He pinched the dust off his neck with 2 fingers and spat. Tell Long E to charge the energy sword. Today, any fool who dares to step over the threshold. Lu Yuan pointed to a pile of rusty bronze artifacts in the corner, spitting out 2 icy words. Chop them all up and pile them with this junk as decoration. The voice burst open at the entrance of the dark underground passage, carrying a cruelty that sent chills straight into one's bones. Lu Yao hugged her shoulders and shuddered all over. The little girl shrunk her neck, her eyes darting around in their sockets. Brother, are you? Are you really going to chop them all? She pointed at the glaring white searchlight beam slicing through the sky outside. Her hand clutched tightly at Lu Yuan's sleeve. The sleeve still bore the rusty water stains from washing hands moments ago, and when she touched it her palm came away covered in wet black mud. That plane has the eagle flag painted on it. What if a fight breaks out? The propeller is spinning so fast that mud's flying into the yard. Why not let Longy go up and shoot them down? Don't wreck my vegetable patch. The tomatoes just sprouted. Then what? Just let them keep circling up there. They'll come down on their own when they run out of fuel. They'll behave then. Brother, you're such a sly one. On my turf there are no eagles, only dead ducks. Lu Yuan curled his lip and flicked away the leftover sweet potato skin in his hand. The sweet potato skin hit the rusty iron basin in the corner with a precise smack. Zero tell Long, E to move a bit. Staying down too long makes the bones rusty. Instruction confirmed. Zero's electronic eyes flickered and the image faded. The greatsword has begun energy charging completion in 3 seconds. Lu Yao fumbled to raise her phone. She wanted to see what the netizens were posting in the bullet comments now. But the moment she brought the screen close to her face, she was utterly dumbfounded. Black screen. No stuttering mosaic. No red system error messages. Just a pitch black void, not even a bullet comment input box to be found. Brother, did the phone break? She slapped the back cover of the phone hard, her clammy palms covered in sticky sweat that clung to the plastic shell. Why can't I see a single living person talking? She didn't know that it wasn't just her phone. The entire global network had collapsed in that very second. Twitter, Weibo, YouTube. Inside the server rooms of the world's top-tier social platforms, rows of transformers were belching thick black smoke, filling the air with a pungent, burnt smell. Programmers ran barefoot through the corridors, their shoes kicked off. Half of them, those whose worldviews had been utterly shattered by the weight of history, knelt devoutly before their computer screens, hands clasped together. They muttered obsessively, a true God has descended. A God who has lived for 4.5 billion years. Heaven has opened its eyes. Our dragon kingdom is about to take flight. The other half, those who clung to science and clutched their textbooks, tightly plunged into a hysterical panic and denial. A grand hoax. This is definitely the biggest scam of the century cooked up by the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, that's a single soldier holographic projection. They used the latest deepfake tech to composite historical photos. How could a person live for thousands of years? This completely violates the laws of thermodynamics. Western media went berserk, frantically spinning the narrative on TV channels. In a series of emergency news programs, a white-haired Western expert bellowed, "That's no immortal. It's a fraud. This is a heretical fabrication concocted by the Dragon Kingdom to cover up their secret military bases. These foreign devils are just hard-mouthed. They can't stand seeing others do well. Back in Europe, they always pulled this kind of priestly trickery. Kept in the dark like fools thinking they were God's chosen. Later I blew up their big cathedral with gunpowder, and they finally calmed down. Now their skin's itching again. Don't believe this anti-science charade. We must impose the harshest condemnation and sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom." Even the president in the highest administrative building of the Eagle Nation had recorded an emergency televised address an hour earlier. In the footage, the old man's face was slightly pale and his hands trembled uncontrollably. "My fellow citizens, please remain rational." He spoke into the camera, his voice dry and hoarse. "The Pentagon is investigating this serious case of technological fraud. We will never bow to this kind of anti-human fake technology." The speech sounded tough on TV, but no one expected that the same president right after recording would wet his pants in fear. He sat on the sofa of Air Force One, his palms soaked with cold sweat, frantically urging the pilot. The private jet was taking a dangerously short route, racing madly toward the African desert. He kept muttering, "God bless." Outside the yard, the giant helicopter emblazoned with the Blue Eagle national emblem was hovering above the dirt courtyard. The massive rotor blast sent yellow dust and broken leaves flying wildly, battering against the window paper with a crackling sound. The Bloodwolf mercenaries who had been trembling as they scrubbed toilets were blown face first into the muddy water, spitting out filth, looking utterly wretched. Meng Tian stood in the snow, gripping his bronze greatsword. His face, forged from fine steel, held no trace of human warmth. He was merely waiting for Lu Yuan's command to slice the helicopter in half, like a watermelon. Just then Lu Yao's phone screen flickered. With the powerful parallel network support of the Dragon Kingdom's military Tianhe supercomputer cluster, the Douyu platform's servers finally pieced themselves back together among the ruins. The live stream signal reconnected. "It's alive, brother." Lu Yao pointed at the screen, happily sniffling. Netizens flooded back into the stream like a tide, and the online count instantly broke through a terrifying 30 million. And amid the ocean of bullet comments shouting "Long live the god," a blinding mass of Golden Dragon special effects suddenly lit up, filling the entire screen with soaring dragons. Whoosh boom, whoosh boom. A full 100 golden dragons representing the top spender ranking on the Douyu platform soared wildly across the screen. This exclusive gift cost a solid 100,000 RMB per tap. 100 of them meant a full 10 million Dragon Kingdom Yuan. ID Father Ma. This verified Supreme account burst in and the entire Dragon Kingdom's netizens erupted. This was the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. The business guru who usually stood high above teaching everyone how to make money on TV. Even he had come to be the #1 bootlicker. Father Ma's exclusive bullet comment locked itself at the center in a tone almost fawning and humble. Mr. Lu, I just saw your photo wall. I'm completely awed. I'm over 60 now, my health is failing day by day, and I've taken so many pills my stomach's about to perforate. I used to think money could solve everything, but now I realize that before your years I'm just a bumpkin. If you'd just agree to see me ID kneel and kowtow on the spot, and ID, even split my fortune with you. Lu Yao stared at the golden words filling the screen. What if he really transfers the money? Should we take it? Trillions, brother. Can't even count that high. Buying candy with it would last us several lifetimes. What would I do with that scrap paper? Too rough even for wiping my ass. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Your mouth's hanging open wide enough to swallow a duck egg, and you've even forgotten to wipe your nose. Brother. That Father Ma said. She swallowed a dry gulp of saliva, her voice trembling, and turned to grip Lu Yuan tightly. He wants to give you half of his trillion just for you to see him once. Tell him to take his scrap paper and scram. Don't hold up my barbecue. Lu Yao's eyes twitched wildly at her brother's words. Brother, that's trillions of assets. You call this waste paper? She clutched the burning phone her throat as if stuffed with a dry, hard piece of bread, choked with frustration. Lu Yuan tugged at his collar. A grease stain on his white t-shirt stood out under the dim yellow light. What else could it be? Can you eat it or drink it? It's just a nuisance in the pocket. He disdainfully slapped the dust off his flip-flops, sending a cloud of white powder onto the ground. Brother, that's 20 million. 20 million. Lu Yao's voice suddenly pitched up, almost spitting onto the screen. Can 20 million buy a life? Lu Yuan couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. No, but it can buy a lot of roast duck. Lu Yao stared back defiantly. What a goal. If you want to eat, I'll have Ling send you some every day. How is that the same? It's free. Free stuff tastes the best. No manners. I've lived for over 4 billion years. Who dares to let me freeload? Didn't expect you to have principles. Lu Yao pouted. It's not about principles, it's about avoiding. Lu Yuan walked forward on the tiles. If I take the money, I'll have to bear the karmic consequences. Too troublesome. Lu Yao snorted in anger, about to argue further. Suddenly a terrifying upheaval erupted on the phone screen. Whoosh boom. Whoosh boom. Vast waves of fireworks exploded wildly across a full 10,000 super rockets like hailstones completely flooded the entire live stream. Each one cost 2,000 Long Kingdom coins. 10,000. That's a full 20 million. The back-end recharge flow data skyrocketed like a mad counter. In the Dosha technology department, Zhang Wei slammed his head onto the console, his thigh hitting the edge of the desk, gasping in pain. 20 million. It's only been 10 seconds. The programmer was so anxious he wanted to pull the plug. Director Zhang, is this old Ma insane? What's he going crazy about? On the screen, Father Ma's bold red bullet comment once again stuck at the very center. Every word carried a spine-tingling humility and, Mr. Lu, old Ma didn't finish typing just now, please don't be annoyed. I know that in your eyes those assets are just a pile of scrap iron and waste paper. I believe you. I truly believe. Today old Ma sets down a written pledge here. I am willing to donate all the 100 billion consortium under my name. Not a single cent left. Old Ma asks for nothing else, only that you, for the sake of fellow countrymen, grant me a recipe to live 50 more years. This bullet comment dripped with blood in every word. The richest man's humble compromise. On this day, it completely shattered the previous nonsense about AI synthesis on the internet. The Western media, the white-haired experts who had been spouting nonsense on TV, staring at the wildly flashing bullet comment screenshots on their phones, their false teeth. The richest man surrendered. He's going to donate the entire 100 billion consortium just to live 50 years. The circle of tycoons in the Long Kingdom, and even the world, went completely mad with jealousy in that second. Immortality. This is the ultimate desire etched into human genes. For these tycoons at the top of the pyramid, who usually pontificate, the most painful thing in the world is not having no money, but that the money is not spent yet, and the person is already rotting in the coffin. Before the temptation of immortality, what are billions of wealth, what are reputation and status? All worthless toilet paper. Old Ma, it's not fair to hog all the benefits. Mr. Lu, I, Chen Jiangwo, am willing to donate all my chain hospitals just to live 30 more years. Big Boss Lu, I, Li Baichuan, am willing to offer a 10 billion coal mine, seeking your guidance. One by one the big money players descended like dumplings into the... Lu Yao looked at the countless zeros in the back-end wallet. Her little finger trembled like a rusty broken puppet, her fingernails digging into the plastic casing, making a creaking sound. Brother, look at this. She swallowed a dry gulp, her voice trembling like a leaf in the cold wind. Those big bosses are all sending you money. I don't even know how to count it. Are you really not going to say a word? Lu Yuan rubbed his temples in irritation, his bones making a dull cracking sound. He glanced at the screen with some disdain. The golden light flickering on it did not stir the slightest ripple in his deep dark eyes. Money. Just a pile of scrap metal and waste paper printed out. Lu Yuan spat on the ground and waved his hand impatiently. Ling, turn off all these tipping channels. They're dazzling and give me a headache. Command confirmed. All site tipping channels have been forcibly closed. Funds have been returned to their sources. Ling's voice rang coldly in the hall. Lu Yao's brain completely shut down. She lowered her head to check the phone backend. The balance that had soared to tens of millions was instantly cleared as clean as if washed by water. Brother, did you really refund it? The little girl's mouth hung open, her voice choked with tears. That was 20 million. How many bags of flour and spicy sticks could it buy? Lu Yuan ignored her anguish. He shoved his hands into his pockets, stepped onto the floating staircase in his flip-flops, and led the way. Go eat your roast duck. If you keep nagging today, you'll be punished to clean the toilet. Lu Yao quickly shut her mouth. She obediently clutched her phone, looking back every few steps. If you want, give, then don't. What's with the yelling? She scurried after Lu Yuan, striding back to the ground. On the ground, the cold wind rustled the leaves. The snow-covered ground crunched underfoot. As soon as Lu Yao stepped out, she was hit by the blizzard of the African winter night and shrank her neck sharply. Ouch, I'm freezing to death. She hugged her shoulders, shivering. The ground was still warm, and the falling snow instantly melted, emitting white steam. Brother, why is it colder up here? The snow is falling too fast. The ground temperature hasn't been suppressed yet. It'll get colder later. If I had known, I'd have stayed in the basement. At least it's... What a coward, scared already. Not scared, just my nose is running from the cold. Lu Yao wiped her nose hard with her coat sleeve. The once clean sleeve was instantly stained with a smear of black mud and shiny mucus. She looked utterly messy and filthy. Lu Yuan turned his head and glanced at her, curling his lips in disgust. Suehua, get her a cloth. So dirty. The side door opened, and the nanomaterial maid Suehua walked out carrying a basin of hot water. Her arm trembled slightly in the air, transforming into a warm white towel, which she handed to Lu Yao. Lu Yao took the towel, and the warm touch made her let out a long sigh. At that moment, Lin Feng was crouching outside the courtyard gate. His body was covered in white snowflakes, frozen like a shrunken quail. Seeing the two come out, he hurriedly scrambled over in a fluster. Lin Feng's lips were purple, his words trembling, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. Mr. Lu, look at this snow. He puffed white breath, pointing with his finger at the vast white gobi outside the yard. If it keeps snowing, we'll really become ice sculptures. Maybe have long. He called down those foreign devils flying in the sky to discuss. Lu Yuan gave him a faint glance. That gaze was as cold as ice, causing Lin Feng to swallow the rest of his words. What's the hurry? Lu Yuan straightened the slightly pilled collar of his white t-shirt and spoke slowly. If they want to come, let them come. If they don't obey, have Long chop them all up and use them as fertilizer for the tomatoes. Lin Feng's scalp went numb, cold sweat poured down his neck, and he didn't even dare to breathe. This immortal big shot really doesn't treat mortals as humans. Lu Yao, overhearing, winced and tugged at her coat hem. Brother, don't go around killing people. The national team's helicopter seems to have landed. She pointed at the front yard, her eyes wide like copper bells. I saw it. The aircraft is painted with the Long Kingdom's Xin bird national emblem. Lu Yao's small face, smudged with black ash, was filled with unbelievable astonishment. She held a scalding hot phone in her hand. The handle of the selfie stick was so slick with sweat it kept slipping. Bro, the young girl stammered. Fat Hat's trillions in family wealth. Even old Ma is ready to abandon his 1,000 billion conglomerate just to beg you to meet him. Lu Yuan stood in the corridor before the archive room door. He tugged at the collar of his white t-shirt with some disdain. The small oil stain on his clothes looked rather glaring under the dim yellow light. I don't remember. Just numbers. He strolled unhurriedly in his flip-flops. Zero refund, all the money through the original channels. It's an eyesore. Zero's virtual image flickered in midair, its voice as cold as ice. Command confirmed. Donation channel forcefully intercepted. All funds totaling trillions have been refunded through the original channels. These light words were transmitted through the live broadcast signal. In the livestream room, millions of netizens fell into dead silence for a full 3 seconds. Then the barrage erupted like a burst dam, once again obscuring the screen so that faces couldn't be seen clearly. Refunded? Holy crap. They really refunded everything. 1,000 billion. Didn't even blink before returning it. Bro, you're incredible. This is a true immortal. Money is just a string of numbers in their eyes. Across the ocean, in a special care ward in the Dragon Kingdom's capital, Ma Dad was staring at his phone screen. His once healthy, rosy complexion was now alternating between pale and greenish. Gazing at the system notification of a successful refund, the richest man's body lurched violently. His thigh struck the edge of the bed. He slumped onto a plastic stool. The stool legs screeched sharply against the floor. The water cup in his hand clattered to the floor. Old Ma, are you okay? The secretary beside him turned pale with fright and quickly went to support him. Ma Dad didn't respond. Tears streamed down his face. Refunded. He won't even give me a chance to meet him. The richest man covered his face and wept bitterly in desperation before the camera. What good is all this money? I can't even buy a way to live 50 more years. His cries were filled with desolation and resentment. They echoed faintly through the livestream room via the voice link. Lu Yao's eyes also reddened. She felt a pang of unease. She walked over and grabbed Lu Yuan's clothes tightly. Bro, look at old Ma crying like a child. He's quite pitiful. He just wants to live 50 more years. Why can't you help him a little? Lu Yuan let out a sigh. He irritably scratched his itchy ear with his finger. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the iron laws of low-dimensional beings. He stared at the phone screen without a trace of warmth in his eyes. Since they live in this dimension, they should abide by these rules. Don't waste time obsessing over lifespans that don't belong to them. But everyone else is begging to live a few more years. Lu Yao sighed and pulled her coat tighter. Even 5 more days would be enough. Humans live on grains and meats. Who isn't afraid of death? You guys really don't get it. Lu Yuan pursed his lips. Living too long is a torture in itself. Watching bugs crawl around day after day is boring. Bugs? You're calling us bugs? What else? On a cosmic scale, you're not much different from microorganisms. You're really mean. Lu Yao puffed out her cheeks full of unwillingness. But they paid money. So much money. Think of all the spicy sticks and roast duck we could buy. Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth twisting into a sneer. He walked over to the rosewood table, pulled open the rickety drawer, and fished out the old... Bro, what are you doing with that burning iron rod? Lu Yao was startled. Going to burn something. It's not convenient. Lu Yuan replied casually. He flicked his finger. The pen cap rolled clattering into the corner. Lu Yuan picked up the unwashed plastic cup. A thick layer of tea scale had settled at the bottom. He tilted his head back. Inside floated half a tea leaf that hadn't steeped. A tea stalk got stuck between his teeth. He spat it out with a disgusted sound. With fingers stained black in dirt, he picked at his mouth. Money. He looked at the screen with disdain. That's the cheapest waste paper in the universe. If I wanted, I could produce 1,000 tons in 2 seconds using SourcePoint parts. You treat this waste paper like treasure and fight over it every day. Don't you find it ridiculous? I don't understand all this universe stuff. Lu Yao muttered quietly. I only know I don't even have 10,000 in my card. And you just threw away a few 100 million. Fine. When we go back to the country, I won't buy you any roasted sweet potatoes. So stingy. Lu Yuan stomped his foot on the table leg again. When I go back, you'll dig my own. There are plenty in the fields. Lu Yao stared at the messages from the wealthy. She felt as if she were rooted to the spot. Old Chen said he'd donate all his chain hospitals just to live 30 more years. President Li said he'd give you his 100 billion coal mine for firewood. Bro, you really don't want it. Lu Yuan brushed the dust off his white t-shirt. Why would I want that thing? I don't need that crappy coal to keep warm. Fine, then what about old Ma? He's about to donate away all his assets. Let him. What does his donation have to do with me? He rubbed his sore neck, his bones cracking audibly. Don't move. Stay right there. Wait, he'll go grab something. Lu Yuan turned around and strolled toward the main door in his flip-flops. Lu Yao followed with the selfie stick. Lin Feng and the 2 agents obediently brought up. They walked out of the tall iron door of the archive room. Beyond the door was a spacious underground lobby. In the corner were piles of construction debris left over from building the base. Waste pipes were covered in black grime, emitting a pungent smell of rust and mold. Lu Yuan stopped beside one of the metal scrap heaps. He scanned the rusted scrap iron with his gaze. He reached into the tangled wire mesh and groped around. Lu Yuan roughly pulled out a fist-sized lump of iron from the very bottom of the scrap heap. The lump was covered in hard, dry, yellowish-brown rust. At the slightest touch, rust flakes crumbled down in a clatter, leaving yellow stains all over his hand. Young master, your hands are way too dirty. Lu Yao pointed at his yellow-stained fingertips. When you wash up, you'll waste several basins of water again. There's plenty of water down here underground. Lu Yuan tossed the iron block in his hand. This is a real treasure. Treasure? Lu Yao leaned in and stared at the yellow, rusty lump. Isn't that just a broken iron ball? Where's the treasure? Lu Yuan weighed the lump of iron in his hand, then turned to look at Lu Yao as she approached. Bro, why are you picking up that rusty piece of iron? Lu Yao stepped back half a foot in disgust. The rust smell from the iron lump was too strong, making her wrinkle her. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and wiped his hands roughly on the hem of his shirt. Still don't believe money is waste paper? He patted the iron lump in his hand, producing a dull metallic thud. Wait a moment. Bro will show you a magic trick. Lu Yao leaned forward. Her fingers clenched the sticky selfie stick. Cold sweat clung to her palms, sticking to the frigid metal pole. Slippery and uncomfortable, she tugged at the collar of her coat with her other hand. After a tumble in the snow, bits of ice had crept into her neckline. As they melted, icy water trickled down the back of her neck, cold and itchy, making her shrink her shoulders. A magic trick. Lu Yao pursed her lips. Bro, don't fool me with some cheap street stall junk again. She rubbed her nose hard with her sleeve. This rusty hunk of iron, all muddy at a touch, what trick could it possibly pull? Lu Yuan picked up the yellowish iron lump and patted it in his palm. Smack, smack. Iron shavings and rust crumbs clattered to the ground. He squinted at Lu Yao, a smirk tugging at his lips. What you people call wealth is just gold and diamonds. He spat and rubbed the mud with his sole. Watch closely. Lu Yuan dropped the words casually. Though still skeptical, Lu Yao obediently thrust the phone camera forward. Her fingertips slipped, zooming the macro focus to its limit. The livestream screen was instantly filled with the yellow spotted iron lump. Every trace of rust, every crack of dry black mud was so clear it made one dizzy. Big bro is about to put on a show. Turn stone into gold. If that's real, I'll swallow my keyboard on the spot. Boasting costs nothing. Oh, let's see how he wraps it up. Viewers stared at the screen, hardly daring to blink. Just then Lu Yuan raised his left wrist. On the black band, a cold blue glow flared up. The light wasn't blinding, but in the dim corridor, it looked exceptionally eerie. Zero restructure. Lu Yuan spoke casually. He didn't touch the iron lump, he just pinched its edge with 2 fingers. With a hum, the deep blue light, as if alive, instantly coiled around the rusty lump. Under the macro close-up of the ultra-high-definition lens, the once hard, rough surface suddenly rippled like a pond struck by a stone. The solid rust-black mud and impurities, in that second, completely softened into flowing liquid. Drop. A bead of cold sweat slid down Lu Yao's brow and hit the metal floor. The air in the courtyard seemed to thicken from this atomic reorganization, carrying a faint pungent smell of sulfur and ozone. Lu Yao swallowed, whispered, "Bro, what technology is this? How did even the wind stop around us?" "Don't speak, just watch." Lu Yuan brushed the mud off his hands. Zero, accelerate the stripping of iron ions and oxygen atoms. Energy field fine-tuning conversion rate 100%. Zero's synthetic voice reverberated again. Reconstruction progress 90%, 100%. It wasn't just melting. Lu Yao stared at the screen, a dry retch in her throat from sheer fright. She watched helplessly as the black impurities inside the iron lump were at an inconceivable speed, forcibly stripped away. The atomic structure was violently shattered and rearranged. Crackle, crackle. Tiny electrical pulses flickered in the air. Wispy black dust was expelled from the surface, turning to ash. The remaining silver-gray iron elements bathed in blue light. In an instant acquired a dazzling, blinding golden hue. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a full 5 seconds. Under the watch of tens of millions of eyes, that filthy, smelly, mud-caked, rusty lump shed all its grime. In the blue light, it became a perfectly square, radiant gold brick of ultra-high purity. The gold was so pure. Without a hint of dull impurity, it stung the eyes under the lamplight. The selfie stick in Lu Yao's hand clattered to the ground. Gee, gold. The young girl stood frozen. She pinched her thigh hard with her fingernail, sucking in cold air from the pain. "Bro, you've really become." Her voice trembled, she even forgot to breathe. "You turned this iron into gold." Lu Yuan bent down, picked up the gold brick, and wiped his hand on the hem of his coat. Yeah, 99.99999% purity. He tossed the priceless brick like a stone onto the rosewood table. Clang. The dull metallic sound echoed through the empty corridor. That's not science. In the live stream, the internationally recognized economists with gold badge verifications had their minds short-circuiting. Turning stone into gold. Forcefully rearranging atomic nuclei and electron-proton configurations. That would require cataclysmic energy. How did he do it without triggering a nuclear explosion? Gold is about to collapse. The entire global monetary system is going to crumble. In the White House across the ocean, the president's eyelids twitched as he stared at the gold brick on the screen. Cold sweat dripped down his chin. He knew. The West's gold hegemony had in that second turned into a joke. In the courtyard, Lu Yao moved as if in a dream. She crept over, stretched out a finger, and carefully touched the gold brick. The texture was warm and heavy. Definitely real gold. "Bro, did you really turn sand into gold before?" She hugged the brick, incredibly heavy. It nearly popped the buttons off her sun protective coat, making her grunt. "Yeah, back then I had no money for water, so I casually changed some sand and traded for a few flasks of mare's." Lu Yuan spread his hands, looking completely matter-of-fact. "But those people insisted on worshipping me, calling me a god molded from gold. So annoying, I fled that very night." Lu Yao rolled her eyes. "So your habit of running away has been ingrained since tens of thousands of years ago." "It's not that I like running, but those people were too noisy, irritating." "Bro, you're really wasteful." Lu Yao twitched her lips, catching her breath. If Old Ma knew he'd cough up blood, wouldn't he? Lu Yuan snorted. He impatiently rubbed his itchy nape and let out a big yawn. In essence, there's no such thing as a rare metal in this world. He turned to face the camera, his dark eyes utterly devoid of emotion. "If I wanted, I could turn every grain of sand in the Sahara Desert into gold." He shrugged, his tone as casual as discussing tonight's weather. So Lu Yuan patted the gold dust off his hands, sneering dismissively, "The money you people would kill for is to me worth less than the iron in a trash heap." He thrust his hands into his trouser pockets, looking down at his dazed sister. "Now do you still think money means anything to me?" The moment Lu Yuan finished speaking, the gold brick, gleaming with a blinding yellow light, clattered heavily, sending a dull echo through the metal hall beneath the earth. Lu Yao stared at the gold brick, her feet feeling as if they were weighted with lead, unable to move. She swallowed a dry, parched mouthful of fiery pain, searing her throat, leaving her speechless. In the livestream room, with 20 million viewers, silence hung cold and eerie. Then a torrent of bullet comments erupted like a burst dam, streaking white lines across the screen in a frenzy. "Gold. It's real gold. Brother just said he'd turn all the sand in the Sahara into gold. Heaven's gold is about to become as worthless as roadside mud." In the bomb shelter hall of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Security Bureau, Lin Feng stared at the encrypted phone in his hand, cold sweat soaking his pants. He turned to his two subordinates, lips trembling. If this is true, the sky will fall. The two agents were dumbfounded, mouths agape. Sir, what about the gold bars in our treasury? Worthless. Lin Feng spat bitterly, wiping his dirty sleeve against his pant leg. The gold standard is about to collapse. The whole world will go down with it. On Wall Street, at 9:30 a.m. New York time, the normally bustling stock exchange erupted with a piercing red alarm. Beep, beep, beep. On the big screen, the green curve representing the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted like a hapless jumper. It plunged vertically. Circuit breaker. Triggered at the open. A trader in a red vest, frantic, smashed his water cup on the ground, spilling water everywhere. Gold futures down 80%. Still falling. Delist. Shut down the gold trading channel. Oh my god. The exchange descended into chaos. Countless well-dressed, dignified individuals now had their ties askew, read running wildly through the corridors. Meanwhile, in Lu Yao's livestream room, those verified gold accounts from top international financial institutions had shed all pretense, lining up in the public chat to type blood-red, oversized character. Mr. Lu, please withdraw your power. You can't release gold into the market. It would destroy the entire global credit system. This old man begs you on his knees. Don't ever spend that gold brick in your hand. It's as good as waste paper. Just keep it to prop up a table leg, okay? Don't release it. These titans who usually dictated terms in financial news were now like fat pigs awaiting slaughter, crying and begging behind their screens. Lu Yao rubbed her sore eyes, dizzy from the barrage of pleas. She nudged Lu Yuan with her elbow. Brother, look. She shoved the phone screen closer to his face. They're telling you not to spend this gold, saying ITLL turn their money into worthless paper. The girl sniffled, wiping the dust off her shoes with a hint of disdain. Lu Yuan pursed his lips. He shifted his flip-flops, producing a dull thud on the ground. I told you this thing is just junk. He scratched his itchy neck, irritably flicking away a few flakes of dandruff. It's too heavy. I can't stand holding it. He didn't even bother to look at the gold brick, kicking it aside. So what do we do with this gold? Lu Yao winced, watching the brick roll across the floor. Toss it in the corner as a bowl stand for Wonkai. Lu Yuan yawned, pointing lazily into the distance. Brother, you're such a spendthrift. Lu Yao huffed, clenching her fists. Using millions of gold as a stepping stone for a robot dog. Only you could think of that. Too much. Want me to turn it back into scrap iron? No. Keep it, at least it looks nice. Lu Yao quickly hugged the gold brick, its weight straining her arm. Across the ocean in Washington, deep within the White House's most secret bunker, the air was cold and thick with the smell of disinfectant and burnt electronics. Across the ocean in Washington, deep within the White House's most secret bunker, the air was cold and thick with the smell of disinfectant and burnt electronics. The Eagle country's president stood with hands on his desk. A stained coffee cup sat at the corner, its bottom ringed with yellowed, aged coffee residue. Sweat trickled down his wrinkled forehead, drip-dropping onto the mahogany desk, leaving dark, wet marks. On the big screen, the green waterfall of the New York Stock Exchange stabbed into his eyes like a sharp blade. Mr. President, the second circuit breaker has been triggered. The four-star general beside him, pale-faced, trembled so much he could barely hold the folder. Gold futures, U.S. Treasury bonds, all collapsed. Now Capital Worldwide is dumping gold at any cost. We're going bankrupt. The president abruptly straightened, hurling his coffee cup to the ground. The cup shattered. Warm coffee splashed his trousers, but he didn't notice. Fuck. He ripped open his collar, face flushed crimson, screaming at his subordinate. That Dragon Kingdom man possesses the power to turn stone to gold. He can turn our worthless dollars into trash with a handful of dirt at any moment. He leaned forward, hands on the desk, eyes bulging with madness and terror that seemed almost tangible. We can't wait any longer. Conventional methods won't work against him. He bit his pale lips, his mouth twitching. Whether he's a god or a cyborg, we must control him. Or kill him in Africa. He strode to the top-secret safe against the wall, frantically tapping the code on the electronic panel, his fingers trembling so violently he entered the wrong code twice. Finally, the safe door clicked open. He retrieved a black, unmarked anti-magnetic phone. This phone connected to the mysterious family that had ruled the Western underworld for centuries, the Skull and Bones Society. Connect me to Rothschild Adam. The president barked orders into the receiver. Tell them to activate the final plan. Contact the shadow assassins of the Skull and Bones. His eyes gleamed with a beastly ferocity, his voice icy. By any means necessary. Even if we have to poison the entire East African savannah. We must get him. In the ancient cellar, a few moldy tallow candles were lit. The flames flickered, casting distorted shadows on the walls. Black water oozed constantly from the gaps in the damp brickwork, emitting a foul stench of stagnant water and rotting flesh. This was the core headquarters of the Skull Society. A dark lair that had lurked beneath the West for centuries, before which even successive presidents would kneel and pay homage. On the long stone table stood a crude copper basin, the blood inside long dried and blackened, giving off a pungent smell of verdigris. Rothschild Adam, the chairman of the Skull Society, sat on a rickety wooden chair that creaked. His black robe was stained with sour sweat and patches of mold, and a crust of leftover bread from last night clung to his collar. His hands like withered straw were clawing at a scab on his thigh. Rustle. Several crumbs fell off his fingernails caked with black grime. He lifted his face shriveled like a mummy with sunken eyes fixed on the projection screen on the stone. On the screen was Lu Yuan's handsome wrinkle-free face. Zzz. The bronze telephone beside him suddenly rang shrilly, echoing in the empty cellar and shaking loose a layer of dust from the walls. The old man didn't move, he just licked his yellowed front teeth with his cracked lips. A black-robed attendant quickly stepped forward, carefully picked up the verdigris-covered handset and held it to Adam's ear. Adam, we must get the technology that kid holds. From the handset came the heavy, rasping breaths of the President of the United States like a bellows. U.S. Stocks have crashed, gold has turned to scrap metal, our hegemony is being crushed by that dragon country man. I don't care what black arts you use, kill him immediately or capture that woman. Adam pulled the handset away with some disgust and spat a thick gob of phlegm with streaks of blood. Mr. President, are you teaching me how to do my job? His voice was hoarse like sandpaper, sending a chill down one's bones. That guy is a monster who has lived for who knows how many years. Your soldiers are nothing more than insects in his eyes. I don't care if he's a monster. The president screamed hysterically on the other end, smashing a cup. If we don't kill him, the entire West will become beggars. Aren't you the one who claims to have mastered extra-dimensional dark power? Where are your death squads? Adam tapped his withered fingers lightly on the stone table. Beggars. The old man laughed grimly, revealing a mouthful of rotten yellow teeth. Money is nothing but garbage you invented to fool mortals. I have lived for 300 years, and I am only interested in his blood. Adam pointed at Lu Yuan's fair skin on the screen, a greedy green glint flashing deep in the blood of an immortal. Its heat, its pure gene telomeres. It will definitely perfect our rebirth ritual. On the other end, the president gritted his teeth. Don't give me that moldy witchcraft. I just want the coordinates of his base and the technology. Then trade his blood for it. Adam yanked a red cloth over the phone, unwilling to listen to the foolish mortal's nonsense any longer. He pushed himself up from the chair, his withered knee joints cracking sharply. He casually wiped the sticky sweat from his palms on his trouser leg. Release the shadow hounds. Adam turned and rasped at the two black-robed attendants kneeling in the darkness. Have them take poison darts that strike dead at the sight of blood and drag that little girl back. As for the man, if you can draw even a single drop of his blood, I will reward you each with a new fresh body. The two attendants kowtowed, their foreheads thudding against the moss-covered stone. As you command, Chairman. Shadow hounds. The most ruthless genetically modified assassins of the Skull Society, each having crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They had no names, no sense of pain, only absolute obedience to killing. In the darkness, several black shadows retreated silently. Tokyo, in a slightly yellowed tatami room. The air was thick with the musty smell of cheap tatami mats mixed with the sour odor of overnight miso soup. The wooden sliding door was slightly ajar, and from outside came the squeaking sound of get a clacking on the wooden floor. A high-ranking official of Cherry Blossom Country, wearing a loose kimono and sporting a potbelly, sat cross-legged on the tatami. He held a skewer of greasy grilled mochi balls, chewing with loud smacks. His narrow slit-like eyes were fixed intently on a tablet on the low table. On the screen was Lu Yao's live stream, the screen full of dazzling white snow. Hanzo, take a look. The official tossed the bamboo skewer aside carelessly. The sticky sauce splattered on the tatami, staining a small patch dark. The old geezers in the West can't sit still anymore. They're going to make a move on that dragon countryman. In a dark corner, a young man in a tattered patched tight suit sat cross-legged. His fingernails were caked with black grime, and he held an unsharpened wakizashi. He rubbed it back and forth against his calloused palm, producing a faint scraping sound. He was the true leader of Cherry Blossom Country's secret department. Hattori Hanzo, known as the strongest ninja of the age. They are too impatient. Making such a big ruckus will alert the dragon country's military. Hanzo spoke, his voice as dry as a mummy that hadn't drunk water. He reached up and picked at his itching bulbous nose, then casually spat into the nearby trash bin. We can't afford not to be patient. The gold standard has collapsed, and our yen has become worthless paper. If we don't grab some of that underground base's technology, soon we won't even be able to allocate next month's military budget. That's why I will lead a team to infiltrate. Hanzo placed one hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly rose to his feet. When those western dogs have turned the courtyard into a chaotic mess, he'll use a stealth suit to evade all thermal sensors and slip down through the metal hatch. He grinned, showing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth, his eyes gleaming with the dragon country's agents are only mortals, they can't see the death in the shadows. As long as we get one core crystal from that underground base, our Cherry Blossom Country can completely turn the tables. The official stood up, his big belly pressing against the edge of the wooden table. Move quickly. Absolutely no clues that could be traced back to the cabinet. Hanzo hunched his body, retreating again into the dark corner. Rest assured, my lord, my blade never leaves survivors. The howling blizzard slashed across the wasteland like a razor, whipping up a white foam of snow that coated the earthen walls of the nameless courtyard with a layer of frost. In the pitch-black night wind, the air suddenly rippled and distorted like water. Two fully invisible elliptical aircraft descended without a sound into the withered grass beyond the wall. The hatch opened silently, and several dark figures stepped out. The leading Western brute wore a dusty bulletproof vest with half a piece of leftover beef jerky from last night still stuck to his collar. He spat. Hattori Hanzo's long countryman's courtyard is ahead, he murmured into his laryngeal microphone. The air defense matrix inside seems to be off. There isn't even a searchlight. Next to him a patch of air twisted slightly, and an old man from the Inghua country emerged wearing a tattered skin-tight suit. It was Hattori Hanzo. He was picking dirt from between his toes. Who'd have thought this big shot likes to slack off? No defenses at night. Hanzo grinned, revealing a set of jagged yellow teeth, and his breath smelled like sour miso. Just leaves us an opening. You take the door, it'll go through the ventilation shaft. The Western assassin, marked the elite of the Skull Society, known as Shadow Hound, curled his lip. All right, that little girl's life is mine. I need her blood to report back to the chairman. Fine, suit yourself as long as you don't get in the way of my blade. Hanzo hunched over, activating his optical camouflage suit. In an instant he vanished into the white snowfield. In the underground base's monitoring hall, a faint blue light played across Zero's metallic face. On the screen, the life-wave signatures of several figures glowing red beyond the wall were clearly displayed. Meng Tian pressed his hand on his bronze greatsword, his tiger eyes brimming with killing intent. My lord, barbarians are scaling the wall. I will lead the troops to crush them at once. Zero raised a hand slightly. No need. The Lord said to let them in. The Lord wants to see what new toys these little mice from the west still have. Meng Tian frowned, stepping back reluctantly. These petty thieves are too lucky. Outside the wall, Hattori Hanzo pressed himself against the mud wall, like a black gecko climbing up without a sound. He avoided the giant mech at the gate, thinking he had hidden cleverly. Yet he did not know that Long E's enormous red eye was staring unblinkingly at his back. This crummy wall is all mud, so slippery. Hanzo stepped on the mud, his fingers gripping a cracked crevice as he barely kept from sliding. His palms were covered in sticky black grime. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, scrambled over the wall, and landed on the silver-gray floor. On the ground, a dark red magma pool left by Wang Kai's fiery breath was still flowing, emitting a pungent sulfur stench. Hanzo circled around the magma and found a spacious air intake grill against the wall. Really, not even a mesh guard. He pried open the grill and ducked inside. The ventilation duct was pitch-black thick with rust and dust. He had to crawl on all fours, inching forward. The duct was narrow. The rough iron scraped his knees and elbows raw, tearing large gashes in his clothes. Sweat poured down his forehead, mixing with the iron dust smearing his face. After crawling for more than 10 minutes, a faint blue light appeared ahead. I'm here. Hanzo's heart leaped with joy as he peered down through the gaps in the iron grating. Before him stretched a metal corridor, so vast it made his head spin. The inner walls were lined with ring after ring of energy bands glowing with a faint blue light. Clear voices echoed from the corridor, Lu Yuan and Lu Yao. Lu Yao was holding a broken selfie stick, swinging the lens around haphazardly. Bro, why is this place so cold? She sniffed her nose, red, her coat collar pulled tight. Is there water up ahead? I hear a gurgling sound. Lu Yuan was ambling ahead in his slippers, his white t-shirt smeared with a large black handprint from the archives. I dug a pool ahead, raised a few big turtles. Lu Yao rolled her eyes. In the pavilion, Li Tai-bai had already emptied his Mao Tai and was snoring against a redwood pillar reeking of alcohol. Lu Yao pinched her Lu Yao rolled her eyes. In the pavilion, Li Tai-bai had already emptied his Mao Tai and was snoring against a redwood pillar reeking of alcohol. Lu Yao pinched her nose and skirted around the pavilion. Uncle Li Tai-bai drinks like a fish. The whole place stinks of wine. He can down 3 bottles a day. If he gets one less, he'll tear off my roof. Lu Yuan muttered casually. Did you used to buy him wine often? No, back then there was no Mao Tai. Just cheap rice wine with water added. He's used to cheap stuff. This time he got lucky. The two walked one after another down the corridor, completely unaware of the danger above. In the ventilation duct, Hattori Hanzo's eyes were fixed on the back of Lu Yuan's head, gleaming with greedy green light. Just one cut. If he could draw a bowl of this kid's blood, he'd get $50 billion back and a new body that could live 200 years. He licked his yellowed molars, rubbing the grime between his palms excitedly. Time to make my mark. He took a silent, deep breath, pushing his internal energy to its peak. His fingertips gently pried. Several screws on the iron grating came loose silently under his subtle force. A faint, almost imperceptible creak. Lu Yao paused, blinking. Bro, did you hear a strange noise? Rats in the pipes. There are lots of rats underground. Lu Yuan didn't look back, strolling ahead. I once threw a pack of rat poison in the corner. They're probably going after it. Lu Yao pouted. Who keeps rats in their base? In that half-second she spoke to Lu Yuan. The iron grating slid open silently. Hattori Hanzo's figure, like an upside-down bat hanging from the ceiling, slipped out of the dark duct without a sound. His optical camouflage suit flickered, blending his form perfectly with the metallic reflections. Die immortal. Hanzo let out a silent roar. His body spread out in midair, his right hand gripping the black ninja sword at his waist. The blade was coated with instant-kill pufferfish toxin and various corrosive poisons glowing a sickly green in the faint light. This strike was exceptionally angled. With a soundless air-tearing edge, it drove straight toward the back of Lu Yuan's neck. But Lu Yuan seemed not to react at all. He was still holding that cup of warm juice, even yawning. Bro, watch out behind you. The moment Lu Yao turned, she caught a glimpse of an unnatural air distortion and collapsed to the ground in fright. The phone in her arms fell straight down, its lens aimed at Lu Yuan's back. A cold gleam. The green blade tip was less than half a foot from Lu Yuan's neck. No escape. No way to flee. Hanzo's wrinkled old face contorted with extreme excitement. He pressed down hard on his wrist. The blade slashed down fiercely. In that instant of imminent peril, Lu Yuan's body moved. Without even turning his head, he merely swung a hand backward. That plastic juice cup, stained and with a thick layer of T-scale at the bottom, whistled through the air, smashing into Hanzo's blade tip. Clang. A dull metallic clash exploded in the hall. Coming at my back in broad daylight without knocking. No manners. Lu Yuan slowly turned, his gaze cold as he stared at the shadow in midair, which had been repelled. His pale face showed no panic. A faint mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Bro. Lu Yao lay on the ground, her voice trembling, gasping for air. Who is this man? He has a knife. Hanzo's wrist went numb from the impact, his tiger's mouth bled, and the greatsword nearly flew from his hand. He pushed off the wall, flipping his body in midair to land steadily. He stared at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with the fear and disbelief of someone looking at a madman. A cup stopped my strike leaf slash. His fingertips tingled. He could even hear the overload warning from the mechanical bones deep within. What kind of monster are you? He crouched, gathering force throughout his body, his form flickering in and out of the air. But Lu Yuan just patted the juice stains on his clothes, his eyes holding a look of pity for a clown prancing on a stage. You talk too much, little rat. He raised his right hand. Zero, don't let him dirty my floor. At Lu Yuan's command. From deep within the metal walls on both sides of the corridor came a subtle, bone-chilling rustle. Command confirmed. Zero's projections solidified in midair, a cascade of blue data streaming wildly in his eyes. Extermination protocol activated. In an instant, the corridor's walls shimmered and a swarm of nanobots emerged like a dark tide, converging on the intruder. In the livestream room, the phone screen, fallen into a mud crack, was still lit, its display tilted towards the corridor. 20 million viewers stared at the screen, their minds filled with question marks. What was that sound? Who did Ling say he wanted to kill? I don't know. In the frame besides Bro and Yao, there's not even a ghost in sight. Look at brother's back. Why is the air there trembling? Holy shit, it's like water ripples. Is he performing magic? The viewers rubbed their eyes and only saw 3 meters behind Lu Yuan in midair. The air twisted in ripples as if being scorched by fire. Fubu Banzang was gripping his blade with both hands, his eyes burning with green light, his body plunging downward with inertia. The optical camouflage suit on him emitted a faint sizzling sound as its energy was fully activated. Die, he howled madly in his heart. The tip of the blade was aimed at Lu Yuan's neck, with only a short 2 meters remaining. With just half a step more, the poison cold blade would pierce the other's flesh. But Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head. He was slowly lowering his eyelids and reaching out to scratch his slightly itchy elbow. Bro, watch out behind you. Lu Yao collapsed onto the ground, her fingernails digging into the gaps of the metal floor, her face pale with terror. Fear something. Lu Yuan still didn't move. He just curled his lips in slight annoyance. Ling is too noisy. Yes. Muting protocol activated. Ling's image flickered weakly in midair, instantly spitting out a few cold bites. In that millisecond, the smooth silver-gray metal walls on both sides of the corridor suddenly came alive. The originally hard and cold metal instantly softened into a pool of silver fluid. SSSHH. A faint scraping sound that sent chills down one's bones erupted overwhelmingly. Countless nanobots, hundreds of times smaller than dust, burst out from the metal walls. They didn't scatter, but rapidly converged in midair. They formed a giant black metallic net, as dark as ink. The black net unfurled in the wind, carrying a rusty smell of African soil. It lunged forward and tightly wrapped the distorted mass of air. Thump. A dull impact. Fubu Banzang's optical camouflage suit instantly overloaded and failed, revealing his entire figure in a disheveled state. He was tightly wrapped in the black net, suspended in midair like a giant cicada caught in a web. What? What the hell is this thing? Banzang's eyes bulged, his lips trembling as he desperately tried to cut the net with his ninja blade. But his poison blade, capable of cutting through steel rebar, couldn't even sever a single strand of the black net. Rip rip. The black nanobot swarm began to... They infiltrated every crevice, burrowing into Banzang's flesh through the gaps in his tight suit. Oh. A scream as piercing as a wild dog with its neck. It instantly tore through the dim corridor. Banzang's fingers clawed wildly in the air, his fingernails shattering in pieces, blood streaming. His wrinkled, old face. In an instant, large chunks of flesh began to fall off. Not from cuts, but from countless tiny mechanical mouths gnawing madly at the atomic level. Crunch crunch. The sounds of mechanical reconfiguration and gnawing merged into a continuous noise that set one's teeth on edge. Help! Help! Commissioner Lin, save me. Banzhang stretched out his right hand, already showing white bone, and clawed at the air twice. Before his plea could finish, his tongue was instantly devoured into nothingness by the nanobots. The livestream's bullet comments completely froze at this moment. Across the high-definition screen, millions of viewers watched helplessly as the Japanese assassin, who had appeared out of thin air, his flesh, his clothes, his mechanical prosthetics. Under the black insect net, like a lump of cotton thrown into hot sulfuric acid, melted and vanished at a nightmare-inducing speed. 3 seconds. Indeed, it took only 3 seconds. Buzz. The black nanobot swarm spun in the air like receding tidewater. Silently, they burrowed back into the metal walls on both sides of the corridor. The walls once again became cold, smooth silver gray. So clean that not even a speck of black ash remained. On the ground there was only a complete white skeleton, bone white, without a trace of blood. And 2 tattered black rags gnawed to shreds, emitting a pungent smell of burnt flesh. Ugh! Lu Yao looked at the skeleton, feeling her stomach churn, and tears and snot mixed with black grime smeared her face like a mud monkey. Bro. She's just gone. The little girl clutched her stomach, her voice trembling like a broken bellows in an ice cellar. A living person just 3 seconds ago, turned into a pile of bones. Lu Yuan crouched down. He disdainfully poked at the tattered cloth on the ground with a small bamboo stick, and curled his lips. I told you the nanobot swarm is more useful than liquid mercury. This old rat smells like rotten soybean paste stinking up my brain. He stood up and casually tossed the dirty bamboo stick into the trash can at his feet. Ling cleaned the floor. It's an eyesore. Command confirmed. Infrasonic dust removal program initiated. The white bones on the ground under vibration instantly turned into a pile of white. It was completely sucked away by the air intake. Lin Feng and the 2 agents behind were stunned. Lin Feng clutched his trousers tightly, the cold sweat in his palms soaking the fabric. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his throat dry as if on fire. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng shuffled half a step forward, his voice trembling violently. The one who just died, judging by the clothes and blade technique, it seems to be Fubu Banzhang of the Sakura Kingdom's Shadow Division. Fubu Banzhang. Lu Yao wiped her nose and chimed in, her eyes wide as brass bells. The old monster from TV, who claims to be the #1 ninja, just got eaten by our nanny. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, his flip-flops scraping the ground with a screeching sound. #1. Quite a reputation, but he can't even beat my guard dog. He rubbed his sore shoulders, somewhat impatient. These rats never stop, so annoying. Bro, how did he sneak in? Lu Yao hugged her coat. Don't we have that big iron door and infrared defense line outside? Why didn't it sound the alarm? Lu Yuan coughed dryly, turning his face away with a hint of guilt. Well, when I was eating sweet potatoes earlier, I thought the doorbell was too noisy, so I turned it. How was I supposed to know these bastards would sneak in through the ventilation pipe without even knocking? Lu Yao froze like a plaster statue. Turn it off. Her mouth gaped wide enough to fit a basin. A trillion-level security system. You turned it off because it was noisy. Yeah, what else? The echo underground kept me awake. Lu Yuan spread his hands matter-of-factly, completely unbothered. Lin Feng, where are those foreign bastards who came by helicopter to beg? Lin Feng's hand trembled as he quickly checked his encrypted phone. Mr. Lu, the Air Force One of the Eagle country's president, just forcibly landed on the wilderness. He wiped cold sweat, his calves twitching. The accompanying personnel said they brought 12 boxes of gold and are kneeling outside begging for an audience. Lu Yuan sneered, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth like he was looking at trash. Kneeling, he shoved his hands into his pockets. Let them freeze outside. Just in time, it snowed tonight. Let these old fools clear their minds so they stop dreaming all day. Lu Yao shrank her neck, looking at the side door with some reluctance. Bro, you turned down the 100 billion consortium and refused old Moss money. Are you really going to let them freeze to death? Lu Yuan didn't even look at her, striding out, the slap of his flip-flops echoing in the corridor. Just worthless paper. What's the use? Too rough to wipe my ass. Without looking back, he waved his hand behind him. Go to the front yard and start a fire. The sweet potatoes are about to burn. If you don't polish those 2 sacks of raw diamonds clean today, no meat for you. The pile of snow-white, clean bone fragments on the ground glimmered with a ghastly light under the dim blue glow. Lu Yao lay on the ground, clutching a selfie stick smeared with yellow mud, her eyes fixed in horror on the heap of bones. She even forgot to wipe the cold sweat from her face, her lips trembling like they were being pulled by a bellows. The barrage in the live stream, which had been stuck for a while, finally erupted like a volcano. What the hell? Was that a magic trick just now? How did that old man turn into a pile of bones in the blink of an eye? This is definitely holographic effects. The movie effects nowadays aren't even this realistic. Wait, look at those pieces of clothing, they're still smoking, and there's a burnt flesh smell. Hey brother, teach me that magic trick, it'll pay you $5. Thousands of viewers laughed and joked in front of the screen, treating it as some kind of high-tech little trick. After all, a living person turning into a pile of bones in just 3 seconds was simply too counterintuitive. Brother. Lu Yao sniffled, her voice barely louder. That old man was just holding a big knife. How did he suddenly become this pile of rotten bones? Lu Yuan crouched down. He kicked the bones with his worn-out flip-flops, his expression impatient. Zero, clean up these blind bugs, they're dirtying my corridor. Command confirmed. Zero's virtual image flickered in the air, her mechanical voice cold. Cleaning procedure initiated. A faint humming sound emanated from beneath the hall's floor, as if countless vacuum cleaners were operating simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the pile of ghastly white bones transformed into a mound of powder forcefully sucked clean through the gaps of the metal floor. The corridor was left without a trace of rust or burnt smell. Brother, you're really ruthless. Lu Yao shrank her neck, tightly clutching the warm little pendant in her arm. That person was at least a top ninja, and you just swept him into the trash can. Lu Yuan stood up, a large black handprint smeared on the back of his white t-shirt from the archive. What top? That title sounds impressive, but even my guard dog here could beat them. He scratched his itchy neck with annoyance, casually flicking off some dandruff. These damn mice, they just won't stop, it's really annoying. Outside the nameless small courtyard in the blizzard, several distorted outlines of air were pressed tightly against the yellow mud wall. The leader of the Shadow Hounds, Mark, held a specially made high-explosive grenade, his eyes cold and fierce. How long has that old man Hanzo been in there without any move? He muttered softly into the microphone. Don't wait any longer, move in directly and drag that little girl out. The two assassins nearby were just about to climb over the wall. Suddenly, Virum, an invisible and heavy electromagnetic wave instantly covered the entire wasteland. There was no dazzling light or deafening explosion. It felt as if a layer of transparent thermal barrier silently descended from the sky. Mark didn't even have time to scream. His high-tech invisibility suit and over 200 pounds of flesh melted and vaporized in the blink of an eye. In the end, he turned into a pile of black ash that drifted away with the wind, leaving behind not even a fragment of his bulletproof vest. Not just him. The dozen or so top assassins of the Skeleton Association lying in ambush outside didn't even get the chance to pull the trigger before they completely disappeared in the snowstorm. The first covert probe from the west declared a total defeat within this millisecond. Lin Feng was squatting in a nearby snowdrift, shivering from the cold. He suddenly glanced at the specially made encrypted terminal in his hand. The dozen life signals turned gray in an instant. Gone. Lin Feng gaped, spilling the hot water from the cracked enamel cup all over his leather shoes. More than a dozen elites didn't last a second, and they're all gone. That was the Shadow Hounds of the Skeleton Association. A killing machine worth billions on the international dark web. In their eyes, they weren't even worth mentioning. Easily wiped. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling an even deeper reverence for this Mr. Lu. This godly figure truly saw people as less. In the corridor, Lu Yao looked at the empty floor, still trying to wrap her head around everything. Brother, aren't we going to do anything about those foreign devils flying above? She pointed towards the front yard. The helicopters in their hands are still hovering above. It's giving me a headache. Lu Yuan didn't respond. He dusted off his hands. Go eat your barbecue. If you keep nagging today, you'll be punished to clean the toilets. Lu Yao quickly shut her mouth. She obediently held her phone, glancing back every few steps. Lu Yuan shot her a disdainful look. The girl's face was streaked with tears and black ash from her earlier retching, looking like a filthy cat that crawled out of a coal mine. To distract the frightened girl, Lu Yuan took a step towards the deepest part of the corridor. His flip-flops squeaked on the floor. Keep up, I'll show you something fun. Lu Yuan wiped the sticky sweat from his palms against his pants with some impatience. What are we looking at? It's even darker ahead. Lu Yao followed behind, stepping carefully in her oversized military coat. Lin Feng and the two agents obediently trailed behind, daring not to breathe. The group reached the end of the corridor. In front of them stood a heavy dark gray alloy door. There were no words written on it, only a peculiar circular totem carved into the surface. What's behind this door, brother? Is it another garbage dump? Lu Yao tilted her head and asked. Lu Yuan remained silent. He raised his hand and slapped the Zero opened the door. Command confirmed. A dull sound of metal gears grinding came from deep within the door. Creak, creak. The door silently slid open, revealing a spacious hall. Soft cold blue light glowed inside. The air was devoid of the musty smell typical of archives, instead carrying a faint scent of pine. This is my collection room. Lu Yuan shuffled forward in his slippers, his tone as casual as if he were introducing the pigsty in his backyard. He turned his head, noticing the curious expression on Lu Yao's face, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Come on, he'll show you some familiar faces. Familiar faces. Do you have neighbors down here? Lu Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks. Not exactly a neighbor, just an old friend who likes to sleep lying down. He mumbled casually. Who? Lu Yao scratched her head, bringing her phone's camera closer. Lu Yuan pointed at the huge ice blue crystal cryogenic pod in the center of the hall. The Great Han Huitzubing. Great. Great Han. What? Huitzubing. Lu Yao's eyes bulged like copper bells. Her throat went dry and she nearly choked on a small piece of scallion she had just swallowed, coughing several times. Brother, you really are something. You should at least have a limit to your lies. The man died 2,000 years ago. His bones have turned to dust by now. Lu Yuan shuffled his worn-out flip-flops across the cold floor, making sticky pat-pat sounds. He rubbed his itchy elbow impatiently. Believe it or not, whatever. He's been lying in there like a dead pig sleeping for 2,000 years. He pointed disdainfully at the iron door at the end of the corridor. As he pushed it open, a biting cold air like sharp blades stabbed straight at him. Lu Yao shrank her neck, her teeth chattering and clattering. Ouch, I'm freezing to death. Is this room fitted with an ice house? She sniffled her red nose and wiped it haphazardly with the dirty sleeve of her coat. The sleeve was covered with black dust from the upper floors. This wipe left a long streak of black mud on her little face, making her look like a dirty cat. Zero switched the hibernation system in the collection room to maintenance mode and raised the temperature by 5 degrees. Lu Yuan's voice sounded in the icy room. Command confirmed. Adjusting area temperature. Zero's virtual image flickered, and the cold seemed to ease a little. Lu Yao nervously held up her selfie stick. The phone's macro focus flickered in the white mist of cold air. The barrage comments on the screen also grew tense. Cold storage. Did he build an ice cellar in the basement? What did he just say? Huitzubing, the war god who sealed the wolf's den. Haha, this bullshit is so big it would make history books flip their coffin lids. The guy earlier even came up with mechas and Dyson spheres. Maybe there really is treasure in the ice. In the center of the hall, a row of rectangular semi-transparent pods sat quietly. The pods looked as if they were carved from a single exceptionally pure crystal. A thick layer of white frost covered the surface. Inside, a faint blue cold light emanated, exuding a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Yao moved to the nearest pod. Her palms were covered in cold sweat, making her grip on the selfie stick slippery. Brother, it's all ice here, I can't see clearly. She muttered softly, puffing white mist. If you can't see, wipe it with your hand. Stop dawdling. Lu Yuan leaned against a cooling fan box nearby and yawned widely. Lu Yao pouted, took a deep breath. She reached out her right hand and wiped the thick frost vigorously with her black-sooted fingers. Creak, creak. Ice chips fell in a shower onto her flip-flops. The cold made her curl her toes. As she rubbed her palm haphazardly across the crystal surface, a large gap was forced through the white frost. The scene inside was instantly transmitted back to the livestream through the high-definition camera. 20 million viewers stared fixedly at the big screen. That once, the barrage comments on the public screen came to a complete halt for 5 full seconds. Everyone seemed as if their necks were being squeezed, forgetting even to breathe. Inside the pod, there was no skeleton, no dried corpse. In a faint blue preservative fluid, a young man lay still. His eyes were closed. His features were distinct with sharp brows and bright eyes, handsome as a painting. But on his body, he wore a set of tattered black iron armor covered with sword marks, and the armor plates were slightly rusted. The edges were stained with dried, blackened, old blood. He lay there, his complexion rosy, and even had a cold, murderous intent hanging at the corner of his mouth. As if he had just grown tired from killing on the battlefield last night, and was taking a short nap here. Is this a living person, or a corpse? He's breathing. Look closely at his chest, it seems to be rising and falling slightly. The barrage comments in the livestream after the deathly silence instantly explode. This armor. Judging by the style, it's Han Dynasty dark iron armor. The sword marks even match the color of copper rust. Oh my god, this really is an ancient man who lived 2,000 years ago. In the office of the Dragon Kingdom Historical Society, Professor Chun, who had just come out of the ICU after receiving oxygen, was sitting in front of his computer. He stared fixedly at the big screen, his old face flushed like a ripe tomato. Han Dynasty general armor. The curve of that long blade. The old man trembled like a sieve, his lips quivering excessively. It really is a man from the Han Dynasty. How could he not have rotted away? Lu Yao was completely stunned in place. She reached out a trembling finger and pressed it against the icy crystal pod's outer wall. Brother. Her voice quivered uncontrollably with a crying tone. Is he really Huitzubing? Don't lie to me. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Why would I lie to you? That brat insisted on fighting to the death back then and suffered a bellyful of internal injuries. I happened to be passing through the desert, thought it would be unlucky if he died on the road, so I conveniently froze him. He disdainfully patted the ice chips off his clothes. And that freeze put him to sleep till now. Lu Yao felt the floor beneath her feet shaking. Conveniently. You conveniently froze the great Han war god. Otherwise what? He's handsome, would be ashamed to let him die, so I kept him to guard my door. Lu Yuan shrugged, looking like a rogue taking it for granted. The over 20 million viewers in the livestream had their brains completely fried at this point. The guy not only drank with Li Bai and slapped Qin Shi Huang, but even rescued Huitzubing as a side thing. In his eyes, history books are just his personal diary. A long liver. He really is an immortal. If Huitzubing comes back to life, the military might of the Han would be reshaped. Guys, look under the pod. There are words glowing there. Viewers frantically exclaimed in the barrage. Lu Yao heard the commotion and sniffled blankly. She bent down. She lowered the selfie stick to the bottom edge. The holographic scan flickered and projected several partially damaged Han Dynasty clerical script characters at the very bottom of the crystal pod. Brother, what does this say? The little girl rubbed her eyes, stared at the shining traditional characters, and stuttered aloud. Han, Marquis of Champion. Grand Marshal. Agile Cavalry General. Wah, Huitzubing's tomb. Han, Marquis of Champion, Grand Marshal, General of Agile Cavalry. Hua, Cubing's tomb. Lu Yao's raspy voice trembled as she read out the characters. The last syllable had barely faded before the entire livestream room fell silent. The golden super rockets and dragons that had been flying across the screen vanished entirely. Even the fingers of the viewers frantically hammering on their keyboards froze in midair at that very second. 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed. In the room with 20 million viewers online, no one even typed a punctuation mark. Those clerical script characters carved into the marble base hit everyone's minds like a thick wooden club, a blunt solid blow. Lu Yao's palms were slick with sweat. She barely had the strength to hold her phone, and the selfie stick kept slipping downward. Brother. She turned her face, and the smear of black mud on her cheek looked especially ridiculous under the eerie blue light. This nameplate says Huitzubing. So the one lying inside is really that war god who conquered the Langjuxia Mountains. Lu Yuan shuffled forward in his slightly worn-out flip-flops, producing a grating squeak on the thin frost-covered floor. He lazily ambled over to the crystal pod, casually tugging down the collar of his white t-shirt to reveal his dark collarbone. The burnt sweet aroma of old sweet potatoes from inside his clothes mixed with the icy shards from the cold wind assaulting his nostrils. It's him. Lu Yuan traced his finger over the stone tablet. He died on the road back then, so I picked him up on a whim. Never thought the characters on this nameplate would be carved by the descendant of that kid Li Guan. Ugly handwriting, like chicken scratches. As Lu Yuan's words fell, the barrage that had been held back for 10 full seconds finally erupted like a volcano. Huitzubing. It really is the Marquis of Champion, Huitzubing. At 21 he conquered the Langjuxia Mountains, the sharpest blade of the Great Han. How is this possible? The history books say he died of illness at 24. Right, his Maling Mausoleum is still enshrined in Shanxi Province. So is the coffin inside empty. Big news. This is going to overturn all of Great Han history. Historians and experts from the military research institutes went completely mad in front of the barrage refreshed so fast that even faces blurred into a white mess. An account verified with the Longhua Historical Research Institute's yellow V-typed words that overlapped on the public screen. Impossible. This utterly defies historical common sense. The cause of Huitzubing's death is clearly recorded in historical texts. He died of typhoid. Bro, don't fool us with a script here. This is definitely a high-tech wax figure. Lu Yao stared at the screen full of accusations, her big eyes brimming with tears. Anxiously she tugged at Lu Yuan's greasy sleeve. Bro, did you hear? Those big experts say he died of a plague. He died in Chang'an. How did you even get him to Africa? Lu Yuan irritably slapped his sister's hand away. Plague. Bullshit. He spat on the ground, feeling nauseated. That kid spent every day eating sand beyond the Great Wall, running thousands of miles. By the time he came back, his internal organs were already like rotten cotton. Completely. He lay on that big couch in Chang'an, his entire body withered like a dry branch. The phlegm he coughed up was full of clotted black blood. The medical skills of the Great Han back then were poor. Those doctors kept pouring dark herbal soup into him. They made him vomit nothing but black water, a terrible stench. I saw that if they kept pouring, he'd be beyond saving, so I sneaked into his Marquis mansion in the middle of the night. He was as thin as a monkey then. I could lift him with one hand. I slung him over my shoulder, didn't even change his blanket, and carried him away. The Great Han side thought had been kidnapped by Xiongnu assassins. It was chaos. What a scene. They even closed the city gates and searched for 3 days. Lu Yuan rubbed his itchy nape, then casually picked off a few dandruff flakes. The imperial physicians wailed at his doorstep. You could hear their lamentations from 2 streets away. The noise gave me a headache. I had just bought a house in Chang'an and was about to sleep, but their wailing kept me awake. Lu Yuan's mouth hung open, unable to speak for a long time. You took him away because he was too noisy. What else? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes and spread his hands with righteous indignation. Besides, I figured this kid was a natural at war. It'd be a shame to let him die like that. So I sneaked into his Marquis mansion under cover of darkness, hoisted him blanket and all onto my shoulder, and carried him directly into the underground cold storage to freeze. Lu Yuan pointed at the frost-covered crystal pod. Saved him from causing trouble with those doctors outside, and giving me grief every day. Lu Yao felt her worldview had been shattered by her brother today. A great war god of the Great Han in her brother's eyes was nothing more than a piece of expired frozen pork that he casually carried underground and stuffed into a freezer. Bro, that's a legendary general. Lu Yao stomped her feet, anxiously, tears streaming. You treat him like a New Year's stock in the fridge. Frozen for 2,000 years. Pretty much, stuck in this hibernation pod, he won't die. We can haul him out when he's needed. Lu Yuan spoke casually as he walked to the control panel beside the hibernation pod. This control panel was also fashioned from a large piece of silver-gray metal. A thick layer of frost covered its surface. Lu Yuan leaned and puffed out his cheeks and blew a mouthful of cold air, puffed, sending the frost flying everywhere. Achoo! He himself followed with a loud sneeze and casually wiped his nose with the back of his hand, smearing a thick layer of sticky yellow mud. All right, stop making a fuss. The mud on your face has already frozen into ice shards. He gave Lu Yao a disdainful glance. Since you came all this way to see me, I'll unpack this New Year's stock for you today and show you around. With that, Lu Yuan extended his grimy hand and pressed his thumb heavily onto a glowing sensor panel. Beep! A crisp, pleasant electronic tone echoed through the room. Then a sharp, thin hissing sound erupted from the edges of the crystal pod. A vast expanse of white, frigid mist carrying the smell of cold air cascaded down the sides of the pod like a waterfall. Click, click. The sound of ice cracking came in dense waves grating against the silence. Under the unwavering gaze of 20 million viewers and historical experts from around the world, the thickly frosted crystal lid sealed for 2,000 years began to slowly rise, buoyed by the released air. As the lid lifted, cold air rushed straight into their faces as if it cost nothing. Lu Yao shivered violently, nearly dropping the selfie stick. Within the cold mist, an ancient scent, like earth mixed with rust, drifted through the air. Tens of millions of netizens watched with bated breath. They saw the eyelashes of that great Han war god tremble slightly in the cold mist. Lu Yuan curled his lip, stepped forward, and patted the opening of the pod. Wake up and get out. Don't play dead here. The toilet in the ground still needs your cleaning. As Lu Yuan's palms smacked down on the cabin door, a muffled thud reverberated. The frost on the crystal cabin door trembled and fell in flakes. Lu Yao flinched in terror, her palms slick with cold sweat. She clutched the selfie stick tightly, shrinking her neck and hiding behind Lu Yuan. Brother B, be gentle. She sniffled, her red nose running, her voice as soft as a kitten's mew. After all, he is a great hero, not some watermelon to slap. Lu Yuan ignored her, lazily leaning against the cooling fan box nearby. Stop pretending to be dead since you're awake. He stuck his hands in his pockets and curled his lip. The electricity bills down here are expensive. Every extra minute you lie there is wasted. Half a second after his words fell, the white, icy mist inside the cabin suddenly began to churn violently. A heavy, stagnant cold air reeking of rotting ice crystals surged out from the hatch opening. Lu Yao, hit by the chill, couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Achoo! She wiped the slime off her face, her eyes wide like copper bells. Within the dense layers of fog, two piercing beams of light flickered. No, that wasn't light. Those were a pair of eyes, cold, sharp, utterly devoid of warmth, like a lone wolf that had gone 3 days without food on the desolate frontier. The moment Lu Yao met those eyes, goosebumps erupted all over her body. Her calves began to tremble uncontrollably. Thighs, look. It's terrifying. In the livestream room, over 20 million viewers shivered from a single glance through the screen. Holy crap. That look. The killing intent is spilling out of the screen. I dropped my chicken wing on the spot. Heavens, this guy has definitely killed before. A battle-hardened soldier crawling out of a war zone. This aura can't be faked by modern people. Before anyone could react, a clatter of heavy metal struck. The youth inside the cabin suddenly arched his back, his body like a hunting leopard on the plains. Quick and agile. Without even touching the hatch, he vaulted out of the over-high hibernation pod, flipping nimbly in midair. Thud! His feet slammed heavily onto the hard floor. The marble slabs groaned under the impact of his ironclad boots. Ice cracks and dust scattered wildly from the force. The youth didn't stand up immediately. He crouched on one hand, body slightly arched. Like a starving wolf ready to pounce. His sharp eyes locked onto Lu Yuan standing at the door. The air was filled only with his heavy bellows, like breathing from just wake. My lord! The youth's voice was hoarse, raspy, with the rawness of 2 millennia of silence. Lu Yuan curled his lip. He pulled a slightly green rag from his pocket and casually wiped his hands. I'm awake. He didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. Get up from the floor if you're awake. What are you doing lying there like you're faking an injury? Hearing that familiar, annoyingly cocky, yet oddly calming, lazy tone, a blazing light surged into the youth's icy iron eyes. I General Hua Tsubing. A roar like a great bell erupted from his throat, shaking the pillars of the kowtow to the divine lord. Bang! He dropped to one knee abruptly. The dark iron armor cracked the floor beneath him. He clasped his fists above his head, his entire body bowed at Lu Yuan's feet in humility and reverence. May I ask the divine lord? He raised his head, eyes bloodshot, with fervor, his voice booming in the spacious hall. Have the Xiongnu been annihilated? This sudden military salute, carrying the killing edge of the Han Empire's golden age, struck the 20 million viewers before the screen into a blank stupor. Have the Xiongnu been annihilated? Just 8 simple words laden with defiance, obsession, and 2,000 years of frost turned countless Chinese men's eyes red as rabbits in that second. I'm fired up. My blood is boiling. This is the Han Dynasty's war god. Waking up, he doesn't ask where he is, but whether the Xiongnu are destroyed. Historians, come out and see. The soul you've studied your whole life is kneeling right here. Lu Yao held the selfie stick as tears streamed down. She smeared the mud on her face even more, not even bothering to wipe it. Brother, is he really Hua Tsubing? She sobbed, her voice trembling. He calls you divine lord. How many years did you deceive him? Lu Yuan looked at the kneeling youth and rubbed his itchy ear impatiently. Get up. Don't show off your loud voice here. He stepped forward in his flip-flops and patted Hua Tsubing's rusty iron shoulder. The Xiongnu have been gone for a long time. The grass on their graves has grown for at least 2,000 years. He sniffed distastefully. And that rotten mud stench on you. It's so strong it gives me a headache. Huatsubing froze. He looked up stupidly, his handsome but gaunt face full of bewilderment. 2,000 years. He stared blankly at his rusty iron gloves, lips trembling. The Han. Is it gone? Of course it is. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, leisurely tugging at the collar of his white t-shirt. No dynasty lasts forever in this world. It's changed hands many times. He pointed toward the side room, where Tsuehua was walking out with a basin of hot water. Alright, stop wallowing in sentimentality. It's no big deal. Go take a shower in the back, take off that pile of scrap iron. It's filthy. Huatsubing stood up awkwardly. He swayed slightly, his joints inactive for 2 millennia emitted a harsh grinding sound. Divine Lord, where is this? He warily scanned the cold blue glowing metal walls around him. This place is not the celestial realm. Africa, my basement. Lu Yuan yawned hugely and replied lazily. You're now the temporary security guard here. Later go to the front yard and stand guard with that old man named Meng Tian. Huatsubing scratched his head bewildered. Meng Tian. The General Meng Tian from the Great Qin. He's here too. Yeah, he's mopping the restroom outside now. Lu Yuan pointed outside. Go help him out and check the toilet washed by that blood wolf captain. Lu Yao rolled her eyes, her lips curling high. Brother, you're something else. Making Huatsubing and Meng Tian clean your restroom together. This setup would bankrupt the national treasury. Lu Yuan ignored his sister's jab and turned to Huatsubing. Wash up and change into clean clothes. Don't embarrass yourself in the yard. Later it'll take you up to the sky to see something fun. Huatsubing touched his rusty sword hilt, his wolf-like eyes gleaming. To the sky. To fight. No fighting. They'll show you what true stars and oceans are. Lu Yuan left a lazy silhouette and shuffled back slowly in his Then Divine Lord, where's the bathroom? Huatsubing scratched his head embarrassedly and shouted ahead. And this? Sweeping. What weapon should I use? Lu Yuan has lived for 6 billion years, witnessing the birth of Earth and the decline of ancient myths. The Grand Marshal. Sweeping the floor. He's holding a wooden stick and sweeping in front of the hall. Just go when you're told. You talk too much. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, his flip-flops scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. Otherwise no dinner tonight. You'll have to gnaw on tree bark. Lu Yao's molars ached as she listened nearby. Brother, don't keep bullying the honest man. She wiped her red nose and switched the selfie stick to her other hand. Her palm was slick with cold sweat. What on earth was her brother up to? Was he really insane, making Huatsubing clean the toilet? Hilarious. The great Han Dynasty war god turned janitor. This was definitely the best comedy of the knowledgeable viewers, and keyboard warriors erupted into a heated argument in the comments. In that gap, the Longhua Historical Research Institute had long been panicked. The emergency live feed forcibly wedged itself into the top of the streaming platform. Several elderly experts, their hair white as frost, crowded around the screen, eyes nearly glued to it. Quick, zoom the camera in closer. I need to see the connecting lines of the armor plates on his neck. The old expert slapped his thigh, his voice hoarse like a torn bellows. Double-stranded copper wire threaded through raw hide. This is the unique braiding technique of Qin Han lamellar armor. Even modern forgery factories using machines couldn't produce this rough, wood texture. Another disheveled old scholar didn't even bother to push up his glasses as they slid down the bridge of his nose. He pointed at the bronze ancient sword at Huatsubing's waist, his lips trembling. Look at the pattern on the sword's mouthguard. That is the imperial standard of Emperor Wu of Han's Yuan Shou era. And listen to the archaic dialect he spoke just now. That is by no means modern Guanzhong dialect. It is pure Western Han Guanzhong official speech. That nasal Qin Han ancient accent. Modern people can't even find the tune to imitate it. These old men on the other side of the screen were flushed purple with excitement, spittle flying. Finally, Elder Chen, the president of the Longhua Historical Society, burst into tears and slapped his thigh. It's real. That is truly Huatsubing. He has truly crossed 2,000 years of time and stands alive before us. Elder Chen sobbed like a wronged little wife on the screen. That is a treasure our ancestors left us. And he uses it as firewood and stepping stones. Even if I have to risk my old life, they'll take a plane over there and snatch it back. Several assistants desperately held him down. Elder Chen, calm down. You've run out of your fast-acting heart pills. Get off me. I don't need medicine. Ooh, I want my General Hua. The old man's wailing voice, transmitted clearly through the livestream, reached the ears of every. The livestream with 20 million viewers erupted once again into volcanic madness. Heavens, the war god didn't die. He really lived until now. This guy single-handedly rewrote the entire history book. So that coffin at Maoling really was empty. Countless people's eyes reddened before the screens. That was the lingering regret of the Longhua people for 2,000 years. Dying young at 24, heaven envied the talent, leaving the Han dynasty's greatest sorrow. Who could have imagined he now stood alive in a crude African courtyard? Lin Feng, standing nearby, was also stunned. He clutched the hot, encrypted phone, cold sweat soaking his trouser legs. Director. Lin Feng swallowed, his voice low and trembling. The history of Longhua has come alive before our eyes. Lu Yuan didn't reply. He glanced disdainfully at his tear-streaked sister. What are you crying for? Anyone would think I stole your coat. I'm not crying, but it's just the wind blowing sand into my eyes. Lu Yao wiped her eyes with her dirty sleeve, smearing a patch of black grime. She turned to look at Hua Xiubing, who stood there at a loss. General Hua. She stammered, her expression extremely complex. Do you really? No, my brother. Hua Xiubing scratched his disheveled long hair somewhat awkward. He stared at the glowing phone in Lu Yao's hand. Are you the deity's family? Yes. I'm his sister, blood related. Lu Yao nodded eagerly. Watching the frenzied barrage of comments, she began to have second thought. Brother, tell me the truth. She leaned close to Lu Yuan and whispered, did you really just pick him up by the roadside? Back then there were so many dying people by the road, oh, why did you pick only him? Lu Yuan shot her a glance. At that time in Chang'an, I wanted to eat some dumplings from Zhang's shop. But that Dr. Zhang insisted he had to treat the Grand Marshal Hua, and had no time to make dumplings for me. I found him inconvenient, so I just hauled that kid away. That way Dr. Zhang could focus on making dumplings for me. Simple enough. Lu Yao's eyelid twitched wildly. So the great war god of the Han dynasty was frozen for 2,000 years just because you wanted a packet of dumplings. If the viewers ever found out, they'd stab her brother's spine into a sieve. Hua Xiubing's expression turned serious. Suddenly he clasped his hands in a formal Han military salute. General of the Agile Cavalry, Hua Xiubing pays respects to the young master. Lu Yao was so startled she fell on her bottom. Oh my, please don't bow, you'll shorten my life. So dramatic. Lu Yuan walked over and grabbed Lu Yao by the back of her collar. He lifted her off the ground like a drowned dog. Alright young Hua, stop listening to her nonsense. Go to the backyard, take a bath, and change into clean clothes. Hua has already. Hua Xiubing strictly adhered to the Han military code. Your subordinate obeys. He clasped his fist, turned around, and walked toward the backyard with heavy, slightly limping steps. Watching the great Han war god's somewhat desolate, yet exceptionally tall figure disappear behind the door, at that very moment the entire world lost all voice for discussion and rebuttal. The Western media that had been frantically shouting, AI scam, across the ocean suddenly went silent like ducks with their necks squeezed. The debunking videos on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube were frantically reported and taken down by global netizens. No expert dared to call such flawless details of, Sir, the US stock market has circuit broken again, third time. The system is completely chaotic, we cannot resume trading. MacArthur waved his hand weakly. Don't trade anyway, it's all waste paper now. Who would trade it to show? Then, where should our special plane to Africa land? Just land anywhere on the wilderness and walk over. Whatever you do, don't offend that one. MacArthur swallowed, his voice filled with despair. Remember, we're going to beg not to fight. Keep your attitude proper. A terrifying thought took root like wild weeds in the hearts of all Western high-level officials. He was no scientist. He was no lucky heir. He was a deity who had guided the course of human history 2,000 years ago. Lin Feng held his phone, reading the encrypted orders from Longhua High Command. He wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead, his legs trembling like jelly. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng steeled himself and stepped forward, his back bent like a shrimp. The higher-ups just called again. They said whatever you want, Longhua will spare no effort to satisfy you. Lu Yuan had just picked up a roasted sweet potato from the worn-out bamboo chair. He peeled off the slightly charred skin, revealing the golden, glistening flesh. He took a bite and gasped at the heat. What do I want? He pursed his lips nonchalantly. What use are your scraps of paper? Too rough, even for wiping my backside. He turned to look at Lin Feng, who stood frozen. Call those foreign bastards flying up there down. Lu Yuan spat out a piece of sweet potato skin and casually ordered. If they don't come down soon, this snow is piling up too thick and my tomatoes in the field will really be frostbitten. No sooner had Lu Yuan spoken than he took a bite of the freshly peeled sweet potato. The golden flesh hissed with steam, scorching his tongue and making him wince. Brother, eat slowly. Lu Yao tugged at his mud-stained sleeve, her face full of disdain. Don't rush. The skin's too tough to chew. Lu Yuan chewed the sweet potato and mumbled a reply. Beside him, Lin Feng stood frozen in the snow, frantically wiping his clammy palms on his trouser legs. MMR. Lu, Lin Feng panted, bending over and exhaling white mist. Shall I go open the door now and let those people off Air Force One? Let them in and be quick about it. Lu Yuan brushed the snow off his slippers. They've been circling overhead, making too much noise. Lu Yao's selfie stick wobbled. The girl stared at her phone screen, her throat tight, as if something had lodged there, swallowing hard. In the livestream room at that moment, the scattered barrage of comments gradually came, from Li Bai drunkenly dancing to Ing Zheng cheating at chess, from Pangus' tattered bamboo scroll to the great Han General Hua Xiubing, who had just emerged from his crystal chest. This string of absurd, bizarre, yet true clues at this very second in the minds of millions of netizens finally pieced together into a perfect closed loop. Brother. Lu Yao clutched her phone tightly, her fingernails caked with the yellow mud she had grabbed from the ground. Those big experts online just released a joint. They say you are humanity's guide. They say you didn't just stand by and watch, but at critical moments you gave history's will a push. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Push the wheel. I've pushed a millstone too. Those people think too much. He picked a clean piece of sweet potato and popped it into his mouth. I was just passing by and helped on a whim. How does that make me a guide? A casual pat that carved out thousands of years of Dragon Kingdom history. Lu Yao glared with almond eyes, her small fists clenched until they cracked. When Zheng was young and disobedient, what's wrong with me giving him a couple of slaps? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes with righteous indignation. When Li Bai was stuck and couldn't write a single poem, I tossed him a line on the spot. So what? As for that kid Huatsubing, he snorted with impatience. If I hadn't found it annoying that he was raising a ruckus dying on Chang'an Street, I wouldn't have bothered hauling him away in the middle of the night. These earth-shattering words rolled off his tongue, as if he were dismissing a beggar. Lin Feng, standing nearby, felt his legs go weak. He wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Lu, it's not just our dragon kingdom now. The entire Western academic world has gone mad. He wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead. Mr. Lu, it's not just our dragon kingdom now. The entire Western academic world has— The president of the Eagle Nation slumped in his armored seat, his white shirt soaked through with cold sweat sticking clammily to his back. The freshly printed Global Scholars Joint Declaration in his hand was crumpled. A guide. He's the guide behind human history. The old man's lips trembled violently as he stared blankly at the screen. Who are we fighting against? We're making enemies of all human history. Beside him, the 4-star general couldn't even hold his pistol steady, gasping heavily. Sir, the stealth assassins we sent have all lost their life signals. Vaporized within 1 second. Enough. Enough. The president broke down, clutching his head as tears and snot burst out. How can we fight this? Take our nukes and fight a god. Open the hatch immediately. I'm going down there myself to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Snow swirled in the wind. At that moment, on the giant screens in city squares around the globe, Times Square in New York, Big Ben in London, Shibuya Crossing in Tokyo. The giant screens that originally displayed luxury perfume and car commercials were all forcibly switched to the same image. In the image was a young man from the Dragon Kingdom squatting in the African snow, gnawing on a sweet potato from a stainless steel bowl. Regardless of race or nationality, countless ordinary people who had been running and denying in terror on the streets. At this moment, looking at the man on the screen, languid yet radiating an ancient majesty, they all stopped in their tracks. And then, thud by thud, crowds of people dropped to their knees in the snow, bowing their heads devoutly toward the man on the screen. It was the most primal awe and submission to an unknown creator. Lu Yao stared at the global street view clips streaming back on her phone. Her mind buzzed, and she forgot to wipe the snot that had dripped to her lips. Brother, look at those screens. She pointed at the image, her voice as faint as a mosquito. They're bowing to you. The whole world is bowing to you. But Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head. He shuffled back to the stove in his flip-flops, eyeing the hearth with some distress. Stop blathering about useless things. Come over. And he tossed the sweet potato peel onto the snow. The sweet potatoes are about to burn. If you don't polish those 2 sacks of raw diamonds clean today, no meat for you. Lu Yao shrank her neck, looking a bit wronged as she hugged the warm pendant. I know, nag nag nag. She dragged her heavy coat over to the 2 bags of priceless diamonds. Brother, tell me the truth. She picked up a raw diamond bigger than a duck egg and rubbed it hard against her sleeve to clean off the mud. How many old acquaintances have you really hidden down here in this basement? Is Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang lying inside too? Lu Yuan squatted down and patted the cold dust off his hands. Not many. This place is too small to hold them. He turned to look at his sister's eyes brimming with curiosity and curled a sardonic smile. But just down the hall there's a guy surnamed Lu lying in that red wooden coffin. He spat disdainfully. Back then he came to my thatched cottage 3 times crying and begging me to help him borrow the east wind. It annoyed me to death. So I sent him in there on a whim. Lu Yuan froze on the spot, the multi-billion-dollar diamond in her hand dropping with a thud onto the snow. Borrow the east wind. She stammered, her eyes nearly popping out. You called Zhuge Liang Mr. Lu. Wait, the one who borrowed the east wind wasn't. Lu Yuan turned his head. Quiet, the stray dogs are about to come in. The snow outside was falling thicker. The shabby courtyard gate let out a piercing creak. Lin Feng was crouching by the threshold, shrinking his neck as his exhaled breath rose like puffs of white smoke. Come in, Mr. Lu. His teeth chattered and cold sweat dripped from his palms onto his fingernails. A few trembling figures braved the wind and snow shuffling in through the crunching snow. The old man at the front wore an expensive custom cashmere coat, but now it was covered in snowflakes. The hem of his coat was even smeared with a large patch of dark yellow dried chicken dung. This place is really damn eerie. The Western high-ranking official, shivering in the cold, muttered into the communicator hidden in his collar. I just saw that robotic dog sneeze and melt a stone tablet into lava. Shut up. Don't let that immortal hear you. He was the supreme governor from across the ocean. Usually he would command the world on television, but now he was shivering like a crouching crow. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, his palms drenched in sweat. Lu Yao held up a selfie stick. The streak of black mud on her small face hadn't been wiped off yet. She watched these Western tycoons she usually only saw on TV, standing obediently in the snow. Her mind was buzzing. The livestream signal on her phone screen had stabilized again. The internet was in chaos. The term Divine Awakening was seared like a red-hot iron stamp at the top of every social media platform. Bro. Lu Yao tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve. I feel like I'm dreaming. She sniffled her red nose, quivering, her voice trembling. Lu Yuan was pulling a roasted sweet potato out of the clay stove. The skin was slightly charred, and he disdainfully flicked off the ash with his fingertip. What are you thinking? The sweet potato's about to burn. Hurry up and wipe that small pile of raw diamonds. By then the private messages in the live stream's backend had already heated the phone to the point of lagging. Lu Yao secretly swiped through the backend with her fingernail. The moment she saw it, her eyes nearly popped out. Bro. She couldn't help but shout, her small hands trembling. These private messages. Why are they all in foreign languages? Commissioner Lin, come help me see what this says. Lin Feng ignored the layer of ice on his body. He hurried over, squinted, and scanned the screen. Just one glance, and his pupils instantly contracted into pinpoint needles. This is a private message from the Secretary of State of the United States. Lin Feng's voice trembled in the cold wind. He requests that Mr. Lu grant them an audience willing to exchange 3 major ports. And this one, Feng craned his neck over as well. This is from the patriarch of that old European financial consortium. He says he's willing to offer all his castles and vineyards. All he asks is for Mr. Lu to bestow a single drop. Even just 1 drop of that restorative liquid from last night. In the live stream room with over 20 million viewers, the audience was completely stunned. The world's #1 princess. This title is truly sealed today. Even the president of the Foreign Devils is kowtowing in private messages. Yao Yao's status is through the roof. Eternal life. Who doesn't want to live a few more years? These rich folks are all readied now. My goodness, the Emperor of Tang poured wine, and he complained about shaky hands. This guy's style is off the charts. But it's understandable since he froze Hui Tsubing without a second thought. Tang Ming Huang is nothing compared to that. If old Ma heard that, he'd spit out a few more bowls of blood. Lu Yao listened to these astronomical numbers and colossal conditions. She swallowed hard, tilted her head, and looked at her brother. Bro, they want to see you. That president of the Eagles said he's willing to kowtow 3 times outside the courtyard. What do you think? Lu Yuan casually peeled the sweet potato. Steam rose into the air, blurring his wrinkle-free face. No, he didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, his tone as cold as ice. The floor tiles in this yard were just laid by Long Yi the day before yesterday. If they break, he'll have to redo them. Too much trouble. But he's a president. Lu Yao stomped her foot anxiously, her shoe leaving a deep muddy print in the snow. President. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Never heard of him. Back when Tang Ming Huang poured wine for me, I thought his hands were too shaky. That old man can go wherever. He took a bite of the sweet potato and let out a disdainful grunt. This unabashed arrogance was heard clearly by the Western high-ranking officials standing outside the door through the wind and snow. But they didn't dare let out a single fart. They could only stand there like clay statues exhaling white mist in the snow. Lin Feng watched this scene with mixed feelings. Just as the whole world was being forcibly subdued by Lu Yuan's invincible martial prowess and divine miracles, a new tweet on the internet instantly exploded. Mr. Lu, something's happened. Lin Feng hurriedly shook the hot specialized terminal in his hand and handed the screen to Lu Yuan. That Western tech giant, the Silicon Valley Iron Man, Musk, has posted online. Lu Yuan didn't move. Instead, Lu Yao curiously leaned her little head over. What did he post? Does he want the elixir of life too? No. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, pointing at the line of English text. He says what you do is all. Musk directly posted a concept image of his $1,000 billion Starship launch on Twitter. His words were dripping with the arrogance and disdain of a Silicon Valley tech fanatic. I admit this dragon countryman has mastered some ancient biological restoration technique. But that's just the residue of history, not the future. The end of technology is the sea of stars leaving Earth. Who does he think he is? Apollo. Space technology is a hard nut, not something you can bluff through with antiques and potions. He'll wait for his reply on Twitter. If he doesn't respond, it means he's guilty. His barrage was frantically retweeted by fans. In the face of space technology and starships, your mechas and potions are just primitive stone axes. If I want, my starship can establish a Mars base within 3 years. And he's just an antique collector playing in the mud of Africa. Musk even issued a direct challenge at the end of his tweet. If you've got the guts, compete with me in space using your backward technology. When the netizens saw this, the public chat was instantly flooded with messages. This foreigner still has such a big mouth. Using starships to pressure us. Bullying us because we haven't left Earth. Bro, hurry up and bring out your interstellar warship and show this foreign devil what's what. Lu Yao looked at the arrogant tweet screenshot, grinding her teeth in anger. She abruptly turned her head to look at Lu Yuan, who was still nibbling on the sweet potato. Bro, this foreigner looks down on you. He says you're playing in the mud in Africa. Lu Yuan chewed the sweet potato. He glanced disdainfully at the photo of the old starship. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a disturbingly indifferent disgust. Starships. Lu Yuan patted the coal ash off his hands and curled his lip. Those 2 tin cans welded together dare to talk about technology in front of me. He turned around, his deep gaze falling on the metal passage beneath his feet, which glowed with cold blue light. A corner of his mouth lifted into a cold, humorless smile. Zero, let those 2 little flying shuttles in the outermost layer of the hangar get some fresh air. Zero's electronic eye flashed, and his voice rang out coldly in the wind and snow. Command confirmed. The outer hangar bay doors are unlocked. Initiating gravity, reversal charging. Lin Feng heard this, his legs going weak and his lips trembling. MMR. Lu, are you really going to launch a spaceship from Africa? Lu Yuan casually tossed the leftover sweet potato skin into the snow, patted the mud off his clothes, then patted Lu Yao's mud-streaked face, and asked softly, "What? Haven't been buried underground for so long. Isn't it time to see the light of day?" The light from the large screen flickered upon the dim, mottled wall. Lu Yao clutched the warm black metallic token. Her sweaty palm slid against it, leaving the surface slick and slippery. She lowered the selfie stick with a dazed look, aiming the lens at the muddy ground. "Brother." The little girl's voice trembled, as if she had a piece of ice lodged in her throat. Musk spoke in the livestream. On the phone screen, the image had been forcibly switched to that tech magnate known as the Silicon Valley Iron Man. He stood beneath an exceptionally towering stainless steel rocket. He wore a pilled black t-shirt, and his face looked a bit greasy. The strong wind tousled his thinning hair into a messy nest. Yet the arrogance gleaming in his eyes could pierce through the screen and sting the viewer's eyes. Technology belongs to the future. No antique can match it. Musk's rough hand slapped heavily against the stainless steel shell. "Oh, immortal of the Dragon Kingdom, dare you compete with my starship in space?" In the livestream, those netizens who worshipped Western technology started buzzing again. "The starship. That thing can send people to Mars. The old master can forge a lightsaber, but aerospace isn't something you can just cobble together like clay. Right, this is hard currency backed by hundreds of billions. What's the old master got to say now?" Lu Yao flushed with indignation. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's stuff. "Brother, look at him. He keeps saying your treasures are just junk antiques." The little girl tugged anxiously at the hem of Lu Yuan's coal-stained shirt. "He's even glaring at you on the big screen. So arrogant." Lu Yuan was lounging lazily beside a pile of scrap metal. With his pinky, he picked at his teeth, extracting a bit of leftover sweet potato skin. He tilted his head and spat out a muddy wad of saliva. "Starships." He didn't even spare the screen a glance, his tone utterly casual. "Just a scrap bucket patched together from 2 iron barrels, and it dares to talk to me about space. But he called you out by name online." Lu Yao yelled, her small fists clenched tight. "The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom are all waiting for you to launch a satellite. Can you swallow this insult?" Lin Feng was behind her, tugging at his damp coat, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced at the stainless steel rocket on the screen, then at Lu Yuan. "Mr. Lu, although the U.S. stock market has melted down, Musk still has many believers in the West. With this provocation, the capitalists who were wavering are now holding back again." Lin Feng sighed, frantically wiping his hands on his pants. "The higher-ups meant that if you don't mind the trouble, you could show a little something." Lu Yuan looked at them. He reached up and scratched his itchy armpit. "Troublesome," he muttered. But seeing Lu Yao's flushed face close to tears from sheer frustration, he let out a long, resigned sigh. "Fine." Lu Yuan shuffled in his flip-flops and turned deeper into the basement's second level. "They'll take you to see something and crush this kid's confidence while we're at it." Hearing this, the grievance in Lu Yao's eyes vanished in an instant. "Where? Brother, do you have a spaceship hidden in there?" She raised the selfie stick and trotted after Lu Yuan like a cheerful rabbit. He led her through that ancient, lush, primeval jungle. The damp mist in the forest soaked the soles of Lu Yao's sneakers, making a squishing sound as she walked. At last they halted at the deepest part of the second layer of jungle. In front of them was a rusty rolling shutter door, completely different from before, looking like an abandoned garage. It was thick with cobwebs and coal dust, and the iron chain for pulling it open was rusted red. "We're here." Lu Yuan stopped. "Brother, why does this place look just like a broken-down auto repair shop?" Lu Yao scratched her hair with some disappointment. "A garage, haven't cleaned it in a long time." Lu Yuan walked over, grabbed the heavy iron chain with both hands, and yanked hard. Creak, clang. The screech of rusted metal grated against eardrums, sending chunks of iron slag and black dust raining down. Lu Yao and Lin Feng were choked into violent coughs, tears streaming from their eyes. "Cough. Ahem. Choking me." The door slid open to both sides, revealing a fairly large room. The air was thick with the pungent smell of old grease and metal anti-rust wax. In the center, a massive yellowed and blackened coarse canvas covered a huge object. Lu Yuan walked over, wiping the grimy sweat from his palms on his white t-shirt. Then he kicked aside a few rusty wrenches on the floor. He grabbed a corner of the canvas and pulled it back with force. Whoosh! A cloud of aged dust flew into the canvas, fell, revealing the true form of the massive thing beneath. Lu Yao's selfie stick wobbled, and her eyes went wide as saucers. It was a streamlined craft with a shell as smooth as a drop of silver mercury. There wasn't a single weld mark on its body. Under the cold blue lights, it reflected a slippery, sleek texture. It had no wheels, only 4 faintly glowing blue anti-gravity devices humming against. "Is this a flying car?" Lu Yao swallowed, her little finger trembling as she touched the door. It felt cool and smooth like jade. "Yeah, back when I got tired of flying long distances, I just cobbled together this little shuttle." Lu Yuan pulled a small black metallic key with a blue glow from his pocket and pressed it into Lu Yao's hand. "It's not worth much, just has an outdated anti-gravity engine, runs slow." He opened the streamlined door and pointed at the soft, fluffy, milky white driver's seat inside. Since you wanted to go for a ride in the sky, right? Lu Yuan looked at his dumbfounded little sister, a mischievous grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Then take this anti-gravity car and go chase his rocket. Brother, are you serious? Lu Yao stepped into the car, her feet sinking deep and shallow. She clenched the sticky black metal key in her hand. The white cushion inside the car was as soft as a cloud. The moment she sat down, her entire body sank deeply into it. A faint, musty smell of leather seeped from... Clearly the car had been idle for a long time. Even the floor mat was dotted with a few black spots of engine oil. Lu Yuan sat carelessly in the passenger seat. He casually flicked a piece of walnut shell toward the windshield under the dashboard. Stop dawdling with nonsense. He brushed the dry mud off his flip-flops with a hint of Ling merge and split the livestream screen into a dual view. Connect the other signal to that big rocket from America. Command confirmed. Forcibly integrated into the starship's launch antenna. Ling's electronic voice resounded in the empty cabin. Lu Yao's phone screen suddenly split into the image harshly divided. Torrents of bullet comments flooded both frames, clashing wildly. On the left was the sprawling launch base in America. The steel-structured starship, over 100 meters tall, stood in the night like an iron mountain. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Launch. A deafening low-frequency roar erupted from the giant screen. Thick smoke and blinding red flames burst from the rocket's base. The immense reaction force pushed this steel beast upward, dragging a long fiery tail, ascending slowly. Mud and black smoke on the ground were swept into the sky by the gale, blotting out the sun. On the right above the snow-covered African yellow mud yard, Lu Yuan's silver-white streamlined flying car floated silently upward. No engine roar, no billowing smoke. Not even the snow beneath the car was melted a bit by the heat wave. It simply hovered in midair, defying gravity with effort. The 20 million viewers in the livestream stared at these two starkly contrasting images. For a moment their minds struggled to process what they were seeing. This is the comparison between the starship and the Big Bro's ride. That rocket on one side roars like an earthquake, terrifying. But on the other side the Big Bro's car doesn't even fart and just takes off. Brother Biao, hurry and look. Can this be special effects? Lu Biao's livestream had long gone black, but viewers kept spamming his name. Lu Yao's palms were slick with cold sweat. She grasped the round silver control ball in the center of the steering wheel, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Brother, how do you drive this thing? I can't find a clutch or brake. What is this ball? Lu Yuan leaned back against the leather seat, yawning impatiently. Step on that rubber pad under your feet, and just rotate your hand on the ball. It has autopilot, you won't crash. Lu Yao gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and stopped. Whoosh. No deafening sonic boom, no dizziness from force. In a microsecond the whole silver flying car transformed into a streak of silver. It left a shadow too fast for the naked eye to capture, shooting straight into the clouds. How fast? Lu Yao felt that in the blink of an eye the scenery outside changed from the pitch-black African grassland directly to the blue arc of Earth. Brother, the momentum gauge is off the charts. Lu Yao yelled, pulling at her coat collar, almost sneezing again. Are we about to break through the atmosphere? Can this sunscreen protect against cosmic radiation? Don't make such a fuss. The car hasn't even shifted into first gear yet. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, pushing away her big head that had leaned in. Sit tight, to ahead is that big firework. Lu Yao looked through the windshield. Thick white clouds receded rapidly beneath the car. Straight ahead, the starship, the great rocket representing the pinnacle of human aerospace technology, was clumsily climbing through the void, dragging a blinding tail hundreds of meters long. Its speed was about Mach 3. The air friction against its stainless steel shell erupted into white mist and violent vibrations. But the next second Lu Yuan's anti-gravity flying car lightly stopped right beside the starship's window. At 2,500 meters per second the silver car was like an old turtle crawling slowly on the ground. The flying car circled the colossal starship as nimble as a sparrow. It happily whirled around it, darting left, right, up, and down, humiliating this $100 billion behemoth beyond measure. Brother, look at the astronauts inside. Lu Yao pointed excitedly at the side window of the flying car. Their faces are shaking like a steamed bun. She mischievously pressed a blue button. A soft hiss sounded. The window of the anti-gravity car silently slid down a crack. Logically, at tens of thousands of meters altitude, the thin air and low pressure would instantly explode a person. But outside the door, a faint, invisible force field kept all the gale and low pressure firmly at bay. Inside, the temperature remained a constant 24 degrees. Not even a strand of Lu Yao's hair was disturbed. Lu Yao leaned toward the window. Through the transparent force field, she looked at the two American astronauts inside the starship's window, playfully forming a peace sign. Hey, delivery's here. Want some roast duck? Inside the starship cabin, the two astronauts, pressed down by force, their facial muscles severely distorted, unable to lift a finger, stared blankly through the thick double-layer blast-proof glass at the Chinese girl outside, who was wearing a coat, eating a sweet potato, and flashing a peace sign at them. Their eyes nearly popped out of their visors. Fuck! Who is that? God! Is she flashing a peace sign at us? She's not even wearing a helmet. What kind of monster is this? The astronauts' terrified, desperate screams were transmitted clearly via radio back to the American Ground Control Center. At that moment at the Boca Chica launch base in Texas, the hall was dead silent. More than 200 top aerospace engineering experts sat like statues before their consoles, pencils dropping to the floor. Musk stood before the giant screen at the front. He still held a half-eaten cold hot dog in his hand, mustard dripping onto his black t-shirt. It left a large dirty yellow stain, but he didn't even glance at it. His eyes, once full of ambition and arrogance, were locked on the split-screen image. Watching that silver flying car, circling his starship like a toy teasing an ant, Musk's proud scientific worldview and rationality shattered completely into rubble in that second. His body trembled violently. His face flushed darker than liver, and his teeth ground audibly. Dimensional reduction attack. An unreasonable dimensional reduction attack. Musk muttered, the hot dog dropping with a plop to the floor. The starship he had painstakingly developed for over a decade, touted as the future of humanity, in front of that commuter vehicle of theirs was nothing more than a cheap toy. Sir, that flying car seems to be accelerating again, Smith said, his voice choked with tears. It's left our starship behind. It's flying into outer space. MacArthur, sitting on a leather chair in the back, stared at the screen where the silver car had vanished and closed his eyes completely. Don't chase it, you'll never catch up. MacArthur sighed, his face a shade of ash-gray despair. That is the chariot of a god. How can we compete with a god? He issued an order weakly. Notify the starship to return immediately. Don't embarrass ourselves up there anymore. Before those two terrified astronauts could finish screaming, Lu Yao heard Ling's cold synthetic voice in her ear. Gravity, reversal engine, phase 2 act. Lu Yuan leaned back in his seat, digging his thumb into his palm. Yao, hold steady, and press your feet against the floor. Before his words even landed, Lu Yao felt her back slammed as if struck by a heavy hammer, her whole body sinking deep into the soft, milky white foam seat. With a swoosh, there was no sound, no spark, not a single ripple in the air around the car. The silver flyer transformed into a streak of lightning cutting through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the massive stainless steel spaceship, huffing and puffing its way upward, was left far behind in the dust. Not even a trace of its exhaust could be found. Beneath the car, large swaths of white clouds receded rapidly. Oh, outside the window, the pitch-black cosmos stretched. We've broken through the atmosphere. Lu Yao's eyes widened as she pressed her entire body against the icy car window. Her little finger dug into the bulletproof glass, her forehead pressed against it, sucking in cold air. Brother, it's all black outside. Even the stars are shaking. Stop making such a fuss. This is only first gear. Lu Yuan let out a big yawn, 2 tears of reflex glistening at the corners of his eyes. He patted the cold dust off the hem of his white t-shirt with some disdain. It's cold in space. Keep that little pendant tight, so you don't freeze. At that moment in the Boca Chica launch hall in Texas, the red dot representing the silver flyer on the big screen had vanished completely. It disappeared deeper into the outer reaches of space. Report. The target has left satellite radar monitoring range. Smith collapsed into his swivel chair, face pale, sweat streaming down his collar. Its speed has exceeded Mach 20 and is still rising. The main system has crashed. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Only the humming of overloaded servers grated on the ears. Musk knelt slumped before the stainless steel console, his palms slick with cold sweat, even the mahogany surface smeared dark by his hands. He stared blankly at the half-eaten, grime-covered cold hot dog on the floor. In that second, the pride of a tech elite in his heart shattered into a mess of mud. Mach 20, toying with his starship in space like a monkey. This simply wasn't technology from the same dimension. B-boss. The female assistant beside him gasped for breath, her hands trembling so badly she could barely hold the notebook. Should we still respond to the Dragon Kingdom's inquiries online? Respond to what? Musk let out a dry, bitter laugh from his throat. He lunged at the computer like a mad dog, pounding the keyboard with his hands. His fingertips bled from the force his nails chipped. A post that shook the entire globe was pinned to the top of his personal account in front of Mr. Lu's technology. I am nothing but a complete idiot. My starship is nothing but a worthless tin trash can. Every word of these lines carried the despair of a collapsed faith. I request to go to that nameless village in Africa, even if I sweep the floors for free at the base. That war declaration had in a blink turned into a plea for mercy. Across the web, 20 million netizens watched the screenshots Lin Feng streamed from his terminal, flooding the public chat with laughter. Oh no, big bro is about to drive the bro, don't take him in. His hands are too soft, he'll never clean the toilet. Captain Bloodwolf roars in protest from the bathroom. The last tech face of the West has been trampled into a doormat by Big Bro today. Across the ocean in the Pentagon's top-secret conference room, the president clutched the burning phone line, collapsed into his office chair. It's over. All over. He muttered to himself, his wrinkles bunching together like a dried rice. Who the hell taught a tech monster like Lu Yuan? Is he holding an entire alien tech library in his hands? In the car, Lu Yao hugged her burning phone and saw Musk's plea. The little girl grinned from ear to ear, her thigh trembling nonstop. Brother, that foreigner surrendered. He posted that he's an outright idiot and wants to come sweep our courtyard. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Sweeping? No thanks. He rubbed the itchy back of his neck impatiently and picked at his ear. I have Ming Tian and Bloodwolf. That's enough. One more, and ITLL be too noisy. Besides, that guy's hands are too soft to even hold a broom. What would I do with him? A decoration. Lu Yao laughed at his words. The girl spat on her finger and wiped a smudge off the camera lens with her shirt. Brother, tell me the truth. She scooted closer, gripping Lu Yuan's sleeve with both hands. You know so much technology, even gravity engines. Confess, did some alien grandmaster take you as an apprentice? Did you get full marks in physics? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Physics? What's that? Never heard of it. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up lazily from the passenger seat. It's suffocating in this car. Ling, open the door, we're going out. The silver door slid open. Outside was a cold underground corridor, the air faintly chemical. I never learned all those messy theorems. Lu Yuan strode ahead, his flip-flops slapping on the metal floor. An unremarkable little apprentice of mine tinkers with these gadgets in his spare time. I found them amusing, so I picked up a trick or two. Lu Yao's hand jerked, almost hitting the metal wall with the selfie stick. Apprentice. Her mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a duck egg. You have an apprentice. Where is he? Has he also lived 2,000 years? In the live stream, the historians who had just caught their breath felt their hearts pound wildly again. A little apprentice. Could it be some missing historical giant? Mosey. Or Lu Ban. I'm running out of heart pills. Let me see what that little apprentice looks like. Lu Yuan stopped in front of a sealed metal door above which 3 characters were engraved: Weapon Factory. He slapped the sensor with his hand. Ling, tell this old bastard to come out. Don't play dead in there. From deep within the gate came a dull grinding of metal gears. Creak, creak. Accompanied by a pungent smell of solder and rosin, the heavy metal door slowly slid to both sides. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, staring fixedly into the door. Brother, who exactly is this little apprentice of yours? Fizz. Accompanied by the heavy iron gate slowly retracting to both sides, a pungent smell of rosin and the acrid odor of electric arcs crackling filled the air. It struck her brain like a sudden blow, making stars dance before her eyes. Lu Yao rubbed her nose, irritated by the smoky air. She switched the selfie stick to her right hand, her palm slick with a sticky layer of sweat and grime. Bro, is this place a junkyard or a circuit board workshop? She asked. The stench of solder is suffocating. Even my hair smells like it. Lu Yuan remained silent, his flip-flops slapping against the cement floor. He wiped the back of his hand roughly under his nose. 0, turn the exhaust fan to max. Command confirmed. Ventilating now. A low rumble echoed from deep underground as the wind speed increased instantly, dispersing much of the blue smoke in the air. Lu Yao angled her phone lens through the gap in the door. It was a massive laboratory, spacious enough for tanks to run side by side. The floor was littered with a chaotic mess of red and green cables. In some places the bare copper cores were exposed, spitting sparks. At the far end, in front of a large testing bench, an old man with a shriveled frame was hunched over. He wore a thick canvas apron stained with grease and black handprints. His messy grayish-white hair was carelessly tied at the back of his head with a piece of wire. The long hair was coated in white dust with frizzy ends curling. On his upper lip he sported a distinctive pair of classic handlebar mustaches. The old man was holding a stub of black pencil, feverishly scribbling equations across a grimy yellowed blueprint. Snap. The pencil lead snapped from too much pressure. The old man muttered woodenly, damn, miscalculated the gravitational constant again. He casually pulled a rusted folding knife from his pocket and slowly began sharpening the pencil. Wood shavings fell onto his canvas-covered lap, and black carbon dust smeared his hands gray. He wiped his dirty hands on his pant leg and bent down to continue calculating. Lu Yao watched the old man's disheveled state, her lips parting slightly. Bro, is this the little apprentice you mentioned? She asked. He hasn't washed his hair in half a month, I bet. So grimy. The girl took half a step back with a hint of disgust. She aimed her phone screen at the aged face, dotted with liver spots. In that moment, the livestream bullet comments suddenly froze, hanging motionless in the air. 20 million viewers online stared at the old man's face the instant they recognized him. The entire internet crowd went silent as a graveyard. W8. This old man, those handlebar mustaches, that forehead. A yellow verified account from a top Western biological research institute typed words overlapping on the screen. Fuck. How is this possible? This is Nikola Tesla, the man called the closest to God. History records clearly. He died in a cheap New York motel in 1943. His remains turned to dust long ago. How can he be alive here? The brains of Western science went absolutely mad before their screens. Senior physics professors from Ivy League universities dropped their reading glasses, shattering. Fake. This must be a high-end 3D model, right? Dragon Country is using a dummy to destroy our physics knowledge. Bro. Lu Yao glanced at the frenzied scrolling comments. Her calves began to tremble uncontrollably, her voice shaking like a rusted bellows. They say he's Tesla. The one who invented AC current and the death ray, she stammered. Is he real? This doesn't make sense. Lu Yuan patted the dust off the bottom of his white t-shirt with a hint of pity. What's all the fuss? He goes by Little and I now. He shrugged. Back in the day I saw he was starving, spending his days talking to pigeons on the streets of New York. He pursed his lips, his tone casual. Before I left, I extracted the memory data from his brainwaves. Then I just stuffed it into this clone body molded from origin point particles. He pointed to the device emitting blue smoke. So now he works for me here. Every day, he helps me calculate those tedious spacecraft flight parameters. Pretty handy. Lu Yao felt her brain short-circuit on the spot. Clone body. Injected memory data. She exclaimed. Bro, you captured humanity's greatest physicist to be your free, algorithmic labor. The tens of millions of viewers in the live stream all felt their hearts skip half a beat, kneeling before the ultimate boss. Even Tesla is his apprentice. So all those technologies, AC current radio, were actually casually sketched on a scrap of paper and given to him by the big brother. How long has this guy been alive? He's the true embodiment of truth. Across the ocean in the White House, the president stared at the large screen. The fountain pen in his hand snapped in two. Ink splattered across the table, yet he didn't even frown. General, our physics system. The four-star general beside him turned pale, his voice trembling like a leaf in a winter storm. It's completely collapsed. The West no longer has scientific authority. Outside, the wind and snow howled. Lin Feng crouched by the threshold, his suit jacket coated in a layer of frost. He clutched the hot custom terminal in his hand, cold sweat soaking through his pant legs. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng stuttered, sweat dripping from his chin. The top brass just called again. They said as long as you're willing, the gates of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences are always open to this old gentleman. They don't ask for data. Just let him give one lecture in the country, and we'll trade every resource we have. Lu Yuan ignored him. He walked to the lab bench, tapped a grimy finger on a glowing touch panel, and said, Little N, I stopped calculating. You made a decimal point error in the 7th line. How many times have I told you? Don't use those earthbound trash laws to compute my orbits. The theories that physics had revered as divine were labeled trash by. But the old man didn't feel offended at all. He abruptly stopped writing, lifted his head with a dazed expression, and the moment his sunken eyes locked onto Lu Yuan. Two bursts of fervent light ignited from the depths of his gaze, the kind of emotional surge reserved for witnessing truth, for seeing the supreme deity. Thud. The pencil stub dropped from the old man's hand, rolling onto the blueprint, without even wiping the carbon dust off his fingers. He rolled off the high stool and strode briskly toward Lu Yuan. His legs were surprisingly nimble, his figure moving swiftly, trailing the acrid smell of. As he approached, under the unwavering gaze of over 20 million pairs of eyes, this physics titan, revered in the West as the closest to God, suddenly bowed, deeply bending at the waist with utmost reverence, and boomed like a great bell, Mentor, you've finally come to see me. Silence. A deathly stillness. At the entrance of this underground passage glowing with an eerie blue light, those four words emerged from Tesla's wrinkled, like a heavy lead bullet slamming squarely into everyone's foreheads. Mentor. He called Lu Yuan his mentor. The selfie stick in Lu Yao's hand wobbled, nearly crashing onto the metal floor. Brother. Did you hear that? She swallowed a dry lump in her throat, her tongue tying itself into knots. He called you mentor. This god of physics called you mentor. In the live stream, the historians and physics professors who had just recovered their composure now felt as if hands were gripping their throats. The barrage of comments on the public screen froze solid for a full 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, the comments erupted like a floodgate bursting open. Holy crap. Tesla calls the old guy mentor. Am I watching a sci-fi stream or a large-scale mystical mythology drama? Ancestor, what kind of monster did you teach? Lu Yuan, however, seemed quite impatient. He reached up and scratched his itching armpit. All right, Nikki, don't get all highbrow with me here. He flicked some cold dust off the hem of his t-shirt with a hint of disdain. Back then you couldn't even afford the rent in New York and came to mooch noodles off me every day. If I hadn't ladled you 2 extra scoops of gravy, you'd have starved to death on the street. Tesla grinned, revealing a set of broken front teeth. He patted his carbon-dusted hands nervously. Master, those landlords were indeed greedy. But without your guidance, my meager theories would be worth less than scrap paper. He strode up to the selfie stick and pointed at the camera, his emotions running high. In his deep-set, aged eyes a wild gleam danced with near madness. He'll state this here and now. His voice rasped like a broken bellows, but rang out deafeningly. Everything you've learned from textbooks about alternating current and death ray technology is all garbage. The old man shouted, spittle flying everywhere. All my inspirations back then came from the drunken ramblings of Mr. Lu Yuan. A few lines he casually sketched for me on greasy scraps of paper. The words crashed like a bucket of molten iron into the very foundations of Western physics. Countless accounts with verified badges from MIT and Stanford flooded the public screen in a frenzy. This isn't scientific. How is this possible? The AC system was casually drawn on scrap paper by the old guy. That's a theory that revolutionized the world's industrial era. Least mechanics, quantum physics. Were they all just drunken rants from the old guy? In that very second, the edifice of physics, under Tesla's own confession, collapsed into rubble. The modern industrial civilization and technological leaps that the Western world prided itself on were in Lu Yuan's eyes nothing more than a few seeds scattered from a drunken hand 100 years ago. Brother, did you really teach him all this? Lu Yao clutched her coat, her hands trembling, her mind a fog. I didn't teach him anything. Yuan rolled his eyes, looking somewhat exasperated. Back then he was obsessing over DC power, couldn't even afford food, and was being bullied by that Edison fellow. Annoyed by his constant pestering, I grabbed a charcoal stick and drew a sine wave on some paper. I told him this would work better, just to stop him from bothering me every day. Yuan pointed at Li Taibai's empty wine bottle and sighed. Who knew this old boy would be such a stubborn mule, holding himself up in the lab for 5 whole years before figuring it out? Tesla nodded furiously beside him, his demeanor deeply reverent. Master, that curve you drew back then was an absolutely perfect masterpiece from God. And the energy structure for the death ray. The light pin you used to tease the cat. I studied it for 20 years just to produce a flawed imitation. Tease the cat. Using the predecessor of the death ray to tease a cat. The Western military experts in the live stream found it hard to even breathe at that moment. Old man, have you no shame? The most powerful defensive weapon we've spent decades developing is just a cat toy in your eyes. How are we supposed to fight? The defense budget can't even buy a toy. The public screen was awash with cries of anguish and despair. Yuan let out a long yawn as he watched the overreacting barrage. Alright, stop all this wailing and gnashing of teeth. It's annoying. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his flip-flops slapping against the ground with a squeaky rhythm. That's enough for today's stream. The sweet potatoes are almost burnt, and I'm going for a nap. He turned to his sister and waved. Lu Yao, put that damn phone away. If I find a single speck of ash in the yard tomorrow, he'll have Longy toss you out as fertilizer for the tomatoes. Lu Yao's hand jerked, and she nodded frantically. Got it. Brother, stop scaring me with the tomatoes. The girl spat on her palm, and quickly wiped the tears off her screen with the back of her hand. Family, I'm going offline now. Come back tomorrow, and he'll show you the old man's laborers at work. Amid the reluctant farewells of millions of viewers. The livestream screen flickered once, and went completely black. But outside the screen, the global underworld and high-ranking officials of various nations had already descended into a frenzy of reckless desperation. Buy plane tickets. Charter helicopters. No matter the cost, we must reach Africa before the sun rises tomorrow. That's a deity. A living truth. Even if we can't obtain his technology, just kneeling for a night in the mud beneath his feet would be worth it. Private jets packed with world leaders and top financiers were descending wildly over the East African savannah, risking engine failure from blizzards. In the basement, the large door slid open, letting in biting cold wind and the rustle of snow. Yuan stood on the steps, gazing at the muddy yard covered in thick snow and the figures at the gate, whose heads were already white. A trace of cold mockery flashed deep in his eyes. Brother, why are those foreigners still standing out there? Lu Yao pinched her sleeve and asked in a small voice. Yuan didn't answer. He strode forward, crunching through the snow. Let them freeze out there. When they beg for mercy, they'll learn to behave. Yuan shuffled into the inner room for his afternoon nap, his muddy flip-flops slapping against the floor. Before leaving, he slammed the wooden door shut with a loud bang. The dry thatch under the eaves was shaken loose, falling into the clay stove and stirring up a few faint sparks of black embers. The livestream screen was still dark, but the online frenzy was already sweeping through with uncontrollable speed. Twitter crashed. Weibo went down. In YouTube's server room, over a dozen cooling fans spun frantically, emitting a harsh whir as smoke rose from the heat. Half the world's netizens were frantically typing at their screens. Some knelt in prayer, others screamed in hysterical rage. Amidst this chaos, a dull roar suddenly echoed from the wasteland outside the nameless courtyard. Rumble. Several private helicopters painted in an eye-catching gaudy gold tore through the wind and snow. The massive rotor wash blasted snow and withered grass into the air, scattering them wildly. These helicopters belonged to Duke William, a secretive nobleman who controlled half of Europe's wealth. The helicopters landed steadily in the snow, and the cabin doors slid open silently. Lin Feng was standing by the wall at the moment. His suit, soaked by snow, clung coldly to his back, making him shiver uncontrollably. He sniffled, his nose red, and wiped it roughly with the dirty sleeve of his coat. Miss Lu, start the stream. Lin Feng rushed into the yard, his shoes making a pattering sound on the snow. A big shot has arrived. It's Duke William from Europe. Lu Yao was squatting by the clay stove, fiddling with the warm metal plate in her arms. Upon hearing this, she pouted reluctantly. A big shot. My brother just went asleep and no one is allowed to disturb him. The little girl sniffled, but obediently raised the selfie stick again. The livestream signal reconnected under the protection of the Dragon Nation's supercomputing cluster. Millions of viewers flooded back in within a second like a hailstorm. Holy shit. The screen's back. What's that noise outside? Sounds like helicopters overhead. Look at the door. An old man in a red cloak entered. The camera turned toward the broken wooden door, and Duke William, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, stepped into the yard. The old man wore an exquisitely tailored classical velvet coat, embroidered with gold thread. Yet the hem of the coat had inevitably brushed against a patch of dry yellow. He leaned on a walking stick adorned with a large sapphire, his aged face slightly sagging. He ignored the warlord soldiers kneeling all around, as well as the mecha gleaming with metallic coldness in the corner. Instead, he greedily took a deep breath of the warm, clean air in the yard. Miss Lu is Mr. Lu here. Duke William spoke in fluent Chinese with even a hint of a London accent, and bowed humbly. I've brought some modest gifts and wish to discuss matters with Mr. Lu. Behind him 6 bodyguards groaned as they carried 3 heavy sandalwood chests and set them down heavily on the muddy ground. The chests opened revealing piles of gleaming gold coins from various dynasties, ruby crowns, and rolls of yellowed ancient deeds. Is that the equity certificates of those secret European banks? Lin Feng craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out. Good heavens, that wealth could buy half of Europe. The comment section was filled with gasps and keyboards clattered furiously. But Duke William didn't even glance at those assets, he merely turned slightly, revealing the young girl who had been standing quietly behind him. Of course, my most precious gift today is my daughter Isabella. Duke William extended his age-spotted hand and gently patted the girl's hand. She wore a snow-white mink coat. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of gold shimmering softly in the wind and snow. She was exquisitely beautiful with high cheekbones and a pair of sky-blue eyes that held the pride and haughtiness of European royalty. Mr. Lu, I am Isabella. The girl stepped forward, greeting him in a gentle, melodious Dragon Nation language like a nightingale's song. Her voice was soft and soothing, melting the bones. I heard Mr. Lu enjoys fine food, so I brought some handmade European truffle desserts. They're still warm. She glanced disdainfully at the crushed tomatoes on the ground and lifted her skirt slightly. Lu Yao looked at the exquisite box of desserts, swallowing hard. But she still clutched the priceless little watering can in her hand and didn't take it. My brother doesn't like sweets, he likes sweet potatoes. The little girl hoisted the selfie stick onto her shoulder and pouted. Besides, my brother is taking a nap and won't see anyone. Duke William smiled, his eyes flashing with a hint of barely concealed greed. Won't see. The old man tapped his walking stick, producing a dull thud. Miss Lu, please tell Mr. Lu that if he is willing to share immortality and those technologies, all my bank's ports, and even half of Europe's wealth will be his. He looked at Isabella's perfect figure, his eyes shimmering with calculation. And my daughter, the most beautiful in the world, can stay by Mr. Lu side forever at his disposal. The implication was unmistakable. Before this god who had mastered nature, princesses and secret nobles were all reduced to commodities for In that second, the 20 million viewers in the livestream were utterly stunned by the extreme offer. Holy shit. Europe's most beautiful woman as a maid. This old man is really going all out. He's even giving away his daughter. No shit, if you can live for hundreds of years, he'd dig up his ancestors' graves if he had to. Bro, come out and take your maid. The comments scrolled frantically. Isabella stood in the snow, slightly lifting her proud chest and pulling the white mink coat down her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of delicate snow-white collarbone that gleamed brightly in the snow. She had absolute confidence in her beauty. In Europe, princes would kneel outside her castle for 3 days and nights just for a dance with her. She didn't believe any man in the world could resist her body. Just then, the creaking wooden door of the main house was roughly pushed open again. Lu Yuan shuffled out wearing gray-bottomed flip-flops and yawning deeply. The collar of his white t-shirt hung loose, revealing his slightly yellowed collarbone. What's all the noise about? Can't a person get some sleep in the middle of the day? He wiped his nose with a dirty hand and casually flicked a bit of eye gunk onto the nearby clay stove. Isabella looked at this man in flip-flops and a pilled short-sleeve shirt. A flicker of strangeness passed through her eyes, but she quickly composed her expression. Putting on the most perfect, elegant, aristocratic smile, she gracefully walked toward Lu Yuan with alluring steps. Mr. Lu, I am Isabella. It is an honor to meet you. Isabella took half a step forward. The slender heel of her high heel sank into the slushy mud. With a squelch, it splashed a small puddle of murky black water. Drops of mud clung conspicuously to her bare calf. She ignored the dirt and forced out what she thought was an irresistibly enticing smile. Mr. Lu, I am Isabella. It is an honor to meet you. Her Mandarin was perfectly enunciated, her tongue curling with practiced fluency. As she spoke, her body began to lower. The snow-white mink coat slipped from her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. A gust of cold wind. Goosebumps erupted all over her chilled arms. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, clacking audibly. The livestream viewers who had been discussing history moments ago instantly perked up. The screen was flooded with drool emojis, overwhelming the chat. Damn, that foreign chick is smoking hot. That figure, those long thighs. My screen is drenched with drool. The old man really splashed out, giving away a top-tier piece like this for free. Brother is lucky. He can do research by day and learn a foreign language by night. What? Number 1 beauty. She's nothing but a fox spirit. Yao Yao, grab a broom and chase her away. Lu Yao held up her phone, staring at the barrage of comments. Her cheeks puffed out in anger like a squirrel hoarding food. The little girl forcefully sniffled back a stream of... She wiped her mouth roughly with the dirty sleeve of her coat, leaving a black smear. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Lu Yao pursed her lips, her face full of disdain. Running around in winter, showing off your legs. Think this is a red carpet? Isabella's smile stiffened moment. She pretended not to hear Lu Yao's words, fixing her moist blue eyes on Lu Yuan. She even deliberately twisted her hip, trying to accentuate the curve of her waist, and Lu Yuan had just woken up. He stood by the broken wooden doorstep, wearing dusty plastic flip-flops. Achoo! He sneezed violently, his head jerking to the side. Spittle flew everywhere. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose vigorously with his fingers, picking up a bit of yellow mucus. He flicked it casually onto the muddy ground beside him. What's that smell? Choking me to death. He frowned in irritation. Raising a hand, he fanned the air in front of his nose. That cheap perfume you're wearing smells like moldy mothballs. Isabella, who had been about to step closer, froze in her tracks. Her meticulously made-up face flushed crimson. MMR. Lu. She bit her lower lip, her voice trembling slightly. This is a French Royal Custom Iris perfume, $10,000 a bottle. For repelling rats, I suppose. Lu Yuan leaned back and yawned again. Stay away from me. The smell is too strong, it stings my eyes. A few tears of irritation welled up at the corners of his eyes. He wiped them carelessly with the back of his hand. Duke William stood nearby, his lips purple from the cold. The sapphire-encrusted walking cane in his hand poked a black hole into the snow. The old man shivered as he took a step forward. Mr. Lu, please forgive my daughter's impertinence. He bowed slightly, his demeanor utterly servile. She merely admires you greatly. Lu Yuan picked his ear and flicked a tiny piece of earwax from his little finger. Admire me? I've never even met her. Admire my ass. He stepped off the porch in his flip-flops, the soles squishing through the slush. Spit it out. Don't waste my time. I've got a morning nap to get back to. Duke William swallowed a dry gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing violently in his scrawny neck. Mr. Lu, if you would be willing to provide even a sliver of longevity or cellular repair technology. He lifted his head, a greedy green glint in his eyes. Half the wealth of all Europe would be yours. And also the most beautiful daughter in all the world. She is fluent in 8 languages, plays the piano. The old man yanked Isabella in front of him. She can stay by your side forever, make your bed, draw your curtains. Do whatever you wish. Isabella bowed her head on cue, feigning shyness. The neckline of her coat gaped even wider. Lu Yao rolled her eyes so hard they nearly popped out. My brother didn't even take 10 trillion, and you think he'd give a damn about your paltry European cash. And she can play piano. We don't even have an electrical outlet here. Who's she gonna play for? Wild boars in Africa. Lu Yuan ignored Lu Yao's muttering. He stopped, both hands shoved into the pockets of his slightly yellowed white t-shirt. His dark eyes looked Isabella up and down. Feeling his gaze, Isabella quickly thrust out her chest and raised her chin slightly, trying to show off the perfect angle of her profile. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed into a tight knot after barely 2 seconds. His look wasn't that of a man admiring a stunning beauty. Rather, it was like he'd picked up a piece of moldy rotten pork at the market. Most beautiful in the world. Lu Yuan let out a cold snort from his nose. He pointed at Isabella's left shoulder. Left hip bone is 1.2 centimeters higher than the right, mild spinal curvature. When you walk, your left foot takes uneven weight. You can't even keep your balance. Isabella was stunned. She instinctively straightened up, all trace of coyness gone from her face. This is supposed to be the pearl of Europe. A defective product. Lu Yuan spat contemptuously onto the ground. Look at your face. The bridge of your nose is straight enough, but the cartilage is severely asymmetrical. Your left nostril is a full circle larger than the right. You breathe like a leaky bellows. Oh, I bet you snore like a freight train at night. The livestream audience was dumbstruck. Holy crap, snoring like a freight train. Brother's mouth is dipped in arsenic. Left nostril bigger. I zoomed my screen in 10 times. Damn, he's right. That observational skill. He's a microscope reborn. Old perverts, your European goddess leaks air. Huh. Isabella's face turned a sickly green. She trembled with rage, her nails digging deep into her palms. You're lying. She shrieked, her elegant aristocratic tone completely gone. Lying. Lu Yuan took half a step forward, looking down at her. The collagen in your subcutaneous fat layer is degrading 15 faster than normal. In another 5 years, your face skin will sag like a dried, withered orange peel. He waved his hand in disgust, as if shooing a fly. Your pores are so wide you could plant rice in them. The foundation is caked into crevices, a layer of chemical heavy metal powder that'll never wash clean. Disgusting. Duke William stood by, panting heavily. His wrinkled face was flushed crimson, and his walking cane wobbled dangerously. Mr. Lu, you cannot insult her like this. The old man protested loudly, spittle flying in the cold wind. She possesses the noblest royal blood of Europe. Bloodline my ass. Lu Yuan picked his nose with disdain. 200 years ago, when your ancestors were digging lice out of the Germanic mud and eating raw meat, I'd have been too disgusted to even look at them. He kicked a shard of ice on the ground. The ice chip struck the Duke's leather shoe exactly. You bring me some genetic freak bred over centuries trying to pass it off as a treasure, and you want to swap her for my technology. Lu Yuan shook his head, his look filled with pity and mockery. Her telomeres are pathetically short, a clear hereditary defect. She won't live past 60 before a cerebral thrombosis finishes her. He paused, his thin lips parting to utter a chillingly cold sentence. Too ugly. Not even fit to wash my feet. At these words, the entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Only the wind rustled the thatch on the broken roof, making a pattering sound. Duke William was struck as if by lightning. His legs gave way, and the walking cane clattered onto the snow. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. The capital he had prided himself on the greatest bargaining chip he had brought. It was reduced in this man's mouth to a pile of stinking foul mud. Isabella was equally thunderstruck. She bit her lip hard and tears streamed down her face instantly. The tears washed channels through her foundation, leaving ghastly white furrows. Her mascara ran, forming dark smudges under her eyes. Her peerless beauty, her pride. Everything was stripped bare by Lu Yuan's brutal, merciless words. You're a devil. Isabella sobbed uncontrollably, her shoulders heaving violently. Stop blubbering. Your snot is running into your mouth. Disgusting. Lu Yuan took a big step back, his face full of revulsion. Can't even control your emotions, and your tear glands secrete way too much acid. He rubbed his aching neck and shouted toward the side room, Suowa. Where the hell are you? The broken wooden door of the side room creaked open. The nanobot maid Suowa, wearing a flowery cloth skirt and holding a wet rag, stepped out in faded red plastic flip-flops, slapping across the yard. Coming, master. What's up? She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand and gave a simple, honest smile. Lu Yuan pointed at the sobbing Isabella on the ground, and then at the limp Duke William. Put down the rag. Today we're going to open the eyes of these provincial foreigners. Lu Yuan leaned against a wooden pillar and picked his ear. Switched to perfect combat form. Let them see what the ultimate aesthetic of a carbon-based life form really looks like. Suehua flung the half-wet rag onto the ground. The cloth, stained with black sand and years of grease, thudded heavily against the earth. Her dark, thick arm began to tremble violently. Rustle, rustle. It was not the quivering of human muscle. It was the sound of billions of nanobots vibrating and restructuring at high speed, a noise that set one's teeth on edge. Lu Yao raised her selfie stick, her small hand gripping it so tightly that cold sweat trickled down, and she wiped it vigorously on the hem of her coat. The camera lens locked squarely onto the center of the yard. Under the gaze of over 20 million pairs of eyes, Quihua's floral dress and the thick black skin dissolved in an instant like melting butter. Countless tiny black and silver particles danced in the air, forming a dark sandstorm that blotted out the sky. But the sandstorm did not scatter, it collapsed inward, tightly compacting. Clank, clank, clank. The crisp sound of gears interlocking echoed in a dense cascade. The light faded. A silver-haired goddess with a figure at the golden ratio's extreme appeared before the crowd. Her skin bore the cold white luster of polymer alloys, flawless and immaculate. Her facial contours were perfect, as if drawn by divine hands. In her eyes, glowing with a blue electronic light, there resided a cold mechanical beauty, exalted and gazing down upon all. Lu Yao's mouth hung open, her phone nearly slipping from her grasp. Bro, is this Annie Tsuowa? She stammered, her small face smeared with tears and snot and dirt. Isn't this a fairy? You call this a coarse servant doing heavy labor? Lu Yuan, wearing flip-flops, casually patted the dust off his thighs. A fairy? Just a pile of scrap metal, he said, pointing at the chop-it-up roast duck. Xiao Ni's slicing was too thick. I asked her to rearrange the plating. Before Quihua's cold, transcendent body, surpassing carbon-based limits, the once arrogant Isabella, the #1 beauty of Europe at that moment, was nothing more than an ugly duckling rolling in the mud, not yet fully developed. Her so-called royal bloodline and figure, which she prided herself on, before this perfect goddess, were not even fit to tie her shoes. A pitiful joke. Isabella's face instantly turned uglier than pig's liver. Her once delicate makeup was washed away by tears, large clumps of black mascara smeared beneath her eyes like a ridiculous black eye. She looked down at her high heels covered in mud and dried chicken droppings, then at her reddened collarbone. She felt her self-esteem trampled repeatedly in the snow. Shame. Too shameful. Duke William's face flushed crimson. He scrambled clumsily to retrieve his walking stick fallen in the snow. With a yank, his palm was full of slush, the stick slipped. He didn't even bother to pick up his top hat, dragging the sobbing Isabella. He cried, "Hurry. Go. Go." Covering their faces, the two fled toward the helicopter under the escort of bodyguards. The helicopter roared to life, its blast rocking the thatched roof of the yard. They abandoned even the boxes of gold and land deeds left on the ground. The millions of viewers in the livestream at that moment erupted into wild revelry. The barrage of comments on the screen was as dense as a snowstorm. Huh. The richest man fled, the Duke knelt, and the beauty turned into a little hen. Bro, this is aesthetic dimension reduction. You call this a nano-nanny? Name your price. They'll sell my company to get one. A goddess sweeping floors and cleaning toilets. Bro, your life is so enviable, even the Jade Emperor would be twitching with jealousy. Lu Yao pouted at the comment. Bro, having a celestial maiden like that clean the toilet every day, doesn't your conscience ache? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Aches my ass. If she didn't clean, why would I keep her? As a vase. He waved his hand disdainfully. Go wash your hands. The barbecue is about to burn. Lu Yao spat and muttered under her breath. Stingy. She clutched the warm pendant and dashed inside the house. In the command room of the Dragon Nation's Special Security Bureau, Lin Feng stood before the big screen, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Director, the immediate threat has been neutralized. The Western capitalists have all backed. On the other end of the line, Lei Zhan paused thoughtfully. Don't let your guard down. Those foreign devils won't give up. If physical means fail, they'll use underhanded tricks. Across the ocean, Deep within the CIA headquarters at Langley Air Force Base in Eagle Country, a secret room, reeking of tobacco and moldy paper, the light. Director Bill kicked aside the shredded paper on the floor, his hands pressing firmly on the desk. In the ashtray on the corner lay a pile of cigarette, but some moldy and blackened, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. His sunken gray eyes gleamed with a vulture's venomous malice. The honey trap failed. The tycoons couldn't buy him off, and even our nuclear missiles couldn't penetrate his shield. He pointed at the screen showing Lu Yuan's smooth, handsome face, gritting his teeth in fury. Sir, what do we do now? The agent beside him wiped cold sweat, his hands trembling as he steadied himself. Are we just going to watch him smash our financial system and tech hegemony to pieces? No. Bill gave a cold smile, his lips twisting into a cruel arc. Since outright robbery doesn't work, we'll resort to the oldest and most effective. He extended a grimy finger and pressed it firmly on the mahogany desk. Activate the sympathy ploy. Have the refugee squads in Africa start a campaign. Create a war incident. Disguise Black Widow Natasha as a fleeing war journalist, equip her with a tracker, and have her infiltrate that courtyard. He turned to stare at the agent, his eyes burning with fanatical madness. Against a man from that dragon nation, a helpless, pitiful, wounded woman is always the sharpest poison thorn. He chuckled, exposing his smoke-stained yellow front teeth. Notify Natasha. If she can reach the entrance to that underground base, he'll personally award her. Sir, but what if we accidentally provoke Lu Yuan? The agent hesitated, his atoms, apple bobbing violently. Provoke. Bill suddenly drew his sidearm and slammed it onto the desk, rattling the water cup and stirring up sediment of years. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Tell Natasha use her life to uncover the secrets of that immortal. Turn everything inside out. The roar of a diesel engine exploded like thunder across the wilderness. A battered green Jeep spun wildly in the scalding mud. Bang! The tire hit a frozen rock, flipping the entire vehicle midair. It crashed heavily into the mud, its four wheels spinning uselessly. A woman struggled out of the shattered windshield. Her yellow windbreaker was torn to shreds, revealing a shoulder caked with black mud and dried blood. Her golden hair clung to her face in tangled strands. Help! Help! She stumbled to her feet, one high heel long gone, running barefoot on the gravel. Each step left a small red footprint on the ground. Behind her, hundreds of meters away, the rapid staccato of automatic rifle fire echoed from the bushes. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. That was the sound of the CIA's locally hired actors firing earnestly. Lu Yao stood in the muddy courtyard, holding a selfie stick. She was about to explain the goddess transformation to her viewers when the roar of engines and gunfire from outside the gate transmitted directly through her phone's microphone into the livestream. The viewers in the livestream room, who had just calmed down, tensed up again. Holy crap, more gunfire. Bro just drove off the warlord, now someone else is coming. Brother's reaction is way too cold, right? That's a living person. I say better be careful abroad, who knows if it's an assassin. Right, we just drove one off, and now another shows up. Too coincidental. Lu Yao flinched, nearly dropping her phone in the snow. She instinctively stepped back onto the muddy flip-flop prints left by Lu Yuan. Bro, there's someone fighting outside and a woman crying. Lin Feng also heard the noise. His face grim, he strode to the broken wooden door and peered through the crack. A bloodied white woman was crying and running toward the Commissioner Lin, who's out there. Lu Yao craned her neck timidly. A woman looks like a war correspondent. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his expression grave. She's covered in wounds. A few black militiamen are shooting at her. The white woman had reached the broken wooden door. She pounded on it with her bleeding hands. The dull thuds echoed. Please, open the door. Let me in. She begged in a painfully awkward, tear-choked, long national language. I'm a reporter for French national television. I was interviewing ahead when I was attacked by armed militants. They killed my companions and are now hunting me. Please save me. Through the crack in the door, she saw Lu Yao holding her phone. She collapsed against the wooden door, kneeling in the muddy snow, weeping like a puddle of mud. Lu Yao looked at the beautiful face, twisted in despair and crying under the high-definition lens. The girl's soft-hearted weakness flared up again. Her eyes reddened, and she quickly turned to Lu Yuan, who was peeling sweet potatoes on a bamboo chair. Bro, someone's about to be killed out there. She's bleeding a lot. Let's open the door and let her hide. Lu Yuan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He picked his teeth with his long fingernail and spat a mouthful of sooty saliva onto the ground. No. He casually spat out 2 words. Meddling shortens your life. Bro, you can't just watch her die. Lu Yao bit her pale lower lip hard. What did Mom and Dad teach us? We must have a conscience. Conscience. That won't fill your stomach. Lu Yuan patted the snow off his slippers. Ask those guards outside if they have any conscience. General Bawa's men outside were shivering cold, not daring to raise their heads. That's a living human life. Lu Yao stomped her feet in panic, her shoes slapping against the snowy mud. Open the door, and Long Yi and Wang Kai are here. If those militiamen dare come in, they'll be swatted dead. Lin Feng, wiping cold sweat, chimed in softly. Mr. Lu, this woman doesn't seem to have heavy weapons. If she dies right outside our gate, diplomatically it could put Long Nation in a passive position. Lu Yuan sighed. He rubbed his itchy back of the head impatiently. Trouble. He waved at Lu Yao. Suit yourself. If she dies in the yard, you clean it up yourself. Don't bother me. Lu Yao didn't need to hear more. She rushed over, and with Lin Feng and two subordinates pulled the rusty, heavy iron door open a crack. Quick, come in. Lu Yao shouted and reached out to pull her. Natasha took the opportunity and slid through the crack into the yard. She collapsed face first into the snow, hugging her knees and groaning in pain. Natasha panted heavily. Wet snow mixed with sweat clung her clothes to her spine, emitting a pungent, sour smell. She deliberately blinked her big, tear-filled eyes. Thank you, Miss Lu. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead today. She sobbed with hiccups, her shoulders heaving, looking utterly pitiful. The viewers in the live stream room breathed a collective sigh of relief. The streamer is kind. Full marks for this rescue. That foreign reporter is gorgeous. Too bad if she died out there. Bro is still cold, but who wouldn't be on guard in this wilderness? But from an unnoticed angle, a sinister, venomous green light suddenly flashed in Natasha's lowered eyes as she lay in the snow. Success. She sneered inwardly. This divine base, which had shattered Western military hegemony in the eyes of all humanity, had its security system, before a woman's tears, as fragile as a sheet of paper. Natasha slowly slid her right hand into the torn windbreaker sleeve. Her fingertips had already touched the thumb-sized, deeply hidden micro-high-explosive electromagnetic pulse bomb. And in the other hand's fingers, a hair-thin needle coated with high-purity neurotoxin was concealed. Once inside the main house, she was absolutely certain she could subdue this naive Long Nation girl as a hostage within 0.1 milliseconds. Then the so-called immortal would have no choice but to hand over all the technological codes of the underground base. Too easy. She almost laughed out loud. She stumbled, pretending to be unsteady, and leaned toward Lu Yao. Miss Lu, I think I sprained my ankle. Could you help me inside to rest? Natasha's voice was full of tremors. Lu Yao, without suspicion, hurried to help her. Oh, don't worry. My brother has some medicine here first, you. But just as Natasha's feet fully crossed the threshold of the courtyard, the light in the midair of the courtyard suddenly twisted imperceptibly. Lu Yuan, who had been lying on the recliner with eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. His deep black eyes held no warmth, as if he were watching a clumsy circus clown. He didn't even move his body. With a casual motion, he picked up a half-eaten roasted sweet potato from the rosewood table and pointed it at Natasha's raised right hand. Lu Yuan chewed the sweet potato, his tone as casual as if chatting about everyday life. That electromagnetic needle in your hand. Are you planning to help me sew clothes or fix my radio? The words of Lu Yuan, tinged with the scent of soil and the warmth of roasted sweet potatoes, dissipated in the air. Natasha froze instantly on the spot. Her left foot, which had just stepped over the threshold and landed on the silver-gray floor, hung suspended in midair. Neither could it land nor be lifted. Bro, who are you talking to? Lu Yao rubbed her eyes, which were slightly reddened by the wind and sand. She sniffled her red nose and pulled the selfie stick closer to her chest. Before Lu Yuan could respond, woof, woof, two crisp barks carrying a metallic friction-like quality suddenly erupted from beneath the broken tractor at the side of the courtyard. The metal robotic dog Wang Sai, which had been dozing there, shot upright like a spring-loaded toy. Its normally dim electronic eyes burst forth with an especially piercing blood-red, ferocious glare. Beep. The shrill red alarm sound instantly tore apart the tranquility of the courtyard. Warning. Hostile target, vital signs detected. From Wang Sai's belly came an adorable electronic child's voice. But at this moment the voice was icy cold. Abnormal fluctuations in target heart rate. Pupil microexpression analysis indicates disguise. Detected subcutaneous polymer chemical toxin, a left sleeve concealing electromagnetic microbomb. Threat level assessed high. The rapid-fire alarm shook Lu Yao's hand, and the half-piece of pancake she had just picked up dropped directly into the muddy ground. Wonkai, what are you barking at? The little girl rubbed her aching ears and stamped her feet. This is a war correspondent, not a bad guy. Miss Lu, stay away from her. Lin Feng rushed forward in a single stride and yanked Lu Yao back forcefully. The back of his suit was already soaked through with cold sweat, chilling him as the wind blew. She has illegal weapons. Just then the light in the air twisted. Zero's blue virtual projection unfolded without warning above Natasha's head. The blue light coalesced into a massive holographic display screen. On the screen, lines of red Chinese characters and a high-definition ID photo of Natasha hung clearly at the top. Name Natasha. Identity CIA Special Agent Divisions, Number 1 Agent, codename Black Widow. Executed 37 assassination missions without a single. In the ID photo, the woman wore a sharply tailored gray military uniform, her gaze as cold as a frozen lake surface, compared to the fragile reporter before them who hunched her shoulders and cried with pear blossom tears. They were completely different people. You're not a reporter. Lu Yao's almond eyes widened, her lips trembling as she shrank back behind Lu Yuan's bamboo chair. You're a spy. The millions of netizens in the live stream stared at the top secret file displayed on the screen. Their minds momentarily went blank. Holy crap. The Black Widow spy. She cried so miserably just now, even the tears were real. This acting is Oscar-worthy. Bro, that dog can even detect lies. It can scan pupil microexpressions. Scared me to death. If she'd gotten inside, Yao Yao would be dead. The barrage comments rolled wildly. Natasha looked at her own top-secret file in the air. Her originally pale, pitiful face, within a second, turned completely cold. The gentle tears in her sky-blue eyes instantly dried, replaced by a beastly, chilling darkness. Damn high-tech, she muttered under her breath, her voice hoarse, as if sandpaper rubbed together. Since her deception was exposed on the spot, she no longer bothered to pretend. Natasha's eyes hardened. Her right hand jerked suddenly, a hidden cyan blue poison needle between her fingers flying toward Lu Yao with a sharp sound of breaking air. She roared. Throwing her entire body forward like a giant python lunging at its prey, she charged madly. If she could capture Lu Yao, she still had a chance to turn the tables. However, before her fingers could extend half a foot, roar, Wang Cai lying by the threshold moved. The moment this corgi-sized metal dog moved, its form turned into a black lightning bolt. Its speed was so rapid that afterimages lingered in the air. Bang! A dull sound of heavy impact exploded in the courtyard. Natasha didn't even have time to scream. Her entire body was forcibly knocked flying in midair by an overwhelming mechanical force that defied reason. Then, she crashed heavily onto the hard floor. Wang Cai pressed one of its metal claws firmly on her back, crushing her chest with a crisp cracking sound of breaking bones. A large mouthful of dirty water mixed with blood spurted from Natasha's mouth, splattering a large foul-smelling patch on the silvery floor. Her face was pressed tightly against the icy floor, her mouth filled with snow and mud. This dog. Natasha trembled all over, her eyes filled with an incomprehensible terror. She was a top-tier assassin trained in hell. But under the paw of this pet dog she felt like an insignificant ant, let alone counterattack. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Oh whoa. Wang Cai raised its head proudly, digging its 4 metal short legs into the ground a couple of times. Its red electronic eyes cast a provocative glance at the woman on the ground, full of disdain. Lu Yuan, unconcerned, took a large bite of the roasted sweet potato he had just peeled. The golden flesh was so hot it made him gasp. He looked somewhat disdainfully at the bloodstains on the ground. I told you don't meddle in other people's business. He savored the sweet potato slowly, then brushed the dust off his white t-shirt. Now the floor's dirty again. You'll be in charge of cleaning it later. Lu Yao, hiding behind him, nodded in fright, her voice like a broken bellows in an ice cellar. I'll clean. She shuddered. Bro, then what about her? Should we gnaw her into a pile of bone ash like that ninja? Hearing this, Natasha's flesh and skin tightened abruptly. Her eyes filled with terrified despair. Bone ash. Had that Hattori Hanzo been gnawed into ash by the devils in this courtyard? No need. Lu Yuan curled his lip in disgust and waved his hand dismissively. That old man was too filthy, even stuffing him into the corner stinks. He pointed at the blizzard outside, then looked at Natasha on the ground. Anyway, the front yard could use someone for rough work. Let her join Bawa and the others wearing that pink apron. Lu Yuan yawned lazily and issued the final command. Go outside and scrub the toilet. If you don't clean it properly, no sweet potato for you today. Natasha lay limply on the ground. Wang Cai's heavy metal paw pressed firmly against her frail back, crushing her chest an inch deep, making it difficult for her to even breathe. She clawed at the mud with her fingers, scratching 5 glaring bloody marks on the floor. The little odds and ends hidden in her sleeves. Now all spilled out, clattering onto the ground. A steel needle emitting a faint green glow rolled away in the slush, along with a small silver-gray button the size. It shimmered with metallic reflection under the cold light. The phone screen lying in the mud cracks captured everything clearly. Tens of millions of viewers in the live stream were stunned for half a second, then frantically flooded the screen with bullet comments. Damn, she really is a spy. GP's war correspondent never tells the truth. Eagle Country has really thrown its face into the cesspool this time. Shameless and despicable. Using a self-injury trick to cheat brother Lu out of his tech. Utterly shameless. With acting like that, it's a travesty she didn't win an Oscar. The public screen was covered with overwhelming condemnation and ridicule. Those bullet comments were like countless loud, invisible slaps delivered through the internet, fiercely hitting the faces of the Pentagon's top brass. Lin Feng strode over quickly and kicked away the glowing green poison needle with the toe of his leather shoe. Mr. Lu, this is a military-grade neurotoxin. He crouched down, tugging at his suit collar with some distress, his palms drenched in cold sweat. A mere scratch and the heart stops in 1 second. Not even a god could save them. And this little button is a polymer electromagnetic pulse mine that can disable all equipment on this floor. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and rubbed it vigorously on. This woman is ruthless. She almost succeeded just now. Natasha on the ground spat out a mouthful of dirty saliva mixed with bloody foam. On her mud-covered face, the pitiful look from before was completely gone. All that remained was a mad, venomous, and deathly pallor. Dragon Country pigs. You uncivilized monkeys. She pressed her face against the cold iron plate and hoarsely howled. Your masters will bury you all in ruins one day. Lu Yuan didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. In his hand, he still held half a glass of chilled juice with a ring of old, deep yellow tea stain on the rim. He casually scraped it with his thumbnail. TCH. He spat out a tea stem from his mouth and waved his hand in disgust. I was planning to have her clean toilets. But now it seems her mind is already broken. Keeping her around would just waste my sweet potatoes. He turned his head and glanced at Zero hovering in midair. Throw her into the underground level 3 weapons factory. Xiao and I has been testing biocurrents and high-frequency magnetic fields lately and needs a lab rat. Command confirmed. Zero's electronic voice was as cold as ice. Gravity pipeline activated. Target teleporting. As soon as the words fell, the metal floor beneath Natasha's feet suddenly split open silently to both sides, forming a hole. No, let me go, you demons. She clawed at the floor like a madwoman. Her fingernails screeched against the metal, 3 of them snapping off. But it was utterly useless. Wonkai withdrew its paw. Natasha's entire body fell straight down through the hole. Thud. The iron plates clanged shut, emitting a muffled sound. The corridor returned to its former silence with only the rustling of wind blowing through the vents. Lu Yao stood dumbfounded. Her palms were drenched in sticky cold sweat, soaking the handle of her selfie stick. On the screen, viewers were still wildly cheering the scene. Sent to be a lab rat. Haha bro, that punishment is awesome. Becoming test material for Tesla. That's worse than being shot. Why provoke the living god who commands the iron cavalry of Great Qin? Lu Yao watched these bullet comments and felt a sour. She looked down at the clean floor. Just moments ago, a living person had been right there, pinned down by a robotic dog, exposed, and then thrown into the depths like trash. She felt her body chilling under the coat, a cold draft seeping into her very bones. In the past few days, she had survived an assassination, witnessed the groveling of national-level politicians, seen a general from 2,000 years ago standing alive before her eyes. Every scene was like a heavy hammer smashing into her fragile, petty bourgeois worldview. And at the center of it all was her older brother. Lu Yao slowly turned around. She looked at Lu Yuan sitting on a wooden chair, leisurely sipping juice, his white t-shirt collar slightly pilled, his flip-flops still as worn out as ever. He looked exactly the same as when he used to fight with her for the TV remote at home. Yet when he said send her to be a lab rat just now, his tone was as indifferent as if he were shooing away a few green bottle flies from the trash heap. That chill, treating human life like worthless straw made him feel somewhat unfamiliar to her. The girl bit her pale lower lip. With a trembling hand, she pressed the mute button on the side of her phone. In that second, the entire world fell utterly silent. Gone was the noise of millions of viewers in the live stream. Only the cold wind from deep underground remained. Lin Feng and the agent stood in the distance, deliberately holding their breath. Brother. Lu Yao took half a step forward, her voice soft and trembling with a rasp. Are you cold? Lu Yuan looked up and jerked his chin at her. If you're cold, go inside and grab a coat. You're shivering like a sieve. How ridiculous. Lu Yao didn't respond. She gripped her phone tightly, her fingernails pressing into the plastic case with a faint sound. Brother, that woman, just now. She swallowed a dry gulp. Are you really going to hand her over to that Tesla for experiments? What else? Keep her here to eat my roasted sweet potatoes. Lu Yuan shrugged with a hint of amusement. She had a mine hidden in her sleeve that could blow up the entire corridor. You want to keep her for dinner. But... Lu Yao lowered her head, picking at her fingers, her voice trembling. You used to close your eyes even when killing a chicken. I feel like you're completely different from before. Lu Yuan paused with the plastic cup in his hand. The cold drink inside rippled with pale yellow circles. He looked at his sister, who seemed both wronged and frightened. The coldness in his eyes finally softened a little with a hint of helplessness. People have to learn new skills as they grow. Lu Yuan stood up from the chair, his flip-flops slapping against the floor. He walked over to Lu Yao and flicked her forehead. Stop overthinking. He pointed toward the backyard. Go to the front yard and grab your sweet potatoes. Stop whining about not having meat today. Lu Yao rubbed her reddened forehead. Watching her brother's annoyingly familiar lazy back, she let out a long sigh. Brother, don't walk so fast. She trotted after him, her selfie stick wobbling. Tell me honestly, what else is there on the 3rd underground level? What fun stuff? The metal corridor was deathly quiet. Cold wind howled through the vents, rushing inward. Lu Yuan walked ahead, both hands shoved deep in his pockets. His gray plastic flip-flops slapped against the silver-gray floor. Slap, slap. The sound echoed through the empty passageway. He still held a juice cup half drunk. A bit of yellow pulp clung to the rim. He tilted his head back, gulping down the last sip. The pulp got stuck between his teeth. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, picked at it with his pinky, and scraped out a tiny fiber, which he casually wiped onto the metal wall beside him. It left a dark yellow smear. Lu Yao followed behind her, steps slowing. She clutched the silenced phone tightly against her chest, its screen dark. In the courtyard just now, the assassins whose bones were gnawed clean by the nanite swarmed the beautiful woman thrown alive into a black hole like a lab rat, and the heads of state outside frozen in the snow, ready to be turned into fertilizer at any moment. These images spun like a slideshow in her mind. She swallowed a dry lump of saliva, feeling as if a razor blade were lodged in her throat. Painful. She lifted her eyes, staring at the broad back ahead. His white t-shirt was wrinkled, a patch of black mud smeared on the back. His shoulders slumped, his walk loose and without discipline. But now, no matter how she looked at him, Lu Yao found that silhouette terrifyingly unfamiliar. Was this still the same brother who fought with her over the TV remote and argued for half a day over a popsicle? Bro. She stopped, her voice trembling faint as a mosquito's hum. Lu Yuan didn't stop, his flip-flops shuffled onward. There's nothing much to see on the third. Bro. She stopped, her voice trembling faint as a mosquito's hum. Lu Yuan didn't stop, his flip-flops shuffled onward. There's nothing much to see on the third. Lu Yao clenched the hem of her coat, her knuckles white. I wasn't asking about the third basement. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving. Wait. Lu Yuan paused mid-step, half-turning. His eyelids drooped, a hint of impatience in his gaze. What now? Need to pee. This floor doesn't have a bathroom. Find a corner. Or piss in this cup. He shook the empty plastic cup. Lu Yao didn't engage with his crude joke. Her eyes suddenly reddened. Big heavy teardrops rolled down her soot-streaked cheeks. They carved two muddy white trails. Do you think human life means less to you than an ant? She bit her pale lower lip, snot reaching the corner of her mouth. Lu Yuan frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? He tossed the empty cup into a nearby trash bin. A dull clang echoed. Those people came to kill you carrying bombs and poison. What was I supposed to do? Keep them for New Year's stew? That's not what I mean. Lu Yao stomped her foot in frustration, her sneakers scraping against the metal floor with a harsh screech. I'm talking about your attitude toward people. You killed them without even blinking. Like stepping on a few bugs. She gasped for air, tears splattering against the zipper of her sun protection jacket. You stuffed Qin Shi Huang's corpse in a corner. You froze Hua Tsubing in a fridge to use as a guard. You treat everyone with that same damn indifference. Lu Yuan picked his ear, flicking away a bit of yellow wax. So what? They dug their own graves. Should I cry for them? Thousands die every day. You think I have tears for all of them? Lu Yao stared hard at him. What about me? Her voice finally cracked, a desperate sob exploding. Are you really a god who lived 4.5 billion years? Then what am I to you? Lu Yuan looked at her, his eyes cold silent. Lu Yao crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, curling into a ball. She sobbed uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking violently. I'm just an ordinary person. Live 70 or 80 years, get wrinkled and turn to dust. After another 10,000, 100,000 years, will you even remember mine? She wiped her tears and snot with her sleeve. I'm scared. I'm afraid that the you in front of me is just bored in Africa, slumming it for fun. One day you'll get tired of me, think I'm too annoying. Will you wave your hand like you did with that woman and toss me into some muddy ditch never to care again? Only Lu Yao's stifled sobs filled the corridor. The wind hummed from the exhaust fan. Lu Yuan stood 3 meters away, hands in his pockets. He stared at his sister, a black ball on the floor. He rolled his eyes dramatically, his chest rising once before he let out a long sigh. Is your head filled with nothing but crap, eh? He walked over his flip-flops, stopping with a slap beside Lu Yao's feet. He nudged the hem of her coat with his toe. Get up. Floor's cold. You'll get diarrhea and be scrambling for toilet paper again. No. Lu Yao jerked her head up, her eyes swollen like peach pits. Unless you explain yourself today, you'll sit here and freeze to death. You see me as nothing but a toy. A meaningless game of house. Lu Yuan laughed in exasperation. He jabbed a finger at Lu Yao's forehead. A bit of black dirt clung under his nail. Game of house. I've been alive for over 4 billion years, and I've never played such a disgusting game of house. He spat. When you were 3, you stole a rotten watermelon from the village entrance and had the runs for 3 days. Your pants were soaked through with yellow mess, stinking so bad, even stray dogs took a detour. I held my nose crouched by the river, washing your diapers half the night, my fingers all wrinkled. Lu Yuan pointed at her nose, spittle flying. That's your game of house. Lu Yao froze. Her sobs choked in her throat, turning into a hiccup. Why bring that up? I'm not done yet. Lu Yuan didn't give her a chance to retort. When you were 7, you insisted on climbing a tree to grab a bird's nest, fell, and split your chin on a brick. Blood everywhere, you screamed like a stuck pig. Tears and snot all over my brand new shirt. Who carried you on his back for over 10 miles of mountain road to the town clinic to get your tetanus shot? He got more worked up as he spoke, waving his arms. And when you were 12? Your first period. You thought your intestines were leaking and you had a terminal illness. You clung to my leg and howled all night. I knocked on the convenience store door in the middle of the night to buy you those winged sanitary pads. The owner chased me down half the street with a broom, thinking I was some pervert. Lu Yuan slapped his own thigh with a sharp crack. That face of mine which has lived for billions of years. I lost every bit of it that night. Lu Yao listened to these old, dusty embarrassments. Her face turned red as a boiled shrimp all the way down to her neck. Tears still clung to her lashes, but she let out a snort of laughter. She quickly bit her lower lip, her muddy face scrunched up. Then, she stammered, her earlier defiance gone. Why? Why me of all people? She looked up at Lu Yuan. There are so many abandoned orphans in the world. Why did you have to pick me? Lu Yuan shoved his hands back into his pockets, curling his lip. Because you were the most annoying. He kicked a tiny screw aside. Other abandoned brats under the bridge just whimpered a bit when hungry. But you howled at the top of your lungs all day with lungs bigger than a donkey at the gate. I was planning to take a nap under that bridge. You made my brain ache. Lu Yuan looked down at Lu Yao on the ground. I was going to cover you with a piece of old newspaper to shut you up. But then you little girl grabbed my pinky with your tiny claws. Smeared drool all over my hand. Couldn't shake you off. Like a stubborn piece of sticky candy. Lu Yao sniffled. Just because of that. What else? You think I wanted something from you? Your constant stealing of my roasted sweet potatoes. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. The fear and confusion in Lu Yao's heart. Slowly they were filled in by this heap of vulgar, earthly memories. Yes, if he were truly a cold, aloof deity, without feelings. How would he know that sanitary pads came in daytime and nighttime versions? How would he pinch his nose and wash her dirty pants half the night just because she had diarrhea? But Lu Yao lowered her head, staring at her reflection on the metal floor. Bro, you'll stay young forever. But he'll grow old. She gripped the collar of her coat, her voice dropped. When I'm 70 or 80, all wrinkled teeth gone, can't walk anymore. Then if I call you big brother, people will laugh at you. Lu Yuan said nothing. The cold wind in the corridor whipped his hair around. He looked at the huddled girl on the floor. He let out a long, heavy sigh. He walked up to Lu Yao. Slowly he crouched down his flip-flops, squeezing out a bit of muddy water. Lu Yao felt the light blocked in front of her. Before she could lift her head, a warm, large hand, faintly smelling of soap and tobacco, landed lightly, but firmly on her head. The gesture was achingly familiar. From childhood, every time she got into trouble or felt wrong, this hand would mess up her hair, just like that. Lu Yuan's fingers tousled Lu Yao's messy hair a couple times. Rough calluses scraped against the scalp, carrying a scent of aged solder mixed with cheap soap. Lu Yuan exerted a bit more pressure with his fingers. He tousled his sister's already messy hair into a bird's nest. Get off! Lu Yao yelled in a raspy voice. She flailed her hands, trying to push his arm away. There's sand in my hair, don't rub it into my scalp. It's so itchy. She tilted her head to dodge, but failed. Lu Yuan didn't let go. Instead, he grabbed her hair a couple more times. Tisks so greasy, he muttered, pulling his hand back and wiping it vigorously on the thigh of his sweatpants. How many days since you last washed your head? You could fry an egg in that oil. You're the one frying. Lu Yao glared, her eyes wide with anger. I washed it yesterday morning. It's all from the wind and sand, and soaked in cold sweat. She sniffled, swallowing the thin mucus threatening to drip from her nose. It's all your fault for insisting on that blizzard. I'm freezing to death. She wiped her face roughly with the sleeve of her coat, leaving muddy streaks mingled with tears across her cheek. She looked utterly ridiculous. Lu Yuan squatted in front of her without laughing. He extended his index finger and scraped it across her mud-streaked cheek. He picked off a piece of dried mud crust. Getting old is just getting old, he said, casually picking up the earlier thread of conversation. When you have no teeth, I'll make you sweet potato porridge, the thin kind. When your face is full of wrinkles, wear a mask outside so you don't scare the neighbor's kids. The tears Lu Yao had held back began to well up again in her eyes. You're the one scaring kids. She bit her lip, the cracked skin splitting and drawing a thin line of blood. A metallic rusty taste spread across her tongue. You'll think I'm ugly later and abandon me. You'll live forever with a fairy made like Chui Hua by your side. What am I? Her voice grew smaller with each word, her shoulders trembling. I'm just a burden that holds you back. Lu Yuan sighed. A puff of warm air carrying the smell of tobacco blew against Lu Yao's forehead. He plopped down onto the cold metal floor, crossing his long legs casually. The plastic straps of his flip-flops squeaked. You really think you're something special, he said, reaching into his pocket to pull out a crumpled half-pack of cheap cigarettes. He took one out, stuck it in his mouth, without lighting it, chewing the filter until it was lined with teeth marks. For 0.6 billion years. Lu Yuan's voice was muffled as he gnawed on the cigarette, but he didn't look at Lu Yao, his gaze fixed on the fluorescent light on the ceiling. A few dead moths were stuck to the bulb. Do you know what that means? Lu Yao stopped sniffling and stared at him blankly. Too long. So long it makes me sick. Lu Yuan spat out a stray strand of tobacco. I've watched monkeys turn into men, stones turn into soil. I've watched those emperors build grand palaces only to have them burned to black charcoal in a few days. Boring. Damn boring. He tapped the unlit cigarette against his knee with 2 fingers. I've slept in mud pits and dozed in piles of corpses. Those things they built, the Great Wall, the pyramids. In my eyes, they're no different from the mud castles you kids used to build in the sandpit. One kick, and they'd crumble. Lu Yao swallowed, dryly, a faint gurgle in her throat. Then, why are you still alive? The words were barely out of her mouth when she regretted them, wishing she could slap herself. Who asked someone why they haven't died? Lu Yuan wasn't angry, instead he grinned. How should I know? He shrugged the collar of his white t-shirt, slipping to reveal a patch of tan skin. Maybe heaven finds me too annoying to bother taking me in. He snapped the cigarette in half and tossed it into a nearby trash can. So I just drift along, like a rotten rock at the bottom of a river, not even feeling the moss grow. He suddenly turned his head. Those deep, unfathomable dark eyes stared directly at Lu Yao. Until 20 years ago. Lu Yuan paused. He scraped some dirt off the sole of his flip-flop with his toe. Under that stinking bridge. You, this little girl, grabbed my pinky finger. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. You covered my hand with drool. Lu Yuan pursed his lips full of disgust. And you were crying trying to snatch the half-eaten bun I had in my hand. I really wanted to kick you into the river back then. Then why didn't you? Lu Yao mumbled, twisting the buttons on her coat with her fingers. Afraid you'd turn into a water ghost and haunt me at night. Lu Yuan snorted irritably. I carried you back, soaked some rice water, and forced it down your throat. Didn't expect that little thing to be so tough. You didn't die? He rubbed his rough hands on his knees. Just these 20 years. His voice suddenly dropped, carrying a rare hoarseness. I changed your diapers, wiped your rear, took you to the clinic for shots, couldn't sleep at night because of your fussing. I spent every day thinking about how to carry a few more bricks at the construction site just to scrape together your tuition and buy you a flowery dress. He took a deep breath of the cold underground air. Troublesome. Damn troublesome. But these 20 years out of those 4 billion plus are the only time I've felt. He frowned, searching for the right word. The only time I felt a little bit human. Lu Yao's tears finally broke free, streaming down her face, splattering onto the metal floor and forming tiny circles. Silly girl. Lu Yuan reached out, wiping roughly under her swollen walnut-like eyes. His rough hand scraped painfully. Whatever those people outside call me, creator god, old monster guide, none of it matters. He looked at Lu Yao with an unervingly serious gaze devoid of his usual flippancy or lofty indifference. In this courtyard, he pointed at the ceiling above, I will always be that unlucky brother who washes sweet potatoes for you every day and roasts them over an open fire. Lu Yao couldn't hold it together anymore. Wah! She let out a loud, raspy wail, a bubble of snot bursting from her nose. She lunged forward, wrapping both arms tightly around Lu Yuan's neck, burying her head into his white t-shirt, which reeked of motor oil and sweat. Brother, you're so annoying. Why do you have to say such mushy things? It's infuriating. She sobbed, rubbing her face all over his shirt. Hey. Lu Yuan was knocked backward, scrambling to brace himself on the ground. What are you doing? You're wiping your snot all over my shirt. He tried to push her shoulders away in disgust. This shirt cost $5. I haven't worn it out yet. I don't care. I'll rub it. Lu Yao hugged him even tighter, as if she wanted to melt into him. You owe me tears. My eyes are all swollen. Get off your heavy as a little pig. Lu Yuan grumbled under his breath, but his hands didn't use much force. He let her soak the yellowed t-shirt with her crying. The corners of his lips twitched upward involuntarily. Thud. Oh, damn it. A deafening crash. From the corridor corner came the sound of people tumbling. Lu Yao jumped in fright and quickly let go. Wiping her tears, she turned to look. Lin Feng was sprawled on the metal floor, having landed flat on his face. The knees of his bespoke suit were torn, exposing bloody flesh. He scrambled to his feet in a fluster. Sweat dripped from his forehead, falling onto his chin. He panted heavily, his tie twisted over his shoulder. MMR. Lin Feng didn't even bother brushing off the dust. He held a black metal slab-like communicator in both hands, trembling. The communicator flashed a piercing red light, beeping urgently like a death knell. What's up? Lu Yuan frowned, patting the wet tear stain on his chest. Watch where you're going. You've scratched my floor. No, big trouble. Lin Feng slipped and slid, crawling closer. He swallowed dryly, his throat parched. This is the highest level holographic encrypted communicator. He handed over the hot black metal brick, his hands shaking too much to hold it steady. The Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Sun Jiangwo. Lin Feng stammered, his eyes wide. He activated the National Emergency Authorization. Requesting an immediate in-person connection with you. Lu Yuan didn't take the glowing red gadget. He slowly stood up, dusted off the back of his pants, and scraped his flip-flops across the floor with a screech. Sun Jiangwo. He picked his ear. Which Sun Jiangwo? I don't know him. Tell him I'm busy. I'm about to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Feng was on the verge of tears, dropping to one knee. Mr. Lu, you can't. Minister Sun said, it's about those foreign heads of state. Lin Feng wiped the mud and sweat from his face. Their national planes have already landed outside the compound. Now hundreds of fully armed foreign soldiers are Minister Sun said the Dragon Kingdom military wants to ask you how to handle this. Oh, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. A cold, amused glint flickered in his dark pupils. Blocking the gate, he bent down and scooped Lu Yao up from the ground. He dusted off her clothes. Let's go. Lu Yuan picked up the hot communicator from Lin Feng's hand and pressed the connect button casually. Let's go meet these beggars. Lu Yuan pressed his thumb against the green button on that black iron block. The paint on the button was worn smooth. With a low hum, a cluster of dazzling blue light shot out from the top of the black brick. The light swirled in the air, accompanied by a crackling electrical noise. A holographic projection the size of a desktop popped up in midair. The image was a bit blurry, flickering twice before stabilizing. Inside was a fairly spacious meeting room with fluorescent lights glaring. In the center of the frame stood a middle-aged man in a black suit. He had a square face with a receding hairline that had gone all the way to the back of his skull. His forehead was covered in a shiny layer of oily sweat. Behind him, more than a dozen old men with graying hair crowded together. They all wore wrinkled Zhongshan suits and thick-bottomed reading glasses. Even through the screen, one could smell a mix of mothballs and essential oil. Lu Yuan lifted his eyelids. He tossed the black brick onto a nearby rotten wooden crate with a clatter. Mr. Lu, the square-faced old man in the screen was so excited his voice cracked. He pressed his hands tightly against the seams of his trousers and bent over at a 90-degree angle. He bowed deeply. The dozen old men behind him hesitated for a moment, then all bowed in unison. The bones in their waists creaked audibly, setting one's teeth on edge. Sun Jiangwo from the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Kingdom. He swallowed hard, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. I count out a Mr. Lu. The old man stumbled over his words. He was already bowing, but his legs gave way and he nearly fell to his knees. Two old academicians beside him quickly caught his. Lu Yuan picked his ear and flicked away the earwax. All right, cut the empty formalities. He sniffed. A burnt smell of roasted sweet potatoes invaded his nostrils. I was just about to eat. Spit it out if you've got something. Sun Jiangwo wiped his sweat, anxiously rubbing his palms frantically against his suit trousers. Mr. Lu, those foreign devils have brought troops to block our gates. The Dragon Kingdom's military has already declared the highest level of combat readiness. He panted heavily, his face flushed red. Just say the word, and our missiles will lock onto their private jets immediately. We will never let them harm a single hair on you, or yours. Even if it triggers World War III, we will not retreat an inch. The old man's spittle flew everywhere, splattering a white dot on the holographic lens. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Do I need you people? He kicked a piece of ice shard. The ice hit the corner and shattered into white fragments on the floor. Even the dog in my courtyard could gnaw them into bone ash. What are you all meddling for? Got too many missiles with nowhere to dump them. Sun Jiangwo was stunned, his face turning pale. Yes, Mr. Lu is all-powerful. He stammered. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto his tie, leaving a dark wet stain. We were just worrying unnecessarily. What do you actually want? Lu Yuan interrupted him, scratching his hair impatiently. Dandruff fluttered down. Don't beat around the bush with me, it's exhausting to listen to. Lu Yao sneakily turned off the mute button. When the holographic screen had popped up, millions of netizens' screens displayed the same image. Barrage comments now flew like snowflakes. Is this old man really the Minister of Science? Aren't those behind him the National Treasure Academicians from the Academy of Sciences? Big Bro's got such influence, the minister bowed to him. No kidding, if he casually dishes out something the whole earth would shake. Sun Jiangwo took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Mr. Lu. He straightened up, his eyes red like a rabbit's. The nation has absolutely no intention of forcing you. He clasped his hands together, his knuckles white from the strain, his voice trembling badly. We've already dispatched the most elite special forces company. We've fully protected Ms. Lu Yao's relatives, neighbors, and friends back in the country. Guards are on duty 247, not even a fly can enter their neighborhood. We've also erected barbed wire around your domestic properties. Lu Yao, listening nearby, felt tears well up again. She sniffled, wiping her face with her coat sleeve. The sleeve was stained with the black mud from when she had fallen in the snow. Thank you, Uncle Sun. She muttered softly. The sound of her sniffing was particularly loud in the cold wind. Sun Jiangwo did not respond. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. We don't ask for anything in return. His throat emitted a dry swallowing sound, as if chewing sand. Over the years, the foreign devils have strangled us with technology. The old man clenched his back teeth, the flesh on his cheeks twitching. To buy a lithography machine, they jack up the price and treat us like fat pigs. To get some aerospace materials, we have to beg and crawl. The scientists of our Dragon Kingdom are being drained dry. Behind him, the dozen old academicians began to wipe their tears upon hearing this. Men in their 70s and 80s, their faces streaked with tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Some even took off their reading glasses and wiped their eyes with dirty handkerchiefs. Mr. Lu. Sun Jiangwo took half a step forward, his stomach almost pressing against the screen. We share the same roots. The blood flowing in your veins is also that of Huaxia. His voice was hoarse, as if bleeding. We only ask that you let slip a tiny bit from between your fingers. Even a little waste of scrap you don't need. Let our Dragon Kingdom stand tall. Let our children no longer have to beg for food from the foreign devils. These words sent shockwaves through the livestream. Dragon Kingdom netizens exploded. The screen was flooded with crying emojis, keyboards clattering furiously. Please help us, bro. Bro, give Dragon Kingdom a hand. We've been holding back for too long. Lu Yuan picked his nose. He flicked a hard booger into the snow. Just this trivial matter. He raised an eyebrow, a look of disgust on his face. All this crying and whining, one would think I'd dug up your ancestors' graves. Lu Yao tugged at his sleeve, her eyes red-rimmed. Bro, just help them out. Uncle Sun looks so pitiful with all his hair gone. She shouted, cold air rushing into her mouth. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. Help it. He rubbed the stubble on his chin hard and prickly. Those crummy technologies, I got bored of them thousands of years ago. He turned and looked around. Got any paper? Bring me a piece of scrap paper. Lin Feng was stunned beside him. He quickly fumbled in his suit pockets. After rummaging for a while, he pulled out a military notebook. Mister, Lu, use this. Lin Feng handed it over with both hands trembling like a park. Too small, can't fit 2 words. Lu Yuan pushed his hand away. He strode over to a nearby rickety wooden table. On the table lay a discarded newspaper that had wrapped fried dough sticks last night. It was stained with greasy yellow oil with a few dry scallions and a small piece of charred black skin stuck to it. It gave off a stale smell of kitchen fumes. A fly buzzed around it twice. Lu Yuan grabbed the greasy scrap of paper. He casually shook it in the air, flapping off the scallions and oil residue. He fumbled under the table leg. After a while, he pulled out a broken ballpoint pen that had been sitting there for who knows how long. The plastic casing was cracked and the spring inside had rusted solid. He spread the oil-stained paper on the pitted tabletop. He clicked the pen cap. Click, click. He scribbled on the paper, but no ink came out, only dry indents. Piece of junk. Lu Yuan cursed. He put the pen tip in his mouth and licked the rusted steel ball. A metallic taste spread in his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of rusty saliva. Then he rubbed the pen tip vigorously against the mud on his shoe. It left a few blue streaks. Finally the blue ink came out. Lu Yuan bent his head, one hand pressing down the curling edge of the greasy paper. The other hand held the leaking ballpoint pen. He didn't even look at the paper. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tip raced across the oil-soaked newspaper. It tore through the grease, producing a rustling sound. He drew a few chaotic lines and wrote a long string of formula-like scribbles like tadpoles. The pen leaked a pool of blue ink, staining his thumb and index finger, all blue. The sticky ink smeared across his thumb web, making a filthy mess. He was completely oblivious, not even looking up at the old man on the screen whose eyes were popping out. Sun Jingwo on the other end craned his neck so far he might have ripped out his eyeballs and stuck them onto the oil paper. The old man didn't even dare to breathe. In less than 10 seconds, Lu Yuan stopped writing. He flung the pen away. The pen rolled into the snow, leaving a small dent. Here. Lu Yuan pinched a corner of the oil paper, flicking off the still wet blue ink with some disgust. He took the foul-smelling newspaper and slapped it onto Lin Feng's forehead. Take this and report back. Lin Feng shuddered with fear, quickly cupping the oil paper in both hands, as carefully as if he were holding his great-grandfather's urn. The grease from the paper smeared all over his hands. Thighs. Lin Feng swallowed hard, staring at the scrawls on it. The molecular arrangement diagram for room-temperature superconductors and the miniaturized formula for cold fusion. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Just copy it down and stop bothering me. That yellowed, torn newspaper exuded a stale scent reminiscent of fried dough sticks left out for 2 days. It was plastered directly onto Lin Feng's forehead, the blue ink from a cheap ballpoint pen still wet. It left a blue mark on Lin Feng's forehead, sticky and unpleasant. He held the tattered paper with both hands, trembling as if cradling his grandfather's memorial plaque. The sweat in his palms soaked into the edges of the newspaper. Take it to be copied, Lu Yuan said, shoving his hands back into his pockets. He glanced down at the blue ink smeared on his thumb. He disdainfully wiped his pants leg a couple of times, leaving a long blue streak. Consider it my protection fee, he yawned, 2 drops of physiological tears escaping the corners of his eyes. So you won't have to complain about being broke online every day, driving me crazy. Lu Yao rolled her eyes beside him, sniffing her frozen red nose. A stream of clear nasal mucus almost flowed into her mouth. Bro, you're such a cheapskate, she said, frantically wiping her face with her coat sleeve. They are protecting our whole family, and you just dismiss them with a piece of used napkin. The oil isn't even wiped clean. There's still half a fried scallion on it, Lu Yuan retorted, using his pinky to dig between his teeth. He flicked a piece of sweet potato skin he dug out onto the snow. This tattered paper, once taken back, will keep those old men busy until they kick the bucket. Lin Feng dared not retort. His legs turned to jelly, and he simply plopped down into the muddy snow. The snow water instantly soaked through his dress pants, sending a chill down his spine. Flying Eagle. Quick! The scanner! He yelled frantically at the agents behind him, his voice cracking from the strain. Flying Eagle fumbled in his tactical backpack for the zipper got stuck. In a panic he bit at it. With a loud snap, the zipper head broke off, yanking out a black metal box. Director, there's moisture on the lens. Flying Eagle exclaimed vigorously, wiping the scanner's glass lens with his sleeve, only to smear mud all over it, making it ink. Sweat poured down his white hair. Use the lining of your clothes to wipe it. You idiot. Lin Feng shouted, his eyes reddening with urgency. He knelt in the snow, spreading the torn newspaper flat on the pristine snow. As soon as the greasy paper touched the snow, it started to crinkle. Hurry. The ink is going to run. Flying Eagle quickly lifted his bulletproof vest, using the white shirt inside to wipe the lens frantically. With a beep, a red laser line swept across the greasy newspaper. The progress bar crawled forward on the small screen, moving as slow as a snail. The network signal stuttered in the snowstorm. Lu Yuan looked at their miserable state. So slow, he scoffed. He turned and picked up a fire stick from beside the stove, poking at the ashes inside. With this much time, I could have flipped the sweet potatoes in the stove. The holographic projection flickered twice. In the conference room of the Dragon Country Ministry of Science and Technology, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The harsh fluorescent lights were blinding, causing discomfort. The air conditioner blew out dry, cold air. The wall clock ticked loudly. Sun Jiangwo stared intently at the enormous display screen on the conference table. He clenched his palms against the fabric of his suit pants, squeezing out 2 handfuls of moisture. The fabric on his thighs soaked through with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to his... What's taking the cybersecurity department so long? An elderly man in a gray sweater slammed his hand on the table. Even a picture takes forever to receive. Old Wang, stop yelling, Sun Jiangwo swallowed hard. International encrypted transmission, unstable signal, just wait a bit longer. Ding dong. A green reception box popped up in the lower right corner. Here it comes. Received. A bald technician's voice was hoarse from shouting. He slammed his finger down on the enter key. The keyboard clacked loudly. On the big screen, a high-resolution scanned image instantly appeared. Right in the center of the image was a greasy yellow stain. Stuck to it was half a flattened fried scallion. Dozens of white-haired, old academicians stretched their necks out. They looked as if they wanted to press their faces against the screen. What? What is this? An old man wearing thick, bifocal glasses squinted at the image for a long time. He took off his glasses, huffed warm breath onto the lenses, and rubbed them vigorously before putting them back on. It looks like the wrapping paper for the fried dough sticks sold in our cafeteria, someone remarked. And there's a black dot from blue ink leaking out. Oldly, you blind old man, look at the words next to it. Sun Jiangwo desperately slammed his hand on the table, his palm knocking over the coffee cup at the edge. A cup of cold bitter coffee spilled. Brown liquid splattered across the table, dripping down to his black leather shoes. He had no time to care. He jabbed a finger at the screen. Zoom in. Make that image in the upper left corner as large as possible. The technician trembled as he pushed the mouse wheel. The wheel was a bit stuck, making a creaking noise. The image was instantly enlarged. The blue ballpoint pen writing was crooked and messy. One area had leaked ink, smudging into a large blue blob. Oldly leaned forward, his throat bobbing violently, making a dry gulping sound. Room temperature. Room temperature. His voice trembled like a leaky bellow. The topological diagram of room temperature superconducting molecular lattice arrangement. As soon as he said this, the conference room erupted with excitement among the dozen old academicians. Old Wang stood up abruptly. He stood up too quickly, bumping his knee against the solid wood table. The pain made him suck in a sharp breath, his features scrunched together. Impossible. He limped to the front, shoving Sun Jiangwo aside. Old Wang, slowed down, you stepped on my foot. Sun Jiangwo gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Old Wang ignored him completely, his nose almost touching the blue ink blot. His breath fogged up the screen, leaving a thin layer of white mist. This electronic transition orbital model. He stared hard at the symbols that resembled little tadpoles. His eyes widened more and more, bloodshot veins quickly covering the whites of his eyes. No, this isn't our line of thought. He bypassed the strong interaction field, directly using a three-dimensional folding method. Old Wang slapped his thigh hard. The loud crack echoed. Genius. This is a madman's genius concept. His voice cracked, sounding like he was about to cry. He flailed his arms wildly as if he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, Old Li had already slumped over in his chair. He still clutched that dirty handkerchief tightly. His lips trembled, his teeth chattering. Look at the bottom. That string of formulas. He pointed with his trembling finger to the bottom of the screen. There was a line of even more scrawled equations, half of it covered by the greasy residue from the fried dough. Sun Jiangwo hurriedly squeezed closer. What formulas? Old Li stopped wheezing, say it all at once. Sweat dripped from his forehead, down his eyebrows, stinging his eyes. He blinked hard, twice, tears forced out from the strain. Old Li, trembling, stood up and reached for a gourd bottle of fast-acting heart medicine on the table. He poured 2 pills into his mouth, swallowing hard, without even drinking water. His dry throat made a rattling sound. Cold nuclear fusion. He gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently. His fingernails dug into the tabletop. The energy convergence formula for the miniature reactor. Upon hearing this, Old Wang turned his head. Tears streamed down his face. He didn't even bother to wipe the snot pooling at his lips. Old Li, what did you say? Cold nuclear fusion. Can it be created? Old Wang grabbed Old Li's shoulders tightly, shaking him vigorously. Old Li felt dizzy from the shaking. Stop shaking. My bones are going to fall apart. Yes. That's it. Old Li wept openly, crying like a child. He used room temperature superconducting materials to create an outer confinement magnetic field and directly wrapped this set of miniature formulas inside. He pointed at the messy circle drawn carelessly on the screen. The circle wasn't even round, with the ending part skewed. Perfect, seamless. As long as the materials are in place, we can ignite it in the lab tomorrow. In the conference room, everyone was left dumbfounded. Only the sound of the air conditioning unit could be heard. The dozen old men looked at each other. Some pinched their thighs while others pinched their philtrums. One hot-tempered academician slapped himself across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Does it hurt? Am I dreaming? Old Zhao, you slapped my face. Ouch. The person next to him cried out in pain, holding his... This was no dream. Sun Jiangwo felt blood rushing to the top of his head. His veins throbbed. He pressed his hands against the coffee-stained table. His fingernails dug into the solid wood tabletop. Wood splinters wedged into his fingers, causing excruciating pain. Yet he felt nothing. He lifted his head, staring fixedly at the greasy newspaper emanating the scent of fried dough on the screen. His vision blurred completely. Hot tears rolled down his square face, smearing it. He swallowed hard, his throat filled with a metallic taste. This is the complete blueprint for the perfect combination of room temperature superconducting materials and cold nuclear fusion reactors. Sun Jiangwo's eyes reddened, veins on his neck bulging. He exerted all his strength, shouting at the fluorescent lights above. His voice was hoarse, tearing through the silence of the conference room. Dragon Country is about to take off. The black ironclad terminal speaker in Lin Feng's hand was of truly poor quality. Sun Jiangwo's roar was so loud that the sound completely cracked. It rattled Lin Feng's ears with a ringing buzz. He flinched, nearly dropping the military-grade device into a snowdrift. Lu Yao craned her neck, stretching to peek at. A gust of cold wind blew, and she sniffled a thick stream of clear mucus. Bro, what's that grandpa's son howling about inside? She rubbed her frozen cheeks with the back of her gloved hand. What took off? Is he trying to catch a plane in the dead of night? Lu Yuan ignored her. He was staring down at the thumb of his right hand. A ring of sticky blue ink was wedged under his fingernail. He clicked his tongue in disgust. He vigorously rubbed his thumb against the hem of his white t-shirt. A glaring blue stain immediately appeared on the white fabric. Who knows, maybe he's gone crazy. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out 2 teardrops of weariness from the corners of his eyes. He wiped the tears with a mud-stained finger. That crappy pin-leaked oil got a stench of fish all over my hand. The barrage of comments in the livestream paused for about 3 or 4 seconds. Then, as if a hornet's nest had been poked, a dense torrent of comments, all bearing bright yellow verified identity tags, rolled up wildly. I swear I just kept screenshotting and zooming in. The circles drawn on that oil stick paper are the topological formula for magnetic confinement, room temperature superconductivity. Bro, you've actually written out the underlying logic of room temperature superconductivity, infinite energy, folks. Our long kingdom is about to skip the 4th industrial revolution entirely. Forget the Eagle Kingdom, all the Western devils combined. This blueprint of brothers could grind them into the dust for 300 years. Lu Yao watched these usually aloof academic elites screaming like lunatics in the public chat. She scratched her dusty scalp, her hair tangled. Bro, they're talking about that scrap of paper you used to wipe the table. She swallowed a dry mouthful, her voice faltering. It can outpace the foreigners by 300 years. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops squelched in the slushy snow. 300 years. I just couldn't be bothered to write more. This freezing weather hurts my hands. He pursed his lips, and his stomach growled inopportunely. If I had a decent pen and drew a few more circles outstripping them by 30,000 years would be a snap. Alright, enough nonsense. Is my grilled meat done? I'm starving, my stomach's cramping. Lin Feng knelt in the snow, both hands gripping the scanner tightly. His legs trembled as he heard Lu Yuan's words. Outstrip them by 30,000 years. What kind of monstrous freak was this living god? In the large conference room of the Long Kingdom Ministry of Science and Technology, the air conditioner blew dry wind, carrying a musty smell of dust. Sun Jiangwo grabbed the red secure phone on the table. His palms were soaked with sweat, and he squeezed the plastic handset, making it creak. Get me the commander-in-chief of the military district. His voice was hoarse like a broken bell. Old Wang limped beside him, his knee bruised from hitting the desk leg. He threw himself forward, grabbing Sun Jiangwo's suit sleeve. Old Sun, this blueprint must be immediately classified as top secret. The old man had tears and snot smeared all over his face. We mustn't let those scoundrels outside catch a whiff. Sun Jiangwo shook his arm with great force, sending Old Wang stumbling. You think I don't know that? He roared into the phone, spraying spittle across the table. Oldly, it's Sun Jiangwo. Sound the highest level combat alert immediately. Reveal all our trump cards. The voice on the other end sounded confused, accompanied by the sound of shuffling. Old Sun, did you take the wrong pills? What's gotten into you in the middle of the night? Your mother's wrong pills. Sun Jiangwo cursed in desperation, his spittle wetting the Activate the Southern Heavenly Gate project. Activate it now. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. I don't care how you do it, surround Mr. Lu's relatives and friends still in the country, even the cats and dogs they keep with armored vehicles, layer upon layer. Old Li sensed something was wrong, and his voice grew grave. What happened? Something earth-shattering. The ancestors have shown their power. Sun Jiangwo's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched, the muscles on his jaw twitching. We've obtained the blueprints for room temperature superconductivity and cold nuclear fusion. A loud crash came from the other end of the line, as if a stainless steel cup had hit the floor tiles. Then came extremely heavy breathing. Old Sun, are you messing with me? The hell I am. The blueprint is right here on my desk with a piece of fried dough stick crumb on it. Sun Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his forehead with his dirty hand, the salt stinging his eyes. Listen up at all costs, as long as Mr. Lu is happy, our long kingdom will sell everything we have, empty the national treasury, if necessary, to treat this great deity well. Anyone who fumbles at this critical juncture, I will personally skin him alive. Deep underground bunker of the Pentagon. The room was stuffy and hot as a steamer. 2 of the ceiling fans had broken from age, and the remaining one hummed with noise. The air was thick with the smell of stale coffee, musty old carpet, and pungent body odor. Technician Smith slumped in a fake leather swivel chair. He loosened his tie, his blue shirt, soaked with sweat, and clinging to his fat. The large computer screen flashed a glaring red light. Sir? He swallowed dryly, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice trembling like a sieve. MacArthur strode over with a grim face, his hard-soled leather shoes crunching on the broken porcelain pieces on the floor. What now? Spit it out. The Skynet system just intercepted a segment of encrypted data wave. Smith's hands shook so much he couldn't hold the mouse. He clicked a few times before opening a folder. It was transmitted from that African coordinate to the Long Kingdom's Ministry of Science and Technology's top-secret channel. The president of the Yingjiang Kingdom was sitting on a worn leather sofa nearby. He was wiping a small smear of yellow mustard off his tie with a wet tissue. Hearing this, his hand jerked abruptly, and the tissue fell to the floor. Have you decrypted it? Decrypted a small part. Smith stammered, his eyes full of unmasked terror. He forcibly dragged a blurry image onto the large screen. It was covered in gibberish with a few sharpened sketches in the middle. The president squinted at it for a long time with bleary eyes. What the hell is this drawn crap? He tossed the dirty tissue into the trash can at his feet. Looks like a piece of toilet paper picked up from a dumpster. MacArthur said nothing. His blue eyes were fixed on the strange symbols on the screen. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched. Where's the director of the energy department? He turned and roared down the corridor, his voice shaking dust from the ceiling. A bald old man with gold-rimmed glasses scrambled over. He pushed up his glasses, which had slid to the tip of his nose, the lenses covered in sweat. He took one look at the screen. The old man's legs instantly turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees on the hard concrete floor with a thud. His knees were scraped, raw blood seeping out, but he felt nothing. MMR. President. Tears and snot burst from the old man, his voice tearing, as if he were being tortured. This is the closed-loop formula for room temperature superconductivity and cold nuclear fusion. That Long Kingdom man has handed God's password to the Long Kingdom. The president stood up abruptly. He rose too fast, smashing his forehead hard against the iron shelf behind him, raising a blood bump the size of an egg. He felt no pain. He gripped the back of the sofa with both hands, his fingernails nearly splitting as he dug deep grooves into it. What did you say? This technology has fallen into the hands of the Long Kingdom. Yes. The old man lay on the floor, pounding his fists against the ground in despair, thumping loudly. As long as they build it according to the blueprints, our oil hegemony and technological hegemony will all become worthless paper. They will surpass us by 300 years in an instant. We in the West will all become their slaves, forced to work in mines for generations. The president gasped for his chest heaved like a bellows, and a button on his suit collar popped off. Large beads of cold sweat dripped from his chin onto his shiny leather shoes. A gap of 300 years. That was more cruel than cutting their flesh with a knife. MacArthur's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed the president by the collar, yanking the old man forward a step. Yes. The old man lay on the floor, pounding his fists against the ground in despair, thumping loudly. As long as they build it according to the blueprints, our oil hegemony and technological hegemony will all become worthless. He shoved MacArthur aside. Stumbling, he ran to his desk. He grabbed the dusty black secure phone. His fingers jabbed wildly at the keypad. Give me the North Atlantic Fleet. He roared into the handset, spraying spittle all over the desk. Give me the Royal Navy. Give me all allied nations. He slammed the phone down on the desk. The nearby half-empty coffee cup jumped, spilling coffee across the table. Transmit my order. Immediately activate Operation Deep Sea Fury. MacArthur hesitated for a moment, swallowing dryly. Mr. President, Deep Sea Fury. That would require deploying. Mobilize the 12 Western nations. The president cut him off without listening, his eyes bulging like a mad stray dog. Deploy all aircraft carrier battle groups. He gnashed his teeth, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. I don't care if he's a god or a demon. Send all nuclear submarines and all stealth bombers. At all costs, wipe that broken courtyard in Africa and that cursed coordinate completely off the face of the earth. The Atlantic Ocean. The cold wind carried the salty, fishy sea foam. It poured straight down the collar. The deck reeked of aviation kerosene. The stench was nauseating, stomach acid surging up in waves. The red alert light spun wildly on the heavy steel plates. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing noise scared all the seabirds away. Colonel Smith tugged at his tie. A layer of greasy sweat coated his neck, staining a large, sticky black ring on his white shirt collar. He gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice cracking from shouting. Get the tomahawks loaded up now. Fill the tanks. We take off in 3 minutes. He spat a thick glob of phlegm streaked with blood. His leather shoes scraped hard against the deck's anti-slip coating, leaving a muddy smear. On the sea surface, 3 fully staffed nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle. They plowed through the foaming white waves. Thick black smoke billowed from the smokestacks as they pushed forward with deadly force. A joint fleet of 12 nations. The iron covers of over 1,000 cruise missile launchers were all thrown open. From inside came the smell of machine oil and rusty iron. The dark, gaping gun barrels pointed straight at the East African coastline, weighing down the thick cloud cover above. In the bridge command center, several big-nosed generals stared at the satellite screens. Their eyes were red as rabbits from staying up for days. The coffee on the table had gone cold, a layer of white foam floating on the bottom. The screens switched to the global public channel. A white spokesman in a black suit was reading from a script. We have discovered a terrorist organization in Eastern Africa. They have acquired weapons of mass destruction, posing a grave threat to human security. The 12-nation alliance has officially issued an ultimatum. The spokesman licked his dry lips. Lay down your arms and surrender all technical equipment. Otherwise, in 1 hour, we will commence indiscriminate carpet bombing. In the muddy courtyard, a dry log in the stove snapped with a crack. Sparks flew out in a line. They hissed as they hit the snow, sending up a puff of white smoke and leaving black holes. Lu Yao's phone was trembling in her hand. The plastic casing was slick with sweat from her palm. Slippery and damp. Bro. She sniffled, her nose red, and a long string of clear snot nearly dripped into her mouth. She wiped her face roughly with her coat sleeve. Mud and water smeared half her face, making her look like you. You look at the screen. She thrust the phone forward. They're shouting on TV, saying we're terrorists. The live stream was now a chaotic mess. The barrage of comments was so dense you couldn't even see faces. Brother, run. This time it's for real. 3 carrier groups, thousands of missiles. No matter how strong an individual is, can they survive a saturation bombardment? Where there's life, there's hope. Have the Longwa military send stealth jets to pick you up. Lu Yuan didn't answer her. He picked up a half-burned black stick, raked through the fires stirring up a burnt smell, and fished out a sweet potato that had turned charred black. It was hot. He sucked in a sharp breath, tossed it between his hands. Hot, hot, hot. He pinched his right earlobe to cool his fingers. This sweet potato variety's no good. He blew off the ash. The skin's too thick, still hard inside after roasting so long. Lin Feng by his side was jumping in anxiety. His leather shoes stomped deep holes in the slushy snow. Mud splashed all over his trouser legs and the hem of his suit. Mr. Lu. He lurched forward. His foot slipped, and he almost fell onto the stove. The military terminal in his hand flashed a frantic red light. There's no time for sweet potatoes. The Eagle country has gone mad. Under the banner of counterterrorism, they want to tear this whole area out by the roots. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Spittle flew onto the snow. I'll contact the homeland immediately. Have our stealth fighters cross the border to pick you up. Once you board the plane, they'd never dare touch our military aircraft. Lu Yuan looked down and blew on the steam from the potato. He picked at the black skin with both hands, peeling a bit open, revealing the scorched yellow flesh inside, still steaming. Pick me up. He took a bite, hissing from the heat, puffing out white breaths. Where to? Back home to let those old farts stare at me while they draw blood for tests every day. He chewed and swallowed. I just fixed up this yard. The tomatoes aren't even. Lu Yao stomped her foot in panic. Muddy water splashed everywhere. Bro, you and your damn tomatoes. She grabbed Lu Yuan's arm and yanked hard, trying to drag him away. Her fingernails dug into his white t-shirt, leaving muddy prints. Thousands of missiles are about to rain down. No matter how solid this yard is, it'll be flattened. Can that little anti-collision pendant of yours block 1,000 bombs in a row? Lu Yuan swayed from her pull. The half-eaten potato in his hand slipped. Plop. It fell into the snow, rolled twice, and got covered in dirty mud and dead grass. TCH. He frowned, staring at the ruined potato. I worked hard to roast that. He kicked the snow at his feet with some regret, sending the dirty snow flying. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's eyes were about to pop out in desperation. He fumbled with the terminal keyboard. His hands trembled, mistyping the password several times. The backspace key clicked loudly. Do. He pressed the communication button and yelled into the speaker. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping wood. Headquarters, this is Lin Feng. Requesting stealth fighter support. Send coordinates now. Lu Yuan raised his hand smudged with black ash. He slapped it down onto Lin Feng's terminal. With considerable force, a thin crack appeared across the screen. What are you shouting for? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. His flip-flops scraped against the ground with a harsh noise, scraping off a layer of ice. I'm fine right here. Nobody's making me move an inch. Lin Feng stood stunned. He stared at the cracked screen, then swallowed dryly. His Adam's apple bobbed twice. But the carriers. What about the carriers? Lu Yuan yawned, a tear forming in his eye. He picked at the corner of his eye and flicked the crud into a nearby bamboo basket. Just a few pieces of rusty scrap. Bro. Lu Yao's voice was hoarse from crying. Snot ran past her lips, tasting salty. Those are thousands of missiles, high-tech weapons. Even if Long E can fight 100, can he fly out to sea and slice up all the carriers? We can't win. Run. She clung to Lu Yuan's arm, refusing to let go. I don't want to die here in Africa and become fertilizer. Run. Lu Yuan gave a cold laugh. He bent down and picked up the black stick from the ground, weighed it in his hand. The stick was muddy and dirty. I've lived this long and I still don't know how to write the word die. They like to play with fire, huh? Lu Yuan turned his head. His pitch-black eyes fixed on the terminal in Lin Feng's hand. Didn't old son say he'd smash his furnaces to sell scrap and repay me after getting my blueprints? He wiped his chin with his dirty hand. His stubble was prickly. All right then. Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Tell old son this. Don't send any stealth fighters. They don't carry many and they're too slow. Take that half-finished thing from your South Heaven Gate project. Lin Feng's hand jerked and the terminal clattered to the ground. The battery cover flew off. South Heaven Gate. He stammered, crouching to pick up the battery, his hands shaking. He missed the positive and negative terminals 3 times before. Click. He finally snapped the cover on. Mr. Lu, the South Heaven Gate project is still on blueprints and in assembly. Lin Feng spun in circles, frantic as a mouse on a hot stove. Even if old son got your formulas, it's impossible to build a transoceanic fleet in minutes. Those carrier missiles are real. They'll hit our heads in half an hour. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. Yulongwa people are always so fussy. Who told him to build the whole machine? He walked to the broken table and picked up the dirty water cup. Tilting his head back, he drank the cold leftover tea. The bitter taste shot straight to his skull. Tell old son to find a few large electromagnetic launch racks and weld on the superconducting array temporarily. Hook them up to a nuclear reactor. Stuff a few lumps of scrap iron inside as ammunition. Lu Yuan wiped his mouth with his sleeve. As long as the velocity is high enough, smashing a few rusty boats to the bottom will be easy. Lu Yao listened to this outrageous talk, her head spinning. Bro, have you lost your mind? Smashing carriers with iron lumps. You think it's like kids throwing sandbags? They have air defense systems with interceptor radar. She thrust the phone in front of Lu Yuan. On the screen, foreign netizens were mocking wildly. It's over. This Longwa guy is scared stupid. This is the gap in technology. An individual is just an insect before the state machine. Lu Yuan glanced at the screen and rolled his eyes. What lousy air defense system. A garbage net pieced together from scrap and broken parts. He poked the photo of the carrier on the screen with his finger. Tell old son to set the firing angle at 35 degrees. Don't aim at the ships. Aim at the trench under the ships. The tsunami it triggers will be enough to give them a cold bath. Lu Yuan ignored their dumbfounded expressions and turned to shout at the side room. His voice carried far in the cold wind. Suehua, put out this stove. Find a few long iron skewers. He tossed the black stick in his hand and squinted, staring at the heavy clouds pressing down from the horizon. We're not having vegetables tonight. Lu Yuan thrust the stick into the snow. It sank 3 inches into the earth. In a while, quite a few roasted foreign bigheads will fall from the sea. You go pick me a few with thin skin and lots of meat. String them up. He sneezed and rubbed his nose. Feed them to the dogs. The wind howled, carrying large snowflakes whipping against the yellow mud wall with a crackling sound. Lu Yao listened to Lin Feng's wailing. Her ears were ringing and her mind was completely addled. That was the combined fleet of 12 nations. Hundreds of warships, thousands of missiles. Her mind was filled with those explosive scenes from movies. Missiles raining down, flames soaring to the sky. In an instant her fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. Sweat mixed with snow water in her palms, rubbing into a layer of sticky mud. She spun around abruptly and grabbed Lu Yuan's white t-shirt sleeve tightly. Brother, are you crazy? Lu Yao roared in a hoarse voice, her eyes nearly popping out. She pointed at the cracked terminal in Lin Feng's hand, her fingers twitching like a seizure. That's not a few people fighting with fire sticks in the street. Those are thousands of— They can wipe a small country right off the map. She gasped heavily, her snot bubbles flickering in the cold wind. Even if this shabby yard were made of iron, it would be blown. What are you going to fight them with? Send that old man sweeping the floor to block the bombs. The phone dropped into the snowdrift, the lens tilted, filming the sky. On the screen, tens of millions of followers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. White text scrolled wildly across the screen, all urging retreat. Brother, run. This time it's really no joke. No matter how awesome a person is, they can't beat a modern carrier strike group. The Eagle Nation has even used weather weapons trying to wipe us out. A wise man knows when to retreat. Save your life first. Lu Yuan was pulled off balance by Lu Yao. He was still holding the dirty plastic cup with unfinished drink, the brown liquid sloshing, nearly spilling on his clothes. A smell of tea rust. He frowned, stepping back with disgust. So noisy. Your voice is louder than a duck's. He used his other hand to pick his ear and flicked away a bit of earwax. A few rusty iron boats scare you into this state. How embarrassing. If I lose my life, what do I care about embarrassment? Lu Yao lunged at him with both hands, desperately pulling his arm down. Her fingernails scraped against the fabric with a screeching sound. I'm begging you, brother, let's run. They have cannons, and we have only our bare hands. How can we fight? She cried, tears and snot streaming. All wiped onto Lu Yuan's crumpled sleeve, leaving a large wet patch. Lin Feng knelt in the snow beside them, the ice shards under his knees tearing through his suit pants. Blood seeped out, staining a small patch red, but he felt no pain. He held the newly repaired military terminal tightly in both hands. Its screen cracked in 3 large— His finger cut a small bloody gash on the screen. Beep, beep. A burst of static came from the communicator. Lin Feng pressed the terminal to his ear. After listening for a moment, he trembled all over and scrambled forward. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng was so anxious his tongue tied, spittle flying in the cold wind. Lao Sun has replied. Lu Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly. He leaned lazily against the metal doorframe. Speak. Is the electromagnetic cannon welded? The plastic slippers on his feet scraped the floor with a harsh screech. No. Lin Feng swallowed dryly, his atoms apple bobbing violently. Lao Sun said the semi-finished product of the Nanshiman plan is still collecting dust in the warehouse. Even if we get your blueprints, assembling and igniting it would take at least 3 days. Distant water won't quench a nearby fire. His voice was broken, filled with desperate— The Eagle Nation's fleet can launch missiles in at most an hour. Lu Yuan snorted. So slow they can't even get a hot meal. He spat out a tea stem from his mouth. Not only that, Lin Feng wiped the mud and sweat from his face with his dirty sleeve. The top brass of our Dragon Nation's military have issued the highest level emergency communication. Our East China Sea Fleet and 2 carrier strike groups are rushing here at full speed. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving. But the distance is too far. Across the ocean. Even if they burn out the boilers, they can't make it in time. Hearing this, Lu Yao cried even harder. Hear that? No one can save us. Brother, go get that flying car of yours. Let's fly out of Earth and take shelter. She tugged at Lu Yuan's clothes, dragging him desperately toward the parking garage. Her shoes slipped in the mud, and she fell on her bottom, but didn't let go. Stop pulling, the clothes will tear. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. I haven't finished eating yet, why would I run? Mister. Lu Linfeng shuffled forward on his knees. He knocked his head directly on the frozen floor with a dull thud. A large purple bruise appeared on his forehead. The Dragon Nation's military. Several old generals asked me to pass a message to you. He looked up reedied and wailed. Please. Avoid their edge first. Personal safety is paramount. As long as the green hills remain, there's no shortage of firewood. Linfeng pointed at the dark heavy clouds in the sky. Our stealth fighters are on standby at the border. They can land in 10 minutes. Please take your sister and evacuate this death coordinate. Avoid their edge. As soon as those 4 words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream went wild, scrolling furiously. The national team is telling you to run. Don't be stubborn. Save your life and you can get revenge later. Brother, take Yao Yao and go quickly. This is really not the time for pride. The wind howled, carrying heavy. Lu Yuan looked down at Lu Yao, who was lying in the mud, clutching his thigh tightly. The girl's lips were purple from cold, her hands like 2 red radishes, knuckles white. The sour smell of sweat mixed with mud on her clothes invaded his nostrils. His brows knitted into a tight knot, and he let out a long, heavy sigh. He slowly bent down, raised his right hand, still stained with a bit of black ash, and without applying force patted Lu Yao's frozen hand twice, extremely gently. What are you howling for? His voice was low, tinged with laziness. You've smeared all your tears and snot on my crotch. It's disgusting. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. Her crying choked in her throat, and she let out a loud hiccup. The strength in her hands loosened a little. Taking advantage of this opening, Lu Yuan turned his wrist with a movement as slippery as a loach, pulling out his wrinkled sleeve and pant leg. He stepped back half a step to avoid the mud puddle. Casually, he wiped the yellow mud prints on his pant leg, then shoved both hands into his pockets. Avoid their edge. Lu Yuan chewed on those 4 words. Like chewing a tasteless piece of dry wood, he snorted and spat on the ground. I've lived for billions of years, and those 4 words have never been in my dictionary. He turned around, walked forward 2 steps in his flip-flops, the plastic soles scraping and squeaking on the ice. Ling. He lifted his chin and shouted into the air. Scan the terrain of the offshore area. Bring up the holographic radar network. Command confirmed. Ling's cold electronic voice rang out in the wind, and accompanied by a faint crackle of electricity, a 3-meter-wide, deep blue holographic projection unfolded in midair. The image was a bit shaky with snowflake interference at the edges. Linfeng and Lu Yao stared wide-eyed. It was a real-time satellite overhead view of the entire East African coastline to the open ocean. On the deep, countless red dots like a swarm of blood-sucking red-headed flies were tightly clustered together. This is... Linfeng's teeth chattered. His trembling finger pointed at the screen. The combined fleet of 12 nations. There were so many red dots, hundreds of warships had died, that sea area a glimpse. There were 3 huge red dots representing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers alone. Around the red dots, rippling radar lock signals flickered, indicating that the missile silos had entered countdown preheating. The distance to the coordinates of their yellow mud yard was less than 800 nautical miles. For those supersonic cruise missiles, it was only a meal's time. Lu Yao's legs gave way, and she collapsed completely into the snowdrift. Cold snow water seeped into her pants. She didn't even have the strength to shiver. It's over, she murmured, staring blankly at the red dots. Her eyes were glazed. We're really going to be blown to pieces. Lu Yuan didn't speak. He squinted, staring at the blue holographic radar map. The cold wind made his messy hair dance in front of his forehead. He extended his pinky to pick at the corner of his eye, and slowly pulled the corner of his mouth into a... There was not a trace of human warmth. It was a contemptuous sneer, as if looking at dead men at garbage, like a pile of bugs about to be thrown into an incinerator. A few pieces of rotten iron floating on the water. He kicked a frozen clod of dirt with his toe, and the clod shattered against the metal wall base into a pile of fragments. And they think I should avoid their edge. Lu Yuan turned his head, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the terrified Linfeng. His gaze was as cold as a blade. Tell Lao Sun this. He sneered, his voice tearing through the wind and snow. Don't send the fighters. Tell him to prepare a net for collecting scrap. Come to the coast to fish for scrap iron. Linfeng knelt in the puddle of melted snow. Ice water seeped through the torn knee of his suit trousers, soaking into his flesh. He clutched the military terminal in his hand, its screen cracked in 3 places. A red light flickered in the cracks, illuminating his pallid face. He opened his mouth, his upper and lower teeth chattered together, producing a rapid clicking sound. Scrap. Scrap metal. Linfeng's throat was raw with the taste of blood. Mr. Lu. He wiped his lips roughly with the back of his mud-stained hand. A dark streak of mingled dirt and grime marked his mouth. That's not a fishing boat. It's a cruise missile from an aircraft carrier. He gasped for breath, his chest rattling with a wheezing noise. 10 minutes. No ITL'll be here in just a few minutes. Old Sun's plane is already on its way. Please, sir, just get on the plane and take cover. Lu Yuan ignored him. He was looking down, pinching the collar of his white t-shirt with 2. He shook it outward a couple of times. A bit of snow had blown into his collar in the strong wind. It melted into water, sticking to his back, cold and clammy. Quite uncomfortable. Retreat. Lu Yuan snorted a strange sound from his nose. He raised his hand smudged with cold dust and picked at an itchy back mole. From under his fingernail, he scraped a sliver of undigested sweet potato skin. He flicked it with his thumb. The tiny piece of skin arced through the air and fell in, fleeing for my life. That's a phrase I haven't heard in years. He tilted his head, staring at Lin Feng lying on the ground, forced to move by a few pieces of scrap metal floating on the water. Lu Yuan's mouth twisted downward. If I actually got on old Sun's rickety plane, wouldn't that mean I've wasted my 4.5 billion years? Lu Yao, standing nearby, was hopping with anxiety. Her sun protection jacket was already soaked through by the snow. It clung to her body, making her shiver uncontrollably. Brother, stop bragging, will you? She grabbed the edge of his crumpled sweatpants. She pulled so hard that the waistband slipped down half an inch. Thousands of missiles are going to carpet this area. The little girl was crying, her nose running. 2 streams of clear snot hung from her lips, and she sniffled loudly. When they explode, not even a speck of our crappy mud wall will be left. We've only got 2 legs. How can we outrun bombs? Lu Yuan disgustedly slapped her. Don't pull my pants, the elastic is loose. He hitched up his waistband. Who said I'm going to fight the bombs? Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. She still held the phone with its brightly lit screen. Then why aren't you running? She glanced down at the screen. The barrage of comments on the live stream was scrolling so fast, it was practically lagging. Words crammed against words, all a single chorus of lament. Bro, he's really scared out of his mind, talking nonsense. 12-nation coalition. How the hell is he gonna fight that? Yao Yao, knock your brother out and drag him away. There's always tomorrow. Lu Yao looked at the comments, her legs. Bro, the netizens are all telling you to run. Her voice shook like a sieve. They say this time it's no joke. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops sank a deep print into the snow. Mud squeezed up between his toes. Slippery and greasy. You believe everything you read on the internet. He turned around his back to the shivering Lin Feng and Lu Yao. He took a step, ambling slowly toward the center of the yard. The snow was quite thick. It crunched under his feet. There was still a half-dried puddle of yellow mud in the yard. Lu Yuan stepped right into it. Mud splashed up, staining the white stripe on his trouser leg. He didn't bother about it. He just sauntered over to the patch of tomato plants that had been dug up and scattered. He stopped. This spot was directly under the oppressive black snowstorm clouds overhead. The wind swept over the wall, blowing his tousled hair straight back. All right then, Lu Yuan sniffed. A gust of cold air mixed with the smell of soil filled his lungs. A bunch of ingrates who don't know when to quit. He raised his left hand. On his wrist was a black wristband that looked quite old. The strap was peeling and a patch of dried yellow mud clung to its edge. Usually it looked like a $2 electronic watch from a street stall. It didn't even have a screen. Lu Yuan used his right thumb to tap twice, neither hard nor soft, on the side of the strap that was coming unglued. Click. A very soft mechanical sound came from inside, like the snap of an old-fashioned lighter. Unexpectedly, with that single sound, a burst of deep blue light seeped through the gap in the tattered black strap. The light wasn't harsh, it was somewhat dim. Mixed within it were white noise-like specks, like the static of a television. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of electricity crackled around his wrist. The light slowly brightened, turning his entire left hand smudged with coal dust a shimmering blue. Even the snow on the ground was illuminated by the blue light, turning translucent. The yellow stain left by Wang Kai's urine in the snow became visible under the glow. Lin Feng, lying behind, stared at the blue light, his eyes nearly popping out. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his fingers turning his eyelids red. Wah! What is that thing? He stammered. Lu Yao was also dumbfounded. She raised her phone, instinctively zooming in. Focusing on Lu Yuan's wrist. The tens of millions of viewers in the livestream room stared at the aged blue glow through their screens. Even the comments urging him to flee had dwindled. Everyone was guessing what new piece of junk he had pulled out. Brother's watch is leaking electricity. Looks like an LED. Why is he pulling out a flashlight now? No, look at the snow around him. A bold comment scrolled across. Lu Yao looked down and took a closer look. Sweat broke out on her forehead again. At the spot where Lu Yuan stood, the heavy snowflakes falling from the sky, when they were still half a meter above his head, seemed to hit an invisible high-powered blender. They silently shattered into white vapor, invisible to the naked eye, not a single flake landing on his t-shirt. Lu Yuan flicked his left wrist. The blue light from the wristband grew stronger, even overpowering the dim daylight. The white noise specks inside pulsed faster. Even the air around him began to ripple like water. This crappy controller. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. He slapped the watch face twice with his right hand. Thump thump. Been in the basement too long, the sensor wires inside got damp. He complained. After the slaps, the blue light finally stabilized, turning into a ring of purest radiance, bathing the entire mud-walled yard in a faint. Lu Yuan looked up, staring at the dark, oppressive sky to the east. That was the direction where hundreds of warships had their gun barrels aimed. The corners of his mouth slowly. He twisted his lips into a cold smile devoid of any warmth. That smile, paired with his unlined face, carried an indescribable air of wickedness. Since they're so determined to die. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but it carried clearly through the howling wind. Every word was like a heavy iron weight, slamming into the mud and leaving a deep crater. He extended 2 fingers and pinched the edge of the glowing wristband. Then he'll take the trouble to teach these provincial hicks who've never seen the world. In Lu Yuan's dark pupils the cold light of the wristband reflected what true despair really means. The moment he finished speaking, he rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together, raised his hand in the air. Between his fingers there was still a yellow stain from peeling sweet potatoes. Lu Yao nervously clutched her collar. Lin Feng lay in the snow water, barely daring to breathe. Millions of people across the internet stared at that hand. Snap! A crisp sound. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. The sound traveled far in the wind and snow. He withdrew his hand and shoved it back into his pocket. His lips moved. Zero. In midair a sharp crackling sound exploded. Zero's virtual image materialized directly out of the flying snow. A black form-fitting suit was covered in flashing red warning codes. Command awaiting. A mechanical female voice echoed through the shabby yard. Carrying the characteristic cold hardness of metal, Lu Yuan crushed a frozen clod of earth with the sole of his foot. Activate the outer perimeter defense matrix of... He tilted his head, his chin jutting out in an arrogant arc. Let these scrap delivery guys have a look. The moment Lu Yuan's casually spoken words landed, the air still carried the warm vapor of roasted sweet potatoes from his breath. Then, boom, a low muffled rumble. It surged up from deep within the yellow mud beneath their feet. It wasn't thunder. The sound was as heavy as if a colossal iron mass weighing tens of millions of tons had turned over hundreds of meters underground. The tremor numbed their heels, traveling up through their calves and all the way to the back of their skulls. Lin Feng was kneeling in the snow pit. At that moment his kneecaps scraped against the ice pellets, sending sharp aches through his bones. His teeth bit into his lip and a metallic taste of blood spread in his mouth. Oh damn it. He clutched his mouth, tears welling up from the pain, abandoning all diplomatic etiquette. Lu Yao's selfie stick wobbled violently. Sweat from her palms soaked the phone case, nearly causing it to slip into the muddy pit again. Brother Earthquake. She croaked in a hoarse voice, her eyes wide open. Her legs wobbled like noodles, and she plopped back into the snow pit. Ice-cold meltwater seeped through her waistband and trickled down her back. The chill made her shiver violently. Lu Yuan didn't move. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his white t-shirt, the hems already pilling. The plastic flip-flops on his feet firmly stamped the mud. He glanced down at the mud splatters on his instep and clicked his tongue. Deep underground, the miniature Dyson sphere reactor, dormant for years, had finally awakened. Like a primordial beast irritated by its disrupted slumber, it let out an impatient roar from the microscopic depths. Outside the yard the wind and snow howled fiercely. Snowflakes striking the face felt like knife cuts. Then crack. A sharp tearing sound like cloth ripping apart. From all four directions, east, west, south, north, around the yard the ground swelled without warning. Thick frozen earth and snow were forced apart by an overwhelmingly brutal force. Soil churned and hard frozen rocks flew in all directions. They crashed into the surrounding broken fences, punching holes the size of basins. Wood chips scattered. What the hell is coming out? Lu Yao hugged her head and cowered under the eaves of the thatched hut. Wind and sand blurred her eyes as she rubbed them hard, squeezing out tears mixed with black mud. Four incredibly thick metal array pillars burst from the ground. Their surfaces shimmered with fingerprint-like blue patterns smeared with black mud and grass roots. They shot straight into the sky. The speed was too fast. Friction with the air produced a sharp, acrid smell, like burning welding rods mixed with the fishy odor of ozone. The stench made Lin Feng cough violently on the ground, his throat burning and lungs nearly exploding. The pillars kept rising, growing taller and taller. Dense blue electric arcs danced on their surfaces, crackling loudly, instantly vaporizing nearby snowflakes into white steam. They resembled four heaven-piercing, stabilizing pillars firmly anchored in the stormy land. Inside the live stream, over 30 million viewers' screens shook violently, images overlapped. The white barrage comments turned entirely into exclamation marks. Holy mother, four giant iron rods sprouted from the ground. These pillars must be hundreds of meters high, thicker than the Oriental Pearl Tower. Bro, how much scrap metal did you bury underground? Are these anti-aircraft cannons? Can they hit aircraft carriers in the open sea? Lu Yuan picked his ear, his eardrums stinging from the noise, and flicked a tiny piece of yellow earwax from his pinky. He stepped back half a step with slight disgust, dodging a lump of falling mud. Zero, what's the delay? He yawned widely, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Open the shield, it's freezing. Energy output has reached critical threshold. Zero's electronic voice echoed in the empty yard, cold and devoid of any human hum. At the tips of the four sky-piercing metal pillars, a blinding deep blue light flared up 10 times more dazzling than the midday sun, stinging the eyes. Lu Yao quickly covered her eyes with dirty hands, faint blue light leaking through her fingers. The four beams of blue light collided violently, tens of thousands of meters. There was no deafening sound, only a suffocating pressure that seemed to stop hearts, draining the surrounding air. Then, a translucent, deep blue plasma curtain burst from the collision point, like an inverted giant blue bowl. It spread downward along the pillar's trajectory faster than lightning. Sizzling, the curtain heated the air into scalding vapor. It slammed directly against the ground. Snowflakes that touched the blue light didn't even have a chance to land. They instantly evaporated into white mist and vanished. The curtain was immense. It not only covered the entire muddy yard, but expanded outward, madly disregarding all terrain and obstacles. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. It stretched all the way to the boundary of 500 kilometers in radius, then slammed with a bang deep into the rock layer underground. It encircled an insurmountable chasm, sealing off this entire African wilderness, along with the shivering animals and mercenaries, tightly within. The moment the blue light struck the wind and the yard stopped, the blizzard that had been howling into collars moments ago fell completely silent. The chill in the air was forcibly shut out. Lu Yao opened her mouth, staring blankly at the sky above, a bubble of snot still clinging to her lips. The oppressive black dust storm and snow clouds that had weighed down the atmosphere were all blocked by the thin blue curtain hundreds of meters above. Above their heads was a pure, unnaturally deep blue, as if they had crawled into a giant blue glass dome. The temperature slowly rose a bit. Snow on the ground began to melt into muddy puddles. Brother. Lu Yao still clutched the selfie stick that had fallen into the snow pit. The phone case was slippery with mud, hard to hold. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, the swallowing sound loud. Well, what kind of cover is this? She poked the air with the stick. A plastic greenhouse. Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, scraping a mud streak with his flip-flops. Plastic, your big head. He shoved his hands back into the pockets of his white t-shirt. The fabric beneath had a hole, and his fingers poked through. Unaware, he used his fingers to scratch the side of his thigh. Plasma defense net, he mumbled casually, the sweetness of roasted sweet potato still in his mouth. An old semi-finished product I threw together back in the day for blocking space junk. He spat out a glob of muddy saliva. It'll do for now. Stopping a few shabby cruise missiles is more than enough. Lin Feng collapsed on the muddy ground, gasping for air. He stared blankly at the rippling blue curtain. The hairs on the back of his hand stood on end, goosebumps covering his body. 500 kilometers. He scratched numbers on the ground with his finger, his mind dazed. This curtain covers a radius of 500 kilometers. He jerked his head up his suit and tie askew. Mister, Lu, you've enclosed half of Africa. The livestream viewers had already gone mad. Barrage comments piled up, illegible. A 500-kilometer shield. Is this a force field? This bastard just tossed an entire country under a bowl. Bro is awesome, no need to run now. Come on. 12-nation fleet, try bombing this. Bring a nuke and see whose head is harder. The Pentagon. Deep underground strategic bunker. Cold air blasted from the air conditioner, dust collecting on the vent, but the room was stifling like an airtight furnace. Dozens of high-ranking generals and intelligence officers crowded around an oversized surveillance screen. Sweat soaked through their crisp uniforms, dark patches of perspiration spreading under their armpits. Ties were loosened, and some had even pop buttons off. No one spoke. Only rapid breathing and the sound of swallowing echoed. Gulp, gulp, making the oppressive room even more unsettling. On the large screen, the highest precision military satellite overhead view showed the African continent, once covered by blizzards and black clouds. It had suddenly transformed. From space, a huge crystal-clear blue hemisphere gleamed like a flawless sapphire dropped onto muddy land. It appeared abruptly on the yellow map of East Africa, emitting a blinding cold light. At the edge of the blue hemisphere, plasma arcs flickered faintly, forcibly pushing away the thick layers of cumulonimbus clouds, burning a vacuum ring in the sky. General MacArthur stood at the front of the screen, clutching the red secure telephone handset. The plastic casing of the handset creaked under his grip, veins bulging on his hand. His mouth hung open, revealing yellowed teeth from years of smoking, the corners of his lips trembling, the fat on his chin quivering. The president sat on a slightly worn leather sofa behind him. The cigar in his hand had burned down to the filter, singeing the tender flesh of his fingers with a smoky, burnt. He didn't flinch, his hand frozen midair. His murky blue eyes stared fixedly at the massive blue hemisphere on the screen. A gold-rimmed, spectacled chief of staff's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees on the thin carpet with a dull thud, scattering a stack of top-secret documents across the floor. White papers flew everywhere. He clawed at his thinning hair, scratching bloody lines into his scalp. An energy shield half the size of a country, he cried out in despair, his voice breaking. Our missiles, what will our missiles hit? With our heads. Silence. Dead silence. In supreme command centers across the globe, those presidents, prime ministers, and leaders, who usually sat high and could shake the world with a flick of their fingers, now looked like drained puppets. They stared at the same satellite image on their screens, at that deep blue plasma hemisphere that had appeared out of nowhere. No one uttered a word, not even a heavy breath. Collective silence. The bullet comment box in the live stream was utterly spotless. 1 minute passed. A full 60 seconds without a single character drifting across the screen. Millions of people holding their phones were now completely stupefied. Fingers hovered over the screens, frozen and motionless. Some were eating instant noodles, in internet cafes, noodles dangling from their chins. Broth dripped drop by drop onto the greasy keyboards. The internet cafe owner had been chewing half a cigarette, the Red Pagoda Mountain brand, now burned down to the filter. It scorched his lips. He spat abruptly, tossing the butt onto the floor stained with ash and phlegm. Finally, the first character popped into the comment box. Damn it. Then came the second and the third. The screen, like a reservoir with its floodgates opened, was instantly crammed with dense white text. Characters jostled against each other, rolling by at breakneck speed. Holy shit, he really lit up a shield. Is this sci-fi becoming reality? Who could even make such Bro snapped his fingers and half of Africa got covered. Is this air defense shield thick enough? Can it take a beating? Obviously it can cover 500 kilometers. Go ahead and try to ram it with your head. In the yellow mud yard, Lu Yao craned her neck, the ache traveling from her cervical spine to the back of her skull. She opened her mouth wide, and the cold wind pouring into her throat made her cough violently. Saliva glistened as it stretched a thin thread from the corner of her lips. She wiped it carelessly with the back of her hand, leaving a dark smudge. The sky above her head had turned entirely blue, a piercing blue. She stretched out her mud-stained fingers, wanting to touch that layer of light. Her hand hung in midair, touching nothing. The light barrier still hovered hundreds of meters above the ground. A black-feathered crow flew across the sky. It had probably been startled by the metal pillars that had erupted from the earth. Flapping its wings wildly, it flew straight into the blue light. Lu Yao shut her eyes in fright, hunching her shoulders. Oh no, we're going to have roasted bird. She clenched her teeth and waited for a long time. No screams, no smell of burnt. She squinted upward. That black crow passed through the blue light, not a single feather lost. It circled twice over the yard with fluttering wings. Plop! A blob of white bird droppings landed precisely on Lin Feng's suit shoulder. The dropping was still steaming, emitting a foul, fishy stench. Lin Feng froze. He turned his head, staring at the white mess on his shoulder. His eyelids twitched. He pinched it with his index finger, sticky, stringy. He wiped his finger distastefully on the dry mud at the base of the wall. Lu Yao was stunned, pointing at Lin Feng's shoulder. Bro, is your shield broken? She sniffled. Can't even stop a bird, but it can stop missiles. That bird's crap still fell in. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops scraped the ground with a grating sound. Snow water's gone to your brain. He extended his pinky to pick his nostril, flicking away a dried booger. This is a plasma force field. It only reacts to high kinetic weapons and high-energy explosives. He patted the dust off his pant leg. Why would I defend against a stupid bird? Against bird crap? Do I have that kind of time? Lu Yao pouted. So does it keep out rain? No. Then when it rains we still get soaked. Lu Yao tugged at her damp sun protection jacket. Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. I usually don't go out anyway. When it rains I sleep inside. It soaks you, not me. What's it to you? Lin Feng dried his hands and came over, still limping on weak legs. MMR. Lu. He swallowed a dry lump, his throat making a gurgling sound. Does this light curtain consume a lot of electricity? Lu Yuan glanced at him. It doesn't use your electricity bill. No, I'm just worried. Lin Feng rubbed his pale palm. I'm worried that when the missiles come down this thing might run out of power and turn off halfway. Out of power. Lu Yuan looked as if he'd heard the biggest joke. He walked over to the stove, picked up the half-eaten cold sweet potato, and took a big bite. That miniature Dyson sphere underground can burn for tens of thousands of years. Even if you peel off the entire Earth's crust, it won't go out. He chewed the sweet potato, his cheeks bulging. Stop worrying about nothing. Off the coast of East Africa, the cold wind of the Atlantic churned with salty, fishy sea foam. White waves smashed against the gray steel plates of warships. The flagship aircraft carrier of the 12-nation combined fleet rocked like an iron mountain in the waves. Inside the command room, a sour smell of sweat mixed with the bitter aroma of cheap coffee. It was stifling, making heads dizzy. Fleet Commander General Clark, face full of rough flesh with dark sagging bags under his eyes, chewed vigorously on a stick of Wrigley, smacking loudly. When it lost its flavor, he spat it into the cold coffee on the table. A film of white foam floated on the surface. Fuck! Clark slammed his palm onto the tactical radar screen, making the monitor shake. What the hell is that blue light up ahead? The adjutant stood beside him, legs trembling. His military cap was askew, but he dared not straighten it. Yes, sir. The adjutant wiped cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The sweat stung his eyes. Radar shows an ultra-high energy barrier within 500 kilometers of the coastline. Our detection waves are all bouncing back. We can't see anything, just snow and static. Clark yanked off his tie roughly, leaving a red mark on his neck. High energy barrier. Did you get brain damage from too many sci-fi movies? He pointed a finger at the adjutant's nose, cursing loudly, spittle splattering all over the adjutant's face. That's a Chinese light-hand shadow trick. Setting up a few high-power searchlights on the ground, projecting a hologram. Trying to scare our invincible fleet away. Clark sneered, revealing yellow teeth. A bluffing game. But sir. The adjutant wiped the spit off his face. Satellite images also show. Shut up. Clark grabbed the walkie-talkie from the table, its plastic casing creaking under his grip. These Chinese love their intimidating face projects. Just a layer of glowing blue glass. Today I'm going to smash it to pieces. He shouted into the microphone, his voice cracking. All fleet hear my command. Each ship lock fire control radar on the preset coordinates. Whatever that blue glass is, blow it into glass shards with tomahawks. The walkie-talkie crackled with electrical static. Then came the uneven responses from the ship captains. First ship copy. Second ship fire control locked. The adjutant wanted to persuade him further. Sir, the Pentagon hasn't given the final order yet. This Clark kicked the adjutant squarely in the kneecap, making him yelp and drop to the iron floor on one knee. I am the highest command here. Clark's eyes reddened like a mad dog. Open fire. Volley fire. On the aircraft carrier deck, harsh red warning lights spun wildly. Sharp sirens sliced through the pitch-black night. Missile launchers on the destroyers and cruisers. The heavy steel hatches snapped open with a clatter. The acrid smell of burning gunpowder instantly overwhelmed the sea salt. Boom. A thunderous roar. Then a second, a third. They merged into a continuous roll of thunder, flattening the waves on the sea surface. Thick white smoke billowed upward. The firelight lit up half the night sky. The destroyer's deck sank under the recoil. 1, 10, 50. Hundreds of Tomahawk cruise missiles shot up from the launch cells, tearing through the thick coastal clouds, trailing dozens of meters of orange-eared high-temperature exhaust, turning the night as pale as day. The missile bodies screeched as they tore through the air like death itself crawling out of hell. Wielding glowing scythes, they carved deadly parabolic arcs across the sky, covering everything. Dense and overwhelming. They slammed fiercely down toward that deep blue plasma light curtain quietly inverted over the African wilderness. The sky was filled with fiery red spheres, each trailing long plumes of black smoke. They plummeted downward like a dense rain of dumplings. The air reeked of pungent sulfur and scorched ozone, so acrid it seared her lungs. Lu Yao, paralyzed with fear, collapsed into the muddy yellow water. Mud splattered across her face, caking her eyelids. She had no time to wipe it away. Clutching her head with both hands, she buried herself into her knees. Brother, they're coming. Falling down. Her voice cracked a hoarse scream that twisted in the air. Tears mingled with the black mud streaming down her face. They trickled into her mouth, bitter and salty. Woo, I don't want to die. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. She pressed her face deep between her legs, trembling like his fingernails split, oozing blood. He wanted to dig a pit and bury himself. Mr. Lu, get down. Lin Feng shouted hoarsely, while digging mud, directing his voice at Lu Yuan. His fingernails split, oozing blood. He wanted to dig a pit and bury himself. Mr. Lu, get down. Lin Feng shouted hoarsely, while digging mud, directing his voice at Lu Yuan. A mouthful of earthy taste. The shockwave will shatter your internal organs. Get down. Lu Yuan stood in the middle of the yard. His hands remained in the pockets of his white t-shirt. The bottom of the pocket had a large hole with his thumb protruding from it. He scratched his thigh twice, peeling off a layer of white dandruff. So noisy. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops made a splatting sound in the muddy water. What are you wailing about? A few lousy iron sticks scare you into this state. He lifted his foot and kicked Lu Yao's bottom with his toes. Stop shrinking. Your snot is all over my pant leg. So dirty. Lu Yao stubbornly refused to look up. Her hands clung tightly to Lu Yuan's calf. Her nails dug into his flesh. Brother, don't worry about me. Hi, she shouted with eyes closed. The sharp whistling from the sky grew closer. The piercing sonic boom felt like it might tear eardrums. Hundreds of Tomahawk cruise missiles, their warheads coated with gray anti-rust paint. Some spots had chipped, revealing the yellowish-brown primer beneath. The tip of the leading missile scraped the air, glowing red-hot. It plunged straight toward the deep blue plasma light screen hanging in midair. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers held their breath. The comment box was spotless, not a single word. Across the entire internet, tens of millions stared at that leading missile. Some even held their breath. Their faces flushed red. Clang. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no ear-splitting roar. The cruise missile, over 10 meters long, struck the thin blue. The moment its warhead touched the delicate blue film, a faint crisp sound emerged, like a single drop of water falling into a blazing oil pan. Sizzle. No flame ignited. The explosive didn't even have time to react. The missile's metal shell instantly turned a blinding bright white. Then the glowing red warhead, like a cube of ice, dropped into strong acid, silently melted. Not into molten iron. It was directly vaporized. The hard titanium alloy body, the high explosives inside, the complex electronic components. Within 1,000th of a second of contact with the blue light, everything was shattered by the super high temperature of the plasma. All were disassembled into the most primitive atomic state, turned into a wisp of green smoke. Not even a spark escaped. A breeze blew and the wisp of smoke dispersed completely, clean with not a trace left. The second missile came down. Sizzle. Gone. The 10th. The 50th. The 100th. The sky was like a silent rain of fire. Hundreds of cruise missiles, each costing tens of millions of dollars, slammed into the deep blue light screen one after another. Puffs of green smoke burst, then they were dispersed by the cold wind. That layer of blue light, looking as thin as paper, didn't even ripple. It stood steadily inverted over the African continent, eerily quiet. Lu Yao waited with eyes closed for a long time. In her ears, besides the wind, she heard nothing. No explosion. No heat wave. She tentatively opened one eye. Her eyelids were sticky with mud, hard to open. She rubbed vigorously with the back of her hand. She looked up. The sky was spotless. The deep blue light screen gleamed softly. Even the dark clouds were gone. Brother. Lu Yao gaped in a daze. Her jaw nearly dropped to her chest. A dud, she stammered. Did the Eagle Kingdom buy cheap explosives, eh? Lu Yuan glanced down at her. He pursed his lips. Dud your head. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, patted the dust off his white t-shirt. That was plasma vaporization. Even the atomic bonds were broken. What's left to explode? Lin Feng raised his head from the mud pit. Half his face was smeared with yellow mud. 2 rotten grass stems were stuck in his nose. He spat a couple of times, dazedly staring at the blue light overhead. Didn't explode. He supported himself on the ground, body shaking like a worn-out sieve. Hundreds of tomahawks. All gone. In the livestream's comments. After a full 2 minutes of dead silence, they went crazy. Holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Did I see that wrong? The missiles were eaten. They didn't even set off a firework. Not even a ripple. Is that a vibranium glass dome? Tens of billions in military budget for just a sizzle sound. The comment stream rolled so fast the words blurred. The Atlantic Ocean. The command room of the 12-nation Joint Fleet's flagship. The air reeked of sour sweat and the rubbery smell of shoe soles. General Clark stood with his mouth open. The piece of Wrigley's gum in his mouth, now tasteless, dropped with a plop onto his instep. He didn't notice. His bloodshot blue eyes were fixed on the large screen before him. On the screen, the red dots representing those hundreds of missiles vanished the moment they contacted the light screen coordinates. Vanished completely. Where's the radar? Clark grabbed the collar of the radar operator beside him. The veins on his hand bulged high. Where's the signal? Where did my missiles go? His voice cracked as he shouted, spraying spittle all over the radar operator's face. The operator turned pale with fear. His legs trembled. Gone. Gone. He stammered, teeth chattering. All signals lost. Not just missile signals. No infrared heat source from the explosion was detected. Clark shoved the radar operator aside. He staggered, his knee hitting the corner of an iron table with a dull thud. He didn't even cry out in pain. He collapsed onto the swivel chair. Gone, he panted, staring blankly at the dark screen. Hundreds of tomahawks. And you tell me not even a splash. The adjutant stood nearby, cold sweat soaking through the back of his uniform. Damp fabric clinging to his skin. Commander. The adjutant swallowed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Satellite footage is coming in. He pointed to a small screen beside him. That blue light. No ripples at all. Clark's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy sledgehammer. His ears filled with sharp tinnitus. His pride, firepower, saturation, the modern war machine. Before that thin layer of blue light, it was less than a pathetic. His thick legs quaked. A large wet patch appeared on his crotch. Yellow urine dripped down the legs of his military trousers. Dripping onto the iron deck, the stench of urine made the adjutant beside him pinch his nose. Yet the adjutant didn't even dare to flinch. In the yellow mud yard, Lu Yuan tilted his neck back, glanced at the spotless blue light above. He picked at his teeth with his pinky, dislodging a piece of black roasted sweet potato skin. He flicked it away. The potato skin traced an arc in the air and fell into the snow. Finished. He withdrew his gaze, pulling down the corner of his mouth, revealing undisguised mockery. Just this scrap metal. He kicked the dead clods of earth with his toes, the clods crumbled into dust. Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. He turned his head, looking at the unmoving cold mecha in the corner. Long E. Lu Yuan's voice carried far in the wind. It carried a chill that seeped into the bones. They've been floating on the water for so long. They must be cold. He narrowed his eyes. Go. Give them a warm-up. Yellow water continued to drip from Clark's crotch, falling in droplets onto the iron deck with a steady patter. The stench of urine permeated the sealed command room. He felt no shame. His blue eyes were fixed on the radar screen, his eye sockets nearly splitting. Impossible, he muttered, the words rolling out of his throat. Dry as if filled with sand. Over 100 tomahawks, and not even a splash. He spun around abruptly, grabbing the tie of the adjutant beside him. With excessive force, the adjutant's neck was marked with a red line, his eyes rolling back. The radar is broken. It must be broken. Clark shouted hysterically, spittle spraying across the adjutant's face. The adjutant clawed at his wrist. Sir. Cough. He turned purple with strain. Let go. The radar is fine. The optical satellites saw no explosion either. Clark shoved him away. The adjutant's back slammed into the console, hissing in pain. Clark grabbed the red communicator on the table, his fingers jabbing at the buttons frantically. His fingernails were filled with dandruff from scratching his head earlier. Give me the armory. Connect me to the lower deck armory. He screamed into the mouthpiece, his voice cracking. Deploy the electromagnetic railguns. Bring out all the stock. A crackling static noise came from the communicator. The lower deck armory officer's voice trembled. Sir, the railguns are for heavy armor. Just fire when I tell you to. Stop with the nonsense. Clark kicked the iron table legs, scuffing the leather of his shoe. And the bunker busters. Thermobaric bombs. His eyes were bloodshot like a mad dog. Load them all into the launch tubes. Smash that blue glass. Smash it. The armory officer stammered. Bunker busters. Those are for underground bunkers, sir. Fire. If you can't break through that shell, I'll have you shot. Clark slammed the mouthpiece onto the base, cracking the plastic casing. Outside the aircraft carrier on the sea surface, cold wind swept white waves. On the decks of several heavy destroyers, massive mechanical bearings began to turn. Creaking, the thick barrels of electromagnetic railguns slowly rose, aiming at the blue glow above the African continent. Virum, a piercing energy accumulation sound spread across the sea, even causing the water to bubble from the magnetic field. Boom. A blue-white electric light exploded at the muzzle. A tungsten projectile weighing dozens of kilograms was launched at over Mach 7. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp screech. Then the vertical launch silos on the cruisers opened again. Bunker busters with heavy warheads soared into the sky, trailing black smoke. Clark pressed his face against the bulletproof glass, his breath fogging it up. He wiped it with his sleeve, staring intently at the dense sparks in the sky. Break it! Break it! He gritted his molars until his gums bled. The first tungsten projectile carrying devastating kinetic energy slammed into the deep blue plasma shield. Not a sound. Not a single sound. As soon as the projectile touched the blue glow, it was like a drop of water falling into a red-hot iron pot. A faint wisp of smoke rose. Gone. Not even a trace remained. The second bunker buster hit. Another wisp of smoke. Then the third, the fourth. It was like a silent meteor shower in the sky. Flames flew everywhere, but all turned into duds against the blue shield. The blue curtain remained firmly in place. Not a crack. Not even a ripple the size of a needle tip. Clark's face twitched violently. Keep firing. Empty the ammunition depot. He raged helplessly in the command room. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. The cannon fire on the sea never stopped. The barrels glowed red, emitting a burnt metal stench. High-pressure water jets sprayed onto the barrels to cool them, white steam covering the deck. Sailors worked shirtless, sweat mixing with oil. Boxes of ammunition were pushed out, all wasted. In the yellow mud courtyard. Flashes of fire crackled in the sky, looking quite lively. Lu Yao crouched by the fire, hugging her knees, her head tucked into her coat collar. Brother. She looked up at the sparks in the sky. This fireworks display is pretty long-lasting. She sniffled, her nose red from the cold. Lu Yuan pulled over a broken bamboo chair, crossing his legs. His plastic slippers swayed. Bored, he said, fiddling with a small stick in the mud. He drew a few crooked circles. Too much money to burn. Lin Feng crouched nearby, his suit pants covered in yellow mud. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The sweat ran into his eyes, stinging badly. He blinked hard. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's voice cracked. The radar just showed those were electromagnetic railguns. Each projectile cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lu Yao clicked her tongue nearby. Hundreds of thousands. She counted on her dirty fingers. That must have been thousands of rounds in the sky, just now, right? How much money is that? Enough to buy several streets of roast duck. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, dramatically tossing the stick aside. The stick hit the fire, sending up a cloud of black ash. Don't worry about it. Let them waste scrap metal, well, just enjoy the noise. He picked his ear. But the sound is a bit muffled, not crisp enough. The phone was placed on a brick by the stove. The screen was lit. The livestream chat had erupted. Millions of viewers watched this 10-minute, scratching performance. Mockery from the entire internet flooded the screen like a tsunami. Huh. Hilarious. Is this the 12-nation joint fleet? Or a construction team setting off fireworks for the big bro? 10 minutes. The barrels are nearly smoking. Billions in ammunition, not even a ripple. The foreigners have lost their shirts. I checked Twitter, Musk's stock is down again. The myth of Western invincibility. In front of Big Bro's blue glass, it's not even a joke. The chat was scrolling so fast the phone was heating up. Lu Yao touched the phone case. It was hot. She quickly pulled her hand back, wiping it on her clothes. Bro netizens are laughing at the foreigners. She grinned, showing a row of white teeth. All her earlier fear was gone. They say the Eagle Country has lost face all the way to outer space. Lu Yuan didn't look at the screen. He tilted his head, staring at the blue glow above. Outside, the glow sporadic sparks still fell, but noticeably fewer. Probably out of ammunition. On the Atlantic flagship, Clark lay slumped on the floor, his back against the iron table. The walkie-talkie in his hand was shattered. Plastic shards were everywhere. He stared blankly, muttering, impossible. God, this is impossible. The adjutant crouched beside him. Holding a freshly printed battle damage report, the paper edges wrinkled from sweat. Sir. The adjutant swallowed dryly, his voice like a sob. Conventional cruise missile stock depleted. Railgun rails severely overheated, 3 cannons melted down. Bunker busters. All gone. He handed over the report. We can't break through. Clark didn't take the paper. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mixing with sweat and grime, leaving a dirty trail. Centuries of Western technological hegemony, hundreds of warships. Thousands of the most advanced missiles, all turned into a complete farce before this thin light curtain. In the courtyard. The wind stopped. The sparks in the sky died out completely. Lu Yuan lowered his crossed legs, his flip-flops crunching on the frozen mud. He stood up, stretching widely. His bones emitted a few dull pops. He covered his mouth and yawned long and deep. 2 tired tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them away with his thumb. No more noise. He pursed his lips. That little stock isn't even enough to watch half a movie. Lin Feng stood up, leaning against the wall, his legs still weak. Mr. Lu, they must be out of ammo, he said with trembling lips. Lu Yuan twisted his neck, walked to the fire, and picked up the burnt stick to poke the dead ashes. He fished out an undercooked sweet potato. Staring at it, his pitch-black eyes held no warmth of the living. A cold smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. He tossed the stick aside. It landed in the snow. Bored of watching, he brushed the charcoal dust off his hands. Dust swirled in the cold light. They've been littering on my turf for half a day. He turned to look at the 3-meter mech that had been still in the corner. Courtesy demands reciprocity. He lifted his chin slightly, his voice cutting through the cold yard. Long E. Lu Yuan's voice drifted in the wind, carrying a faint scent of burnt roasted sweet potatoes. The pile of rusted scrap metal in the corner stirred. It had once been a broken tractor. Dried cow dung from some unknown year still clung to the tires. With a crack, the dung split and fell into the slush, splashing a single drop of black mud. The iron surface churned like boiling water. Silver-gray liquid metal rolled wildly, and the tracks retracted upward with a grating creak. The screech of metal set one's molars on edge. In less than 2 seconds, a 3-meter icy mecha stood in the snow. Its armor plates were pitch black, devoid of any reflective paint. Only rough matte texture. With a thud, the mecha dropped to one knee in the mud. Yellow mud mixed with crushed ice splattered onto Lin Feng's face, chilling him into a shiver. His eyelids twitched violently. "Master, what are your orders?" A synthesized mechanical voice emerged from the mecha's throat, emitter laced with a faint crackle of static. Lu Yao's mouth hung open and cold wind rushed down her throat, making her cough. She coughed until her face flushed red and tears streamed down. Wiping her chin carelessly with a dirty sleeve, she left a black smear of mud. "Bro," she stammered, her voice caught like a piece of ginger in her throat. You're really sending this hunk of iron." Lu Yuan picked his nose. He flicked away a dry clump of dirt. "What? You want to swim for it? I can't even doggy paddle." Lu Yao stomped her foot in anger, her shoes squelching. "This isn't swimming. It's suicide. It's not alive, so what's there to die?" Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He scraped his flip-flops on the ground. Lin Feng knelt with both hands in the muddy water, his suit sleeves soaked through cold and clinging to his skin. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. "Mr. Lu." Lin Feng jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. "You can't be reckless. That's 3 nuclear-powered carrier battle groups." Lu Yuan ignored him, pulling a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket and putting it between his lips. He bit dryly on the filter, leaving a row of teeth marks. "Hundreds of modern warships." Lin Feng's voice cracked, spit flying. "They have Aegis systems. They can fire 10,000 depleted uranium armor-piercing shells in a minute. They can level an iron mountain." "Depleted uranium?" Lu Yuan mumbled around the cigarette, but sounds familiar. "Last time Xiao and I used it in an experiment, he threw it away because its melting point was too low." "Those are armor-piercing rounds. They explode on impact." Lin Feng frantically grabbed at Lu Yuan's pants leg, covering his hands in yellow mud and pulling the... "No matter how tough this mecha is, it can't withstand tens of thousands of rounds washing over it at once." Lu Yuan frowned and kicked Lin Feng's hand away. "Stop pulling my pants, the elastic is loose." He hitched up his waistband. "Who said it's going to get hit? That's not the point." Lu Yao rushed over and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, her nails digging into his white t-shirt and leaving black fingerprints. "They also have laser interception weapons." "Laser?" Lu Yuan snorted, spitting the chewed cigarette, but onto the snow. "You mean those giant flashlights of theirs?" "Flashlights can still burn through steel." Lu Yao's tears fell in desperation, rolling down her cheeks and into her mouth, salty and bitter. "What if that big hunk of iron gets burned? How much will it cost to repair? You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself." Lu Yuan pulled his arm away in disgust. "If it breaks, it breaks." He patted the water stains on his sleeve. "There are tens of thousands more in the warehouse, just rusted. Perfect opportunity to clear inventory." Lin Feng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his jaw hanging, as if dislocated. A long string of drool dripped from the tip of his chin. Tens of thousands." He stammered, his tongue twisting. "You treat these as consumables? Enough nonsense." Lu Yuan strode over to the military terminal that had fallen from Lin Feng's hand. The screen was cracked in 3 large lines, still displaying a holographic red radar map. He crouched down and poked the cracked glass with his right index finger. His fingertip accidentally grazed a shard of glass, drawing a thin line of blood. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue and sucked the bleeding finger into his mouth. A metallic, bloody taste. He spat a bit of bloody saliva to the side. "Long E." He tilted his chin and shouted at the mecha. The mecha's heavy metal head turned with a clank, its red electronic eyes locking onto the screen on the ground. "Scan complete." An icy mechanical voice echoed through the yard. Lu Yuan pointed at the dense cluster of red dots on the screen, his fingers still stained with blood. "Go warm up by the sea." "Acknowledged." Long E's electronic eyes flared with intense red light, like 2 burning pools of blood. Metal joints emitted a grating sound as it prepared to rise. "Wait." Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand. "Remember." Lin Feng, still lying on the ground, perked up his ears. Joy surged in his heart. Was the big shot changing his mind? Calling it off? "Don't sink them all." Lu Yuan rubbed the back of his hand against the stubble on his chin, making a scraping sound. "You hear me?" Lu Yao was stunned. Her motion of wiping her nose with her sleeve froze in midair. "Bro, since when did you grow a conscience?" She sniffled. "Afraid of casualties." Casualties my ass. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. If all those hundreds of nuclear-powered wrecks sank to the bottom, how much nuclear reactor waste would leak out? Casualties my ass. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. If all those hundreds of nuclear-powered wrecks sank to the bottom, how much nuclear reactor waste? Lin Feng's mouth hung open, cold wind rushing down his throat, and making him cough repeatedly until his face turned red. Just because of that. His eyes nearly bulged out. You're worried about pollution. What else? Lu Yuan looked at him as if he were an idiot. I'm planning to go fishing for yellow croaker at the beach next month. Would you eat fish full of nuclear waste? Afraid it won't give you the runs. Lu Yao stood frozen, feeling the last string snap in her mind. Then how do you fight? She stammered. Just dismantle their toys. Lu Yuan stood up and shoved his hands into his pockets. Break them into pieces. Yes, master. Long Yi stood straight. Its three-meter frame blocked the wind and snow. Two thick armor plates on its back slid open with a clank, revealing two exhaust ports the size of wash. Inside, a blinding blue-white light flared. With a deep hum, the air began to vibrate violently, and the snow on the ground instantly melted into water. With a crackling hiss, the anti-gravity thrusters shot out long blue plasma flames. A wave of heat blasted forward, as if a giant furnace had been shoved into their faces. Lu Yao screamed, covering her face and scrambling backward, the front strands of her bangs instantly curling. The smell of burnt protein filled the air. The yellow mud and water on the ground boiled and bubbled, sending up a thick white steam that stung their eyes. With a deafening boom, the entire yard seemed to explode. Mud specks flew like bullets, smacking against the walls. Long Yi's massive metal body shot upward without warning at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track, leaving only a silver-gray afterimage. The air was torn apart, and the airflow compressed wildly around it. A thunderous sonic boom erupted tens of meters above the ground. A visible white ring of vapor expanded outward, shattering every falling snowflake into fine powder. Like a heavy rocket leaving its launch tube, Long Yi streaked upward with a long blue tail flame, crashing into the deep blue plasma shield hundreds of meters. No explosion, no resistance. The light barrier, which could vaporize cruise missiles, parted like water upon contact with Long Yi. The silver-gray mecha pierced through, instantly transforming into a blinding blue meteor, even in daylight, tearing through the thick clouds over the East African. Straight and unstoppable, carrying the killing intent of death itself, it bore down on the Eagle Kingdom's fleet, rolling in the Atlantic waves. In the yard, the mud still bubbled with hot steam, the acrid smell of burning lingering. Lu Yuan stretched his arms wide, his bones cracking. He looked down at Lin Feng, who lay in the mud like a clay statue, mouth agape. Lu Yuan lifted his foot and nudged the edge of his flip-flop against Lin Feng's mud-caked leather shoe. He gave it a kick. Still lying there, he yawned, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Wipe the mud off the screen. Lu Yuan jerked his chin toward the cracked terminal on the ground, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Get up and watch the show. Watch those overfed foreign devils learn to doggy paddle in the sea. Lin Feng knelt in the muddy puddle. His kneecaps, soaked in icy water, had long lost all sensation. He rubbed the military terminal screen fiercely with the back. The screen was cracked in 3 places, with mud wedged into the glass crevices that refused to be gouged out. The red dot on it blinked piercingly. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng's teeth chattered, producing a clattering sound. This red dot. He swallowed a dry mouthful, his throat feeling as if filled with sand. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, painfully dry. It's too damn fast. Lu Yuan sat on a broken bamboo chair, picking at the unfinished sweet potato in his hand, his fingernails caked with black ash. He didn't look up. What's so strange? Just a piece of scrap metal flying around casually. Lu Yao crouched beside him, shivering and sniffing a clear, runny nose. She wiped her mouth roughly with a mud-stained sleeve. Dry leaves stuck to the sleeve, scraped her face painfully. Bro, how fast can that iron lump of yours fly? She tilted her head, arms tightly crossed over her chest, legs trembling beneath her coat. Lu Yuan tossed the sweet potato peel aside. With a splat, muddy water splashed onto his white t-shirt. He ignored it. Not that fast. He clapped his hands. Half the charcoal ash on his palms flew off. The air resistance is too high in this damn weather with snow. Barely 15 Mach. Lin Feng's hand trembled, and the terminal fell into the muddy water with a plop, splashing black mud onto his face. The cold mud clung to his skin. F-15 Mach. His voice cracked, breaking into a shrill rasp. His hands gripped the fabric of his thighs tightly. That's over 10 times the speed of sound. Stealth fighters can't even taste its exhaust. And you call that not fast? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, scraping his flip-flops on the muddy ground. Squeezing out a stream of mud, he said, making a fuss. A worm crawling on the ground. Does it deserve to compare speed with an eagle in the sky? He yawned. Squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes, he wiped them with the back of his hand. It's just going to dismantle a few pieces of scrap metal, though otherwise I wouldn't bother to move it. Lu Yao picked up the phone. Her fingers swiped across the screen. The barrage comments had already gone wild, words overlapping in a blur of white. 15 Mach. Is my ears malfunctioning? Missiles can't catch that speed. Bro, send a living daddy to demolish. Lu Yao looked at the comments and grinned. revealing 2 small white teeth. Bro, netizens say you're awesome. They say this speed will scare the foreigner's pants off. Lu Yuan didn't respond. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the bamboo chair which creaked under his weight. The Atlantic Ocean. Waves surged over 10 meters high, crashing against the steel plates of the Ford-class aircraft carrier, shattering into white foam. The salty, fishy smell seeped through the ventilation ducts. Inside the command center, it was sweltering like a steam bath, the air thick with the stench of feet and cheap tobacco. Several ashtrays were overflowing with cigarette butts, ash scattered dirty across the table. General Clark gripped the iron edge of the control console. His palms were slick with sweat, leaving 2 wet handprints on the metal surface. He chewed a piece of gum, smacking noisily. The gum had lost its flavor. Sir. The radar operator suddenly stood up, knocking over his iron stool with a clang. The stool hit the floor with a piercing sound. Radar has detected a high-energy object. His voice cracked, spittle flying onto the monitor in front of him. Clark snapped his head around his thick neck, emitting a sharp crack. The misaligned tendons made him wince. Where? Is it a Chinese stealth fighter? His eyes bulged bloodshot whites. No, it's not a fighter. The radar operator pounded the keyboard frantically. His knuckles turned white, fingernails sliding over the plastic keycaps. Too small. Radar cross-section is wrong. The red warning lights on the console flashed. The piercing sound drilled into everyone's skulls. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. A high-energy object is approaching at 15 Mach. The synthesized voice echoed in the room. Clark's mouth hung open. The piece of green gum fell out, landing on his shoe with a wet plop, sticking to his black leather shoe disgustingly. He ignored it. 15 Mach. His legs went weak and the fat on his belly quivered. His belt buckle hit the edge of the table. Are you drunk on fake booze? He grabbed the radar operator by the collar, yanking hard. A button flew off, hitting the monitor. Even intercontinental missiles aren't that fast. The adjutant hopped around in panic, his leather soles slipping on the steel floor. Sir, less than 50 nautical miles. Radar can't lock on. It's heading straight for us. Clark shoved the radar operator aside. The operator slammed into the wall with a grunt. Clark punched the iron table, breaking his knuckles and drawing blood. Whatever the hell it is. He grabbed the red microphone nearby, his sweaty hands nearly losing grip. He roared till his face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead. Closian weapon systems. All ships, CIWS, open fire. Empty the entire stock. Weave an iron net over the sea. On the deck, cold wind mixed with rain water droplets stinging the face. Several soldiers, bare-chested, shivered with blue lips. Their bodies were covered in messy tattoos, all soaked by rain. Turn the gun barrels. Quick! A mechanic hammered a stuck gear with a large wrench. 6 phalanx CIWS mounts. The heavy turrets emitted a screeching grind as they aligned in unison toward the eastern sky. The barrels spun into a blur. The massive recoil pressed the deck downward. Flames spurted out over a meter long. Brass casings rained down like hail, clattering onto the ground. Some rolled into drainage ditches, others burned the soldiers' feet, making them yelp. The smell of gunpowder instantly overpowered the sea salt, stinging the eyes. 10,000 depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds per second, weaving a fiery red net across the dark sky. Impenetrable. On the horizon, a silver-white meteor plunged into the fire net. No deceleration. No evasion. Long E faced the metal storm and crashed straight into it. Clark pressed his face against the bulletproof glass, his nose flattened into a meat patty. The glass was fogged with his breath. He wiped it vigorously with his sleeve. Hit it. Blast it to pieces. He clenched his fist and shouted, spittle spraying onto the glass. No explosion. Those warheads that could shred armored vehicles to pieces struck Long E's pitch-black armor. Clang, clang, clang. A continuous dull roar like hammering iron. Sparks flew everywhere. The warheads were all flattened like crushed soda cans, clattering into the sea, sizzling as they hit the water. Long E didn't even have a scratch. The liquid metal rippled like water, dissipating all the force. Clark's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His nails dug into the windowsill, breaking and bleeding onto the white paint. Sticky. What kind of monster is this? His voice was completely hoarse, as if swallowing razor blades. Before he could finish, a tremendous crash landed overhead. Boom. The 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier's steel frame let out a pained groan, creaking. The bow plunged sharply downward. Seawater directly flooded the deck. The chandeliers in the command room shattered into pieces, glass shards falling onto Clark's half-bald head, cutting several bloody gashes. Blood trickled down his cheek. He fell to the floor, his front tooth breaking off as it hit an iron chair leg. His mouth was full of the taste of blood. He spat out a bloody wad and scrambled to the window. On the flight deck, thick smoke billowed. The acrid smell of burning was pungent. In the smoke stood a 3-meter iron hunk. Its heavy metal feet had stomped 2 half-meter-deep craters into the special. The steel plates around the craters were curled up, exposing thick cables and pipes underneath. Sparks crackled. The American soldiers on the deck all wet themselves. Some dropped their automatic rifles, not even feeling the pain when they hit their feet. Others had large wet patches on their crotches, yellow liquid streaming down their thighs. The stench of urine mixed with the smell of gunpowder. The soldiers' legs gave way. They fell to their knees on the deck one after another, trousers soaked in seawater, trembling with cold. Not a single one dared to look up. They shook like leaves in the wind. Long E slowly straightened up. Its metal neck twisted twice, producing a grinding sound. Its red electronic eyes, like two ghostly flames, swept over the mortals on the ground, over those trembling, kneeling bodies. It raised its thick right arm, its hand feeling around its waist, touching a metal rod. Shine. A high-frequency oscillating blade 1.5 meters long was slowly drawn. Blue electric arcs danced wildly, burning the air with a sizzling sound, the acrid scent hitting the nose. Long E's metal jaw opened and closed, emitting a cold, synthetic mechanical voice. Warm-up sequence initiated. The piercing wail of the air raid siren tore through the ocean breeze. Whoom, whoom. It rattled the brain, leaving one dizzy. Dozens of Marine Corps soldiers scrambled onto the deck in a frenzied rush. Combat boots clanged against the metal deck. The deck was slick with white foam sprayed by the waves. Slippery. Private Jack lost his footing. He tumbled headfirst into a puddle. His chin slammed against the steel plate, tearing off a large patch of skin. Blood mixed with the salty seawater seeped into his mouth, bitter and astringent. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Move it. The black sergeant bellowed in a hoarse, grating voice. Veins bulged grotesquely on his neck. A spray of spittle landed all over Jack's face. Anti-tank rocket launcher. Get it over here. What's the holdup? Wanna be chum for the fish? Jack scrambled to his feet, fumbling. The rocket launcher in his hands was unbearably heavy. His palms were slick with cold sweat, making the iron tube slip in his grip. He sniffed back the clear mucus from the cold. A pungent odor of aviation kerosene flooded his lungs, making him cough violently. Yes, sir. Jack's lips trembled, his teeth chattering loudly. He pointed at the three-metertal black iron lump hovering in midair. What the hell is that thing? It has no thrusters. How is it floating? The black sergeant slapped Jack's helmet. Smack. Jack's neck twisted and his teeth bit into his tongue. A coppery taste spread through his mouth. Shut your gaping hole. The sergeant's jowls quivered with rage. I said fire. I don't care what it is. Blast that hunk of junk. But Jack wiped the rain from his face. It's too big. Our armor-piercing rounds can never penetrate that armor. I told you to fire. You deaf. The sergeant drew his pistol. The dark, cold muzzle pressed directly against the back of Jack's head. The barrel was icy. A violent shiver ran through Jack. Don't fire, and I'll blow your brains out right now and feed you to the sharks. Jack felt a warm wetness in his crotch. Yellow fluid trickled down his thighs. The stench of urine mingled with the sea salt, sharp and nauseating. He hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder. His fingers trembled like a Parkinson's patient as he clamped down on the trigger. Captain, it's looking this way. Tears mixed with seawater streamed down Jack's face. Through the scope, the black mech's red optical eyes were fixed squarely on them, like two burning pits of blood. Fire, you worthless piece of crap. The sergeant jabbed the gun barrel hard against Jack's scalp. Bang. The rocket left the tube. The recoil slammed Jack's shoulder, making his bones feel like they were cracking. He collapsed onto the deck. The rocket, trailing smoke, shot straight toward Long Yi's face. Long Yi didn't dodge. He didn't even flinch. A mechanical arm rose. The high-frequency oscillation blade in his palm emitted a piercing whine. With a casual swing, a pure blue plasma sword arc. Like a crescent guillotine, it swept horizontally across the sea surface. Shine. The rocket was sliced in two midair. It didn't even manage an explosion. It became two charred chunks of scrap metal splashing into the sea. A plume of white smoke rose. The sword arc didn't stop. It stretched over 10 meters long. The air crackled and popped from the heat. A sharp smell of ozone spread. It headed straight for the carrier's island command tower. Inside the command center, it was stifling hot like a giant furnace. The air was thick with the stench of sweaty feet and cheap tobacco. General Clark gripped the edge of the control console. His fingernails scraped white lines into the metal surface. Blood oozed from his nail beds. He stared with bloodshot blue eyes. His face pressed against the bulletproof glass. His nose flattened into a pancake. The glass was fogged with his breath. He wiped it vigorously with his coffee-stained sleeve, watching that blue light grow closer. The blinding glare made tears gush from his eyes. Surface-to-air missiles. A beastly roar tore from his throat. His voice cracked completely. Stop it. Don't let it get through. The adjutant dove under the steel desk, scrambling. His head cracked against the table leg, raising a huge purple lump. He winced in pain. It's useless, sir. The adjutant wailed, clutching his head, his voice choked with tears. Radar can't lock on. We're all finished. Clark yanked the tablecloth. Coffee cups and documents crashed to the floor. Coffee splashed everywhere. He turned to run. His calves cramped, he couldn't step. Too late. The blue light swept through. The entire command tower, worth billions. With its bulletproof, glass, blast-resistant steel plates and dense array of radar antennas. Like a piece of soft tofu. It was cut cleanly. The cut surface burned red hot. Molten iron dripped down. It scorched through the plastic floor beneath, emitting black smoke. Rumble. The upper half of the command tower slid. A screeching sound of tearing metal. It crashed diagonally into the dark Atlantic. A white spray rose dozens of meters high. Clark felt a heat at his waist. Then his upper body went numb. He looked down. His lower half still stood on the spot. A pool of blood spread beneath the trouser legs. But his upper half slid along the tilted floor. The severed section was charred black. Even his intestines hadn't spilled out. Only one word escaped his lips. Then he, along with the remains of the tower, was swallowed by the churning sea. Seawater poured into the broken compartments. Bubbles churned. Long moved. His knee joints emitted a dull hydraulic sound. Bang! The carrier deck was crushed into a huge hole under his heavy step. The edges of the steel plate curled up. He was like a black cannonball. He launched himself. A silver afterimage streaked through the air. He landed heavily on a nearby Arleigh Burr-class destroyer. The hull sank sharply. Seawater sloshed over the deck. It's coming. Run. Help. Soldiers on the destroyer dropped their weapons. They wailed and scrambled below deck. They shoved each other. Some were trampled, screaming. Long Yi's mechanical hand seized the main gun barrel at the bow. 5 thick metal fingers clenched violently. Creak. A screeching sound of metal twisting. It set one's teeth on edge. The 100mm thick alloy turret was squeezed into a twisted blob of scrap metal. Hydraulic oil squirted from the gun barrel. It sprayed onto Long Yi's armor. A pungent white smoke rose. Long Yi lifted his right foot, aimed below the destroyer's bridge. He slammed it down with full force. Crack. The force of that kick was terrifying. The entire ship was broken in two at the waist. The sound of the keel snapping was louder than thunder. Crunch. The bow and stern tilted upward. A huge gap opened in the middle. Seawater surged into the fracture like mad. Countless soldiers fell into the freezing ocean like dumplings into a pot. They floundered. They cried out. The surface was littered with life vests, planks, and shoes, and great slicks of leaking heavy oil. Long Yi stood on a sunken piece of metal. Seawater lapped at his metal ankles. His red optical eyes scanned the struggling crowd around him. He slowly raised his high-frequency oscillation blade. Blue arcs of electricity danced along the edge. The air hissed. His metal jaw opened and closed. A cold, mechanical, synthetic voice echoed across the sea. Warm-up sequence completed. Washington. The Pentagon. In the underground surveillance room. Cold air blew from the ventilation vents. It carried a musty smell of dust. MacArthur slumped in his leather swivel chair. His black eye patch hung askew, revealing his blind left eye, the hollow socket sunken. He gasped for breath. His chest heaved like a broken bellows. The snow on the large screen made his eyes ache. It crackled. The image went black. Nothing visible. The fat on his chin quivered. His fingers clawed at the armrest. The pressure was too great. His thumbnail snapped clean off. A few drops of blood oozed out. He smeared it on the leather, leaving a dark red streak. He felt no pain. Only a block of ice seemed lodged in his chest. It was freezing. Even his breath carried frost. The several senior staffers standing nearby all had their heads lowered, staring at their own shoes. No one dared to breathe loudly. The air was stifling, sickeningly heavy with the smell of sweat. General, a gaunt intelligence officer approached. He swallowed a dry gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed, emitting an ugly gurgle. Our third carrier strike group. The intelligence officer's voice trembled like a withered leaf in autumn wind. He wiped the cold sweat from his face with his sleeve. The cuff was soaked through. It's gone. On radar, not even a large piece of metal can be detected. MacArthur didn't move. Like a corpse. After a long pause, he stiffly turned his neck. Bones cracked audibly. His eyes were red as a rabbit with conjunctivitis. They bored into the intelligence officer. His lips parted. Get the car ready. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, dry and parched. The intelligence officer froze. His mind hadn't caught up. Get the car ready for where? MacArthur grabbed his wrinkled uniform collar. He yanked it open violently. A plastic button popped off. It hit the floor and rolled into a corner under the desk, revealing his thick, sweaty neck. He clenched his molars. The muscles in his cheeks twitched. His eyes were filled with ash-gray despair. To Africa. He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the expensive carpet. Bring every chip you can find. Take the keys to the treasury as well. He stared at the blackened screen. His voice betrayed a resignation beyond all hope. To become his dog. MacArthur's words, go be his dog, barely squeezed out of his throat, dry as a worn-out rag. The underground monitoring room was thick with the stench of fermented sweat, suffocating and nauseating. The blackened screen before him crackled with a burst of blinding static. A high-frequency electrical hum pierced his eardrums, sharp and painful. The image abruptly cut to the deck of the still-and-sunk USS Ronald Reagan. A dust-covered F-35 stealth fighter was spewing orange tail flames, its tires leaving 2 black rubber streaks on the anti-slip, coating the smell of burnt rubber almost palpable through the screen. The old man's blind left eyelid twitched violently, his knees, which had just gone weak, snapped straight with a crack. He lunged at the console, his palms slick with cold sweat, slipping and smashing his chin against the metal edge. He felt no pain opening his gap-toothed mouth and spraying saliva across the keyboard. Lock it now. He was like a maddened old duck grabbing the microphone base beside him and smashing it around. Use the cannon. Use the Sidewinder missiles. Blow it out of the sky. The radar operator was curled up in his swivel chair, his military pants soaked through with urine, the stench of ammonia filling the air. His hands fumbled across the keyboard, fingers trembling so much he couldn't even hit the enter key. Sir, can't lock on. He wailed with a sob, snot running into his mouth, salty and bitter. He wiped the foggy monitor with his dirty sleeve. Target speed. Speed overload. On the screen, the red that had stretched into a twisted red line like ghostly handwriting. Are you blind, you son of a bitch? It's right there in the sky. MacArthur grabbed the radar operator by the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground. The operator's face turned red, his neck bulging as he clawed at his collar. I really can't lock on. The radar is full of afterimages, he coughed, pointing at the mess of code. It's boosted again. On top of 15 Mach. The fire control system's refresh rate can't keep up with its afterimages. The missile seekers are all blind. Over the Atlantic Ocean. The sea wind carried the salty stench of dead fish. The thrusters beneath Long Yi's mecha feet exploded with a blinding blue-white plasma. The seawater was instantly vaporized by the high temperature, sending a white mist billowing into the sky. The massive pitch-black metal body left only a vacuum trail in midair, tearing through the air. There was no sound. Its speed was so great that even the sonic boom was left behind. The red electronic eyes stared fixedly at the F-35, which had just pulled up its nose above the clouds. In the cockpit, pilot Jason gripped the control stick tightly, his gloves soaked with sweat. He stared at the wildly flashing red warning lights on the instrument panel, his heart pounding so hard it threatened to break his ribs. The piercing beep of the alarm made his brain ache. He gritted his teeth and reached for the ejection seat handle. Tower. Target is directly ahead. His throat was dry as sand, his vocal cords tearing as he screamed. Distance less than 2 kilometers. Radar has I see it with my own eyes. He's coming straight at me. In the muddy yard of Africa, the cold wind howled down his collar. Lu Yuan squatted by the fire pit, poking at the charcoal with a blackened stick. Sparks flew, burning a small hole in his white t-shirt. He clicked his tongue, pinching the burnt smell away with his fingernail. This tinkin' plane flies like a fly, making me dizzy. He spat a mouthful of sandy saliva into the slush puddle. Zero switched the feed. Zero's virtual image flickered in the snow. Command confirmed. Connecting to Long Yi's onboard visual system. The holographic projection screen in midair flickered, and the perspective instantly changed. It wasn't a view from above, but directly the first-person perspective of the mecha. The howling of the wind stopped, leaving only the low hum of the thrusters and the hiss of air friction against the armor surface. Lu Yao crouched on the muddy ground, clutching the hot metal badge. The little girl's nose was red from the cold, her eyes fixed on the screen. Brother. Is this? Inside the mecha. She swallowed hard, her throat making a gulping sound. The live stream with 20 million viewers had its barrage frozen. All viewers held their breath, gripping their phones, their hearts racing with the perspective's rapid approach. In the center of the screen, the F-35 fighter costing over 100 million looked like a gray fly, flying straight at them, growing larger and clearer. Even the white serial numbers on the Sidewinder missiles under its belly were clearly visible. Through the blast-proof glass, Jason's terrified expression was imprinted on the retinas of tens of millions of people. His face, twisted in extreme fear, looked like a crumpled paper ball. Collision. Lu Yao closed her eyes in terror, covering her ears with both hands. There was no explosion. Into 0. 1 second before contact, Long Yi's massive mechanical arm shot forward. The barbed metal hand grabbed the sharp nose cone of the F-35. The alloy armor grinding produced a teeth-grating screech. Sparks flew wildly thousands of meters above the ground. This supersonic fighter, weighing tens of tons, was like a paper model in Long Yi's hands. The mecha's hydraulic engines let out a low roar. 5 thick metal fingers dug into the aerospace aluminum, leaving 5 dark holes. The nose cone instantly crumpled, with complex circuits crackling, emitting choking black smoke and blue electric sparks. The entire plane came to a dead halt in midair, inertia forcing the tail engine to spew black oil. In the cockpit, Jason was slammed against his seatbelt, his ribs aching, nearly spitting blood on the instrument panel. Help! He frantically pulled at the ejection handle, his fingers trembling so much he couldn't get a grip. Long Yi's cold mechanical head leaned in, its red electronic eyes staring at him through the blast-proof glass. There was no trace of human warmth in that gaze, only the purest logic of mechanical slaughter. It caught it. In the live stream, someone posted the first barrage, catching a stealth fighter by hand. Good heavens, physics is buried in the ground for good today. Barges poured in like a burst, damn dense white text flooding the screen. This is the high-end version of tearing apart devils barehanded. Old man, is this mecha for sale? They'll sell everything I own for a screw. The viewers went crazy, their keyboards clattering, spit flying across the screen. Lu Yuan stood up, patting the yellow mud off his pants. He scraped his flip-flops on the ground, looking at the screen with disdain. This flimsy plane breaks at the slightest squeeze. He picked his ear, flicked out a tiny piece of earwax, and yawned widely, squeezing out a couple of tears. He wiped them with the back of his charcoal-stained hand. Long Yi stopped dawdling. Take it apart quickly, or my fire's about to go out. High above Long Yi received the command. The high-frequency oscillation blade in its other hand was raised sharply. Blue plasma arcs danced wildly along the blade, releasing a pungent ozone smell. The blade came down. No resistance. The blast-proof glass canopy, which could withstand cannon fire along with most of the fuselage, was smoothly sliced in two by the blue light. The cut instantly melted in the high-heat molten iron dripping down the fuselage. Jason didn't even have time to scream. The seat beside him along with half the control panel fell toward the sea. The wind howled into the cockpit with a gaping hole sweeping out all the loose items. He casually tossed the crumpled nose cone it was holding. The scrap metal tumbled through the air, crashing into the turbulent Atlantic below. The thrusters behind it flared blue again, turning in midair. Lu Yao was stunned. Snot ran down to her lip as she licked it with her tongue salty and cold. She swallowed hard, grabbing Lu Yuan's sleeve. "Brother." Her voice trembled like shaking chaff, her eyes wide as saucers. "You made a terraplane apart. Just for the thrill." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, pulling his sleeve from her grip. He brushed the mud off his clothes. "What thrill, eh?" He turned his head, his dark eyes showing no emotion. He pointed at the pieces of metal falling into the sea, curling his lip. "Didn't I just say?" He crouched down, picked up the blackened stick, and poked around in the fire. "Onion skin is thick, you have to peel it before you can roast it." He fished out a blackened sweet potato, blowing on it to cool it down. "Ask that Lin Feng guy how much their Dragon Kingdom pays for scrap iron per pound. Are we taking a loss on this bet?" Sweat inside Jason's helmet fogged up his visor. He gasped for air, each breath rancid with the stale carbon dioxide he had exhaled. The stench churned his stomach. A colossal black metallic hand loomed in his vision, sparks of friction heated electricity crackling between its fingers. Sizzle. The glass canopy emitted a teeth-grinding creak. White fractures instantly spiderwebbed across the blast-proof glass. The last thread of Jason's sanity snapped. "Fuck!" He howled in a raspy roar. His right hand, as if gripping a red-hot iron, clenched the yellow ejection handle between his legs. He yanked it upward. Bang! The gunpowder charge beneath the seat detonated. A colossal thrust violently tore him from the cockpit. The gale-force wind rushed into his mouth, stifling the latter half of his scream. He swallowed a bellyful of cold air. The parachute burst open midair with a thud. He didn't spare a glance for the ejected coward. The three-meter mechanical body halted abruptly in midair, its hydraulic joints groaning with a dull roar. His mechanical right arm thrust forward. 5 thick metal fingers precisely gouged into the skin of the F-35's right wing, as if sinking into over-fermented soft bread. His left hand clamped onto the middle of the fuselage. "Engage." The vocalizer in Long E's throat spat out 2 icy syllables. Creak. A piercing metallic fracture exploded in the sky. The high-strength aerospace titanium alloy under the brute force of the nano-armor. Crack. Was torn. Aviation kerosene sprayed across the heavens. Ignited by the searing exhaust, it erupted into a massive orange fireball tens of meters high, the heat blast scattering the clouds. Long E, gripping the remaining half of the nose cone with one hand, swung his arm in a full arc midair, like throwing a baseball, aiming at the Ticonderoga-class cruiser on the sea. He hurled it down with savage force. The nose cone punched through the cruiser's deck, plunging straight into the ammunition magazine below. Boom. A pillar of fire shot up over 100 meters. The warship broke in two at the middle, sinking stiffly to the ocean floor. In the muddy courtyard, Lu Yao clutched her phone, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. A string of drool dangled onto the zipper of her sun protection jacket. She sniffled and wiped her chin vigorously with a mud-stained sleeve. "Bro." Her voice trembled like a tattered plastic bag in a winter gale. "That hat was an airplane, right?" She pointed at the shards of metal flying across the screen. "Just ripped apart and tossed away." Lu Yuan crouched by the stove, holding a black iron skewer poking through the dead ashes in the hearth. He fished out a charred sweet potato tail. Too hot to hold, he juggled it between his hands, then pinched his earlobe to cool down. "Paper toy." He blew the ash off the sweet potato. Too brittle. Couldn't even hear the snap. "A toy. That was a fighter jet." Lu Yao stomped in agitation. "You think it's the paper airplane you folded as a kid, I'd still complain a paper airplane flies too slow." Lu Yuan bit into the burnt skin of the sweet potato. He spat it into the muddy water at his feet. Lin Feng knelt beside a puddle, his suit trousers soaked in the murky water, shivering from the cold. He cupped the cracked screen terminal with both hands, his eyes nearly pressed against the broken glass. "MMR. Lu." Lin Feng stammered, spraying spittle onto— "That was an F-35. Over $100 million each. And he just tore it apart with his hands. 100 million. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He took a huge bite of the sweet potato, blowing out steam. "Can that fill that broken ship with coins? If it can't fill it, it's useless." "Mister Lu, that's money. Even if you throw it in the water, it still makes a solid clink." Lin Feng slapped his thigh in pain, his hands covered in mud. "If you feel sorry for it, go fish it out of the sea." Lu Yuan pointed at the screen. "Go on, fish it out. Buy me a diving suit." Lu Yao leaned in. She furiously swiped her finger across the phone screen, nearly cracking it. "Bro, forget about the dollars. The netizens have gone crazy. Look at the barrage. It's lagging so bad my phone's overheating, I could fry an egg." In the livestream, 20 million viewers had witnessed the violent dismantling from a god's eye perspective. The barrage box was a blinding white blur, text stacked on text. "Awesome. Holy shit, awesome. Tearing an F-35 apart with bare hands. Bro, is that mech possessed by a Decepticon? So satisfying." This is 1,000 times more thrilling than any superhero movie. The Eagle Empire's fleet just became a scrap metal yard. Bro, that last smash was too cool. Can you tear another one? Lu Yuan glanced sideways at the screen. 2 tears of exhaustion squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them with a finger smudged with charcoal ash, leaving a black streak on his face. Tear another one. He pursed his lips. You think they're cabbages? Only a few green bottle flies buzzing up there. Already done. Really done, bro. Lu Yao didn't believe it, frantically scrolling the screen to find an intact piece. Want me to count how many pieces of metal are floating out there? Lu Yuan yawned. Lin Feng breathed heavily, staring at the radar on the terminal. Gaunt. His voice was hoarse like sawing wood. All the red dots on the surface are black. The surface vessels of the 12-nation joint fleet. He swallowed dryly, his atoms apple bobbing violently. All sunk. Not even a lifeboat floated up. Lu Yuan flicked away the leftover sweet potato skin. Plop. The skin landed in the melted snow by the stove, sizzling into a puff of white smoke. I told them to line up. He stood up, dusting off the ash on his pants. But they had to come die together. Now the fish down there get to eat iron plate barbecue. Bro, will the fish mutate? Lu Yao hobbled after Lu Yuan, clutching her phone. Though her calf was healed, the psychological effect still made her walk awkwardly. If they mutate, well, stew them for soup. Lu Yuan didn't look back. Bro, what do we do now? Lu Yao sniffled. Mission accomplished. Go back to sleep. I haven't had enough to eat yet. Lu Yuan stopped the flip-flops, scuffing the ground with a harsh squeak. Sleep? He yawned, hands shoved into the pockets of his white t-shirt. They think it's over. Too insulting. There are still a few turtles hiding underwater. Atlantic Ocean. 300 meters below the surface. The pitch-black deep sea devoid of any light. The water was bone-chilling cold. In the command center of the Ohio-class nuclear submarine, oppressive red lights flickered, illuminating rows of complex instrument panels. The air was thick with a strong diesel smell mixed with the sour, sweaty stench of sailors who hadn't bathed in days. Nauseating. Captain Miller stood beside the periscope pedestal, clutching a freshly printed order sheet. The edges of the paper were damp, with cold sweat from his palm, crumpled and soft. It's all over. Miller murmured, his lips trembling violently. He wiped the phantom sweat from his face with a grimy sleeve. The executive officer leaned in, bloodshot eyes like a mad dog. Sir, all surface signals are gone. General Clark's flagship sank too. The XO grabbed Miller's arm, fingernails digging into flesh. That monster dismantled the entire fleet. Miller flung off his hand, his back slamming against the steel hull with a loud clang. The impact numbed the back of his skull. Shut up. I know. He panted heavily, his chest wheezing like a broken bellows. The Pentagon issued a direct order. Miller slapped the crumpled order sheet onto the control panel. At all costs, that flying hunk of metal must be blown to pieces. The XO glanced at the screen. But sir, it's in the air. Our torpedoes are designed for underwater targets. I don't care. Miller roared, his eyes bloodshot, and his spittle sprayed onto the control buttons. Lock on the moment it enters the water. Open all torpedo tubes. Load heavy wire-guided torpedoes. Use saturation attack. Pin it to the surface. The operator sat in his chair, legs shaking uncontrollably. His boots tapped against the steel deck in a nervous staccato. Torpedo tubes flooded. He stammered the report, his tongue tied in knots. Target lock. Miller shoved the operator aside, his fingers slamming down on the red launch button with brutal force. His fingernail cracked with a snap. Blood seeped out. He felt no pain. Fire. A deep, muffled vibration rumbled through the seabed. 6 heavy torpedoes streaked away, leaving long trails. Like 6 venomous snakes darting through the darkness, their propellers churned the water, emitting a droning buzz, homing straight toward the mech preparing to hover above the surface. In the courtyard, a cold wind swept fallen leaves across the ground with a rustling sound. Lu Yuan crouched, using a new wooden stick to scribble in the mud. He drew a crooked turtle. Bro, what are you drawing? Lu Yao leaned over, blocking the cold overhead light. Drawing a turtle. Lu Yuan didn't look up. The underwater turtle's blowing bubbles. Lin Feng knelt beside him, staring at the terminal screen, his eyes suddenly widening. Mr. Lu, there's a high-energy reaction underwater. He slapped the melted snow and panic mud splattering his hands. It's torpedoes, heavy torpedoes. They're attacking from underwater. Lu Yao flinched in fright. Torpedoes? Won't they blow a huge crater in the water? She grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve. Bro, tell Long, E to fly higher. When those things blow, the splash alone could kill you. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. He disdainfully pulled his sleeve free. Fly higher. For what? He tossed the stick aside with a flick. Thwack. The stick landed right on the mud turtle's head. I've never seen dynamite fishing before. Lu Yuan stood up, hands in his pockets, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. 0. Tell Long, E to take a cold bath underground. Fish up all those iron rods. Tonight we're eating grilled turtle. Lu Yuan crouched by the slush puddle. He gripped the half-charred black wooden stick. A lump of yellow mud clung to its tip. He casually flicked it. Mud droplets flew off. Splat. They landed all over Lu Yao's sneakers. Odd. Lu Yao jumped back abruptly. Her feet slipped, and she nearly fell back into the mud again. Bro, watch it. She rubbed her soles vigorously on the clean snow pile in disgust. I just cleaned these shoes. Lu Yuan didn't look up, using the stick to thicken the turtle drawing on the ground. Why bother washing? He sniffled a gust of cold wind hitting his throat. We'll be fishing for seaweed soon anyway. Same dirt. Lin Feng approached. The crotch of his suit pants was completely soaked, clinging tightly to his thighs. Ice cold, the wind made him shiver violently. He held a terminal with 3 cracks across. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. He swallowed the dry, bitter saliva, his atoms, apple bobbing violently. Did Long One really go into the water? Obviously. Lu Yuan tossed the stick. Thud. It fell into the charcoal brazier, sending up a few faint red sparks. Do you think my orders are fake? Lu Yao leaned toward the screen. Black mud was stuck in the cracks, making the image blurry. Bro, you never maintain that hunk of metal. She pursed her lips, picking at the zipper of her sun protection jacket. The joints are full of dust. Won't it leak electricity when it goes into the sea? Leak and electrocute you. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, his flip-flops scraping noisily on the ground. Inside, it's a sealed particle flow. Not even a water molecule can get in. But it's underwater. Lu Yao was still uneasy. Those torpedoes have propellers. Whoosh whoosh. What if they actually explode? The water column would shoot up to the flood our whole yard. Shut your leaky mouth. Lu Yuan picked his ear, digging out a tiny bit of yellow earwax. Won't explode. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The sweat stung his eyes. These are 6 heavy wire-guided torpedoes. His voice cracked, taking on a sobbing tone. One can blow a destroyer in half. The underwater shockwave is dozens of times stronger than in air. Lu Yuan let out. He stood up, patted the dry mud off his rear. Just a few scrap metal tubes. He tapped the terminal screen hard twice with his muddy index finger. Stuff some explosives inside and they think they're a superweapon. Lu Yao craned her neck. If they don't explode, how do you stop them? It's not carrying a net. Can Long One hack them with that glowing knife underwater? The drag is so huge. Can it even swing? Lu Yuan yawned widely. Tears glistened in his eyes. Who said anything about using a knife to chop? Chopping scrap metal would dull the blade. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. His head buzzed. If not chop, then what stops them? Can it set fire underwater? What fire? That's bullshit. Lu Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Just decompose them. What does decompose mean? Lu Yao pressed. Take them apart. Underwater, is it using a wrench? Use the brain to take apart. Lu Yuan pointed at the screen. Stop yapping and watch the show. At the bottom of the Atlantic. Pitch black. Not a ray of sunlight penetrates. Long One's massive metal frame crashed into the sea surface, sending up a ring of white spray. Dozens of freezing seawater rushed up along the pitch-black armor plates. 6 heavy torpedoes, trailing long white bubbles, their propellers spinning furiously with a hum. Like 6 ravenous wild dogs, they charged straight at Long One's face. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Long One didn't draw its blade in the... It didn't even assume a defensive stance. Its metal chin clinked up and down. The synthetic voice didn't carry far underwater, only a low-frequency vibration. Origin particle decomposition, field expand. The power core on its chest flashed blue. A ring of invisible distorted force field. Centered on Long One, it rippled outward against the freezing seawater, stopping exactly at 10 meters. The leading torpedo plunged into that circle. No sound. The gunpowder didn't ignite. The firing pin didn't strike. The torpedo's titanium alloy casing within a millisecond was like dough meeting boiling. FZZZT. The atomic bonds on the casing snapped directly. The hard metal instantly flaked into powder. The high explosives packed tightly inside, along with the complex wire-guided circuit boards. Copper wires, lead blocks, plastic screws. All fell apart. Like a broken toy crushed under a foot. The fearsome death weapon from moments ago turned into a heap of messy junk. A green plastic wire. Floating in the seawater, tangled around a piece of rusty iron sheet, sinking with a few lumps of scrap metal into the abyss. The second, the third. Identical. All scattered into a pile of trash outside the 10-meter line. Not even a tiny splash. Ohio-class nuclear submarine. The command center reeked of oil and unwashed socks, stuffy enough to make one nauseous. Captain Miller gripped the overhead. His palms were sweaty and slipping. He stared at the green sonar display, his eyes nearly popping out. "The signal," he roared, his voice cracking like a broken gong. "How can all 6 torpedo signals be gone?" The sonar operator slumped in his chair, shaking all over like a sieve. The headphones filled with dead static. He fumbled to take them off, cold sweat all over his hands, wiping them messily on his pants. "Sir." He swallowed dry saliva, his throat like sandpaper. "It's gone. Everything's gone." No explosion echo. They vanished from the radar. Miller kicked the iron chair in front of him. His shoe toe hurt from the kick. He sucked in a cold breath. "Bullshit. 6 big iron cans. Can they dissolve in water?" The executive officer approached. His eyes were red, as if bleeding. The stench of days-old sweat assaulted Miller's nostrils. "Sir, they're really gone." The XO bit his lower lip, his gums bleeding. "Are we seeing ghosts?" "Don't talk nonsense." Miller grabbed the XO's collar, choking him till his eyes rolled. "Prepare to surface. Raise the periscope now. I want to see with my own eyes what the hell is on the surface." The heavy steel plates above. Suddenly a dull clang echoed extremely loud, making the red lights flicker. Miller slipped and nearly fell on the iron floor. "What's going on? Hit a reef," he shouted hoarsely. The sonar operator's face went completely pale like a corpse pulled from water. He pointed at the ceiling, his finger trembling in the air. "Not a reef. Sir, that thing. It's swimming right above us. 50 meters below the surface." Long One stood on the huge black hull of the nuclear submarine, its alloy feet clinging to the iron plates. It raised its mechanical right arm. The 1.5-meter high-frequency oscillation blade erupted with a blinding blue light in the dark water. Blue plasma arcs boiled the surrounding sea. Bubbles churned violently. It didn't slash at the middle of the sub. Its mechanical head twisted, red electronic eyes locked onto the sub's tail. That was the massive propeller driving the Tinsoff 1000-ton iron vessel. Long One swung its arm. The blue light traced a crescent afterimage underwater. Shoo! No resistance. The multi-million-dollar special alloy propeller, along with its sturdy drive shaft, like a piece of soft tofu, was sliced cleanly off. The water at the cut instantly vaporized from extreme heat, churning up a big cloud of murky white bubbles. The huge propeller separated from the hull and plunged straight into the deep. Inside the sub, all lights went out. Emergency red lights spun wildly. Piercing alarms tore through eardrums. Propulsion lost. Drive shaft broken. "We're sinking." The helmsman wrenched the wheel like a madman. No use at all. The Tinsoff 1000-ton iron coffin sank straight down. Miller slumped on the floor, covered in footprints. Darkness flickered before his eyes. "It's over. All over." He gaped like a fish out of water. "Send a distress signal." He croaked, his voice fainter than a mosquito. In the yellow mud courtyard, the wind had stopped. Lu Yao hugged her phone, staring at the underwater footage relayed on the screen. The big black fish-like submarine was slowly sinking, its rear exposed. She sniffled and picked at a dried mud crust on her face. "Bro." She turned to look at Lu Yuan. "Did you really take its wheels off?" Lu Yuan dusted off his hands, walked to the brazier, and sat back on the broken bamboo chair. "Didn't take off, just cut them." He picked up the black stick and poked around in the ashes. "I told you." He lifted his eyelids, his eyes ice cold. "Piss me off, and no one's going anywhere." He kicked the leg of the brazier. "Let it be a giant turtle shell at the bottom of the sea." Lin Feng knelt there, swallowing. "Mr. Lu, there are over 100 people in that sub. What if they drown?" Lu Yuan tilted his head. "Drown?" He curled his lips. "Not my damn problem. Did they forget their oxygen tanks at home?" He yawned, wiping away tears with his sleeve. "If you have so much free time to worry about them, you'd better guard the gate." Lu Yuan pointed at the closed courtyard gate. "Old Sun and his buddies are probably almost at the gate." A crack split the upper right corner of the phone screen. Shards of glass fell onto the snowy ground. A layer of blackish red mud splattered across the display. Lu Yao crouched by the stove, wiping the screen with the back of her hand. It didn't clean it, instead she smeared a greasy streak across it. Inside the screen, black smoke billowed over the sea. Sparks drifted wildly with the wind, hissing as they struck the surging white waves. The 100,000-ton Ford-class air now looked like a deflated wreck. Half of the island structure had collapsed, with flames spitting from a pitch-black hole. The bow plunged downward, most of the deck submerged in the bitter, salty seawater. American soldiers on the deck tumbled like dumplings into a pot, splashing into the sea. Screams rasped through the phone speaker, hoarse and broken. The sound grated against her eardrums. Lu Yao sniffled, her nose red from cold. 2 streams of clear snot nearly dripped into her mouth. She wiped them away with her dusty coat sleeve, scraping her cheek raw. "Brother," she said, tilting her head toward Lu Yuan, who was sprawled on a worn bamboo chair. "That big iron ship, is it about to sink?" Lu Yuan picked up the enamel mug on the table. A large chunk of enamel had chipped off the rim, exposing rusty black iron inside. He tipped his head back and gulped down a mouthful of cold tea. 2 tea leaves slipped into his mouth with the liquid. He chewed them, frowning at the bitterness. He spat the leaf residue into the mud beside his shoe sole. "I'm not blind. Oh, I can see with both eyes," he said, lazily wiping a trace of water from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Lu Yao leaned in, picking at the zipper of her sun protection jacket. The zipper was stuck. She tugged at it twice. "There are so many people on that ship screaming. It sounds creepy. If it creeps you out, just plug your ears," he said. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He scraped his flip-flops across the frozen mud, knocking off a clod. "No one's forcing you to listen." "But..." Lu Yao bit her pale lower lip, leaving teeth marks. "That's way too many people. A whole ship. Thousands of them." Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing 2 teardrops from the corners of his eyes. "Thousands. That's nothing. An ant nest destroyed has more dead than that. What's that got to do with me?" Lin Feng knelt in the snow nearby. His suit pants had a large hole over the knee, exposing purple frozen flesh. He shuffled forward, half a step, trembling. Cold sweat mixed with muddy water made his hands slip, unable to support himself. "Mr. Lu." His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed dryly. That's a nuclear-powered carrier," he stammered, his voice raspy like gravel. "If it really sinks, a few reactors explode at the bottom of the sea. This whole area becomes a dead sea." Lu Yuan picked his ear with his little finger, flicking away a tiny bit of yellow earwax. "That's their sea. Whether it dies or not, what do I care? I don't drink seawater." Lin Feng choked his mouth open, but unable to form words. Sweat dripped from his forehead, plopping onto the snow. The drops made small pits in the snow. Lu Yao's eyes darted. Brother, didn't you say yesterday you wanted to go fishing for yellow croaker at the seaside next month? She pointed at the black oil slick on the screen. If all that nuclear waste leaks out, the water will turn green and bubble. Won't the fish grow 3 big heads after eating that? Lu Yao pursed her lips in disgust. Next month you catch a 3-headed mutant croaker. Would you dare eat it? Not afraid of getting the runs. Lu Yuan paused, staring at the tea stain at the bottom of the cracked mug, his brow furrowed. TCH. He clicked his tongue. Those bastards. Even dead, they cause trouble. He slammed the enamel mug onto the worn wooden table. With a clatter, leftover water splashed onto the dirt floor. Troublesome. Lu Yuan scratched the back of his itchy neck with his left hand. He scraped off a few streaks of gray-black dirt. Long E. He didn't even stand, just called out lazily from his slouch. His voice drifted in the cold wind, full of indolence. 200 meters beneath the sea in pitch-black water devoid of light, Long Yi's 3-meturtle obsidian mecha sank like an iron weight. Red electronic eyes glowed in the murky water. Master your command. The synthesized voice sent tiny bubbles rippling through the water. Fish that big ship out, Lu Yuan said, jerking his chin toward the phone screen. Don't let it really sink. All that black oil spill, it makes me sick. Lu Yuan pinched his nose and fanned the air as if he could smell it. Go on, push it to the shore. Lin Feng's jaw nearly hit the ground beside him. He clawed at the frozen dirt, his fingernails split. Fish it out. His voice trembled like a broken bellows. Mr. Lu, that's 100,000 tons. 100,000 ton steel beast. Not some broken plastic basin floating in the sea. How can one mecha possibly lift it? Lu Yuan didn't bother to respond, not even a glance. Lu Yao, however, watched the screen curiously. Brother, is your iron lump's waist in good shape? She swallowed and muttered. Don't let it snap its waist axis while lifting. That would be a huge loss. Lu Yuan let out a snort. It doesn't have a herniated disc, snap my ass. At the bottom of the sea, Long E received the direct order. 2 thick armor plates on its back slid outward with a click. Seawater instantly flooded in, but upon contact with the core, it was directly vaporized by high heat. A blue-white plasma glow blazed hundreds of meters deep, more blinding than a searchlight. The anti-gravity thruster roared low. The surrounding seawater was violently compressed and boiled by the immense thrust. Huge bubbles churned upward in torrents. Long E shot upward like an inverted blade. Forcing its way through the enormous water resistance, it surged toward the surface. On the sea, the captain of the Ford-class carrier was long gone, dead somewhere. The remaining few hundred soldiers clung to the tilted railing, howling in terror. The deck had already tilted more than 30 degrees. Several fighters that hadn't taken off snapped their chains. Sliding down the slippery deck, they crashed into the sea with a splash. God, we're going down. A soldier, face bloodied, clutched a life preserver and wailed. Boom. At that moment, a dull impact came from the carrier's bottom. The sound was low, but the entire 100,000-ton iron ship shuddered violently. Everyone was thrown onto the steel skin, rolling into a heap. Beneath the seawater, Long Yi's metal feet blasted blinding blue light. Its 2 massive mechanical arms firmly supported the carrier's broad keel base. The metal fingers dug deep into the outer anti-rust paint and steel plates, gouging out 10 huge holes. Thrust output at 60%, Long Yi's electronic eyes glowed crimson. The seawater around it boiled wildly. The carrier's steel bones groaned with a teeth-grinding screech. The colossal 100,000-ton hull, under the ghost-stricken gaze of the soldiers on board, actually, not only did it stop, it began to rise slowly, defying the laws of physics. It was being lifted out of the sea. Torrents of seawater poured down through the deck gaps. Like a rainstorm. That the ship is rising. A soldier lying on the deck was stunned, forgetting to wipe the blood from his face. He opened his mouth, letting rainwater pour down his throat, choking him. Long E carried the massive monster. The thruster's glow turned the entire sea area bright as day. It was like an ant lifting an elephant. Breaking through the waves, it pushed relentlessly toward the nearest West African shallow coast. A wide white wake trailed across the sea surface. Minutes later, a thunderous crash. The carrier's flat bottom slammed heavily onto the muddy coastal shallows. The enormous inertia plowed it hundreds of meters forward into the sand, piling up a 10-meter-high wall of sand before it finally came to a halt, stuck fast in the sediment, beached. The American soldiers on board, battered by the impact, rolled off the deck. They fell onto the soft sand, their mouths full of briny sea grit. They lay on the beach, coughing up seawater. Looking back at the mountain-like ship stranded on the shore, their minds went blank. They weren't dead. Somehow they hadn't drowned. Across the entire internet, 30 million viewers saw the screen flood with bullet comments that suddenly turned clean as white paper. No one spoke. Only the 3-meturtle black mecha remained. It walked slowly out of the sea, water dripping from its metal armor. It hadn't even drawn its blade. Cold and silent, it stood on the sand, its red eyes scanning the soul, like looking at a pile of non-recyclable trash. In the White House, the Oval Office's heating was on high, but the president felt a bone-deep chill. He slumped in his leather chair, looking like he had shrunk. His golden hair was plastered messily to his forehead, slick with oily sweat. His collar was undone, the skin of his chest trembled with each ragged breath. The coffee on his desk had long gone cold. His bloodshot old eyes were fixed on the big screen, staring at the beached 100,000-ton carrier at the Black Mecca without a single scratch on its armor. His once proud, never-setting fleet. His steel bulwark that roamed the oceans had been discarded on the beach like a broken wooden basin and even deemed disgusting for the oil stain. This was more despairing and humiliating than if it had been sunk outright. It stripped the Western world of centuries of accumulated dignity and the last shred of resistance. Before the eyes of all humanity, it was stripped naked and trampled into a cesspool. The president's Adam's apple bobbed dryly. His trembling hand reached toward the corner of the desk. There sat an old red dedicated line phone. This phone was only used for apocalyptic crises that could destroy the nation. His fingers were limp as boneless fish. Several times they slipped off the receiver. Finally, he grabbed the red plastic shell firmly. He lifted it. A dial tone came from the other, and then the line connected. The red indicator light on the camera glowed. The microphone captured only labored ragged breaths. Puff puff, like a wind-broken bellows. The president of the Yingjiang country sat before the camera. His blonde hair was plastered to his scalp soaked with greasy sweat. His suit and tie had long been pulled askew, leaving a red mark strangling his neck. He clutched a crumpled sheet of paper in his hand, its edges sodden and limp from his sweaty palm. He opened his mouth, his lips covered in dry, cracked white skin. A layer of dandruff formed. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping a table. He swallowed a dry lump of saliva. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice, producing an unpleasant gurgle. Represent. The old man raised his hand and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Before the camera, his blue eyes were filled with the ashes of death. Not a single spark of life remained. I formally declare, he said through his yellowed dentures, the Atlantic Fleet. Unconditional surrender. All military operations will cease immediately. The old man closed his eyes, squeezing out two muddy tears from the corners which rolled down his age-spotted cheeks. They dripped onto his tie. I beg, Mr. Lu. He lowered his head, his spine completely bent. Forgive our foolishness. In the long country, at a steamed bun shop at the entrance of a hutong in the capital city, a large iron pot bubbled with white steam. The fat shop owner had a yellowed towel draped over his neck. He clutched an oil-stained large skimmer in his hand. He stood there frozen. The hot oil from the spoon dripped onto the top of his foot, making him flinch from the burn. He let out an ouch. Surrendered. He wiped his sweat with the towel, which reeked of cooking fumes. The old Eagle country surrendered to that little yard in Africa. Beside him, a delivery guy in a yellow vest was squatting, holding a half-bitten meat bun in his hand. His mouth was stuffed full, spraying oil droplets as he spoke. Look at the big screen, the delivery guy said, pointing with his greasy hand at the TV across the street. That old man's face is as white as if his dad just died. An old man, picking his teeth, leaned in. He flicked a strand of meat off his toothpick. Tooey. He spat onto the iron grate of the sewer. A tractor smashed a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The old man smacked his lips, his teeth whistling with gaps. The world's turned upside down. In the yellow mud courtyard, the wind had stopped. The blue light in the sky was... Lu Yuan sat on a broken bamboo chair, holding half a watermelon in his hands. The flesh was bright red and juice dripped through his fingers, staining the white t-shirt with a large patch of red. He didn't care. He lowered his head and took a big bite. Crunch. Crisp and sweet. He spat out two black watermelon seeds which fell into a muddy puddle, splashing up a tiny speck of mud. The mud splashed onto Lu Yao's shoe. Lu Yao was holding her phone, squatting nearby. The little girl was stunned, her eyes wide. The screen was filled with surrender declarations from various countries. White background, black text. One after another popped up. Brother. Lu Yao's tongue tied. The president of the Eagle country cried on TV. Lu Yuan gnawed on the watermelon rind. He bit into the greenish-white part, which was a bit sour. He frowned. Let him cry. He tossed the rind behind him. Thud. It hit the pile of firewood, startling two greenbottle flies. The old man's tear ducts are overactive like a leaky bladder. No, bro. Lu Yao was so anxious, she slapped her own thigh, covering half her hand with mud. They surrendered. They're giving up their fleet. They said they'd send the commander to a military court. Oh. Lu Yuan picked up another piece of watermelon from the table. A splinter on the table pricked his hand. He clicked his tongue, bit the splinter out with his teeth, and spat it on the ground. Why didn't they think of that earlier? Lin Feng knelt in the muddy ground. His trousers had long lost their original color, completely coated in yellow mud, damp and sticky. He held the cracked screen terminal in both hands. The screen light cast a red glow on his face. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's throat was parched as if smoking. He coughed twice. The hotline is about to explode. Who's calling? Lu Yao leaned over, her chin resting on her knees. Gaul country. Lin Feng wiped his sweat with his sleeve. Their president said they are willing to unconditionally transfer 5 overseas gold mines. They only ask that you don't hold a grudge over them sending ships to follow the trend. Lu Yuan bit into the watermelon, his cheeks bulging. Gold mines. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. You think I don't have enough rotten rocks in my backyard? Tell him to get lost. Lin Feng's hand trembled. He quickly pressed the reject button on the screen, stabbing several times before hitting it. Then, there's also the leader of... Lin Feng continued, reading, his eyes wide. They want to designate that piece of land in Siberia as your private hunting ground. There are tens of thousands of purebred brown bears inside, and they'll also throw in 100 attack helicopters. Bear country. Lu Yuan spat out the seeds. That godforsaken place is freezing cold. The wind hurts your face. What would I do there? To suffer. But bro, that's a huge piece of land. Lu Yao couldn't help but interject, her eyes gleaming with greed. We could build lots of big houses. And we could charge admission fees. If you want to build houses, do it yourself. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, wiggling his toes in his slippers. Don't drag me into it. I'm fine living in this courtyard. I can pick tomatoes right outside the door. Lin Feng swallowed hard. The terminal beeped again. The Prime Minister of the Sunset Empire sent an urgent message. What did he say? Lu Yao asked, quickly wiping her hands on the hem of her clothes. He said they're willing to return all the Long Country artifacts in the Royal Museum. Lin Feng stared at the screen, his voice trembling. And they'll throw in 2-century-old royal castles complete with 500 royal servants. Lu Yuan wiped the red watermelon juice from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Sticky and sticky. Those broken bowls and pots were ours to begin with. They're using other people's property as a favor. Shameless. What about the castles? Lu Yao's eyes sparkled, almost drooling. The castles are full of rat droppings and bat guano. Are you going to clean them? Lu Yuan shot her a glare. Stone shacks that leak wind in winter and rain in summer. Lu Yao shrunk her neck. Then I won't go. I'm afraid of mice. Lin Feng swiped the screen, his fingers cramping. Cherry Blossom Country. Tell them to go to hell. Lu Yuan cut him off before he could finish. He hurled the watermelon rind in his hand into the mud. Just mentioning their name brings me bad luck. If they call again, have long egos sink their island. Got it. Lin Feng quickly blocked the Cherry Blossom Country's communication. With a flattering smile, he said, Kangaroo Country says they want to send you 100,000 sheep. Don't want to hear it. Mutton is gamey. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Maple Leaf Country says. Hang up, I'm busy. Lin Feng squatted there looking at the screen, full of incoming calls from world leaders. The figures who usually acted so proudly on TV were now like salesmen pushing junk insurance, getting rejected one by Lu Yuan. Lin Feng's mind went numb. The world order, in the span of a watermelon break, had completely changed. The Long Country had become the true ancestor. Anyone who came had to kneel before speaking. Lu Yao watched the bullet comments. The netizens had gone crazy spamming. The screen was almost bursting with white text. Bro is awesome. Rejecting a president's call. Worth a lifetime. World leaders queuing to be hung up on. This is even more satisfying than reading a power fantasy. I'm pumped. Lu Yao turned off the notification sound on her phone. The surroundings quieted down, leaving only the crunch of Lu Yuan eating watermelon. The sound of slurping juice. She turned her head to look at her brother sitting on the bamboo chair. His white t-shirt was filthy, covered in mud spots. His flip-flops were caked with yellow mud. His hair was a mess, like a chicken coop that had been rummaged by a stray cat. This was the man who looked like a street bum. Had just casually destroyed the most powerful armed force on Earth, forcing the entire world to bow and admit fault. Lu Yao's mind went blank. It was as if a lump of paste was churning inside, unable to spin. Bro. She began dryly, her voice like a mosquito's hum. Are you really not going to deal with them? Lu Yuan swallowed the last bite of watermelon, clapped his hands. Splat. The watermelon juice on his hands splattered on the... Why bother with them? A bunch of beggars. He stood up, stretched his arms wide, his bones cracking. The show's over. Boring. He pointed a finger stained with red watermelon juice at the blue glowing basement door in the backyard. The door was half open, emitting cold air. Let's go. He yawned, his eyes glistening. Let's go check out the third basement level. There are still a few creatures that can make some noise locked up in there. A pool of watermelon juice still lingered on the yellow mud. Mixed with snowflakes, it formed a crimson patch. It looked rather disgusting. Lu Yao's mouth hung open, her jaw practically dropping. A small piece of red watermelon flesh clung to her lower lip. She swallowed hard, her Adam's apple bobbing with a dry, rasping gulp. Brother, she stammered, her tongue tied. You just made long. Lu Yuan tossed the watermelon rind aside. Thud. The rind hit the mud, splashing a few drops of dirty water. He used his thumbnail to pick at his front teeth, scraping out a thin strand of red flesh. He flicked it carelessly to the ground. I told you to wipe your mouth. He pursed his lips in disgust. The watermelon juice on your chin is sticky and will attract flies. Lu Yao completely ignored that. She clutched the mud-caked selfie stick with both hands, leaning forward so hard her eyes seemed about to pop out. Don't change the subject, she yelled, her voice cracking in the cold wind. That's the most powerful fleet in the world. Aircraft carriers. Nuclear submarines. She stomped her feet frantically, her shoes squelching in the muddy water. And you used that. That broken tractor of ours meant for farm to destroy them all. Lu Yuan picked his ear, his pinky finger twisting around twice before bringing out a tiny yellow flake. He brought it to his mouth and blew. How many times have I told you? He lowered his eyelids, a hint of impatience showing. That's not a tractor. Tractors burn diesel, it burns a reactor. What's the difference? Lu Yao's eyes reddened purely from fright. It usually plows the backyard. I've even seen it haul manure. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving noisily. You used a manure hauling vehicle to tear apart F-35 fighters. Brother, do you usually? She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. What kind of crazy stuff have you been up to behind my back? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. His flip-flops scraped across the ground with a harsh sound. He walked to the well, picked up a rusty iron ladle, scooped half a ladle of cold water, and poured it directly over his hands, rubbing them roughly. Red watermelon juice trickled down the back of his hand. What crazy stuff! He shook off the water droplets, a few icy drops splashing onto Lu Yao's face. She flinched, drawing her neck back. I already told you. Lu Yuan lifted the hem of his white t-shirt and wiped his wet hands, leaving a large water stain on the fabric. It's just a junk-collecting toy. Usually it plows the fields and occasionally goes out to pick up scrap metal. He tossed the iron ladle back into the bucket. A dull clang rang out. There was so much scrap metal floating out at sea just now. What's wrong with it cleaning up? Recycling, you know. Lu Yao was left speechless for a long moment. She stared at Lu Yuan's damp t-shirt, her mind a tangled mess. Multi-million-dollar missiles, 100,000-ton aircraft carriers. In her brother's mouth, they were all scrap metal. She felt that the common sense she had built over 20-plus years had today been ground into the ground and rubbed 100 times by the soles of his feet. Lin Feng was still kneeling in the snow pit nearby. His suit trousers were soaked through with ice water. His legs were purple from cold and trembling violently. He braced his hands on the ground trying to stand, but his foot slipped and he fell flat on his face. Ignoring the mud on his face, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, Lin Feng's voice was hoarse like sawing wood. You call that a junk-collecting toy? Lu Yuan glanced at him sideways. Otherwise, worship it as a family heirloom. That's a mech that could single-handedly fight the world's armed forces. Lin Feng slapped his thigh frantically. If this were in our Long Kingdom's military, what would you do with it? Let it rust. Lu Yuan snorted disdainfully. You can't even figure out an energy module. If I gave it to you, you'd sell it as scrap. He strode forward on his long legs, stepping through the mud. All right. Lu Yuan waved his hand. The farce on the ground is over. A bunch of beggars shouting endlessly. Annoying. He stopped at the metal passageway, emitting a faint blue glow in the backyard. Turning his head, his pitch-black eyes looked at the still-dazed Lu Yao. Get over here now. He'll take you for a stroll downstairs. Lu Yao let out an "oh" and quickly hugged her selfie stick. Dragging her heavy coat, she followed him, stepping unevenly. The live chat was exploding with comments. The screen was a blur of white text. The old bro says the farce is over. The entire global fleet is annihilated, and he calls it a farce. Come on, in your eyes it's a world war, in his eyes it's just a few mosquitoes buzzing. That tractor is still idling on the beach. Yao Yao, hurry up. The old bro is going down to the 3rd level. First level was Mech, second was Jurassic. What could the— Lu Yao glanced at the comments and swallowed dryly. She ran to the passageway and peeked down. It was pitch black inside. Only the blue breathing lights on the edges flickered. Wind blew up from below, carrying a strong smell of rust and oil. There was also a damp, musty chill. Bro, are there really living things down here? She sniffled, feeling uneasy. You said you were keeping a few live creatures. Nothing like a huge monster, is it? Lu Yuan stepped onto the floating metal platform. It sank half an inch before stabilizing. Monster. He chuckled sarcastically. Just a few squeaking rats. Lu Yao carefully stepped onto it. The floor felt soft beneath her feet. Like stepping on an underinflated air mattress. Lin Feng shouted frantically from above, Mr. Lu, what about those foreign country planes outside? Are you really letting them freeze in the wilderness? Lu Yuan didn't look up. Let them freeze if they want. If they freeze to death, they'll make good flower fertilizer. He pressed a small red button on the edge of the platform. The paint on the button had worn off. A deep, low rumble erupted beneath their feet. The metal door above slowly closed, blocking out the wind, snow, and Lin Feng's shouts. The passageway instantly fell silent, leaving only the wind of the descending elevator. Whooshing, scraping harshly against their ears. A sudden weightlessness hit. Lu Yao's stomach churned. The roast duck and watermelon she had eaten churned inside. Sour liquids surged into her throat. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand and forced it back down. Ugh. She dry-heaved. Tears squeezed from her eyes. Bro, why is this elevator faster than a drop tower? Lu Yuan stood in the center of the platform, hands in his pockets. Steady as a mountain. I told you to eat less. He took a half step away in disgust. Don't throw up on my shoes. A warm breeze blew from the side, carrying a thick scent of grass, and went along with crisp bird calls. Lu Yao turned her head. A warm breeze blew from the side, carrying a thick scent of grass, and went along with crisp bird calls. Lu Yao turned her head. Beyond the transparent elevator shaft stretched a lush, prehistoric forest. Giant ferns glowed green under artificial sunlight. A small stream babbled. The 2nd level. Lu Yao pointed outside and shouted. Bro, aren't we stopping here? What for? To feed the dinosaurs. Lu Yuan didn't even lift an eyelid. This level is just weeding. Boring. As he spoke, the platform zipped through the 2nd level. The bright light vanished instantly. They plunged back into the dark shaft. The temperature dropped sharply. The air, once warm, turned as cold as an ice cellar. Lu Yao sneezed loudly. Achoo. Snot bubbles trembled in the cold wind. She quickly pulled up her coat collar and wrapped it tightly around her neck. So cold, She chattered, her teeth clacking. Is the air conditioning on down here? It's freezing. Lu Yuan picked his ear and flicked away a bit of dry dirt. Third level biological containment. He inhaled the cold air and exhaled a puff of white. This level keeps a constant minus 10 degrees Celsius. Otherwise those things tend to smell. Lu Yao's scalp tingled. Smell? She stared wide-eyed, clutching the selfie stick. The cold sweat on her palms had frozen into icy crystals, slippery. What exactly have you locked down there? Dead people. Lu Yuan curved the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He said nothing. The red numbers on the screen flickered wildly. -200 meters. -500 meters. -800 meters. The descent finally slowed. The weightlessness faded. The sourness in her stomach settled back down. Ding. A crisp electronic tone echoed through the empty passageway, carrying a sharp metallic resonance. The platform came to a steady stop without a tremor. Before them stood an extremely heavy lead-gray alloy door. The door was coated with a thick layer of white frost. Cold air seeped through the cracks like boiling dry ice. Lu Yao stared at the massive door. She swallowed dryly, her heart pounding like a drum. Lu Yuan pulled his hands from his pockets, walked to the door. His flip-flops crunched on the icy surface. He raised his hand and wiped the frost randomly with the back of it, revealing a small, clean metal panel. Then he pressed his thumb against it. Shoo! A heavy hiss of air escaped. The door slid open slowly to both sides. A gust of cold wind carried an intensely strong smell of blood and formaldehyde. Straight into their faces. Lu Yuan stood at the entrance, half his body hidden in the cold air. He turned to look at Lu Yao, who was curled up. His pitch-black eyes held an indescribable eeriness. Let's go. He tilted his chin slightly, his voice echoing in the frigid air. Come see those white mice that delivered themselves to the doorstep. The alloy gate slid open with a grinding sound. Cold mist from the gaps rushed out, eagerly surging forward. Lu Yao shuddered violently. Her teeth chattered incessantly. She pinched her nose tightly, her brows furrowed so deeply they could crush a fly. Cough. Cough. Choked by the fumes, tears streamed down her face. The undigested roast duck in her stomach surged up with sour bile. Bro, what is this smell? She pressed her coat sleeve firmly under her nose. A patch of black mud from the cuff smeared onto her chin, greasy and slick. It smells like dead rats soaked in medicine. It's suffocating me. Lu Yuan stood amidst the cold air. The plastic straps of his flip-flops had stiffened from the frost. He lifted his foot and knocked it against the doorframe twice, shaking off the ice crystals stuck to the soles of his feet. Formalin mixed with a hint of blood. He picked his ear with his fingernail, digging out a small piece of dry skin. He flicked it away. I used to soak some rotten meat in here for experiments. After a few thousand years without changing the water, the smell got a bit mixed. He sniffed. Still not completely rotten. Lu Yao's legs wobbled. She crouched at the edge of the lift platform, stubbornly refusing to step out. Experiments. What kind of experiments need to soak rotten meat? Her throat dried up as she swallowed. Bro, did you dismember bodies in there? I'm not going. I want to go back up and warm up by the fire. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He turned around, his pitch-black eyes fixed on his curled-up sister. Pathetic. Weren't you clamoring to see it just now? He walked over, grabbed the collar of Lu Yao's coat, and dragged her off the platform like a filthy cat. Hey, you're choking me. Lu Yao flailed in panic. Her feet slipped, and she fell to her knees on the floor inside the door. The impact against the hard ground sent a sharp pain through her. She hissed and reached down to the moment her hand touched the ground, she froze. The texture was wrong. Not the smooth metal plates of the first level. Rough. Prickly. Covered in pits, bumps, and gravel. Lu Yao raised the mud-covered selfie stick. The flashlight on the back of her phone was on. The pale cold light illuminated the surroundings. She saw clearly. This was no sci-fi metal laboratory. It was a long, dark stone corridor. The walls were made of uneven, grayish-blue rock, coated with a layer of slimy, dark green moss. Water droplets seeped through the rock crevices. Drip, drip. They fell into puddles on the ground, sending chills down one's spine. A stone cave. Lu Yao stared, mouth agape, forgetting to stand up. Bro, why is your third floor so dilapidated? Out of money for renovations. Lu Yuan shoved his hands into the pockets of his white t-shirt. The pocket had a hole, so his fingers pressed directly against his cold thigh. He rubbed his fingers. Renovations. This cave was carved out by me bit by bit with 2 pieces of broken stone. He yawned, squeezing out a tear of drowsiness from the corner of his eye, then wiped it away with the back of his hand. Back then I didn't even have iron tools. Carving out a path was already a feat. Don't be so picky. Lu Yao got up from the ground and patted the wet mud off her knees. She raised her phone camera and swept it across the stone wall. The live stream's bullet comments slowed down. Tens of millions of viewers stared at the dark stone cave. This vibe shift is crazy. First floor was cyberpunk, now we've regressed to caveman. The guy said he carved it with stones. That's a massive project. Lu Yao leaned closer to the right stone wall. The flashlight beam hit the surface. Her eyes widened. Bro, are there paintings on this wall? She wiped the moisture and moss off the wall with her sleeve. The moss was wet and slippery, staining her sleeve green. Disgusting. She shook her hand in disdain. What was revealed was a mess of chaotic lines drawn in a dark red pigment. The color was deep like dried blood. Did you doodle on this wall? Lu Yao shoved the phone camera closer. What is this mess? Why does this person have 4 arms? And this one has a snake tail for a lower body. In front of screens, countless historians and archaeology experts pressed their eyes against their monitors. The bloodshot veins in their eyes were about to burst. At the Dragon Kingdom Institute of History, old Chun had just been rescued from the hospital and was lying on the bed breathing oxygen. His grandson held a tablet nearby. The old man tore off the oxygen mask. His fingers trembled like a seizure. He pointed at the crude reddish-brown mural on the screen. That's the Fuxi and Yuan paint. His voice was hoarse as he yelled. Human head snake body. That's the progenitor of our mythology. The age of this mural can't be determined, but the brushwork is too. In the bullet comments, accounts with golden verification tags flooded the screen. Look at the one on the left. Is that a winged lizard? A western dragon. And that 3-headed dog. Cerberus. This cave is full of mythological creatures. Lu Yao looked at the comments, cold sweat forming on her forehead. She turned to Lu Yuan, her voice trembling. Bro, they say the paintings on the wall are all gods. Did you build a shrine for gods in this cave back then? Lu Yuan stopped. He scraped his flip-flops against the wet stone floor. He turned around, looked at the wall, and curled his lip in disdain. God's my ass. He walked over, reached out, and scraped the dark red mural. He picked off a piece of dried red mud, brought it to his nose, and sniffed. This blood has been sitting too long. It stinks. He flicked the red mud away. This place, he pointed at the dim stone corridor, was a little workshop I set up, specially for researching Earth's biological genetic engineering. Lu Yao was dumbfounded. Gee, genetic engineering. Her tongue tied. The paintings on the wall. Bored back then. Lu Yuan put his hands behind his head and twisted his stiff neck. I cut open the cells of a chimpanzee and a snake, then forcibly fused them with source point particles. He let out a long sigh. Wanted to see if I could breed a new species for fun. But the result looked too ugly. It kept crawling around in its cage, looking disgusting. Lu Yuan pointed at the human-headed snake-bodied painting. See, that's exactly what it looked like. Later I thought it was a waste of food, so I stepped on it and killed it. In the live stream, over 20 million people all went silent at that moment. Their minds buzzed as if struck by lightning 100 times. No bullet comments. Not even a single punctuation mark. Lu Yao swallowed hard. Her Adam's apple bobbed violently. Then what about this winged lizard? That was a vulture and a crocodile spliced together. Lu Yuan yawned. Had a terrible temper, spit sparks when angry. Burned the ceiling of this cave black. I killed it for disturbing the peace and threw it into the sea to feed the fish. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about swatting 2 mosquitoes last night. Lu Yao's legs trembled. She finally understood where the smell of formalin in the cave came from. So, she stammered. The myths and legends that have been passed down for thousands of years around the world. Those divine beasts worshipped in temples. She grabbed her own scalp. We're all failed genetic experiments you messed around with in your basement back then. You could say that. Lu Yuan nodded, not denying it. Those primitive, brainless people saw them and wet their pants in fear. They insisted on kowtowing on the ground. I couldn't be bothered, so I let them call it whatever they wanted. He turned around. Move faster. This damn corridor is too long. The cold wind is making my leg hairs stand on end. Lu Yuan shuffled forward in his... Lu Yao didn't dare stay a second longer. She clutched her phone tightly and jogged behind him, terrified that a 3-headed monster would suddenly burst out of the wall and devour her. The farther the stone corridor went, the wider it became. The cold wind in the air grew sharper. The moss on the walls disappeared, replaced by a thick layer of white frost. The gravel underfoot made a crunching sound like breaking ice. By now the viewers had come back to their senses. Bullet comments once again flooded the screen. The guy just basic stuff, nothing special. Just some hybrid experiments. Mythology shattered, folks. Yuan and Fuxi are the guy's experimental waste. If theologians heard this, they'd all line up to jump off a building. What else is locked in the guy's basement? The two walked through the dark stone corridor for about 10 minutes. There was no path ahead. The flashlight beam hit the end and was blocked solidly. Lu Yao stopped. Her chest heaved heavily as she panted white mist. She raised her frozen hand, lifting the selfie stick. Before the camera appeared a door. A ridiculously huge bronze door. The door was at least 30 meters high, reaching the rock ceiling of the cave. The bronze surface was covered with green patina, exuding a heavy sense of age. No inscriptions on the door. Instead, a massive relief of a jackal-headed humanoid monster was carved into it, holding a scepter, as if guarding the hell behind the door. An ancient Egyptian style. Lu Yao's lips quivered. How is there something like this down here? Lu Yuan stopped before the bronze door. He didn't push the door. He just stood there quietly with his hands in his pockets. As Lu Yao leaned in to examine the patterns on the door, her foot caught on something. A soft object. Not a stone. Instinctively, she shone the phone's flashlight on the ground. One look and the blood in her veins froze instantly. A chill shot from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. Up. Lu Yao let out a heart-wrenching scream. She collapsed onto the icy slush, scrambling backward on her hands and feet. The phone fell, its beam slanting across the area in front of the bronze door. At the base of the 30-meter-high door, in a dark corner untouched by the light, lurked a massive shadow. Like a small hill. The shadow's body rose and fell with heavy breathing. Inhale, exhale. A gust of breath mixed with the stench of rotting flesh and a fishy wind suddenly blew out from the darkness, hitting Lu Yao's face, sticky and wet. In the darkness, two eyes as large as red lanterns slowly opened. Crimson, they stared fixedly at Lu Yao, who lay on the ground. Lu Yao collapsed onto the slick, icy gravel. The selfie stick in her hand trembled violently, as if struck by an electric current. The hem of her coat, completely soaked in muddy water. Gritting her teeth, she desperately swept the beam of her flashlight toward that direction. Her hand shook too much. The circle of light wavered across the wall until it finally locked onto the shadow crouching beneath the crack of the door. When she made out the silhouettes out in the livestream room, the viewers who had been spamming comments a moment ago, countless people across the world staring wide-eyed at their screens, simultaneously drew in a sharp breath. A piercing shriek erupted. Don't shake the flashlight. What the hell is that? Holy crap. A big black dog. How does it have a human body? On Lu Yao's phone screen, the bullet comments had completely frozen. Not even a single punctuation mark could scroll through. Under the pale glare of the phone's flashlight, the shadow on the ground slowly rose to its feet. Massive and heavy. It stood upright. Its head alone reached the bronze mural 3 meters high beside it. Its body was covered in thick, gnarled muscles like ancient tree roots, pitch black. Its skin had a coarse texture like metal and leather. One could even smell a faint scent of formaldehyde mixed with a rancid stench. The most horrifying thing was atop this human body, as sturdy as a wall. There grew a pure black jackal head, its lips pulled back to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. Its ears stood erect, and sticky drool dripped from its mouth. Yow! The monster opened its huge jaws and let out a piercing wolf howl, a harsh and grating sound. The sound waves collided back and forth in the narrow corridor, shaking rust loose from the stone walls. It fell onto Lu Yao's coat hood. Anubis. In the meeting room of the Long Kingdom Historical Research Institute, Professor Chun had just downed half a bottle of quick-acting heart pills. Now he crushed the bottle in his grip. Plastic powder scattered onto his leather shoes. That's the god of death from Egyptian mythology. Anubis. He stared with bloodshot eyes, pressing himself against the screen, his withered hands trembling. Impossible. How can there be a living Anubis? Is this genetic mutation or mythology stepping into reality? Not just him. In the White House basement across the ocean, the president, who had been drinking water, spat a mouthful all over the LCD screen in front of him. Fuck. He slammed the table. This isn't science. This isn't science. How can a mythological monster be a security guard under that Long Kingdom? He clutched the bloody bump on his forehead, panting heavily. The entire Western world's faith at this second was completely shattered by that jackal head. In the small courtyard basement, Lu Yao was so frightened her legs gave way. She scrambled backward on all fours. Her soul scraped against the icy mud with a rasping sound. Bro, stop picking your nails back there. This doghead, it's going to eat me. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably, tears washing the black mud on her face into a messy paste. But Lu Yuan was as calm as ever. He shuffled forward in his flip-flops, slowly walking ahead of Lu Yao. Zero, turn up the restraint ring on this big wolfhound so it stops barking all day. He sniffed with some distaste. The stench is too strong. Who knows how many days since it last bathed. As the words fell, the massive black monster suddenly strode forward on its thick legs. Thud, thud. With each step, the stone floor trembled. It bared its teeth, revealing a row of stark, white wolf fangs, and charged straight at Lu Yuan. Lu Yao shut her eyes and covered her head desperately. We're done for. We're going to be eaten. Lin Feng, standing behind, also turned pale with fear. The pistol in his hand hadn't even had the safety catch released. However, the expected tearing and blood never came. The three-meter god of death, the moment it reached Lu Yuan's feet, its thick black tail suddenly began wagging frantically behind its rear. It wagged with a whooshing sound, blowing away the accumulated dust. Thud. A heavy object hit the ground with a dull thud. This death god Anubis, that had terrified global netizens and Western leaders, actually fell heavily to its knees before Lu Yuan like a well-behaved little husky. It pressed its ferocious wolf head to the ground, rubbing against Lu Yuan's flip-flops in a fawning manner. Then it opened its huge mouth and extended a long pink tongue. Sticky and wet, it licked Lu Yuan's hand, which was stained with mud and sweet potato skin. Lu Yuan pulled his hand back with some disgust and wiped it on the back of his pants, disgusting all drool. He kicked Anubis on the forehead, shoving the big head aside. Go find Suhua in the back, don't be a nuisance here. Anubis whimpered aggrievedly, then like a sulky little bride got up, tucked its tail between its legs, and obediently walked through the bronze giant door. Lu Yao sat on the ground, her mouth wide enough to stuff in a large hairpin. Bro. She whimpered softly, her hands shaking. Is it your dog? Dog? It's just a failed hybrid. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Back when that kidding Zheng wanted a majestic guard, I threw one together. Who would have thought those Egyptians saw it and insisted on taking it back to build a pyramid and worship it? He wiped his pants leg with some disdain. Alright, stop fussing over nothing. Pick up your phone quickly, don't let the netizens laugh at you. Lu Yao scrambled up from the ground. She looked at the black wolf dog retreating behind the door, her eyes sparkling. Bro, are you sure it Won't bite me. It won't. If it dares to bare its teeth, it'll have roast dog. Lu Yuan left a lazy back view as he stepped into the slowly opening ancient Egyptian-style bronze giant door. Lu Yao swallowed hard and quickly raised her selfie stick trotting after him. Bro, don't walk so fast, she shouted in the cold wind. Wait for me. Are there more terrifying treasures inside? Just as he stepped across the towering bronze gate, Lu Yuan curled his lip with disdain, giving a reluctant pat to Anubis' furry black wolf head. His palm was full of slick warm drool. Alright, don't get your slobber on me. He wiped his hand vigorously on his pant leg, leaving a damp gray-black handprint on one side of his white trousers. Filthy, go lie down in the back. Anubis let out a pitiful low whine. Its thick metallic black tail swept through the air, twice stirring a cold breeze. It nervously stuck out its long pink tongue. Then obediently hanging its head and dragging its heavy mechanical paws, it slowly retreated into the dark corner deep within the hall. Lu Yao held up a selfie stick. Her fingers gripped the icy handle, her palms slick with sweat. Her lips trembled like bellows. Bro, are you serious? She pointed at the three-turtle wolf head retreating into the shadow. Is that really Anubis? The ancient Egyptian god who guides dead souls. Lu Yuan shuffled in his broken plastic flip-flops, making sticky slapping sounds on the frost-covered floor. What Anubis? Just a name. He rubbed his itchy ear impatiently. That was some gene-splicing experiment I did out of boredom a few thousand years ago. Lu Yao's eyes bulged like copper bells. Gene splicing. Using wolves and humans. You actually dared. What's there to dare? Back then in the desert, I had no one to talk to. Lu Yuan shrugged casually. I grabbed a half-starved wolf and two condemned criminals, then forced their gene chains together with source particles. Lin Feng, still sweating coldly, stood behind his hands, trembling like they were electrified. He had just crawled out of a muddy puddle, his suit trousers splattered with black mud. Mr. Lu, you mean this death god is a bio-beast you casually created? Lin Feng's voice quivered, his throat dry as ash. Yeah, what else? Lu Yuan pointed at the large relief on the bronze gate. I saw he was sturdy and strong, so I left him by the Nile to watch my gate. To keep those petty thieves from sneaking into my tent and stealing things. Lu Yao swallowed several times, her throat dry. Then, what about the myth? Myth? Lu Yuan sneered. Those primitive people living in mud huts by the river had nothing better to do with their dim wits. Seeing a dog-headed creature that could tear apart giant crocodiles, they fell to their knees in the mud, kowtowing in terror. They insisted on calling him the god of death, and painted him all over their walls. He rolled his eyes dramatically. I couldn't be bothered explaining to those illiterate savages, so I let them be. Next thing I knew, they spun it into a whole ancient Egyptian mythology. Hearing this, the millions of viewers in the livestream fell into a dead silence of collapsed faith. Holy crap. The entire Egyptian myth was born because that guy made a dog guard his gate. Historians and theologians must be scrambling to buy coffins now. That guy just smashed the global foundation of theology with one slap. What gods? They were just that guy's watchdog back in the day, haha. Countless question marks and exclamation marks bounced wildly across the screen. In Vatican City and Grand Cathedral's clergy members stared at the screen, at that death god docile as a husky. The Bible in their hands thudded to the floor. Their faces turned pale as ash. No, this can't be true. God is one. How could he be an experimental dog? They clutched their chests, breathing in pain. Lin Feng discreetly wiped the fine sweat from his brow with trembling hands. Mr. Lu, if you say this, the Western missionaries will line up to jump off buildings. Let them jump, none of my business. Lu Yuan declined, nonchalantly poking at the fire and pulling out another charred sweet potato. It burned his hands. He tossed it back and forth, blowing on his fingertips. Yao Yao, come eat. This sweet potato will be charcoal if you wait. Lu Yao shuffled over, her oversized boots squishing in the mud. Bro, I want meat, not tomatoes with bug spray or charcoal. The little girl pouted, whining. Be grateful you have anything to eat, less talk. Lu Yuan shoved the sweet potato into her hands. As she peeled back the black skin, revealing golden flesh inside, just as she was about to take a bite. Ding! A piercing alarm sounded without warning in midair again. Red light flashed, instantly dyeing the surrounding blue glow a bloody red. Zero's virtual image flickered, emerging from deep within the earth. Her eyes gleamed with cold data streams. Report creator. Surface detection of unnatural high-energy interference pulse. Target locked, crossed outer airspace. Zero's voice carried no human warmth. The secret sacred judgment force of the Vatican has descended over the... At the name, Lin Feng's special encrypted phone slipped from his hand and thudded into the mud, its battery cover flying off. He scrambled to pick it up. The Vatican. Lin Feng chattered, a harsh creak in his throat. They sent the Pope's most mysterious dark judgment force. They carry sacred artifacts passed down for centuries by the Church. Lu Yao stood frozen, clutching the hot sweet potato. Bro, are they coming for your longevity potion? Lu Yuan merely brushed the dust off his clothes and glanced disdainfully at the snowy, windy night beyond the door. Perfect timing. The blood wolf just cleaned my toilet bowl earlier. A cold, mirthless smile curled on Lu Yuan's lips. Let them in. We could use a few more dishwashers. Those who obey stay and work. Lu Yuan pointed at the cold mecha in the corner. Those who don't long, he will chop them all up as fertilizer for the tomatoes in the field. The wind across the vast prairie howled, carrying heavy snow particles. The bare tree outside the courtyard wall swayed violently, shaking off a blanket of white fur. Suddenly the snowstorm in midair twisted like melting ripples in the blink of an eye. Zzzt. A faint paper-like friction sound. A golden shimmering gate split open in midair, illuminating the surrounding snow. Several figures clad in medieval black robes stumbled out from within the gold. Their coat collars were covered with coarse snow particles. The fabric of their robes exuded a musty, centuries-old smell of mold and mutton fat. Leading them was a young woman in a white chiffon dress. She was the holy maiden of the Church of Light Helena. She wore a slightly tarnished silver crown. In her hand, she carried a golden scepter over a meter long. At its top was a crystal ball the size of a pigeon egg pulsing regularly with a faint blue light. Warning: unnatural electromagnetic fluctuations detected above the main entrance. In the underground experimental hall, on the third level, Zero's synthetic mechanical voice rang out coldly. Lu Yao was clutching the small heated metal token. Her small palm was slick with cold sweat soaking the handle of the selfie stick. She craned her neck to look at the holographic screen. Bro, who's that lady outside? She wiped her nose roughly with her dirty sleeve. She smeared a black streak of dirt across her small face. Dressed like a big white moth waving a gold stick and chanting. Lu Yuan tossed the half-eaten sweet potato peel into a broken basin by his feet. It landed with a dull clang. The hem of his white t-shirt was stained with a yellow patch of roasted sweet potato oil. Chanting, he rubbed his itchy neck, irritably picking at a few dandruff flakes. These days, every charlatan dares to make a spectacle at my doorstep. Lin Feng was still kneeling in a puddle of slush nearby. He was trembling, clutching a cracked terminal, his face pale as death. MMR. Lu. That's Helena, the holy maiden of the most secretive Western court. His voice was hoarse, cracking like sand in his throat. The scepter she holds is the legendary Holy Light Scepter, said to unleash divine punishment. Lu Yao blinked, her expression strange. Holy Light? Isn't that just a laser gun? Like in Hollywood movies? Pretty much. Lu Yuan curled his lip and snorted with disdain. That thing is just a giant flashlight. Back then Xiao and I left it as scrap after playing in the lab, and their ancestors picked it up as a treasure. Lu Yao's selfie stick wobbled, her eyes widening like bronze bells. Back then, bro, were you already around? Of course. Back when her ancestor knelt outside my mud courtyard begging me for a drop of reformation fluid. Lu Yuan used a finger to pick at his front teeth. He knocked his head until it swelled, and I found him too noisy, so I tossed him a can of waste fluid. He went back and found it. At that moment Helena's hollow, amplified oath echoed across the sky outside. She raised the golden scepter high. The crystal ball at its tip suddenly burst into a blinding, warm, milky white light. Lu Yuan, you demon who disrupts God's order. Helena's Dragon Kingdom speech was awkward with a heavy Western accent. Her sky-blue eyes were filled with fanaticism. You have arbitrarily altered the genes of carbon-based life and created steel monsters. Today, on behalf of the Holy See, I will deliver divine judgment upon you with the supreme holy light. Her voice, amplified by a special resonance artifact, rumbled across the snowy African wilderness. The 20 million viewers in the livestream, who had just regained their, were stunned speechless by this surreal scene. Holy crap. Science versus theology. This holy maiden has declared war. The lines are super cringy. What kind of freak is this guy getting even the foreign church involved? Bro. Quick, send Long E up to slice that white moth into flour fertilizer. The barrage scrolled rapidly. Lu Yuan stood before the underground experimental table. He listened to the intermittent, ear-piercing cries above like a pig being slaughtered. He rubbed his ears in disgust. So damn loud, like a radio with a broken speaker. He turned away disdainfully. Bro, she's about to laser roast you. Aren't you gonna go smack her? But Lu Yao fanned the flames with glee. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops scraped noisily on the ground. Fight her. I'd dirty my slippers. He walked to the main console. His large hand pressed on a dusty sensor. Zero, find that old footage from the storage room. Command confirmed. Zero's holographic image flickered, its face expressionless. Located historical records from the Tianbao era of the Great Qing dynasty. Execute projection. Wait, old Qing. No, I mean the one from the Tang dynasty, when I taught their ancestors to play with fire. Lu Yuan slapped the console, sending a cloud of white dust, and let that little brat see who the old immortal she's worshipped for thousands of years really is. He pressed firmly on the red start button with his thumb. On the surface, the four massive metal array pillars suddenly emitted a low-frequency rumble in the snowstorm. From the pillar tops, a deep blue projection beam shot straight into the sky. In the sky of Africa, whitened by heavy snow, a colossal holographic picture spanning several kilometers in width and height unfolded without warning. It slowly unfurled across the clouds outside the temple. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in front of the display. A sardonic smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Stop yelling and look at the sky. He gave a malicious chuckle. Bro, today, I'm giving you a free outdoor movie. The cold blue light screen tore through the clouds, revealing the gray dim light outside. Large snow particles crashed down with a crackling sound striking the surface of the giant metal array pillars. The metal shell was covered with intricate deep blue patterns now flashing violently in a regular rhythm. Zazup, a sharp teeth-grating low-frequency electromagnetic anomaly. The holographic light column jointly supported by 4 enormous pillars was like a dazzling giant hand that violently swept aside the dark clouds and accumulated snow overhead. In midair, a massive image stretching several kilometers long without any warning suddenly unfolded above the African wilderness. The image was too bright. The faces of the kneeling, trembling mercenaries wearing pink lace aprons were all illuminated into a cold white. The image flickered slightly interspersed with a few snowflake noise spots. But this did not affect the content in the slightest. What was presented before all humanity was a top-secret video that had been sealed for who knows how many centuries. The scene showed a desolate reddish-brown mudflat. Not a single blade of grass, the ground cracked open with deep fissures as wide as a finger. Waves surged dozens of meters high, the seawater churning in the howling wind. A young man dressed in tattered linen robes and wearing a pair of worn-out straw sandals stood imposingly on a frozen hard rock by the sea. He was also holding a half-gnawed beast bone still bloody in his hand. With the bone club, he pointed casually into the air. That face, magnified larger than a mountain under the cold light canopy, was delicate and fair. A few messy strands of hair strayed across his forehead. A roguish, nonchalant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Who else could it be but Lu Yuan? As he swung that bone club in the air. Boom. The entire Red Sea, originally howling with wind and raging with waves, was split cleanly in two like a block of hot tofu, sliced by an invisible swift knife. The waves madly receded to both sides, revealing the black muddy seabed covered with green silt and seaweed. The young Lu Yuan curled his lips in disgust and spat a bloody wad of saliva onto the ground. He reached out and tore off 2 gray stone slabs covered with chaotic lines from the rock wall. He casually tossed them backward. The 2 heavy slabs rolled and tumbled across the mud, hitting the ground. They landed at the feet of thousands of primitive humans kneeling in the mire, banging their heads on the ground with heavy thuds. In the underground experimental hall, on the 3rd level, cold wind blew, making the fan boxes hum. Lu Yao stared dumbly at the large screen, the sticky sweat in her palm, soaking a large patch of the selfie stick handle. Brother, look quickly. She howled in a raspy voice as if her throat were filled with coarse sand, sparking with irritation. Is this really you in the picture? You back then. Why were you wearing such a tattered cloth skirt that exposed your thighs? Lu Yuan leaned against the filthy metal water tank. The back of his white t-shirt was stained with a large black mud print from earlier. He used his right-hand fingers, smeared with cold dust, to scratch his itchy elbow. He picked off a small piece of whitish dead skin. Don't talk nonsense, that's a wide robe. He blew the black dust off his fingers with some disdain. Back then it was scorching hot in summer. The Earth's crust had only frozen a few years ago, and there wasn't even a fan. If I didn't wear something loose, I'd get a heat rash. Would you come and powder me? Lu Yao gasped for breath, white vapor puffing out her teeth, chattering. So it was really you who split the Red Sea. Isn't that what Moses did in the myth? At that time, Xiao Mo brought a bunch of the weak and elderly to the shore, crying and wailing. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops scraped against the ground with a screeching sound. They kowtowed outside my tent every day. That loudspeaker noise nearly split my head. Annoyed and unable to sleep, I casually grabbed a gravitational deflector and drew a line in the sea. That saved them from bothering me every day. Nearby, Lin Feng was shivering all over like a shriveled wild goose. The black mud on his suit trousers was almost freezing, sticking clammily to his thigh. He held up his tablet, trembling. Mr. Lu, those 2 stone slabs. Are they the legendary sacred artifact, the 10 Commandments? Commandments. Old Sun small advertisements are better than that. Lu Yuan spat dirty saliva with bits of burnt sweet potato skin onto the ground. Those are 2 leftover gravity stabilizers I used, engraved with gravitational field calculation models. I thought they were too heavy to move, so I threw them away as trash. Who would have thought those brainless natives would treat them as a holy decree, hugging them and rolling on the ground every day? These words were spoken lightly. Yet it was like pouring a bucket of icy snow water over the heads of the 30 million viewers in the live stream. The originally dense barrage of comments froze. For a full 5 seconds, the public screen was as clean as if it had just been washed. Then, bold barrage comments in various colors wildly flooded the screen. The 10 Commandments stone slabs are gravity stabilizers. The Red Sea was a line drawn by the bro because he was annoyed by the noise. My physics mansion and my theological beliefs are both going to the crematorium today. Professor Chen from the Dragon Kingdom Historical Research Institute, old man. I'm going to smash the sign of the theological seminary right now. What kind of creature is this bro? He is the real god. Outside the gate in midair, snowflakes fell on Helena's white chiffon long dress, soaking the fabric and sticking coldly to her skin. Her silver crown was tilted to one side. Several strands of wet blonde hair stuck to her cheeks, making her look disheveled. The hand holding the golden scepter began to tremble violently. Cold sweat in her palm made the smooth metal rod slippery. She stared intently at the massive holographic image in the sky that could blot out the sun. She looked at the young man in the wide robe casually gnawing on a bone by the sea. Then she glanced at the most sacred ancient parchment painting of God she carried with her. 2 faces. Across who knows how many centuries. At this second, they overlapped. Identical. No, this isn't real. Helena murmured, her voice as soft as a cat's meow. All the arrogance and sanctity in her sky-blue eyes shattered into countless fragments in an instant. This is a devil's illusion. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice hoarse like a broken bellows. The Lord is omnipotent. How could it be you, a Dragon Kingdom man playing in the mud beneath Africa? You Dragon Kingdom pig? Don't think you can deceive the envoy of the Holy See. She shrieked like a madwoman, channeling the meager energy within her body. She poured it all into the golden scepter in her hand. The crystal ball at the top of the scepter suddenly lit up, emitting several blue-white electric sparks with crackling noises. Lu Yuan's lazy, nonchalant voice came rumbling down through the 4 large broadcast generators outside the yard, crashing through the wind and snow. It made Helena's ears ring with sharp buzzing. Save it, little girl. Lu Yuan sneered, his tone as casual as if he were shooing away a beggar. That rotten gold stick in your hand is just a wireless charging pad with modified wave frequency. Back then Xiao Mo insisted on dying at my tent entrance. I found the dead smell too disgusting, so I casually threw him 2 pieces of trash. One of them was this glowing wooden stick. He used it as a death ray weapon. Did you really think you were a Jedi? These words were like a red-hot steel needle. It pierced directly into the core of Helena's faith. Wireless charging pad. She looked down at the golden scepter, which was now smoking with a sizzling sound, and its light growing dimmer. Her mind buzzed. It completely exploded into a pile of splinters. All her sacred magic, her proud supernatural sanctioned power, at this second, was stripped bare by Lu Yuan's vulgar, plain-spoken explanation, revealing the crudest, most ridiculous truth of ignorance within. Whom? A faint sound of dying fire. The crystal ball at the top of the golden scepter flickered twice with electric light, then went out completely. It turned into a hollow, blackened, transparent glass bead. Helena's legs, at this second, as if drained of all bone and strength, they went limp. With a heavy thud, she knelt in the snowy mud. The icy snow water instantly soaked her white dress. It sent a chill through her body, but she stood like a wooden statue, completely unresponsive. Her face covered in mud, and dust no longer held the previous sanctity. Only a hysterical madness remained, the aftermath of a complete collapse of faith. The God you've worshipped for thousands of years is me, myself. Lu Yuan's calm voice slowly came through the loudspeaker, accompanied by the squeak of flip-flops stepping on the muddy ground. Helena's hand went limp. The golden scepter, which could buy several small countries, clattered into a puddle of snow water covered in black mud. It mixed with a crushed tomato leaf nearby. She clawed at her own scalp with both hands, her blonde hair disheveled and sticking to her face like a water ghost just pulled from the staring at the image in the sky that was slowly dissipating. She let out a series of sharp, miserable cackles that sent chills down one's spine. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Tears mixed with the black mud on her face, washing her makeup into a messy blur, making her look utterly filthy and disheveled. She gasped out white vapor rolling hysterically in the snow, laughing until her voice cracked. God. Haha. God is actually you yourself. In an ancient church along the Atlantic coast, Father Thomas clutched the edge of the pulpit. His black cassock was already soaked through with sweat. Sticky perspiration clung to his back, exuding a stale odor of smoke and sour sweat. His withered hands trembled as they held a crucifix aloft in the air. He stared fixedly at the glowing tablet on the table. The screen displayed the classified historical footage released from Lu Yao's livestream. Lord. A hoarse moan escaped Thomas' throat. His jaw quivered. Why does the man who parted the Red Sea look exactly like that Dragon Kingdom person? An elderly woman in the front row flinched. The string of black prayer beads slipped from her hand with a clatter, and the round wooden beads scattered across the floor. They rolled into a puddle of muddy water, but she didn't even bother to pick them up. She simply gaped at the screen, mouth agape. Tears streaked down her face, carving dark lines through the thick foundation. Who have we been worshipping for these 2,000 years? She slumped into the wooden pew, her voice trembling in the empty church. This low, creeping panic spread like a chill wind along the benches. It wasn't just this church. The entire Western world's faith crumbled in that very second. The Vatican, in a windowless ice-cold underground chamber. The Pope sat on the gilded redwood throne, but his white skullcap had slipped askew. He buried his face in his hands, clawing frantically at his bald scalp. This is unscientific. Unbelievable. A cardinal slapped his thigh hard, his thick hand knocking over the cold coffee on the table. The brown liquid spilled across the surface, staining his precious robe, but he didn't even bother to clean it. He wrote the magnetic confinement formula on waste paper used to wrap fried dough sticks. He used our sacred relics as a hammer to crack walnuts. Another cardinal, eyes bloodshot, screamed at the crowd. If we call him a demon, hell have that mecha raise Rome to the ground by tomorrow. What about the Bible? What do we do with what's written in the Bible? Revise it. Rewrite it overnight. The Pope jerked his head up, his wrinkled face turning purple. Translate and modify the Bible's doctrines overnight. Say that God was reborn in the East, choosing a mortal vessel to test our devotion. He is the living true God on earth. These high-ranking clerics, usually so dignified, now scurried like mice on a hot stove, frantically scribbling on paper, their palms slick with sweat. Meanwhile, in the third underground steel frame hall, in Africa, the air still carried the faint caramel sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes. Lu Yao clutched her phone, her big eyes filled with bewildered confusion. Brother, the foreigners are going crazy again. She sniffled, her nose red, and wiped her face with her sleeve, leaving a long gray streak. That Pope guy issued a global announcement saying you're the living true God. They're going to rewrite the Bible overnight and add your name. Yuan leaned back in his chair, picking at a shred of sweet potato skin stuck between his teeth with a small stick. He spat out a mouthful of gritty saliva. Right. Those holy men are masters at saving face. I don't have time to be their God. Too much trouble. Lu Yao sidled up and tugged at his faded white t-shirt. But they said they want to build you hundreds of grand temples in Europe and cast a pure gold statue of you. Yuan rolled his eyes. No way. Those Westerners can't paint for crap. They'd slap a pair of bird wings on my back, making me look like an oversized feathered chicken. Shameful. Lin Feng stood behind him, hands tucked into his sleeves, his shoes squelching in the mud. He was drenched in cold sweat, staring at Yuan. Mr. Lu, the entire foundation of Western theology has just been kicked to pieces by you. Even the Vatican has bowed to you. Who would dare disrespect you from now on? Yuan let out a long yawn, 2 tears of fatigue welling at the corners of his eyes. Whether they bow or not is none of my damn business. If you've got time to talk nonsense, why not check if the sweet potatoes are done? He rubbed his stiff neck, the bones cracking. My stomach's growling again. So annoying. In North America, deep in a top-secret biochemical base, 200 meters, the air was thick with the pungent smell of formaldehyde and the nauseating stench of rotting flesh. Director Bill gripped the metal railing of the control panel. His palms were slick with cold sweat, leaving 2 large prints on the surface. His sunken gray eyes, like a vulture's, fixed on the screen, showing the falling bones. Seduction failed, money couldn't buy him, and even our nuclear missiles couldn't penetrate his shield. He ground his teeth, his voice rasping like sandpaper on wood. Sir, what do we do? The agent beside him wiped cold sweat, his hands trembling so much he couldn't hold his holster. Are we just going to watch the Dragon Kingdom trample our technological supremacy? No. Director Bill let out a sinister grin, revealing his nicotine-stained teeth. Since brute force won't work and theology has collapsed, well, use science. He jabbed a dirty finger onto the redwood table. Activate Project Tyrant. He pointed at the massive reinforced blast-proof glass ahead. Inside the sterile chamber was a horrifying bio-beast 5 meters tall, with no fur, its body covered in sinewy black-green veins like ancient tree roots. Its massive chest heaved with heavy breaths, emitting guttural roars. It has no soul, no faith, and doesn't know fear. Director Bill's eyes gleamed with a wild, insane ferocity. It only knows how to kill, to tear everything in sight into shreds. He slammed his fist onto the red activation button on the electronic panel. His fingernails split from the forced blood trickling down the keyboard. Release it. Send it to Africa to shred that immortal's base into pieces. The sky was a heavy sinking black. The wind scraped against ears with a biting sting. From the void above came a sudden rumble like muffled thunder. But it was not thunder. It sounded more like a massive iron mass tearing through the air as it plunged downward. With a thunderous boom, outside the humble clay courtyard, the muddy earth was brutally cratered by the impact. A deep pit yawned open, spewing muck and shattered stones dozens of meters into the air. The debris clattered and thudded against the crumbling mud walls of the yard. Lu Yao was crouched beside a clay stove, holding half a charred, blackened sweet potato in her hand. The flesh of the potato was still raw, crunching audibly between her teeth. Suddenly, a large clump of mud arced over the wall, slapping with a wet splat against the collar of her sun protection jacket. Fetid, icy, muddy water trickled down her neck. Cold. Tui. Tui. Lu Yao stuck out her tongue violently, spitting out 2 grains of sand that had found their way into her mouth. Her teeth grated against the grit. Brother. She held up a chipped selfie stick in one hand, while the other brushed at the mud on her collar. What fell from the sky this time? Aren't the bombs supposed to have stopped? Yuan lounged back on a battered bamboo chair, scratching at his feet in icy mud with his flip-flops, flicking off a dried crust of dirt from his sole. He picked his nose with his pinky, then flicked away a withered booger. Who knows, he said without even lifting his eyelids. Probably some foreign devils with too much money, dumping scrap iron on the ground again. Scrap iron that digs a crater this big. Lu Yao didn't believe it. She wiped the mud from her chin with her sleeve. Her sleeve was now pitch black. You felt the ground shake with that noise. Maybe they knocked down a satellite or something. Lin Feng crawled up from the base of the wall. His suit trousers had long since frayed into tatters, his knees covered in bloody scrapes and purple chilblains. He craned his neck to peer outside, his eyes bulging like MMR. Lu. His voice sounded as if clogged with phlegm, wheezing heavily. It's a tin can. A huge tin can. How big? Yuan yawned, squeezing 2 teardrops from the corner of his eye. As big as a gasoline drum. Much bigger than that. Lin Feng scrambled a couple of steps toward the gate, on all fours, his shoes slipping in the mud. It looks like a drop pod. Outside in the massive crater. A black drop pod, 3 stories tall, lay embedded in the muck. Its shell was scorched red, hissing out harsh white smoke. The surrounding snow had melted into a pool of steaming muddy water. On the surface of the pod, a faded white star emblem was stamped. With a thunderous bam, the hatch bulged outward. It didn't open. From within came a beast-like muffled roar that made the very ground tremble. Lu Yao was so startled, she dropped her sweet potato. It fell into the slush, floating atop a layer of black ash. Brother, there's something alive in there. Her voice, from the sound of it, it's not human. A big bear. Yuan rubbed his ears. Perfect. We haven't had meat for dinner. We can skin it and roast the paws. How can you be so calm? Lu Yao stomped her feet in panic, mud splattering up her pant legs. What if it's a lion or a tiger? 2 more deafening thuds echoed. The heavy alloy hatch was kicked open by sheer brute force, the several hundred-pound iron door spiraling through the air. It crashed violently into a withered tree trunk 200 meters away, sending splinters flying. A gigantic foot stepped out barefoot. The foot was covered in rough, cyan gray rotting flesh, with black hard scales growing between the toenails. It trod on the boiling water without even flinching. A colossal being a full 5 meters tall hunched over and squeezed itself out of the iron canister. Its entire body was a mess of mangled skin. Flesh turned outward, thick dark blue-black veins writhed like earthworms over bulging muscles. Its back and neck were bristling with plastic tubes of The tubes oozed a phosphorescent green slime, dripping steadily. Where it fell on the snow, it burned black holes, emitting a stench like rotten eggs mixed with a dead rat. Lu Yao's stomach churned. The roast duck she'd had for lunch surged into her throat. She clamped her mouth shut, forcing it back down. The acid burned her throat. What in the world is that? Her legs quivered like sieves, the phone in her hand shaking wildly. A zombie. Resident Evil. Brother. It's a head taller than Longy. The viewers in the live stream were all terrified. The barrage paused for about 2 seconds, then it exploded like crazy. Holy shit. This isn't a movie. Tyrant. The tyrant from Resident Evil is on the loose. Eagle Nation actually built this thing. All those tubes on its body, so disgusting. I can smell the stench through the screen. Bro, close the door quick. That thing doesn't look reasonable. Lin Feng's trembling hand fumbled for the terminal in his pocket. He patted for a long time. All he got was a handful of cold sweat. The terminal was long dead, its screen black. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng's teeth chattered, clacking together. This must be Eagle Nation's trump card. He scrambled back beside Lu Yuan, a genetically modified human. He wiped the yellow mud from his face with his sleeve. I heard about their secret project, stitching death row inmates with beast genes. They severed all pain nerves. That layer of dead skin on the outside can't even be pierced by armor-piercing bullets. Lu Yuan picked his ear, dug out a small piece of dry skin, and flicked it casually onto the stove lid nearby. Can't be pierced by armor-piercing bullets. He curled his lips and sniffed disdainfully. Then it's just a thick slab of fatty meat. Too greasy, even if sliced and roasted. And it stinks of medicine. Brother. Lu Yao slapped Lu Yuan's shoulder in desperation, leaving a handprint of dust. Will you stop joking? It's coming straight for the gate. Outside, the tyrant number 1 twisted its thick neck, the vertebrae cracking with a crisp sound. Its white pupilless eyes locked firmly onto the gate of the clay courtyard. A one-way command chip had been implanted in its brain, shred every living thing behind that gate. Bam! The tyrant lunged forward, the ground shuddering with each step. It charged its 5-meter frame like an out-of-control heavy truck, each footstep digging half-meter craters into the mud. The plastic tubes protruding from its body flailed wildly, flinging green toxic liquid everywhere. Several withered trees along the way were snapped in two by its wood chips flew in all directions. We're done for. We're done for. Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. That flimsy wooden door won't hold. Get long, eat a block it. Lu Yuan didn't move. He lounged lazily against the back of the chair. Long, he just finished his seawater bath. He's drying off in the backyard. Then send Suehua. Lu Yao's voice cracked with tears. Huihua is doing the dishes. Her hands are full of detergent. Lu Yuan yawned. Brother, do you want to die? Lu Yao shut her eyes. She even forgot to scream. Only despair remained. But outside the yard, right in the center of the gate, one person hadn't fled. An old man dressed in a tattered gray canvas gown covered in patches with 2 dried chicken droppings clinging to the hem. He was stooped. A rag-like headscarf wrapped around his head. He held a worn-out broom with bristles nearly gone, the handle cracked, and bound with a few frayed ropes. Swish, swish, swish. The old man kept his head down, slowly sweeping the leftover snow and dead leaves from the ground. Stroke after stroke, he gathered a small pile of snow mixed with black mud. The wind whipped his fake white beard wildly. The tyrant reached 10 meters from the gate. Its enormous feet splashed mud everywhere, spattering the old man's trouser legs. Tisk. The old man stopped the broom and straightened his back. His bones emitted a few stiff cracks. He didn't look up at the biomonster towering several times taller than him. Instead, he gazed down at his dirted trousers. I just swept this place clean. His voice was hoarse like 2 rusty sheets of iron grinding together. And now it's dirty again. He patted his trousers with his hand. The mud wouldn't come off. The muddy water had soaked into the coarse fabric. The old man let out a long sigh laced with a deep metallic rasp. The master detests filth. He tightened his grip on the broom handle. On his withered hand no veins bulged, only an icy metallic blue sheen emerged. You barbarians. He slowly raised his head. Beneath the silicone skin covered in age spots a pair of bottomless temperatureless abysses glimmered faintly. You just never learn your manners. The tyrant couldn't understand a word of his muttering. In its illogical mind, anything in the way was merely minced meat. With a deafening roar it spat green slime everywhere. Its massive body leaped into the air, a mountain of flesh crashing down toward the gate. The colossal shadow instantly swallowed the old man below, blotting out the moonlight completely. The tyrant swung its right arm. A fist twice the size of a mill. Bone spurs covered the knuckles, and the punch whistled through the air. That fist could flatten the turret of a main battle tank. The air compressed into a series of sonic straight down onto this seemingly decrepit, dying old man with a broom. It came crashing down with ferocious finality. The sky above turned dark, completely blocked by that monstrous creature resembling a meat mountain. A stench filled Lu Yao's nostrils, a foul odor reminiscent of dead rats that had fermented for half a month. Her stomach churned violently, and she dry heaved. Acidic bile surged up her throat, burning. A fist came down, and the wind pressure sent the snow debris swirling in all directions. It hit Meng Tian's ragged headscarf, causing it to fall apart, revealing a few sparse fake, white hairs underneath. The old man didn't even lift his head. He still clutched that broken broom in his hand. His parched lips moved slightly as he sighed, deeply exhaling a puff of white mist that carried the taste of mud. The ground was just cleaned by me. Lu Yao lay in the snow. The muddy water soaked through her pants, icy cold. Brother, she hoarsely yelled. The sound split like two rusty metal sheets scraping against each other. She desperately clawed at Lu Yuan's pant leg. Grandpa is going to be turned into meat paste. Lu Yuan was chewing on a sweet potato. When she tugged at him, his teeth clashed against his tongue, releasing a metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Hiss. You still care about the waistband? Lu Yao desperate cried as tears and snot streamed down her face. She wiped half her face with her dirty sleeve, leaving a streak. You still care about the waistband? Lu Yao desperate cried as tears and snot streamed down her face. She wiped half her face with her dirty sleeve, leaving a streak of black mud. The door is going to collapse. A monster has come in. Collapse my foot. Lu Yuan spat out the blood from his mouth. The blood splattered onto the snow a vivid red. Stop shouting and watch what show. Grandpa has lost his head. Lu Yao buried her head in the snow, too scared to look. Quick, let Wang Kai go bite it. Wang Kai just washed his feet. The ground is dirty. Lu Yuan dug at his ear, flicking out a clump of yellow-gray wax. Besides, it's unnecessary. Bang. The tyrant's fist, larger than a grinding mill, came crashing down where Meng Tian stood. The earth exploded with soil and broken ice, sending debris soaring up to 10 meters high. A 2-meter-deep pit was forcefully created in the ground. Muddy water splashed everywhere, and mud splattered onto Lu Yao's sun protection clothing. It was bone-chillingly cold. She trembled, her teeth chattering. Gee, Grandpa is gone. She stuttered, afraid to open her eyes. He was not dead. At the edge of the pit, the old man stood perfectly fine just a second before the fist came crashing down beneath that tattered gray robe. Suddenly a dull rumble echoed. It wasn't a person breathing, but the sound of a mechanical engine spinning wildly. Buzzing. Even the ground vibrated. The old man swayed slightly. Not a single imprint was left in the mud beneath his feet, as he slid sideways over 3 meters, perfectly dodging the giant fist. His movement was quick enough to leave behind a grayish residual shadow. Lu Yuan stuffed the last mouthful of sweet potato into his mouth, clapped the dirt off his hands. Did you see that? He pointed his toe down. Legs are nimble. Lu Yao opened her eyes a slit. The mud stuck to her eyelashes, blurred her vision. She blinked a couple of times, and saw clearly. She dodged. She gasped heavily, her chest heaving. Did Grandpa practice lightness skill, What lightness skill, Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. That's hydraulic transmission. Hydraulic. Lu Yao's mind couldn't wrap around it. Where would a person get hydraulic power? Who told you he's a person? Lu Yuan yawned, 2 drops of tears squeezing out from the corners of his eyes. Stop wasting time, and look at what he has in his hand. Meng Tian stood at the edge of the pit. In his murky fake eyes 2 points of cold blue light glimmered. He did not draw his sword. The sword still hung at his waist. He merely raised his thin right hand, gripping tightly onto that broken broom. The tyrant missed its strike. Its heavy body wobbled slightly. It turned its veined bald head, its pupilless white eyes fixated on Meng Tian. Opening its massive mouth, it roared roar. A spray of green venom erupted forth, landing on the remaining snow and hissing as it released white smoke. It emitted a pungent sour odor. Meng Tian did not dodge. His parched lips moved slightly. Barbarian spawn. His voice was hoarse, resonating with a metal soiling the Lord's ground. He flicked his wrist. That broom, seemingly tied together with worn-out hemp rope, revealed a layer of disguised broken straw. With a patter it fell apart, exposing a sleek, black metallic rod. The broom head was no ordinary straw bundle. It was a brush made of high-strength titanium alloy wire bundled together. Meng Tian positioned his legs in a horse stance, and the mechanical leg bones beneath his robe clicked as they locked in place. He swung that titanium broom like a giant windmill, spinning it in midair. The air was violently torn apart. Whoosh! The sharp sound of sonic boom pierced. The broom, trailing the remnants of torn air, charged straight for the tyrant's massive bald head. The tyrant had no idea to dodge. It didn't even possess the sensation. It only knew to charge forward, colliding directly with the broom. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out like a heavy bomb detonating at the entrance of the courtyard. Lu Yao quickly covered her ears. Her eardrums buzzed incessantly. She closed her eyes, feeling a wave of bloody wind and chunks of flesh slap against her face. It was both hot and foul. There was no second strike. That titanium broom landed solidly on the tyrant's left temple. The bioengineered, thick skin capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds was no different from a piece of crumpled paper in the face of this brutal kinetic energy. The sound of the skull shattering was crisp and piercing. The tyrant's head, the size of a water tank, was instantly deformed, and its eyeballs burst out of their sockets. Trailing a long string of red and white nerve fibers, they fell into the mud below. Immediately after, the entire head exploded like a large watermelon. It erupted with a roar. Dark rotten flesh and white bone fragments scattered along with the green preservative fluid from inside its brain. They mixed into a nauseating slurry, splattering everywhere. A piece of skin laced with veins flew over the courtyard wall and slapped against the door. Black blood flowed down the wood grain. The stench of blood rose to the heavens, making one feel like vomiting up yesterday's meal. The headless corpse still stood in place. From the neck's severed point, black blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying over 2 meters high, splattering onto the snow and creating a large pit of black, and the body trembled twice, losing control of its massive frame. Its legs buckled, and it crashed heavily into the mud. The ground shook as the corpse crushed several unburned branches. It twitched a couple of times, and then lay still, green liquid still seeping from the plastic tubes on its. The mud on the ground sizzled and smoked, releasing yellow smoke. Meng Tian put away the broom, the metallic rod smeared with black-red blood and mud. He shook it. Blood droplets flew across the snow, leaving a red line. The old man wiped the blood spots off his face with his tattered sleeve. Bloodstains smeared across the silicone skin. He sighed. I have to sweep again. In the live broadcast room, over 20 million viewers stared at the scene of shattered flesh scattered everywhere. The bullet comments were entirely empty. After a long while, a weak comment floated by. Is this broom for sale? Lu Yao slumped in the snow pit. Her face was smeared with the flying chunks of flesh. She didn't dare wipe it off, her hands trembling as they fumbled on her clothes, unable to find her phone and only grabbing a handful of mud. Brother. She trembled, stuttering. That big monster. Its head is gone, eh? Lu Yuan patted his hands. He flicked the cold dust off his nails, and the dust danced in the cold light. He walked over and kicked Lu Yao's mud-caked shoe soles. The strap of her flip-flops was about. If it's gone, then it's gone. He yawned, nonchalantly curling his lips. He extended his pinky to dig at his nostrils. Go get a shovel. He pointed at the pile of still smoldering rotten flesh outside. Shovel that pile out. Don't let it stink up the doorstep. Lu Yao opened her mouth wide, snot dripping into it. It tasted salty and slightly bitter. To shovel. She cried, her voice breaking. I'm scared. It's still oozing green water. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, his hands shoved into the pockets of his white t-shirt. If you don't shovel, am I supposed to do it? He leaned in closer, his dark pitch-black eyes fixed. A smile crept onto his lips as he watched the commotion. Or, he gestured with his chin towards the corner of the wall. You could let the one outside and the one in the pink apron. Lu Yao heard Lu Yuan's words. Her head was buzzing. She lowered her gaze to look outside the courtyard gate. The Blood Wolf captain, wearing a pink lace apron, stood there. He was squatting with his butt stuck out, poking a toilet brush into a puddle. I'm not calling him, she screamed, her voice cracking. He's covered in the stench of urine, making me sick. She clutched her coat collar tightly with both hands. Then go shovel that pile of minced meat yourself. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops scraped 2 muddy streaks on the ground. I'm not going. That green liquid is burning the ground and smoking. If it's smoking, cover it with dry soil. The soil stinks too. Smells like dead rats. Lu Yao stomped her feet in frustration. Mud splatters from her soles flew onto her pant legs. If you hate the smell, plug your nose. Lu Yuan picked his nose and flicked away a lump of dirt. You're completely unreasonable. My fists are strong, so that's the law. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Don't dawdle. The meat will freeze and be harder to shovel. At the courtyard gate, Meng Tian carried the titanium alloy broom, stained with black blood. The old man looked down at his feet. The 5-meter headless corpse lay in the mud like a mountain of flesh-green liquid still spurting from the severed neck. It hissed and sizzled. The yellow mud on the ground was burning, emitting yellowish smoke. The stench of rotten eggs wafted far away. Meng Tian's fake silicone face tightened into a frown. Fuck. He spat a muddy glob onto the ground. Lifting his right foot wrapped in dark iron armor, he kicked the tyrant's bulging belly hard. Thud. A dull sound. The corpse was kicked over several plastic tubes on its belly, snapping. The green liquid flowed even more freely. Filthy thing. The old man's voice was hoarse like two rusty iron sheets scraping together. You've dirted the courtyard I just swept. He poked the pile of rotten flesh with the broom handle. A piece of white skull fragment stuck to the broom head. He rubbed it off disgustedly against a snow pile nearby. In the live stream room, the screens of over 20 million viewers froze for 2 full seconds. The comment box was utterly empty, not a single word appearing. Everyone was stunned. Then a flood of white text cascaded down the screen like a bursting dam, characters overlapping so densely that no one could make out who said what. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell was that? One broom swipe and it exploded. I didn't even blink. That huge head just shattered into pieces. Where's the ultimate bioweapon we were promised? It's like a fragile watermelon. Is this the trump card the Eagle country spent hundreds of billions on? Is that it? Not even as good as an old man's broken broom. This old man, not winning a hammer throw gold medal at the Olympics, is a loss for all humanity. Holy shit, a sweeping old man. This is a war god incarnate. Did the Eagle country embezzle all its military budget, building a paper McMonster to embarrass them? The viewers went wild. Keyboards clattered as they typed, each taunt more venomous than the last. Washington, D.C. The third basement level of the Pentagon. The exhaust fan creaked, its blades coated with thick black dust. The room was stifling like a giant steamer. Defense Secretary Stevens stared intently at the big screen. His eyes bulged as if about to pop out, bloodshot like a rabid dog. His mouth hung open, the fat on his chin trembling. Half a cigar fell from his mouth, the lid, and landing on his trouser crotch, burning through the fabric and scorching his thigh. A smell of burnt hair arose. He felt no pain, his eyes fixed on the headless biotyrant lying in the mud, kicked over by a sweeping old man. No. Stevens' voice cracked. Suddenly his left chest felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, dull piercing pain. He clutched his white shirt at the chest, fingers trembling convulsively. A button popped off and hit the coffee cup. Clink. Medicine. Give me medicine. He gasped for air, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. His face instantly turned as white as paper with a deathly gray hue. The adjutant beside him went mad with panic, scrambling over to reach into Stevens' pocket. Sir, where's the medicine? The adjutant's hands were sweaty, slipping as he reached into the pocket. He fumbled out a small white plastic bottle. His hand shook. The bottle slipped clattering to the floor. The cap popped open and white emergency pills scattered everywhere. They rolled into the carpet fibers. Stevens' eyes rolled back, a gurgling gasp escaping his throat. He flailed his arms, sweeping all the folders off the table. He slid down from the leather chair, crashing to the floor with a thud. White foam bubbled at the corners of his mouth. Doctor. Call the military doctor. The adjutant knelt on the ground, hopping in panic, and screamed hysterically toward the door. Several armed guards rushed in and clumsily lifted Steven onto a stretcher. The entire command room was in chaos. No one paid attention to the big screen anymore, and no one dared to look at the ancient old man with the broom. Everything was lost. The carrier fleet was gone. The weather weapon had exploded. Even the final biotrump card hidden in the warehouse had been smashed into pulp by a single broom. The Eagle country had lost its last shred of dignity. Europe. In a cellar beneath an ancient castle in the Alps, wall lamps flickered. The oil lamp wick formed black knots, emitting black smoke that blackened the stone walls. A long stone table was set in the cellar. A dozen figures wrapped in black robes sat around it, all oligarchs controlling the global dark web arms and biolabs. The current head of the Rothschild family, old he sat at the head of the table. His withered fingers dug into the table edge, nails splitting with splinters, piercing his flesh, oozing black blood. He didn't even frown. Can't win. A black-robed man with a large beard smashed the wine glass in his hand, glass shards scattering everywhere. Red wine spilled on the gray stone floor like blood. Our missiles can't even break his glass shield. He panted, his voice trembling. That biomonster cost 120 billion. Its head was blown off by an old man with a broom. How can we fight this? Are we supposed to ram our heads into it? Another tall, thin man stood up, kicking over the wooden stool beneath him. Even God was played by him. The Vatican priests have already started rewriting the Bible. Our proud theology, military power, and technology. In his eyes, they're all trash. The cellar erupted into chaos. These tycoons who normally could bankrupt a small country with a single word were now like ants on a hot pan, frantic and desperate. Their eyes were full of desperate madness. Adam tapped the table. His knuckles knocked on the stone, producing a dull thud. The sound was soft. But the cellar fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes fixed on this old bastard. Adam lifted his withered face like dried orange peel. His eyes were sunken with a sinister green gleam beneath. Since that man named Lu Yuan is a monster without weaknesses, he said, his voice hoarse as two rusty iron sheets scraping. Then we won't touch him. He stuck out his tongue, licking his cracked lips. He has a weakness. The bearded man was taken aback. What weakness? Adam pointed at the glowing tablet on the table. The screen was playing a video of Lu Yao squatting in the snow arguing with Lu Yuan. The little girl's face was covered in mud and snot bubbles shimmered. This stupid girl, always crying. Adam sneered, revealing a mouthful of yellow rotten teeth. She's just an ordinary carbon-based life form. She's afraid of cold, pain, broken bones, bleeding, and death. Adam grabbed a small pure silver knife from the table and stabbed it hard into the tablet screen right on Lu Yao's face. Crack. The screen shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Electric sparks popped and crackled. That man even uses a shield to block nuclear bombs for her. That means this girl is his Achilles heel. The madness in Adam's eyes almost overflowed. Since we can't defeat him, let's destroy what he cares about most. The bearded man swallowed dryly. Kill the girl? She's wearing an antimatter shield around her neck. Even sniper bullets get vaporized. How can we kill her? Adam pulled out the knife, casually wiping the electrolyte off the blade on his black robe. The antimatter shield protects against high kinetic weapons. It can't defend against slow contact. He stared at the dark oligarchs around him. Contact all the remaining assassin organizations we still have in Africa. Double the bounty. 100 billion US dollars. Whoever can inject poison into that girl's neck gets the money. The seller was left with only heavy breathing. In everyone's eyes burned a vicious determination to destroy everything together. Outside the yellow mud courtyard, in the withered grass, a dark figure lay in a snow hollow. A micro-communicator in his ear buzzed with static. He wore an optical camouflage hood. His face was unidentifiable. He clutched a triangular bayonet coated with ghostly blue poison. The boss is dead, the dark figure muttered quietly. He looked at the steaming green mess of rotten flesh at the courtyard gate, then glanced at the old man walking back with his broom. Retreat. Another camouflaged accomplice beside him whispered, teeth chattering. Retreat, my ass. The dark figure gritted his teeth and rubbed the bayonet in the snow. Headquarters just gave a direct order. The bounty's been raised to 100 billion. The accomplice gasped. 100 billion. Kill who? That devil. The dark figure shook his head. His gaze pierced through the broken courtyard wall, locking onto Lu Yao, who was squatting by the stove, wiping her nose with her. Not him. The dark figure tightened his grip on the poison spike. Take out the girl. At Wild Head, 10 kilometers away. The wind lashed like a dull blade flaying flesh. Snowflakes mixed with ice pellets pounded down relentlessly. Ghost lay prone on a protruding slab of frozen rock. The snow beneath his belly had long since melted from his body heat, turning into a pool of icy water that seeped through the gaps in his combat suit, chilling him to the bone. He dared not move. His fingers clad in half-cut tactical gloves were stiff with cold. He rubbed his nose with the back of his hand. His nose tip was red and frozen, with a glistening drop of clear snot. He sniffled, forcing it back down his throat, tasting a rusty metallic tang. He turned his head and spat. The spittle froze into ice the moment it hit the ground. Before him lay a massive black weapon, an electromagnetic Gauss sniper rifle. Its barrel, over a meter long, was wrapped in a coil of tattered rags for camo. The rags were covered in snow and mud. The rifle was terrifyingly heavy, pressing down on the rock and compacting the snow. Ghost licked his cracked lips. A small cut on his lower lip oozed a trace of blood. He ignored it, letting his tongue graze the blood, tasting a faint saltiness. The encrypted earpiece in his helmet crackled with static. The line was crossed. A few muffled curses from some foreigner came through, then cut off. Following that was a one-way command from headquarters. $100 billion. Ghost's lips moved silently. The sheer magnitude of the number made his breath hitch for half a beat. His heart pounded painfully against. He pressed his right eye to the high-power scope. The rubber eyepiece was cold against the skin around his orbit. The crosshairs swayed twice in the wind and snow. Slowly they locked onto the muddy little courtyard 10 kilometers away, the spot where the underground entrance lay. Lu Yao was crouching by the metal door. The hem of her coat was dragged through the mud, filthy beyond recognition. Beside her lay a massive black dog, 3 meters tall. Anubis. Its dark, tough hide was caked with mud. Brother. Lu Yao screamed, her voice cracking. She stretched out a finger and poked the dog's black nose. Why is its nose dry? Aren't dogs' noses supposed to be wet? She pulled her finger back, rubbing a layer of black grime off the tip. Lu Yuan collapsed into a battered bamboo chair behind her, mindlessly poking at a fire with an iron rod, scattering sparks. A spark flew out, burning a small black hole in his white t-shirt. He clicked his tongue, pinching the burnt smell away with his fingernail. It's a gene-spliced creature, not a real. He yawned, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Do you think it's a golden retriever? That'll wag its tail at you. But it drools. Lu Yao shook her hand in disgust. A long, translucent strand of slime clung to her fingers, stretching and dripping down. EW. It stinks. Smells like fermented dead rats. She quickly wiped her hand on the hem of her coat, leaving a large wet patch. If you hate the smell, don't touch it. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, picking at the gunk in the corner of his eye and flicking it into the snow. This thing hasn't brushed its teeth in a few thousand years. Bad breath is normal. Then why don't you buy it a toothbrush? Lu Yao stomped her feet, her boots squelching in them. Its mouth is huge. 1 yawn, and it'll knock you out cold. Buy a toothbrush. Hell no. Lu Yuan scratched his ear. It can't brush its own teeth. You expect me to pick its molars? Lin Feng knelt in a snow pit nearby. The knees of his suit trousers were torn, exposing frozen purple flesh. He shivered and crawled forward half a step. Cold sweat mixed with muddy water made his palms slippery. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng swallowed his throat, emitting a dry gulp. Fat Hat's the death god Anubis. His voice trembled like a sieve. If the Egyptians saw your sister touching it like that, and complaining about its bad breath, Those theologians would have a stroke on the spot. Then let them take medicine for their stroke. Lu Yuan didn't even look up, kicking a clod of frozen earth with his toe. None of my business. Lu Yao ignored Lin Feng. She grabbed Anubis' ears with both hands. The giant wolfhound whimpered submissively, not daring to move, hanging its head, and letting her knead it. Brother, why does it have fleas? Lu Yao shrieked, pinching a small hard black lump between her fingernails and squeezing it with a pop. No water came out, it was hard. Are there bugs in this bomb shelter? That's not a flea. Lu Yuan tossed the iron rod aside with a clang. Those are leftover nano residues from years ago that rusted. They got stuck in its skin cracks like little tumors. Deal with it. How can I deal with this? Lu Yao was frantic. Give it some deworming medicine. What if it bites someone? It won't bite. Lu Yuan let out a long drawn-out yawn. If it did, I'd have stewed it by now. Ghost lay on the rock watching this scene through the scope. He ground his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching. A bunch of idiots. He cursed under his breath. $1 billion bounty was right in front of him. And these people were discussing a biomonster's bad breath and fleas. How utterly clueless. He flexed his stiff right index finger. He rubbed it vigorously against the rough fabric of his pants, wiping off the slick sweat. Then he gripped the trigger again. The special alloy trigger was ice cold. Even through the half-cut glove, he could feel the piercing chill. Wind speed 17 meters per second. Humidity 80%. Distance 10,000 feet. The crosshairs in the scope cut through the layers of wind and snow, fixed squarely on Lu Yao's brow. The little girl was still tugging the dog's ear. Her nose tip was bright red. Brother, what does it usually eat? Lu Yao turned her head and shouted in a hoarse voice. It doesn't eat dog food, does it? With that size, how many bags would it need? Leftovers. Lu Yuan's lazy voice drifted through the wind into the scope's microphone. Last night's leftover noodles. It even licked the bowl clean. Ghost took a deep breath. The icy air stabbed into his lungs like needles. He held his breath. His fingers slowly pressed back. Die you 100 billion. He muttered to himself. No deafening gunshot. Only a single profoundly muffled electromagnetic burst. The air around the barrel was instantly sucked dry. A ring of white vapor exploded violently at the muzzle, shaking the accumulated snow loose. A special supersonic armor-piercing bullet. Screaming as it tore through the air, it plunged into the wind and snow. The bullet's initial velocity was absurdly high. 10 kilometers were but a blink away. In the muddy courtyard, Lu Yao was still muttering. Leftover noodles. Brother, you're so stingy. She grabbed a tuft of Anubis black fur. At least give it a bone to chew on. Look how skinny it is. Find me scissors, Bill, trim its fur. It's all matted and hard, prickly. Before she finished speaking, less than 5 centimeters from her forehead, the air suddenly warped weirdly. Sizzle. An extremely faint sound like a damp firecracker that failed to ignite, letting out a silent fart. A small cluster of blue-white electric sparks burst in midair. The flame was small, no bigger than a lighter. The supersonic bullet, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, didn't even scratch the surface of the transparent necklace shield. It was directly deflected by the antimatter energy barrier, torn apart at the atomic level and vaporized into a wisp of scorched black smoke. The smoke drifted with the cold wind right into Lu Yao's nostrils. Achoo! She sneezed violently, a bubble of snot bursting with a pop. It smeared across her lips. What's that smell, eh? Lu Yao rubbed her nose with a dirty hand, looking around. Who's welding? Smells like burnt tin. Lin Feng was still on his knees. He heard nothing, saw nothing. He only felt a rush of hot air whip past the top of his head. The laziness on Lu Yuan's face vanished. The iron rod he was using to poke the fire stopped midair. His pitch-black eyes stared at the dissipating smoke in front of Lu Yao's forehead. His gaze turned cold. Cold as a 1,000-year-old block of ice devoid of any human warmth. He slowly stood up. His flip-flops made no sound in the mud. Brother. Lu Yao blinked, wiping her nose with her sleeve. Why are you staring at me with those dead fish eyes? Do I have a flower on my face? She rubbed her cheeks, smearing black grime. Lu Yuan ignored her. He turned his head. His gaze pierced through the broken courtyard wall, through the driving wind and snow, fixing on the wild hill 10 kilometers away. Ghost met those eyes through the scope. His heart skipped a beat. A chill shot up from the base of his spine straight to his crown. Did he see me? The thought had barely formed. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. He didn't shout, his voice was flat like casual chat. 0. A virtual maid flickered in midair, awaiting command. Lu Yuan shoved his hands into his pockets, his finger rubbing the hole at the bottom. That mountain over there. He lifted his eyelids. Level it. The frayed strap on Lu Yuan's wrist suddenly emitted a crimson glow from its crevice, a blood-red light that cast an eerie sheen over the muddy water on the ground. Lu Yao was still twisting the big dog's ear. She sniffled, wiped her eyelids with the back of her mud-caked hand, and flicked off a dry crust of dirt. Bro, your watch is broken. She stared at the red glow. Why is it blinking red? Battery swelling and leaking. Lu Yuan ignored her. His eyes turned cold as he fixed his gaze on the distant black hill. Seeking death, he gritted out between his teeth. He spat a hint of blood in his saliva from biting his cheek while gnawing on a sweet potato. 0, he called out. His voice was deep. Directive standing by. A holographic projection flickered with a glitch accompanied by a crackling electric hum. Lock onto the source of that ballistic trajectory. Lu Yuan rubbed the dirt off his index finger with his thumb, rolling it into a dark curl. Activate the Damocles orbital weapon array. Lin Feng lay in the mud pit, his suit soaked through, clinging coldly to his calves. He jerked his head up, his forehead smeared with yellow mud. Orbital weapon. His teeth chattered, clacking together. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng swallowed dryly, his throat raw. You're going to use the orbital array on Earth. Lu Yuan glanced down at him, silent, his eyes like two icy blades. I mean, Lin Feng's palms were slick with sweat, frantically wiping them on his... That would cause too much of a stir, triggering international panic. People would think a meteor hit Earth. Panic? Lu Yuan sneered. He kicked a frozen clod of dirt, shattering it into dust. They aimed a gun at my sister's head. Do I care if they panic? He brushed the dirt off his hands. If I don't scatter their ashes, I've wasted billions of years. Lu Yao was bewildered. Gun? Who aimed a gun at me? She looked around, her neck tucked into her coat. There's no one here. It's pitch black. Bro, don't scare me. Lu Yuan rubbed the back of his head, picked off a flake of dandruff, and flicked it away. 10 kilometers away, there's a blind rat. In geosynchronous orbit, the dark void of space held several pieces of space junk that looked like scrap metal drift. Its surface was pitted and covered in cosmic dust, with a few broken cables hanging outside. A low-frequency vibration hummed from within. The metal surface split open. Over a dozen armed satellites disguised as debris peeled off their outer shells like corn husks, revealing cold silver alloy. A massive ring-shaped energy array slowly extended, silent. The ring was densely packed with prisms refracting the harsh white sunlight. The lens focused on the blue water planet below, locking onto a yellowish-brown patch in Africa. At the center of the energy array, a ghostly blue light began to compress violently. On the wild hill 10 kilometers away, the wind, laced with snowflakes, cut like blades against the face. Ghost lay on the rock, his muscles taut, sweat soaking through his tactical undershirt, clinging uncomfortably to his back. Through the scope, the man in the white t-shirt stared straight at him. Ghost's heart skipped a beat, his chest feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer. A dull pain. He yanked off his goggles, fogged with moisture, and smeared them with his palm. He saw me. Ghost clenched his teeth, the muscles in his jaw twitching. He reached for the electromagnetic Gauss rifle, but it was too heavy. His palms were sweaty. He fumbled and lost his grip. The barrel slammed onto his foot. Hiss. He sucked in a sharp breath, his toes aching. He turned and scrambled down the hill, slipping on a frozen patch of mud. Thud. He rolled down the slope. His face scraped through thorny bushes, leaving bloody gashes that stung fiercely. He grabbed a handful of withered grass to stop himself. The grass blades cut into his palms, bloodying them. He panted heavily, his mouth full of the taste of earth and blood. He looked up. The sky suddenly lit up. Not lightning, but an eerie blue light. Ghost froze, craning his neck and staring blankly overhead. A beam of ghostly blue light as thick as a water that came crashing straight down from above the clouds. There was no deafening explosion. No blazing mushroom cloud. The beam struck the hilltop, the big rock he had been lying on, the Gauss sniper rifle on the ground. And him, the self-proclaimed world's #1 assassin. He felt no pain. The temperature was so high that nerve endings couldn't even transmit the pain signal. Sizzle. Like a drop of water hitting a scorching oil pan. Ghost flesh bones, the steel plates in his tactical suit, the communicator in his hand. All were forcibly decomposed into atomic states, leaving not even a trace of ash. The beam cut down the hillside through the 100-meter-shy rocky mountain. Like a hot knife through butter. The mountaintop was gone. The cut was smooth as a mirror. As the wind blew, the space where the peak had been was empty. Only a pungent smell of ozone lingered. In the yellow mud yard, Lu Yao was squatting by the puddle. She rubbed her nose vigorously. The sky's edge suddenly flashed blue. Lu Yao looked up, squinting in the direction 10 kilometers away. Bro, was that lightning? She pointed at the glowing spot. Thunder in winter? This African weather is really messed up. Lu Yuan stuffed his hands back into his pockets. The hole at the bottom of his pocket was big. He hooked his finger through the thread. No thunder. He kicked a rotten root. Just a big firecracker. Firecracker. Lu Yao pouted. Who goes setting off firecrackers in the cold in the middle of nowhere? Got money to burn. She held her selfie stick. On her phone screen, the viewers had also seen the flash. What was that? Aurora. Blue and pretty. Bro inventing something new again. Stop guessing, probably a power leak somewhere. Lin Feng crawled out of the mud. His legs were as weak as noodles, and he leaned against the earthen wall to steady himself. He wiped the mud off his face with his sleeve. Staring at the hill that had suddenly lost its peak 10 kilometers away, he made a strange gurgling sound in his throat. Leveled. He murmured to himself. A mountain. Just gone like that. Lu Yao didn't catch what he was muttering. She turned to Lu Yuan. Bro, who did you say was aiming a gun at me? Where's the person? Don't tell me you're going senile and seeing things. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Turn to ashes. Stop messing with me. Lu Yao rolled her eyes dramatically. She walked to the stove and poked the fire with an iron rod. You're always making things up. If there was an assassin, why didn't you catch him so I could interrogate him? Lu Yuan looked at her, his pitch black eyes devoid of any warmth. Like a black stone soaked in icy water. How do you interrogate a dead man? His lips twitched. I don't like interrogating prisoners. Too dirty. I'd rather roast a few more sweet potatoes. Lu Yao felt creeped out by his gaze, a chill running down her spine. She shrank her neck, pulling her coat tighter. Bro, don't stare at me with those dead fish eyes. It's freaky. Lu Yuan averted his gaze. He turned around, looking out of the yard. The wind and snow were still falling, melting on his head into water. Let's go, he tossed out. His flip-flops slapped loudly. Where to? Lu Yao hurried after him, her shoes splashing through the mud. Not roasting by the fire anymore. Lu Yuan pulled his hands out of his pockets, rubbing his stiff neck. To the front gate. He picked his ear. Old Sun and the others should be arriving soon. Also, let's see if those foreign beggars have frozen stiff. Flip-flops trod through slush. Squelch. Another splat of muddy water. Lu Yuan led the way. The mud stain on the back of his white t-shirt had dried into a crusty patch. He reached back and scratched at it, pried off a small clod of dried mud, and flicked it onto the low wall beside him. Lin Feng followed behind his legs, trembling The cracked screen military terminal in his hand suddenly vibrated like mad. Buzz. It numbed his wrist and ached his tiger's mouth. He rubbed the cracked glass with his muddy cuff. The screen popped up with a series of blood-red warning alerts. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's throat felt as dry as if head swallowed sand. Swallowing spit scraped his throat. That blue light, just now. His trembling finger poked at the thermal imaging feedback map on the screen. Our country's weather satellites and the military's low-orbit reconnaissance satellites. They all captured it. Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head. Let them capture it. He yawned, squeezing 2 teardrops from the corners of his eyes. Can't I use a flashlight to light my way without being recorded? Oi. A flash. Lin Feng's voice cracked like a rooster being stepped on. Fat Hat was a high-energy laser beam 20 meters in diameter. He panted heavily, his chest heaving. The stone mountain 10 kilometers away was vaporized and flattened. On the satellite cloud map, there's an absolute vacuum high-temperature red zone there. Lu Yao hugged her shoulders, shivering, and sniffled a large drop of clear snot. The snot flowed to the edge of her lips, tasting salty. She wiped it carelessly with the sleeve of her coat. Bro, did you really blast the mountaintop with a laser cannon? She widened her eyes and trudged through the slush to get closer. Were there any trees on that mountain? This could start a forest fire. Would have to pay a fine. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. A barren rock mountain without a single blade of grass. Nothing to burn. He pulled his hand from his pocket and rubbed his frozen fingertips. Besides, no one's in charge of that place. But Lin Feng turned in circles anxiously, his leather shoes digging deep holes in the snow water. The military satellites of all nations saw it. A kinetic weapon of this level fired directly from space. No warning, no trajectory. He wiped the cold sweat off his face. The sweat stung his eyes. This will drive those foreign devils mad with fear. Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks. He turned around, his pitch-black eyes fixed on Lin Feng. A grin stretched his lips, revealing a row of white teeth. Mad with fear. He sneered, a tone of disdain. Is that enough to scare them? Their psychological resilience is too fragile. Lu Yuan turned his head. He looked at the flickering holographic image of Ling in midair. The image was glitchy, accompanied by a crackling static noise. Ling, show those bumpkins a little sophistication. Take over all the surveillance networks in the sky for me. Ling's electronic eyes flared with a blinding blue light. Command confirmed. Forcibly overriding the global broadcast television network. Intruding into multilateral military satellite communication links. The phone in Lu Yao's hand suddenly went black. Hey, it crashed. She frantically pressed the power button with her thumb. Her thumbnail turned white from the pressure. The screen showed no response. Only a piercing crackle came from the phone's speaker. Within 2 seconds, the screen lit up again. Not just Lu Yao's phone. The military terminal in Lin Feng's hand also displayed the same image. A pitch-black background. Not a speck of stray light, so deep it made one dizzy just to look. Earth's outer space. A vacuum with not a sound. Cold, dead silence. The lens slowly zoomed in. In geosynchronous orbit. A pile of space junk like scrap metal once floated. The surface was pitted with craters from cosmic dust and micrometeorites. Suddenly, the outer shells of this space junk cracked open with a clatter. Pieces of camouflage metal peeled off, revealing the cold silver alloy framework beneath. Over a dozen massive armed satellites. Like deep space beasts shedding their disguise, they unfurled in the vacuum. Giant annular energy concentrating arrays ring upon ring. The metal surfaces reflected the blinding white light of the sun. At the center of each energy ring was embedded a core emitting a faint blue glow. Like the open eyes of death, unblinkingly from on high, staring down at the azure water glow below. Lu Yao stared at her phone screen. Her mouth hung open wide enough to fit a large bun. A strand of drool stretched from the corner of her mouth and dripped onto the collar. She didn't bother to wipe it. Bro. She stammered, her throat dry as dust. What are these big iron pots? Big iron pots. Lu Yuan curled his lip. He walked over and tapped the screen with his finger. Fingernail hitting the glass, making a clinking sound. Sword of Damocles. He muttered casually. The name was arbitrarily given. Too complicated to pronounce. But what does it do? Lu Yao stomped her feet, impatiently, mud splashing onto Lu Yuan's trouser legs. They looked terrifying, filling the whole sky. Anti-theft. Lu Yuan picked his ear, flicked away a tiny yellow speck of earwax. Too many blind rats on this broken planet. When I get annoyed sleeping, I just toss a few fire pokers into the sky. Lin Feng knelt in the muddy water. His eyes were fixed on the terminal screen. He stopped breathing, his face flushed red. A space-based weapon array. His throat made a hoarse sound like sawing wood. And a fully coverage zero-dead-angle strike array network. He jerked his head up, staring at Lu Yuan, as if seeing a ghost. His suit tie was crooked, choking him. He tugged it loose. Mr. Lu Yu, you hung this thing over everyone's heads. Any single beam from this could vaporize any coordinate on Earth to the nanometer. Lu Yuan let out a big yawn, squeezed 2 teardrops from the corners of his eyes, wiped them carelessly with the back of his coal-stained hand, leaving a black streak. It's not that exaggerated. He looked at Lin Feng with disdain. It takes a lot of energy to charge it, can only blast a few mountaintops at a time. Good for swatting mosquitoes, but if you want to sweep the floor, it's better to let Long E use a blade. Pentagon. Deep underground bunker. Stuffy and hot as a steamer, exhaust fans whirring, blades caked with black dust. MacArthur slumped in a leather swivel chair. The chair's leather had a hole revealing yellow sponge. His bloodshot eyes glared at the large screen. On the big screen, the sinking data of various navies had been replaced. All gone. Overwhelmed by the dense array of space-based weapons displayed in the sky. Fuck. His lips trembled, the fat on his chin jiggling. Half a cigar slipped from between his fingers, fell onto his thigh, burning a black hole, sending up smoke. He didn't even flinch like a senseless wooden doll. Sir. An intelligence officer scrambled over, rolling and crawling. He slipped on a banana peel and fell flat on his face. Without wiping the blood from his face, he clutched a crumpled report. The entire network is down. All TV stations, news channels, children's channels. Even the Times Square screens. All broadcasting this image. The president sat on a battered sofa behind them. Both hands gripping the armrests, he broke 2 fingernails. Blood seeped out, staining the yellow sponge. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. We. The old man's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping a wall. We've been living under his gun muzzles all along. He didn't even bother with radar, just set up dozens of guns in space, pointed at our heads. A deathly silence filled the command room. Only heavy breathing and the sound of swallowing. The air reeked of despair and death. Everyone knew, faced with this level of dimensional strike, their vaunted nuclear button was nothing but a firecracker. A mud courtyard. Wind whipped snowflakes into the collar. Lu Yao's teeth chattered from the cold. She stared at her phone screen. The image had changed again. This time, the lens wasn't pointed at the weapon array in the sky, but directly at Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yao was startled. Bro, why are you leaning in so close? She stepped back half a step. The selfie stick almost hit Lu Yuan's nose. Lu Yuan ignored her. His clean, youthful face with not a single wrinkle was magnified on the screen. A stubble of blue-black beard prickled on his chin. He extended 2 fingers, wiped them across the phone screen. The mud on his fingertip left a yellow smear on the glass. So dirty, can't even wipe the lens clean, he muttered. Then his pitch-black eyes, through that mud-streaked screen, stared straight into the depth of the lens. In that second, billions of people around the world squatting in front of screens, whether sitting on the White House's leather sofa or a homeless man eating instant noodles on the street, all felt their hearts clench. That look was too cold. Cold as if looking at a pile of rotten meat ready to be swept into the... No anger, no killing intent. Only an absolute arrogance that looked down on everything and trampled it underfoot. Lu Yuan quirked the corner of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. A shred of sweet potato skin still stuck between his teeth. Seen enough. His voice wasn't loud, but it boomed like thunder in every speaker around the globe, carrying a lazy, casual air, always plotting dirty little tricks behind the scenes. Like a bunch of cockroaches in the sewers. He spat out a gob of saliva mixed with grit. 2. The spit landed in the snow, making a small hole. Beg properly if you're begging. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a layer of frost-like coldness surfacing at the bottom. Don't force me to smash all these furnaces in the sky. Lu Yao beside him swallowed hard. She clutched the hot piece of antimatter metal plate tightly. Bro. Her voice trembled like a sieve. Whoa, who are you scolding? Lu Yuan didn't look back. He stared at the lens, a muscle in his face twitching slightly. Scolding who? He sneered, a tone of bone-chilling ruthlessness seeping through. Tell those old bastards lying in the snow outside. If they dare to pull any more tricks. He paused, licked his dry lower lip. They'll take their lives. Lu Yuan stared at the muddy glass of the phone. He extended his thumb and rubbed it harshly against the glass twice, producing a pungent odor of sweat and dirt. Brother, stop rubbing it. Lu Yao shrank her neck into her coat, sniffing as a stream of clear mucus retreated. You're going to scratch my screen. If you don't like it, you can clean it yourself. Lu Yuan tucked his hand back into the pocket of his white t-shirt, where the hole at the bottom was larger, with his fingers all exposed. He looked at the screen. A cold light, like stagnant water, glimmered in his eyes. I'm this kind of person. He paused for a moment, his lips moving slightly. He exhaled a breath that carried the sweetness of sweet potato. Usually I have a pretty good temper. Seeing you all jumping around, I'm willing to play house with you. Lu Yao chimed in beside him. You have a good temper. She glared at him. You snatched the last bite of sweet potato from me yesterday. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Shut up. I wasn't talking to you. He lifted his chin, feeling the slight prick of his stubble. But he cleared his throat and coughed up some old phlegm, spitting it into the snow melt puddle at his feet. From today on, if anyone gets too handsy, dares to touch a single hair on my sister. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth with a bit of black charcoal dust stuck between them. Don't make excuses for me. I can't be bothered to gather evidence. If you provoke her. Lu Yuan's voice was low but carried a hint of unyielding strength. I'll simply wipe your pathetic country off the map, not leaving even a bone fragment behind. Lin Feng knelt in the mud and water. His calves cramped, painfully causing him to suck in cold air. Lu. He stammered, smoke rising from his throat as if he had swallowed sand. Wipe a country off. He rubbed his dirty hand across the white foam at the corner of his mouth. Please don't joke around this. Joke around? Lu Yuan turned his head to look at him. Do you think I'm here to perform for you? He turned and shouted into the air. Zero. I'm here. Zero's electronic voice crackled with static, sounding a bit stuttered. Under the Pacific. Lu Yuan kicked a dead dirt clump with his toe. The clump hit a rotten wooden pillar and shattered. There's a shabby island with a white star flag. Inside there's a bunch of rats eavesdropping on people's phone calls. Go. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Give them a big cleanup. You don't believe me, do you? Lu Yuan glanced at Lin Feng. Zero launched the sky cannon. Let them hear a big bang. In the depths of the ocean on a rundown, overgrown stone island. The rocks were covered in white seagull droppings, a stench permeating the air. Beneath the island was a hollowed-out secret base. A chubby agent named Mike. He was holding a cold cheeseburger, the bun hard and crumbling. He took a bite, but couldn't bite through the sour pickle inside. Yellow mustard squirted out, splattering onto his camo pants that hadn't been washed in half a month, creating a large yellow stain. Fuck! He cursed, reaching to grab the sauce from his pants. His fingers became sticky with oil. He grabbed a crumpled paper towel from the table. Just as he was about to wipe it, the sky lit up. There was no thunder or lightning, just a sudden thick azure beam of light illuminating the area. The beam penetrated hundreds of meters of seawater and rock without making a sound. Mike hadn't even pressed the towel to his pants yet. Huh. That was the only word that flashed through his mind. The entire stone island, along with the hundreds of agents below and the supercomputers flashing red light. Leftover hamburger buns and uncleaned mustard in the blue light all transformed into a wisp of strange-smelling green smoke. The stone vaporized directly. Seawater surged into the deep pit, bubbling vigorously, leaving not even a single fish carcass behind. As the sea breeze blew, it all dispersed. Washington. In the Oval Office of the White House, a puddle of brown coffee splattered on the carpet. Stepping on it felt sticky. The old president gouged several holes in the mahogany desk. A splinter pierced between his fingernails. Blood oozed out, causing sharp pain. He didn't dare to pull his hand back. The defense minister beside him slumped to the floor, his tie soaked. The island is gone. The defense minister gaped, drool dripping down his chin. The Overseas Control Center of the Intelligence Agency has been evaporated. The old man's legs trembled uncontrollably. He breathed heavily, his lungs feeling like they were about to burst. Order. His throat went completely hoarse. Give a deadly order to all departments. He grabbed a document from the table and tore it in half. That woman named Lu Yao. Print her photo. Posted above every soldier's bed. He frantically threw the torn paper at the defense minister's face. If anyone dares to provoke her, I'll skin them alive first. In the courtyard of yellow mud, a cold wind crept into Lu Yao's neck as she looked down at the glowing metal badge on her chest. The badge gleamed faintly. She sniffed, her eyes feeling a bit warm and teary. She wiped her tears with the back of her muddy hand. Brother. Lu Yao took 2 steps forward, her shoes making squelching sounds in the muddy water. Are you really going to blow up their lair for me? She murmured softly, her voice gentle. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically and flicked her forehead, flicking off a piece of dried mud. I just dislike those rats running around under my nose every day. He rubbed his wrist. Just testing a cannon on them. Don't flatter yourself. Lu Yao smirked, her snot bubble bursting with a pop. Just keep being stubborn. She reached to tug at Lu Yuan's sleeve, but couldn't pull it. Get away. Lu Yuan disdainfully swatted her mud-covered hand away. Your filthy hands are getting mud all over my clothes. I just changed into this outfit. Lu Yao didn't care. She stubbornly tugged at his fabric, pulling it down. Feeling warm inside, she turned her head to look at the greenish-blue metal door not far away, which had patches of red rust. At the bottom of the door lay Anubis, the creature with a wolf's head, lying on the ground, using its barbed tongue to lick its black claws. Licking off a ring of white foam. Lu Yao swallowed dryly, her throat making a gurgling sound. Brother. She pointed at the bronze door, emanating a chilling breeze. Her finger trembled slightly. What's hidden behind that bronze door, behind the big black dog? She shrank her neck and took half a step back behind Lu Yuan. What could possibly be hidden there? It wouldn't be a man-eating zongzi, would it? Lu Yuan's words, destroy his country, traveled through the broken speaker, accompanied by crackling static echoing back and forth in the cold wind. Lin Feng knelt in the snow. The knees of his dress pants were torn open, and the blood that had seeped out had long frozen into a dark red crust of ice. He clutched the military terminal with 3 cracked lines on its screen tightly in both hands. His eyes almost pressed against the glass. On the screen, the image of that uninhabited island being evaporated into a huge crater by a laser. It was being replayed in a frenzy across major online platforms worldwide. The white column of steam rising into the sky looked like a giant mushroom. Seawater poured back into the crater, bubbling with white foam. Inside the livestream room, the barrage of comments that had been cursing just moments ago had completely changed tone. A flood of pink text, "Oh my god, what a peerless good brother. Whoever dares to touch my sister, he'll destroy his country. That line is so domineering. Husband, look at me. I'm willing to be Yao Yao's sister-in-law. Does Yao Yao need a back scrubber? I bring my own scrubbing towel. Bro, do you take a concubine, the kind that can wash sweet potatoes?" The screen was filled with mothers-in-law and female fans typing frantically. The GIF effects lagged the video, causing frame drops. Rockets and spaceships were all crammed together. The follower count in the top right corner was shooting up like a motor, 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, climbing every second. Lu Yao's phone fell into the muddy water. She crouched down to pick it up, wiping the mud off the screen with her coat sleeve. The cuff was smeared with a large patch of black mud. The screen was burning hot. GGG. She stammered, pointing at the screen, sniffling back the clear snot threatening to drip into her mouth. It tasted salty. I've broken 100 million followers. Lu Yuan picked his ear, flicking away a yellowish piece of earwax with his pinky. So what if it's 100 million? Can you eat it? He kicked the frozen soil under his feet, breaking the clods into crumbs. Stop grinning like an idiot. Your snot is all over. Lu Yao didn't care. She stuffed the phone back into her pocket, her eyes red as tears splashed down, hitting the zipper of her sun protection jacket and scattering into tiny go. She suddenly lunged forward, smashing her head covered in black mud and snow hard against Lu Yuan's chest. Thank you, G. She mumbled hoarsely, rubbing her snot all over Lu Yuan's white t-shirt. Get off. Lu Yuan recoiled in disgust. He pushed her shoulders with both hands. You're wiping your snot on my shirt, aren't you? Get lost, get lost. Stay away from me. This shirt cost $5 and it won't wash. Lu Yao clung to his waist, refusing to let go. No, I'm going to rub. Buy me new clothes and he'll let go. No money. You just got a refund of $1 trillion. That's all worthless paper. I don't care. You've dirted my sun protection jacket. The siblings tussled in the snow. In Europe, in the cold stone cellar beneath the Alps, old Adam slumped in a wooden chair. His wrinkled face looked like a dried walnut. On the large screen, the island that had been vaporized was precisely an important stronghold under their skull society. Madman. He's a madman. The bearded man in black robes shivered all over, his teeth chattering. He kicked over the wooden table in front of him. The red wine bottle on the table smashed onto the stone floor, sending glass shards flying. Pieces pierced his calf, but he dared not even groan. Blood trickled down his pant leg. Quick! Adam stood up abruptly, his withered knee joint emitting a crisp crack. He grabbed the collar of the attendant beside him, his nails digging into the attendant's flesh. Cancel the bounty. Quickly take down that 100 billion bounty on the dark web. The attendant scrambled to the old computer, fingers hammering the keyboard frantically. He entered the wrong password and in desperation punched the keyboard. 2 keys popped off. President. The attendant swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. It's down. What about the IP address? Old Adam roared in a voice like a broken bellows, spittle spraying onto the screen. Wipe it. Physically destroy all the proxy servers it passed through. If he traces the network back here. He let out a loud shiver. We won't even have a complete corpse left. In the corner of the cellar, several mafia chieftains were swinging sledgehammers, smashing the server chassis on the floor like madmen. Sparks flew everywhere. The plastic casings and circuit boards were smashed into a pile of mangled junk. The smell of burnt plastic wafted through the air, choking everyone and making them cough. No one dared to stop. Even if their palms blistered and bled, they gritted their teeth and continued smashing, terrified that a blue death beam would descend from above if they were even a second late. In the capital of Long Kingdom, in the dormitories of various universities, students in bare chests crowded around computer screens. Half-eaten instant noodle buckets sat. At the bottom of the red chili oil soup lay half a sausage gnawed and pitted. The ashtray was stuffed with cigarette butts. A sour smell mixed with foot odor and smoke permeated the air. Fuck yeah, that's so satisfying. A fat guy slapped his thigh hard, producing a sharp crack. A palm-sized red mark rose on his thigh. Those foreign devils have been putting bounties on our people on the dark web every day. Today they finally got wiped out. The skinny guy next to him, wearing glasses, pushed up the bridge of his nose. His fingers were stained with black grease from the keyboard. Bro, this is what real hardcore protection looks like. He even vaporized the island. Who would dare touch a single hair on Yao Yao's head from now on? In the conference room of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Sun Jiangwo sat at the head of the table, clutching a tattered newspaper stained with crumbs of fried dough sticks. Tears and snot smeared all over his face. He wiped them roughly with the back of his dirty hand, leaving both cheeks red. Good. Good. He slammed his... The impact knocked over an unfinished cup of cold tea. The tea dripped down the edge of the table onto his black leather shoes, sticky and wet, but he didn't even notice. With Mr. Lu as our mighty guardian, I'd like to see who dares to lay a finger on any of us Long Kingdom people. In the muddy courtyard below, the cold wind whistled through the cracks in the stones. Lin Feng, holding his phone, felt his calves cramping. He struggled to climb out of the snow pit, his dress pants clinging to his thighs, icy cold. MMR. Lu. He stammered, approaching. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping a wall. The netizens of our Long Kingdom have all gone mad. They're all calling you the nation's big brother-in-law online. Lu Yuan ignored him. He pushed aside Lu Yao, who was still wiping her nose on her coat. He walked to the bronze gate covered in green patina. The gate was a full 30 meters high with a jackal head relief covered in dust. Anubis lay beside it, its large tongue lolling out, panting heavily. A long string of drool stretched from the corner of its mouth, dripping onto the stone slab. It formed a small puddle. Lu Yao held up her selfie stick, carefully stepping around the big black dog's tail, and moved close to Lu Yuan. She poked the patina on the bronze gate with her finger. It was hard. A layer of green dust stuck to her fingertip, a bit slippery. Go. Lu Yao swallowed. A gurgling sound came from her throat. You said earlier that there are some living things that can roar locked behind this door. She sniffled. What exactly are they? Lu Yuan stuffed his hands into the pockets of his white t-shirt. A thumb poked out through a hole at the bottom of the pocket. He scratched his thigh twice. Nothing much. He drooped his eyelids and yawned. Just a few unruly mad dogs from before. Mad dogs, eh? Lu Yao's eyes widened. Bigger than this one with a human body. She pointed at Anubis, still drooling on the ground. This is nothing, Lu Yuan scoffed, curling his lip. The ones inside have 3 heads, or 8 huge wings. They're always biting the iron bars in their cages, annoying as hell. Lu Yao drew in a sharp breath. The cold wind stabbed into her lungs, causing sharp pain. A chill ran down her spine. 3 heads. Good, don't scare me, a Cerberus. Hell, that's made up. Lu Yuan lifted his mud-stained flip-flop and kicked the gap at the bottom of the bronze gate. Clang. A dull thud traveled through the crack. Suddenly a deafening roar came from inside. Oh. It didn't sound like a beast, but rather like enormous iron chains scraping violently. Screech, screech. It made one's teeth ache and scalp tingle. Lu Yao was so startled that she fell back onto the ice, shards nearly dropping her phone. Go. There really is something, she shouted in a cracked voice. Lu Yuan ignored her, turning to look at the air. 0. Open the door. Let them get some air. Command confirmed. 0's electronic voice echoed in the empty stone corridor, accompanied by a faint crackle. Containment unit, no? 1. A lock released. Creak. The 30-meter-high bronze gate let out a teeth-grinding screech. Thick dust fell in clumps, landing on Lu Yuan's hair. A strong smell of blood mixed with formaldehyde rushed out. It burst out like a gale from the crack, forcing people to shut their eyes. Lu Yao covered her nose tightly, staring unblinkingly at the darkness seeping through the gap. Go. Her voice trembled with a sob. There seems to be a green light glowing inside. Are you really going in? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold, humorless smile. What's there to fear? He strode across the threshold. These old bastards haven't seen light in thousands of years. I'm taking them out for a walk today. Lin Feng stood behind his face as white as a torn window paper. A walk. He gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. Taking a Cerberus for a walk on the African savannah. Lu Yuan didn't even turn around. Got a problem? He brushed the dust off his clothes. Go get a thicker chain. If anyone bites, it'll smash its dog teeth. The bronze gate creaked open, just a crack. A foul stench like a dead dog left rotting for millennia seeped out through the gap, stinging their eyes and making tears well up. Lu Yuan pinched his nose, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Hawk. He spat a mouthful of gritty saliva onto the bluestone slab. That 3-headed mongrel never buries its own filth. Stinks to high heaven. Lu Yao cowered behind him. She pressed the collar of her sun protection jacket tightly over her mouth and nosed the yellow mud stain on the collar smearing against her lips. She felt a wave of nausea. Bro, let's not go in, okay? Her voice was muffled by the collar. This smell is worse than a septic tank. I think I'm gonna puke. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He scraped a clump of black mud off his flip-flop sole against the ground. Who said I was going in? He grabbed the large iron ring on the bronze door. The veins on his arm bulged. With a loud clang, he slammed the door shut, sending dust raining down from above. Come on, let's go upstairs. He picked his ear and flicked away a piece of earwax. Back to the courtyard for some fresh air. I'm suffocating here. Lu Yao felt as if she quickly ran toward the elevator platform, clutching her selfie stick. Running too fast, her foot slipped, nearly sending her sprawling face first into the mud. The lift platform shot upward. The sensation of weightlessness sent stomach acid rising. Lu Yuan let out a huge yawn, tears squeezing from the corners of his eyes, which he wiped away roughly with the back of his hand. Back on the ground, the snow had stopped long ago. The layer of blue plasma shield still hung in the sky, casting a cold, desolate light over the muddy courtyard. The snow on the ground was half melted, leaving only sticky black slush. Lu Yuan walked over to the battered bamboo chair, its legs stained with 2 chicken feathers. He flopped down heavily, the bamboo creaking and groaning as if about to collapse. Bro, check your phone. Lu Yao rushed over her shoes, stepping into a puddle. Mud splattered all over Lu Yuan's pant leg. He recoiled disdainfully. What's all the fuss about now? Lu Yao vigorously wiped her phone screen with her sleeve. The screen was covered in greasy fingerprints, which she only smeared more. The whole internet is posting about it. She swallowed hard, her voice cracking. Everyone is thanking you. Lu Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly, his dark eyes scanning the cracked screen. Dense red characters scrolled past in a frenzy. Thank you, Lord Lu, for protecting Dragon Nation. Though sharp-tongued, you've got our backs when it counts. Those foreign bastards dared to mess with us, and you wiped out their homeland. Being born in Dragon Nation is worth it. Lu Yao sniffled, nearly letting a drip of snot into her mouth. Bro, they call you Lord Lu. They say you're a true Dragon Nation ancestor who always looks after your own. Lu Yuan's mouth twisted downward. Bullshit. He scratched his belly through the white t-shirt. Who looks after anyone? I just found those foreigners too noisy, always flying their damn planes overhead, buzzing around. Kept me from my afternoon nap. Keep lying to yourself. Lu Yao pouted. Thousands of missiles rained down, and you didn't even blink. If you weren't protecting us, you'd have gone underground long ago. Go underground. Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. No one on this crappy planet is worthy of making me hide. He grabbed a dirty water cup from the table. The cup had a chip on its rim. He tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of cold tea. Bitter tea leaves got stuck between his teeth, and he spat them onto the ground. Lin Feng knelt in the muddy corner of the yard, his suit pants torn and knees frozen purple. He clutched a military terminal with a cracked screen. The terminal's green light blinked. He scrambled over, awkwardly stopping about 2 meters from the bamboo chair. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's voice trembled like a sieve. He wiped the mud and sweat from his face with the back of his hand. Old Sun sent an encrypted message. He swallowed dryly. What did he say? Lu Yuan didn't look at him, picking at the black dirt under his fingernails. Old Sun said the authorities will absolutely not disturb your cultivation. Lin Feng gasped for breath. Domestically, 3 Special Forces battalions have been deployed. They've surrounded Lu Yao's hometown, including all her relatives. Aunts, uncles, everyone. 24-hour, top-level protection. Even flies have to have their genomes checked before they can enter. Lu Yao's eyes went wide. They even surrounded my second uncle's place. Yes, Lin Feng nodded hastily. Even the big yellow dog at your second uncle's got a bullet. Lu Yuan couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. A bulletproof vest for a dog. He kicked a clod of dirt with his toe. That mud is covered in fleas, you'd suffocate in that vest. Old Sun's flattery is as tacky as it gets. Lin Feng forced an awkward smile. His smile was more like a grimace. Old Sun said no repayment is needed. As long as Mr. Lu is happy, Dragon Nation would gladly sell everything it owns. Lu Yuan slammed the dirty cup heavily onto the table. The cup bottom clattered against the wood. At least they know how to behave. He leaned back, and the bamboo chair They didn't come crawling here begging on their knees, still have some dignity. Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at the flickering screen in Lu Yao's hand. The bullet comments grew larger, all worshipping him like a god. He rubbed his chin. The stubble was rough. What's everyone on the internet so worked up about? He muttered. I just gave them a piece of paper. Why are they so thrilled? Bro, that's a world-changing blueprint. Lu Yao stomped anxiously, mud splashing onto her pants. Domestic experts say that one sheet of paper can save Dragon Nation 300 years of detours. 300 years. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. A bunch of blockheads. He picked his ear with his pinky finger. Such a simple energy loop. You should grasp it at a glance. Yet I had to draw a diagram. And after drawing it, they still need decades to study it. Dumb as pigs. Lu Yao glared at him angrily. Who do you think everyone is? Not everyone is an old monster like you. We're just ordinary people with limited brain capacity. What's wrong with teaching them? Lu Yuan didn't answer. His dark eyes roved around for a moment. He stared at the screen, watching the barrage of gifts from Dragon Nation netizens. Alright, he suddenly spoke, his voice low and casual. Since everyone is so enthusiastic. He laced his fingers behind his head. And your current technology is so backward. You can't even get a lousy fusion reactor to work without making a mess. Lu Yuan yawned. Since I've got nothing better to do, let me teach you some basic physics. The moment those words left his mouth, the terminal in Lin Feng's hand slipped and fell into the muddy water. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist. Lu Yao was also stunned. Bro, you're going to teach physics. Don't you not even have a middle school diploma? Lu Yuan kicked her with his toe. Get lost. I taught that kid Nicola without even using a blackboard. He sat up straight and nodded toward the empty air. 0. Create a blackboard. Make the characters large so those old far-sighted folks can see clearly. Command confirmed. Zero's electronic voice echoed in the courtyard. The air in midair twisted abruptly. A holographic blackboard over 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, shimmering in an ethereal blue, materialized directly above the muddy yard, data streams dancing across its surface. The livestream chatroom froze for a single second. Then exploded. Holy crap. Physics class. The old master is teaching in person. Someone call the Academy of Sciences. Get Newton's coffin open. Where are the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking University? Come listen. The bullet comments went insane. The entire Dragon Nation's internet boiled over like a pot of water on full heat. Lu Yuan lounged in the bamboo chair. He didn't stand up. He simply extended his index finger smudged with a bit of cold dust and traced a couple of casual lines in the air. A white wavy line appeared on the holographic blackboard. He cleared his throat and spat out a mouthful of gritty saliva. Lesson 1. A slime-mocking grin flickered in his eyes. Let me tell you something. Across the internet, tens of millions of eyes were glued to their screens, forgetting. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. That Einstein you all memorized in your textbooks. When he worked out relativity, he forgot to account for the energy recoil from a single fart. Lu Yuan pointed at the wavy line on the blackboard. Today I'm going to teach you how to put that fart's energy back into the equation. Lu Yuan's finger froze midair, its nail still embedded with the black ash from peeling a roasted sweet potato. His thumb and middle finger rubbed together with deliberate snap. A crisp, brittle sound, like a dry twig snapping, carried far across the yellow mud courtyard just after the blizzard had ceased. 0. His voice was hoarse as if gritted with sand. Bring out a display board. Make the characters bright and clear. This damn sky is so oppressively dark, it strains the eyes. Command confirmed. A virtual maid's voice, cool and metallic, crackled faintly with static. The air before him rippled violently like water disturbed by a stone. Azure beams of light refracted downward from 4 towering array pillars intersecting midair to project 2 meters above ground, a vast holographic. The flickering glow cast the puddle of watermelon juice on the ground in an eerie pallid white. Lu Yao sniffed sharply, her neck shrinking instinctively as cold wind slipped down her collar. Her legs trembled uncontrollably beneath her coat. Brother, she whispered, swiping her muddy hand across her frost-numbed cheek, leaving behind a raw reddened streak. You're really going to lecture? Her lips were violet, her chattering teeth clicked audibly. You failed junior high physics. How dare you teach science to the entire world? Don't embarrass yourself. Everyone online is laughing at you. Lu Yuan ignored her completely. He lifted his right foot clad in a worn-out flip-flop. He scraped damp mud from his instep against the other pant leg. Shut up, he muttered, rolling his eyes skyward. I was teaching Xiao and I how to wind coils long before you were He stepped before the azure holographic board and raised his right index finger. Room temperature superconductivity, he murmured. His finger tapped twice casually upon the luminous surface. Blue light trailed behind it, forming a wobbly serpentine line. You fools. Lu Yuan glared directly into the camera, lens, his expression dripping with disdain. Day after day you obsess over cooling, stuffing materials into freezers chilled below -100 degrees Celsius. Your minds are flooded with nonsense, he grumbled, scratching his stubbled chin, the bristles coarse and unyielding. What good does cooling do? Electrons still scatter chaotically no matter how cold you make them. Lin Feng knelt knee-deep in a slushy mud pit beside him. His suit jacket clung sodden and heavy to his back. Cold sweat mingled with melted snow dripped steadily from his brow. He swallowed hard, a dry rasping gulp, and a guttural croak escaped his throat. Lu. Mr. Lu. Stammering, he clenched the cracked terminal in both hands until his knuckles whitened. Molecular thermal motion won't cease just because you lower the temperature. Resistance won't vanish. Who told you to chase thermal motion in the first place? Lu Yuan kicked a frozen clod of earth beside him, sending it flying. The clod struck the fence and shattered into dust. Just pin down a few key points. That's all you need. His finger stabbed emphatically at 4 positions on the board. 4 searing red dots flared into existence, locking the chaotic blue light waves tightly within their confines. Strip the outer electron orbitals of... Lu Yuan pointed squarely at the 4 crimson markers. Apply a magnetic field biased by the strong nuclear force. Tie knots at these 4 poles. He mimed the gesture of wrapping dumplings. His 5 fingers closed tightly together, compressing inward with palpable force, like folding jiaozi stuffed with chives and eggs. He smacked his lips twice, almost wistfully. If the dough skin is sealed tight, can the scrambled egg leak out? Cradle the electrons firmly within that shell, and even if they desperately wish to escape, they'll find no seam, no fissure, no way out. Lu Yao's eyes widened into perfect circles. Dumplings, she gaped, and a gust of icy wind rushed down her throat, triggering a violent cough. Brother, your physics lesson smells like scallions. You're teaching room temperature superconductivity, using dumpling analogies? Food sustains life. Lu Yuan spat, a fleck of mud-streaked saliva arcing through the air. So does science. The simpler the principle, the more profoundly true it is. He shook his aching arm. Those flashy equations, scrawled across endless blackboards, don't even graze the surface. Pure ink waste. His finger kept moving, dragging a long squiggling string of symbols onto the board's opposite side, like a worm writhing across glass. The characters were grotesquely malformed, crooked, uneven, barely legible. Might as well jot down the formula for controllable antimatter annihilation too. Save you from your pathetic fusion reactors, boiling away like rusty boilers, always threatening to blow sky high. In a grimy internet cafe in Shanghai, the air hung thick with the sour tang of instant noodles, fermented bamboo shoots, and cheap cigarette tar. A portly man with dyed yellow hair slumped deep into a full leather chair. He held half a red Tower Mountain cigarette, burned nearly to the filter. Ash crumbled onto his greasy keyboard, burning a tiny black pit into its surface. He didn't flinch. His gaze remained locked, unblinking, on the man in the white t-shirt on screen. Holy hell. His cracked lips parted silently. A droplet of noodle soup dangled precariously from his chin. What ancient scripture is this guy reciting? Wrapping electrons inside dumplings. Do I need culinary school just to browse the web? A thin man beside him pushed his greasy spectacles up his nose, smudged with fingerprints. I don't understand, but I'm utterly awestruck. Look how convincingly he mimes that folding motion. If this actually works, he's Einstein reborn. Einstein? Huffed. Didn't he just say Einstein forgot to account for the energy in flatulence? The livestream's comment feed had long since frozen, ordinary viewers drowned out entirely. Only verified accounts prefixed with elite research institutes flooded the screen in frantic bursts. Their text blazed crimson purple. Carbon orbital stripping and nested embedding. This approach completely overturns established materials science. Magnetic confinement equations anchored at 4 poles. Capture it now. Screenshot. Screenshot. My hands are shaking. That third parameter in the formula has resolved a 20-year deadlock. At the National Academy of Sciences in Longwa, inside the highest security underground physics conference chamber, fluorescent lights blazed with painful intensity. A ceiling fan groaned rhythmically, its blades caked thick with black grease. No windows pierced the walls. The room suffocated like a sealed metal canister. Elder Qian sat slumped in a soft leather chair mounted on wheels. He'd been wheeled out of intensive care only 2 days prior. Clear oxygen tubes snaked from his nostrils into a nearby tank, where tiny bubbles rose and popped with quiet persistence. His gray-blue hospital gown clung soaked and heavy to his frame. The sharp, acrid scent of disinfectant fused inseparably with the sour tang of old sweat. His ancient eyes, bloodshot, terrifyingly veined, were pressed almost flush against a massive wall-mounted LCD screen. There, reflected in his clouded corneas, hovered Lu Yuan's holographic diagram, 4 red dots arranged like folded dumplings. That image burned into his pupils, like a white-hot blade cleaving through decades of mental fog, shattering the darkness that had imprisoned his thoughts since youth. 4-point anchoring. A ragged guttural wheeze escaped Elder Qian's throat. His desiccated lips trembled violently, upper and lower teeth knocking together in rapid brittle clicks. Folding and nesting via the strong nuclear force. His bony fingers dug deep into the leather armrest. Nails splitting under the strain, a hairline fracture, blood welled slowly, smearing across yellow sponge foam. He felt no pain. We took the wrong path. Suddenly he threw back his head and laughed. A raw, tearful, snot-dripping laugh. We've wandered down blind alleys for decades, trying to suppress electrons with temperature. We were catastrophically wrong. His chest heaved like a broken bellows. His breath caught mid-inhale. Cough, 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 cough. He doubled over, convulsing violently, his face purpling, neck veins bulging like taut cables. A thick phlegm lodged deep in his throat, neither spittable nor swallowable. His eyes rolled upward, whites gleaming. His middle-aged assistant froze paralyzed. The thermos in his hands clattered to the floor. Its lid flew off. Tea, steeped with goji berries, spilled across the concrete. Elder Qian. Please, slow down. Breathe, oxygen. The assistant scrambled forward, patting frantically at the elder's back, his palms slick with cold sweat, slapping wetly against the damp hospital gown. Elder Qian shoved him aside with shocking strength, sending the assistant stumbling backward into a steel cabinet. Then he gasped greedily at the oxygen mask. His gaze remained riveted, not on the 4 red points, but on the antimatter annihilation formula scrolling beside them. Meanwhile, in a sun-baked mud courtyard on the African savannah, Lu Yuan withdrew his finger from the holographic board. He wiped his fingertips absently against the hem of his shirt, rubbing away the faint residual warmth left by the projected light. That's all there is to it. He curled his lip in bored contempt, eyes gleaming with undisguised mockery. Your subterranean particle colliders burn billions yearly in electricity, spinning like colossal gyroscopes. Yet, he nudged the earthen stove at his feet with the tip of his flip-flop. Ash cascaded softly onto his toes. They're less effective than my humble sweet potato oven. Lu Yuan turned his head. His dark, depthless eyes locked directly onto the phone's lens. Wind tousled his short hair into wild disarray. Did you grasp it? A faint downward tug twisted his mouth. If not, I won't repeat myself. My throat's already parched. Back in the Academy's conference chamber, Elder Qian yanked the oxygen tube from his nose. The plastic tube whipped through the air, trailing viscous nasal mucus. He seized the red emergency communicator on the table, his hand trembling so violently he mispressed 3 digits in succession. Now, his voice ripped from his throat, hoarse, shredded raw, as it erupted across the Academy's entire broadcast network. Sound the highest level alert. Rouse every researcher. Drag them from their beds, even if they're asleep. His bloodshot eyes blazed. Jaw-clenched, saliva dripped from his lower lip in thick, glistening strands. Seal all laboratory blast doors, immediately. Sever every external network connection. Pull the physical cables. Not even the King of Heaven himself may enter. Not a single insect shall cross that threshold. The blast-proof gate slammed heavily onto the concrete floor. A loud clang echoed. The impact sent a shower of dust raining down from the ceiling. It settled on old Qian's bald head. A layer of gray dust covered everything. He hastily wiped it away with the sleeve of his blue-striped hospital gown. Sweat mixed with the grime left a dark streak across his forehead. Over 300 of Dragon Kingdom's state treasure academicians, all with gray hair, were crammed into this stuffy underground conference hall. A few old men had run so fast they hadn't even changed out of their slippers, their big toes peeking out. The air was stifling. A pungent mix of sweat and strong medicinal oil stung their nostrils. Old Qian sat in the very center of the front row. A half-transparent oxygen tube was still inserted in his nose. The plastic edge had rubbed a red, slightly raw mark on his philtrum. He used the back of his hand to wipe the moisture off his reading glasses. The lenses were smeared with oily fingerprints growing cloudier with each wipe. Quick, bring me the keyboard," he shouted at the middle-aged assistant beside him. His dentures weren't secure, clattering in his mouth with a clicking sound. The assistant fumbled and handed over the keyboard. Crumbs left by Wakno Schwich academician were stuck in the crevices, impossible to pick out. Old Qian extended 2 fingers like withered twigs. He jabbed forcefully at the keys. He typed painfully slowly, his knuckles cracking audibly. Elio Lao. The pinyin input method stalled, taking ages to bring up the characters. This damn computer. Why freeze up at a critical moment? Old Qian slammed the table in his frenzy, knocking over a tea mug. The brown cheap tea splashed across the desk and trickled down the edge. It dripped onto the leather shoe, sticky and warm. Finally, a line of golden characters appeared on the screen. "Greetings, teacher." Below it followed 300 neatly arranged names. "The entire student body of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences extends our regards to Teacher Lu." A muddy courtyard. The snow had just stopped, leaving pools of dark, unmelting slush. Lu Yao held her phone. The golden characters on the screen dazzled her eyes. She rubbed her eyelids, using her fingernail to pick out a small clump of yellow rune. She casually wiped it on the edge of her coat pocket. "Brother." She swallowed hard, her throat dry as sand. That bunch of old academicians in their 70s and 80s. And they refer to themselves as students. Lu Yuan held a charred wooden stick in his hand. He poked aimlessly at the mud stove. Sparks flew out, singeing his bare foot. A small red blister rose. He hissed and rubbed his sole harshly against the muddy ground. "Never thought these old geezers would be so proper," he muttered. He tossed the stick aside. It landed with a splash in the mud, flicking dirty water. "Let them call me whatever. Won't cost me a pound of flesh." But they're so old." Lu Yao stomped her foot in distress. Her soul squelched in the slush, spattering mud all over her pant legs. "You're so young. How can you bear to be their teacher?" Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. "I'm 4.5 billion years old. They'd be too young to be my grandsons," he said. He picked his ear with his little finger and flicked away a dandruff flake. "Stop blabbing and hold that damn phone steady. Your hands are shaking like a sieve, everything's blurry." Lu Yuan stood up. His flip-flops squelched on the frigid snowmelt. He walked over to the bluish holographic blackboard. Raising a charcoal-smudged index finger, he swiped it across the blue light. A scratchy noise. Even though it was just light, his finger produced an ear-grating sound. "Watch closely." He curled his lip, slightly, a trace of disdain leaking out. "Antimatter annihilation isn't as mystical as you lot think. Stop blindly banging around with colliders underground. You just produce a pile of waste that needs cleaning, electricity wasted." His finger traced a large circle on the blackboard. It wasn't round at all, lumpy like a rotten energy convergence. You tear a rift outward in the strong interaction force field. Like a sweet potato. He pointed at the charred, cracked yam roasting in the stove. If you don't peel open a gap in its skin, the steam inside can't escape, and ITLL just explode in the fire. Back in the academy conference room, 300 old men and women, all with heads bowed. Their fountain pens scratched furiously across leather notebooks. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of writing merged into a torrent like a rainstorm. One old man was writing too fast. His nib pierced the paper with a crack, tearing a large gash. Blue ink bled out, staining his hand. He didn't even pause. He wiped his sleeve over the mess, flipped the page, and continued. Sweat from his forehead dripped onto the page, smearing the formulas head just written. Old Qian was frantic, scratching his ear and cheek. He stared at the lopsided circle on the screen. His mind churned, unable to turn around. "This isn't right. How do you tear that rift?" He muttered to himself, spittle flying onto the keyboard. "The strong interaction is so hard. What do you use to tear it?" He turned and grabbed for the assistant's mouse. The mouse cord was tangled around the teacup handle, pulling tight. "Charge it. Charge it for me now." The old man's eyes were red blood vessels bursting. "I want to ask a question." In the livestream room. Rumble. 10 super large rockets soared up. Their fiery exhaust effects completely blocked Lu Yuan's holographic blackboard. Old Qian's comment floated right in the center. The font was enormous. "Teacher Lu, your student is dull-witted. How exactly do we lock the stripping threshold of the Lu Yuan was in the middle of drawing. His vision flickered. The whole screen was cheap rocket effects. He clicked his tongue in irritation. "Who put these messy, pointless things on?" He waved his hand through the air as if shooing a swarm of buzzing greenhead flies. "They're blocking my view of the board. Turn off these effects. They're blinding me." Lu Yao sniffled beside him, a clear runny nose trailing down. Brother, that's a rocket old Qian paid for. Her palms were sweaty, the selfie stick slipping. They're asking a question. If they don't send rockets, you can't see their text. Sick. Lu Yuan spat on the ground. If you want to ask, ask. No need to make such a fuss. He looked at the big line of text on the screen. He pursed his lips. Threshold. Are you guys stupid? He tapped 2 heavy dots on the blackboard. Bang bang. Don't try to lock some critical threshold. The more you lock it, the more it rebounds, and in the end, it'll blow your damn furnace to pieces. Use a weak interaction to make a decoy. Like using a meat bone to tease a dog. He yawned widely, tears brimming. When the dog opens its mouth, you snatch the bone back. Isn't the gap open then? In the conference room. Old Qian froze in his chair. The old Parker pen in his hand. Clatter. It fell onto the table, rolled off onto the carpet. The nib cracked, spilling a blot of black ink. He gaped. His loose dentures wobbled in his mouth, nearly falling out. Decoy, weak force decoy? A raspy wheeze escaped his throat, like a punctured raft. 2 streams of murky tears gushed straight from his eye sockets. They rolled down his deeply wrinkled face into his mouth, salty. It's all connected. Every bit of it. The old man slapped his thigh. Slap. He trembled, all over. This knot we've been stuck on for 50 years. 50 years. He wept, nose running, tears streaming. He wiped them haphazardly with his hospital gown sleeve. Teacher Lu said one sentence, and it all unraveled. Several other old academicians joined in sobbing loudly. A group of old men and women in their 70s and 80s who outside would make the earth tremble with a stomp. They hugged each other. Cried like lost little kids who had finally found their way home. The entire underground conference room was filled with sobbing and wailing. The White House. Oval Office. The air conditioner hummed, blowing cold air. The president slumped on a leather sofa. 2 shirt buttons had popped open, exposing his flabby white-haired chest. He stared fixedly at the big screen. Millions of comments on the screen were all in blocky characters. Fuck. He kicked over the coffee table in front of him. The crystal ashtray on the table smashed against the wall, shattering into 1,000 glass shards. Translation. Give me a translation. He roared at a roomful of intelligence officers, spittle flying. What the hell is that Dragon Kingdom guy drawing on the blackboard? What's he saying to those old Dragon Kingdom men? The chief translator knelt on the carpet, a tablet in his hands, drenched in sweat. Sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging fiercely, but he dared not rub them. Mr. President, his voice rasped as if he had swallowed a razor blade. The AI translation software is all garbled. Garbled? Are you fucking kidding me? MacArthur grabbed the translator by the back of his collar. He hoisted the man up like a little chicken. Use human translators. Grab some from Chinatown. The translator was on the verge of crying. Yellow snot ran down his philtrum. We did. We brought in dozens of top. He pointed at Lu Yuan's words on the screen. But they can't understand either. What does peel a sweet potato skin mean? What does use a meat bone to tease a dog mean? The translator clutched his hair in despair. He tugged out several strands flecked with blood. This isn't physics vocabulary at all. This is a goddamn Dragon Kingdom cookbook. The president listened. His vision went black. He slid down onto the carpet, sitting. The crotch of his trousers was stained with cold coffee residue, sticky and uncomfortable. The Western scientific establishment, so proud of itself at that moment, seemed like a clown stripped naked and thrown into the street. They didn't even have the qualification to eavesdrop on a lecture. Fine. The president gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot. He clawed at the carpet, leaving bloodied scratches. Fine, Dragon Kingdom international students. Spend whatever it takes, give them green cards, give them citizenship. As long as they can understand one sentence. He ground his teeth audibly. We absolutely cannot become deaf and blind cripples. We cannot become deaf and blind cripples. The fluorescent light flickered twice, emitting a crackling sound of electrical leakage. The old man wore thick-lensed glasses, smeared with greasy fingerprints, all messy. He grabbed Wang Tao's down jacket sleeve with a terrifying strength, nearly causing the bucket of pickled noodle soup in Wang Tao's hand to spill onto the floor. The soup sloshed, splattering a few drops of red oil onto the white laboratory tiles. Wang. Wang. The old man's voice cracked, his throat filled with a gurgling sound of phlegm, like a worn-out bellows gasping for air. This sweet potato skin. Which layer of the strong interaction force does this sweet potato skin actually represent? Wang Tao swallowed a mouthful of noodles. A piece of pickled cabbage leaf was stuck stubbornly between his back teeth. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his greasy hand and shook off the old man's withered fingers. Mentor, you're out of your mind. Wang Tao frowned with impatience. This is just sweet potato skin, burnt sweet potato skin. Who eats sweet potatoes without peeling the skin? Impossible. The old man frantically snatched the noodle fork from Wang Tao's hand. His hand slipped, and the plastic fork snapped with a crack. Half of it fell into the soup. This is the formula from the Dragon Kingdom's divine religion. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, terrifyingly red, with dense spittle sprayed onto Wang Tao's chin, carrying a sour stench of unbrushed teeth. Your Dragon Kingdom language must have deep physical metaphors. Translate it for me. He grabbed Wang Tao's shoulders, shaking him violently. They'll get you a green card. Apply for the highest honorary citizenship of the Eagle Country. Do it right now. Wang Tao paused. He looked down at the half-broken plastic fork floating in the soup. A layer of greasy oil slick shimmered on the surface. He ground the spilled soup on the floor with his shoe producing a squelching sound. He curled his lip. Keep your green card to wipe your own ass. Long Tao spat. It's too stiff anyway. He tossed the remaining half bucket of instant noodles onto the table, sending soup splashing onto the control panel of a multi-million-dollar precision instrument. The circuit board sizzled and emitted a puff of white smoke. The old man winced in pain, but dared not wipe it. My second uncle just posted a notice in the family WeChat. Long Tao sniffled and reached for the broken zipper suitcase in the corner. The Dragon Kingdom is about to build nuclear fusion. I'm buying a plane ticket back home right now. He dragged the suitcase out, its missing wheel scraping against the floor with a grinding sound, leaving a white streak. Who wants to stay in this shithole lab with no hot water eating instant noodles? Without looking back, he kicked open the iron door of the lab. At the Dragon Kingdom's overseas embassy visa office, hundreds of landline phones rang like mad. The ringing mixed together, pounding the brain. Secretary Lee slumped in a worn-out office chair, his white shirt soaked in armpit sweat, leaving sour yellow stains. He picked up the chipped thermos on the table, tilted his head back, and gulped a mouthful. The water was too hot, making him stick out his tongue with a tea leaf stuck to his front tooth. He tried to scrape it off with his finger, but failed. No more. Today's quota is full. Li Ganshi shouted into the phone, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping a wall. On the other end was a foreigner speaking broken Chinese. Mr. Li, I'm the CEO of Quantum Fund on Wall Street. The foreigner was crying in desperation. The sound of sniffling was clear, heaving. He'll donate 10 billion. Just for one Dragon Kingdom residence permit. Just one slot. Please. 10 billion is nothing. Li Ganshi spat out the tea stem. That Saudi oil tycoon this morning wanted to donate 3 oil fields. He's still outside the gate, queuing in the cold wind. He slammed the phone down, shaking the ballpoint pen off the table. He casually pulled out the phone cord. Every day all these people come rushing in. He muttered, leaning back in the chair, panting heavily. In the muddy yard, the wind blew through the broken wall cracks, carrying the smell of unmelted snow and mud. Lu Yuan let out a big yawn. Yellow tears of sleepiness hung at the corners of his eyes. He casually swiped his coal-dusted finger in the air, and the blue holographic blackboard let out a crackle. It shattered into light particles and vanished. All right. Lu Yuan stuffed his hands back into his pockets, the torn bottom exposing his thumb, which he rubbed against his. My mouth is dry, throat smoking. He kicked a dead clod of dirt by the stove, which shattered against the fence. If Old Sun and his crew still can't learn, they might as well find a tofu block to kill themselves. He turned around, his flip-flops squeaking on the frozen ground. Lu Yao crouched beside a puddle of mud. The hem of her sun protection jacket dragged in the mud, soaked and heavy. She ignored the clothes. Both hands clutched the cracked screen phone, palms slick with sweat heating the back cover until it was hot enough to turn her palms red. Brother, Lu Yao stammered, her teeth chattering. She swallowed hard, producing an unpleasant gurgling sound like chewing sand. Look at this. She shoved the phone screen toward Lu Yuan's face, her hands trembling so violently that the screen wavered, creating a blur. What's there to see? It's making me dizzy. Lu Yuan stepped back half a step in disgust, avoiding the burnt plastic smell of the heated phone. I told you not to touch the screen with dirty hands. Your snot is all over it. He pointed at the sticky, translucent liquid in the upper right corner of the screen. With a grimace. Wipe it clean before showing me. It's not snot. Lu Yao stomped her foot in panic, splashing mud all over her pants, and even onto her chin. Look at that number. She rubbed the screen hard with her sleeve, leaving a dirty gray streak. The number of people watching the live stream. Lu Yuan lifted his eyelids. His dark eyes glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. He frowned and scratched his itchy nose. The numbers are all jumbled up, making my eyes dizzy. He clicked his tongue. This crappy platform server is terrible. It's because it's jumping too fast. Lu Yao gasped heavily, her chest heaving. Ever since you drew that bun diagram, the numbers have gone crazy. 90 million. 100 million. 300 million. Her nails dug into the edge of the phone fingertips, turning white with black mud under the nails. It's already surged to over 1 billion. Lu Yao's voice cracked like a Steppadon chicken. Brother, do you understand? Over 1 billion. Every living creature on Earth, even stray dogs, is staring at us. Why hasn't Dush's server exploded into pieces yet? Lu Yuan curled his lip. He rubbed the sole of his foot in the snow to clean off the mud. Explode? No way. Zero is holding the bottom line. Even if all the people on Earth crawled onto the internet, it wouldn't drop a single frame. He walked to a broken bamboo chair and sat down heavily. The bamboo groaned as if about to collapse. Creak. So noisy. Lu Yuan picked his ear, dug out a dry piece of skin, and flicked it away. 1 billion is just 1 billion. Won't make me grow an extra piece of meat. Lu Yao stood frozen. She stared at the red data still skyrocketing on the screen. Her mind felt like a lump of paste. Brother, you really don't care? She shouted, cold wind rushing into her mouth. Some guy in the bullet comments just said he'd give you the whole of Europe as your backyard. Even if he gave it to me, I wouldn't go. I'd have to sweep it myself. Lu Yuan looked up at the pitch-black sky. The snow had stopped and not a single star was visible. He touched the stubble on his chin. Stop yelling, it's hurting my ears. He kicked a nearby cardboard box full of junk. Go pull up the handcart with wheels from underground. Lu Yao was stunned. She wiped her face with a muddy hand. What do you need the handcart for? To load tomatoes. Load your head. Lu Yuan grinned, showing white teeth with a bit of sweet potato residue stuck between them. Those old guys kneeling outside must have brought plenty of gifts. Using the cart means I don't have to carry them myself. Lu Yao dragged a rusted iron pushcart. The wheels lacking oil creaked loudly. Something stuck inside jammed the cart. She yanked hard. The cart tipped over, splattering mud all over her pant leg. Ouch! She stomped in anger, her soles squishing in the slush. She let go of the cart handle and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. Sweat mixed with black grime left a dark smear on her brow. It felt sticky and Bro, she yelled in a hoarse voice, reaching into her coat pocket for her phone. The phone case was burning hot like a freshly baked sweet potato. She nearly dropped it. Glancing down at the screen, her eyes widened. She stared at the top right corner where a string of red numbers flickered wildly. They flickered so fast they left afterimages. She swallowed dryly, her throat emitting a harsh click. She raised her index finger stained with yellow mud. She tapped the screen. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Her hands trembled more with each count. By the end, her teeth chattered together. Clattering. Teton. Lu Yao grabbed the phone and stumbled over to Lu Yuan. Bro. Her voice cracked shrill and piercing. 1 billion. Lu Yuan was picking his teeth. A blackened bit of sweet potato skin was stuck in his back molar. He dug with his pinky nail for a while, tasting blood. He couldn't get it out. He clicked his tongue and spat red-tinged saliva onto the ground. What's all the racket? He rolled his eyes. He scraped his flip-flops on the ground. My ears are ringing. No. Lu Yuan shoved the phone in his face. A wave of heat hit him. He recoiled half a step in disgust. Look at this number. Her fingernails turned white from pressure. 1 billion. There are only a few billion people on Earth. 1 in 8 is watching you. Have they all gone mad? Lu Yuan barely lifted his eyelids, glanced at the garbled numbers, and let out a long yawn. Tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them with his dirty hand. So what if it's a billion? He tugged at the collar of his white t-shirt. The collar was already stretched out and loose. You've never seen the world. Back when I preached in the sky, more primitives knelt below than that. That's different. Lu Yao jumped in frustration. This is a live stream. 10 billion living souls crammed into one internet cable. She gasped for breath, exhaling white mist. Dush's servers are about to explode. Can those tin boxes even handle it? Lu Yuan pursed his lips. Let them explode. He shoved his hands into his pockets. It's not burning down my house. Modu. Dosha headquarters, 28th floor. The server room. Black smoke billowed from the cracks in the security door. A stench of burning plastic and wires filled the air. It stung the eyes and made noses run. Breathing was impossible. Zhang Wei knelt on the anti-static carpet, his suit pants worn white at the knees. His tie had been ripped off and thrown on the floor. His white shirt, soaked with sweat, had turned a dingy yellow-gray, reeking of stale sourness. He clutched his hair with both hands. Dandruff flaked down onto the greasy keyboard. Before him stood a row of server cabinets as tall as a man. Red lights blinked so fast they merged into a sea of blood. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm drilled into his ears like needles. Mister, a balding programmer scrambled over, slipping on leaked coolant. Thud. His chin slammed into the sharp edge of a metal cabinet, splitting the skin. Blood and sweat trickled down into the folds of his double chin. He ignored it, grabbing Zhang Wei's arm and wailing, his throat full of phlegm. The motherboards are melting. 10 billion concurrent connections. No bots, all real IPs. The firewall's been shredded like a net. Zhang Wei kicked him away. He kicked the programmer's thigh, but lost his balance and fell onto the wet carpet. Pour liquid nitrogen on them, he screamed hysterically. Spit flew across the screen. Cool the motherboards. The pipes burst. The deputy director ran out of the smoke, holding an empty fire extinguisher. He threw it clattering to the floor. The internal temperature of the cabinets is 80 degrees. In 30 seconds this floor will become a crematorium. Zhang Wei's hands and feet turned cold. He stared at the large screen. Lu Yuan's lecture had frozen into a slideshow of still frames. Mosaic artifacts flooded the display. The audio crackled and cut out. Cut the stream. Zhang Wei's teeth chattered. Cut, mister. Lose broadcast immediately. Pull the physical network cable. The deputy director rushed over and slapped Zhang Wei's forehead with a sharp crack, making him see stars. Are you out of your mind? The deputy director's eyes were bloodshot, like a starving wolf. You dare pull the cable? Foreign devils, heads of state, billionaires are all take. He grabbed Zhang Wei by the soaked collar and lifted him. If you freeze even one frame, the Rothschild family will send assassins to drown your whole family tomorrow. And netizens worldwide will level this building with missiles. Zhang Wei went limp, sliding down the deputy director's grip to the floor. What do we do? He looked hopelessly at the sparking server cabinet. Flames were already licking out blue-white electrical arcs, crackling. Can we keep some Longwo IPs? He clutched the deputy director's pant leg like a lifeline. Foreigners will use VPNs. They'll use VPNs. The deputy director kicked him away. We throttled traffic and 10,000 customer service calls exploded in 2 seconds. All in, Zhang Wei lay on the carpet, inhaling the acrid burnt smell, staring at the frozen screen. It's over. He murmured, tears and snot smeared across his dirty face. Dosha is finished on Earth today. He crawled on all fours toward the floor-to-ceiling window covered with anti-shatter film. I quit, he wailed hoarsely. He'll jump from this 28th floor. Better than burning to death. He crawled 2 steps, his hand slipping on a puddle of blackened coolant. He slid his chin, smashing into a radiator, chipping half a front tooth. The taste of blood filled his mouth, just as he opened his gap-toothed mouth to crash into the window. Boom. A deafening explosion. The 5 cm thick reinforced steel door of the server room let out a piercing metallic scream. It was kicked from the outside, bent out of shape. The lock snapped and flew off, whizzing past Zhang Wei's scalp. It sheared off a tuft of greasy hair and embedded itself in the load-bearing wall, leaving a deep, white mark. The heavy iron door crashed down. It hit the floor, raising a choking cloud of black dust. Everyone inside covered their noses and coughed violently. The rhythmic thud of military boots, crunching on the scattered metal fragments. The sound made scalps tighten. A squad of burly men in black tactical vests wielding black assault rifles rushed in with murderous intent, blocking all exits. The temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing. Even the flames flickered twice. The man in front, his square face was covered with dark stubble, and a scar like a centipede ran across his cheek. Fierce and grotesque. He held a half-lit cigarette between his lips, the tip flickering in the smoke. Lei Zhan. With the hand holding the cigarette, he roughly shoved aside the balding programmer in his... The programmer's legs gave way. He fell to his knees with a thud, his crotch soaked. Lei Zhan ignored him and strode to Zhang Wei, who lay sprawled on the ground. He looked down at him from above. He exhaled a bluish smoke ring. The smell mixed with burning plastic filled Zhang Wei's nostrils. Zhang Wei coughed violently, spitting up thick phlegm with blood. Jumping off the building, Lei Zhan spat the cigarette, but on the floor. His boot crushed it. Sizzle. The ember died. He lifted his chin, pointing at the communications soldiers carrying large black metal cases behind him. His rough voice exploded in the spark-filled server room. Stop collecting junk with your junk. Lei Zhan snorted. He ripped off his black tie. The Longhua military is taking over. He turned and barked at his men. Get my boys to hook up the military Tianhe supercomputer's main optical cable. Right now. Lei Zhan's heavy boots stomped on the anti-static carpet, which had long been rotted by leaked coolant, squelching with each step. Turbid yellow water oozed out. He pulled a crumpled red-headed document from his trouser pocket, stained with cigarette ash, bearing a bright red steel seal. With a slap, he slammed the document onto the iron table before Zhang Wei, sending biscuit crumbs from the keyboard flying. Take a good look. Lei Zhan's rough finger pointed at the red stamp, a trace of black grime lodged under his nail. The highest authorization from the state. He exhaled a bluish smoke ring. The smoke mixed with the stench of burning wires made Zhang Wei cough. The state is taking over this server. Lei Zhan turned and barked at the team of signal men behind him. His voice was deafening. Don't just stand there. Hook up the Tianhe cables. Several signal men carried black fiber optic cables, as thick as arms. They kicked aside the smoking cabinet panel. The iron door clattered to the floor. They tore out the server's original thin wires, forcibly plugging the black cable into the main interface. Click. Locked. Tianhe supercomputer cluster online, the signalman shouted into his throat microphone. Submarine cables clear the way. Prioritize bandwidth for this livestream. Zhang Wei collapsed on the wet carpet, blood from his broken chin dripping onto his white shirt. He stared blankly at the large screen. The previously frozen mosaic of pixels flickered twice and then burst into full clarity. The image was as smooth as looking out a window, even revealing a small dried piece of fried dough stick stuck on Lu Yuan's white t-shirt. Zhang Wei, his gap-toothed mouth open, sucked in cold air. It's live now. He wiped the cold sweat from his face with his sleeve. The sweat stung his eyes. In Africa, inside a muddy courtyard, the wind still howled, swirling the black slush. Lu Yao held her burning hot phone. The phone's back case was so hot it made her palms sweat slippery, nearly dropping it. The static on the screen vanished entirely, and the barrage comments surged like a floodgate opening, cascading furiously, words overlapping in a white blur. It's alive. The picture is really alive. Douyu is awesome. No, the national team is awesome. Just saw the news. The military's Tianhe supercomputer is escorting us. Longhua's official decisiveness is unparalleled. Lu Yao watched the crazed barrage, sniffled a long strand of clear snot reaching her lips. She wiped it with her coat sleeve. The sleeve, covered in yellow mud, left a long black streak across her face, making her look like an opera performer. She blinked, mud still clinging to her eyelashes. Her gaze swept to the upper right corner of the screen. She froze entirely. She rubbed her eyes, digging out a bit of sleep, and looked again. That string of red numbers. Ridiculously long, still jumping madly. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. She counted on her mud-caked fingers, swallowing with each digit. A gurgling sound from her throat. 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. She sucked in a breath of cold air which made her cough as it filled her lungs. Cough, cough, cough. She doubled over, face flushed, red spittle spraying onto the phone screen. Are you having a seizure? Lu Yuan, holding a leaky ballpoint pen, was doodling on the holographic blackboard. He turned his head and glanced at her with disdain. Cough by the wall. Your spit's all over my blackboard. Disgusting. Lu Yao jerked her head up, grabbing Lu Yuan's sleeve with both hands. Two black handprints instantly marred his white t-shirt. Brother. Her voice cracked sharp and piercing. 1 billion. 1 billion. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, pulling his sleeve from her grip. 1 billion is 1 billion. Why are you yelling? He picked at his teeth with his bluing-stained thumb. Never seen people before. That's 1/8 of Earth's population. Lu Yao stomped frantically, her shoes squelching in the mud. Mud splattered onto her pants. They're all staring at me. She swallowed hard, her hands trembling. Am I famous now? She touched her mud-caked face, grinning foolishly, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Brother, look at me. Am I the world's biggest internet celebrity now? Does that make me the true global bloom? Lu Yuan looked her up and down, snorted, and spat a mouthful of sandy saliva. Uff, global bloom. His lips curled downward. I'd say you're a mud spirit incarnate. He pointed the pen at Lu Yao's nose. Look at your face. A patch of black mud here, a patch of yellow there. And half of yesterday's chive leaf still stuck to your teeth. You're so ugly it stings my eyes. Lu Yao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, scraping at her front teeth, picking out a slimy green vegetable leaf. Her face flushed crimson like a boiled shrimp. Why didn't you say so earlier? She stomped in fury. I've embarrassed myself in front of 1 billion people. There goes my crown as global bloom. Screw it. Lu Yuan turned back, tapping the holographic screen with his pen. Go play somewhere else. Don't bother me while I draw. Old Sun and the others are slow. This diagram needs to be detailed. Lu Yao pouted, rubbing her face vigorously with the hem of her coat, only making it dirtier. Her skin rubbed raw and burning. Urgent footsteps squelched outside the courtyard, splashing through the slushy snow. Lin Feng stumbled, and his suit jacket split open at the back, revealing a white shirt soaked with yellow sweat stains. A cold wind made him shiver, his teeth chattering. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng gasped, his lungs on fire. He rushed to the fireplace, slipped, and landed squarely on a pile of watermelon rinds. Red juice stained his crotch. He didn't bother to wipe it. What now? Lu Yuan paused his pen, turning to look at him with irritation in his eyes. Bitten by a dog. No. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, the sting making his eyes water. At the outer gate. He swallowed. Someone wants to see you. Lu Yao leaned in. Who? That old eagle president. Isn't he on the plane? She craned her neck to look outside. No. Lin Feng shook his head, flinging sweat beads. It's a black man, dressed quite shabbily. He's been kneeling in the snow outside the yard for nearly 2 hours. What did he say? Lu Yao asked. He didn't say anything. Lin Feng panted heavily. He just kowtows. His forehead is bleeding. Blood mixes with ice, staining a large patch red. He insists on seeing Mr. Lu Yuan tossed the leaky pen onto the broken wooden table. Clatter. The pen rolled twice. He wiped his blue-inked index finger on his clothes casually, leaving a blue mark. A black man. He frowned. This isn't a shelter. People come to kowtow every day. It's annoying. He yawned widely, eyelids drooping with drowsiness. 0, turn off the blackboard. My throat's dry from talking. The blue holographic screen flickered and shattered into specks of light. Lu Yuan walked to a bamboo chair and sat down. The chair creaked in protest. Go, he said, tilting his chin at Lin Feng. Bring him in. Let me see what this thing is. Lin Feng scrambled to his feet. His crotch was covered in red watermelon juice. Ignoring it, he turned and ran out the door, splashing through the slush. Less than 2 minutes later, the wooden door creaked. Lin Feng entered with a man. The phone camera turned toward the sound. It was a middle-aged black man. Not tall, slightly hunched, wearing a faded gray suit with frayed cuffs, white cotton threads showing. 2 buttons were missing, the front open. His head was bald, his forehead covered in blood, still wet, mixed with mud streaming down his nose and into his cracked lips. He breathed heavily, panting. A pungent smell of cheap soap mixed with old sweat. When the wind blew, it hit straight in the face. Lu Yao pinched her nose and stepped back. So stinky. The black man walked to the center of the yard. About 3 meters from Lu Yuan, his legs gave way. Thud. Both knees slammed into the frozen mud, splashing filth. He prostrated himself, hands clawing at the mud, nails filled with black soil. He raised his head. His face, covered in blood and grime, was a portrait of despair. His eyes were bloodshot. He opened his mouth, cracked lips moving, and hoarsely cried out, Mr. Lu. Tears and blood mingled as they fell. I beg you. The old black man's forehead struck the ice, shards thudding repeatedly. Blood mixed with yellow mud trickled down his flat nose, dripping onto his chin, forming a sticky red strand. It fell into a puddle of snowmelt, dissolving into a small patch of dark red. Please, he exhaled, white mist laced with the sour stench of halitosis and the rank odor of days without brushing. Take me in. His tattered gray suit was barely holding together, black cotton threads dangled from the cuffs, swaying in the cold wind. Lu Yuan looked down at him, taking a half step back in his plastic flip-flops to avoid the splashing bloody mud. Who's this? He scratched his cheekbone, with his thumb scraping off a small piece of whitish dead skin under his nail, flicking it casually to the ground. Came to my yard to pull a scam in the dead of night. Lin Feng was still kneeling in the snow nearby, his thighs frozen stiff, trembling violently. With both hands pressing hard into the muddy ground, he struggled to crawl forward a few steps. His palms stung against the crushed ice. Lu Linfeng swallowed a dry mouthful. His throat felt like it was stuffed with rusty nails scraping painfully. This man. I've seen his file. He wiped his nose hard with the mud-stained suit sleeve. A black streak appeared. He's the president of a neighboring country, named Nair. Lu Yao was holding a selfie stick. At the words her hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone headfirst into the mud. President. She opened her mouth, cold air rushing down her throat. It choked her into a couple of coughs. Cough. You call that a president? She pointed a finger at the old black man curled up on the ground. He's dressed worse than a tramp under a bridge. The sole of his shoe is half gone, his heel fully exposed. Frozen like a purple eggplant. Nair didn't understand Chinese. He lay on the ground, trembling like a worn-out bellows. Panting heavily, he frantically dug into the inner pocket of his suit, with his black hands calloused and muddy. His hands shook violently. After fumbling for a long time, he pulled out a crumpled plastic bag, stained yellow with sweat. He bit the knot of the bag with his teeth. He yanked hard. Snap. It broke. Out fell a piece of parchment with worn edges and a copper lump the size of a fist. The copper lump was covered in green patina, emitting a metallic smell. Nair held both items in both hands, raising them above his head. The veins on his wrists bulged. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted at Lu Yuan in a hoarse voice. Mr. Lu, he shouted in accented English, tears streaming down his cheeks, washing away the black mud. This is my country's map. This is the national seal. Linfeng quickly translated, his teeth chattering. He says he gives you the map and the seal. He saw the live global broadcast. He saw your weapons in the sky, the aircraft carriers being dismantled. Nair crawled forward on his knees 2 steps. His pants tore, scraping his knees against the ice, drawing blood, but he didn't notice. Those people in the White House are liars. He sobbed, choking. They took our diamonds and left us a pile of broken rifles. My people eat mud every day. Following them leads only to death. Please, merge us into your territory. Linfeng swallowed, then translated. He says he wants to give you the entire country as your backyard. If you agree, they'll change the national flag tomorrow. Lu Yuan picked his ear. His little fingers circled twice, bringing out a bit of yellow earwax. He blew on his fingertip. Give it to me. He curled his lips in disgust. What would I do with a piece of barren land full of sand and skinny bones? Hey, bro, it's a whole country for free. Lu Yao mumbled beside him. They even took out the national seal. If you take it, you'll be a real king. King my ass. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops squeaked on the frozen ground. Take a crappy country and have to feed millions of people. I'd have to build roads and sewers for them. He spat muddy saliva onto the ground. I don't even have enough tomatoes from my own garden. Why the hell would I be a sucker? Nair heard Linfeng's stumbling translation. He slapped his thigh in desperation, smacking loudly. You don't have to feed us. He clawed at the muddy ground. We'll dig up roots to eat. Just let us use your name. Just let the warlords and foreign devils stop coming to rob us. Tears and snot smeared his face, dirty and pitiful. I'm willing to be your dog. He'll be your head of security. He'll personally guard your gate. Lu Yao winced at the sight. A president coming to be our security guard. She scratched her itchy scalp, full of sand blown in by the wind. This deal sounds kinda surreal. Lu Yuan let out a huge and squeezing out a couple of tears. He wiped them with his sleeve. Security guard? He looked down at Nair's skinny frame. With your build, you can't even hold up the tail of my robot dog in the yard. Lu Yuan pointed outside. Besides, the cleaning and toilet scrubbing jobs are already outsourced. The Blood Wolf guys are doing a decent job in pink skirts. And there's Hui Xiubing standing outside the gate. You're not even in line. Nair was stunned. His mouth hung open, revealing a gap between his teeth with a bit of black, cold wind rushed down his throat, triggering violent coughing. He coughed so hard, he nearly vomited stomach acid. Mr. Lu. He clung to the ground, unwilling. We have uranium. Oil under our land. All dug up for you. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Oil, eh? He waved his hand in front of his nose in disgust. Stinks and burns with black smoke. What do I need that junk for? He stuck his hands in the pockets of his white t-shirt, his fingers poking through a hole at the bottom. As for those worthless rocks, I can snap my fingers and turn mud into a ton of pure gold. Why would I care about your crappy resources? Linfeng, kneeling nearby, felt his head buzz. The words were too arrogant. Yet coming from this man, it sounded as natural as stating he had 2 fried dough sticks for breakfast. Because he could actually do it. In the live stream, billions of viewers were straining the servers. The barrage of comments was lagging due to the sheer volume. That look of disdain is priceless. Giving away a country for free, but he complains about feeding people. The guy brings the national seal to apply for a security guard job, and he's told he's not even in line. Bro, security positions filled, the mighty warrior outside is on probation. The poor president, his coat stinks, begging to be a dog, and no one wants him. Lu Yao rubbed her frozen red nose with the back of her hand. Bro, you really want to take him in? He's crying pitifully, his head's all bruised. Pitiful my ass. Lu Yuan waved his hand impatiently. There are plenty of pitiful people in the world. Ooh, I can't take care of them all. He lifted his foot and kicked the sheepskin map lying on the ground with the tip of his slipper. Take your scrap paper and get lost. Don't come wailing in my yard. I need to go back to sleep. Nair's eyes were red. The last glimmer of light in his eyes shattered. His trembling hands picked up the torn map from the ground along with the green-rusted copper seal. He clutched them tightly to his chest, his whole body like a bloodless, ragged sack, collapsing limply on the ground, unable to get up. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. He was about to reach out to help the unfortunate fellow when before his hand touched Nairir's shoulder from outside the yard wall. In the pitch-black wilderness, a deafening noise suddenly erupted. Vroom rumble. It wasn't the sound of helicopter rotors. It was the roar of heavy off-road vehicles' tires crushing frozen earth. The engine's growl was like a beast's howl, extremely loud. The dry grass on the top of the mud wall shook, bits falling into puddles, making small mud rings. Headlights flashed on. Blinding xenon beams like sharp knives tore through the night and snow outside the yard shining directly on the broken wooden door. Lu Yao was startled. The selfie stick in her hand jerked violently. The camera swept past the door, revealing a long convoy of vehicles bearing national flags, endless like a glowing dragon blocking the dirt road in the wilderness. The glaring xenon headlights struck the battered wooden door. The light was so intense it made the eyes ache. Lu Yao pressed her coat, sleeve tightly against her eyes. Beneath her eyelids, everything was blurred by harsh afterimages. The sounds of car doors opening and closing rang out in a chaotic chorus. Thud bang. Muddy water squelched under thick-soled combat boots. A sharp smell of cheap tobacco filled the air. It mingled with the stench of unwashed bodies and fermented sweat seeping through the cracks in the door and drifting straight into the yard. Beyond the door on the muddy snow, he shivered violently in the cold. A string of clear snot dripped onto his thick lips. He wiped it carelessly with the back of his rough hand, smearing half his face. He shivered violently in the cold. A string of clear snot dripped onto his thick lips. He wiped it carelessly with the back of his rough hand, smearing half his face. Lu Yao rubbed her sore swollen eyes. A clump of black grime was wedged under her fingernail. Did they all come here to set up a market? Lu Yuan didn't even look. He glanced down at his own white t-shirt, which had a hole in it. He tugged at the ragged edge of the hole with his finger, pulling out a curled white thread. Beggars. He casually spit out a chewed piece of sweet potato pulp. The pulp landed on the ice, sending up a faint puff of white vapor. Beggars driving bulletproof off-road vehicles. Lu Yao glared and pointed outside. Her little finger was trembling. Look at that fat guy with the red turban. He's holding a big wooden box with a gold rim. Just a crappy box full of worthless stones. Lu Yuan scratched at the stubble on his chin. It was stiff and rough under his fingers. Only you would find it interesting. No, brother, take a closer look. Lu Yao stomped her foot in frustration. Muddy water splashed up, hitting her ankle. Freezing cold. There seemed to be documents in that box. Documents are useless. They're not even good enough to patch a drafty wall. What if it's money? Lin Feng's legs had gone numb from kneeling. His trousers were pressed tight against his kneecaps, icy and painful. He propped himself up with his hands in the muddy ground and shifted his position with difficulty. The seam of his pants ripped with a sharp sound. MMR. Lu. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. His voice rasped like a rusty blade scratching against. Those are all the heads of African countries and warlords. The things they're holding are national seals and land transfer agreements. What? Lu Yao's tongue got tied, and saliva choked her throat. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed until her face turned red and her neck was flushed. Spittle flew everywhere. The big shots from the whole of Africa are all here. She pounded her chest with the back of her hand. All here to kowtow to our brother. The people outside started wailing. A cacophony of various native dialects, mixed with broken English. It sounded like 1,000 mad ducks screeching in your ears. God, Lu, take us in. The fat man in the red turban lay prostrate in the He slammed his forehead against the icy gravel, leaving a 2-inch gash. Blood mixed with mud smearing across his dark face, looking quite gruesome. We are willing to hand over all our mines and lands. Just give us a chance to live. The hundreds of people behind him joined in the howling, crying out in despair. Their voices vibrated through the cold wind, causing dust to fall from the earthen walls. The livestream chat froze instantly. The server stalled for 2 seconds. Then a torrent of white text flooded the screen. Awesome. I can only say awesome. Bro, you've unified Africa. No bloodshed, and you've become the emperor of Africa. This is even more impressive than Qin Shi Huang, conquering a continent while sitting in your yard. Lu Yao stared at the words on her phone screen. Her little mouth hung open wide enough to fit a duck egg. Drool nearly spilled out. She quickly sucked it back in. Bro. She tugged at Lu Yuan's coal-stained sleeve. You really are the uncrowned king. The entire African continent is yours now. Her eyes gleamed with a greedy green light. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops scraped against the muddy water with a harsh sound. King my ass. He picked at his ear with his pinky finger. He dug out a small yellow piece of dried earwax and flicked it away. What do I want with this muddy wasteland? Even growing potatoes would be a pain with all the rocks in the soil. But this is Africa. Lu Yao paced around him frantically. The hem of her sun-protective jacket snagged on a thorny bush with a rip. There's diamonds and gold everywhere underground. If you don't want it, I do. You go dig for them. Lu Yuan curled his lip. You'll wear your fingernails down to the nubs by stingy. Lu Yao huffed angrily, her nostrils flaring. Lin Feng gasped for breath and interjected, Mister. Lu, it's not right to let them keep kneeling like this. He wiped the cold sweat from his face with his wet sleeve. The sweat stung his eyes, making them red. In this freezing weather they might freeze to death at the door. It won't sound good for your reputation. Reputation? Lu Yuan gave a cold laugh. A crooked smile twisted his lips. Do I care about reputation? He glanced disdainfully at the sea of dark heads outside the gate. The wailing noise was so loud it made his temples throb. He reached up and rubbed his stiff neck. The bones cracked with a dull sound. So noisy. Lu Yuan spat on the ground. The white spittle dissolved into the slush. Ling, he shouted hoarsely. There was a crackling sound in the air, and Ling's virtual image flickered into existence. The screen was a bit grainy with white snow noise. Here. The mechanical female voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Go deal with these annoying flies. Lu Yuan pointed outside. Dirt was still clinging to his finger. I don't understand their gibberish, and I don't want to hear them wailing. Creator, please provide the processing instruction. Ling's electronic eye glowed blue. Set them some simple rules. Lu Yuan let out a long, wide yawn. His mouth stretched open, revealing his back teeth. Tears of fatigue squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them carelessly with the back of his dirty hand. Let them choose someone to govern themselves. And tell them not to wander within 50 kilometers of my yard. If anyone causes trouble, let those big iron pots in the sky strike them with lightning. He scratched at the stubble on his chin. Call it the African Autonomy Act. Just make some treaty for them to sign. When you're done, tell them to get lost, and clean up the muddy footprints at the door before they leave. Command confirmed. Ling's form vanished with a swoosh. Suddenly, a massive blue projection lit up outside the gate. Ling's voice boomed in the air like a thunderclap. The leaders and warlords all fell to the ground in terror. Their backsides stuck up in the air, trembling like sieve. Lu Yao peered through the crack in the door. The cold wind blew her bangs into a mess. Bro, are you really ignoring them? She smacked her dry lips. That's a whole continent. Even if you just take it and be a figurehead commander-in-chief, that's fine. If I were commander, I'd have to attend meetings every day and listen to their nonsense. Lu Yuan turned around, hands shoved into the pockets of his white t-shirt. His thumbs poked out through the holes in the bottom of the pockets. He rubbed them vigorously against his thigh. I hate meetings and listening to people ramble more than anything in this life. You're just lazy. Lu Yao pouted and teased him, rolling her eyes. Incredibly lazy. Lin Feng knelt on the ground, dumbfounded. Territories that the world's great powers had fought tooth and nail to control were in this man's eyes less valuable than a trash bag. He simply tossed them to an AI with a few random rules and washed his hands of it. No ordinary mortal could fathom such a mind. The chat stream was still scrolling wildly. Brother's look of disgust is priceless. All of Africa, please take us in. Bro, get lost, don't dirty the snow in my yard. This uncrowned king is more down to earth than the Jade Emperor. Lu Yuan didn't look at his phone. He trudged through the mud, stepping unevenly toward the back of the yard. His flip-flops slapped noisily, splashing mud. Bro, where are you going? Lu Yao quickly dragged the hem of her sun-protective jacket and followed. The hem was heavy with yellow mud pulling downward. Going back. Lu Yuan didn't turn around. It's too noisy outside and the wind hurts my face. He walked to the metal elevator door that glowed with a faint blue light. Frost had formed on the edge of the platform and cold air billowed out. He stepped onto it. The platform sank half an inch with a soft creak. Lu Yuan sniffled a string of snot nearly dripping into his mouth. We're going underground again. She jumped onto the platform, slipped, and quickly grabbed hold of Lu Yuan's arm. That big black dog down there isn't even tied up yet. It won't dare bite you. Lu Yuan shook her off with force. You're stretching my sleeve out of shape. He pressed the red button on the edge of the platform, which had lost its paint. His knuckles went white. Let's go. He tilted his head, his dark eyes fixed on Lu Yao. A cold smile curved his lips, revealing a row of white teeth. A sliver of black-red sweet potato skin was still stuck between his teeth. It's too noisy outside. He lazily picked his ear. Let's go. Bro will take you to the 4th basement level. To see my workshop. Ding. The elevator chimed softly. Carrying the two, it plunged into the pitch-black abyss below. The sensation of weightlessness churned the sourness in her stomach, forcing it upwards. Lu Yao clung desperately to the handrail on the edge of the elevator. Her palms, slick with cold sweat, squeezed the metal rod until it squeaked. Ugh. She couldn't help but let out a dry heave. A bitter taste rose in her throat, as if the sweet potatoes from yesterday had not yet fully digested. Ugh. She couldn't help but let out a dry heave. A bitter taste rose in her throat, as if the sweet potatoes from yesterday had not yet fully digested. He scraped his thumb across his brow bone. If this little speed makes you want to vomit, how will you follow me up to the skies later? Sis, can't you slow down a bit? Lu Yao stomped her foot in panic, the sole of her shoe splashing into a puddle of water in the corner of the elevator. I feel like my brains are being shaken out by you. Before she could finish, the elevator let out a crisp ding and came to an abrupt halt. The immense inertia flung Lu Yao forward, and her forehead smacked directly against the transparent door panel. Ouch! She clutched her forehead, tears welling up from the pain. The elevator door slid open. As the gap just cracked open, a wave of heat mixed with a strong smell of machine oil, pungent ozone, and the burnt odor of welding surged in. It struck her face like a thick solid wall, causing Lu Yao's eyes to sting. Then the deafening roar of machinery slammed into her eardrums like a thunderbolt. Clang, clang, sizzle. Metal violently clashed and scraped against metal. Blue-white sparks flew, and the blinding glare made it impossible to keep eyes open. What is this place? Lu Yao shouted at the top of her lungs, but her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz in the immense noise. She closed her eyes and rubbed them vigorously with the back of her mud-stained hand. Tears and mud smeared across her face in streaks. Lu Yuan ignored her. His flip-flops made a creaking sound as he stepped onto the metal grid floor. Handcraft workshop. He picked his ear and flicked away a tiny piece of dry skin with earwax. It was just renovated a couple of days ago. The smell is still a bit strong. Lu Yao finally adjusted to the harsh light and opened her eyes. The selfie stick in her hand shook as if electrified. The camera panned along her line of sight. She only took one look. The little girl was completely dumbfounded, her mouth wide open and her jaw nearly dropping to her collarbone. Drool ran down the corner of her mouth, but she didn't even notice. This was no shabby handcraft workshop. It was a giant underground cavern spanning over 100 kilometers in both length and width. The end was nowhere in sight. Cold white industrial lights densely covered the dark, gray dome above, illuminating the entire space, as bright as day, leaving not a single shadowy corner. Beneath their feet were crisscrossing steel conveyor belts running at tremendous speed. On both sides of the belts stood rows of giant mechanical arms 10 meters tall, like metal monsters in a forest. They wielded various welding torches, laser cutters, and hydraulic presses, creating dazzling afterimages in the air. Blue welding sparks cascaded down like a wall. The sparks sizzled and sent up white smoke as they hit the metal tracks of the conveyor belt. Lu Yao's legs gave way, trembling and weak. She grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, her nails digging deep into the fabric. Bro, you call this a workshop? This is clearly an alien weapons factory from a sci-fi movie. Aliens. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He pulled his arm out of her grip. Are those aliens' crappy tech even fit to be compared with mine? He brushed the wrinkled sleeve with some disdain. This is all an assembly line I hand-built back in the day. Later I got lazy and let Zero take over, fully automated. In the livestream room, the billions of viewers had all gone silent. The comment box was so clean it could reflect faces. The keyboard warriors who had been discussing the unification. Now they all pressed their hands tightly against the screen, not daring to blink. 10 seconds later, a comment with a golden-edged verified badge drifted across the screen shakily. Oh, old heavens. Is that Dragon 1? The camera just zoomed in on the nearest conveyor belt. The viewers saw clearly. What was neatly lined up on the conveyor belt shifting forward in order was not car parts or tractor chassis, but rows of 3 turtle pitch-black mechanical bodies gleaming with a cold, hard sheen. Each one looked exactly like the Dragon 1 that had torn apart an F-35 fighter jet over the sea. 1, 2, 3. 100,000. Lu Yao counted on her grimy fingers, stammering. Her voice grew more and more tremulous as she counted until finally her teeth chattered. Bro, why did you make so many Dragon 1s? Are you planning to rob a bank? Lu Yuan let out a long yawn, squeezing out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them carelessly with the back of his hand. Rob a bank? I've got nothing better to do. He kicked a discarded nut on the ground. The nut rolled with a clatter and disappeared under the conveyor belt. This is the basic mass production model of a star-destroying individual combat mecha. His tone was casual, as if discussing the price of cabbages at the market. Usually handy for weeding, plowing fields, and scrubbing toilets. If it breaks, just toss it. No hard feelings. Weeding. Lu Yao's eyes nearly popped out. You're using a mecha that can take out an entire carrier fleet to weed. Even killing a mosquito with a cannon isn't as wasteful as this. It's called making the best use of everything. Lu Yuan pursed his lips. Regular weeders need fuel. This thing runs on nuclear fusion. It's cheaper. He shoved his hands into his pockets and his thumbs poked through a hole at the bottom, idly rubbing his thighs. Besides, he turned his head and glanced at Lu Yao with his pitch black. This is just the outermost layer of the assembly line. If we ever run into some really tough nuts, these mass production models are just cannon fodder, just to make some noise. Cannon fodder. In the livestream room, the high-ranking Western generals who had been lurking nearly had heart attacks upon hearing that. In the Pentagon's top-secret meeting room, MacArthur slumped in his chair. The cigar in his hand fell onto his crotch, burning a black hole through his pants. He didn't even have the strength to pat it out. Cannon fodder. He muttered, his voice like a broken bellows. Our entire nation's effort to build the strongest fleet isn't even worthy of being a toothpick for cannon fodder in their eyes. He suddenly grabbed his own hair and yanked violently. Blood trickled from his scalp. What kind of monster have we provoked? The camera kept moving forward along the conveyor belt. The roar grew louder and louder. The mecha assembly speed was dizzyingly fast. Mechanical arms flew up and down. From skeleton casting to liquid metal coating to the ignition of the faint blue microreactor in the chest. A brand new Dragon 1 mecha stepped directly off the end of the conveyor belt with its heavy metal foot. Bang! A loud crash. It landed firmly on the ground. Its red electronic eyes lit up instantly, emitting a cold light. Then it turned and lined up behind the already assembled mecha. With perfectly synchronized steps, they produced earth-shaking footfalls. Boom, boom, boom. Like a steel army preparing to slaughter gods. They marched straight toward the deeper, darker warehouse. Too fast, Lu Yao swallowed a dry mouthful of saliva. Her arm holding the selfie stick ached from the strain. Bro, this assembly line of yours, her voice wavered. How many can it produce in a day? Lu Yuan didn't look at her. He was staring at a slightly loose screw on the wall. He walked over, stomped the screw hard with the sole of his flip-flop, and kicked it firmly back into the crack in the wall. Look for yourself. He tilted his chin toward the corner. Following the direction of his chin, Lu Yao and the billions of viewers all focused on the edge of the lower right corner of the screen. There, behind a piece of explosion-proof glass smeared with oil and soot, there was a red electronic counter the size of half a door panel. The red numbers on it were leaping wildly so fast they blurred into a red streak. Lu Yao rubbed her eyes, leaned in closer, and made out the frequency of the jump. Her mind went blank. Easy. It had completely shut down. A layer of yellow grease coated the explosion-proof glass. Spilled oil from some unknown year had long since dried. Lu Yao leaned in close. The tip of her nose nearly touched the glass pane. Her breath fogged the surface with a white mist. She wiped it with her coat sleeve, stained with black mud. Rubbing vigorously in 2 strokes, she cleared a clean circle. Her eyes locked onto the red electronic counter in the corner. The red light flickered, stinging her eyes. Beep. The number jumped. Beep. Another jump. Lu Yao swallowed dryly, her Adam's apple bobbing with a dull gulp. Bro. She turned her head. Her eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Her small face was pale as paper. Is this broken thing malfunctioning? She pointed a trembling finger at the red. Black mud filled her nail crevices from gripping. It's jumping too fast. Lu Yuan leaned against the iron rack behind him, which was covered in rust. His white t-shirt rubbed against it, leaving 2 red streaks. He ignored it. He lifted his right foot, clad in plastic flip-flops, and used his big toe to scrape the mud off his left ankle. It's not broken. He yawned, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them casually with the back of his hand, leaving a mud streak. For every jump, he said, there's one more long E in the warehouse outside. The program I set back then. Lu Yao's selfie stick clattered to the ground. It crashed onto the iron grating floor. The metallic clash echoed through the workshop. Her legs gave way, and she squatted directly on the ground. 1 jump equals 1 produced. Her lips trembled, teeth chattering. Thighs. This jumps once every second. Bro, have you gone mad? She screamed in a raspy voice, her words splitting through the deafening roar of machinery. 1 unit per second. Lin Feng, already on his knees, collapsed completely. His suit pants were long worn through. Blood from his knees mixed with rust dust, causing sharp pain. But he felt nothing. He gripped the iron grid floor with both hands, his knuckles white. 1 per second. He muttered like a man possessed. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the iron mesh. He wiped it carelessly with the back of his hand. 1 minute is 60 units. 1 hour. 3,600. Lin Feng raised his head abruptly, veins bulging on his neck. His eyes were bloodshot as if they might bleed. 1 day. Over 86,000. He roared hoarsely, a metallic taste rising in his throat. In the livestream room, hundreds of millions of online viewers were all stunned. The chat screen was clean, not even a punctuation mark. Everyone was overwhelmed by the staggering numbers. In an internet cafe, a chubby guy chewing on a sausage twitched. Half the sausage fell onto the keyboard, covered in cigarette ash. He gaped with an oily mouth, unable to catch his breath. It's really... He muttered blankly, how can we even fight this? Earlier, just 1 long E, a dark nondescript unit, had circled the Atlantic and lifted a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier onto a beach as a decoration. Now underground, they were churning out 1 every second, over 80,000 a day. If all were released, would there even be enough space on Earth for them to stand? Bro, this isn't making weapons. It's making dumplings. 1 per second. My mom doesn't make dumplings that fast. The West should just give up and go work in a factory. This is what overcapacity looks like. The barrage of comments exploded. The phone screen lagged heavily. Lu Yao caught her breath, stood up holding the iron railing, her calves still cramping. Bro. She swallowed dryly. Why are you making so many of these iron lumps? She pointed at the mecha marching out on the conveyor belt. Do you want to conquer Earth? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, picked his ear, and flicked away a tiny piece of yellow earwax. Conquer Earth? He scoffed. This crappy mud ball. All water and sand. He curled his lips in disdain. I wouldn't take it even if you gave it to me. Then why make so many? Lu Yao stomped her foot, splashing mud onto Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng didn't dodge, his eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan. I was just bored back then, Lu Yuan said, stuffing both hands back into his pockets. The pocket had a hole, and his thumb stuck out. He rubbed it hard against his thigh. These things, he gestured with his chin at the mecha, are too dumb. They couldn't even find their way to pick up trash outside. Lu Yao was stunned. Outside? Which outside? Africa. Outside the galaxy. Lu Yuan spat on the ground, a yellowish phlegm. These iron lumps move too slowly. The galaxy is huge. I wanted them to go to a neighboring galaxy to haul some, or back. He sighed long, full of impatience. 1 per second. I've been here for 50 years, and I've only made this many. Scatter them out, and you can't even see a ripple. He kicked a piece of rusted metal, it clattered away. Can't even sweep across the galaxy easily. Production capacity is too low. He smacked his lips. Didn't have enough materials back then. Just making do. Sweeping across the galaxy. These words came out of his mouth as casually as buying cabbage. Lin Feng lay on the ground, his mind completely blank. He grabbed his hair and pulled hard, yanking out several strands with follicles. Sweeping across the galaxy. His lips were purple, teeth chattering. This wasn't production capacity for fighting Earth. He built these things just to pick up trash in the galaxy. The White House. The top-secret air raid shelter 200 meters underground. 2 air conditioners had broken. The room was stifling like an oven. A stench of fermented sweat mixed with sour coffee stains. It was nauseating. MacArthur slumped in a mahogany chair, his uniform jacket discarded on the carpet. His white shirt was soaked, clinging to his fat. He panted heavily, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. His one remaining right eye was bloodshot, staring at the huge screen on the wall. On the screen, the red counter still jumped. Beep, beep. Each sound was like a heavy hammer smashing his nerves. It's over. MacArthur murmured, his voice hoarse like sandpaper on wood. All over. He covered his face with dirty hands. Tears mixed with cold sweat streamed down through his fingers. Salty. Conventional weapons. Carrier strike groups. Stealth fighters. In front of a monster that produces a god, every second, they mean nothing. This is no longer a war. This is unilateral erasure. If that man in the white t-shirt from the Dragon Kingdom wills it in the time it takes him to Yuan, he can dispatch tens of thousands of mecha. To crush every city, every street, every house in the entire Western world into rubble. The president sat on the leather sofa opposite, his hair a mess like a madman's. His tie had been torn off. Half hung around his neck, half lay on his leather shoes. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the screen with the madness of a cornered beast. No. He let out a strange howl from his throat, like a wild dog snarling. We haven't lost yet. He stood abruptly too fast. His knee hit the coffee table, the ashtray overturned, spilling ash and butts onto the carpet. He ignored it. He staggered forward, his leather shoes crunching on the ash. He reached the desk, gripping the surface with both hands. His fingers dug into the solid wood, nails breaking and bleeding. He panted, bloodshot eyes staring under the desk. There, a black metal briefcase sat, its surface scarred and worn. The president bent down, embraced it with both arms. It was heavy. He heaved it up. Bang. The black case landed heavily on the desk, shaking the nearby pen holder. MacArthur looked up at the black case, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Mr. President. His voice trembled uncontrollably. What are you going to do? The president didn't look at him. He wiped the fingerprint scanner on the case with his trembling sleeve. Clearing off the sweat, he pressed his right thumb onto it. Beep. A piercing electronic sound. A green light flashed. The lid popped open a crack. Inside was a red button, glaringly bright, flanked by 2 physical keyholes that needed to be turned simultaneously. The president fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a metal key, still warm from his body. His hands shook so badly it took 3 tries to insert it into the left keyhole. He gasped for air, saliva spraying onto the black case. Conventional forces are useless, he said through clenched teeth, jaw muscles twitching. The West is about to be erased. He turned suddenly, staring at MacArthur, his eyes filled with the ashen look of mutual destruction. Give me your key, he roared. This is our only card left. He turned back, staring at the red button. MacArthur remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the outstretched hand. The president's fingers were slick with sweat, his nails chipped, dark red blood traces seeping through the crack. The key gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, dazzling under the fluorescent light. Hand it over. The president roared in a raspy voice. Spittle spattered onto MacArthur's face, carrying the sour stench of coffee that had fermented all night. MacArthur recoiled half a step. His leather shoes crunched on broken glass. Mr. President. He swallowed dryly, his throat scraping. This is a nuclear bomb. Press it, and the whole Earth will be buried with us. Earth? The president sneered. A wide grin revealed 2 yellowed false teeth. Without the dollar and the fleet, the West is worse than a third-rate country. He slammed his palm onto the black case, making the red button inside tremble. Since we can't have the future, his eyes bulging, red veins bursting. Then let's drag all humanity into destruction. Initiate strategic nuclear strike. He screamed, veins on his neck writhing like earthworms. Target the underground base in Africa. Level it. Sink the whole continent with it. Several elderly generals adorned with stars were terrified. A fat general scrambled over, his belt buckle clanking against the table. You can't. He hugged the president's thigh, weeping with mucus and tears. That hat's over 10,000 warheads. A nuclear winter will starve and freeze us all. The president kicked the fat general's nose. Crack. The nasal bone broke, blood spurting everywhere. The fat general rolled on the floor, clutching his face, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. Get off. Panting heavily, chest heaving, the president spat. You're all useless. He glared at MacArthur. The key. I order you to hand over the secondary key. MacArthur pressed his hands tightly over his trouser pocket, where the secondary key lay. The metal bit into his thigh, aching. I can't hand it over. He shook his head repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his chin. That Dragon Kingdom man can crush nuclear bombs barehanded. He vaporized our missiles in space. Attacking is useless. It's because we don't have enough. The president, crazed, grabbed the ashtray from the table and hurled it at MacArthur. MacArthur dodged. Bang! The ashtray smashed into the iron wall behind, shattering into glass shards. 10 aren't enough, then 100. If 100 aren't enough, launch all 10,000. The president clawed at the case's edge. Even if he were a god, could he catch a rain of nukes? Several chiefs of staff surged forward, gripping the president's arms. Calm down, sir. Once the launch sequence starts, it can't be stopped. We can still negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom. Negotiate, my ass. The president flung their hands off with terrifying force, tearing his suit sleeve, exposing his sweat-soaked white shirt. I'd rather die than be a dog for the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing MacArthur refused to produce the key, he pulled a black plastic magnetic card from his inner pocket. The card's edges were worn and frayed. MacArthur's eyes nearly popped out at the sight. The override card for highest authority. His voice cracked, finger trembling as he pointed. You're insane. This is against regulations. Unilaterally overriding the dual verification without congressional authorization. To hell with Congress. The president shoved the card into the slot on the... Using too much force, the card bent halfway. He frantically slammed his palm down. Slap. The card went in. Beep. A piercing electronic tone. The red light on the black case stopped flashing and turned steady. The protective cover over the red launch button sprang open with a... Stop him! MacArthur shouted in desperation, reaching for the case. Two guards drew their guns, unsure whom to aim at. They stood frozen. The fat general, nose bleeding, lunged to hug the president's waist. Don't press it. The president's left elbow shot back, striking the fat general's eye socket. He howled, clutching his eye, writhing on the floor. MacArthur's hand had already grasped the case's edge. The president opened his mouth and spat a gob of blood-flecked saliva onto MacArthur's face. The stench hit him. MacArthur instinctively closed his eyes. His movement slowed by half a second. In that half-second, the president's right thumb pressed down firmly on the red plastic button. Pressing all the way. Click. The button sank. The air in the bunker felt sucked dry. Everyone froze in place. Only heavy breathing remained. Huff puff. Beep. The main control screen went pitch black. Then rows of glaring blood-red characters flashed. Highest authority command confirmed. A mechanical female voice echoed in the stifling bunker, utterly devoid of humanity. Strategic nuclear strike program initiated. Target coordinates locked, East African plate. Yield saturation coverage. MacArthur collapsed to the floor. A warm dampness spread in his crotch. He had fully lost control. Urine trickled down his thigh onto the carpet. He stared blankly at the countdown on the screen. It's over. His lips quivered, spitting out two dry words. All over. The president leaned against the desk, gasping heavily, sweat from his forehead streaming down the folds of his face into his collar. He broke into a manic laugh, revealing yellow teeth with traces of blood. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He laughed breathlessly. Let's die together. Let's all go to hell. On the North American continent, deep within the abandoned mine shafts beneath the Rocky Mountains, the thick vegetation camouflage split apart with a rumble. Soil-churned roots torn asunder, revealing the bottomless launch silo below. In the Nevada desert, yellow sand flew everywhere. Hundreds of concealed missile silo covers blew off, simultaneously crashing onto dunes, creating massive craters. Under the sea, strategic nuclear submarines prowling the depths of the oceans. Launch tubes flooded. Gurgling bubbles rose. A 10-second countdown raced across the screen. 3, 2, 1. Across the globe at that very second, air raid sirens in countless cities blared without warning. Woo woo woo. The shrill wail, like 10,000 ghosts howling in the sky, tore through the night, drowning out car horns and street vendors' cries. In the capital city, air raid sirens filled the streets. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks. An auntie dropped her just-bought wilted greens. They landed on the dirt. What's going on? An old man scratched his ear. Drill. No notification. On the African savannah. In a yellow mud courtyard, Lu Yao crouched, poking the large diamonds with her fingers. The alarm sound blared through the livestream on her phone. Piercingly loud. Her hand jerked, diamonds clinking together. Bro. She looked up, wiping her face with a mud-stained sleeve. What's that woo-woo sound? Creepy. Yuan ignored her. He leaned against the rickety wooden door, picked his ear, flicking away a bit of earwax. On the big screen, the global satellite real-time monitoring map was dotted with countless red points. Like a swarm of stirred-up hornets, they rose from every corner of the North American continent, from the deep sea. From the desert, they launched madly into the sky. The blinding glare of rocket engine ignition turned the northern hemisphere's night sky a ghastly white. Thousands upon thousands of intercontinental ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads. Trailing long, dazzling white exhaust plumes, they tore through the atmosphere, entered outer space, and carved fatal parabolic arcs. Hurtling straight toward that inconspicuous coordinate in Africa. Lin Feng knelt on the ground, the cracked screen of his terminal flashing red furiously. Alarm tones beeped incessantly. He stared at the long list of data, swallowing a dry, harsh gulp. His Adam's apple rolled with a dull sound. Nukes. His voice shattered, choked with tears. Full nuclear strike. The Eagle Sauce country has launched all its nukes. At those words, Lu Yao's mind went blank, her legs giving way. Thud. She collapsed into the muddy water, icy mud splashing her face, but she didn't bother wiping it. Bro. She panted heavily. Tears streaming down instantly. Thousands of nukes. Can the shield still hold this time? Lu Yuan let out a big yawn. 2 tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes, casually wiped with a dirty hand. So noisy. He kicked a clump of mud. On the monitor, the sky, full of red dots, had already crossed the ocean. With the power to destroy human civilization, they pierced the atmosphere, hurtling straight toward Africa. Lu Yao stared intently at the phone screen with its frayed edges. A layer of muddy yellow water smeared across the display. She rubbed it vigorously with her coat sleeve. After wiping, a dark grimy streak appeared, making the screen too blurred to see. The hackers had forcibly switched to the foreign broadcast feed. The screen was filled with towering white smoke. Thick black pillars spewed orange-red flames from their bases, thrusting through the heavy cloud layers as they rose. They were dense, packed tightly together, like hornets swarming from a hive. In the livestream room, the barrage of comments paused for about 2 seconds. Then the screen was flooded with stark, white, oversized characters. The apocalypse is here. They actually pressed it. Those mad dogs from the Eagle Nation really hit the nuclear button. Lu Yao's lips trembled, her teeth chattered. She turned to Lin Feng, shouting hoarsely, "Commissioner Lin." She swallowed a dry mouthful, her throat burning. Those black pillars, are they nuclear missiles? Lin Feng knelt in the muddy puddle. His trousers were already frayed at the knees, with blood seeping through the fabric. The blood mixed with yellow mud, freezing into blackish red ice shards. He wiped the cold sweat from his face with his mud-stained hand. The salt stung his eyes, turning them crimson. "Yes," he replied, his voice shattered like a cracked gong. "They've all been launched." "How many?" Lu Yao's voice was choked with tears. A snot bubble formed and popped. 10. Over 10,000. Lin Feng gasped for air, his chest heaving noisily. Over 10,000. Lu Yao collapsed into the mud, dirty water splashing onto her face. "Want that flip the entire Earth over?" Lin Feng didn't answer. He lowered his head, clutching the cracked terminal until his fingers cramped. The screen was covered with dense red lines, all drawing parabolic paths aimed at Africa. In the capital, inside the underground command center, the exhaust fan squeaked as it spun, its blades caked with thick black grease. The room was stifling, like a giant steamer reeking of sour sweat and fermented tea. Sun Jianguo yanked off his tie. The tie fell to the floor, gathering dust. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing a red, sweaty neck. "Intercept." He pounded the iron desk, making the tea mug jump. Tea splashed onto the keyboard, droplets seeping into the gaps between keys. "Activate all our red flag anti-missile systems." "Stop them." The operator's hands pounded the keyboard frantically. His fingernails split, blood seeping out. The blood smeared on the white keys, staining them red. "Minister Sun, we can't intercept." His voice cracked almost. "They've emptied their entire air defense stockpile. Over 10,000 warheads. The sky is full of them. We don't even have enough interceptor missiles for a fraction." Old Wang limped over and crashed into Sun Jianguo's back. The old man lost his balance, and both of them slammed into the console. "Old Sun, it's over." The old man's face was covered with tears and snot. He clawed at the edge of the table with his withered fingers, splinters digging into his neck. All those nuclear bombs hitting Africa. Tens of thousands of degrees of heat. Even if Mr. Lu's shield can hold, the nuclear radiation and volcanic ash from the explosions could bury half the Earth. Once the nuclear winter sets in, well, all starve and freeze to death. Sun Jianguo pushed old Wang away, steadied himself against the table, his legs trembling. Nuclear winter. He gritted his molars, blood seeping from the gaps. "Yes." Old Wang wailed, spittle spraying onto the screen. "Volcanic ash will blot out the sun. Decades without light. Crops will all die. We'll all starve and freeze. There's no way out for all of humanity." Sun Jianguo's legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair, the chair legs screeching against the floor tiles. He stared at the blood-red ballistic trajectories on the screen, his mouth bitter, as if he had chewed a handful of Chinese gold thread. In Europe, inside an underground wine cellar. The air was thick with the smell of moldy wood. 2 wine bottles lay shattered on the floor, red wine spilling like blood, sticky and viscous. Several prime ministers and presidents in suits and ties had lost all composure. A fat old man knelt on the shards of glass. Glass dug into the flesh of his knees. Black blood oozed through the torn holes in his dark trousers. He didn't even groan, but clutched a tarnished silver crucifix tight. The edge of the crucifix was slightly rusted, digging painfully into his palm. "Lord," he murmured, eyes closed, tears rolling down his wrinkled face. The tears trickled into his dry mouth, tasting of salty, astringent snot. "Save us." Beside him, a gaunt politician crouched next to an oak barrel, hands clasped over his head. A large wet patch stained his crotch, yellow urine dripping down his pant legs. Dripping onto the stone floor of the cellar, the stench of urine mingling with the wine. He could only mutter one phrase over and over. "Madmen, those madmen from the Eagle Nation. We all die together. Straight to hell." The wind howled even fiercer. Snowflakes lashed against faces like knives, stinging painfully. In the muddy yard of an African compound, Lu Yao crouched by the stove, hugging her head. The embers in the stove had long been doused by the snowmelt, leaving a pile of black charcoal that emitted acrid white smoke. The cracked terminal in Lin Feng's hand suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The sound was piercing, drilling into the eardrums. Red light flashed frantically through the cracks, illuminating Lin Feng's pale face. He glanced down, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. The red countdown numbers raced by. 3 minutes. His voice cracked as he dug his fingers into the edge of the screen. His fingertips were cut by the broken glass, blood smearing across the display. Mr. Lu, the nukes will land in 3 minutes. When Lu Yao heard those 3 words, her mind buzzed, completely shattered. 3 minutes. Not even enough time to cook instant noodles. Her legs went weak as noodles, unable to support her. With a thud, she collapsed onto her knees in the snow melt puddled dirty water splashing her face. Wah! She wailed, her voice tearing through the cold wind. She crawled frantically over, wrapping both arms tightly around Lu Yuan's sleeve, smearing mud from her coat all over his white t-shirt. A large dark patch. Brother, I don't want to die. She sobbed uncontrollably, her snot smearing onto Lu Yuan's sleeve. 3 minutes. There's not even time to write a will. I still have 200 yuan worth of skins in my game account that I haven't bought. Lu Yuan was picking his teeth with his pinky. When she tugged him, his finger jabbed into his gum and drew blood. The metallic taste spread in his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. The spittle melted a small hole in the snow. Let go. He frowned, pulling at his deformed sleeve. It's squeezing my arm. The fabric was stretched taut, nearly tearing. No. Lu Yao clung tighter, her fingernails digging into the flesh of his arm. It'll explode in 3 minutes. If I let go, I'll turn to ash. Take me and run. Let's burrow underground. Underground. To do what? Become a groundhog. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops squelched on the frozen ground. He fished in his pocket and pulled out a handful of dried sunflower seeds. 3 minutes. He cracked open a seed. Crack. He spat the shell into the muddy water and brushed the dust off his hands. Looking down at his sister, who was crying like a fountain, he curled his lips. There was still a faint, earthy taste of sunflower kernels in his mouth. No rush. He yawned, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Still time to peel a sweet potato. Sweet potato. Lu Yao lifted her mud-streaked face. Tears hung on her lashes. Are you crazy? We're about to die, and you're thinking about sweet potatoes. What else? Just stand around. Lu Yuan shoved his hands back into his pockets. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. What are you afraid of? Who's tall here? Lu Yao stomped her feet in panic. You're barely over 6 feet. Once the nukes hit, well, I'll be flattened. Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He banged his head against the frozen ground. Mr. Lu, please just activate that antimatter shield. Cover this whole area. Otherwise we'll really become charcoal. Lu Yuan didn't look at him. He raised his head, his pitch-black eyes gazing at the sky. The layer of deep blue plasma curtain was still glowing. Shield? He scratched the stubble on his chin. Taking hits without fighting back isn't my style. He pulled his thumb out from the bottom of his pocket. Wiped it on his white t-shirt. 0, he said, his voice not loud, but clear against the howling wind. Is the furnace on the 7th basement level stoked hot enough? A crackling sound in midair. The holographic made flickered into view static snow at the edges of the image. Responding to the creator, the output power of the source particle reactor has reached its maximum. The mechanical voice was icy. Good. Lu Yuan nodded. He turned to Lu Yao. Let go and don't wipe your tears on my pants. Brother is taking you to see a big show. No. Lu Yao gritted her teeth so hard her lips bled. The big show is us getting blown into the sky together. It's them who will be blown into the sky. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twisted downward, revealing a smile cold enough to freeze ice. 0, lift that blue glass lid in the sky. Command confirmed. 0's electronic voice echoed across the snow-covered ground. It carried a faint sizzle like damp electrical currents. Above, the inverted blue light shield shimmered. It flickered twice, like a shattered pane of glass cracked by a stone. Crack. It disintegrated into a pool of luminous fragments, which the wind scattered into nothingness. The sky above was once again a pitch-black mass of clouds. Without the barrier, the heavy snowflakes cascaded down like bricks. They struck faces with icy cold. Lu Yao clung tightly to Lu Yuan's arm. Her entire body collapsed into the yellowish mud. The muck seeped into her shoes, cold and sticky. She lifted her head, staring at the vanishing light shield. Her eyes were blank, devoid of life. Wah! She opened her raspy throat and wailed. Her voice tore through the wind, spiraling upward. Brother, we're going to die. She sobbed uncontrollably. 2 streams of clear snot slid down and dripped onto Lu Yuan's pant leg. They stretched into long, sticky threads. 10,000 nuclear bombs. All falling down. Lu Yuan frowned. He shook his leg in disgust, but couldn't shake her off. The girl clung like death, her nails digging deep into the flesh of his thigh. Let go. He poked her forehead with a finger. There was still mud under his nail. You're going to pull my pants off. The elastic is already loose. Lu Yao didn't care. She buried her face firmly in his thigh, rubbing her tears and snot all over it, staining the white sweatpants with a large patch of dark water. I'm not letting go. She hiccuped through her sobs. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Whoa. I don't want to die yet. I haven't paid off my Huabei bill yet. I still owe 2,000 yuan next month. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, so hard his eyelids spasmed. If you're dead, what's the point of paying Huabei? He cursed under his breath. I even returned Ma Yun's money. Who cares about your 2,000? That's different. Lu Yun gasped, swallowing mouthfuls of cold snow. She choked and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. I just got a new skin in the game. Haven't even used it once. Lin Feng knelt nearby. His hands clawed at the frozen dirt clods. His nails split, oozing blood. The red threads mixed into the yellow mud, indistinct. His throat felt like a burning charcoal. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng stammered, his teeth chattering. The shield? Why is it gone? Despair filled his eyes. That's over 10,000 nuclear warheads. Without the barrier, will be ashes in a second. Lu Yuan picked his ear. His pinky scooped out a piece of yellowed earwax. He flicked it away. Being ashes is fine. He pursed his lips. Saves the trouble of buying an urn. You have to queue for one these days. Brother, you've really lost it. Lu Yao looked up, her face smeared with mud. Her eyes were swollen like rotten peaches from crying. Are you trying to kill yourself? If you want to die, don't drag me along. I'm barely 20. I've never even held a man's hand. Lu Yuan snorted contemptuously. With your face covered in black mud, looking like a mess. He looked at her with disgust. Holding a man's hand. He'd think you were a beggar. Might spare 2 cents. You jerk. Lu Yun was so furious she banged her head against his leg. Thump thump. You're calling me ugly, even when we're about to die. She cried, even harder, bubbles forming in her snot. Lu Yuan ignored her. He dragged the leg she was clutching forward a step. Lu Yun was like a massive pendant pulled through the muddy water. Her clothes underneath were soaked through scraping against ice crystals. Move. Lu Yuan walked to the corner of the courtyard. There stood a rust-covered vending machine. Most of the red paint had peeled off, revealing the yellow-brown iron beneath. The coin slot was clogged with black mud and spiderwebs. It looked worse than a second-hand scrap appliance. Lu Yuan stuffed his hand into the pocket of his white t-shirt, fumbled for a while, pulled out a Favigio coin cake. A piece of green rotten vegetable leaf still stuck to the coin. He scraped it off with his thumb, shoved the coin into the muddy slot. It got stuck, halfway, and it wouldn't go further. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue. He lifted his foot, still wearing flip-flops, aimed at the dented metal panel at the machine's bottom. He kicked twice hard. Bang, bang. The machine wobbled, shedding a layer of dust from the top. The coin rolled in with a clatter. A low hum of old motors came from inside. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Yun still clung to the ground, crying. Her voice was thick with phlegm. It's the end of the world, and you're still thinking about buying a drink. Thirsty. Lu Yuan didn't turn around. My throat's parched from explaining physics just now. Clunk. A paper cup dropped into the dispensing slot at the machine's bottom. The cup was a bit soft with a small crease on its edge. A stream of deep red hot water poured in. Steam rose. A strong aroma of tea filled the air. Lu Yuan bent down. He reached for the cup. SSS. He inhaled sharply. His fingers recoiled from the heat. He shifted the cup from hand to hand, finally pinching the very top rim. The temperature control must be broken. This is scalding hot. He muttered. Holding the cup, he brought it to his lips, puckered his mouth, and blew 2 puffs of air across the rim. White steam fogged his face. Inside floated 2 tea stems. Lu Yun stared dumbfounded. Her phone dropped into the muddy water, the screen still glowing. Inside, the barrage comments were in chaos. Big bro is buying tea. Holy crap, nukes land in 1 minute, and he's buying tea from a vending machine. What kind of god-tier mental composure is this? Even if you're scared out of your mind, you don't go drink tea at a time like this. Lin Feng knelt on the ground, banging his head against the mud. Mr. Lu, there's no time. He held, his voice cracking. The air raid sirens have been blaring. Look at the sky. Lu Yuan didn't look up. He took a small sip of the hot tea. Too hot. It burned the tip of his tongue. He slurped, swallowing the liquid. A warm stream flowed down his esophagus into his stomach. He felt a bit better. He wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. What are you crying about? He looked down, his pitch-black eyes fixed on Lu Yun, who was soaked in tears on the ground. His gaze was calm as stagnant water, without a ripple. Just a few oversized firecrackers. His tone was casual. The double-bang crackers we set off in the village during New Year's are louder than them. Firecrackers. Those are nukes. Lu Yun shouted at the top of her lungs. Over 10,000 nukes. Nukes that can blow a hole through the earth. She frantically grabbed at Lu Yuan's ankle. Mud smeared all over his calf. Blow through the earth. Lu Yuan sneered. With that little bit of uranium and plutonium, he pursed his lips in disgust. Back when Xiao Pan wielded an axe to split the earth's crust, that was a real rat. A few rusty iron pipes. How dare they call it blowing through? He turned, holding the soft paper cup. He lifted his chin to look at the night sky above. Through the blizzard, the horizon was already dotted with dense red points, like a swarm of mad fireflies, dragging long fire tails. Growing closer, even the air temperature began to spike. The pungent smell of sulfur overpowered the smell of melting snow. Lin Feng closed his eyes and it's over. He lay face down, hands covering his head. We're dead. Lu Yuan took a sip of tea, spit out a tea stem. 2. It fell into the snow. He looked at the red dots in the direction of the sky above. In those usually lazy eyes, a flicker of displeasure suddenly passed. Cold as ice blades. Ungrateful wretches. His voice deepened rough with a growl. I gave them a way out, but they didn't take it. Lu Yuan set the paper cup heavily on the rusty vending machine beside him. Tea splashed out, wetting his hand. He didn't wipe it off. They had to dirty my sky. He straightened up. His joints cracked with a dull sound. The cold wind pressed his white t-shirt against his abs. He didn't shout, but his voice cut clearly through the storm. Every word carried an irrefutable stillness. 0. In midair. A crackling electric discharge flashed. The virtual maid's image flickered into existence. Spacefold engine. A layer of icy blue light gleamed in Lu. A cruel smile twisted the corner of his mouth. Charge. Charge. Just as Zero's electronic voice faded, the yellow mud beneath their feet jolted violently. It wasn't an earthquake. It felt as if a colossal heart had slammed deep under the ground. The tremor sent the mud under Lu Yao squelching, splashing drops of yellow-black, dirty water right into her half-open mouth. Uff. She spat out, her tongue gritty with sand that grated against her teeth. A searing blue light erupted from deep underground. It shot up through the towering metal pillars into the clouds so bright that it bleached the muddy puddles in the yard white. Up in the sky, the red dots grew larger. They were no longer mere specks. They were pillars of iron dragging trails of black smoke and orange flames. Tens of thousands of they burst through the thick cumulonimbus clouds. The smell of scorched air stung the nose, a pungent mix of sulfur and ozone drilling into the nostrils. It choked the breath out of them. A wave of heat rushed forward, melting the remaining snow on the ground into steamy, dirty puddles. Lin Feng lay face down in the mud. His fingers clawed into the muck, nails torn, blood mingling with yellow mud. Mr. Lu. His voice was completely hoarse, as if scraped across sandpaper. It's here. They've entered the atmosphere. He gasped for breath. 5 seconds. At most 5 seconds until impact. Lu Yao squeezed her eyes shut. She pressed her hands hard over her ears, fingers cramping. Brother, I don't want to die. Well, she sobbed uncontrollably. Cold sweat and tears streamed down, chilling her collar. I haven't even eaten enough spicy hot pot from that street corner shop. Lu Yuan lowered his head. He thrust his hands into the pockets of his white t-shirt, the hole at the bottom large enough that his thumb poked out, digging into his thigh. He kicked a frozen clod of earth. The clod crumbled into dust. Shut up. He rolled his eyes, a look of pure irritation. What are you wailing for? You're hurting my ears. Brother, turn on that blue shield. Lu Yao urgently opened her eyes, face smeared with mud like a filthy cat. A snot bubble popped at her lips. The shield just broke. Hurry, press the switch again. Press your head. Lu Yuan yawned. 2 tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. That shield can block a few rounds, but with over 10,000 coming down, the shock would deafen you even if they didn't hit. 2. Lin Feng frantic banged his head on the ground. Thump thump, raising a purple lump that oozed blood. Then what do? We can't even run. Lu Yuan ignored him, looking up with pitch-black eyes at the warheads carrying tens of thousands of degrees of heat. They were already directly above. 0. Lu Yuan spoke softly, yet his voice cut through the roar of screaming missiles with remarkable clarity. Fold field. He rubbed the stubble on his chin. Deploy. Command confirmed. Zero's voice came through with a slight stutter. A crackle. Gravity generator reversed. Space fold initiated. Lu Yao screamed, squeezing her eyes shut. She braced for incineration. But there was no death, no explosion, no burst of flame. Even the heat that had threatened to parch them vanished instantly. Lu Yao waited for what felt like an eternity, only hearing the rustle of wind through withered branches. She cautiously cracked open an eye. Her lashes caked with mud stuck together. She rubbed them with the back of her hand. The sky had changed. The air where missiles had crowded moments ago suddenly twisted like crumpled newspaper. The air warped and folded violently, tearing a massive black vortex into the sky. Dark, devoid of light, like a bottomless hole with occasional flashes of fine blue-white lightning. Crackling. Those 10,000-plus cruise missiles with nuclear warheads plunged into the black vortex without even a ripple. No sound, no light. It was like a drain sucking up dirty water. Whoosh, all swallowed. The black vortex flickered twice. Crackle. Like an old TV running out of power, it shut down. The black hole vanished, the clouds dispersed, and sunlight streamed through the gaps. Warm rays lit the yellow mud yard. The sky was an eerie, cloudless blue. Not even a flake of snow remained. Lin Feng's jaw dropped. His chin nearly hit his chest. He rubbed his eyes with bloodied hands, leaving a smear of red on his eyelids. Gone, he stammered, tongue-tied. The nukes. He looked around frantically. Duds. All duds. Lu Yao was dumbstruck too. She crawled out of the mud, her pants wet, and clinging uncomfortably to her legs. She patted the grime off her coat. But instead of cleaning it, she smeared it around. Brother. She pointed at the sky, fingers trembling like an electric shock. Where did those iron rods go? Did you magic them away, eh? Lu Yuan crouched by the stove, poking the dead ashes with a black stick, picking out an unburnt charcoal. What magic? He tossed the stick, brushing the black dust off his hands. I was just throwing out the trash. Throwing out trash. Lu Yao's eyes widened, mouth gaping. You tossed over 10,000 nukes as trash. Where to? The dump, of course. Lu Yuan pursed his lips, his flip-flops slapping on the ground. Where else? A place for scrap metal. Lin Feng, still on the ground, felt the terminal in his hand. Its screen cracked in 3 places, suddenly vibrate wildly. Beep beep beep. Red lights flashed, numbing his palm. Startled, he looked down. On the screen was a top-secret image from the Dragon Kingdom's space monitoring station. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's eyes practically glued to the glass. He swallowed, a grating gurgle in his throat. It shows. Lu Yao leaned in, her head pressing against Lin Feng's shoulder. Shows what? She peered at the small screen. The screen was dark, showing the far side of a large planet pockmarked with huge craters. The moon. Lu Yao blinked. A bit of dry mud fell from her lashes. The far side of the moon. Yes. Lin Feng's voice shattered like glass. The monitoring station's satellite caught on the screen. In the vacuum of the moon's far side, no sound. Space tore like a ripped cloth, splitting into a large black gash. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of missiles with orange fiery tails like spewed garbage were vomited out of the black gash. They slammed straight into the endless ringed mountains on the lunar surface. In vacuum, no sound carried, only blinding light. Explosion after explosion. Hundreds, thousands of dazzling white lights detonated silently on the dark side, merging into a searing white sea, illuminating most of the moon's far side. Those ancient silent ringed mountains, untouched for billions of years under the intense heat of nuclear blasts, were instantly flattened. Vast quantities of rubble and dust blasted into space, blooming like gray mushrooms. In the live broadcast room, billions of viewers held their breath watching this scene. At the Do Shark platforms, back in, Zhang Wei lay on the floor, his dentures falling out unnoticed. The comment box was utterly clean, no one typed a word. Everyone was stunned by the silent space fireworks. A full minute passed. Then the barrage exploded like mad, words piling on words in a white blur. Holy shit, holy shit. Space transfer. The guy teleported all the nukes to the moon. 10,000 nukes bombing the moon. Change's home is being bombed. This is the real fireworks show. The Eagle Nation's president should just find a rope and hang himself now. In the yellow mud yard, Lin Feng held the terminal, hands shaking like a sieve. Mr. Lu. His lips quivered, teeth chattering. You sent all the nukes to the far side of the moon. Lu Yao was stunned too. She swallowed a dry gulp, her eyes fixed. Bro, your dump is way too far. That's the moon. Want it leave a huge crater? Lu Yuan stood up, his flip-flops slapping on the ground with a squelch. He picked his ear with his pinky, flicking away a bit of yellowish wax. He walked over to Lin Feng, glanced down at the still flickering white flashes on the screen. Puffed. No colorful lights at all, just blinding white. He shoved his hands back into his pockets, rubbing his thumb against his pant leg. Puffed. No colorful lights at all, just blinding white. He shoved his hands back into his pockets, rubbing his thumb against his pant leg. And the power is too weak. Can't even crack the moon's crust, just a loud noise. Boring. Lu Yuan turned. His pitch-black eyes fixed on Lu Yao, carrying a drowsy, lazy air. Alright, the crappy firework is over. He tilted his chin toward the sky. Go grab a rusty iron basin. Lu Yao was taken aback, wiping the black mud from her face with her sleeve. Leaving a streak. An iron basin for what? She stammered. What are we putting in it? Lu Yuan yawned. Tears of sleep squeezing from his eyes. Putting in what? He snorted, a smirk curling his lips. We're going to welcome guests at the door. He pointed at the clouds overhead. Those iron birds with the eagle flag up there. Their engines got fried by the electromagnetic field. Out of fuel. He kicked a frozen clod away. They're lining up to crash into our yard wall. The livestream screen was utterly clean. Not a single bullet comment appeared. It was as if it had been scrubbed clean. For 5 entire minutes. Tens of millions of people clutched their blazing phones, their eyeballs nearly popping out from staring. Fingertips hovered frozen above the screen. In an internet cafe, a fat man's half-eaten sausage thudded onto the keyboard. The oily casing rolled twice, gathering a layer of cigarette ash. His mouth hung wide open, drool stretching into a long thread and dripping onto his clothes. He didn't even bother to wipe it. As soon as the 5 minutes passed, the public chat exploded. A torrent of white characters avalanched down. Characters piled atop each other in chaotic frenzy. Space folding. That's freaking space folding. That dude just tore space apart like a rag. Over 10,000 nukes. Stuffed straight into the far side of the moon for fireworks. The edifice of physics has not a single brick left. That's no human. That's a living god. Lu Yao hugged the cracked phone. Her fingers dug into the yellow mud caked on the phone case. She pried off a small chunk of dry mud. She slurped a mouthful of clear snot. The salty, fishy taste trickled down her throat, leaving a bitter, astringent sensation. She rubbed her nose fiercely with the sleeve of her coat, leaving a dark, muddy streak. Bro, she stammered, her throat dry and tickly. Netizens say you've mastered some kind of space law. They say you need space like dough. Lu Yuan squatted by the stove. He was picking his ear with his pinky, digging out a greasy yellow lump of earwax. He flicked it away. The earwax crumb vanished into a puddle of melted snow. What law? He rolled his eyes, face full of impatience. It's just like folding a paper airplane. He gestured with 2 fingers stained with black grime. You fold this point over to that point. The trash falls right over there. But that's tens of thousands of kilometers. Lu Yao stomped her foot in frustration. Muddy water splashed up onto her sun protection jacket. You make it sound like folding toilet paper. Easier than toilet paper. Lu Yuan tugged at his collar. His white t-shirt bore a sweet potato stain. Toilet paper tears easily if you pull it too wide, and you have to watch out for leaks. He pursed his lips. This space stuff pulls nice and sturdy. Lu Yao was left speechless, rolling her eyes. Alright, stop with the nonsense. Lu Yuan pointed at the rusty iron basin in the corner. A layer of green mold rimmed its edge. Go get that basin quick. Scrap metals falling from the sky. Catch an airplane with a basin. Lu Yao's eyes went round her mouth. Agape. Are you crazy? It'll crush me. Just do as I say. Lu Yuan spat a mouthful of gritty saliva onto the ground. That fuelless scrap is light as a feather. If you don't catch it, no dinner tonight. Lu Yao resentfully went to pick up the iron basin. There was a huge hole in the bottom. She picked at the rust around the edge with her finger. Rust flakes cascaded down, coating her hand in red dust. Bro, the bottom's practically a sieve. She lifted the basin and peered at Lu Yuan through the hole. Even if I catch something, it'll fall right through. A sieve is good. Nothing heavy to weigh you down. Lu Yuan flicked Lu Yao's forehead with his muddy finger. Smack. You big dummy. I told you to just hold it for show. You weren't actually supposed to catch anything solid with it. Lin Feng knelt in the muddy water. His suit trousers had a large tear at the knee. Frostbitten purple flesh was exposed and trembling. He gripped the cracked terminal with both hands. He panted heavily, his chest wheezing like a broken bellows. Mister. Lu Lin Feng swallowed a dry mouthful. His Adam's apple bobbed twice, producing a harsh gulp. But those are fighter jets weighing dozens of tons. How can they be as light as paper? I changed the gravity law. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing 2 teardrops from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them carelessly with his dirty hand. I set the gravity parameters in that small patch of space to negative. They're floating up there now, unable to come down. Lin Feng's vision went dark. He nearly pitched face first into the muddy water. In the air raid shelter, the air was stifling, suffocating. A fermented stench of body odor mixed with sour coffee stains. It churned the stomach. MacArthur lay slumped in his leather swivel chair. The chair's leather was torn, revealing yellow foam crumbs. His blue eyes were bloodshot. He breathed heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead, soaking a large patch on his white shirt. Space folding. His lips trembled. He dryly spat out those 4 words. The fat general beside him knelt on the carpet, which was covered in muddy footprints. The fat general wept, snot and tears mingled. He clutched his own hair, tearing out several bloody strands. Sir, we're finished. The fat general wailed. Spittle flew everywhere. He's playing with space. We're fighting a god. Over 10,000 nukes, gone. He tossed them away like garbage. MacArthur sat up abruptly, his bones cracking with a dull sound. He grabbed the fat general's collar, choking him until his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolled out. That lunatic. MacArthur gritted his molars. The muscles in his jaw pulsed. He's going to get us all killed. He shoved the fat general away. The general's head slammed into the iron table leg with a clang. He screamed in pain. MacArthur drew his sidearm. His leather shoes squeaked on the floor as he strode toward the door. Several staff officers, their legs weak, scrambled to follow. Inside the Oval Office, the old man sat behind the mahogany desk. His golden hair was a greasy, tangled mess plastered to his scalp. His tie was ripped, half hung around his neck, the other half lay at his feet. The coffee cup on the desk had tipped over. Brown liquid pooled across the floor. Sticky. He clutched the black nuclear briefcase, its lid wide open. His eyes were vacant. He stared at the white flash on the far side of the moon on the big screen. His mouth let out hoarse gasps like a deflating ball. The door was kicked open. Bang. The wooden door panel crashed against the wall. Wood chips flew. MacArthur burst in with 2 Navy SEALs. The soldiers wore black tactical vests, muzzles down, reeking of sweat. What are you doing? The old man shot to his feet. He stood too fast, his knee banging against the drawer handle. He winced in pain. I am the president. How dare you barge in? You're a madman. MacArthur strode over. He slammed the rifle but onto the mahogany desk, leaving a large white gouge. Wood splinters flew. You provoked a monster that can tear apart. MacArthur pointed at his nose and cursed. Spittle sprayed onto the old man's face. The old man wiped it with the back of his hand, smearing rancid oil and sweat. I haven't lost. The old man shrieked hysterically. Tears mixed with mucus dripped onto his chin. Biological weapons. Launch every biological warhead. He frantically reached for the red telephone on the desk. His fingers shook so badly, he couldn't even press the buttons. Stop him. MacArthur roared. The 2 SEALs lunged forward. Their boots splashed through the coffee puddle. One soldier grabbed the old man's arm and twisted it behind his back with a sharp crack. The old man's arm dislocated. Ah! He screamed like a stuck pig drenched in cold sweat. The other soldier kicked the old man's knee. Thud! The old man fell to both knees on the carpet littered with glass shards and coffee. His trousers were ruined. Glass shards stabbed into his flesh. The soldier pressed down on the back of his neck, pinning him flat to the floor. His face was mashed against the damp carpet, mouth full of fuzz. A sour, moldy stench assaulted his nostrils. The old man struggled frantically, his short legs kicking wildly. One shoe flew off, revealing a black sock with a hole. His big toe poked out, coated in mud. Let me go? He spat white foam, howling incoherently like a rabid dog. I'll kill him. Kill him. The SEAL's knee pressed hard into his back, cracking his ribs. He could barely breathe. MacArthur bent down, squatting in front of the old man. The toe of his large boot rested beside the old man's face. Dirt from the sole smeared across half the old man's face. MacArthur wiped the cold sweat from his own brow with a muddy sleeve. The stinging sweat burned his eyes. He looked at the raving president on the floor, grit his teeth, and forced out the words, "Still want to kill him." MacArthur spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto the ground. "Do you really think that Iron Basin was meant to catch our planes?" MacArthur's heavy leather-soled boot still pressed against the old man's face. The mud and dog excrement clinging to the sole smeared across the president's wrinkled visage. Half of the old man's face was flattened. An airplane. He spat out the carpet fibers mingled with blood rolling his bloodshot eyes. What else could it be but an airplane? His voice rasped like a drake's squawk. "It's a weather satellite." The old man's dentures came loose. With a click they fell into the coffee water. "Bullshit." He wailed, tears and snot streaming down his chin. "How dare you rebel?" MacArthur spat a glob of yellow phlegm aside. "Old bastard." He pressed his boot down harder. "The world outside has changed, and you're still dreaming. Take him away." The soldiers dragged the old man off the floor like a dead dog, leaving 2 bloody trails. The news studio of the United States. The air conditioner was cranked to max, blasting cold wind. The vice president hid backstage, clutching a crumpled speech soaked with sweat from his palms. His arthritic legs trembled violently, knees creaking. "Hurry up," he stammered, swallowing dryly, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Give me a glass of water." An aide brought ice water. His hands shook like those of a Parkinson's patient, the glass clinking against his teeth. Ice water dribbled down his chin into his shirt collar, chilling him to the bone. On stage. "Now," the director screamed through the earpiece, voice cracking. The vice president stumbled onto the set. The spotlight hit his pallid face, his foundation streaked with sweat. One side of his face was yellow, the other white, a ludicrous sight. He gripped the edge of the podium, his nails scraping off flecks of white paint. Signals from hundreds of global channels were all cut to him. Billions of eyes stared. "Hi." He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, dry and sticky. He coughed twice to clear his throat, a lump of phlegm trapped in his windpipe. "On behalf of the United States." He stuttered, looking down at the sweat-soaked paper in his hand. The words had blurred into a blue smear. "I formally impeach the president." As the words left his mouth, the livestream comments paused. His knees gave way, knocking against the wood inside the podium. Thud. "He has committed." The vice president wiped his forehead with his sleeve, the gold button scraping a red line across his brow. "Crimes against humanity." He gasped, his chest wheezing like a broken bellows. He nearly dragged all of humanity into a nuclear winter hell. Congress has stripped him of all power. He's a madman. The vice president's spittle sprayed onto the microphone. A piercing screech came from the speakers. "To express our deepest apologies." He bowed his head, bending at the waist. A full 90 degrees. His bald crown faced the camera, glistening with oily sweat. "We have decided," he said, voice trembling with tears, "to unconditionally abandon all overseas military bases. All aircraft carriers will be scrapped. Nuclear weapons. All destroyed." He howled, tears streaming down his cheeks and into his mouth, salty and bitter. "We only beg the land god. Mr. Lu, spare our lives." In the yellow mud courtyard, the wind had died. The snow melted into black slush. Rotten weeds soaked in the water, emitting a stench of mold. Lin Feng knelt in the mud pit. His dress trousers were already frayed, his frozen knees submerged in icy water numb. He held the cracked military terminal with both hands. His eyes were almost pressed against the screen. "Disbanded." His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping a wall. "All overseas bases withdrawn. All nuclear weapons destroyed." He jerked his head up, staring at the figure sitting on a broken bamboo chair ahead. "Heavens above." He murmured, sweat dripping from his chin into the slush. "The world police have disarmed themselves." Lu Yao crouched nearby, the hem of her sun protection jacket caked with yellow mud. Her cheap phone was scorching hot. The barrage of comments had frozen the screen. "Holy shit. They surrendered outright. They're emptying the entire treasury to beg for mercy. Scrap all nukes. The US can't even beat African tribes anymore. Brother's a legend. Not a word wasted, and the world's superpower is on its knees. Look at the boss. Quick look." Lu Yao swallowed a loud gulp echoing in her throat. She wiped the runny nose with her coat sleeve. The sleeve was dusty, scraping her skin raw. "Brother." She shuffled half a step forward, her soles squelching in the mud. "That foreign vice president is crying on TV." Lu Yuan ignored her, holding a soft, disintegrating paper cup. The rim was crushed under his grip. He looked down at the tea inside, a dark murky red. 2 black tea stems floated on the surface, spinning. He pursed his lips and blew 2 breaths across the rim. White steam fogged his vision. "This crappy vending machine," he muttered, his voice thick with nasal congestion. "What terrible tea it dispenses." He used his right pinky finger to push the 2 tea stems aside in the scalding liquid. His fingertip reddened from the heat, but he seemed oblivious, wiping it casually on his pant leg, leaving a yellow stain. Lu Yao tugged at her hair in frustration. Her hair was full of wind-blown sand rustling. "Brother, forget the tea stems. They've thrown everything at your feet asking for forgiveness. She pointed at the screen where the foreign vice president kept bowing. Are you going to accept or not? Say something. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. He kicked a frozen clod of dirt with his flip-flop, sending it crashing against the stove and crumbling into ash. Say what? I'm thirsty. He lifted the paper cup, slowly swirled it gently, the tea sloshing near the rim. The tea stem spun inside. He lowered his head, blew 2 soft breaths over the cup. Who? White steam rose, clouding half his face. Across major global cities, in front of giant street screens, crowds stood packed in silence. Not even a car horn sounded. All eyes were red-rimmed, glistening with tears. In the studio, the vice president shivered uncontrollably. Sweat had soaked through his suit lining. He clutched the crumpled tissue head used to wipe his nose like a prisoner awaiting the death sentence. Lin Feng knelt in the yellow mud pit, his fingernails digging into the frozen earth, drawing blood. Lu Yao bit her lower lip, white as bone. The phone screen burned. All gazes converged on this dilapidated yellow mud yard, on the man in the pilling white t-shirt and flip-flops. All gazes converged on this dilapidated yellow mud yard. Lu Yuan smacked his lips. The tea was a bit hot on his tongue. He wiped his mouth carelessly with the back of his hand, stained with black mud, leaving a yellow smudge. Bro. Lu Yao stamped her foot anxiously. Her soul squelched in the muddy puddle, splashing mud onto Lu Yuan's trousers. Say something. She grabbed the hem of his white t-shirt and yanked downward. The fabric strained with a tearing sound. The vice president is kowtowing on TV. Are you going to agree or not? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Let go. He picked at his itchy ear with his pinky, flicking out a small piece of dry yellow earwax into a nearby puddle of melted snow. You're going to tear this shirt. It cost me $5. He'll buy you 100. Lu Yao clenched her fist, refusing to release it. The cold sweat in her palm left a damp handprint on the t-shirt. Just give me a straight answer. Lin Feng knelt in the snow, his legs purple and trembling from the cold. The knees of his suit trousers were frayed, and oozing blood mingling with yellow mud into a sticky mess. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng swallowed dryly, his voice hoarse as gravel. Just nod your head, please. The whole world's hearts are about to stop. Lu Yuan ignored him, crushing the limp paper cup in his hand. The rim of the cup bent flat under his fingers. 2 drops of dark red tea splashed onto his foot, leaving a small red burn. He hissed, scraping his soul hard against the frozen ground to rub off a layer of ice. This damn tea is bitter, he complained, then gulped down the last mouthful. 2 black tea leaves followed the liquid into his mouth, lodging between his teeth. He spat them out along with saliva onto the base of the fence. Setting down the cup, he tossed it onto the rickety wooden table, leaving a wet ring on the surface. Slowly raising his head, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the cracked screen phone in Lu Yao's hand, piercing through the grimy glass. In the Eagle Nation News studio, the vice president knelt on the wooden floor behind the podium. A loose splinter pierced through his trousers into his knee. Pain shot through him, but he dared not move. The old man stared at the big screen, at the icy eyes in it, like 2 rusted iron hooks straight into his throat. Huh. His Adam's apple rolled violently, emitting a strange wheezing sound like a broken bellows. Sweat streamed down his balding forehead, burning his eyes. He couldn't wipe it. In the Pentagon bunker, MacArthur slumped in a coffee-stained leather chair, the cold urine in his crotch long since chilled. It stuck to his thighs, reeking of stench. He stared at the black eyes, his chest squeezed by an invisible black hand, suffocating. He's watching us. MacArthur's teeth chattered loudly. Beside him, several old men with stars on their shoulders trembled like leaves in the wind. Their dentures rattled in their mouths. In the yellow mud yard, the wind had stopped. The air was thick with the smell of earth. Lu Yuan shoved his hands into his pockets. A big hole in the bottom let his thumb poke out. He rubbed it idly on his thigh. Space folding, he said. His voice was low, laced with an unmistakable laziness. It costs a lot of energy. Lu Yao blinked. Huh. She sniffled, wiping a trickle of clear snot. Energy. What does that mean? Literal meaning. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out 2 tears from the corner of his eyes and wiping them with his muddy hand. Those 10,000 rusty metal tubes. My reactor burned a lot of fuel. He pursed his lips in disgust. I still have to send people to sweep dust off the moon. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gasping white mist. MMR. Lu. His throat was parched, his voice cracking. They said they'll destroy the nukes. What do you destroy? Lu Yuan sneered, a cold, crooked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Those tin cans. I'd hesitate to burn them as firewood. They'd only make black smoke. He pulled his hands out of his pockets. Listen up. He spoke lazily, his voice mingling with the cold wind and landing like a thunderclap in the ears of billions world. It made their eardrums ache. I've got a bad temper and hate trouble. He kicked a frozen dog turd at his feet that rolled into a snowbank. Playing house with you lot was just a pastime. This is the last time. His eyes narrowed into slits, emitting a cold gleam like a blade. Next time, that rotten piece of North America, just abandon it. Lu Yao swallowed dryly. Bro, you're going to blow them up. Blow. Lu Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Blow things apart. Ash everywhere, suffocating. He held up 2 fingers, gesturing in the air. Higher dimensional degradation. Lu Yao didn't understand, scratching her messy hair. What degradation? If you don't know, shut up. Lu Yuan clicked his tongue impatiently. It means draining the space. He pressed his palms together, then clapped them sharply. The sharp crack made everyone's ears ring. That whole continent, skyscrapers, cars, people, flattened from 3 dimensions into a thin sheet of paper. He stared into the camera. Degradation, understand, turned into a picture pasted on the wall. Not a single drop of blood will leak out. At those words, Lu Yao froze like a plaster statue, nearly dropping her phone. Turned into a picture. Her throat was dry, her voice barely a whisper. In the studio, the vice president's mind buzzed as if struck by a sledgehammer. Turned into a picture. Hundreds of millions of people in an instant paper. His old cold legs gave out. With a thud, he collapsed face first onto the wooden floor, his cheek pressing into dust and shoe prints. No. No more. The old man screamed hoarsely, snot and tears smeared across his face. Absolutely no more, Mr. Lu. He lowered his head and slammed it against the floor. Thud. 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 His forehead split open, leaving a bloody mark on the floor. In the Pentagon bunker, MacArthur scrambled off the leather chair, his knees landing on shards of glass in the carpet. Glass cut into the flesh, blood streaming, but he ignored the pain. He led a dozen high-ranking generals, all kneeling in a row, frantically kowtowing toward the big screen. We submit. Eagle Nation absolutely submits. We are mere insects. We dare not move again. These arms dealers who usually look down on everyone now had not a shred of dignity left. Only fear like slime. Lu Yuan watched the bobbing heads. Impatiently, he raised his left hand. The black broken wristband flashed once. He waved his hand casually through the air as if shooing a green fly. In the deep ocean, a weed-covered, uninhabited island hid the CIA's largest overseas secret surveillance center. Suddenly the sky split open. A thick, deep blue laser beam struck silently straight down. Boom. In 1 millisecond, the entire island, underground concrete supercomputers agents, was vaporized. It left a huge crater. Seawater poured in, bubbling, and steaming white smoke rising into the sky. Not a single fragment of bone remained. Across the global internet, there was dead silence. No one dared to post a single comment. Billions of people covered their mouths, not even daring to breathe, afraid a heavy exhalation might anger this lord. Lu Yuan looked at the frozen foreigners, yawned, his eyes watering slightly. He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, wiping away the tears. All right. He turned around, crumpled the paper cup, and tossed it into the stove. Sizzle. The cup caught fire, emitting black smoke. Lu Yao picked herself up from the ground, her trousers soaked and cold against her thighs. Cautiously, she shuffled closer, her soul squelching. Bro. She sniffled, her nose red, her eyes still dazed and unfocused. The metal plate on her chest radiated warmth, filling her heart with a cozy confidence. This domineering, protective man was her brother. Across the globe, countries went insane. Red-headed documents were dispatched overnight. The supreme directive was singular: Lu Yao, the most untouchable taboo on earth. Whoever touched her would die along with their entire family. Lu Yao tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, her fingers still trembling. So, are they finally submissive? Submission? What do I care? Lu Yuan picked his teeth with his pinky, flicking out a stray tea leaf. It landed in the snow. Just don't bother me. Lu Yao glanced past his arm toward the backyard. It was pitch dark there. The ancient Egyptian bronze door, greenish-blue, stood half open. Anubis lay on the ground, licking its paws and panting heavily. Bro, that. Lu Yao swallowed, her fingertips stiff. She pointed at the door behind the big black dog. Inside the third layer. Her voice was weak, carrying an irresistible curiosity. What exactly is hidden there? Inside. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. His pitch-black pupils made half a revolution in the dim light. He scraped the sole of his slipper twice against the bluestone. He scraped off the stinking black mud clinging to the bottom of his flip-flop. A pile of rotten bones. Lu Yao's mouth hung wide open, her jaw nearly dropping to her chin. She slurped back the clear snot that had reached her lips. It tasted salty. Rotten bones. Her voice cracked like a broken gong. What kind of bones? Human bones. I threw human bones into the sea to feed the fish long ago. Lu Yuan picked at the stubble on his chin. His fingernails scraped against the stubble with a rustling sound. I used to be too curious. I crushed a few big four-winged serpents and a two-headed fire-breathing lizard. He yawned, squeezing 2 tears from the corners of his eyes, which he wiped carelessly with the back of his coal-stained hand, leaving a black streak. They were too noisy, howling, and I got annoyed and cut off their food. They starved to death and rotted inside for thousands of years until the bones turned brittle. Lu Yao's legs gave way. She nearly collapsed back into the muddy water. Brother, you starved the divine beasts to death. Divine beasts. A bunch of failed rejects. Lu Yuan pursed his lips. They were too ugly, hurt my eyes. Lin Feng knelt beside him, his suit trousers already torn at the knees. The frozen flesh of his knees, soaked in the icy water, had long gone numb. He held the terminal with its screen cracked in 3 lines, his eyes almost pressing against it. Mr. Lu. Lin Feng's throat was parched as if filled with sand. Old Sun just sent an urgent message. Lu Yuan ignored him. He pulled an unlit cigarette from his pocket, bit it between his lips, and chewed dryly on the filter. The whole country has gone mad now. Lin Feng swallowed a dry mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice, making a disgusting gurgling sound. Because of your protection, those foreign devils are all scared out of their wits. He lifted his head, his face flushed with fanaticism. Bloodshot veins filled his eyes. The Dragon Country now has become the leader of the new global order. Lu Yao leaned over. Her head rested on Lin Feng's shoulder. She looked down at the cracked screen. What does leader mean? She wiped her face with her dirty sleeve. It means we're in charge. Lin Feng was so excited his hands trembled, the terminal shaking in his grip. The UN headquarters moved overnight. The Eagle State has transferred all its military technology patents to us for free. They're begging us to intercede with Mr. Lu. They'd even be willing to become our vassal. Lu Yuan spat the cigarette but out of his mouth onto the ground. Tui. The saliva-soaked filter rolled into a puddle. A bunch of spineless worms. He sneered. Cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Are they paying? Lu Yao rubbed her frozen fingers. Black mud was caked under her nails. Just being a vassal for free. No protection fees. She sniffled. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded frantically, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, they said they're willing to hand over their national treasury to the Dragon Country for administration. Gold, foreign exchange, rare earth mines. All moved here. Lu Yuan picked at his ear, flicking away a speck of dry yellow skin with his pinky. A pile of junk. Just takes up space. He waved his hand impatiently. If old son likes collecting trash, let him haul it himself. Don't bring it into my yard, it stinks. Lu Yao didn't care about that. The phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated like a mad motor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It shook violently, making her thigh tingle. She fumbled for the phone, her palms sweaty. She slipped, nearly dropping it on the bluestone. She gripped the edge of the phone tightly. Her fingernails turned white. The screen lit up, casting light on her mud-daubed face. Lu Yao was dumbfounded, her mouth wide open. Big enough to fit a duck egg. In the live stream, the barrage that had been frozen moments ago now turned into a jumble of strange square characters and foreign letters. Red, blue, purple. All colors of text crammed together, a boiling mess. What does this say? She swiped a muddy finger across the screen, leaving a gray streak. I can't read English. Lin Feng leaned over, took a look, and his eyelids twitched. These are the heads of state and tycoons. He pointed at a barrage with a gold-edged verified badge, his finger trembling. This is the president of the Gaolu state. He's sending you a message. Lu Yao gasped, the cold air stabbing into her lungs, making her cough. 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 The president is sending me a message. What did he say? The translation plugin auto-translated it. Lin Feng stared at the line of text, his voice cracking. He's calling you the Lord of Earth. Those 4 words echoed. The entire underground corridor fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of Anubis panting heavily in the corner could be heard. Huff. Huff. Lu Yao stared at the screen. Full of various languages. Dying Inghua Gua Maoxiongua. All translated by the platform's built-in AI into Longua characters. Uniform, dense, smashing into her face. Lord of Earth. The only creator god. Long live the god Lu. On the giant screens in city squares around the world, Lu Yao's livestream was being broadcast. No music, no commentary. Regardless of race or nationality, countless people knelt on both knees before the calm man in broken slippers on the screen, prostrating in worship. The netizens of Longua were even crazier. The screen flooded with golden dragon effects, super rockets raining down like a storm. Whooshing into the sky. Bro, you're awesome. Leading our Longua to be the boss of the planet. What, bro? Call him creator god. Let's see who dares to choke us. The ancestors have manifested. Living ancestors. Lu Yao looked at the barrage, dazzled. Suddenly, a giant pink banner floated out, domineering the entire screen. The universe's first princess. Yao Yao, look at me. Princess needs someone to hold your shoes. I pay my respects to the great prince. Lu Yao was stunned. She rubbed her reddened nose with the back of her hand, leaving a smudge of black. Great princess. She stammered. They call me the universe's first princess. She grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth with a bit of green vegetable leaf stuck between them. Brother, did you hear that? She turned to look at Lu Yuan, her face full of silly joy. I got promoted. I'm a princess now. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops kicked a small stone across the ground. The stone hit the bronze door with a clang. An ugly princess. His face was full of disdain. The mud on your face has crusted. You look like a beggar. Lu Yao didn't care. She lowered her head and poked furiously at the screen. She tapped open the personal backend of the DoShark platform. The page lag spun a circle, then popped up. 10,000, 10,000. She stuck her butt out, her face almost pressed against the screen. She pointed at the numbers with one finger, swallowing a mouthful of saliva for each digit, making a disgusting gurgle in her 100,000 million, 10 million, 100 million. When she got to the end, her tongue was completely tied. Hey, 10 billion. She gasped. Cold air stabbed into her windpipe, and she coughed violently. The balance in the back-end account, the number representing Longua currency, was absurdly long. Over 10 digits of zeros, all crowded together. Bro. Lu Yao's legs gave way. Thump. She collapsed onto the cold stone floor. Muddy water soaked through her pants, chilling her. She didn't feel a thing. Her eyes reddened and tears fell like raindrops. They splashed onto the phone screen, blurring that long string of zeros. I'm rich. She cried as she wiped her tears, her black hands smearing her face like a painted cat. Money I can't spend in a dozen lifetimes. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, yawned, and squeezed 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. Pathetic. He spat out a mouthful of dust-laden saliva. A bunch of numbers turned you into this fool. Lu Yao slurped up a big mouthful of clear snot. Salty. She wiped it roughly with her sleeves. Suddenly her hand stopped mid-wipe, frozen. Those swollen peach pit-like eyes stared fixedly at the phone screen. The light in her eyes flickered twice. Her expression changed, instantly turning pale. She jerked her head around. She looked at Lu Yuan, who was leaning against the wall with a lazy expression. Brother, her voice trembled as if she had a piece of ice in her mouth. What's wrong? Having a stroke. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a bit impatient. He scratched his itchy belly. Lu Yao swallowed a dry mouthful. Her throat made a clicking sound. She held up the hot phone in her hand, her fingernails scraping against the plastic case. You don't even have an ID card. She bit her pale lower lip, breaking the skin so that blood oozed out. You're a black market person. I just read the withdrawal rules in the back end. She panted heavily. Her chest heaved violently. To withdraw this much money, you need the real name verification of a guardian or a direct relative. She burst into loud sobs. Her voice tore through the stone corridor and echoed. You've lived for 4.5 billion years. You're an ancient monster. We don't even have a blood relationship. We don't even have a proper household registration book. She clutched her hair in despair, pulling out several strands caked with mud. That long string of over 10 digits can't be withdrawn at all. Lu Yao sat on the icy blue stone slab. The crotch of her pants was soaked through. A gust of wind sent chills creeping through the fabric. She let out a hoarse howl. I can't withdraw it. Mucus dripped onto her upper lip, salty and rank. She rubbed it away with her blackened sleeve, smearing mud across half her face. Filthy beyond recognition. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. The flip-flops scraped against the ground with an irritating screech. Creak. He dug a pinky, flicked out a tiny yellowish piece of dried earwax. He snapped his fingers, sending it flying. The earwax crumb vanished into a puddle of slush. What's all this wailing? He kicked a loose stone on the ground. The stone rolled and clanged against the bronze door. A trivial matter, yet it rattles my brains. So what if there's no household registration book? You think I give a damn about their shoddy red booklet? Lu Yao sobbed, letting out a loud hiccup. Her chest heaved violently. That's money. With more than 10 digits. She clutched the burning hot phone, her knuckles white. Without an ID, they won't let me cash out. How am I supposed to buy spicy strips? She slapped her own thigh. Slap. Mud splashed up onto her chin. Lin Feng knelt beside her, teeth chattering from the cold. His suit trousers were torn to shreds, blood seeping from his knees. He swallowed dryly. And Miss Lu. His voice rasped like swallowing sand. You really don't need to withdraw cash. Lin Feng stammered. As long as you say the word, the state will cover everything. Cover what? Lu Yao glared with bloodshot eyes. Sleep crust clung to her lashes. I want the money in my own account. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. Suddenly her hand froze midair. The dirty hand hovered unmoving. Her eyeballs swiveled twice in their sockets. She sniffled hard, sucking back a thick stream of clear mucus. Right. A bell went off in her head. As if a light bulb had clicked on. Lu Yao sprang up from the ground. Too fast. Her calves went numb, a sharp ache shooting up to her forehead. She staggered, stepping on an ice shard, nearly tumbling back into the muddy puddle. She quickly reached out to brace herself against the rough stone wall. The green moss on the wall was slippery, smearing sticky green slime onto her hand. She didn't care. She planted her hands on her hips. Her coat hung open. The sweater underneath was wrinkled, stained with dark patches. She stopped crying. The tears at the corners of her eyes were still wet. But her lips curled into a huge grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. A shred of green vegetable leaf was wedged between them. That's not right. She bellowed, the echo rattling through the corridor, shaking down a layer of dust. Why the hell am I withdrawing cash? Lu Yao slapped her thigh. My brother is the Earth Lord now. She pointed at the pilled white t-shirt Lu Yuan wore. Every president on the planet has to kneel outside and eat snow. Those old tycoons are lining up to hand over money. Her voice grew louder, shrill and piercing. So what am I? She pointed at her own nose, her fingers coated in black grime. Aren't I the biggest insider on Earth? Top-tier rich, 2nd generation. No 1st generation. She threw her head back and laughed, tears flying from her eyes. A harsh cackle like a steppadon duck. Lin Feng lay on the ground, lifting his head to look at this crazy little girl. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, down his chin, splattering into the mud. He swallowed. Miss Lu does have a point. What point? Lu Yao charged over, her shoes squelching in the mud. She kicked the empty space beside Lin Feng, sending a blood-stained piece of ice flying. Do I need to scan a QR code to buy spicy strips now? She planted her hands on her hips, gloating. If I just use my brother's name, the spicy strip sellers would transfer their factories to me overnight. What's the richest man? That old ma would have to call me great auntie. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, watching her act crazy. He rolled his eyes hard, forcing out 2 teardrops from exhaustion. Nutcase. He rubbed the back of his hand across his lips, flicking off a piece of chapped skin. A beggar's mind with an emperor's dream. He yawned, full of disdain. Let's go, stop embarrassing yourself here. Lu Yao ignored him. She raised her phone, shoving it in front of her mud monkey face. The screen burned against her sweaty palm. Folks, she shouted at the lens, spittle spraying on the glass. Hear that? I am now the universe's #1 princess. Who dares to block my live stream now? Who still demands my real name verification? On the live stream chat, the barrage paused for half a second, then exploded like mad. Multicolored text crammed together, impossible to read. Long live the princess. Greetings to the eldest princess. Your servant Kowtows. Yao Yao is flying. This inflation is faster than the Big Bang. No kidding. If I had a brother who could crush nukes, I'd be even crazier. Brother-in-law above, please accept my worship. Gift effects filled the sky. Golden dragons, yachts, giant rockets blasted the screen into a blinding white. The phone lagged, frames dropping. Lu Yao couldn't stop grinning. Drool nearly spilling. She dashed over to Lu Yuan, stumbling on the uneven ground, and grabbed his arm with both hands. The dirty water from her coat smeared onto his sleeve, leaving a patch of yellow mud. Bro, she twisted and whined, her voice syrupy sweet. It gave everyone goosebumps. What now? Lu Yuan tried to pull his arm away in disgust. Couldn't. This girl had freakish strength. She clung on for dear life. You got my clothes dirty. They cost $5. He glared and kicked at her shoes with his bare foot. Let go, you're wiping snot on me. No. Lu Yao rubbed her face against his sleeve. Bro, we're invincible now. No one on earth dares to mess with us. She tilted her face up, eyes sparkling. You're stuck in this basement every day. Smells like dead rats and mold. How boring is that? She sniffed. Take me out to play. Play my ass. Lu Yuan picked his ear. Outside, the wind hurts my face, it's freezing. All those foreign devils are wailing at the door. What's fun about that? We don't have to go outside. Lu Yao jumped impatiently, tugging his sleeve downward. Doesn't your basement have dozens of floors? That dinosaur forest and the mecha workshop. She smacked her lips. There must be even cooler places. Take me to explore. I've never been inside an alien lair before. She shook Lu Yuan's arm, making his body sway. Stop shaking, my bones are coming apart. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. How did you get a grip like that, old sow from the village? He yanked hard, pulling his arm free. His sleeve was rumpled, covered in black fingerprints. He brushed at it vigorously, failing to clean it. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Always playing, never doing anything serious. What serious business do I have in the great princess? Lu Yao put her hands on her hips, righteous. Take me now. She pouted, mud caked at the corners of her mouth. The dried half looked ridiculous. Lu Yuan looked at her miserable state and let out a long, heavy sigh. His chest rose and fell. Beneath the impatience in his eyes lay an undeniable indulgence. He reached out. His large hand carried a mix of soap and tobacco. He pinched Lu Yao's mud-smeared cheek. His thumb and forefinger squeezed, bunching her face into a chubby mound. Ow. It hurts. Lu Yao mumbled, trying to peel his hand away. Disgusting. Lu Yuan rubbed his fingers together in disdain. The tips were coated in grime. He wiped them casually on his pant leg, leaving a gray streak. All right. He yawned, eyes teary. Those people outside this broken door are annoying me too. Let's go deeper for some quiet. He turned around, flip-flops scuffing on the blue stone. Bro, which floor are we going? Lu Yao rubbed her reddened cheek. She hurried to follow, her shoes squelching. The 5th floor. Lu Yuan didn't look back. In the dark corridor, his white t-shirt was a bit glaring. Taking you to the 5th basement level. His lazy voice came back with an echo. Humming. What for? Lu Yao held the selfie stick phone lens aimed at the back figure ahead. What's fun on the 5th floor? Is there an amusement park? Lu Yuan stopped. He turned halfway, glancing at the curious little girl. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold, mocking grin. No amusement park. He dug a finger in his ear and flicked away a speck of dust. We're going to the zoo. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. The zoo? Are there pandas? Lu Yuan turned back and continued walking. His footsteps dragged long in the cold, silent corridor. They'll take you to see. His eyelids drooped, voice turning heavy. I've got a few little pets in there. Ding. The elevator car jolted downward with a sudden lurch. Lu Yao's head smacked against the iron wall as she lost her balance. A dull thud echoed. She winced in pain, clutching her head. Bro, can't you fix this crappy elevator? Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe. He scraped his flip-flops across the iron-grated floor. A layer of yellow mud flakes peeled off. It works, so why bother? The elevator dropped. Eardrums ached from the pressure shift. Lu Yao swallowed dryly. Her phone screen glowed, bullet comments scrolling furiously. She had no mind to watch. Sweat soaked through her sun protection jacket. The fabric clung sticky and uncomfortable to her skin. Bro. She nudged Lu Yuan with her elbow. What does your pet actually look like? A big black dog. Or a tiger? Lu Yuan yawned. Tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. You'll see when we get there. Stop asking so many annoying questions. Click. The elevator stopped. The iron door screeched open, sliding apart. As the gap widened, a wave of scorching heat blasted directly into their faces. It rushed at them. This wasn't ordinary wind. It carried a sour, rotten odor of decaying, mixed with the putrid stench of damp mud. Like stepping into a pigsty after a torrential rain. Lu Yao's stomach churned violently from the smell. Ugh. She covered her mouth, tears forced out. What is that smell? It's so foul. Lu Yuan frowned. He plugged his left nostril with a finger and exhaled through the right. He blew his nose. The ventilation system broke. He kicked the elevator door frame. It hasn't been fixed for centuries. Too much methane trapped inside. Lu Yao poked her head out. She glanced around. Her eyes widened so much they nearly fell into the muddy water. This was no basement. It was a tropical rainforest stretching endlessly. The ceiling was impossibly high. Artificial light sources hung above, casting harsh, illuminating everything below. Underfoot was dark, slimy marshland. Thick trees towering dozens of meters grew everywhere. Their bark was covered in bumps. Leaves were large enough to serve as double beds. In the distance lay a greenish-black lake, its surface bubbling with human head-sized green bubbles. They burst with a pop, releasing yellow smoke. This? Lu Yao's legs trembled. Bro, is this the 5th floor? Thighs is even wilder than the forest on the second floor was a backyard, but this is a septic tank, right? Lu Yuan didn't answer. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his white t-shirt and walked out into the... His flip-flops squelched as he pulled them from the mire. Hurry up and follow. He didn't turn back. Those beasts inside are probably starving. Lu Yao didn't dare move. She clung desperately to the elevator door. Cold sweat from her palms left 5 fingerprint marks on the iron frame. I am not going. She screamed in a raspy voice. This place is obviously not normal. What if a giant crocodile jumps out of the water? Where would a crocodile come from? Lu Yuan stopped and half-turned. He looked at her with utter disdain. The pets inside already chewed them up like spicy sticks. Get over here right now. Otherwise I'll lock the elevator and leave you here alone. You bastard. Lu Yao stomped her foot in panic. Muddy water splattered all over her pant legs. She had no choice but to steel herself and step out of the elevator. Her phone camera wobbled in midair. The livestream viewers were all stunned. The screen was flooded with question marks. This forest looks creepy. Look at that tree. That's a carboniferous sigil. Didn't they go extinct ages ago? An account with a verified yellow V labeled biology professor typed frantically. Look at those leaf veins. My God. This ecosystem is hundreds of millions of years older than the second floor. Those green bubbles in the water are high-concentration methane from primitive cyanobacteria. Streamer, put on a gas mask fast. Breathing that air will kill you. Lu Yao couldn't understand the academic jargon in the comments. She just felt like she couldn't breathe. Her chest was tight. She took off her thick coat and tied it loosely around her waist. The white sweater underneath was already drenched in sweat. It clung sticky to her skin. Bro, what exactly did you raise? She quick-stepped behind Lu Yuan, deadly gripping the hem of his shirt. She pulled so hard the t-shirt stretched out of shape. Let go. Lu Yuan swatted her hand away. A sharp smack echoed. You'll ruin my clothes. He pulled a palm-sized black iron box from his pocket. He pressed a random button. Hum. A ring of white light emanated from the top of the box. It isolated the putrid mud smell within a few meters. The air instantly became much fresher. Lu Yao gasped a few deep breaths. I'm alive again. She wiped the sweat off her forehead with her sleeve. Sweat mixed with black grime, smearing dark streaks across her face. She looked like a beggar. Just then, roar. An earth-shattering, beastly roar exploded from the depths of the forest beyond the green lake. The sound was immense. Impossibly immense. It carried a sonic boom that pierced eardrums, shaking leaves off the giant trees dozens of meters high. The black mud beneath trembled. Lu Yao's head buzzed. Her ears went numb. She nearly dropped her phone. Thump. Her legs gave way in fear, and she sat down right in the mud puddle. Yellow water soaked into her crotch. Cold and miserable. She didn't even notice. Tears streamed down her face instantly. Ma. She curled up into a ball, clutching her head. Bro. It's thunder. What thunder? Lu Yuan dug at his itching ear. He picked out a small piece of dry skin and flicked it away. Hunger. He muttered. These beasts yell when they're hungry. The biology professors in the live stream went crazy. Comments flew so fast they filled the screen. The frequency of that roar is off. Not a modern mammal. The vocal structure is completely different. The lung capacity is at least 10 times that of a blue whale. What has Mr. Lu been raising down here? It sounds like some kind of prehistoric giant reptile, but the penetrating power isn't scientific. Netizens joined in the chaos. Did you expect the brother to keep a normal pet? Could it be Godzilla? Godzilla's nothing. Probably something that grew up eating Godzilla. Yao, don't just sit there. Point the camera ahead. I'm dying to see. Lu Yao had no mood to look at comments. She trembled, clinging to Lu Yuan's pant leg. Using him for support, she scrambled up from the mud. Her legs wobbled. Bro. She stammered, upper and lower teeth chattering. Thighs sound is terrifying. Can we not go? She whined, snot dripping onto her lips. Salty. She sniffled it back in. I don't want to see the little pet anymore. This isn't a little pet. One bite, and it could swallow me whole. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. We're already here. It'd be a waste not to see them. He kicked aside a rotten log blocking the path. Several palm-sized black beetles crawled out from under it. They scurried quickly and vanished into the mud. Let's go. Lu Yuan walked on with his hands in his pockets. If you don't come, he'll really leave you alone here. Lu Yao had no choice. She dared not stay alone in this primeval forest. So she steeled herself, hunched her neck. and followed Lu Yuan step by step like a scared little quail. Bro, slow down. She whimpered softly. The mud underfoot was too slippery. One step and shed slide. She kept one hand firmly gripping the fabric of Lu Yuan's t-shirt. Her sun protection jacket dragged in the mud, completely blackened. Stop pulling. Lu Yuan slapped her hand away. You're going to tear the fabric. This is my most breathable shirt. I'm afraid of falling. Get up if you fall. It's no big deal. The two bickered as they walked through the muddy forest. After about 10 minutes, the fog ahead thinned a little. They rounded a thicket of ferns covered in large purple bumps. Lu Yao pushed aside a broad leaf taller than a person. The leaf was covered in thorns. It scraped against her coat sleeve with a tearing sound, leaving white scratches. She poked her head out for a look. Her eyes instantly bulged wide. Her breath caught in her throat. Her Adam's apple bobbed. A dry rasping sound escaped. Directly ahead, on a stretch of open hard ground, where there were no trees or water, stood an enormous wooden structure. It was a mill. Yes, exactly like the old-fashioned millstones used in villages. But the scale of this mill was terrifyingly huge. The gray-white millstone in the center was at least 3 stories high. Its surface was covered in rough chisel marks with dried green moss filling the crevices. Through the millstone ran a wooden axle as thick as a large chimney. The wood was pitch black and exuded a decayed, rotten smell. Beneath the millstone lay a mountain of hay stacked high. Mixed in were some large animal bones, white and jagged at the broken ends. They looked as if they had been bitten clean through. Bro. Lu Yao's voice was as thin as a spider's silk in the wind. Her trembling finger pointed toward the selfie stick shook, making the image flicker. That hat, big roller. She swallowed dryly, her throat aching. Is that for grinding flour? Grind what flour? Lu Yuan yawned. A couple of tears squeezed out, and he wiped them away with a mud-caked finger, leaving a black streak. He pursed his lips in impatience. Flour's too cheap to bother grinding. He pointed at the 3-story millstone. That's for the pets to exercise. They eat and sleep all day, getting fat and ugly to look at. Lu Yuan turned around, looking at his dumbfounded sister. A hint of mocking coldness gleamed in his eyes. He curled the corner of his mouth, revealing half a canine. All right then, go. He nudged a clod of dirt with his toe. Go over to that trough and knock on the iron sheet twice. Call them up to work. Lu Yao's legs were trembling uncontrollably. The soles of her shoes squelched in the muddy pit, yellow sludge pouring into her sneakers, her socks soaked through and icy. She sniffled. A pungent fermented sourness assaulted her nostrils. Brother, she turned her head, wiping her face with a mud-stained sleeve. A black smear appeared on her cheek. Where's that iron sheet? I can't see it. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, scraping his flip-flops on the ground twice. He scraped a dry clod of mud from between his toes. Right in front of you. Can't you see that broken iron sheet hanging by the trough? Are you blind? Lu Yao shuffled forward a couple of steps. The hem of her coat dragged through the mud, growing heavier. She stopped beneath the 3-story high stone mill. In front of her was a wooden feeding trough, the wood blackened with age, bound with a rusty iron sheet. She reached out a finger. Black mud filled every crevice of her nail. She knocked twice on the iron sheet. Dong dong. The sound was muffled, not very loud. Knocked, she yelled back at Lu Yuan, but the wind rushed into her mouth, making her cough. No response. Is it dead in there? You didn't use any strength. Lu Yuan dug at his ear, flicking away a speck of yellow earwax. Knock harder. That beast inside is deaf. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yao picked up a dirty stone from the ground. She slammed it against the iron sheet. Clang. That one rang out, shaking dust and debris from the wooden beams above, covering her head. She coughed violently, a bubble of snot popping. The mill was pitch black inside. Suddenly a heavy, rasping breath echoed out. Huff, puff, like a large leaky bellows being pulled. Then the ground trembled. Thump, thump. Terrified, Lu Yao threw away the stone and scrambled backward. Her foot slipped, and with a splash she landed in a stinking mud puddle. Brother, it's coming out. She screamed, her voice cracking, shaking the selfie stick in her hand. A massive shadow emerged from the darkness of the mill. First came an enormous head at least the size of a small truck, covered in dark brown rough scales caked with dry mud. Its gaping maw was half open, revealing yellow fangs as long as daggers with half-chewed rotten grass roots stuck between them. Thick sticky drool dripped from the corner of its mouth. Plop. It hit the mud, forming a small pit, splashing droplets everywhere. As soon as this head appeared, the over 20 million viewers in the livestream simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. The chat box went dead silent for 3 seconds. Then words exploded like madness, a blinding white cascade that lagged the screen. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell is that? A Trex. Oh my god, a living Trex. That's the apex predator of the Cretaceous. Those jaws could bite a minivan in half. Run Yao Yao. ITLL, chew you to pieces. Lu Yao's mouth hung open, her throat choked with sand, unable to make a single sound. Her mind buzzed, she couldn't think at all. The giant beast stepped out of the mill, standing over 7 meters tall. Its 2 tiny forelimbs looked almost comical. Each step of its powerful hind legs left a half-meter deep pit in the mud. Its body was covered in thick, dark brown, scaly hide. Green patches of dead moss grew in the cracks. Brother Lu Yao's voice cracked like a steppadon duck's. Trex. You call this a little pet? One bite from this thing, and there won't be a single bone left of me. Lu Yuan leaned against a bare dead tree trunk nearby. He was picking his teeth with a random grass stem, extracting a tiny shred of meat stuck between them. He spat it on the ground. Stop your yapping. He yawned, 2 teardrops forming at the corners of his eyes. It's just a dumb brute. He wiped his face with a dirty hand. Its teeth are bad, it can't handle hard bones. Too tough on the gums. At that moment, the camera zoomed in. Lu Yao lay in the mud, her eyes unblinking, staring at the T-Rex, taking in its full appearance. This absolute overlord, who should have been swaggering through the Cretaceous, biting everything in sight, had around its neck a black and thick iron collar. The collar was rusty, flaking red iron dust attached to a thigh-thick black iron chain that dragged through the muddy ground. Clank, clank. The other end was firmly tied to the axle of the 3-story-high stone mill. The Trex lowered its head, its powerful hind legs trudging forward with that heave. Ho! It panted heavily, white mist billowing from its nostrils, carrying a foul, fishy stench. It was turning the millstone. This absolute monarch of the Cretaceous was working like the old lame donkey at old Wang's house, grunting and straining as it pulled the giant stone roller, around and around, step by step. Creak, creak. The millstone turned, the harsh grinding of stone echoing across the open space. From the cracks in the mill, white powder poured down in a steady stream, piling into the wooden trough below, raising a fine white mist. Lu Yao was completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide as saucers. She pinched her thigh hard, gasping from the sting. Brother, she stammered, pointing at the white flour in the trough, her finger trembling. What's it grinding? Lu Yuan picked his nose and flicked away a dry booger. Wheat duh? He rolled his eyes, disgusted. What else would it grind? Sand. We're having hand-pulled noodles tonight. At that moment, the brains of billions of internet users worldwide completely short-circuited. A Trex pulling a millstone. Grinding wheat. Bro, your imagination is so wild, not even Yuan could patch it. Making the Cretaceous apex predator mill your new. That's worse than death. Those little tiny arms can't even wipe a sweat. Looks kinda pitiful. Dude, you're a real monster. Even capitalists would kowtow to you. Lu Yao scrambled out of the mud, her pants wet and sticking to her legs uncomfortably. She patted the mud spots on her coat, but only smeared yellow grime over it. Bro, have you lost your mind? She leaned in and lowered her voice. This is a carnivorous dinosaur. You're making it do farm work. Won't it bite you? What if it gets hungry and decides to snack on us? Bite me. Lu Yuan sneered. He stuffed his hands into the pockets of his white t-shirt, his thumb poked through a hole in the pocket and rubbed against his pant leg. Let it try baring its teeth. He'll pull them out one by one and use them as marbles. The Trex was still puffing and straining at the mill. Its massive head hung low, breathing heavily. Suddenly, its dull yellow eyes swiveled and locked onto Lu Yuan standing by the dead tree. Lu Yao flinched and quickly hid behind Lu Yuan, the selfie stick shaking so hard it blurred. Brother, it's looking at us. Its eyes are fierce. Run. The Trex stopped, the chain clattering to the ground. It spun its enormous body around, baring its full set of sharp teeth, a low rumble rising from its throat. Just when the entire internet thought this ancient beast was about to go berserk and swallow the siblings in one bite. Woof. Arf. A distorted, utterly bizarre whimper squeezed out from the 7-meter monster's gaping maw. That sound carried a fawning, sycophantic tone, like a mangy stray dog begging at the village entrance. It slammed its head, bigger than a truck, onto the ground. Splat. Its chin crashed into the mud pit, splattering sludge all over its forehead. It didn't care. The massive body flopped into the mud, tiny forelimbs pressed awkwardly against its belly, and a thick long tail began wagging wildly behind its rear. Thump, thump, thump. It beat the black mud into flying chunks like a helicopter rotor. Wagging joyfully, it opened its huge mouth, drool pooling on the ground, and stuck out a scarlet tongue, panting heavily in Lu Yuan's direction. Huff puff. That obsequious lapdog demeanor threw the last shred of the ancient overlord's dignity straight into the cesspool. Lu Yao stood frozen, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. Brother, she sniffled, This big lizard, why is it acting like a dog? Lu Yao's mouth hung open. Drool formed a thin strand dripping onto her chin. She wiped it carelessly with her coat sleeve, leaving a smear of mud. What the hell is this? A Tyrannosaurus Rex, she stammered, her voice cracking. This is more like a draft horse for a production team. On the phone screen, the barrage comments froze for 2 seconds, then exploded all at once. White characters crammed together. I'm blind. A Trex wagging its tail. Bro turned the top predator of the Cretaceous into a dog. Jurassic Park is nothing compared to this. This groveling look isn't even fit to lick my husky's shoes. Beijing Institute of Paleontology. Archive room on the 3rd basement level. A musty smell of old books and paper. Old Professor Zhang Jingguo slumped in his chair. The magnifying glass in his hand fell to the floor, its glass lens shattered. Glass shards flew onto his leather shoes. He ignored them, gripping his thinning hair tightly with both hands, pulling out a few white strands. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he wailed. His dentures loosened and clattered onto the desk covered in spittle. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a cold-blooded killer. Zhang Jingguo's eye sockets were red as if bleeding. He grabbed the mouse. His fingers trembled so much he couldn't click the input box. Its bite force can crush a car. How could it be used to pull a millstone? How could it wag its tail? He cried, tears and snot streaming, wiping them with his dirty sleeve. We've studied this ferocious beast our whole lives. Doing farm work in someone's basement. In the live stream, dozens of biologists with yellow verified badges went completely insane. The screen was filled with red. Bro, you're ruining science. Making a Trex grind wheat. Even capitalists would weep. Its forelimb structure is completely unsuitable for wearing a yoke. Lu Yao stared at the screen, her eyes almost pressed against it. She swallowed dryly, her throat sour. Bro. She turned to look at Lu Yuan. Where did you get this big lizard? Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out 2 tears from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them with his dust-covered index finger. Found it. He kicked the mud under his feet. Bullshit. Lu Yao pursed her lips. This thing went extinct tens of millions of years ago. Where could you find it? Did it jump out of the roadside grass? Dug up the bones. Lu Yuan picked his ear, digging out a small yellow piece of earwax. He flicked it into a puddle of muddy water. Back then I had nothing to do and dug up a few rotten bone fossils in the field. They looked pretty big. Lu Yao was stunned. Fossils. Aren't they stones? She scratched her hair, and a few grains of sand fell from her scalp. How can stones turn into living dinosaurs? Origin particles. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at her. You still don't get it. Extract the residual gene chain from the stone. Resequence it. Inject some nutrient solution, and the flesh grows out. That's simple. Lu Yao's mouth hung open, her teeth feeling sour. Those scientists struggle even to clone a sheep. They're stupid. Lu Yuan spat on the ground, a bit of yellow sweet potato residue in it. What use are instruments made of scrap metal? I twisted the gene chain with my bare hands. Lu Yao stared at the Trex, still wagging its tail. Its massive tail slapped the mud in all directions, slapping against the wooden trough with a loud crack. Then why is it so obedient? Aren't Trexes all violent-tempered, biting anyone they see? Lu Yuan tugged at the collar of his white t-shirt, releasing a bit of sweat smell from inside. It was pretty fierce when I first made it. He frowned with disgust. It howled in the forest every day. The noise shook the dust off the ceiling of my basement. It kept me from taking a nap. He picked his teeth with his thumbnail, extracting a shred of meat. Later I got annoyed by its noise. So I pinned it down and gave it a beating. And conveniently cut out its aggressive gene fragment. Lu Yao's legs trembled as she heard this. Cut. You can cut genes, eh? Why not? Lu Yuan rubbed his aching neck bones, cracking. If it doesn't obey, cut it out. Then I went to the village entrance and found a Pekingese. I extracted the dog's docile gene and spliced it in. Lu Yao's mind buzzed. A Pekingese, she stammered, teeth chattering. You implanted a Trex with a Pekingese's genes. What else? Lu Yuan spread his hands. Isn't it great now, eh? Eats less, works hard. Wags its tail at everyone, never barks. He pointed at the giant Trex. Go turn around twice for me. The 7-meter turtle beast, upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, let out a whimpering dog sound. It stomped its thick hind legs and spun around 3 times in the mud, turning too fast. It slipped splat, fell flat on its face. Its huge head plunged into the mud pit, splashing black mud 2 meters high. Lu Yao was dumbfounded. Bro, you really treat it like a dog. A dog is smarter than it. Lu Yuan turned away in disgust. It can't even fetch a bone. In the live stream, even the barrage comments couldn't be sent anymore. Billions of people watched the Trex spin and fall, their worldview shattered. Is this still a Trex? This is just a giant Pekingese. I kneel to you, bro, manually cutting genes to turn a Trex into a dog. If Darwin were alive, he'd eat his coffin lid. Lu Yao wiped the mud off her face with her sleeve. She turned to look to the side. Her eyes suddenly fixed, staring intently at an open space behind the mill. There was a huge wooden rack with several thick hemp ropes stretched across it. A strange gray-brown bird was flapping its large, featherless, fleshy wings. It had a sharp, long beak, and in its beak was a pair of large underpants from some unknown. It was struggling to hang them on the rope. After hanging, it poked at the underpants with its beak twice, as if using clips to secure them. Bro, Lu Yao pointed, her fingers trembling. Isn't that a Quetzalcoatlus? Yeah. Lu Yuan picked his nose. Good eyes. Its wings are big so it fans wind fast. I told Suahua to throw the washed clothes to it. Let it help hang the laundry. Lu Yao swallowed dryly. Her throat felt like it was on fire. A pterosaur hanging laundry. Why not have it deliver takeout? It flies too slow. Lu Yuan curled his lip. Besides, it would need a permit to go out, too troublesome. Before Lu Yao could recover, she heard a moo from a muddy patch on the left. Somewhat muffled. She turned to look. A triceratops larger than a tank stood there with 3 sharp, white bone horns on its head. A thick iron yoke was around its neck, connected to a huge iron plow behind. It was lowering its head, its 4 thick legs straining in the mud. Mooing, it pulled the plow, turning over the soil, carving a deep trench 2 meters wide. Mud rolled out, emitting a pungent, earthy smell. The triceratops got tired, stopped to pant heavily, chewing a mouthful of muddy weeds with a crunching sound. Bro. Lu Yao's legs gave way completely. She knelt directly in the mud. The muddy water soaked through her knees, ice cold, but she didn't care. A triceratops. Plowing. Her voice trembled like a sieve. Your basement is really a damn farm. What else would we eat? Lu Yuan walked over to her. He kicked away a half-rotten branch beside her. These beasts have huge appetites. If they don't work, how can I afford to feed them? Freeloading. Lu Yao looked at the garden full of ancient rulers now all turned into obedient laborers. Suddenly a crazy idea struck her. Her eyes suddenly lit up alarmingly bright. A huge grin spread across her mud-covered face, a piece of green vegetable still stuck between her teeth. She grabbed Lu Yuan's thigh, holding on tight, and refusing to let go, smearing mud all over his sweatpants. Bro, she shouted in a hoarse voice. This stuff is so cool. Lu Yuan staggered from her embrace, trying to pry her hands off in disgust. Let go. You're wiping snot all over my pants. Disgusting. No. Lu Yao looked up at him, her big eyes blinking. Bro, since you can turn a Trex into a puppy, can you make one for me too? Lu Yuan stopped looking down at her. Make one for you. He raised an eyebrow. What for? For meat. What meat? Lu Yao slapped his thigh in desperation. As a pet. She was so excited her face turned red, drool almost dripping. She slurped. I want one even more majestic than a Trex. The kind that can be a mount. They'll ride it out to buy spicy sticks, and no one will dare mess with me. She shook Lu Yuan's leg. Bro, please make one for me, I beg you. Lu Yuan looked at her shameless demeanor. He rolled his eyes, sighed deeply, and exhaled a puff of white mist. He reached out and pinched Lu Yao's muddy, chubby cheeks. He squeezed hard, making her mouth pucker like a duck. All right, stop howling. He let go and wiped his hand on his pants in disgust. You want a mount, huh? He turned around, looking at the dark shadows deeper in the woods. There's a little beast idol in the front yard. Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a grin, revealing white teeth. Come on, I'll take you to get the leash. The elevator doors creaked open, revealing a scent of machine oil inside. A gust of cold wind rushed in, carrying with it the smell of muddy decay. Lu Yuan shuffled out in his flip-flops, stepping into a puddle. Splash. A spray of yellow mud erupted, splattering against his ankles, cold against his skin. He paid no mind, hands stuffed in the pockets of his white t-shirt. The hole at the bottom of the pocket had widened, his thumb sticking out, fiddling with the fabric of his thigh. Xiaohua. He called out, his voice lazily echoing in the yellow muddy yard. Lu Yao followed behind. She clutched her cracked screen phone, her palms sweaty and slippery. She sniffed, almost letting the clear mucus drip into her mouth, salty and unpleasant. She wiped her face with her coat sleeve, leaving a smudge of dust on her cheek. Brother, she glanced around, who is Xiaohua? You have cats in this yard. Lu Yuan yawned widely, tears of sleep pooling at the corners of his eyes, casually wiping them with a hand covered in cold dust. Cat's my foot. He spat on the ground. You'll find out soon enough. Boom. The ground trembled violently. It sounded like an iron weight crashing into the mud. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps approached from around the corner of the yard, causing the dry grass on the earthen wall. Lu Yao jumped in fright, hiding behind Lu Yuan. She clutched the hem of his t-shirt, tightly pulling it taut. Brother, what's that noise? Around the corner, a massive shadow sprang forth, resembling a small mountain, its four stout legs splashing in the muddy water. Mud splattered everywhere. This creature was absurdly large, its body covered in coarse earth-colored fur with dried leaves stuck to it, remnants of who knows how many. The most terrifying feature was its enormous maw, two ivory fangs thicker than Lu Yao's thigh, curving downward and gleaming coldly. Is that a saber-toothed tiger? Lu Yao's tongue tangled, her teeth clattering. Is that really Xiaohua? The ancient beast approached Lu Yuan. Its massive body came to a sudden halt, its four large paws carving deep furrows into the ground, the black mud churning as it lowered its colossal head. It panted heavily, releasing a foul stench of decaying meat that made Lu Yao gag. A woo. This top predator of the Cretaceous period, surprisingly, emitted a sound akin to a whimper reminiscent of a misbehaving mutt. It rubbed its large bristly head against Lu Yuan's thigh. It left a trail of yellow fur and dry mud along Lu Yuan's pants, its large tail wagging behind like a fan. The tail slapped against the wall, leaving several white streaks. Lu Yuan stepped back in disgust. Get away. He raised his hand and slapped the saber-toothed tiger's large nose. With a crisp sound, you've slobbered all over my leg, it's disgusting. Xiaohua whimpered, shrinking back, plopping down into the mud. Its front paws lay on the ground with its large head resting between them. Its big yellow eyes blinked adorably. Lu Yao stared dumbfounded. The selfie stick in her hand shook wildly. Brother. She swallowed, her throat dry. Does it not bite? If it bit me, I would have boiled it for soup already. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, digging at his back molars. He pulled out a strand of sweet potato fiber. He casually flicked it to the ground. It's just a giant orange cat. He pointed at Xiaohua's broad back. Go ahead, try to climb on. Weren't you just saying you wanted a mount? Lu Yao's eyes lit up, her muddy face unable to hide her excitement. Can I really ride it? She took a cautious step forward, her shoes squelching into the puddle. Xiaohua glanced at her, snorting out a puff of warm air. It made no move. Lu Yao boldly reached out to touch it. The tiger's fur was hard and bristly, hiding small grains of sand. She scrambled up. Her thick coat felt heavy. Halfway up, there was a ripping sound, the hem of her coat snagged on a fong, tearing a small hole. Ouched! She gritted her teeth, huffing, as she climbed onto the tiger's back, sitting on its broad spine. It felt warm beneath her, like sitting on a giant heater. Brother, I'm on. Lu Yao beamed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth with a piece of green vegetable stuck between them. She clutched the tiger's mane tightly, with one hand raised high holding her phone. In the live stream, the barrage from millions of viewers flooded the screen. Whoa, riding a saber-toothed tiger. Now this is truly impressive. Rolls-Royce is nothing. Ferrari is nothing. Yao Yao's got the ultimate status unrivaled in the universe. Brother, she shouted, this yard is too small to show off. Open the big door. I want to go shopping. What shopping? Lu Yuan dug at his ears, pulling out some yellow mud from beneath his nails, blowing on it in disgust. It's pitch black outside, just wind and snow. You'll freeze to death. But I have this little heater you gave me. Lu Yao patted the glowing metal tag on her chest. Not cold at all. She twisted her body, acting cute. Brother, please. They'll just run around the grassland and be back right away. I want to go out and show off. Lu Yuan frowned, his brows knitting together. So annoying. He muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. You always find ways to get me into trouble. He couldn't be bothered to argue further, snapping his fingers in the air. Clap. 0. Open the front door. Put a windshield on this crazy girl. Don't let her come back covered in mud. Command confirmed. 0's mechanical voice echoed in the yard. Click. The dilapidated wooden door in front, along with a large section of the earthen wall beside it, sank straight into the ground, revealing the boundless African wilderness outside, bathed in a thin layer of blue light, like a bubble. It enveloped Lu Yao and Xiao Hua entirely. Go! Lu Yao shouted excitedly, kicking the tiger's belly with her heel. Xiao Hua responded to the command, letting out a deep roar. Its 4 sturdy legs kicked off violently, mud splashing everywhere, its massive body shooting forth like a cannon. It charged straight into the pitch-black night. Slow down. Don't fall into a ditch. Lu Yuan shouted from behind, rolling his eyes in irritation. If you break a leg, I won't give you any medicine. Lu Yao couldn't hear him at all, the wind howling outside the blue shield, yet inside there wasn't even a whisper of a breeze. Warm and cozy. Xiao Hua's speed was astonishing, each stride covering over 10 meters. The withered grass and bushes on the wasteland were crushed beneath its feet, as if made of paper. Lu Yao held the selfie stick, aiming the camera at herself and the massive tiger beneath her. Family, look, her face flushed with excitement. Chasing through the African savannah at midnight. The shock absorption is incredible, not a bump at all. The live stream exploded with activity, countless viewers frantically taking screenshots. This wallpaper is amazing. Beauty and the Beast. So majestic. This dude's pet is more obedient than his own son. All the cars in the world pale in comparison to a saber-toothed tiger. The wasteland was devoid of streetlights, only the moonlight casting a pale glow on the snow. Xiao Hua ran joyfully, deliberately stepping on the thickest patches of snow, splashing as it went. In the depths of the night, behind a raised mound of earth, tall, withered elephant grass grew, and in the grass several figures lay low, blending in with the dark earth. Without infrared scanning, they would be virtually undetectable. The leading man bore a long diagonal scar across his face, slicing from the corner of his eye to his chin, a terrifying sight. He wore a tattered camouflage outfit. His clothes were stained with dried black blood and mud. The scarred man lay on the frozen ground, chewing on a bitter root. He spat out the remnants of the grass he had chewed. With his large black hand, he wiped the frost from his nose, smearing it on his sleeve. Boss. It's freezing in this damn weather, a skinny monkey-like black man chimed in, his teeth chattering. He held a chipped AK-47. A rag was tied to the stock. Shut up, the scarred man snapped in a low voice. Do you want to die? His inverted triangle eyes fixed greedily on the distance. He had just seen the live stream online and knew that there was an unapproachable deity in that yard. But he was a bloodthirsty poacher driven mad by poverty. The latest bounty on the dark web had been posted: whoever could capture the girl named Lu Yao alive, or obtain the glowing tag around her neck. A bounty of $1 billion. $1 billion. Such a figure could drive any outlaw to insanity. Boss, look. The skinny monkey suddenly widened his eyes, his finger trembling like a spasm as he pointed at the snowy expanse. What is that? What? The scarred man tore away the withered grass, obstructing his view, the sharp blades cutting into the back of his hand, drawing blood. He ignored it, squinting his eyes to stare intently. Under the moonlight, a beast larger than a truck was running wildly across the snow, its thick legs pounding the ground. On its back rode a woman clad in some protective clothing, holding a glowing phone aloft. A small tag emitting blue light dangled from her chest. That light in the darkness was like a guiding beacon. Didn't expect that. The scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, rotten teeth, with bits of meat stuck between his teeth. That little fat lamb ran out of the yard by herself. He slowly chambered a round in his gun. Click. The light sound of metal. It was nearly inaudible in the wind. Bulletproof shield, huh? He pulled out a large net bag from his waist, woven from special alloy steel wire. It was coated in black paint. I won't need to shoot you. He licked his cracked lips, the metallic taste of blood igniting his nerves. I could catch a herd of elephants with this net. Catching a little girl will be a piece of cake. He turned his head towards the skinny monkey and several subordinates. He viciously waved his hand. Spread out. Wait until she comes over. Set the tripwire. No matter what, pull that tag off her neck. A weed-choked shoal. The wind rattled the dry elephant grass. Scar lay in the muddy slush and snow with a tattered woven bag beneath his belly. The bag was long soaked through. Icy dirty water seeped through his belt line, chilling his thighs into cramps. He wiped the mud from his chin with a rough black hand. Muddy water sloshed into his mouth, gritting between his teeth as he chewed. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of sandy saliva which splattered on the withered grass leaves before him. He held a military binoculars with a cracked lens fixed on the massive shadow galloping in the distance. Skinny Monkey crouched beside him. Clutching the chipped AK-47 with a cloth strip tied to the stock, he shivered, his snot dripping as he sniffled. Boss Skinny Monkey's teeth chattered. The tripwire is set. We just wait for that girl to run over, then pull the rope. Snatch her alive and trade for that trillion. Scar ignored him. His triangular eyes gleamed with greedy green light. He swallowed hard as Adam's apple, bobbing twice. A trillion. He let out a cold laugh, the corner of his mouth pulling at the scar that slithered like a centipede, making him look terrifying. You brain-dead bastard. You believe that? Skinny Monkey panicked, reaching for Scar's camouflage sleeve, which was caked with dried mud. Boss, the bounty on the dark web has the skull bones seal. That can't be fake. Just grab that woman and take the glowing badge around her neck. Cut the bullshit. Scar kicked Skinny Monkey in the shin, sending him howling in pain and rolling in the muddy water. What bullshit about immortals and hand-tearing fighter jets? Scar spat on the ground. I've been in Africa for 20 years, and I've never seen a man bullets can't kill. He raised the binoculars again. The lens locked onto the enormous body of Xiaohua. His breathing grew heavier. Huff puff. Well, I'll be damned. Today I've really seen something. He smacked his lips, his cracked lips oozed blood. He licked them, a bit salty. Look at that size, those yellow bristles. And those two fangs thicker than ivory. Skinny Monkey, rubbing his leg, leaned over to follow his gaze. Boss, is that a mutated tiger? Mutated or not, I don't care. Scar's eyes burned with a lust for cash. That pelt, not a single off-color hair. If we skin it and sell it to those rich perverted old men in Europe, we'll get at least $1 billion in cold hard cash. Skinny Monkey froze. His mouth hung wide, a snot bubble bursting. $1 billion? Then we won't grab the girl for the trillion. That trillion is a pie in the sky. You might get it, but never. Scar sneered. That little bitch rides on a beast this big. You think a tripwire can trip it? One step, and we'll be ground into mincemeat. He tossed the binoculars into the mud. Clink. It hit a frozen clod. He reached back for the big gun strapped to his back. A heavy anti-material sniper rifle. The barrel was monstrously thick, wrapped in rags. Boss, you're gonna shoot. Skinny Monkey panicked, grabbing the barrel. His hand jerked back from the icy metal. If you shoot and kill the beast, the pelt will be ruined. You know nothing. Scar slapped his hand away, leaving Skinny Monkey's hand red. Shoot the eye. He pulled the bolt. Click. A carrot-sized armor-piercing round slid into the chamber. The gleaming brass casing exuded a cold, killing intent. One shot through the eye scrambles its brain. Scar jammed the stock into his shoulder socket. The pelt won't be damaged at all. But Skinny Monkey wanted to argue. Snot running onto his lip, he wiped it carelessly. What if the woman falls and breaks her neck? So be it. Scar shrugged dismissively. I don't give a damn about the trillion anymore. I just want that $1 billion pelt. With the money I'll go soak in a Thai bathhouse. I'm done with this godforsaken Africa. Scar settled into position. He closed his left eye. His right eye pressed against the rubber eyepiece of the scope. The hardened rubber dug into his brow bone. Wind blew from the side, carrying snow pellets that stung his face. He took a deep breath of icy air, his lungs tingling. In the scope, the saber-toothed tiger charged forward, mud splattering everywhere. Lu Yao rode atop the hem of her coat, dragging on the tiger's back, smeared with dirt. She held up a broken phone, shouting something unintelligible. Scar ignored the woman. The crosshairs locked steadily on Xiaohua's amber right eye. Less than 300 meters away. With such a big target, even a blind man could hit it. Old buddy, you're delivering money to your daddy. He gritted his molars. His index finger slowly pressed against the metal trigger. The wind howled in his ears. He held his breath. His finger jerked back. Bang. A deep, thunderous gunshot exploded across the empty wasteland. A burst of orange flame erupted from the muzzle. The acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke filled the air. The massive recoil slammed into his shoulder. Scar grunted, his shoulder bone nearly dislocated. But he didn't even blink. He stared through the scope, waiting to see the beast's brain splatter and its body topple into the mud. In the distance, Lu Yao was holding a selfie stick. Her little face was red with cold, grinning like a fool. The green vegetable leaf stuck between her teeth had long been blown away by the wind. My followers. She shouted into the camera, her voice distorted by the wind. Look how fast my big cat runs. The fur is prickly, but really warm. She was enjoying herself when suddenly, boom, a muffled thunderclap came from the grass on the right. Her ears rang with a buzzing sound like someone had struck a gong with a sledgehammer. What was that? Lu Yao jolted in fright. She nearly dropped the selfie stick. Instinctively she ducked and clutched the bristly fur on Xiaohua's neck. Thunder. Before the words left her mouth, a thumb-sized armor-piercing bullet, shrieking as it tore through the air, hurtled straight toward Xiaohua's right eye. It moved faster than the eye could see. When the bullet was less than 10 centimeters from Xiaohua's eye, the blue glowing bubble that had been dormant in the air suddenly flared. Sizzle. Like a drop of water hitting hot oil. That anti-material round capable of piercing light armored vehicle steel plates. Slammed solidly into the antimatter shield. No gore. No brain matter. The instant the bullet made contact with the shield, sparks exploded in a dazzling shower before Lu Yao's eyes. Under the immense kinetic energy and the strain of the antimatter force field, the metal bullet was crushed and deformed. Splat. Like a flattened wad of rubber. It was violently deflected, spinning off at an angle. Whistling, it buried into the black mud nearby, gouging out a steaming crater. Mud splashed high. Lu Yao was utterly dumbfounded. Her eyes went wide. Her jaw nearly dropped onto Xiaohua's back. Though the shield blocked the sparks from hurting her, the blinding light flashed right in front of her face. "Mommy!" She screamed in a cracked voice, a shrill cry escaping her throat. She clamped her legs tight around the tiger's back. "Someone's taking a cheap shot. A sniper!" She wailed, tears and snot streaming down her mud-smeared face. "Bro, someone's trying to kill me." In the grass, Scar watched through the scope. His brain short-circuited. He remained frozen in the trigger-pulling position, body rigid. Didn't penetrate. His throat was dry as if he'd chewed glass shards. What the hell is that? A blue shell? His hands trembled so much he could barely hold the rifle. A mutated tiger with built-in body armor. Skinny Monkey beside him was also petrified. His AK fell into the snow water unnoticed. "Boss," he stammered, teeth chattering. Clatter. "You didn't hit the eye, you hit in front of it. That tiger doesn't seem dead." Xiaohua was indeed not dead. The bullet hadn't even touched a single hair. But the gunshot and the spark that exploded in front of it had snapped the nerve of this Cretaceous apex predator. It had been running joyfully. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, its massive body slammed on the brakes. For huge claws plowed 4 deep furrows in the mud. Mud and water flew. Lu Yao, unprepared, was thrown forward, her face smashing into the hard hairs on the back of Xiaohua's head. Her nose stung, tears streaming. "Ouch, my nose." She covered her face, wailing. Xiaohua stopped. It lowered its enormous head. Its 2 bone-white fangs glinted in the moonlight. Its dark yellow eyes locked onto the grass on the right, exactly where Scar and Skinny Monkey were lying. Huff. Xiaohua blew a cloud of white vapor from its nostrils, heavy with the smell of blood. The bristles on its back stood on end, like 1,000 steel needles. Roar. A terrifying, sky-splitting bellow exploded from the throat of this ancient beast. The shockwave carried a palpable pressure, flattening the surrounding elephant grass and churning the snow and mud outward. In the grass, Scar's eardrums ached from the roar. His head buzzed. He stared into those yellow eyes fixed on him. His crotch grew warm. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down. Boss, Skinny Monkey collapsed in the mud, crying like a ghost. "It's looking at us. It's going to eat us." Scar's legs turned to jelly. He tried to get up and run, but his hands only grabbed slippery mud. He couldn't stand. Lu Yao lay on the tiger's back, listening to Xiaohua's earth-shaking roar, too scared even to cry. She wiped the snot and mud off her face with her sleeve and stammered into the phone camera. "Followers," her voice trembled like a sieve. Pointing at the withered grass ahead, "My little pet seems angry. It's about to eat right." That roar split the frozen soil beneath the turf, cracking a wide gash across it. The tawny stiff hairs on Xiaohua's body bristled upright, making her resemble a giant hedgehog that had rolled through mud and then exploded in fury. Lu Yuan had clipped away her violent genes, replacing them with the docile temper of a village mutt. Yet deep in her bones, the blood of a Cretaceous apex predator. Even though the bullet hadn't even grazed a single hair, the instinct of the king of beasts was fully unleashed. Daoba lay in the muddy puddle, blood trickling from his ear. The recoil of the sniper rifle combined with the earth-shaking roar made his head buzz like a broken gong clanging inside his skull. "Eject! Eject the casing!" He gritted his aching back teeth, his hands trembling as if electrified, struggling to pull the bolt of the anti-material sniper rifle. It jammed. He had fired too hastily. Mud and water had seeped into the chamber, locking the bolt in place. He slapped the rifle with his muddy palm twice, smearing black oil onto his hand. "Be boss." Shoho collapsed in the nearby withered grass, his crotch soaked through yellow urine streaming down his thighs. The stench of piss wafted into Daoba nostrils with the cold wind, making him retch. "It's charging. Help!" Shoho scrambled backward, rolling and crawling. His fingers clawed into the mud, tearing off 2 bloody fingernails. The pain through his 10 fingers made tears and snot smear across his face. Xiaohuan, a multi-ton body, turned into a yellow-brown blur across the snowy plain. For massive paws stomped the frozen earth, each imprint a half-meter-deep pit of mud, and ice shards flew in all directions, smacking against the withered grass with sharp pops. Lu Yao lay on the tiger's back, her hands gripping the stiff fur on Zaiwa's neck. The tiger fur stabbed into her palms, sending sharp pain. Cold wind rushed into her wide-open mouth, making her cough. Cough, cough. "Xiaohua, slow down," she screamed with a hoarse, cracked voice. "I'm going to fall off. Slow down." Her pale face pressed against the tiger's hide, tears and snot smeared all over. The phone wobbled in her hand, the lens tilted toward the grass ahead. The screen was smudged with 2 muddy fingerprints. 300 meters. For this ancient beast, it was a mere blink of an eye. Daoba had only half pulled the bolt, the golden casing jammed in the ejection port still smoking. A massive pitch-black shadow blotted out the moonlight entirely. Daoba looked up to see two bone-white fangs thicker than his own body. The fangs were ringed with yellow tartar dripping with sticky saliva. A foul breath of rotting raw meat blasted over his face and head. It choked him, leaving him unable to breathe. Daoba squeezed out a single word, his Adam's apple bobbing. Zaiwa's front paw as huge as a truck tire slammed down with a shriek that tore through the air. A dull thud that made the heart tremble. No extra movements, no fancy tearing. Just like a human swatting a bloated blind mosquito. A crisp crack. The sound of bone shattering rang out in the night, eerily clear. Daoba, along with the heavy anti-material sniper rifle in his hands, was smashed solidly into the rifle barrel, unable to withstand the brute force, bent at a 90-degree angle, revealing the white fracture. The muddy puddle on the ground instantly changed color. A deep red. Shredded flesh, crushed bone fragments, and tattered camouflage cloth all mashed together flattened into a thin meat patty. It stuck to the mud, impossible to pry off. Steam rose from the gore. Shoho watched nearby, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, bloodshot, veins threatening to burst. He opened his mouth, dry heaving twice, and spat out a mouthful of bitter yellow bile. The bile landed on his hand, nauseating. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. He scrambled, his hands clawing at the icy ground. One shoe fell off, his bare foot stepped into the snow. Xiaohua didn't even glance at him. Her thick tail, as round as a water bucket, casually swept behind her. Whack! The tail like an iron rod struck Shohe's waist. His body bent into a grotesque fold in midair, flying more than 10 meters. He crashed into a dead tree trunk, snapping it with a crack. He slid down and lay still in the mud, blood bubbles mixed with fragments of internal organs oozing from his... Lu Yao closed her eyes, clinging to the tiger's back, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiaohua, what did you do? She sniffled, daring to open a slit of her eye. Her gaze passed over the tiger's head. She only saw the steaming, bloody mess on the ground. Her stomach churned, acid rushing up her throat. Ugh. She turned her head, covering her mouth as she dry-heaved, nearly vomiting the roast duck she had for lunch onto the tiger's back. The viewers in the livestream room now all stared at the somewhat shaky high-definition footage. The screen froze for 2 seconds. Then bullet comments gushed out like a floodgate, open, dense, and overwhelming. Killed them good. Those poaching scumbags all deserve to die. Smashed into a meat patty with one slap. I find this even more satisfying than eating fried f. Serves you right for firing your black gun. Now you've kicked the iron plate of the Cretaceous ancestor. Deserved. Those people who kill indiscriminately in Africa, dying under the claws of a saber-toothed tiger, is too good for them. Old bro's pet really protects its owner. That slap just now was awesome. A great relief. Add an extra chicken leg for Xiaohua. Millions of viewers far from being frightened by the bloody scene. Instead, the screen exploded with likes and firework effects. Strings of big rockets soared up. In everyone's eyes, these villains who ambushed a young girl with guns deserved their fate. After Xiaohua killed these people, she shook her big head, flicking snowflakes from her ears. 2 thick, long streams of white vapor shot from her tiger nostrils. She seemed utterly uninterested in the gore on the ground. Disdainfully, she lifted her right front paw and vigorously scraped it on the clean snow nearby, wiping the bloody slop and cloth scraps from her claws into the snow pit. Roar! She suddenly raised her massive head, uttering a long, drawn-out howl into the pitch-dark depths of the African savanna. This sound was even deeper than the previous one, carrying the ancient bloodline pressure of tens of millions of years. The sound waves rippled through the cold air, pressing the withered grass flat against the ground. Lu Yao's ears rang so badly, she had to cover them tightly with both hands. The phone fell into the tiger's mane. She quickly pressed it down with her elbow. Stop roaring, Xiaohua. My eardrums are about to burst. She patted Zaiwa's stiff neck. Her palms stung from the impact. In the yellow mud courtyard, the wind was strong, blowing black ash from the stove everywhere. Lu Yuan was holding a chipped, enameled, tilting his head back to drink the cold boiled water with tea leaves floating in it. Hearing the long howl from outside, he slammed the mug heavily onto the table. The mug's bottom left a ring of water on the rotten wooden table, droplets splashing onto his white t-shirt. What's that stupid cat taking now? He scratched the stubble on his chin with his finger, a bit of dead skin under his nail. Yelling in the middle of the night, attracting stray dogs. He'll have to sweep the yard again. Lin Feng knelt in the snowy mud nearby, his hands and feet numb from cold. He was about to brace himself against the mud wall to stand up, but when he heard the piercing sound, his legs gave way, and he sat back into the puddle. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng swallowed a bitter, dry mouthful, his teeth chattering. That roar carries too eerily. Deep in the grassland, 10 li away, the dead silence of the night suddenly stirred like a boiling pot. Rustling sounds came from the grass. Dried leaves crunched underfoot. Lu Yao sat on the tiger's back, rubbing her sore ears, clutching a selfie stick and waving it around. Xiaohua, let's go back. She tugged at the skin on Zaiwa's neck. The wind is biting my face, it's freezing. Xiaohua didn't move. Her furry round ears stood straight, her gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. A low rumbling growl of warning came from her throat. The camera swung around. On the distant horizon, tiny points of greenish light flickered like wildfires drifting among the tangled grass. But they multiplied, forming a long line. Lu Yao gasped sharply. The cold air rushed into her lungs, making her cough repeatedly. She rubbed her eyes with her dirty fingers, then swiped her thumb across the phone screen to zoom in. Those were no wildfires. They were countless pairs of beastly eyes reflecting a ghastly green glow under the cold moonlight. The ground began to tremble faintly, a low rumble echoing from all directions. It shook the frozen soil beneath her feet. It wasn't the sound of car tires on a road. It was the chaotic pounding of thousands of hooves stamping into the mud. Wildebeests, zebras, black rhinos. Even packs of African lionesses and hyenas specialized in disemboweling. These natural enemies who would tear each other apart at a watering hole. Now all abandoned, their feeding instincts crowding together, converging into a colossal black torrent that made one's scalp crawl. They were all cowed by the ancient roar etched into their genes by the saber-toothed tiger. The fear in their blood drove them, as if paying homage to a king. They surged mightily toward the nameless courtyard. Lu Yao opened her mouth, swallowing a gulp of cold wind. Her hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone from the tiger's back. She clutched the selfie stick tightly, pointing the camera at her own small, mud-smeared pale face. Bro. Her voice quivered like a torn plastic sheet, and with a tearful sob, she howled into the screen, snot streaming into her mouth. Come pick me up quick. All the animals on the prairie have gone mad. Are they lining up to feast on me, eh? The ground trembled as if electrified, a thunderous rumble, like tens of thousands of dilapidated trucks simultaneously crushing the yellow mud. Lu Yao clung desperately to the saber-toothed tiger's thick neck, her 10 fingers caked with black mud digging into the stiff yellow fur. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and she accidentally bit the tender flesh inside her cheek. A strong metallic taste of blood spread across her tongue, so foul, it made her eyes roll back. Brother, help. These are all huge beasts. She closed her eyes and screamed hysterically, tears and mucus mixing with the dirt on her face as she rubbed it against the tiger's nape. In the pitch-black East African savanna, thousands of green eyes like ghostly flames madly closed in. The stench of blood and excrement from herbivores mixed with the fermented odor of dung and the smell of muddy earth after rain violently assaulted her nostrils. Lu Yao gagged repeatedly, almost vomiting the roast duck she had eaten that evening. Xiaohua lay in the muddy water, ignoring her completely. Its head held high, its throat emitted a low rumbling hum that made the grass roots tremble. The leading hundreds of black wildebeests charged forward, their hooves kicking up muddy splashes 2 meters high. Terrified, Lu Yao buried her head deep into the tiger's back, not daring to look. Unexpectedly, the frenzied beasts did not even glance at her. They didn't pause. For about a dozen meters away from Xiaohua, they forcibly carved a wide path through the mud, making a sharp turn and sprinting desperately toward the yellow mud courtyard. Behind the wildebeests, herds of zebras followed closely, their black and white stripes dazzling in the night. Further back, several terrifyingly large African male lions ran among the zebras. The lions, which usually drooled at the sight of zebras, now resembled sick cats with their teeth removed. They only hurried along, not daring to make a sound, their tails tightly tucked between their hind legs. Lu Yao opened her mouth wide and gulped a mouthful of cold wind. She swallowed the blood in her mouth dryly, her throat burning. Well, what's going on? She wiped the muddy water from her chin with her coat sleeve. Lions and wildebeests running hand in hand. Going to a market in the middle of the night. Her phone lay in the gaps of the tiger's fur, the screen still glowing hot to the touch. The barrage of comments had completely covered the screen, obscuring any view. I'm blind. The lion didn't bite the zebra that was running slower beside it. The biology teacher is crying like a dog in front of the screen. This food chain has collapsed on the... Yao, don't just stand there. Ride the big cat, and follow to see what's up with your brother. Outside the yellow mud courtyard, the wind had stopped, and the melted snow formed black puddles on the ground, reflecting the cold moon in the sky. Lu Yuan leaned back in a broken bamboo chair, the bamboo strips creaking under his weight. He held a rusty iron skewer, frowning as he picked at the sweet potato skin residue stuck between his teeth. He spat the black and red remnants into the mud, splashing a drop of dirty water. Lin Feng knelt in the snow beside him, his hands clawing at the frozen soil. His suit pants had long since torn into rags, his bare legs purple from cold and shaking violently. He listened to the rumbling earthquake-like sounds outside his teeth. MMR. Lin Feng stammered, his throat dry as if filled with sand. Is that an earthquake outside? Earthquake my ass. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, his flip-flops scraping against the wet tiles with a harsh sound. A bunch of ill-mannered, fur-bearing beasts. He tossed the iron skewer aside, clattering against the stove. Coming here in the middle of the night to disturb the peace. Damn, they're making so much noise I can't sleep. A dark tide of animals surged toward the earthen wall, their stomping deafening. Millions of beasts crowded together, leaving no space to stand. They all stopped abruptly about 100 meters from the courtyard, raising a cloud of yellow dust. The leading elephant raised its trunk without making a sound. Its 2 thick front legs bent forward. Thud. It knelt heavily on the muddy ground filled with ice shards, its tusks scraping against stones, sending sparks. Then came the lions, cheetahs, rhinos, and wildebeests. Like a row of falling dominoes, a vast mass, all knelt down, their furry heads pressed against the muddy earth. Lu Yao, riding Xiaohua, arrived from behind the hem of her coat, dragging in the mud. Seeing the dark kneeling crowd, her mind buzzed. Her legs went weak, and she almost tumbled headfirst from the tiger's back into the mud. Oh my god, she muttered trembling as she raised the hot phone camera, the lens shaking in the wind. Brother, look, they're all kneeling outside your door. Lu Yuan stood up, stretched, his bones cracking. He walked to the yard entrance, leaning against the half-collapsed doorframe. He scratched his stubbled chin with his muddy fingers, looking utterly annoyed. Kneeling like that? Are you here to beg for food? He spat toward the dark mass of animals. I can't even be bothered to feed humans, let alone you fur-bearing waste. So scram, and don't trample the dirt path in front of my door. I have to walk on it tomorrow. None of the beasts outside dared to move, not even a wag of the tail. They all lay motionless in the mud, not daring to breathe heavily. Lin Feng lay on the floor, his eyes bulging, as if about to pop out. Mr. Lu, this defies biological common sense. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his muddy hand, the sweat stinging his eyes red. Even the pressure of a high-level beast king couldn't force millions of animals from different species to kneel in unison. Common sense. Your pathetic common sense means nothing. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing out 2 tears of fatigue from the corners of his eyes. These little beasts have sharp noses. They caught the scent. On the livestream screen, accounts with the yellow V certification of zoologists were all dumbfounded. The barrage. This isn't migration. This is the pilgrimage of 10,000 beasts. It's a miracle. We're witnessing a myth come to life. That lioness is lying right next to a small antelope, and it doesn't even dare to open its mouth. A barrage with the gold standard certification of China University of Geosciences abruptly appeared in the center of the screen, its font size enlarged glaringly. Forget about the animals. Go check the geomagnetic data just sent back by the satellite. This is no Beast King's pressure. Lu Yao stared at the red text on the screen. She sniffled, swallowing the clear mucus that was about to drip into her mouth. Brother, that old guy from the Geology University is shouting nonsense online. She yelled in a hoarse voice, carrying a hint of suppressed panic. He said it's not pressure. Then what the hell is it? That red barrage continued to pop up, the typist's hands obviously trembling. The words were filled with a manic frenzy on the verge of madness. It's the Earth's magnetic field. The core of Africa is undergoing high-frequency resonance. Gaia's consciousness is forcibly guiding these animals. The Earth is trying to appease him. This damn planet is bowing to Mr. Lu. As soon as these words came out, the billions of people in the live stream instantly became mute. The entire internet fell silent, so quiet that the whistling wind from the screen could be heard. The selfie stick in Lu Yao's hand clattered onto the thick tiger fur. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes fixed on her brother, who was leaning against the broken doorframe and picking his ear. Brother, she stammered, her teeth chattering. Is this Earth? Is this Earth a living, breathing thing? Lu Yuan picked his ear with some dirt under his fingernails. He scraped out a small piece of yellow earwax and casually flicked it into the snow. He rolled his eyes, looking at the dark land outside with disdain. Living my ass. He rubbed his flip-flops vigorously on the ground to clean the black mud. It's just a cowardly, brainless mudball. Lu Yuan curled his lips and spat out a cold, blunt sentence. I once stuffed a fire stove under its belly, and it's afraid it'll shut it off if I'm unhappy. Lu Yao's legs were trembling uncontrollably. Muddy water dripped down her pant legs. Drop by drop, she wiped her runny nose with her frozen, numb hand. A dark streak smeared across her face. Bro, she stammered, her teeth chattering. What did you just say? You stuffed a furnace inside Earth's belly. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. His flip-flops scraped against the muddy ground with a grating sound. He picked at his molars with his pinky, flicking out a strand of sweet potato fiber. Puffed. He spat it into a puddle of melted snow. What else? He yawned, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. 4.6 billion years ago, this crappy mudball was just a giant ice block. My feet got cold when I slept at night, so I casually pinched an iron core and shoved it inside to keep itself spinning and warm. Lu Yao's jaw dropped. Cold wind rushed straight down her throat, making her cough repeatedly until her face turned red. But that geology professor said. She pointed at the phone screen lying in the tiger fur. Said Earth has a consciousness bowing to you. Lu Yuan let out a snicker. He reached under his armpit and scratched, feeling itchy. What bullshit consciousness? It's just a piece of rotten rock that's been with me for billions of years. Picked up some quantum static from me. Developed a basic instinctive magnetic response. Then what the hell is going on with those animals outside? Lu Yao stomped her foot in frustration, splattering mud all over her pants. Millions of beasts, all lying prostrate in the mud, playing dead. Even the elephants don't dare breathe. Lu Yuan turned his head. His pitch-black eyes stared at the dense, dark mass of beasts outside. The air was thick with the stench of wild animal dung. It stung his nose, making him frown. He fanned his hand in front of his face. It's afraid of me. Afraid of you for what? Afraid I'd find that last sandstorm too noisy. Lu Yuan pursed his lips. Afraid I'd get pissed and yank out the furnace inside its belly. This crappy rock can't talk, so it forces these furry critters sprouted from the soil to come and kowtow to me in apology. Lu Yao was dumbfounded. Her mind buzzed like it was stuffed with rotten cotton. Bro, if you put it that way. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. What are humans then? Also forced by Earth to kowtow to you? Lu Yuan snorted. Humans? He kicked a clod of frozen dirt. The clods smashed against the fence, crumbling into dust. This sorry ball has grown crop after crop of bugs. Dinosaurs died out, and then monkeys dropped down. To me, they're all just fleas parasitizing on a rock. What the hell, fleas? Lu Yao's face turned green with fury. You're insulting me too. You're the flea. Your whole family are fleas. Lu Yuan flicked her forehead. Snap. A dried mud crust flew off. You brainless stupid flea. Just stay put. The phone screen glared brightly. Tens of billions of viewers in the live stream held their breath, having heard every word without missing a single one. At the Dragon Kingdom Institute of Biology, a white-haired old professor slumped in his leather chair. The thermos in his hand clattered to the floor, spilling hot water across the wool carpet. He didn't even notice. His hands clawed at his thinning scalp, yanking out several white hairs. Parasites. We're just fleas. The old man wept tears and snot. He wiped his face with a dirty sleeve. Earth isn't our mother at all. It's Mr. Lu's warming pouch. We're not even the eldest son. Those Westerners keep shouting about conquering nature. How the hell do you conquer someone's hot water bottle? The comments exploded. Text piled on text, a blinding white wall. My worldview is shattered. Can't even piece it back together. One sentence from the Big Brother, and all of humanity gets downgraded to bugs. No wonder all these animals bowed. Earth is forcing them to apologize. The elephants are shitting themselves. Look left of the camera. Lu Yao followed the comment prompts. The row of elephants kneeling ahead were trembling violently. Large black lumps of dung plopped into the muddy water. The stench was overwhelming. Several male lions crouched beside the elephant dung, not daring to make a sound, their tails clamped tightly between their legs. Lu Yao covered her nose, her stomach churning. Bro, it stinks so bad. She grimaced, eyes watery. Make them leave already. Who can stand this smell? Lu Yuan stepped back in disgust, scraping the black mud off his flip-flops on clean snow. Scram. He didn't look up, just spat the word through clenched teeth. His voice was low, but as soon as he spoke, the ground shook violently. The millions of beasts felt as if pardoned. They scrambled up from the mud, trampling through the sludge, and over each other's bodies, charging madly into the depths of the grassland. The dust they kicked up blotted out. Beneath the Alps, in that lightless stone cellar, the oil lamps on the wall sputtered twice. The oil was nearly gone, spewing black smoke. It choked the throat. Old Adam slumped in the broken-legged wooden chair, his black robe soaked through with cold sweat clinging to his withered back. It reeked like dead rats. In his sunken eye sockets, bloodshot eyeballs were fixed on the tablet on the stone table. On the screen, the beast retreated. Lu Yuan's indifferent face was zoomed in. Even Earth is kowtowing to him. Old Adam's throat emitted a harsh gurgling sound, like a broken bellows leaking air. He clawed at the dead skin on his thigh with fingers like withered twigs. Blood smeared under his nails. The heavy wooden door to the cellar was kicked open with a bang. Wood chips flew. A bearded man in a black robe stumbled in. His foot slipped on the broken wine bottle glass. Shards pierced his knee, blood streaming down his black pants. Dripping onto the stone floor, turning dark. He didn't even dare to groan. President. The bearded man gasped, panting heavily. Tears mixed with cold sweat. We're bankrupt. His voice shattered with despair. Our secret accounts in Swiss banks. All zeroed out. Old Adam didn't move, didn't even blink. All zero, he asked dryly, his lips cracked and oozing blood. All zero. The bearded man pounded the stone floor with his fists, thud after thud, his hand bones mashed to pulp. Dragon Kingdom Capital is crazily buying up our industries. Those vampires on Wall Street have all defected. The assassination organizations under our command have all surrendered. The bearded man lifted his head, face. President, we're finished. Centuries of enterprise gone in a single day. Old Adam took a deep breath, the cellar's moldy stench filling his lungs. It triggered a violent coughing fit, turning his face red. He spat a thick black glob onto the table. Slowly he pulled open the drawer beside him. The rusty drawer slide screeched. He took out an old-fashioned revolver, its barrel covered in red rust. Yellow residue came off on his fingers. President, what are you doing? The bearded man recoiled in fear, his hands slashing deep cuts on the glass shards. Old Adam raised the gun. The cold muzzle slid into his gaping mouth. The taste of rust mixed with saliva, bitter and astringent. His cloudy eyes fixed on the man in flip-flops on the big screen. Centuries of Western pride crushed into dog shit in that second. Go. Old Adam muttered indistinctly. Spit dribbled down the barrel from the corner of his mouth. Go to Africa. He cocked the hammer with his thumb. Click. The bearded man stood frozen, trembling. Go to Africa for what? He stammered. Old Adam's eyes were filled with lifeless despair, a twisted smile on his lips. To line up. His voice was muffled by the gun barrel. See if his yard still needs a dog to scrub the toilet. Bang. The gunshot exploded in the cellar, shaking stone dust off the ceiling. Redand white gore splattered across the tablet screen. Half of Lu Yuan's indifferent face was smeared. In the muddy little yard, Lu Yuan picked his ear, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. Zero. He nudged the mud with his toe. Is there a leak in the basement? I heard something explode. Zero's virtual avatar flickered in the wind and snow. Reply, creator's base is normal. The mechanical voice was icy. It's just that on the other side of the earth, a rat hole collapsed. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes again. Let it collapse. He shoved his hands back into his pockets. There's never a moment of peace. He turned his head looking at Lu Yao, who was still filming elephants pooping. Hey. He kicked the hem of her coat. Hungry. If you were come down with me. I just dug up some fresh potatoes from the ground. Gunshots ricocheted off the stone walls of the cellar, shaking loose black mud and gravel from the ceiling in a steady cascade. The bearded man lay sprawled on the floor, littered with broken glass, his hands clamped over his head, a warm stream soaking his crotch as he lost control of his bladder. Yellow urine mixed with spilled red wine and old Adam's gushing blood clinging to his thighs in a foul, sticky mess. He gasped for air, his chest rattling with the wheeze of a broken bellows. Old Adam's headless corpse still slumped in the broken wooden chair, black blood oozing from the severed neck and spattering across the table, the stench of decay over. The glowing tablet was smeared with a lump of pale brain matter streaked with yellow fat. It slid down the screen edge and plopped onto the tabletop. On the screen, the stock market index plunged vertically like a cliff dive. Crashed, all gone. The bearded man's throat was dry as sand. He reached tremblingly for the corner of the table. His fingernails scraped into the stone crevices, drawing blood, but he felt no pain. In just those few minutes, the Rothschild family's 300-year-old transnational bank and underground arms factories were all swept clean off the stock market by a frenzy of ravenous capital. Those shares, once worth hundreds of dollars, now couldn't fetch even 2 cents. The bearded man scrambled out of the cellar, his leather shoes squelching in pools of blood. He slipped, his chin smashing hard against the stone steps, knocking out 2 front teeth. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and staggered to push open the heavy iron gate of the castle. Outside, chaos had already erupted. The gold-medal bodyguards, butlers, and noble scions who usually looked down their noses at everyone were now fighting tooth and nail over a beat-up jeep they could use to escape. A bank manager in a suit was pinned in the mud, his gold-rimmed glasses shattered on the ground. Glass splinters cut into the corner of his eye, drawing blood, yet he still clutched crumpled dollar bills to his chest. Run. Longwo's capital has bought us all out. No one dares answer our calls. Even the Yingjiang country president has declared us blacklisted. The bearded man leaned against the doorframe, gasping, his heart pounding so hard it felt ready to crack his ribs. All of humanity isolated them, as if fleeing a plague smeared with filth. No one dared touch even a hint of connection with a family that had offended the gods. At Longwo's most elite securities trading center, the room was stifling hot. Dozens of industrial air conditioners were barely dispersing the pungent mix of tobacco smoke and instant noodle sour spice smell. Old Ma, the richest man, wore a pilled gray sweater with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing skinny arms mottled with age spots. He held a chipped enamel tea mug printed with a red double happiness symbol, its rim coated with a stubborn black tea stain. Inside was strong, pure tea, its bitterness pungent. Buy. Strip them down to their underwear. Old Ma bellowed at the dozens of traders, his voice hoarse and cracking. He pounded the table in excitement, causing tea to splash, and scalded his hand, leaving a red mark. He didn't even blink. This is our pledge to Lord Lu. Swallow every core asset of those old Western vampires. Leave them not even a penny to survive. The traders, sweating profusely, hammered at their greasy keyboards in a cacophony of clattering. A young man, face flushed, wiped the oil and sweat from his forehead with his Chairman Ma. Done. We've shorted and bought up all 7 energy companies under Rothschild. Old Ma threw back his head and laughed, revealing 2 yellowed. Excellent. This is what they call following heaven's will. This is what happens when you oppose Lord Lu. Outside the mud brick yard in the African wilderness, snow fell thickly, mingling with sand and turning into black puddles on the ground. Lu Yao squatted by the stove, clutching her cracked screen phone with both hands. She sniffled, wiped her runny nose with her coat sleeve, leaving a blackened red streak across her face like a muddy monkey. Brother, look online. She stammered, her teeth chattering as she furiously swiped her finger across the screen. That Rothschild family. Just now Old Ma and the others pooled their money and bought it all up. Lu Yao swallowed hard, her throat making an ugly gulping sound. I heard their old patriarch shot himself in the cellar. She felt her stomach churn and turned away to dry. She spat out sour liquid, tears streaming from her eyes. Netizens are saying this is the end of the Western financial oligarchs. Lu Yao raised her reddened eyes to stare at Lu Yuan. Brother, you didn't even lift a finger, and they destroyed themselves. Lu Yuan stood by the corridor, weighing a thick black iron chain that Lin Feng had just brought. The chain was covered in reddish-brown rust that flaked off easily, staining his hand with yellow-red mud. Destroyed? Good. Saves me the trouble of cleaning up. He picked at a shred of sweet potato skin stuck between his back teeth with a rust-stained thumb, then spat it into the... Those rats love to gnaw on furniture in the dark. Now that their nest is gone, the earth can finally have a few peaceful days. Lu Yuan wrapped the iron chain twice around his hand, the veins bulging on his knuckles. Lin Feng knelt in a puddle of snow water beside him, his suit trousers soaked through and his legs numbed from the cold. He looked up, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable fervor and awe, his lips trembling violently. In his heart, he knew clearly from this moment on the dark empire of Western financial oligarchs was utterly dead. Those ambitious schemers who once sought to control the world had collapsed within a single day. This dilapidated African mud yard with its half-collapsed gate had become from this moment the only living heavenly court on earth. No one dared even MMR. Lu Linfeng stammered through chattering teeth, his fingers digging into the mud. The leaders of various nations are still kneeling in the wilderness outside. Are you really not going to attend to them? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, his slippers scraping the floor with an irritating screech. Let them kneel as long as they like. If they freeze to death, they'll make good fertilizer for my tomato patch. He turned and faced the half-open ancient Egyptian bronze door. From the gap, a chilling white mist seeped out, carrying the stench of rotting flesh and formaldehyde. Anubis lay by the threshold, his long tongue lolling out, panting heavily. Drool pooled on the ground in sticky, stringy puddles. Come on, time to work. Lu Yuan nudged the giant beast's black tail with his toe. The creature let out a pitiful whimper and quickly tucked its tail under its belly like a beaten mongrel. Lu Yao's legs were trembling, and she clung desperately to the broken wooden post by the stove, the splinters digging into her palm, yet she dared not let go. Brother, you're really going in. I heard chains rattling inside. It sounds creepy. Nonsense. If I brought the chain, what else would I do with it? Hang it around your neck. Lu Yuan yawned, squeezing a tear of sleepiness from the corner of his eye, then wiped it away with the back of his hand. I'm not going. Lu Yao refused to let go, her snot smearing all over her sleeve. There must be a monster in there that bites. Don't drag me. Useless. Lu Yuan grabbed her by the back of her coat collar and yanked her over like a chick. Don't be afraid. With me here, even if the sky falls, it won't hit your head. He looked at Lu Yao's terrified, cowardly expression with disdain. Get over here and grab a flashlight. Those light bulbs inside have been broken for ages. Lu Yao stumbled forward a couple of steps, stepping on Anubis slobber and nearly falling flat on her face. Trembling, she pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight. The pale beam cut through the darkness behind the bronze door, illuminating a thick layer of dust. Brother, so we're just making a tour of your heavenly court's dungeon, she stammered, her voice wavering in the cold wind. Lu Yuan weighed the heavy iron chain in his hand, a cold, mirthless smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth, with a shred of meat still. Tur my ass. In making a bed check. He stepped forward in his flip-flops, one foot plunging into the icy darkness. He'll see which of those stinking old bastards who haven't brushed their teeth in millennia dares to bare their fangs at me today. The sunset was as red as a rusted iron plate hanging behind the bare branches of a tree. The wind rolled dry grass blades whistling and burrowing into people's necks. Outside the mud-walled courtyard, a dull thud came from the ground. Thump! Mud splattered half a meter high. Xiaohua's massive body burst out from the bush. Its earthy yellow fur was caked with mud. It panted heavily, two streams of white mist shooting from its nostrils, carrying a strong stench of raw meat. Its wide mouth drooled a long string of saliva, stretching down, dripping into a puddle of melted snow. Whoa! Lu Yao's hoarse voice screeched like a broken... Her voice had already cracked like a rusted saw scraping wood. Stop! Stop now! Her legs clamped tightly around the saber-toothed tiger's thick neck. The hem of her sun-protective jacket was torn into strips, and the sweater underneath was soaked through with cold sweat. Xiaohua suddenly braked with its front paws. It carved two deep furrows in the mud-black soil, churning. It shook its massive head and snorted. Lu Yao lost her grip. Her body lurched forward, her face slamming into the stiff fur on the tiger's back. The hair was like steel needles stinging her skin. "Ow, my dear mother." She scrambled off the tiger's back using both hands and feet. As soon as her toes touched the ground, her legs gave way. Plop! She fell directly onto her knees, and the dirty water seeped into her sneakers, icy cold. She didn't care about the filth anymore. Supporting herself with her hands, she retched loudly. Ugh! While rose, this damn cat runs too bumpily, I'm going to puke my guts out. She wiped her mouth with the back of her mud-covered hand. Smearing mud all over her face, she looked like a mud monkey just crawled out of a coal mine. In the courtyard, Lu Yuan was sprawled on the almost collapsing bamboo chair. The bamboo creaked under his weight. One of his plastic flip-flops had fallen off, leaving a bare foot on the ground. The sole of his foot was covered in black ash. He was using his thumbnail to scratch a mosquito bite on his calf. He broke the skin. A trace of blood oozed out. He didn't care, casually wiping his bloody nail on his white t-shirt, leaving a dark red mark. In the air, over a dozen blue holographic screens flickered. The screens were a bit blurry, crackling with static snow. Inside, old men of various colors were crowded. Some were blonde and bald, some had white beards. All wore wrinkled suits, huddled in front of the camera. The president of the Eagle Nation had a bloody bandage on his forehead. The bandage's edges were yellowed and oozing sweat. He swallowed dryly, his Adam's apple rolling twice in his withered neck, producing an unpleasant gulp. MMR. Lu. The president spoke in a stilted translation accent, his tongue tied. The Earth Federation's Supreme Charter. We've worked all night to produce. He held a thick document above his head with both hands trembling like Parkinson's, the pages rustling. Would you like to take a look? The president bowed humbly. If you nod, tomorrow the world will fly your war flag. There will be no more nations on Earth. It will all be your private territory. Lu Yuan yawned widely, mouth open wide, revealing his back teeth, tears of sleepiness squeezing from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them carelessly with the back of his dirty hand. Read it. He rolled his eyes full of impatience. Cut to the chase and spit out the important stuff. He bent down and picked out a charred sweet potato from the stove. It was hot. He tossed it between his hands, blowing hard on the skin. Huff puff. Hot air covered half his face. My sweet potato is getting cold. The big shots on the screen, who normally made the earth tremble with a stomp, now bowed like scolded grandsons, lining up and bowing desperately to the camera. The Emperor of the Bear Nation wiped the oily sweat from his face with his sleeve. Mr. Lu, all the nuclear weapons in the world. His voice was hoarse with a flattering tremor. I've had their fuses removed. The enriched uranium, we planned to send it to you. He swallowed. For you to use as firewood. Lu Yao had just gotten up from the ground. She limped toward the stove. Hearing this, her foot slipped, and she almost fell back into the mud. Brother. She widened her eyes, her small hand pointing at the screen. Mud was caked under her fingernails. He's giving you enriched uranium for firewood. That's nuclear fuel. Burning it will produce radiation. She jumped up and down in panic. Lu Yuan peeled off a piece of sweet potato skin, revealing the golden flesh steaming with sweet heat. He took a big bite. He huffed from the heat. Radiation, my ass. He mumbled indistinctly. That damn stone's flame is too small, burns with a sour smell. It ruins the taste of my roasted sweet potatoes. He jerked his chin at the screen. Tell them to dig a hole and bury it themselves. Don't send it here, it's an eyesore. Whoever dares to hide a single one. Lu Yuan spat the sweet potato skin onto the ground. They'll have long dig up their ancestors. The leaders on the screen trembled in fear, nodding frantically, like chickens pecking rice. Yes. We'll bury them for sure. The president kept wiping his sweat. Absolutely won't dirty your courtyard. Lin Feng knelt in the snow nearby. His suit trousers were torn to strips, his knees purple. He held a thick stack of craft paper documents. The edges of the pages were softened by the cold sweat from his palms, sticky. MMR. Lu. Lin Feng panted heavily, his lungs wheezing. He shuffled forward on his knees, raising the documents to Lu Yuan. This is the unconditional transfer deed of all core assets from 200 countries worldwide. Lin Feng's voice was broken, carrying an uncontrollable fervor. The financial centers of Wall Street, the oil fields of the Middle East, the mineral veins of Australia. From today, his eyes were bloodshot. Every inch of land and every cent on earth is your private property. Lu Yao leaned in the hem of her coat, dragging in the mud. She stared at the stack of documents, drool nearly dripping. She sniffled, sucking in a stream of clear snot. Brother. Her eyes gleamed as she jabbed Lu Yuan's rib. All the money on earth. How many mansions would that buy? From now on, when I go out to buy a jianbing, can I just throw a gold bar at the vendor? Lu Yuan looked down. His pitch-black eyes scanned the pile of paper. The pages were densely covered with official seals and foreign text. A smell of printer ink. He let out a scoff, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing white teeth with a bit of sweet potato residue stuck in the gaps. Assets. He stuffed the remaining piece of sweet potato into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed, choking and rolling his eyes. He reached out his hand, stained with coal ash, and randomly grabbed a thick handful from the top of the stack of documents Lin Feng held. He didn't even glance at it. He turned around and directly shoved it into the clay stove nearby. The sparks licked the paper's edge. Whoosh. The flame shot up 1/2 meter high. The acrid smell of burnt paper instantly spread, stinging people's eyes. Brother, you're crazy. Lu Yao slapped her thigh in panic. Slap. Mud splashed onto her face. She reached out to grab the documents from the stove. That's the Wall Street equity deed. You're burning it as fuel. Move. Lu Yuan swatted her hand away, leaving a red mark on her hand. This paper is thick, burns well. He picked up the charred stick and poked the stove, sending sparks flying. Perfect for roasting the next sweet potato. The national leaders on the screen watched their country's lifeline being burned to ashes. Their faces were ashen. Their hearts bled, but they dared not even fart. The president bit his lip, breaking the skin, a trace of blood seeping out. Lu Yao's heart ached. She crouched on the ground, staring at the pile of ashes, tears welling in her eyes. You're such a spendthrift, she muttered softly. All the money on earth, and you used it to roast sweet potatoes. Lu Yuan threw the stick aside. Clang. It hit the flagstone. He clapped his hands, sending black ash flying. He ignored Lu Yao. He tilted his head back and slumped heavily into the bamboo chair. Creak. The sky darkened. The clouds had cleared completely. There was no moon, only a faint pale starlight. The starlight fell on his unlined face, carrying an eternal icy chill. This damn mudball. Lu Yuan let out a long, deep sigh. His chest rose and fell, and a puff of white mist escaped his mouth, quickly dissipating in the cold wind. Utterly boring. He closed his eyes. His brows knitted into a knot. These insects fuss over scraps of metal every day. I'm tired of watching. He turned his head and looked at Lu Yao, who was still grieving over the burnt papers. The mud on her face had dried, forming patches of yellow crust. When she pouted, the crust flaked off, falling onto her sweater collar. Brother, what's wrong with you again? She rubbed her frozen fingers, the mud under her nails impossible to pick out. You've unified the earth, what else do you want? You're bored being the planet's ruler. Lu Yuan didn't answer. He stood up. His bones cracked dully. He stepped into the middle of the courtyard in his worn-out flip-flops. The night wind blew, pressing his pilled white t-shirt against his abs. The black mud stain on the back of his shirt was particularly conspicuous. He looked up, his deep gaze piercing through the invisible plasma shield above. Through the atmosphere, he fixed his eyes on the boundless black starry sky. The stars twinkled. Lu Yuan's pupils reflected that bottomless darkness. A slow, crazed yet excited smile spread across his lips. The smile carried no warmth, but was outrageously arrogant. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his thumbs sticking out through holes rubbing his thighs. Yao Yao, he spoke. His voice was low, scattered by the wind with a raspy grain. This earth is too small, no fun. He raised his right hand, stained with mud and ash. He straightened his index finger, pointing at the brightest star glowing with cold light. A fire kindled in his eyes. Next, he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Brother will take you to see the real space. The night was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Stars twinkled in the sky. A cold wind swept over the yellow mud wall, kicking up a thin layer of snow dust. Lu Yuan's words pointing to the sky traveled through the cracked mic of a broken phone, carrying a faint distorted crackle. They exploded beside the ears of billions of people. In the livestream room, the barrage frame froze for half a second. Then, boom, a snowslide of white text crammed the screen. The phone got so hot it burned. Brother's going to space. This planet can't contain him anymore. New map unlocked. The starry ocean, my friends. This is lit. My goosebumps are falling off. Go, go, go. Let's go blow up aliens. Lu Yao lay on Xiaohua's back. The saber-toothed tiger's earth-yellow bristles were like steel needles, stinging her cheeks painfully. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Drool almost dripped onto the tiger's neck. Slurp. She sucked back the snot about to run into her mouth. Scrambled down clumsily. The hem of her coat caught on a mud clod tangled in the tiger's fur. Rip. Thread snapped. She didn't care. Thud. Both feet slammed into the muddy pit. Mud splashed, splattering up to her thighs. Sticky and cold. Bro. She held up the burning hot broken phone. Stumbled forward with heavy, uneven steps. Her soul slipped and squelched in the mud. Are we really going to space? She gasped for breath, chest heaving. The cold air stung her lungs, a searing pain. She ran up to Lu Yuan, grabbed his dirty white t-shirt with both hands. Lu Yuan didn't answer. He reached down and scratched an itchy spot in his crotch, turned around, and let out a huge yawn. His mouth opened wide. Tears of weariness squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them carelessly with the back of his hand. Bro, say something. Lu Yao tugged urgently at his clothes. A big black mud stain smeared across his sleeve. Where? To the moon. Her eyes sparkled, face covered in grime. Take me to see change, okay? They say on the internet there's a Guanghan palace on the far side of the moon. Change. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically, kicked at the frozen ground with his knocked off the half-dry mud clinging to his toes. The moon is full of craters. That barren rock doesn't even grow a blade of grass. He pursed his lips in disdain. What Guanghan palace? If you want to find change, go dig up her ashes yourself. Lu Yao pouted. Mud caked on her chin, looking a little ridiculous. Then what about Mars? She wasn't giving up, rubbing her nose with the back of her hand, leaving a red mark. I saw in a movie that you can grow potatoes on Mars. They'll bring 2 packs of spicy sticks, and we can farm there. Lu Yuan was amused by her. He showed a mouthful of white teeth, a sliver of sweet potato skin stuck between them. He held up 2 fingers. On his index finger was the black mud from picking his nose. Slap. A sharp flick hit Lu Yao square on the forehead. Ow. Lu Yao held her forehead, tears welling up from the pain. Why did you hit me? To knock the water out of your brain. Lu Yuan spat onto the ground. The spittle carried bits of yellow sweet potato. Grow potatoes on Mars. That crappy place is all red, covered in iron oxide sand. You think you could chew a potato grown there? ITLL, break half your teeth. Then where are we going? Lu Yao stamped her foot in frustration. Mud spattered onto Lu Yuan's calves. Didn't you say you'd take me to see space? You're nothing but a liar. Who's lying? Lu Yuan tugged at his collar. Inside his clothes was the sour smell of sweat from being cooped up. Before we go up, can your crappy body handle zero gravity? He looked Lu Yao up and down, a face full of contempt, as if she were an idiot. Don't get up there and have your eyeballs squeezed out by the pressure. Your brain splattering all over me would be disgusting. Lu Yuan picked his ear. Lu Yao shuddered in fear. She covered her eyes tightly with both hands. Then what do we do? She stammered, her teeth chattering. Maybe. I won't go. I'm scared, I'm a coward. Lu Yuan turned around. Hands shoved into his ragged pockets. The holes at the bottoms let his thumbs poke through. He rubbed them carelessly on his thighs. They'll take you to practice first. Let's go. To the 6th floor underground. He strode forward, leaving Lu Yao a back view splattered with mud. Lu Yao stood frozen. She wiped the dirty snow water from her face with her sleeve. 6th floor underground. She hurried to catch up. Her soles dragged a long, watery sound through the mire. Is it another zoo in there? No. Lu Yuan didn't look back. His voice scattered in the wind. It's an empty room. What are we going there for? Lu Yao pressed on. To make you puke. Lu Yuan sneered. Why would I puke? You'll know in a moment. The two walked one after the other, circling the pile of black smoking rotten wood. Lin Feng lay in a snow hollow far away, head long gone numb from the cold, hugging the cracked terminal like a dead turtle. Lu Yuan didn't even glance at him. The elevator door glowed with a cold blue light. Standing alone at the end of the yellow mud road, Lu Yuan walked to the door, pressed his thumb on the rusty metal plate. PSSSH. A sound of air escaping, carrying a thick smell of machine oil and ozone. The door slid open to both sides. Inside was pitch. The bulb on the ceiling flickered twice. Crackling. Bad contact. Lu Yuan stepped in wearing his flip-flops. The iron grating floor creaked under his weight. Lu Yao shrunk her neck and followed inside. The elevator car stank of urine. Probably where Wang Kai had peed before. Bro, it stinks. She pinched her nose and complained in a muffled voice. Barrett. Lu Yuan reached up and pressed the control panel. The paint had all peeled off, revealing green copper. 0. Down 6 floors. Turn on the anti-crash foam pad, so this girl doesn't break her head. Command confirmed. Zero's electronic voice a bit glitchy. Underground level 6 holographic weightlessness simulation chamber. Descending. Boom. The elevator dropped with a jolt. Lu Yao's legs went weak, her back slammed against the iron wall. Freezing cold. Acid from her stomach rose in her throat. Ugh. She dry heaved, but didn't. Her mouth tasted bitter. The elevator plummeted. Outside, the brick and concrete walls blurred into streaks of shadow. The red numbers on the control panel danced wild. -1, -3, -5. The wind howled like a ghost in the elevator shaft. Whooshing, shaking the iron plates. Lu Yao gripped the iron handrail with both hands. Her palms sweated and slipped. Slow down, bro. She closed her eyes and wailed. I'm gonna puke. I'm really gonna puke. Lu Yuan leaned against the door, let out a huge yawn. Go ahead and puke, you'll clean it up yourself. He picked his teeth with his pinky. That's all the guts you've got. And you want to go to space. The numbers jumped to -6. Clank. The elevator shuddered violently, letting out a teeth-grinding metallic screech. It stopped. Lu Yao lurched forward from the inertia. Her face nearly smacked into Lu Yuan's back. She caught herself, heaving for breath, her lungs burning. Wee there. She wiped the cold sweat off her face. Sweat mixed with mud stinging her eyes. The iron door in front let out a click. A crack split open. No light. Outside was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Not even a street lamp. Only an indescribable strange smell. Like disinfectant from a hospital mixed with burnt plastic. Lu Yao held up the selfie stick. The flash from the back of her phone shone forward. The beam didn't travel far before it was swallowed by the darkness. Bro, why aren't the lights on? She didn't dare step out, shrinking behind Lu Yuan, tugging at his shirt. It's so dark I can't see a thing. Lu Yuan ignored her. He stepped out of the elevator. His flip-flops touched down. Made no sound. Lu Yao stared at his feet. Froze. Her eyes widened more and more. Her mouth dropped open like a duck egg. Drool dripped down her chin. Drip. Fell onto her coat collar. Lu Yuan's feet weren't on the ground. He floated lightly, hovering half a meter above the floor. The hem of his white t-shirt slowly drifted upward, as if submerged in water. Bro. Lu Yao's voice cracked completely. You're floating. You've hung yourself. Like hell I've hung myself. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes midair. His body slowly spun half a turn. His big toe traced a lazy arc in the air. Come out. He beckoned Lu Yao. Lu Yao swallowed a dry lump, closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Took a big step forward. The moment the sole of her foot left the elevator's iron plate. Bang. She felt something yank her stomach, pulling it upward violently. The moment the sole of her foot left the elevator's iron plate. Bang. She felt something yank her stomach, pulling it upward violently. The selfie stick slipped from her hand. It didn't fall. Instead it spun slowly right in front of her eyes. Floating. Lu Yao's body drifted upward uncontrollably. Head down, feet up. The hem of her sun protection jacket flipped over, covering her face, blocking her view. A smell of sweat hit her nose. Bro. Help. She thrashed blindly in the air, her jacket over her head. Her legs kicked wildly like an upside-down turtle. I'm falling. No, I'm floating up. Lu Yuan hovered beside her, arms crossed over his chest. Watching her pathetic look, he burst out laughing, showing a mouthful of white teeth, the sweet potato skin still in the gaps. What are you shouting for? He reached out, grabbed Lu Yao by the ankle, held her upside down like a kite. This is called weightlessness. His voice carried a lazy, unserious tone. Weren't you going to space? First float around here a bit and get used to it. Lu Yao dangled upside down, all the blood rushing to her head. Her face turned bright red. She struggled to pull the jacket off her face. Put me down, she shouted in exasperation, her voice muffled by the fabric. I'm gonna puke. I'm really gonna puke. Go ahead. Lu Yuan let go. She rolled over in midair. Perfect way to add some flavor to this empty room. He yawned and drifted off to one side. Tell me when you're done puking. They'll take you to see how a rocket explodes like fireworks. The sunshade was draped over her face. A pungent smell of sweat assaulted her senses. Lu Yao flailed in midair, her hands grasping wildly. She tugged hard at her collar. With a ripping sound, the collar tore open a gap. She gasped for breath, her eyes suddenly wide open. Her eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Wow. She let out a hoarse scream, the sound echoing in the empty black abyss around her. I'm flying. She was more than 2 meters off the ground, her feet not touching anything, feeling soft all around. It was as if she had fallen into a vast mound of cotton. She had just lost grip on her selfie stick, and it didn't fall now. It slowly spun in front of her nose, the metal pole gleaming coldly. She stretched out her arm to reach for it, her fingertips brushing against the phone's edge. But she couldn't reach it, instead pushing herself back slightly in midair. Hey, hey, hey. She kicked her legs frantically in the air. Like a turtle flipped onto its shell, she flailed up and down. The broken phone tumbled in the air, its camera spinning, facing the dark ceiling for a moment. Then it pointed at Lu Yao's muddy face. In the live stream, billions of viewers stared at the screen, the image spinning wildly. Viewers felt nauseous. The comment section exploded with messages, a flurry of white words jammed together. Damn, stop spinning. I might throw up my spicy hot pot from lunch. Is it really floating? This is weightlessness. Brother's basement is actually a zero-gravity chamber. Not even a wire is visible. This is definitely the... At the internet cafe, a skinny guy dropped the cigarette, but he was holding in his mouth onto his thigh. It burned a black hole into his skin, making him yelp in pain. He pointed at the screen with urgency. Space. Bro has created a one-tune replica of space underground. Lu Yao was straining with all her might. Finally, she smacked the phone with her palm. With a slap, she hugged the selfie stick tightly. A muddy fingerprint appeared on the screen. It was dirty. She didn't care, grinning widely, revealing bits of uncleaned green stuck between her teeth. Bro, look at me. She shouted towards the side, her hands swiping forward, while her legs kicked back, looking as awkward as possible. This is what I call spacewalking. Lu Yuan hung 2 meters away, his flip-flop dangling from his big toe. The mud on the sole had dried up, causing 2 pieces to fall off. The pieces of mud floated in midair without falling. He rolled his eyes dramatically, scraping his brow with his thumb. What a ridiculous walk. He spat into the air, the spit turning into a tiny droplet that swayed in the void. What you're doing is dog paddling. A fat dog that ate too much. Lu Yao's face flushed red, stomping her foot in anger. But with no ground to push off, she rolled in midair, the hem of her coat flipping up. It revealed her wrinkled sweater inside. You're the fat dog, she scolded while tugging at her clothes, tears that had been held back, now forming glistening droplets. These droplets transformed into sparkling beads of water floating in front of her nose. She stared cross-eyed at the droplet, poking it with her finger. The droplet splashed across her fingertip, leaving it wet. So magical, she murmured, swallowing a mouthful of dry saliva, feeling a tightness in her throat. Her chest felt heavy, as if a stone was pressed against it, making her breath a bit labored. Bro, why does it feel stuffy in here? She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead with her sleeve. The sour smell of sweat invaded her nostrils. Lu Yuan yawned widely, his eyes slightly red. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a half-smoked cigarette from... He bit down on it without lighting it, chewing it dry, the bitter taste of tobacco filling his mouth. Can it not be stuffy? He grimaced. This is an anti-gravity simulation chamber. The air pressure and gravity parameters inside mimic those of outer space, he pointed around. It was pitch black with no edges or boundaries. This is what we call absolute vacuum. If I hadn't been too lazy to let you suffocate, I would have left 10% of the oxygen. You'd already be rolling your eyes like a purple eggplant by now. In the livestream, viewers were wildly taking screenshots, capturing Lu Yao's dog paddling pose for memes. Recreating space. This technology would make the space agency kneel and beg. Bro, casually creating a room just erased all of humanity's space history. Lu Yao felt her legs go weak. Even though they were floating, they trembled instinctively. Then how big is this place? She scanned around with the camera, seeing nothing. The light seemed to vanish into the abyss. Lu Yuan spat out the cigarette, but the butt flipped in midair. He picked at his teeth with his pinky. Not big. His voice was lazy. Back then I thought digging a hole was too tiring. So I casually smashed a hole 100 kilometers wide. That's enough to fit some junk. 100 kilometers. A hole made casually. This statement caused the comment section to crash. Viewers' minds buzzed with confusion. This wasn't a basement, this was a small country brutally carved into the earth. Lu Yao, tired from flailing in midair, gasped for air. Bro, pull me up, she said, her fingers covered in mud. I can't float back. I keep spinning in place. Lu Yuan stood in midair, as steady as Mount Tai, not swaying, even a little. It was as if he were standing on solid concrete. He shot her a glance. Useless. He lifted his right foot, the flip-flop lightly tapping against the void. With a thud, it surprisingly produced a sound of solid ground. He glided forward, as if skating on ice, gently sliding a step ahead. He yanked Lu Yao by the collar of her coat, bits of dried leaves sticking to it from when it had fallen on the ground. He wrinkled his nose in disdain. Hurry up. He dragged her along like a tattered sack. Stop dawdling, you're wasting my sleep time. Lu Yao rolled her eyes in response. She gripped the collar tightly. Cough. It's choking me. Where are we going? It's pitch dark. Lu Yuan didn't look back. His dark eyes stared into the void ahead. He took another step, pulling Lu Yao deeper into the simulation chamber. The cold wind scraped across Lu Yao's face, stinging her. She widened her eyes as a massive outline slowly emerged from the darkness ahead. A gigantic metal gate, rusty and pockmarked with peeling iron sheets. Lu Yao's eyes widened as she gulped nervously. Before she could ask, a series of synchronized howls erupted from behind the gate. Whoosh. Huh. The sound was dull, containing a metallic silence. The noise made her eardrums ache, as if thousands of breathless monsters were roaring in unison inside. A creak. The rusted iron grinding sound that sets one's back teeth on edge. This massive iron door tens of meters high slowly split open from the middle, revealing a pitch-black fissure. Reddish-brown rust flakes fell in a shower, landing on Lu Yao's forehead, smearing half of her eye. Ouch! She vigorously rubbed her eyes with her sleeve, damp from cold sweat, wiping out a trail of tear water mixed with black grime. The whites of her eyes were rubbed raw. A faint sting. Bro, is this door stuck? Lu Yao squinted one eye and sniffled a salty stream of clear mucus reaching her lips. It sounds like a pig being slaughtered. Lu Yuan hovered in midair, his big toe scratching dried mud off the sole of his flip-flop. Stuck my ass. He let out a huge yawn, 2 teardrops of weariness welling up at the corners of his eyes, and wiped them carelessly with the back of his hand. The bearings have rusted shut after centuries without lubricant. Your bearings rusted like this. Lu Yao pouted and complained. Better not be a scrapyard in there. Shut up and watch. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically. The gap in the door widened further. It wasn't pitch dark inside. A blinding cold white light suddenly burst forth. The light struck Lu Yao's face, illuminating every streak of black mud on her cheeks. Her mouth gaped wide, her jaw nearly dropping to her collarbone. Saliva swirled under her tongue. She swallowed hard, her throat scraping painfully. Before her was a space so vast its edges were invisible. All around, above, below, left, right, was empty. No ceiling, no floor. It jutted abruptly into a dark hollow void packed densely with iron lumps. The larger ones resembled small mountains, the smaller ones were the size of heavy trucks. Rows upon rows of interstellar fighters, their shells matte black, with no... They were covered in pitted impact scars, some wing edges bearing scorched white scratches. Next to the fighters floated countless humanoid exormers. A cold blue light glimmered from the joint gaps. These icy war machines filled the enormous vacuum to the brim, at least tens of thousands of them. They hung silently in midair. In the livestream, millions of viewers' screens froze in unison. The bullet comment box was utterly clean. Not a single word popped up. In a cyber cafe, a chubby guy lost his grip on an iced tea bottle. Clatter. The bottle crashed onto the greasy keyboard. Water splashed all over his lap. He gaped, drool dripping down his chin, not even bothering to wipe it. What the hell? His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Did I accidentally click into a Star Wars set? The bullet comments went insane. Characters piled on characters, a blinding white sheet. Holy crap. All interstellar fighters. Bro, you call this an empty house? That Exormer looks a million times cooler than Gundam. Hollywood directors come out and take the beating. You call that special effects? This is the real deal. What exactly does bro want to do? Actually level the Milky Way? Lu Yao gripped Lu Yuan's white t-shirt tightly, the hem twisted and stretched into several long creases, exposing a sliver of his belly. Bro. Her voice quivered like a tattered plastic bag in the icy wind. When did you secretly build all these big planes? Big planes. Lu Yuan picked his ear, flicked away a speck of yellowish dust with his finger, and disdainfully pulled her hand off. Don't mess up my shirt, I just washed it a few... He scratched his thigh vigorously. Those are interstellar interceptors used specifically for shooting down meteorites. Shooting meteorites. Lu Yao's eyes went wide. Like shooting sparrows. Can you even pilot that many by yourself? Who said I'm piloting them myself? Lu Yuan spat a glob of earthy saliva into the void. The spittle in the zero-gravity environment became a tiny droplet. It drifted slowly away. He jerked his chin forward. See? The driver's right there. Lu Yao followed the direction of his chin. A few hundred meters ahead, at the forefront of these tens of thousands of cold machines, a figure stood suspended. More precisely, a young man in bizarre attire. He wore a heavy lamellar armor from the Great Han Dynasty. Iron plates layered thick, looking deathly heavy. On the chest plate was a snarling beast head. But the armor was off. Blue neon light seeped through the gaps between the iron plates. The eyes of the shoulder beast flashed red, scanning beams. On his arm guards were connected several black, corrugated tubes as thick as duck eggs, through which a green fluorescent liquid bubbled and gurgled. Cyberpunk mixed with Western Han heavy armor. The severe visual dissonance made one's head buzz. Who the hell is that? Lu Yao's hand holding the selfie stick trembled, black dirt caked under her nails. Dressed like an opera singer. And glowing. Going clubbing in the middle of the night. She sniffled. Bro, your new hired net bar attendant. Lu Yuan thumped her forehead irritably. Snap. A crisp sound. Zombies ate your brains. He rubbed his sore nape bones, cracking. You already forgot. I just dug him out of the freezer 2 days ago. Lu Yao covered her forehead, stunned. She stared hard at that back. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, standing ramrod straight, exuding a suffocating reek of blood from a battlefield soaked in corpses. Dug out of the freezer. She stammered. Suddenly she inhaled a sharp gulp of cold air. The chill wind choked her trachea, turning her face red. Tears squeezed out. Lu Yao raised the selfie stick, fingers trembling. The lens zoomed in tight on that face covered in fine beads of sweat. The resolute jawline, the lone wolf eyes and brows. Even clad in cyberpunk glowing tubes, it couldn't hide the fierce aura seeping from his very bones. Who is this? Lu Yao swallowed dryly, her voice quavering. Why does he look so familiar? Millions of viewers in the live stream. The moment they saw that face, their scalps exploded. Historians' bullet comments with blood-red exclamation marks flooded the screen crazily. It was the war god of the Great Han who had just awakened from the freezer, the Marquis of Champion Huatsubing. His eyes were tightly shut, his forehead covered in strains, a rough black data cable connected to the back of his skull. Through this completely era-transcending brain-computer interface, he simultaneously commanded these tens of thousands of cold, unmanned fighters executing an extremely complex annihilation, bringing deadly formation in the